I grasped the awakening bead and channeled my spiritual energy, when suddenly the world spun around me as if my soul had left my body. After finally opening the beast taming space, another glowing sphere descended from above and instantly darted into the space. The sheer euphoria nearly sent me to the afterlife. Just as it ended, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 10, asked me with a smile about my experience and took me to the beast nursery to choose a tamed beast. Faced with several elite quality beasts, I immediately set my eyes on the one with dual attributes and innate talents, forming a contract without hesitation. Back home, I discovered that my beast taming talent could synergize with proficiency. Today was the day to unlock the beast taming space and awaken the beast taming talent at Kanglan No. 2 High School. The campus was filled with first-year students, all brimming with excitement and dreams of becoming beast tamers. Some shouted, "Beast taming, here I come," while others prayed, "Bless me with the awakening of my beast taming talent." The atmosphere was electric. As for me, I sat cross-legged in a corner, meditating on the foundational soul-refining technique. I wasn't originally from Blue Star but hailed from another ordinary world, just a regular office worker with a life devoid of any waves. After arriving in this world full of infinite possibilities, with a golden finger by my side, I naturally had to seize every moment to strive. After a while, Li Chiming, a third-tier beast tamer and teacher of Class 2, Grade 1 at Kanglan No. 2 High School, stepped to the center of the crowd, calling for silence and instructing everyone to proceed to the room in an orderly manner when their names were called. Soon, the first group of students went in and came out. Although most of them didn't awaken any talents, they had unlocked their beast taming space, marking the beginning of their journey as beast tamers. Then, it was my turn as my name was called. Many classmates and friends around me cheered me on. I smiled in response and then walked leisurely toward the room. The room was spacious, with only a low table inside. On it lay a fist-sized awakening pearl, and beside it were 2 cushions. I bent down, sat cross-legged, and gently held the awakening pearl with both hands, channeling my mental energy into it. Instantly, a faint purple glow emerged from the awakening pearl. My consciousness felt like a kite with its string cut, drifting into a pitch-black void. Then, patches of purple intruded, stirring anomalies in the space. The violet light eroded the black curtain like a swarm of locusts, and my beast taming space was breached. Just as I thought it was over, a dazzling orb suddenly appeared above, darting into the purple space like a meteor in the blink of an eye. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of euphoria surged through my mind, my spirit reaching an extreme state of excitement. I was utterly intoxicated by it, and my mental power improved significantly. I knew I had most likely awakened my beast taming talent. When the space stabilized, I opened my eyes, feeling incredibly happy. After calming down a bit, I couldn't wait to open the panel to check. To my delight, my spirit had increased by a full 15 points, and my beast taming talent was Mirror Flower, Water Moon Beginner 0200. Upon checking the talent's effect, I was thrilled to discover it was replication. Not only could it replicate tamed beasts, but even myself. The replicas were identical to the original in every aspect, though it required higher talent levels and greater spiritual strength. This talent, I'm so satisfied with it. I shifted my sore limbs, bent down to stand up, straightened my clothes, and prepared to go out. Just as I reached the door, I saw Zhao Shang, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 10, waiting for me with a smile. His sharp eyes locked onto me, and he immediately asked, "You're the first in our class to awaken a talent. How does it feel?" Led by teacher Zhao Shang, I walked toward the beast nurturing house amidst the gasps of my classmates. Teacher Zhao Shang had high hopes for me. After all, I was the first student from No. 2 High School to awaken the beast taming talent. He always believed I could achieve great things in this field. Soon, a 3-story tall circular, glowing white building came into view. This was the beast nursery. Teacher Zhao Shang took out a red card, swiped it at the entrance, and the glass door slid open with a beep. Entering the beast nursery, the interior space was much larger than I had imagined, with various tamed beasts active in their respective areas. There were small stone monkeys, venomous scorpions, colorful winged insects, stereas, and others, mostly of ordinary quality, with only a few scattered elite quality ones. After all, these were freely distributed by the school for students to contract, so expectations couldn't be too high. However, for students like me who awakened beast taming talents, the treatment was naturally different. We took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor. After inspection by the staff here, you can proceed to the destination of this trip. Compared to the 2 floors below, there are pitifully few royal beasts here, only 5. After all, there are 10 classes in the first year of high school, averaging 40 students each. At most, 4 or 5 students per grade can awaken the talent for royal beasts. Among these, I most recommend you contract that horned lion. It's excellent in all aspects and very suitable for novice beast masters. Of course, whether to form a contract or not is entirely your choice. Teacher Zhao Shang pointed to a snow-white, somewhat dopey-looking horned lion about the size of an ordinary puppy and said. I looked at the horned lion. The iconic long horn on its head was just beginning to protrude slightly. Checking its stats panel, its quality was listed as elite. Indeed, as the teacher said, it was a good option, but I still wanted to look around a bit more. The upcoming snow elves, thunderbolt stars, and deep-sea fish are all of elite quality, decent but not outstanding. It wasn't until I saw the last shadow mantis that my eyes lit up. Its entire body was pitch black, with a triangular head featuring a pair of mysterious silver-white eyes. Its two forelimbs were lined with hooks, resembling short daggers in hand. Checking the panel. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 2220. Level cap, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, Void Walk Novice 1-200. Skill, Primary Assault Novice 120. Dual attributes with an innate talent. This is a top-tier tamed beast. Teacher, I want to form a contract with this shadow mantis. My tone was resolute, determined to succeed. Although Teacher Zhao Shang was somewhat puzzled, he nodded in understanding and allowed me to proceed with the contract right there, offering to keep watch for me. I approached the shadow mantis and took out a beast meatball from my pocket. The little creature caught the scent, twitched its head, swayed its antennae, and immediately woke up, moving closer to devour the treat. This is the perfect moment for the contract. I focus my mind to construct the pact while releasing goodwill. Soon, the contract takes form and merges into its body. The little one shows no reaction and continues gnawing away. Fortunately, it was a close call, but the binding succeeded. It paused its eating motion for a moment, then continued, even hopping onto my shoulder and pressing its rough exterior against my chin, its antennae comfortably raised. Congratulations, you've now become a true beast master. Teacher Zhao Shang walked over with a smile. Thank you, teacher. I still have much to do. I knew well that a successful contract was just the first step, and there was still a long road ahead. But at this moment, I was genuinely growing fonder and fonder of this identity as a beastmaster. After completing the contract with the shadow mantis, I followed my teacher Zhao Shang and left the beast nursery. Observing the bizarre buildings and objects outside, the shadow mantis beside me kept rolling its small eyes, full of curiosity. I named it Night, which I thought was quite fitting. Afterward, I followed teacher Zhao Shang to his office. The teacher pulled out a red backpack from the drawer and said to me, "There are some things inside as a reward for you." I opened the backpack and saw 30,000 daxia currency in cash, along with bottles of primary nutrient solutions and mental stimulants. This truly solved my urgent needs, as raising a tamed beast isn't cheap, and I was desperately poor. The backpack was stuffed so full it looked like a big round ball. Kanglin No. 2 High School is indeed generous toward talented students. I slung the big red backpack over my shoulder, bid farewell to my teacher, and set off on my way home. I boarded the 2 yuan per ride public express horse. This thing was pretty much like a shared bike, except the price and experience were quite different. It was fast though, galloping down the road like a speeding vehicle. On the way, I stopped by the bank to deposit 30,000 in cash, and the backpack wasn't as bulging anymore. Before long, I arrived at a somewhat rundown old residential area, walked into the stairwell, climbed up to the 5th floor, and entered that small 2-bedroom apartment. Stepping into the small living room, the floor was clean and tidy, with sparse furniture scattered around, giving off a rather impoverished vibe. After all, my predecessor's parents were just 2 low-tier beastmasters who unfortunately perished in a minor interdimensional mission, leaving me only this apartment and some daxia currency to barely scrape by. I sat on the somewhat rough old sofa, with Hei jumping and chirping on my shoulder, chirp chirp chirp. I knew it was hungry beastmasters at this age need to eat more, and the more they eat, the faster they grow. I set down my backpack and took out a can of primary nutrient solution. This nutrient supplement is suitable for all types of tamed beasts, accelerating the growth of those below level 20 while also providing a satiety effect perfect for a novice beastmaster like me. The backpack also contains mental stimulants for beastmasters, which enhance spiritual strength and aid in meditation. I checked the quantity. It should last about half a month for me and Hai. The remaining resources will have to be figured out on my own. After briefly organizing the potions, I left Hai to enjoy its meal undisturbed and began studying my own beastmaster talents. On the way, I had many thoughts. This Mirage and Moonlight talent seems to have a peculiar synergy with the proficiency panel. If it truly works, both Night and I could significantly accelerate our strength improvement. I activated the talent, and my spirit stirred slowly. A sense of effortless control arose, as if instinct alone knew what to do. However, the mental strain was considerable, and my steps faltered slightly. The room rippled, and a blurry figure appeared beside me, instantly taking shape. It was an exact replica of myself, identical in clothing, facial features, even the dark circles under my eyes from staying up late the past 2 days. It truly left me marveling. I realized this duplicate had no subjective consciousness. Its actions and words could all be orchestrated by me. Using my thoughts, I controlled it to speak, jump, and walk, with rapid feedback and no delay whatsoever. Next, I had the duplicate sit cross-legged on the floor and begin meditating under my guidance. Seeing how convincingly it mimicked the posture, I thought this might actually work. I sat on the sofa and began to meditate myself. 2 hours later, I opened my eyes, and a prompt appeared: practiced basic spirit refinement technique proficiency +2. Yes, absolutely right. Double proficiency. Mirror flower, water moon and proficiency indeed have a natural synergy. I summoned the panel to check. Basic meditation minor achievement 2460, proficiency 57. Now the proficiency is divided into 3 parts, which is fantastic. I glanced at Knight, who was already awake and strolling around on its short legs, unable to imagine how fast its growth speed would be in the future. I continued to let the clone meditate. This is a rare workhorse, so of course, it should be fully utilized. After that, I checked Heiya's skills and talents. It has a beginner skill called Assault Novice 120, which increases speed to charge at enemies and attack, a very practical burst skill. The talent Void Walk is even more impressive. It's a spatial type talent that allows free movement within a certain range, enabling multiple consecutive displacements, a true nightmare for backline enemies. However, Heiyi is still young now, and the energy consumption is high, so it can't be used infinitely. It probably won't be possible until around level 70 or 80. After meditation, I took a bottle of mental stimulant orally, and my spirit recovered significantly, allowing me to continue using my talents. Hai is still young now and not suitable for continuous skill training, but its mirror images can. They are the carriers of proficiency. Chapter 3: The Linking Effect of Talent. The contract was completed, and they left the breeding beast house. Darkness looked at the strange buildings and items outside. It was full of curiosity, and its small eyes couldn't stop rolling. Black Knight was also the name Lin Shu had given to the shadow mantis. He felt that this name was still more apt. Then he followed the teacher to the office. Zhao Shang took out a red backpack from within the drawer with 2 items inside. One was 30,000 dasha coins in cash. The other was bottles and jars of primary nutrient solution and mental stimulation potion. These things were an immediate relief for Lin Shu. He was really too poor, and the cost of raising a royal beast couldn't be small. The red school bag was stuffed to the brim like a big round ball. These were also rewards, Kanglin's second middle school for talented students. Still relatively generous. After saying goodbye to his teacher with the big red bag on his back, Lin Shu set off on the road home. The rest of the hustle and bustle wasn't very interesting to him. There were still a lot of things to do on his own. Riding on a $2 dasha coin once public express horse, the type was equivalent to a shared bicycle. Only the price and experience was a bit different. Riding in the middle of the road, it was fast, like a vehicle traveling at high speed. On the way, he deposited 30,000 cash into the bank, letting the backpack dry out a bit. It didn't take long to arrive in the middle of a somewhat dilapidated old neighborhood. Walked straight into the building and came to the 5th floor. Came to a small 2-bedroom room. Entered into the somewhat narrow living room, the eyes of everything in front of the eyes. The ground is clean and tidy, scattered furniture scattered around. It looked very poor. In fact, Lin Shu was very poor. His parents in his previous life were 2 low-ranked Imperial Beast Masters who were killed while completing a mission in a small otherworldly world, leaving behind a suite of rooms with some dasha coins. This was what allowed Lin Shu to barely get by. Sitting on an old sofa that was a bit worn out, Darkness jumped and chirped on his shoulder. Kiki. Sensing that Black Knight was hungry. At this age it was all about eating more, no problem. The more you eat, the faster you grow. Putting down the red backpack, he took out a can of primary nutrient. The nutrient was suitable for all types of imperial beasts. It was specifically designed to accelerate the growth of imperial beasts below level 20, and also had a satiating effect. It was very suitable for newbie imperial beast masters. Inside the backpack was also a spirit-stimulating potion for imperial beast masters. It has the effect of strengthening the spirit and aiding meditation. Looking at the portion inside, it is probably enough for half a month's portion for himself and Black Knight. The rest of the resources would have to be found on their own. Simply placing the potion, Black Knight was eating happily at the side. Smiling, he didn't bother with him. Lin Shu then planned to start working on his sentinel beast talent. While on the road, he had quite a few ideas. Mirror Flower Water Moon, it seemed to be linked to his proficiency panel. There was a marvelous linkage. If it could really be realized, then the speed of his own and Black Knight's strength increase would be a whole lot faster. Thinking about it, he began to catalyze it. The spirit moved slowly. An experience as if it was being directed by an arm was felt. It was as if it was instinctive and one could know what needed to be done. The footsteps stumbled slightly, the spirit's consumption was still relatively high at the moment. Ripples rippled through the room, and a blurry figure appeared beside Lin Shu. It took shape in just a split second. A figure identical to Lin Shu's appeared before his eyes. Dressed the same, with the same features. Even the dark circles under his own eyes left from staying up late 2 days ago. All of them appeared one by one. It made him TSK. Continuing to fiddle with his replica body. Lin Shu realized that the duplicate body had no subjective consciousness of its own. His actions and words could only be programmed by Lin Shu alone. Using his mind, he controlled the replica to speak, jump, and walk. All of them were able to get immediate feedback. There was no delay at all. Then the main event began. The replica body was instructed to sit on the ground. Under Lin Shu's teaching, it began to meditate. Looking at the decent posture, this matter might really be able to succeed. Then he himself also sat on the sofa and meditated. It would take a bit of time for the results to be revealed. Darkness had fallen asleep at some point. Curled up in a ball. The entire room fell into silence. Only the sound of squeak, squeak, squeak came from the window. 2 hours had passed since then. Lin Shu opened his eyes, the prompt had already appeared, I don't know if I can do what I want. Meditated on basic God refining technique proficiency +2. Right, 2 right. Double the proficiency between mirroring and proficiency. There was a natural linkage. This was truly 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Calling up the panel to query up. Basic meditation minor achievement 2460. Proficiency, 57. There was no question. The original proficiency was double. 1 copy was added freely, and 1 copy was added on top of the practice technique. Now it seems to be 3 copies. One more look to the side at Black Knight, who had already come to his senses and was skulking around with his short little legs. Lin Shu didn't dare to think about how fast his imperial beast would grow. Continuing to control the replica body, he meditated. The replica body was a rare bull horse. Of course, he had to be allowed to not stop for a moment in 24 hours. Squeeze hard. For the time being, there was no telling how long the replicant could last, but it wasn't even a big problem. There was still a lot of time behind to take your time to understand. After understanding the effects of his talent, Lin Shu placed his gaze on Black Knight. The previous part was just a cursory look at the information. Now it was possible to look at the effects of its talents and skills. First were the skills. Beginner strong attack, beginner 120. The skills of the imperial beasts were categorized into beginner, intermediate, and intermediate depending on how powerful the skill was versus how much energy it consumed and how difficult it was to learn. They are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super rank. Skills are also divided into active and passive. Low-ranked beasts usually only appear in the beginning of the skills, so more suitable. After all, give the high level above cannot be released, can only be a decoration only. After a little bit of understanding, Lin Shu also understood the effect of strong attack. Increase speed to charge at the enemy and launch an attack. An explosive type of skill. A very practical type. Next was the most crucial talent, Void Walk. Unsurprisingly, it was a space-type talent. The talent effect was also very powerful. In a certain range of space, you can travel freely. And it can be continuously shifted multiple times. Back row nightmare, this is. Standard assassin panel, shaped like a ghost without a shadow. Killing in the red dust, the body of the white blade. This talent has already set the positioning of Black Knight in Lin Shu's team. However, it wasn't possible to directly use it infinitely. The consumption of energy for continuous displacement was very exaggerated. It was definitely not something that Blackout could achieve right now. It might not be possible to reach such an effect until level 70 or 80. After this gap meditation. By the way, he had taken a bottle of mental stimulation potion orally. Lin Shu's spirit had recovered most of the way. It was possible to continue using the talent. Black Knight was still small now, and it wasn't suitable to keep exercising his skills. But his mirror images wouldn't. They were just porters of proficiency. Chapter 4, starting to add points. As it was. The mirror image soon appeared inside the bedroom. Darkness looked at the mirror image that appeared with curiosity. Feeling somewhat strange. This guy in front of him, how was he somewhat similar to himself? The two forelimbs kept fiddling with its body. The mirror image was like a piece of sculpture, not moving at all. There is no feedback. Feeling bored, he returned to the sofa alone and played with himself. On the other hand, Lin Shu took out a half-human tall wooden stake from the storage room. Dragged the living room coffee table elsewhere. Placed the stake. Then began to manipulate the mirror image of the darkness. Started practicing the skill. In an instant, the black figure swept past. It was so fast that in just the blink of an eye, it wielded the double blades in its hands and attacked. Bang! A muffled sound was emitted. The wooden stake shook slightly. The damage from this strike still looked relatively considerable. It was a good thing that quite a few spots were left out. Otherwise, the furniture beside them would have been unprotected. Lin Shu also nodded as he watched the scene before him. Very satisfied. The Black Knight nestled under the sofa also saw this scene. Very dismayed, isn't this my move? He is still small now and is more shafted. Like gambling. Hurriedly got up from the sofa. Came to the stake. Used the skill strong attack on the other side. Bang! The sound was somewhat crisp, obviously in terms of use. Darkness and the replica were both very different. Pouting his tiny head after finishing, he looked up at the replica looking at him. The arrogance in his eyes couldn't be hidden. It seemed to be saying, "I'm better than you, little man." The mirror image didn't care about him, just continued to pose, using the skill over and over again. Black Knight got a little angry and jumped up a little. He just felt like he was being defied. Practicing the skill without a second thought as well. Rolling up. This was a good thing. Blackout's winning heart was actually inspired by the replica. What a good and fair playing field. 3 minutes later. The weak Blackout collapsed to the ground. Physical strength exhausted, he was very unwilling. After all, it was only 2 levels and was born not long ago. Physical strength and endurance were still too poor. Being able to hold on for 3 minutes was already great. Next it was Lin Shu's turn to give Black Knight the boot. Lifting it onto the couch and starting to add up points. Leaving so much proficiency behind. It was to be used at this time. First, he used 19 points of proficiency to raise his level to 3. There were 36 proficiency points remaining. Black Knight, who was originally limp in Lin Shu's arms, instantly reacted. A stream of heat flowed inside his body. Strength, speed, physique, and a series of other overall qualities improved a bit. The physical strength that had consumed most of the body also recovered quite a bit. Darkness was able to feel that all of this was brought about by the master. Unable to help but be enthusiastic, rolled over in Lin Shu's arms, expressing joy. Lin Shu was not surprised by such a scene. The upgrading process of the Imperial Beasts was originally an enhancement of the whole. An all-round strengthening. After a moment of relaxation, Darkness continued to head towards the replica. He would definitely surpass it. But the result was still obvious. It was quickly defeated. He was a bit disappointed and overwhelmed. Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately comforted. "No matter, you're still small now. It's easy to surpass it when you grow up." Regarding his master's words, Darkness believed them unconditionally. He nestled on the sofa. Dragging his tired body, he quickly fell asleep. Black Knight was diligent, daring to fight and not afraid of challenges. Such a character could be said to be perfect on any Imperial Beast. It didn't take much effort to temper it himself. It could simply be said to be the ideal Imperial Beast. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the room also became somewhat dim. Beep beep beep. Several consecutive cell phone beeps rang out. Lin Shu picked up his cell phone from his pocket. It began to flip through it. A class group called Senior Class 5 appeared. It turned out to be that the Imperial Beast space and talent openings for everyone in the class had ended. Everyone was also chatting in unison. The chat inside the group was hot, all discussing the Imperial Beasts they had just contracted. Quite a few messages at him. "Brother Shu, you're the only one in our class who has awakened the Imperial Beast talent, you're too strong. Yeah, there are only 6 people in the second middle school this year, and there's 1 in our class. Lin Shu, this is my Imperial Beast too, look at yours. You can't even call Lin Shu, why don't you call him Brother Shu?" Many people bragged about him, and many others were also very curious and coveted the elite quality Imperial Beast. Lin Shu looked through the chat records in front of him. He found that many of his classmates had pictures of their Imperial Beasts. However, the quality was average, basically ordinary quality. This is normal, good Imperial Beasts can be very expensive. It could easily start at over $100,000, not something that an average family could accept. Most of his own Senior Class 5 were also ordinary families. At this time, Lin Shu suddenly realized. The pictures in the group himself could actually view the panel. This was somewhat surprising to him. After simply replying to a few polite words in the group, he was ready to put down his cell phone. At this time, class teacher Zhao Sheng came out and spoke. "Everyone be quiet for a moment, I'll say a few words." The original group with constant messages completely quieted down. First of all, congratulations to everyone who has contracted their favorite Imperial Beast. But a successful contract is only the beginning. The subsequent cultivation is the top priority, so everyone shouldn't be overwhelmed by joy. What we should do now is to formulate a good plan to enhance our Imperial Beast step by step. Half a month from now, it will be our senior class collective monthly exam. I hope that everyone will show 12 points of spirit and get a good ranking for themselves. Looking at the words of the teacher within the group. Everyone hit receive in unison. The teacher then quietly left after sending out an emoticon of a panda shaking his fist and cheering. The group was once again lively. What, monthly test me? Punch punch punch. I feel like I'm frighteningly strong myself right now. There's quite a lot of rewards for the monthly exam, so it's better for everyone to all rush as much as possible. This was what class president Huang Ian said. Seeing the teacher speak out about the monthly exam, Lin Shu naturally knew about it. After contracting the imperial beasts, the school started this kind of exam. The content was divided into several levels. The first was the grade of the imperial beast, and this was also the one that accounted for the largest percentage. The second was the skills that the imperial beast possessed. The third is the imperial beast's physical test, which takes up a slightly lower percentage compared to the first two. After all, individuals are different, and the data is only of reference value. It was just a passing test to check if the students' imperial beasts had outstanding physical talent or any problems. Because this was the first monthly exam. So there was no imperial beast battle session. After all, in the early stages, for the imperial beasts, getting through the development period normally was the most important thing. Combat could be made up for later on, and it wasn't as important now. After understanding this, Lin Shu put down his cell phone. After simply cooking for himself, he then sat on the edge of the bed and meditated. This sitting was for the whole night. Chapter 5 Flaming Dogs. The time came to the next day. The bright light of the morning shone into the room. Lin Shu had also woken up. Yesterday, he had only rested for 4 hours, and the rest of the time was spent meditating. Because of the meditation, he was refreshed at this time. Twisting his stiff body, his eyes looked towards the sleeping black knight by his pillow. The little thing was really hard-working, as long as it had energy. It would run to the living room to fight with its own replica. That's what caused it to be so weak right now. The next two texts appeared. Meditated on basic god refining technique proficiency plus 10. Practiced the skill strong attack proficiency plus 8. Waking up was 18 points of proficiency arriving. The balance came to 54, instantly filling up quite a bit more. According to the fumbling within so much time. It is also understanding the way to obtain proficiency. On average, 1 point could be obtained in 2 hours. Most of the points within these 18 points were provided by the replicas. People and imperial beasts were not robots after all, it was impossible to practice skills all the time. Thinking about how in the past it was all saved up bit by bit, one couldn't help but feel that one was also living a good life. After a simple wash and breakfast, Lin Shu woke up the hazy black knight and put it on his shoulder. Preparing to head to Pale Blue Second Middle School. The two replicas were left behind in the house, practicing tirelessly. Pale Blue Second Middle School, which was part of the southern district of the city. It was one of the central districts within Fengdu City. There were a total of 5 districts within Fengdu City. They were the southern district of the city, the central district, the northern suburb, the Donglai district, and the Shishan district. In the city, Kanglan No. 2 High School also belongs to the top 10 high schools, ranked 3rd in the district. The district is second only to the Kanglan First High School and the city's Southern High School. One can imagine how difficult it is for Lin Shu to get into Kanglan No. 2 Middle School. Leaving the neighborhood to the asphalt road by the side of the road. The shapes and colors of the landscape overwhelmed the Black Knight. A pair of eyes couldn't stop rolling. The current him was so curious about everything outside. Quite a few strange and weird imperial beasts were walking along the roadside. Once again, he spent $2 and took a ride on a horse. The speed was fast, and in no time at all, he arrived at the school. Entering the school along the gate, he came inside the senior class 5. The students had basically all arrived. Many of them summoned imperial beasts and placed them on their desks. It made the originally empty classroom a bit crowded. Of course, particularly large imperial beasts were expressly forbidden to be placed in the classroom. Only those smaller than 1.5 m could be released. Movement appeared outside the door and everyone looked up. After realizing that it was Lin Shu, they were attracted to the Black Knight on his shoulder. The Black Knight wasn't afraid of seeing so many gazes and stared straight at them. It's the Shadow Mantis. I've seen it above the iconography. How handsome. So envious, an elite quality imperial beast. The quiet classroom instantly boiled over, all attracted by Lin Shu and darkness. Everyone was talking, and it was a bit noisy for a while. Some bold people directly reached out, gently touching a few handfuls on Black Knight's body, making Black Knight very confused. What was this for? But the farce soon ended. Class leader Huang Yian suddenly said, "Everyone quickly return to their positions, all stop arguing. The teacher is coming over." Hearing this, everyone returned to their positions. Lin Shu also came to sit beside class president Huang Yian. Not a moment later, the sound of clear footsteps appeared. Class teacher Zhao Shang's figure appeared on top of the podium. He held a thermos cup in his left hand and a copy of the Imperial Beast's Shallow Talk in his right hand. This class was a culture class. Everyone was quiet, waiting for the teacher to deliver his lecture. Taking out a chalk, he wrote a few large words on the blackboard. Level, skill, evolution, attribute. I believe that everyone has an understanding of these aspects. I'll tell everyone clearly this time. This knowledge for the Imperial Beasts was something everyone needed. Everyone sat upright and listened carefully. Depending on the energy in the Imperial Beast's body, the rank is divided into 100. Skills, on the other hand, are something that can be born naturally from the growth of the Imperial Beast. The higher the quality, the higher the chance of awakening an advanced skill, but this is not absolute. Certain Imperial Beasts are exceptionally gifted in their skill comprehension, but of course, one can also purchase skill pearls and learn them directly. Skills are categorized into active and passive, so everyone should do a good research on the matching of skills. Skill proficiency is also particularly important, roughly divided into 5 stages. Beginner, little success, great success, perfection, and subtle. Each stage is especially important in terms of how it helps in battle. After saying that, he opened the thermos cup on the side. Shallowly took a sip to moisten his throat. After the level is raised to a certain degree, it will reach the upper limit that can't be raised, and this upper limit has different levels based on different Imperial Beast qualities. If you want to break the ceiling, you need to evolve. Most of the currently known Imperial Beasts have their evolutionary forms. After evolving, the Imperial Beasts will be able to continue leveling up. There's also the monthly exam in half a month's time. I hope that everyone can rank up to an ideal ranking and become the best class of students I've ever brought up. Zhao Shang then continued to explain at length, and even used the Imperial Beasts of his classmates as a model example. Ding bell. The bell rang for the end of class, and Zhao Shang picked up his things and walked out the door. Once the person left, the quiet classroom instantly became noisy again. Lin Shu's eyes looked to his side. Beside Huang Yian, a red puppy was lying at his feet playing with the darkness. The light red fur was a little shiny, its appearance was similar to that of an unusual puppy, and a flickering flame symbol on its forehead marked its identity. Flame dogs, this Imperial Beast's Lin Shu had known. Name, Flame Dog. Rank, LV 1910. Level limit, LV 43. Status, happy. Quality, elite. Attribute, fire. Talent, none. Skills, beginner skill bite beginner 320. Extremely docile and obedient, elite quality, one of the most suitable Imperial Beasts for newbie Imperial Beast masters. Of course, the price is also very beautiful. The market price was around 200,000 daxia coins. Huang Yian saw Lin Shu's gaze. How about it, my little fire is not bad, right? Of course, this is an Imperial Beast that many people dream of. Lin Shu replied. Huang Yian's character was generous and honest, plus Lin Shu was at the same table. Naturally, the relationship was quite good. Usually they often chatted and learned from each other. The same as the elite quality Imperial Beast, later can also win this flame dog competition. Adding some combat experience would also be good. Lin Shu scanned around the class. He found that there were quite a few elite quality Imperial Beasts. There were 7 of them. It seemed like there were quite a few rich kids in the class. The rest of the students were ordinary Imperial Beasts that they had received from the school's beast breeding house. Then it came to lunchtime. There were a total of 3 cafeterias within the second middle school. The cafeterias for all 3 grades were separated, avoiding the crowding that would occur if the students and Imperial Beasts were all gathered together. Together, they went downstairs with their classmates. A scent that excited the Imperial Beasts wafted out from the distance. Chapter 6: High-Speed Movement and Heavy Strike. Blue Star was also non-existent in terms of transcendent power since 300 years ago. It was a terrible day. The azure sky ripped open without warning. These cracks appeared as if they had torn down the barrier protecting Blue Star. And the changes had only just begun. All over the world, countless large and small, deep and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. The appearance of these spatial cracks also brought with them an unknown and mysterious world. These worlds, either broken or intact, connected one place after another. Some of the spaces only existed for a short period of time, but most of them survived permanently. Many unheard of monsters came out of the cracks, and they plundered wildly. It was a good thing that this also prompted the Bluestarians to evolve, based on the information they had gained from the rift spaces. One by one, they manipulated these monsters. That's how the Sentinel Beastmasters were born. Now that 100 years have passed, the Beastmaster has completely formed a system. Completely integrated into life. The Beastmaster has also become the profession with the lowest threshold. It had almost reached universal popularity. However, the crisis from within the rift had never been lifted. There was an even greater need for a steady stream of top-tier Imperial Beastmasters. Kanglin's second middle school was a public school. Most of the resources within the school were subsidized by Grand Xia. So students hardly had to spend any money within the school. The cafeteria was naturally just as free. The interior was dual-purpose, including students and Imperial beasts. A white shanty-type building occupying an area the size of a soccer field appeared in front of them. Entering it, the interior was divided into two areas. A number of weighing machines were placed in the center. Many students placed their Imperial beasts into them. A note was then spat out from the machine next to it. The weight of the Imperial beast was marked on it. The food was then distributed according to weight, which also eliminated waste. Taking the note, Lin Shu brought Black Knight to a window. He soon received today's meal. Place the iron basin containing the food on the ground. Taking out the primary nutrient that he brought from home, he poured it in. This would increase the growth rate of the Imperial beasts. Many students did the same. One person and one pet then began to eat their lunch. The taste couldn't be talked about as good, but it was enough on the point of being free. After eating, they returned to the middle of the classroom. In the afternoon was the Imperial Beasts basic class. Lin Shu opened a copy of Modern Imperial Beast History and slowly studied, while Black Knight huffed and puffed on the desktop. Although he had already become an Imperial Beast Master, he couldn't lack learning. And there were also cultural points in the college entrance exam, occupying 30%. Soon today's lesson had ended, and the teacher said something before leaving. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is a rest day, so don't just focus on playing. It's still important to put your mind on the Imperial Beasts. On Monday, I'll take everyone to take a quiz on the Imperial Beast level. The school was able to test the Imperial Beast's grades, but of course there were also such organizations outside that could do so. The price for an institution to test it was at $100 a time. For students, the test would be best in the school, after all, it was free. Returning home. Lin Shu thought about how to arrange these 2 days. It was discovered that there wasn't any good place to go. He had just become a royal beast master, and his strength in royal beasts was still a bit poor. What to go to the Imperial Beast Hall to compete and participate in some Imperial Beast competitions? These were all unrealistic. It was still necessary to develop properly for a period of time before one could go and do these things. Just like that, 2.5 days passed quickly. The time came to Monday. A total of 120 points of proficiency had been gained in these 3 days, an average of 40 points a day. One could imagine how much Lin Shu and Black Knight were livering during this period of time. They were really exercising in addition to eating and sleeping. So much proficiency had been added to Black Knight for the most part. Black Knight's panel attributes also changed drastically. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level LV 6260. Level limit, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, darkness space. Talent, void walking beginner 1-200. Skills, beginner strong attack major 240, fast movement minor 230, heavy strike beginner 120. It could be said to be luxurious to the extreme. The level came to level 6, and even more so, 2 primary skills were comprehended. The primary nutrients were still very effective, bringing about quite a few boosts within the past few days. Converting it into a bit, it was around 12 points, averaging out to 3 points a day. The rest were all boosted up with additional points, otherwise it wouldn't have been at such a fast rate. Most of the skill boosts were attributed to the duplicates, especially strong attack. A great effect was achieved under one's own power. This wave could be described as a bird's eye view, off the charts. Of course, proficiency was also directly at the bottom, with only 11 points remaining. These few days down, the Black Knight's physique is also directly a big circle. The change is especially obvious. Standing up, the length was 60 centimeters, and the width was also 30 centimeters. The black leather armor was oily and shiny, as if it was a suit of armor. Front limbs in front of the sharp hook more and more slender, like a round moon scimitar. Such a look is really like a born assassin. I can't wait for a real Beastmaster duel. Halfway through his thoughts, Lin Shu stopped thinking about it. There were many opportunities to follow up, and he didn't need to rush. Usually at this time of the year, there would be many newbie Beastmaster competitions. Collectively known as the Baby Cup, the rewards were generally quite ordinary. However, it had the advantage of having a chance to fight and communicate with other newcomers. With this in mind, Lin Shu brought Black Knight on his way to the school. On the other side of the school. In the office, Zhao Shang was writing furiously, signing various documents. It took a long while before he put down the pen in his hand and exhaled. At this time, a voice came out from the front of the seat. "Old Zhao, old traditions can't be lost. Do you have time this afternoon? Let's compare the two classes." Senior Class 2 class teacher Li Qiming said. Zhao Shang looked across the room and had a moment before reacting. "Look at me here, I'm all busy." Lowering his head slightly, he agreed. "It's fine, it's about the same time. I see that the students in the class have quite itchy hands." "That's fine, the usual is good. The grounds will be waiting for you this afternoon, I'll be off." After saying that, he pushed out the door with his thermos. Zhao Shang and Li Qiming had been teachers in Kanglin's second middle school for many years. There was this traditional program. When each class of students first contracted the Imperial Beasts, the two classes would spar with each other. 4 people were chosen from each class to play a team match. Both of them would take out 2 types of first-rank spirit objects as a prize. That class that won would take away the 4 spirit items for a reward. The first-order spirit materials were also a kind of treasure material that assisted in boosting the strength of Imperial Beasts, and the effect was a bit better than primary nutrients. The price wasn't very high, between 1,000 and 3,000, depending on the attributes. This was also a small token of the duo's gratitude for helping their students. This time the class was afraid that it would be a bit difficult. The opposite class had 2 Imperial Beast talents. There was only one in their own class. Zhao Shang thought in his heart. Forget about it, victory and defeat is a common thing, it's just a pity that the 3 consecutive victories against Li Qiming's class. One less thing to brag about to him. Shaking his head, he didn't think much more about it. Walked out inside the office and prepared to go to class. Chapter 7, 2 classes fighting against each other. The morning passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The students of Class 5 all walked out of the classroom. This class, Zhao Shang brought everyone inside the Imperial Beast battlefield. This was the place in the school that was specialized in Imperial Beast battles. Machines for level testing were also placed aside, and there were also some equipment piled up to assist the Imperial Beasts in exercising. Let's not rush the level test first, I've arranged for Class 2 to come here to fight against each other. I wonder if everyone dares to touch base with them. Hearing these words, the bottom instantly became lively. It was obvious that everyone had been thinking about this matter for a long time as well. Of course we dare. We fight the elites. Charge the hell out of him. This word stirred up the students' desire to win. They were all young people, and their fire was still strong. At the back of the crowd, Lin Shu was also a little surprised at what he heard. This was a pillow that came when he dozed off. It was just the right time for Shallow to try out Black Knight's current strength. It's going to be the first battle later, are you ready? Touching Black Knight's smooth head, he said. Immediately, Black Knight understood what Lin Shu meant. He immediately interlocked his forelimbs with each other and assumed a battle stance, his eyes glowing with coldness and danger. Expressing absolute confidence in his first battle. Seeing such a scene, Lin Shu was very satisfied. He thought to himself, I hope that everyone in Class 2 is a bit stronger. It would be too boring if it ended too quickly. After all, the darkness was still a bit overmodeled for the other Imperial Beasts right now. There was no waiting too long. Class 2 came within the arena led by Li Ziming. Without immediately starting to choose to pick 4 students for the group competition, after all, there were still so many remaining students. It is impossible to let go, or a class to take care of the same, cannot be treated differently. Not to mention an afternoon time is long enough. All against once again time is also in time. One by one, both sides line up, one by one, 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 one by one. The two teachers stood on the side, observing everyone's movements. One could only say that it was worthy of being a new Imperial Beast Master, and there were many tricks during the sparring session. Various accidents came one after another. Firstly, there was a change of heart on the side of Class 5. Lu Yang, that's how you perform your beasts, isn't it? You can forget your beasts at home? How come you people didn't forget? Lu Yang lowered his head in shame, feeling like the sky had collapsed. This matter was afraid to be remembered for the rest of his life. As expected, many students behind him could not stop laughing. That was very happy. Seeing such a scene, Lu Yang's head was even lower. It was really humiliating. Zhao Shang's spittle flew out of his mouth, and the whole person was very angry. What is this all about? The opposite class was no better. A female student summoned her royal beast coffee cat, but she completely lacked the intimidating power of a master. She couldn't command her beast at all. After looking around, Cafe Cat's pace was strong, and she ran along the seat in front of her, not knowing where she was going. Sensei, my cat is missing. Oh. Kitty. Crying and shouting, she came to Li Qiming's side. Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Qiming's head was filled with black lines. Just now he was still poking fun at Zhao Shang. Who would have thought that it would be his turn so soon? After making a lot of effort to find the coffee cat, Li Qiming also gave that girl a good talking to. Being an Imperial Beast Master behaving like this was poor. Fortunately, everything was relatively normal. Both teachers would give some more pertinent advice to the students in their classes after sparring. Skill to find a good time, don't be so random. And you, what have you commanded into? Can't figure out the situation, can you? Although Zhao Shang was a bit harsh, he was indeed a responsible teacher. It had been a few days since the contracted Imperial Beasts had been contracted, and now it was also the golden period of growth. Most of everyone's Imperial Beasts had also come to the 3rd level and individual 4th level. A lot of effort had been spent on training. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was still considered good. Everyone more or less also learned something, recognized their own shortcomings. They will improve and relearn later. Next, it's time for the team competition. It was also the main event of the day, and everyone was looking forward to it. The students of the two classes sat around the seats in the opposing field, waiting for the results of the selection. Everyone was still self-aware and didn't puff up their faces. They knew exactly what strength they had, and the selection was carried out by the two teachers. Class 5 here, Lin Shu was selected without any surprise. The other 3 were Class President Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, and Lu Dong. All 3 of them had elite quality Imperial Beasts, and their levels were all at level 4. Their strength was very good. 2 gifted people from Class 2 were selected, plus 2 students with elite quality Imperial Beasts. The grades were also exactly the same, all at level 4. The overall strength was almost the same. Class 2 would be a bit stronger. But it wasn't impossible to fight. Go Class 5. Go for it. Go Class 2. Go. The sounds of everyone cheering resounded from all around, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no sight of two sides taunting and quarreling with each other. There was also leaning together, discussing everyone's strength. The teacher ranked the 4. Huang Yan was first, Zhang Qi was second, and Lu Dong was third. Lin Shu was put in last place. Class 2 was also set up and finished. The team competition was imminent. Cheer up everyone, don't feel any pressure. It's just recreational in nature, just show your truest strength. Zhao Shang sat on the steps, speaking somewhat casually. Within the empty field, 2 people stood on either side. Dazzling patterns of brilliant light appeared within the spell formation, and 2 Imperial Beasts were summoned. The 2 Imperial Beasts were the Flame Dog and the Flame Chicken. They were also fire attributed, and their levels were comparable. This battle was still relatively interesting. Lin Shu watched with interest from the side. Black Knight also rested his head and quietly observed. Both sides didn't have too much trial and error. Meeting was a physical battle, the level was too low at this stage. There are no tactics, close combat is the best choice. The attack method was also surprisingly consistent on both sides. The Flame Dog was using its beak to tear and bite, and the Flame Chicken was using its beak to peck.
High-end Imperial beasts dueling often used the plainest form of offense.
This was still caused by being too low-leveled and not having any skills. Both sides had achieved good results with their attacks, but unfortunately, the damage was a bit lacking.
This was going to be a tug of war. And that was when Huang Yian skillfully changed tactics, utilizing the flame dog's advantage. Speed to pull the flame chicken.
This method was very effective.
The original evenly matched scene went sideways all of a sudden.
Flaming dogs are known for their speed, although the flaming chicken speed is not slow. But in comparison, it is still much worse. In the end, the flaming chicken lost the battle, the flaming dog won the first game. This kind of performance for newcomers can be very good. It had fully utilized the advantages of its own imperial beasts. Straw nah, worthy of being the class president. Cheer up. Strive to take one more. At the back, the students sitting around watching also gave high praise.
Huang Yian also raised his arms to cheer himself up.
Inside, he also had the idea of taking down one more person. Chapter 8, A Small Test of the Bull's Blade. Unfortunately, the heavens did not cooperate, and most of the next few battles were lost by Class 5. The followers only took down one of them, leaving two, both gifted. And Class 5 was left with only the last lone seedling, Lin Shu.
Sorry, I'm the one dragging my feet. I'm too weak.
Lu Dong blamed himself greatly, believing that the front was all his own problem. In response, Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling that he shouldn't take it to heart and that losing wouldn't have any effect.
Not to mention that he hadn't lost yet. It's okay, there are still just two more people. It's not that difficult to defeat them.
Lin Shu himself was naturally not under much pressure, even if it took two people together to be able to put some pressure on Black Knight, right? It seemed to be infected by Lin Shu's words and confidence. Lu Dong nodded heavily. The Class 5 students at the back also felt that the situation was not good, and that the possibility of winning was very small, yet they still spared no effort in cheering for Lin Shu,
trying to find a way to win this class fight.
On the other side, Zhao Shang also felt that he had no chance of winning, but he still had the slightest thought of winning. Lin Shu didn't know what the others were thinking, his pace was steady and easy. Darkness jumped from a distance and landed steadily in the center of the field. The slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was ready to fight. His eyes were full of eagerness to fight. His opponent was a horned lion. It was also the one that his teacher had recommended him to choose.
It was rather a bit marvelous.
With a command, the battle officially began. Commanding the darkness, he stormed towards his opponent.
Day. Black Knight didn't drag its feet and charged straight ahead.
Under the high-speed movement enchantment, it only felt like a black shadow drifted past in front of his eyes.
The horned lion was a bit confused, it actually couldn't find the enemy's whereabouts at all.
This scene also caused a gasp of surprise within the venue.
Holy, this speed, it's too fast. It's hard to see at all.
This is the primary skill, high-speed movement. Zhao Sheng sat on the side to explain, and there were still words inside that he hadn't finished.
This was at least a minor accomplishment of high-speed movement, otherwise it wouldn't be this fast.
Poof, poof. The sharp forelimbs were like daggers, easily cutting through the horned lion's skin,
bringing out flakes of blood.
Roar! The horned lion instantly suffered pain and hissed out, enough to see the depth of the damage. Opening its mouth wide, it was ready to tear into the enemy, only to realize that it had already disappeared after twisting its head. In the blink of an eye, there was a gaunt shadow attacking with just a slash. The horned lion would already be unable to stand on its feet, and was already staggering. It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so, and the battle seemed to be coming to an end at this very moment. The students on the opposite side were a bit overwhelmed, their eyes a bit dull, completely unaware of what was happening.
Even the talent hadn't been used.
But it seemed like the difference between using it and not using it wasn't that big.
This mantis opposite was too strong.
Alright, stop.
There's no need to compete, it's your class 5 that one.
Li Qiming had to interrupt the bout, it was a massacre and there was no longer a need to continue. Forcing it to go on would only cause his students to lose confidence. Hearing this, Lin Shu also stopped Black Knight in time,
making him stop.
The little guy was somewhat dissatisfied, his entire face written with unhappiness. Lin Shu hurriedly comforted him and promised to take him to a better place next time.
Only then did this make Black Knight happy. Seeing this scene, everyone in the venue hadn't expected it. This fight would be so simple and quick.
Gusts of astonishment continued, with Class 5, in particular, being the most excited.
Holy holy! This is too fierce. Brother Shu is too good.
Even Class 2 was impressed by Lin Shu's performance. This was a completely different level of competition. In the face of everyone's overwhelming praise, Lin Shu didn't get carried away and performed very calmly. Originally, I thought that I could finally win against you once. How could I not expect that your class had produced a pervert? Li Qiming said to Zhao Shang, his face full of pity.
Haha laughed, looking very happy. It's just luck, your class is very strong.
These words were slightly comforting. I'll give you the stuff later. Leaving behind such a sentence, Li Qiming left the grounds with the Class 2 students. Next, Zhao Shang clapped his hands,
gesturing for everyone to quiet down.
Congratulations to our class, for taking down Class 2 as well.
But don't be complacent everyone, winning one is nothing. By who won everyone knows. Alright everyone line up, we'll start testing the classes.
Knocking everyone down a bit, after all, Imperial Beast Masters still have to rely on the strength of their own Imperial Beasts to speak.
Relying on others alone is nothing too meaningful. Neatly lining up to start testing ranks. Many people pulled Lin Shu and whispered, their words full of admiration.
Level 4. Mechanical and fluctuationless words came out from the instrument.
Some people had already tested in advance, already knowing the results.
But most of them were students who hadn't been tested and were still relatively excited at this time. Many people were also curious about Lin Shu's Imperial Beast level. If it was so fierce, it had to be level 5. For this instrument, Lin Shu was also very curious. It soon came to him. Under the command, darkness entered onto a disc that was blackened all over and waited quietly. Beep, beep, beep. A red beam of light appeared as the instrument slowly operated.
Scanning up and down from head to tail, it aroused Blackout's curiosity. Swinging its forelimbs to capture the beam. The scan quickly ended and the results were reported straight away.
Level 6. Hiss, still quite a few students drew in a breath of cool air. It's only been a few days and the Imperial Beasts have been cultivated like this. It was only normal to win Class 2 then.
Huang Yan whacked Lin Shu's back.
You kid, you're a bit of a pervert. He gave the flame dog nutrients every day, and the spirit objects were pulled up to full strength, but it was only level 4. He didn't expect Lin Shu to be level 6 without saying a word. Perhaps it was related to the natural ability, being able to increase the growth rate of the Imperial Beasts, otherwise there was no reason to explain it. Keeping up with this speed, the first place in the monthly exam in 10 days would be a breeze. Zhao Shang thought so in his heart.
Look everyone, you all need to learn from Lin Shu. The crowd couldn't help but be a little speechless. Is this something that you can learn just because you want to?
Soon the test had ended, everyone all returned to the classroom and packed up their things. It was already time for school to end. Lin Shu was called into the office.
What attribute spirit item do you want? Tomorrow I can give you the item.
Lin Shu sniffed and thought for a moment and replied.
Dark attribute is fine.
It wasn't that he didn't want a spatial attribute, but there were simply none in the first-rank spirit objects. Spiritual objects with spatial attributes were at least of the 5th rank or above. Nodding, Zhao Shang made a note of it.
Any problems lately?
Lin Shu shook his head. Currently he hadn't encountered any problems. After thinking about it, Zhao Shang didn't say anything else and let Lin Shu go home. Looking at Lin Shu's departing back, Zhao Shang was flooded with many thoughts. He had an understanding of Lin Shu's family situation, and he had improved so quickly. He thought that he had suffered a lot.
Chapter 9 Frost Star Sparrow and the College Cup. The sky was getting a bit dim.
Lin Shu began to busy himself at home, simply tidying up the room and the living room. The replicas had made the house a bit dirty in the past few days. After satisfying his appetite, Lin Shu sat paralyzed on the sofa. He looked at Black Knight and the replicas who were working out feverishly on the side. Unlike the previous few days, Black Knight was already able to be on par with the replica in a short period of time. It was only in terms of durability that the difference was still too great. At this time, the two replicas became a bit dull. It was like losing color. Then, like a bubble, the whole thing exploded. Nothing was left behind, just disappearing into the air. Seeing such a scene, Lin Shu was not surprised. He knew that it was impossible for a replica to exist forever. In his mind, he thought about how long it had existed.
Finding out that it had lasted for 5 days, such a performance was still very good. Not much time had been wasted. Soon the two replicas reappeared in the room. Using the talent twice in a row was still a bit too much of a mental burden for Lin Shu. Sitting paralyzed on the couch, he poured a bottle of mental stimulation potion into his mouth, which made him feel better. Under Lin Shu's control, the replica continued to numbly exercise its skills. He had some thoughts in his mind about his talents. It seemed that as long as they were consumed less, they would be able to last longer. When the energy stored in the body was exhausted, the replica body would disappear. It wouldn't affect anything now, but at a later stage, when Blackout had comprehended intermediate and advanced skills, the duplicate body might not even last a day. Without further thinking about it, Lin Shu thought about proficiency. Although the current amount that could be gained every day was already quite a lot. But with this thing, it was never too much. Looking at his panel attributes, he instantly had an idea. Name, Lin Shu. Status General Spiritual Depression. Spirit, 72. Talent, Mirror Flower Water Moon Beginner 35-200. Royal Beast, Shadow Mantis Darkness. Technique, Basic God Refining Decision Greatest Achievement 1170. Proficiency, 11. Not only did Darkness improve greatly over this period of time, but Lin Shu was no less impressive. Spiritual power had risen by 4 points during this period of time, and the Basic God Refining Decision had also come to great success. My talent can copy Imperial Beasts and bring proficiency to myself. In other words, as long as one contracts more Imperial Beasts, the more proficiency one has as well. So the next goal is to add 100 points to one's spirit, reaching the threshold of a first-rank Imperial Beast Master. Only then could one proceed with the contracting of the next Imperial Beast. Lin Shu was relatively special, for other newbie Imperial Beast Masters. Only when they reached the third rank would they consider a second Imperial Beast. After all, Imperial Beasts cost a lot of money and time. The average person simply couldn't afford to raise one. Make up your mind, get to 100 spirit points before this weekend. Then go pick a second Imperial Beast contract. Accelerate the acquisition of proficiency. For the second Imperial Beast, Lin Shu pondered. Should he choose a warrior type, or a meat tank? Or maybe a mage? Forget it, just don't think too much. We'll see when the time comes. Think about it in the next few days. The room was quiet. The night was silent, and the time came to the next day. Lin Shu walked inside the campus, and many of the students who passed by pointed at him. They also whispered from time to time. It made him a little unsure. What were these people doing? He walked into the classroom and asked his classmates. Only then did he realize what was going on. It turned out that the things from yesterday's sparring match had all spread out. Many people knew about Lin Shu, the strongest man in Class 5. Lin Shu had no idea what to say. This is all what and what ah. Huang Yian was watching from the side and was laughing non-stop. Time flew by, and all of a sudden it was after lunch. At noon, Lin Shu also got a kind of spirit from the teacher. The afternoon class was more relaxed, was to watch the college cup game. Of course, there is also the high school cup, just cannot be compared to the heat, but also has a certain amount of attention and gold. It's also kind of a great way to get the class up to speed. Today is the individual match of the University Cup 128-64. The University Cup is divided into two programs, the individual competition and the team competition. There will also be two champions. Jiangcheng University versus Blue Lake University. The teacher came to the classroom and skillfully opened the webpage to put the match out. It was commercial time and the match hadn't started yet. Everyone was in high spirits, discussing which university would be able to win. I think it's Jiangcheng University, after all, it's also an old and strong school. Yeah, after all, it's a regular in the top 16, it's still simple to beat Blue Lake University. The wind went to one side. Said is also reasonable, after all, compared to the fame of Jiangcheng University. Blue Lake University can be said to be a lot worse, but also did not have the ability to have results in the University Cup. It is also true. Lin Shu is also interested in this, he also wants to see the real game. Yesterday's class fight can be said to be just a child's playground. Knocking on the head of the Black Knight, so that he is not distracted. Watch and learn well. In response, Black Knight obediently nodded his head, appearing to be very well behaved. The commercial break passed quickly. As the camera cut in,
The hustle and bustle of the city matched the crowd shouting. A huge and magnificent arena stood here. It was like a giant beast coiled here, full of power and beauty. Entering the interior of the arena, a vision came to the center of the field. This was a huge circular arena, specifically used for sparring. Several huge display screens were installed inside the arena. Detailed information of the players as well as exciting moments were played in real time. A circle of audience seats surrounded the arena. The seats were staggered, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators. After a short wait, the two players appeared inside the arena. The spell formation surged and the imperial beasts appeared in view. As the referee on the side gave an order, the match between Zhengcheng University versus Blue Lake University officially began. As expected, the students of Zhengcheng University were very strong. They took out a Frost Star Sparrow and beat the other side into submission. Simply not an opponent, the same as a college student, the gap is not too big. Advancing into the top 64. With the end of the match, the classroom was noisy. Everyone's blood was boiling and they couldn't wait to stand up and play the match themselves. Discussing the power of the Frost Starfinch. And with the panel, Lin Shu was able to find out just how strong it was. Name, Frost Starfinch. Level, LV 6355 630. Level limit, 100 plus. Status, moderately injured. Quality, Lord. Attribute, Ice Flying. Talent, none. Skills: Elementary skills: Peck into the subtle 105-200, Impact into the subtle 77-200. Intermediate skills: Extreme Cold - Perfect 35-100, Ice Blade into the subtle 13-400. Advanced skill: Frost Flying Feather to Chang 144-160, Cold Ice Enhancement to Chang 122-160. Super level skill: Dance of Ice and Snow Beginner 48-160. Terrifying as hell. Seeing a panel like this, one realized the true strength of a senior Imperial Beast Master. Close to the 7th rank, up to level 63. Lord quality, countless skills. And this was what could be called a match. Chapter 10: Mountain Rock Man. For the next 3 days, the days passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. During these days, Lin Shu also managed to raise his spirit to 100 points. A lot of proficiency had been spent. After a few days of hoarding, the proficiency also came to 150. Darkness kept practicing the skill in the middle of the living room. It was already immersed. He was really too hardworking. Going out the door, he called up Blackout, who was a bit confused. Although he didn't know what was going on, as long as he was with his master, that would be the best. Took public transportation to the central district. In the center square within the city center. This was the most central place within the entire Fengdu city. It was bustling with high-rise buildings and booming businesses. There was also the city's largest Imperial Beast selling store, the Imperial Beast House. The Royal Beast House was extremely famous in the whole country, and was able to rank in the top 3 in the industry. However, this one in Fengdu City was a bit special, because this place was built in a broken otherworld. Therefore, the venue was extremely large, and the stock of Imperial Beasts was also extremely large. It was even possible to purchase Lord quality Imperial Beasts within. As he led Black Knight around the square, Black Knight held onto his thighs for fear of losing himself. People came and went here, and not paying attention would indeed pose that risk. Many people held the same purpose as Lin Shu. When they arrived at the entrance of the House of Imperial Beasts, 4 different colored portals appeared. Lin Shu had learned about this place and knew what it meant. The House of Imperial Beasts was divided into 4 areas. They were assigned according to quality, from left to right. Without hesitation, Lin Shu directly entered the ordinary quality portal. After all, with his financial resources, ordinary was the most suitable. Of course, there were no suitable Imperial Beasts here. Elite quality places were also able to barely charge a bit. After entering the gateway, there was a short period of darkness, which was also accompanied by a feeling of vertigo. Lin Shu knew that this was entering within the broken world. Soon the vision returned, and a lavishly decorated waiting room appeared. Stepping into the room, before Lin Shu could even open his mouth, the staff of the Imperial Beast House jogged to the front. "Greetings, sir. Are you here to select an Imperial Beast?" The person who came was a young woman, wearing light makeup and a purple and red work uniform that looked very fitting on her body. Paired with a face full of smiles, not belittling Lin Shu because he was young, his attitude could be said to be very positive. Service attitude was also one of the main signboards of the House of Imperial Beasts, otherwise Lin Shu wouldn't have come here.
Nodding his head, otherwise what was the point of coming here?
The woman pointed her finger to the left, explaining as she led the way.
Alright, please follow me this way. This area specializes in normal quality Imperial Beasts. I don't know if you have a suitable target, do you need me to introduce it to you?
Pulling darkness to follow the staff's instructions. Hearing this, after a slight thought, he replied.
Not for now, I'll take a look at the Imperial Beasts first. This is also the normal situation. Okay, it will take a while, you can take your time to pick. After walking for about a minute, it came to the place.
Walking out of a glass door, what met his eyes was a winding river.
Many white brocade fish were jumping and flapping within the river. This scene was quite peculiar.
It made the darkness around his feet very curious. The staff also opened their mouths to explain when they saw this scene. Under the river are white brocade fish, and this behavior they're doing now is because the breeding period has arrived.
This is a courtship behavior. It was really interesting.
A forest appeared in the field of view, with a mountain peak further away. Many imperial beasts were moving around in the forest, which were mostly free-ranging. The variety of imperial beasts in this place still looked relatively large. The size within the broken world was a bit surprising to Lin Shu.
This place is named the Landscape Realm.
There are quite a few imperial beasts inside that belong uniquely to this realm. It's also the signature of our Fengdu Imperial Beast House.
The staff explained from the side.
Despite the words, the truly good imperial beasts were definitely not in this region. With that, he brought Lin Shu into a 3-story high wooden hut. Imperial beasts that were suitable for contract were searched for.
Placed inside the wooden hut.
The number of imperial beasts inside was surprisingly high. White brocade fish, red water crocodiles, small fire rats, venom snails, and so on, there were many varieties. There were 46 species, 18 of which were unique to the landscape realm.
It was still too time-consuming to look at them one by one.
Lin Shu opened his mouth to inquire.
I'm looking for a positioning warrior or defense-type imperial beast. I wonder if there are any here.
In these few days, Lin Shu had already figured out the approximate positioning of this second imperial beast.
It was determined to be warrior type and defense type.
Of course, there were other more excellent imperial beasts that had appeared, then it would be another story. Although the chances of this were relatively small, there was still a slight chance of owning the panel. After all, in such a large store, the instruments were very complete. It was also a bit difficult to pick up the slack if one relied on the panel.
In response to his question, the staff had an answer after a little thought.
Obviously, the expertise was skillful and knew a lot about the landscape world.
Of course there is, you follow me?
Coming to the place, he pointed his finger to a few small stone monkeys. Several small monkeys were similar to human children, just with a little more hair on their bodies. Looking at the little stone monkeys, positioned as warriors, it was as expected. It was just that its battle power was lower after it evolved its form to become a stubborn stone monkey. Many people on the internet had trolled it, with low resistance to blows and low attack power. And there are few monkeys with poor character in this breed, some are very lazy and won't practice and exercise at all.
They only eat and drink. It's not uncommon for them not to listen to instructions.
Simply put, it is one of the types that are difficult to control. This is the general newbie Imperial Beast Master, difficult to master Imperial Beasts. Opened the panel and looked at the several small stone monkeys. There were no surprises, they were all very different from each other, there were no surprises.
The lowest expectation in his mind was that the Imperial Beast must come with a talent.
Having a talent meant that it had potential, and it didn't matter if the quality was lower. After evolving, it could naturally make up for the shortcomings in this area. It seemed that Lin Shu did not say anything.
The staff also knew the meaning and understood that this was unsatisfactory.
You can also take another look at the mountain rock man next to it. On the left-hand side, a space the size of a basketball court was surrounded by a fence. A single monkey-sized mountain rock man was perched inside. The limbs were short but stout, the bodies were mud yellow, and the features were rough and of different sizes. It was as if someone had drawn them on with a brush. It looked like a bunch of potato people. Although they looked a bit abstract, mountain rock people were considered good among the imperial beasts within the ordinary quality. Their strength was excellent and immense. The mountain stone cast body allowed for a relatively outstanding defense as well. The biggest drawback was that their speed was too slow, affecting their overall evaluation. It seemed very suitable for himself, Lin Shu silently calculated in his mind. It was better to first see if there were any carrying talents within this pile of mountain rock people. Then before settling on a conclusion. Without looking, there really was a mountain rock man that existed with a talent. Looking at the information within the panel, this second imperial beast was basically determined. Chapter 11 Earth Obsidian Physique. There were still gifted existences among these dozens of mountain rock people. Name, Mountain Rock Man. Level LV1310. Level limit, LV25. Status, healthy. Quality, normal. Attribute, Earth. Talent, Earth and Obsidian Physique Beginner 12200. Skill, Elementary Punch Beginner 620. This talent, as you can tell from the name, is about the physical aspect. Originally, the mountain rock man's strength was in defense, and with this talent, the defense would definitely be even more prominent. Become the strongest shield in one's hands. The difficulty of evolving a mountain rock man was also low, and the cost was not high, since he had already picked his preferred imperial beast. Lin Shu directly spoke. I'll take that mountain rock man. The staff followed the direction of his finger and saw the mountain rock man that had been picked. He was on the large side, larger than a stone man of the same age. At the moment, he was lying down and sitting on the ground, enjoying the sun. All right, please wait a moment. After saying the words, he jogged all the way to the side. Pulling out a man, he carried out the mountain rock man in the fence. The woman then returned to Lin Shu. May I ask if you intend a contract here? If so, I'll open a quiet room for you. You can contract quietly in there. The staff inquired. Yes, please open one for me. With a free venue to use, why not use it? The mountain rock man was then sent into the quiet room. Lin Shu, on the other hand, went to the cashier at the side and prepared to pay. The price was 15,888 yuan. This price was very reasonable. Before he came, he had already checked the prices of most ordinary quality imperial beasts. Ordinary quality imperial beasts were priced between 3,000 and 20,000 yuan. The stronger the strength, the greater the development potential, the higher the price. Of course, these prices were also affected by some of the official subsidies of the Grand Xia. Otherwise it wouldn't be this cheap. If it was the first contracted imperial beast, it even had a 70% discount. Of course Lin Shu, who accepted the sponsorship of the public school, did the same. Pulling out his cell phone, he paid the money down. It already represented that this mountain rock man already belonged to him. 15888, balance remaining 64,352.08. The funds on hand are still quite rich. Looking at the cell phone bank prompting a text message. It seems that the back is to find a way to get some money to use. These money is not durable. Next, the female staff handed over a room card. Sir, the quiet room is right in front. Swipe the door of the room corresponding to the room card and you'll be able to enter. If there's any help, there are buttons inside the room, just one press and another staff member will come. This service was really thoughtful. Okay, thanks. After politely thanking him, Lin Shu found the room corresponding to the room card. Tick, tick. The door lock popped open and he entered it. The quiet room was huge, a full 50 square feet in size. It was no different from a hotel room. The mountain rock man was sitting quietly in the corner at the moment. Growing up within the fence, he had grown up. Everything about the outside world was curious and unfamiliar. Darkness quickly ran to his side. A pair of eyes, like a scanning machine, scanned his whole body. The mountain rock man didn't do anything else, just stared blankly. A small face full of ignorance. This is your new companion. Black Knight, don't bully him. Black Knight looked at Lin Shu and understood the meaning. His body sat straight with a serious face. It seemed to express that it wouldn't. Lin Shu smiled a little and supported Black Knight to the side. Then he planned to start the contract. Once again, he instructed Black Knight to not make too many noises, and to keep itself safe afterward. Black Knight was also obedient and came to stand at the entrance, guarding the entire room. Everything was ready. Lin Shu's spirit drifted. Spiritual energy instantly dispersed in all directions, condensing the contract prototype. With the experience of a successful contract, this time, the speed of coagulation was much faster. Mauve light emerged, filling the room.
The mountain rock man was still staring blankly at the moment, seemingly at a bit of a loss.
A few moments later, the contract took shape. Like a beam of light, it didn't enter the mountain rock man's body.
The internal spirit was so weak that it was almost impossible to feel it.
It seemed that as long as one was willing, this contract was bound to succeed. However, he did not do so, but still carried out some guidance,
letting this weak spirit accept himself.
In this way, the success of the contract was a done deal. At this moment, the mountain rock man only felt that the boulder man in front of him was very kind. As if it was the closest family member in the world. The original somewhat stagnant expression changed and brought on a smile. And this was also the change brought about by the contract. Lin Shu rubbed his somewhat swollen head. It was still a bit of a stretch to contract 2 imperial beasts with a spirit that had just filled the first rank. But as long as the contract was completed, a little pain was nothing. After a short rest, he was finally much better. I found that the 2 little ones were playing at the side. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It seems like there is no need to worry about their personality differences later on. They wouldn't be able to play together anymore. Since the contract had been completed, it was time to go out.
Lin Shu booked a room online. For 2 days and 1 night, the price was 458 yuan after using a coupon.
The price was a little expensive, but the room came with an Imperial Beast training room. Calculated like this, it was actually quite cost-effective. Include the mountain rock man in the contract space. Because he was too small now, he walked too slowly.
One could only take him in first.
Soon, Lin Shu arrived in the reserved room. For these 2 days over the weekend, it was going to be a temporary stay in the center area.
Today's goal was mainly to contract a second Imperial Beast.
Tomorrow, on the other hand, he planned to go to the nearby Imperial Beast Arena. The Imperial Beast Arena was specialized in serving groups of Imperial Beast Masters. It included a number of programs. It included beast battles, beast training, beast breeding advice, and so on. Tomorrow's goal was to focus on beast battles. It was mainly to satisfy Blackout's battle addiction. Who let the battles of the previous days not satisfy him? Thinking that since he was here, then it would be good to take some time to go. It was just the right time to see the strength of the new Imperial Beast Masters within the center area.
Lying down and sitting on the sofa in the room.
Summoned the mountain rock man. Now Lin Shu was going to start using Mirror Flower Water Moon. After using it many times, it was also becoming more and more skillful. Soon, the replica mountain rock man appeared within the room. The mountain rock man, however, didn't have any fluctuations about this replica appearing. It was probably because it had seen it too many times before, and had already become immune to it.
Bringing it into the training room.
Blackout was already practicing on the wooden stake next to him at this time. The lack of activity all morning had suffocated him. Commanded the clone to another stake.
Straight away, he began practicing punching.
The mountain rock man heard a lot of commotion and came over to check it out as well.
A smiling face was a little confused. What is this doing?
Looking at the mountain rock man, a stream of big smart look.
It was really silly and cute. Alright, from now on you'll be called Earthyao.
Chapter 12, Evolutionary Illustrations. Lin Shu was about to start checking the effects of Earth Obsidian's talent. But then a change occurred.
A plus sign suddenly appeared in the column that originally represented the level cap. He mentally moved and tapped down.
Soon, one by one, pictures appeared interlaced as if they were a scroll. There were a total of 7, with different names annotated on them. All of them were the next evolutionary stage of the mountain rock man. Under each picture, there was a price, settled with proficiency. With such a scene in front of him, Lin Shu's eyes lit up.
Proficiency could actually deduce the evolutionary forms of imperial beasts.
This was a heavenly surprise for him.
Even the always bland man couldn't hide the smile on his face somewhat.
This was an evolutionary style. What could be disclosed at the moment were all low-end and chicken-ribbed evolutions. The really good evolution methods, except for the official disclosure of some, the rest are used by those royal beast family's own people, basically will not be spread out. After all, the consumption of this inferred evolution was immeasurable. This was a heavenly solution for Lin Shu.
Continuing to look at the evolution branch.
The top had the names of the evolved forms and indicated the strengths and weaknesses of each form. The 7 evolutionary forms were Adamantite Man, Mountain Wolf, Forest Vein Tree Man, Stone Ghost, Crystal Rock Man, Basalt Spirit Guard, and Ice Mountain Giant. 2 of the evolutionary paths were found to be varieties that had already been published. There was also one that had a recorded existence, and they were the Diamond Man, Ice Mountain Giant, and the Basalt Spirit Guard. Originally, Lin Shu had planned to evolve the Earth Obsidian into a Diamond Man. Looking at it now, he could have chosen a better way. It really didn't occur to him that the original Mountain Rock Man possessed so many more ways to evolve. Carefully discovering that 4 of the evolutions only required 150 points of proficiency to be able to acquire the evolution method. Compared to the rest of the other evolutionary methods, the cost of obtaining an evolutionary method of one's own could be very low. There was no need to spend millions and millions of dollars at every turn, not to mention spending years and years of research. Within these 4 cheapest ways of evolution, the 2 that had been announced were included. The ones that hadn't been discovered were the Forest Vein Tree People and the Crystal Rock People. Sure enough, they're big roadkill, said Lin Shu, who saw this scene. But it was only natural. How could something good be so cheap? Continuing to look down, there were 3 remaining types, 2 types of 300 points, and 1 type that required even more, needed a full 500 points. According to the reasoning of a penny for a penny. This last type of evolution, surely it would be ridiculously strong, right? Seeing this, Lin Shu understood quite a bit. This function needed to be opened when there was enough proficiency. From the past, he had only had 1 Imperial Beast, Black Knight, and he hadn't had this much proficiency, which was why he had delayed opening it. This meant that the amount of proficiency was far from the requirements for Black Knight's evolution. The lower the quality, the less proficiency was naturally required. After all, Earth Obsidian was only of ordinary quality. Then I wonder how much was needed for the evolutionary form of Black Knight? Without dwelling on it too much, the amount would naturally appear when it arrived. After thinking about it, Lin Shu continued to check it out. The other 2 new evolutionary paths could be described as a mess. Sure enough, they weren't very good. They were just barely evolved to have the same quality. But that was fine. The remaining 3 were the top priority. The 2 that were worth 300 points of proficiency were the Stone Ghost and the Basalt Spirit Guard. Among them, the Greystone Spirit Guard was an evolutionary method that had already been discovered. It was held by the Stone family in the Center District. After all, it was their family's unique Imperial Beast, and it made sense to master a powerful evolutionary method. Truly, not to mention, this look made people very satisfied. Both evolutions had advantages in different places. After evolving the Stone Ghost, it was able to greatly strengthen its own innately insufficient spiritual attributes, and was even able to be used to fight against the enemy. The Xianyan Spirit Guard, on the other hand, emphasized its protective ability, not only in the Imperial Beasts, but also in being able to protect the Imperial Beast Master. These 2 methods of evolution have their own advantages and shortcomings. The focus still needs to look at their own needs to choose. And this last one is the 500 points worth of Mountain Wolf. Carefully checking the effect. Expensive things really have expensive reasons. After evolving to the mountain, martial arts quality can come directly to the perfect. And is no longer only a tank's defense ability, more like a warrior in general. Can carry and fight. Attack will be greatly strengthened. And improve the original speed problem, so that it comes to a peak. It wouldn't be a drag. Phew. A long breath was exhaled. Lin Shu finally understood all the evolutionary methods. Looking at the red sign of the mountain Takeshi that showed that it was not purchasable. Again, he shook his head. Proficiency was still a little too scarce. But even if there really was this much, Lin Shu shouldn't purchase it for use. After all, at this stage, he still planned to raise Black Knight to a high level first. Only then would he consider his next Imperial Beast. After all, the purpose of contracting Earth Obsidian. It was to increase the acquisition of the current proficiency. The matter of letting Earth Obsidian evolve would have to be considered later for the time being. This time was also equivalent to familiarizing and understanding the use of new functions. Looking at the Earth Obsidian sitting on the ground in a dumbfounded manner, Lin Shu smiled and began to check the effect of the talent, Earth Obsidian Physique. Just now, he had wanted to check it out, but he had actually put it off until now. After briefly browsing through it, the Earth Obsidian Physique effect was simple, brutal, and very strong. It was able to drastically increase the strength of the body, and it increased in all aspects. Whether it is attack power, defense power, speed, and so on. It also had a considerable bonus to its own skills.
Of course, this bonus is only limited to Earth skills. The rest of the attribute skills are no bonus effect. So it seems that the Earth Obsidian and the Mountain Martial Arts are a perfect match. It was able to further expand its advantageous abilities. But right now, the primary goal was still darkness. Compared to balanced development, Lin Shu still preferred a single branch. Of course, this was in the case of scarce resources. Currently, the Earth Obsidian positioning was still just a tool beast. After understanding the completed information, Lin Shu took out his cell phone and began to search for the Imperial Beast venue on the internet. After a few minutes of viewing, the target was successfully determined. The White Cloud Arena not far from the hotel was chosen. Not for any other reason, just because this place had the biggest discount. The heat was also the highest, and it was in the top 2 in the center area. Many Imperial Beast arenas would have newcomer discounts. This was also a generally normal behavior. After all, this could attract more Imperial Beast masters to come. With a deduction of 288 yuan, a morning card was purchased. The time was from 8 in the morning to 12 at noon. It included breakfast and lunch, and of course the Imperial Beasts were there as well. That is, the food wouldn't be too good. It can be said that it is quite a good deal. Although the venue was doing a discount, of course it wouldn't add the afternoon session into the mix. After all, the afternoon was when there were the most people. After taking care of things, Lin Shu threw his cell phone aside. His spirit was still a little depressed. Closing the door to the training room, Lin Shu collapsed onto the bed. Huffing and puffing, he fell asleep. He was indeed a bit tired today. Chapter 13, Not a Buddy. This sleep went straight from the afternoon to the next day. The effect of the mental burden was still somewhat severe. Waking up from a sleep only felt refreshed and full of energy. Stretch a bit of the whole body, some stiff body. Jumped out of bed, the Black Knight at this time also ran over. Issued a whimper sound. Lin Shu understood the meaning. He didn't want to work hard anymore, he wanted to increase his points. That kind of method that could increase strength at once made Black Knight fascinated by it. I worked out desperately, but my strength progressed far less than adding points. It's better to follow my master and let him help me, my strength will increase greatly at once. That's what Black Knight thought. Looking at the dumbfounded Tu Yao on the side, Black Knight revealed a wry smile. This yellow little skinny monkey, how can he compete with me for favor? Yesterday, I harvested 35 points of proficiency. Because I didn't meditate yesterday, I was missing a few points. Now the balance is coming to 185. Gently stroking the smooth forehead of the Black Knight. Don't be in a hurry, I'll see how to add some good points. Saying that, a panel appeared. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, LV 61260. Level limit, LV 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, darkness space. Talent, void walking beginner 1-200. Skill, beginner strong attack perfect 550, fast movement great achievement 230, heavy strike beginner 120. It's been a few days of training and replenishing potions alone. The effect is still rather mediocre. It was nowhere near as quick as adding points. It was no wonder that Blackout had asked him for extra points. Who wouldn't want to raise their strength quickly? There was no need to raise skills, anyway, you could brush them up when brushing proficiency. Then there is only leveling up. It was also good for the Imperial Beasts. The level is the most important thing, the increase in strength is much more for both talents and skills. After all, this is an all-round improvement, not just one aspect. It's just as well that we're going to the Imperial Beast Hall today, so it's good to improve. It wouldn't be good to blow Blackout's confidence in case he lost to another Imperial Beast. Thinking about it, he spent 118 points. The remaining 67 points were not enough to raise it to level 9. The remaining 67 points were not enough to raise it to level 9, which was a pity. But for the later battles it should be enough. After all, Black Knight's strength should be considered strong within level 10 now. Darkness felt the power filling his body. Putting on a pleasing gaze, he arched his little head over Lin Shu. By the way, he squinted at Tu Yao. Unfortunately, the latter showed no sign and stayed silently in place. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu slapped Black Knight a few times without any good reason. Just be complacent. Afterwards, a simple breakfast was eaten in the interior of the hotel. Then he prepared to head to the White Cloud Arena. First, he put Earth Obsidian inside the Imperial Beast space. It wouldn't be left alone inside the hotel. After all, it was still young now, so sleep more inside and grow your body properly. The White Cloud venue was very close to the hotel. It only took 5 minutes to walk there. Crossing a crosswalk, a large white building came into view. Its size was just like a stadium. Although it was only around 8 in the morning. But there were already quite a few people arriving. Most of them were comparable in age to Lin Shu. It was thought that they were also on the same road as him. Following the roadside signage, arrived in this White Cloud venue. After simply making a query for tickets. Once that was done, a staff member led the way, bringing Lin Shu to the newcomer venue. Here were all Imperial Beast Masters like Lin Shu, who had just contracted. It applied to level 5-10 Imperial Beast venues. There were other classifications on it. There was a grouping for every 5 levels, and so on upwards. It could be said that the categorization was very detailed. Simply filled out some information and handed it to the staff. There wasn't anything particularly detailed, just writing in rough information such as the Imperial Beast's level and race. This was also a necessary step. The staff within the White Cloud venue would number the information into the database. Then they would randomly match you with an opponent within the venue. There were 25 venues for newcomers. The sheer number was smacking one's lips. This was also quite normal. The newbie Imperial Beast Masters were a group that was notorious for having a big addiction to human food. It was only natural to have so many venues. The venue was equipped with a staff member who acted as a referee and cleaner. There is also an in-house healing Jyoji that provides healing services. All of these things are included in the admission fee. Enter the waiting room and wait for your number to be called. The interior is quite large, with many sofas and lounge chairs. Free cold drinks and snacks are provided. It can be said that everything is available. Casually lying on a sofa, the waiting room has a dozen people waiting. This group of people seemed to have come in a group, sitting in a circle. They were chatting loudly and laughingly about the topic of sparring. After listening a little bit, I found out that they were all from Center 1 Middle School. This was not ordinary. Center 1 High School was the best high school in Fengdu City. There is no one. Most of them were children of powerful families and rich people, and all the capable parents in the city would basically send their children to study in it. Ordinary people also have a small number of children. Lin Shu once also tried to apply for the examination, but unfortunately failed. Soon after, the voice broadcast up. Please ask number 15 Lin Shu and number 25 Tian Chi to proceed to field number 9. The prompt was broadcast 3 times in a row. Hearing this, Lin Shu also got up and walked towards the venue. After entering the venue, his opponent Tian Ji also happened to enter. Lin Shu smiled and nodded, appearing very kind. His opponent also smiled in response. The two looked at each other, and their respective Imperial Beasts had already been summoned. Players, please get ready, the sparring match is about to begin. The referee said from the side. He then emphasized a few points as if he was giving instructions. The general meaning was to just fight, don't hurt the Imperial Beasts' lives. Both sides nodded their heads at this. It's not like there's a deep grudge, so what's the point of making it so desperate? After seeing the preparations completed, an order was given. Both sides are ready, the match begins. Tianji is a little fat, looks like 200 pounds. But the beast is good, elite quality ice wolf. The rank was also level 7. Worthy of being in the central district, there were indeed hidden tigers and dragons. The quality of the Imperial Beast Masters was much higher. The Ice Plains wolves directly entered the battle state. Obviously this wasn't the first time they had engaged in a sparring match. It quickly got into the swing of things. Little wolf on. Let him see how powerful we are. Tianchi had a strong desire to attack and directly commanded the Ice Plains wolf to attack. Although the Ice Plains wolf was still young now, its speed was not slow. With an athletic stance, they ran and attacked. Faced with such a situation, Black Knight didn't panic. He only felt that this puppy was still running a bit slow. A dodge easily avoided the attack. While dodging, he swung out a backhanded strike. Ow! Ow! Although it didn't cut through the fur, it was extremely powerful. This strike caused the Ice Plains wolf to wail in pain. Tianchi's face flesh trembled, feeling bad. He had met a fierce man today. Coyote charged with full force for a claw strike. Although he felt that he was unbeatable, Tianji still gritted his teeth and shouted out. He was betting that Shadow Mantis couldn't eat the Ice Plains Wolf's attack. A wave of stud. Unfortunately, the result was not what was intended. It wasn't even close to touching. Darkness skimmed through with a strong attack. Bringing out crimson blood flowers, one strike made his coyote lose most of its combat power. The match is over, Lin Shu wins. Seeing this, the referee immediately announced the result. The match was terminated. Pa! Tianchi sat down powerlessly and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Not buddy, 2 strikes, and I'm out in seconds. Chapter 14 by Shang and the Blue Thunder Striped Bear. Little Fatty lost his mind and walked away without even looking back. He had also fought against many times, and this was the first time he had been beaten so badly. The original fervent Imperial Beast dream in his heart seemed to have shattered after this battle. Lin Shu was also unable to do anything when he saw this. After all, Black Knight was like this. His talent was focused on speed and attack power. Moreover, he was positioned as an assassin, and what he fought was an outburst. Fighting was so simple and rough, it couldn't be helped. Next, there were a few more battles. Each battle did not last more than 3 minutes. Overall, there was no pressure, the battles were all considered relatively easy. However, it made those newbie Imperial Beast Masters somewhat bitter. Everyone is a newbie, why are you so fierce? After the break, the time came to 11 o'clock. Looking at the time, he realized that there was only 1 hour left. Today's sparring match was about to end. Last hand, we'll go back after the fight. Lin Shu spoke to Black Knight, who was on the side. Black Knight was still very hyper after fighting continuously all morning. The entire beast was covered in joy that couldn't be hidden. It was probably because it hadn't enjoyed itself. It still wanted to continue. In Black Knight's eyes, fighting other Imperial beasts was much more fun than playing with wooden stakes. There wasn't a long wait, and soon the familiar sound of an announcement appeared. Please have number 15 Lin Shu, number 36 Baisheng head to field number 12. The prompt was broadcast 3 times in a row. Hearing this, Lin Shu also got up and walked towards the venue. Arriving at the venue, he found the right opponent, Baisheng. He had a black hat on his head and was wearing light-colored clothing, his features were straight and he had a peaceful face. There was a gentle smile on his face. But looking at it, it felt extraordinary. The two nodded to each other in greeting. After the more than familiar process, the match officially began. With a wave of Baisheng's big hand, a summoning spell formation surged forth. A half-sized blue bear appeared in the middle of the field. This bear had a strange appearance, its fur was not black or white, but light blue. There were circles and circles of lines at the abdomen. At first glance, it looked like a mosquito coil. A pair of fist-sized bear paws unconsciously have electric arc flashes. Issued a crackling subtle sound. After seeing the appearance of this imperial beast, Lin Shu felt that it was not ordinary. I don't know what species it is. The panel appeared. Name, Blue Thunder Striped Bear. Level, LV 82580. Level limit, LV 76. Status healthy. Quality, perfect. Attribute, thunder. Talent no. Skills, beginner electric arc passive minor 1230 tier minor 830. Intermediate lightning fist beginner 340. Seeing these attributes, Lin Shu frowned slightly, there was something difficult about it. It could be said that it was the strongest opponent Blackout had encountered so far. Up to perfect quality, with 2 beginner skills and 1 intermediate skill. The level was also the same as Black Knight. It could be said that Black Knight was at a disadvantage in all aspects except for skill proficiency. In the middle of a fight, if the Blue Thunder Striped Bear threw a punch. In terms of Black Knight's defense, it would basically be the end of the line. After all, it was the Thunder attribute that was known for its powerful attacks. Coupled with the fact that it was a bear race, this stacked damage was even more terrifying. Seemingly also noticing Lin Shu's seriousness, Black Knight was not as lazy as before. He was in 100% fighting condition. At this moment, he was the assassin that was ready to strike. The match begins. Between thoughts, the battle had already started. Don't be greedy with your sword, make sure not to get hit, and use that if necessary. Lin Shu barked at Black Knight. Black Knight also saw the opposite side of that little fat bear's power, for the battle acumen Black Knight is still very high.
That one was naturally the talent, that unasked for voidwalking. Although the opponent was very strong, Lin Shu still had a chance to gain victory. The scales were not tipped on one side. Tianlei, the mantis on the opposite side isn't ordinary, don't take it lightly. Bai Shang didn't get cocky, instead, he began to give an explanation. The blue thunderstriped bear nodded with a naive expression. With that, it took large strides towards the darkness. Although none of the bears were fast, the blue thunderstriped bear's speed far exceeded that of its normal counterparts. The fist-sized paw of the bear swung violently, with electric arcs pulsing above it from time to time. There was also a chance of triggering a paralyzing effect if he was hit. Against the melee-type Imperial Beast can be said to be handy, but the Black Knight is an accident. The speed is even faster, like a shadow floating. Quietly came to the back of the blue thunder-striped bear, heavily swung a knife. Humph. The original unbeatable strong attack and heavy attack tactics, at this time the effect was very general. The blue thunderstriped bear grunted and then slapped its backhand to the back. The thick skin and fur blocked most of the damage. However, the power of the perfect proficiency strong attack was also not ordinary, and crimson blood flowed out leaving a gaping hole. Seeing such a scene, Lin Shu put his heart down. As long as he was able to break through the defense, he could grind the blue thunder-striped bear to death. After a successful strike, Black Knight disappeared to the side. Looking for the next attack. Bai Shang's face showed shock. Originally, he thought that he had already looked up to this shadow mantis. I didn't expect the strength to be even more amazing. A strong attack with this kind of power was at the very least a great success, right? This kind of skill proficiency increased speed was a bit too exaggerated. Then his brows furrowed, this one was a bit difficult. Wasn't he here to fry the fish himself, why was he almost fried by the fish? Thinking about the solution. Soon a method appeared. That was to drag. Give him a beating and wait until he had lost most of his stamina. Catch him when his speed drops and take him away with a thunder punch. After making up his mind, the situation on the field instantly went sideways. The blue thunderstriped bear just stayed where it was, intentionally or unintentionally resisting the Black Knight's attack. It retained as much physical strength as possible, not caring even if its body was covered in bloodstains. Seeing such a scene, Lin Shu understood most of it in his heart. Knowing the reason. But there wouldn't be a problem. This plan could still be realized if there was no voidwalking. Just like this for 3 minutes the blue thunder-striped bear was beaten, seeing the blackness moving slower and slower. Under Bai Shang's eye gesture understood the meaning. Roar. With a roar, the bear's palm with lightning flashes was about to slap down this damned mantis. Suddenly the mantis that was originally in an offensive stance disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. In an instant it came behind it and started attacking one after another. The originally smooth body shook a little. The blue thunderstriped bear could no longer hold out, having originally been attacked for so long. Even though he had thicker skin, he could not carry so many attacks. Bai Shang slapped his forehead. Feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. He had never lost after contracting this blue thunderstriped bear. He didn't expect that this time, he would actually lose in such a humiliating manner. Lin Shu wins. As the referee's voice fell, the battle ended. Black Knight stood on the stage, also panting. The violent fluctuations out of his chest indicated that he was also close to reaching his limit. After all, compared to the endurance of the blue thunderbolt bear, it was still too far behind. Lin Shu gave Black Knight a thumbs up. Black Knight deserves to be my ace. Hearing such a compliment, Black Knight revealed a haughty look. His mouth slightly opened as if to say, I will always be your ace. Chapter 15, A Little Red. Send the blue thunderstriped bear to medical care. His injuries weren't fatal enough, but the pain was less, and this couldn't be delayed. Bai Shang reviewed the points of the battle. Realizing that he didn't have much of a chance from start to finish. What seemed like the only chance was instantly displaced away by his opponent. That last displacement, I wonder if it was a Royal Beast talent or a Royal Beast Master talent? It should be the Imperial Beast Master talent. Bai Shang thought so, after all, Shadow Mantis didn't have this type of talent. Seeing that Lin Shu was about to grab the door and walk out, Bai Shang quickly stepped forward. He came to Lin Shu's side. Classmate, your Shadow Mantis cultivation is really good. The words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. He didn't listen much during the voice broadcast just now, so he didn't know the name. Looking at Bai Shang who stopped him, Lin Shu was a bit surprised. Thanks, it was just a fluke.
I might not be able to win next time.
This was not a false statement, after all, there were still a little too many uncertainties in a battle.
It was truly humble and low-key, with no pride. Bai Shang briefly portrayed Lin Shu's personality and character.
After thinking about it, he felt that Lin Shu had a lot of strength and potential.
I don't know how to address you? I'm Bai Shang.
Seeing this, Lin Shu also immediately returned.
Lin Shu.
The two of them shook hands shallowly, and were considered acquaintances. Lin Shu was also curious, after all, Bai Shang possessed a perfect grade quality initial imperial beast. The family background was definitely not ordinary, making one more friend. There was no harm to himself. With that, he followed Bai Shang to a VIP room. There was a logo on the doorplate at the entrance.
It showed 001.
Surname Bai, and then this venue was the Bai Yun venue. Then combined with this series of things, Lin Shu understood that Bai Shang had a great relationship with this arena. The VIP room was luxuriously decorated, with a huge internal space of over 200 square feet.
Sitting on the leather sofa of unknown monster fur. Chatting shallowly with Bai Shang. Lin Shu, you're not from the center area, right?
After all, you're very strong at imperial beasts, otherwise I wouldn't have not heard of it. At this Lin Shu naturally had nothing to hide.
Nodding his head. That's right, I'm from the southern district of the city. Bai Shang understood this. The two then chatted inside. Originally being the same age, there were naturally many topics.
The two of them were chatting very hotly, and their relationship was slowly drawing closer.
Bai Shang also did not hide his identity, very simply admitted. Bai Yun Arena is indeed his family's industry.
Of course, too specific did not continue to say, meaning in place on the line. Lin Shu also revealed his purpose for coming to the central district. This made Bai Shang also very surprised. It really didn't occur to him that not only were the imperial beasts cultivated well, but even the spiritual elevation could be so rapid.
Time quickly came to noon.
Bai Shang greeted the staff and served many dishes that Lin Shu had never seen before. Summer breeze mix, colorful clouds chasing the moonsteak, emerald pearl braised, and so on. The names of the dishes are also strange and weird, and you can't tell what they are by looking at the names. After being served on the table, it was also an eye-opening experience for Lin Shu. According to what Bai Shang said, these dishes were all made from the meat of some high-grade monsters. After consuming it, it would greatly benefit the body and spirit of the imperial beast master. Monstrous beasts were imperial beasts that had not been contracted, mostly from other dimensions. These things could naturally be consumed by imperial beasts as well. The effect was no less than a mid-level nutritional potion.
Blah blah blah. Black Knight wolfed down the food and ate it with his mouth full of oil.
He called out that it was too delicious.
Lin Shu was also amazed after tasting a few bites.
This was truly the most delicious food he had ever eaten. It was far beyond the so-called delicacies of the mountains and the sea in his previous life. This meal made Lin Shu eat comfortably. On the other hand, this Bai Shang was the one who simply ate a few bites and then didn't follow up. It seemed to already be used to eating these things.
After finishing lunch, the two of them also added Feishan Friends.
Feishan was the one chat software that was currently used by the most people in Daxia.
Are you in a hurry to go back this afternoon? If not, let's continue to go practice.
Bai Shang inquired to Lin Shu. In response, Lin Shu pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, eating a man's mouth was soft and taking a man's hand was short. It was such a small thing, there was nothing to say no to. It was fine for him to go home later, there was no big problem. Although Bai Shang didn't seem to care about anything. But Lin Shu could still see that he was proud of winning and losing. There was his own arrogance. He could lose, but he always wanted to win back. The desire to win was very strong.
The two came to a private arena.
Inside, the facilities were complete, and there were many staff members on standby. The blue thunder striped bear that was originally full of injuries was also full of blood at this time.
It looked unharmed.
It seemed that the strength of the medical staff here was very strong. The two of them then entered the venue and started the afternoon-long sparring session. 11 games were played in a short period of time.
Bai Shang lost 11 games in a row.
Every time he almost won the match, he would always be escaped by Black Knight using Void Walk. From there, he wore down the blue thunder striped bear alive. Black Knight had also been attacked by the blue thunder striped bear several times in the process.
Black Knight had been overwhelmed by that one strike, and it was a good thing that it was only after both sides ran out of stamina in the later stages of the fight that he was hit. Otherwise, it would still be difficult to win an afternoon. Lin Shu had thought of letting the water out to let Baisheng win a round. But he seemed to have expected it, and told him not to keep his hands. Lin Shu could only do so. Baisheng went from being calm and relaxed in the beginning, to a sad face in the middle of the game, and then to silence in the later stages of the game. Even when it ended, Lin Shu noticed that his face was red as if it was going to burn. Between the sparring sessions, he also kept chanting, "This is really the last hand." Otherwise Lin Shu should have gone back a long time ago. This day was instead a good fight for the Black Knight. The mouth screamed, "Next week we'll come here again." Lin Shu is also dumbfounded, this little guy. Before leaving, Baisheng was a bit breathless. "Lin Shu, come back next week and we'll continue." Nodding, although he didn't know how to comfort him. But still, he patted Baisheng's shoulder and said, "Cheer up." Looking at Lin Shu's departing figure, Baisheng was still a bit unable to accept it even now. He had actually lost for a day. This was embarrassing to say out loud. He was still slacking off, and he didn't expect that he hadn't even left Fengdu City yet. He had already encountered people outside the city. Originally, the family had been using this sentence to reprimand themselves, not expecting this day to come so early. With that, Baisheng clenched his fists tightly. "I'm going to win it all back next week." The eyes revealed determination and confidence. On the other hand, Lin Shu was heading to the hotel. He then checked out of his room and left the central district. He stepped onto the vehicle heading back to the south of the city. The south of the city wasn't too far from the center, after all. The central district was in the very center of the city, and it wasn't far to go anywhere. An hour and a half later, Lin Shu finally returned home. This was the end of the 2-day trip to the center. The main gain from this trip was Tu Yao. Although he looked a bit demented, he was still quite small now, and his future was promising. The second was Baisheng, and they were now considered friends. Baisheng was humble and low-key, not as arrogant and domineering as the unusual second generation. He also gave him a better perception, is a good person, the two get along naturally. It is possible to have a deep friendship. Chapter 16 Monthly Exam Reward. Time came to the next morning. Inside Kanglin's second middle school, the classroom of senior class 5. The students were all sitting in their seats, waiting for the class to begin. Huang Yan glanced at the Black Knight that was already too big to stay by Lin Shu's feet. "Your mantis is growing so fast, and that look is a bit scary. Little Flame is too intimidated to play with him." Hearing this, Lin Shu looked towards his feet, and sure enough, the flame dog that usually played hotly with Black Knight was now nestled in the corner in fear. It didn't dare to meet Black Knight's eyes and seemed to be intimidated by its aura. It had a pitiful look. Patting Black Knight, he told him to collect himself. After this, it was much better. The flaming dog wasn't as scared, its tail wagging up behind it. "Yeah, it's probably because it eats a lot, it grows faster that way. It was making a tantrum just now, it's much better now." Huang Yan looked at the soles of his feet, and the two favorites played together again. It was just that the size difference was a bit too big. Little Fire actually wasn't half as big as Black Knight. It was a bit strange, but it didn't seem to see any problems. After the little episode, the teacher Zhao Sheng came into the classroom. Today's lesson was a lesson on general knowledge of imperial beasts. Snap, snap. Footsteps came within the classroom as promised. Zhao Sheng put down the books in his hands as well as his teacup. He quickly got into the rhythm and directly began his lecture. Above the blackboard, 2 words were heavily written down. Talent. Zhao Sheng cleared his throat and a loud voice rang out. "In this lesson today, we will talk about talent." Talent? Whose talent? Some of the students were a bit puzzled, as if they didn't know what was going on. Zhao Sheng opened his mouth to explain. Of course, it's not the Imperial Beast Master's talent. Rather, it's the Imperial Beast's own talent. Yes, not only Imperial Beast Masters, Imperial Beasts also have talents. As if he was afraid that everyone wouldn't believe him, he continued to repeat himself. While others didn't know, Lin Shu was sure to believe it. After all, both of his own Imperial Beasts had talent. Looking at his classmates, he continued after listening clearly. Of course, the odds are very low. Far lower than a Royal Beast Master awakening a talent by quite a bit. There might only be one within 1,000 imperial beasts. There is also currently no instrument that can detect the ability of this talent.
Hearing this, the students whispered.
Huang Yan issued a question. Teacher, then in that case, the gifted imperial beasts are all very strong, right?
Although it was a doubt, Huang Yan felt in his heart that it was certain.
What was the point of awakening a talent if it wasn't strong?
Zhao Shang gave Huang Yan an appreciative look. This is a good question. It can be said that this is the case in a large number of cases. After all, talents won't all be combat classes, there are also support classes. So it's not absolute, but the impact of one more talent is still great for an imperial beast. After the teacher explained this, everyone came to a realization.
Any more questions?
Everyone can ask more questions, and in the future, if you run into a royal beast with an awakened talent, don't miss it. These types of imperial beasts are all meat and potatoes.
Everyone bowed their heads and thought about what questions to ask.
At this time, Ling Shu opened his mouth. There were indeed some doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Teacher, the talent that imperial beasts awaken, is it based on attributes?
Or maybe it's a random awakening of other attributes? Both of these situations were present for Lin Shu.
That was why these questions were asked.
Oh?
Lin Shu, you've given a lot of thought and have already thought of this. Zhao Shang was a bit surprised. This question was very quintessential, as if Lin Shu possessed the awakened talent imperial beast.
First, let me answer your first question. Yes, the talent of a royal beast is basically awakened according to its original attributes.
Secondly, imperial beasts will have a very low probability of awakening other attributes in their mutations. The teacher spoke clearly, and everyone could understand. Lin Shu nodded, understanding the situation.
However, everyone seemed to be less interested in this topic.
It was probably because they didn't have any hope of obtaining a gifted imperial beast for themselves. So the next thing that happened was that no one continued to ask questions. Seeing such a situation, Zhao Shang still continued to add. Every type of imperial beast has a chance to be born with a talent, but it only requires a little bit of luck. Of course, there is a situation where an imperial beast will inevitably possess a talent.
It seemed to be sold out and did not continue.
And this brought up the enthusiasm of the students.
One after another inquired. What's the situation, teacher?
Tell me quickly, teacher, I'm in a hurry.
Zhao Shang smiled when he saw everyone getting anxious. You little guys, you can't see a rabbit without a hawk. Only then did he continue to speak.
The conditions aren't that difficult.
As long as the quality reaches epic, it's fine.
Hearing such words, the originally fiery classroom all seemed to be frozen.
Silence reigned. Obviously, everyone was chilled by the teacher's cold joke. See, is this speaking human words?
And what is not difficult?
What only requires epic quality? Isn't this bullying the honest people?
Ha, everyone, don't underestimate yourself.
The future is still long, there will be opportunities for all.
It seemed like the classroom was too quiet, so Zhao Shang started to comfort everyone.
Everyone seemed to be a little better after this.
Afterwards, he also skipped over the talent and started explaining other knowledge points.
The morning was quickly going to pass. Nearly before the end of the class, Zhao Shang stood on the lectern. Classmates, this Friday is the monthly exam.
And then the rewards are out, so everyone can take a look. I hope everyone gets a good place. Cheers, everyone. Zhao Shang raised his hands and bobbed them up and down to cheer his classmates on.
The class bell rang and walked out of the classroom. And the monthly exam rewards were read out by everyone. First place 20 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion, 10 first order spirit items.
Second to 5th place 10 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion. 6th to 20th place 5 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion. 21st to 50th place 3 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion. 51st to 100th place 1 bottle of intermediate nutritional potion.
There was nothing next.
The rewards went up to 100th place.
It was divided into 5 grades.
It had to be said that this first place reward was not insignificant.
It far exceeded the other ranks. Not relevant to me. Can only envy the big brothers.
So cool, these rewards. Such rewards also caused a burst of discussion in the class.
It caused everyone to be envious. I think Brother Shu should be number 1. Lu Dong said this.
These words instantly triggered many people to respond.
You really don't say, it's the same as what I thought. That's right, Lin Shuyu's first place in the exam is secure. Everyone spoke their opinions. After all, Lin Shu had a war record, so everyone naturally thought that Lin Shu could make a big splash in this monthly exam. Lin Shu heard these words. He couldn't help but touch his forehead. You guys, other than class 2, you haven't seen many imperial beasts from other classes. Just don't milk yourself like this. Chapter 17 Twin Shadow Kill and Sharp Blade. The time came to Wednesday. There was only one day left before the monthly exam. Today, Black Knight had once again brought a lot of surprises to Lin Shu. Beginner Sharp Blade Passive Beginner 1220. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 040. Yes, Blackout had once again comprehended 2 skills. A beginner passive sharp blade. The effect was also very simple, being able to directly increase Blackout's attack ability. And increase the strength of the forelimbs, equivalent to holding 2 weapons. The higher the skill level, the greater the increase would naturally be. The second is the intermediate skill Double Shadow Kill. This dark system skill was also considered a more famous skill in the Shadow Mantis. The effect is also simple, can summon 2 copies together to attack the enemy, confusing the enemy to achieve a surprise effect. Lin Shu was very satisfied with this. Now that he had not even reached level 10, he already had 5 skills, which was enough to surpass many Imperial Beast Masters of the same age. Within the past few days, Black Knight's strength had increased quite a bit again. Strong attack had even been raised to the entry level. I didn't expect it to be able to continue to be raised. I wonder what the next stage is called. Could it still continue to be raised? However, the amount of proficiency consumed after entering the micro level was a bit much. Lin Shu decisively had Black Knight and his clone change a skill to learn in a hurry. The attack power was already enough, but the rest of the aspects still needed to be boosted a bit. The leveling experience had risen by 25 points in the past few days, which wasn't bad at all. However, the primary nutrient liquid in his hand had already been used up, and even the teacher's first rank spirit had been used long ago. The improvement was not obvious, far less than adding points. Is the primary nutrient liquid too ineffective, or is it something else? Perhaps the next reward could just be taken out and sold? Leave the money behind to buy the next Imperial Beast to use. Lin Shu thought about this in his mind, giving birth to this different idea. However, things haven't even arrived in his hands yet, there's no point in thinking about this. We'll see what happens then. Looking at the balance of proficiency. Proficiency, 192. Not bad, very rich. And yet, there's still no subsequent evolution revealed from the Black Knight panel. It's possible that more is needed. Straight away, he spent 145 proficiency, with a balance of 47. Lin Shu was like this, having good things in his hand that he couldn't save. Always wanted to give it to him to use first. Raising Black Knight's level to 10. Finally, it was also truly becoming a qualified first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It actually took a little over half a month to reach the first rank. This speed was still a bit slow. Black Knight felt the rapid increase in rank. This body instantly hardened up, feeling the power surging through his body. It's still the master who is powerful, Omega. It seemed that because of the leveling up, Black Knight's body size was now comparable to that of an adult. Its body length had already reached 90 centimeters, and when it stood up, it was able to reach Lin Shu's waist. Looking at its appearance, it didn't seem like it was going to stop growing. One had to know that an ordinary adult shadow mantis was only 95 centimeters long. Not bad, not bad. Lin Shu had a lot of confidence in tomorrow's monthly exam. 10th level plus this body that was far beyond his age, and these 5 skills. It would be very difficult to even think about taking the exam poorly. Then there was Earth Yao. After a few days of familiarization, Tu Yao was all able to practice his skills in his room from time to time. It had to be said that this was a great improvement. For this reason, Lin Shu also complimented him. Earth Yao was just like an honest person who was uneasy with his general initiatives, standing in place and giggling. It was better to let him stay inside the room. Although Tu Yao was a bit naive, there were no other shortcomings besides that. He was also very diligent, so Lin Shu was very comfortable with him. Leaving Earth Yao with the 3 clones in the house, took Black Knight and headed to the school. Entering the middle of the classroom was a cacophony of noise. Hearing everyone discussing it, he realized that it started today. The Binjo Cup started registration today. The wind of competition was strong in Dacia, and there were countless competitions of all kinds. In addition to the High School Cup and University Cup, there were also some regional type tournaments that received a lot of attention. After all, students are the future of Dacia, and they have more expectations. The Binjo Cup was one of these regional tournaments, a competition for high school students. As long as there is a condition of the school will form a school team, and Kanglin's second middle school has its own. It had once even taken the championship in the Binjo Cup, but unfortunately that was already 20 years ago. Nowadays, there were many colleges and universities, and they were no longer competitive. The best result they had gotten recently was the top 8 of the Binjo Cup. There were even quite a few times when they fell in the top 32. However, this kind of result was also considered to be in the top 10 in Fengdu City. It wasn't that bad by results. The Binjo Cup is about to start. Who does everyone think can win the championship? I don't know who can win the championship, I know exactly who can't. We, Kanglin No. 2 Middle School, will be considered successful if we can reach the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals? That would be too successful, the kind that the whole school has to celebrate. The crowd was unspoken, clearly knowing that the school's ability was simply impossible to win the championship. After all, how many cities are there in a state, and how many high schools are there in each city? It was difficult. A championship was certainly not something to be dared to aspire to. However, it's time for the varsity selection again soon. I wonder if there's a chance that someone from our class will be selected. Zhang Qi suddenly threw out another topic at this moment. Varsity, so envious. Who wouldn't be envious? Everyone wants to be on the varsity team. Although the strength of the varsity team of Kanglin's second middle school wasn't much strong. But it goes without saying that the treatment is very good. As long as one was able to be selected for the varsity team, there would be cash subsidies and advanced nutrient solutions provided every week. A year down, there were at least several $100,000 to spend in the hands. This kind of condition, most people were envious. Every year the reward conditions would change slightly, but the amount was similar. And it was because of the ranking issue in these years. There was a desperate need to improve within the school, and the gap was liberalized. The principal also raised the subsidy within the varsity team, allowing freshmen and sophomores to enter the varsity team early. Of course it wasn't the main team, but the reserve team members, but it was also still the students who needed to be gifted to be able to join. The selectors were also chosen by the principal himself. This was also done to lay a good foundation in advance and build up more for future competitions. In my opinion, it's just Lin Shu and the class president in our class. The others don't stand much of a chance. When this comment came out, it was actually not refuted. Everyone nodded their heads with great approval. The varsity team? If one was able to join it, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to the development of one's imperial beast. Such a good opportunity was definitely something that could not be missed. I just don't know when there will be a specific time to disclose. Lin Shu thought in his heart. The chat didn't last any longer, and the teacher came into the classroom on time. It became quiet for a moment, and everyone quietly waited for the teacher to give his lecture. Chapter 18, The monthly exam begins. The next morning, the monthly exam of Kanglin's second middle school arrived as scheduled. Within the classroom, Zhao Sheng stood on the podium, reminding everyone of some precautions. I believe everyone already knows what the rewards of the monthly exam are, so I won't go into too much detail. The content of this year's monthly exam is different from all previous years. The original sparring sessions have all been cancelled in favor of the Imperial Beast physical examination, without the combat sessions. After saying this, there wasn't much of a reaction. After all, this was a situation that everyone had been aware of. Except for the removal of the sparring session, which made some people very lucky. The last bout with Class 2 said it all. Most people still had some difficulty with commanding and harnessing their imperial beasts. Not to mention fighting, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. And compared to the situation of the imperial beast's physical measurements was much simpler. Everyone still had a certain understanding of the development of their imperial beasts. They also had a prediction of how much they would be able to rank in the end. Seeing that everyone already knew, Zhao Sheng began to continue. The physical test is divided into 3 parts. Rank, skill, and physique. Ranks and skills account for the highest score, and physique only accounts for a small portion. Secondly, skills are divided according to the number of grades the imperial beasts have awakened. Everyone pay attention. Alright, everyone line up in 2 rows in the hallway.
Wait for the 4 classes in front of you to leave and then go to the playground to wait for the monthly examination check. The words ended, then he pointed at the door, signaling everyone. The students also lined up neatly. They began to prepare to head to the playground. The large troop slowly advanced. Along the way, many people began to complain. This is the end, not to mention the top 100, I'm afraid I'm going to be outside the 300th place. Relax, don't be so nervous, don't place too much importance on the first monthly exam results. Anyway, the next few times are pretty much less. No, you kill people but also kill your heart right. When this was said, it also made many people laugh. Soon came to the playground and waited for some time. The 10 classes were all ready. Divided into 10 queues. It was a good thing that the school playground was large enough, otherwise it really wouldn't have fit so many people. Lin Shu also saw a large number of imperial beast species at this moment. Normally, they could be seen in the school occasionally, but it was still very rare to see them gathered together like today. Oh! Gaga! Roar! The sounds of various imperial beasts rang out one after another, making the playground seem very noisy. Some chickens flew and dogs jumped up. It didn't matter if they were flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, or swimming in the water. All of them could be seen in this playground. From the outside at first glance, it is like coming to a zoo in general. Not far away a dozen instruments have been prepared. This monthly exam has also officially begun. The students whose names were read quickly moved forward to accept the examination. The speed is still very fast, an average of 5 minutes a person. At this speed, it was soon Lin Shu's turn. With this, he brought the darkness to the testing instrument. The inspection teacher pushed up his glasses, seemingly startled by the waist-high darkness. Many people hadn't contracted a shadow mantis and didn't know the doorways. But the teacher, after all, had seen a lot and knew how outrageous it was for the shadow mantis to grow like this in a small month's time. The other classes testing around the room were also captivated. Looking at their own imperial beasts, they compared them to each other. The gap appeared at once. Holy, growing so fast. Yeah. A really big one. Quite a few people followed and chimed in, reaping a lot of gasps from the students of other classes. Classmate, give me your student card. The testing teacher didn't stop what she was doing. Handing out the student card, he placed it on the machine. Tick, entry successful. Classmate, your imperial beast is the best developed I've seen this year. Now you can go over and start the quiz. The teacher's eyes were full of appreciation, seemingly satisfied with blackout. Thank you, teacher. After Lin Shu thanked him, he pointed to cause Black Knight. With a gentle leap, Black Knight arrived in the middle of the apparatus. His expression was flat, and he seemed to be a bit bored. After 2 or 3 minutes, the results appeared from within the instrument. Name, Shadow Mantis. Body length, 90.28 centimeters. Weight, 12.8 kilograms. Grade, 10.0. Skills, beginner strong attack, fast movement, critical strike, sharp blade passive. Intermediate double shadow kill. A table then appeared automatically. The instrument used for the monthly exam was very high-end, able to detect the skills awakened by the imperial beasts. Of course talent wouldn't work, such a machine didn't exist yet. With just a glance, the testing teacher left his mouth open, as if he had seen something incredible. First rank level, for primary skills, and 1 intermediate skill. This was the most beautiful student he had ever seen form within Pale Blue Second Middle School in all his years of testing. Breeding is perfect, to be able to breed such a royal beast in such a short period of time. Your efforts are vital. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment, I will continue to work hard. Lin Shu was very humble and not proud. The teacher nodded and started looking up names on the form. Senior Class 5, Lin Shu. Not only was the Imperial Beast cultivation excellent, he had even awakened the Imperial Beast master talent himself. What an unlimited future! The teacher memorized Lin Shu's name. This student was basically already number 1 in the monthly exams. The teacher's heart had already pronounced the result. He really couldn't think of anyone else who could compare to him. Student Lin, your results have been entered. With a smile, the teacher handed the student card back to Lin Shu. After thanking the teacher, Lin Shu left the instrument with Black Knight. He returned to the back of his class and waited. The monthly exams were still in full swing at this time. On the other side, inside the principal's office. A middle-aged man with a straight figure was querying something on the computer. And this middle-aged man was none other than Kanglin's second middle school's principal, Pei Yuanfang. His hair was neatly combed, and a pair of eyes on that square face revealed sharpness. Looking at the results of many students in the computer, a slight smile appeared on Pei Yuanfang's originally expressionless face. There are quite a few good seedlings this time, this is less than half. There are already 3 students with over 500 points. The average score, it's even far more than last year's 20 points. The instrument would convert the entered data into scores, which would be able to reflect the data more intuitively. Hearing this, the teacher on the side spoke out. This is still one of the main reliance on the principal's support, otherwise it can't reach such a good result. A small pat on the back. But it made Pei Yuanfang comfortable. He had paid a lot for Kanglin's second middle school. Today's results finally didn't let his efforts go to waste. But the main thing is those 6 students who have awakened the talent of the Imperial Beastmaster. That's what I'm most concerned about looking forward to. Have they shown any results so far? Next to the computer on the left-hand side, a teacher immediately replied. Headmaster has, there are already 2 tests completed. Not bad, send it over. Let me take a look. Chapter 19, first in the monthly exam. There were 2 students in total. Zhou Qi and Lin Shu respectively. Pei Yuanfang first opened Zhou Qi's monthly exam results. Name, Snow Elf. Body length, 38.18 centimeters. Weight, 6.08 kilograms. Grade, 7.7. Skills, Elementary Ice Spike, Frozen Strike, Ice Power Passive. Total rating, 532.65. This one was the Imperial Beast inside the school's beast breeding house. He was somewhat impressed, after all, this was all from his own search. Not bad, this was Pei Yuanfang's first feeling when he saw this data. But it was still a bit short on flavor. These few gifted people all had supplies funded by the school. It wasn't surprising that they had reached such an achievement. It was still far from his expectations. Hopefully the next one would bring him some surprise. Soon Darkness's data appeared again. Name, Shadow Mantis. Body length, 90.28 centimeters. Weight, 12.8 kilograms. Grade, 10.0. Skills, Beginner Strong Attack, Fast Movement, Heavy Strike, Sharp Blade Passive. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill. Total rating, 1068.53. There was a sudden silence for a moment, and then a bright and pleasant laughter kept appearing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A total score of 1068.53, a total that directly broke 1,000. Such a score was simply terrifying as hell. At a time when the current average grade on campus was only 5.3 grades, there were actually people who had already bred Imperial Beasts to level 10. What an exaggerated statistic that was, far surpassing the other students. There were also these 4 skills, although they weren't as exaggerated as level 10. But it was also considered very good. Which this overall growth rate also shocked him a bit. He was naturally cognizant of the Shadow Mantis. This little guy that had just been born over a month ago, how was it comparable to the size of an adult in his own memories? Could it be that this Shadow Mantis' physical talent was also far beyond normal? Teacher Blue, use this data I sent you and compare it to the same period. Then tell me the speed. The voice was slow, but unusually resolute. Teacher Blue, who was sitting at the side, heard it and also said immediately, "Okay, principal." With that, he began to query the comparison on the computer. Soon the data comparison appeared. After the data query, the body length is 35.8% more than the same period of time. Weight is 28.6%, and all the data exceeds by about 30%. Teacher Lan's words were considered a complete confirmation of this idea. His physical talent was equally very impressive. It was important to know that mantises were a species that developed faster, but one as fast as this one. It was still too rare. Very good, very good. Pei Yuanfang tapped on the desktop as if he was considering something. Lin Shu also possessed the Sentinel Beastmaster talent, although it hadn't revealed its specific effects. But based on a growth rate like the Shadow Mantis, there was a high probability that it was a support type. Effect-wise, it was specifically used to increase the growth speed of Imperial Beasts. If that was the case, such a talent, when it was really good It seemed that a pride of heaven had truly appeared in Kanglin's second middle school.
He felt that he should do something. He began to look at Lin Shu's student documents. After reading it, there were a few more ideas in this regard. The family situation couldn't be good, it could only be described as a mess. Both parents were dead, or the only son in the family. Under such conditions, he could actually make such achievements. Can be said to let a person sincerely feel admired, must have paid the common people did not find the efforts. Since it was possible to be like this without too many resources, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated to dump some more resources down? A decision was made in his heart. Let's wait for now and see if there are any good seedlings in the back. Without waiting long, all the monthly exam data came out. Although there are a few new students with more than 500 points, but want to compare with Lin Shu, it still wasn't quite enough to look at. The remaining 4 gifted students' scores could only be considered moderate. It was nowhere near the impact that Lin Shu had made. Since this was the case, Pei Yuanfang wasn't an indecisive person. On the spot, he said, "Double the reward for being first in this monthly exam. Then talk to little Zhao and keep this matter to yourself." The monthly exam was already over, and the first place was already obvious. Seemingly thinking of something, he then began to add, "Well, then talk to Xiao Zhao. Have student Lin Shu come to my office next Wednesday afternoon." "Okay, principal. I'll inform Mr. Zhao Shang now." With that, he took out his cell phone and began to make contact. Pei Yuanfang nodded, his eyes looking out the window. Outside the window was the playground. It was possible to see quite a few students leaving in a flurry of wind. Looking at the scene in front of him, Pei Yuanfang had many thoughts in his mind. Although he was the head of a school, but the pressure was also great. The consecutive years of declining rankings had forced him to pay attention. Right now there seemed to be an opportunity to break the situation. Let's hope that this is really an opportunity. Teacher Lan's notification was quick, and Zhao Sheng received the news at the first opportunity. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment and called Lin Shu to a large tree below. At this moment, the people of Class 5 were preparing to return to the classroom and realized that Lin Shu was called aside by the teacher. Immediately, they began to talk and discuss what had happened. Arriving at the large tree, there weren't many people here and it was very quiet. "Teacher, is something wrong?" Although it was a question. But Lin Shu still guessed something. Something that could make the teacher call himself here. Currently, there didn't seem to be anything other than the monthly exam. It's like this: your monthly exam results came out. You're number 1, that's awesome, you've given our class a lot of face. Then the principal himself announced that the first place reward would be doubled. But let's not spread this around, it's better to keep a low profile. Obviously Lin Shu's talent had entered the school's vision. Zhao Shang was also very happy to be able to teach a student like Lin Shu. It was something that could be celebrated throughout one's career. For the matter of publicizing that is even more assured, Lin Shu will not have this happen. Lin Shu was slightly stunned and then was also very happy. After all, having gained twice as many rewards out of nowhere, anyone would be happy. "Teacher, don't worry, I won't spread it around." Zhao Sheng smiled and nodded. "And the principal also said he wants to see you. You'll go there next Wednesday afternoon." "Okay, I know, teacher." There were some doubts, but I thought it wouldn't be a bad thing. Just go, there was no need to think so much. With the matter already finished, the two didn't stay much longer. They directly returned to the teaching building. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu returned to the classroom. Inside the classroom, everyone was all discussing their rankings and grades. "I reckon I'll only score 100 points or so, ranked around a 200. That's great, I guess it's only 400, I won't be able to go back for a while to be lectured again. I feel good, the top 100 should be secure. Polarization is very serious. The good test talk and laugh and smile often open. The poor exams are downcast and depressed." Lin Shu walked into the classroom. Everyone's eyes were gathered on him. Everyone was curious. What did the teacher ask Lin Shu to do? Chapter 20 Reward arrives. Everyone inquired about what Lin Shu had gone to do. Lin Shu only smiled lightly in the face of the questions. Nothing much was said. There wasn't much to say about it. Everyone was a little disappointed to see this. After all, if people didn't want to say more, then there was no way to force them. But soon, everyone knew what was going on. After having lunch, Class President Huang Yian got the report card from the teacher's office.
When everyone inquired about it, they realized that the number one in this monthly exam was no other than Lin Shu.
Everyone gathered around, letting out cries of astonishment. The first place is in our class. It's Lin Shu. Lin Shu is number one in the monthly exam. See, I knew Brother Shu was number one. Lu Dong revealed a look that was true.
Crossing his arms, he looked extremely proud, as if the person who took first place was him. Huang Yian watched Lin Shu take first place, and his heart was also filled with thoughts. But in the blink of an eye, he had already been left far behind. So many rich kids in other classes were also compared to Lin Shu. One had to know that they were consuming intermediate-grade nutritional potions every day. They were also aided by spiritual objects. It was perfectly normal to be left behind themselves.
Congratulations, congratulations. This is too powerful. 666.
Facing everyone's compliments, Lin Shu pulled out a smile to echo everyone. Everyone was a little too enthusiastic, making him a little less comfortable.
Even Black Knight was surrounded by the other students' imperial beasts, causing him to flee,
hurrying to find a reason to leave the classroom. Only then did he get quite comfortable. The first place reward was 20 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion, 10 first-rank spirit items. Now it was doubled with the principal's permission. It became 40 bottles of intermediate nutritional potion and 20 first-order spirit objects.
It couldn't be spent, it simply couldn't be spent. The cultivation resources that were about to bottom out were once again abundant.
Just as Lin Shu was considering when he would be able to get his rewards.
Zhao Sheng found Lin Shu and brought a red suitcase.
The red suitcase contained the rewards from this monthly exam.
Obviously, the amount was too much. It wouldn't fit in a school bag alone, so this time, the suitcase was used instead.
It is a pity that there is no space storage means, otherwise it would not be so troublesome.
Open the suitcase, there are 5 exquisite gift boxes.
It was filled with a rosy red liquid, magnificent and thick. This was the intermediate nutritional potion. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and started inquiring. He found that the intermediate nutritional potion was priced at 15888 on the official website and contained 5 bottles. After doing this math, together with the spirits. This time, when the rewards were converted into cash, there was a full 200,000 or so.
Not bad indeed, these rewards. It also made Lin Shu feel good about the principal. What a great person. The time at school passed quickly.
Lin Shu dragged the red suitcase and the Black Knight back home on time. Finished organizing all the supplies in the suitcase. By the way, he gave Black Knight and Earth Yao a try at this intermediate nutritional potion. Let's see how it works. Because there was no place to use money for the time being, Lin Shu also gave up the idea of selling this batch of potions first. After all, proficiency and the effects of the potion could be stacked and did not conflict with each other.
Let his imperial beast develop properly first. After a simple dinner, he was ready to start meditating. Ding bell, ding bell. At this time, the time made a sound. This was someone sending a message.
Lin Shu didn't know who it was, but still immediately went over and picked up his cell phone to check it out. It turned out to be Bai Sheng.
Bai Sheng 2. I actually only got 5th in our school's monthly exam this time. That's so wrong.
Lin Shu also smiled slightly when he saw this. Although what was said was undeserved. But the words were revealing a show-off look. 2 pictures were opened for viewing. One was found to be the report card of the top 100 students in Center 1 Middle School.
The second was Bai Sheng's individual grades.
It had to be said that Center 1 Middle School was a lot stronger than Kanglin's 2nd Middle School. The 2 high schools had the same pattern for this monthly exam, both of which were physical tests that didn't involve combat.
The top 5 comprehensive scores all broke 1,000.
Even Lin Shu put into it could only barely be third.
The first place comprehensive score reached 1,311.08 points.
Lin Shu was not surprised by this. Those rich people have all the ways to improve their imperial beasts, and it's normal that they can't compare themselves to them at the moment. Not to mention that the score that he was ahead of this time was due to the quality gap. After all, Black Knight was only the elite, and their imperial beasts were all of perfect quality.
So in terms of cultivation, it was still Lin Shu who was more outstanding. It wasn't very difficult to catch up with them. It's not quite how it should be. Good thing I was lucky enough to take first place, 2. Click to send. On the other side, Bai Sheng looked at the message sent and clicked in.
Although in terms of battle power Bai Shang currently knew himself to be no match, this rating was not necessarily the case. After all, the quality of his own imperial beasts is a cut above. This score can be quite a lot. Finally I'm going to win you once Lin Shu, Bai Shang thought so. Skillfully opening the picture, Bai Shang's eyes narrowed, seemingly a bit unreadable. Kanglin's second middle school, ranked first Lin Shu. This kind of result is not unexpected, with Lin Shu's strength to achieve this level is normal. Unexpectedly, another picture showed a comprehensive rating of 1068.53, and then looked at himself, comprehensive rating 1033.15. It was actually a few dozen points higher than himself. Bai Shang was somewhat in disbelief. How could he still lose like this? If Lin Shu's mantis reached perfect quality, then it wouldn't even be number 1 in Center 1. This is really outrageous. Somewhat bitter, this was a kick in the teeth. Instead, Lin Shu had gotten loaded. It's really abominable to the extreme. Lin Shu, you've done all the bad things. There was no way to send out an emoticon. Big brother begging for a gif. Immediately afterward, he sent out 2 emoticons of tears. Lin Shu also found it interesting to see this scene, replying with an emoticon. Just when he thought the chat was over, Bai Shang's message reappeared. Lin Shu, are you still coming to Baiyun Arena tomorrow afternoon? After pausing for a moment, it added another one. It won't cost a dime, and food and lodging are included. This condition wasn't bad. He decided to agree. It was mainly because it would allow him to hone Blackout's combat skills, and not for what the food and lodging package went for. Sure, I'll be there around 10:30 tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow. After this, the chat ended. Lin Shu put down his cell phone. Sitting on the bed, he began to meditate. On the other side, inside Bai Shang's room. Although it was a room, the size was equivalent to a house. There was a specialized training room inside. It was specially prepared for Bai Shang's imperial beast, the blue thunder-striped bear. Way to go, Tian Lei. We must defeat the opposite side tomorrow. Roar! 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 The blue thunderstripe bear let out a loud roar as his body ran on a large special treadmill. This was to work on his speed. He had failed the last time just because of his speed, and now he was starting to specialize in this aspect. He was also eager to defeat that slippery damn black grasshopper. Chapter 21, Fondo Fledgling Cup. It was Saturday in the blink of an eye. Lin Shu looked at Tu Yao, whose body was covered in yellowish-brown stone armor. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It had also been a week since he contracted Earth Obsidian. This week under Lin Shu's care, Earth Obsidian's growth was also extremely rapid. First, let's talk about body size. From the original soccer ball-sized villain, it was now the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child. After taking out a measuring tape and taking a simple measurement, the body length reached 76.8 centimeters. The head was already only a little shorter than Black Knight. The growth rate was astonishingly fast, far exceeding Black Knight. This was not only due to the food and the body. The biggest reason should still be the effect of the talent Earth Obsidian physique. In this way, the effect of this talent was still extremely powerful. Opening the Earth Obsidian panel, there were also quite a few changes overall. Name, Mountain Rock Man. Level, LV 3230. Level limit, LV 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, Earth. Talent, Earth and Obsidian Physique Beginner 45-200. Skill, Beginner Punch to Chang 1650, Rock Skin Passive Beginner 120, Dust Beginner 120. Leveling came down to level 3 with Lin Shu frantically feeding him nutrient potions, which wasn't too slow when there were no bonus points. On the contrary, it was the skill aspect that gave Lin Shu enough surprises. He directly realized 2 skills, and both were Earth-based. 4 Earth Obsidian. Gifted with the existence of the Earth Obsidian physique, every Earth-type skill could reach a new height under the enchantment. Of course, more was better. There was already some combat power under this panel now. Looking at the 137 points left in proficiency made his hands itch a bit. After thinking for a moment or spending 90 points to directly raise Blackout to level 11. As for saving, it was currently impossible to save. Only when Black Knight needed to evolve later on would he consider saving up some proficiency. As for the timing of Black Knight's evolution, Lin Shu hadn't considered it yet. Simply tidying up the room. Bringing Black Knight and Earth Obsidian with him, Lin Shu closed the door to his room.
Taking public transportation, he headed to the Central District's White Cloud Arena.
At 10:20, 10 minutes early, Lin Shu had already arrived outside the arena.
Not bad, it's almost noon, it's time to eat. The somewhat absent-minded Black Knight at the side sniffed. The originally dull and lifeless eyes instantly lit up.
Even his waist straightened up a few points. It seemed that the deliciousness of the last time hadn't left Black Knight unforgettable for a long time. Tu Yao, however, felt nothing, and only felt that the place was a bit noisy.
Stroking Black Knight's little head, Lin Shu walked towards the interior of the White Cloud Arena in large strides.
Before he even walked through the door, a staff member waiting outside jogged over.
"Hello, is this Mr. Lin?"
It was thought that Baisheng had arranged this in advance.
"Yes. Please follow me." Following the direction of the staff's finger, Lin Shu started walking.
3 minutes later, he arrived at the familiar 001 VIP room. The staff member knocked lightly on the door twice. A young voice came out from inside.
"Please come in."
After waiting for a response, the staff member bowed and said,
"Please come in, Mr. Lin," and quickly left.
Pushing the door in, he found that it was indeed Baisheng. Apparently it had also just arrived not long ago. However, on top of the dining table in the VIP room, many dishes had already been set out. There was a hot vapor emanating from it, and it had obviously just been set on the table. Smelling this pungent aroma made the Black Knight around Lin Shu's feet stir a little.
"Here, quite early, quickly sit down."
Baisheng also immediately greeted Lin Shu when he saw him arrive.
"Yeah."
After responding, he fastened the door and sat down on the seat.
Baisheng also saw the silly Tu Yao on the side. His heart was also flooded with mutterings. Is this Lin Shu's second imperial beast? A mountain rock human, the most ordinary imperial beast.
Although he didn't know what reason Lin Shu had contracted it for.
But he didn't say much either.
Then he looked at Black Knight, who had 2 dead eyes on the food.
Baisheng gave a small smile. "Ha ha ha, let's eat first, the little mantis is craving for more. Then I won't be polite with you. These are nothing."
Seeing this, Lin Shu also laughed along.
The imperial beasts were still very cute when they were young. Actually, it wasn't just Black Knight either, the blue thunderstrike bear on the side also left behind a halo.
Apparently it had also endured for a long time. After receiving the acquiescence of the 2 masters,
Black Knight and blue thunderstrike bear swept through the delicious dishes like locusts. It was a good thing that the imperial beast's food was separated.
Otherwise, Lin Shu and Baisheng's food would have been affected as well.
In just a few moments, a large table of food was swept away.
Only Tu Yao was left looking at the empty dinner plates while somewhat at a loss for words.
Half an hour later, everyone had eaten their lunch as well.
The 2 of them went to Baisheng's private sparring ground together. It was time for the classic session, the Imperial Beast match. Baisheng and the Blue Thunder striped bear jumped at the chance. This week, they had improved a lot. Not only had they made a lot of progress in terms of speed, even their level had reached level 9.
This time, we should be the ones to win. However, things are often wishful thinking. In the last week, even if we lost, it would take a fierce battle to determine the winner. It was a 60-40 split. But this time, this battle hadn't even lasted 3 minutes from the end.
Seeing such a scene, Baisheng felt like the sky had collapsed.
No, this 1 week. Why did you improve so much? I really can't take it anymore. Just who is the young master of the Bai family? It left Baisheng in deep thought.
The Blue Thunder striped bear was beside him with a sad face, also devastated.
He actually still couldn't beat that black smelly grasshopper.
Lin Shu stood with Black Knight. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Black Knight, however, was lacking in interest, and only felt as if this big stupid bear wasn't able to withstand a fight either.
Somewhat embarrassed, did he hit too hard?
It was good that Baisheng slightly squeezed out some smiles after a short silence. Then, undaunted by the hardships, he continued to challenge Lin Shu. The result was, unsurprisingly, still a loss. The good thing was that it lasted longer this time, a full 10 minutes. It finally allowed Baisheng to have some more expression on his face. Taking advantage of the time in between when the Blue Thunder striped bear was being treated by the medic. The 2 of them were lying on the sofa chatting casually. At this time, Baisheng suddenly said,
"Lin Shu, do you know about the Fingdu Daisy Bird Cup?"
"Of course.
As a Fengdu person, the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup was all considered relatively famous within Fengdu City.
After all, as a competition within the city, it gathered most of the city's best young Imperial Beastmasters.
It still had a lot of attention.
The main participants of the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup were all newcomers, hence the name.
The age limit for the tournament was 17 years old and under.
The main focus was a newcomer versus.
Chapter 22, Sword Mantis Martial Hall. By then, if the tournament started, it would attract the influx of most of the senior students from the 6 districts.
The competition would be fierce, after all, within a single city. There were still too many excellent Imperial Beast Masters.
The previous times because there were too many applicants.
The organizers also had to add a restriction. That is, only students with a Royal Beast level of 8 or higher can participate. Many people who intended to come and join in the fun were kept out. This was what kept the number of people back to normal.
Isn't the start time still undecided? The Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup hadn't spread the news of registration yet. Otherwise, it would have been rumored in his own class, so how could he not know about it? Bai Sheng smiled, revealing a you-know-what expression. It's also soon, it'll start next Monday.
The competition side will start setting up registration channels.
I also heard it from someone else in class yesterday.
Hearing this, Lin Shu knew that this was a relationship in the organizer. That's how they knew the opening time of the competition in advance. The news was naturally true as well.
In that case, that's quite good. I'm also interested in this competition. For the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup, Lin Shu definitely wouldn't miss it.
Let alone the fact that it was a good environment to hone. Let alone the fact that its rewards were also very generous. Although the rewards hadn't been announced for this edition of the competition. But according to the past, it should not be too far off.
Yeah, as long as one is from Fengdu City.
I don't think any newbie Imperial Beastmaster would refuse the Fengdu Cup.
Bai Sheng echoed Lin Shu's statement, exuding a look of anticipation.
This was also considered a sense of regional belonging.
We'll sign up together at that time, so you don't run into me. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat. Immediately afterward, Lin Shu joked.
Bai Sheng sniffed and also looked a little helpless.
It can't be helped if I really meet you. It can only be taken as my bad luck. But don't be too happy, there's still some time left. It's not like I don't have the possibility of surpassing you. Then I'll wait for you to beat me. The two of them laughed.
Immediately afterward, Bai Sheng's topic changed, as if he had thought of something. Lin Shu, I wonder if you've heard of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall.
Blade Mantis Martial Hall?
The information in Lin Shu's mind flew through his memory and found that there wasn't a single image.
Shaking his head. I haven't heard of this place.
Bai Sheng gave a start, seemingly thinking of Lin Shu's little mantis returning from learning the art within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. The scene of violently beating himself up with heavenly thunder afterward. But still, he continued to speak. He wasn't that kind of person. The stronger Lin Shu's Imperial Beast was, after defeating it like this, the greater the sense of accomplishment one would gain. That's not surprising, after all, the Blade Mantis Martial Hall is still relatively niche, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Blade Mantis Martial Hall is a place for Mantis Imperial Beasts to learn sword techniques.
Mantis is learning sword techniques?
Although such a combination seemed strange, it was very reasonable upon closer examination. The founder of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall had a set of sword techniques passed down in his family. It was then refined and evolved into a set of sword techniques suitable for use by mantises.
Of course, it's not just mantises.
As long as the Sentinel Beast is a humanoid type and holds a weapon similar to the same sword in both arms, it can be attempted. Hearing this, Lin Shu became a little curious about the Blade Mantis Martial Hall.
I wondered what kind of picture it would be like for a mantis to use a sword technique. It seemed to have seen Lin Shu's curiosity.
Bai Sheng took out his cell phone and with a burst of fiddling, it was handed to Lin Shu's eyes.
Nua, take a look.
These are some of the videos taken within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Attention came to the video screen.
Lin Shu clicked to play the video.
The screen appeared at once. What came into view was a shadow mantis with a pitch-black body. That is, the same species as the darkness. The mantis closed its eyes like an old monk in meditation.
Its breath rises and falls rhythmically in its chest. In a flash, the mantis opens its eyes.
The eyes are full of sharpness and danger. Only to see its forearms swinging, its movements were slow but powerful. Then its arms started to move faster and faster.
The naked eye could not see the movements clearly.
Only dots of light and shadow appeared.
This look is like the flash of a sword.
In the middle of the picture, a pile made of fine iron appeared. The mantis suddenly struck out, and in a flash of lightning, it arrived in front of the stake. The sharp forelimbs were like flashing white awns, bringing up bursts of air-breaking sounds. Its movements were clean and sharp, without the slightest hint of procrastination. This blade technique had been practiced countless times, reaching the realm of pure perfection.
Ka-ching!
A crisp and sharp sound rang out. The iron stake was surprisingly cut by a waist. Mantis turned his head away and stopped gazing. Such a scene was quite a martial arts master's demeanor. At this point, the video also ended here. Handing the cell phone back to Baisheng, he could not help but say, "Very powerful sword technique."
This was Lin Shu's afterthought.
Clean, sharp, and deadly with a single slash. This was what Black Knight needed. It was also the most important.
That's for sure, you know?
That slash just now, it had no energy fluctuations.
That means it was done all by the body.
No energy was used. If originally this blade technique only had some minor advantages,
then now this blade technique was extremely terrifying. It was like this without energy. It was even better with the addition of energy. For a while Lin Shu's thoughts surged.
Baisheng looked at Lin Shu, who was at war with the heavenly beings. He also felt that it was very interesting to directly fish this kid into a warped mouth.
He did not continue to keep his appetite.
Baisheng told all the things he knew.
I know that you want to learn this blade technique very much. But the threshold of this blade technique is very high. Is it the expenses that are higher?
If it was that the tuition was not enough, Lin Shu could only sell the rewards from the monthly exam a few days ago.
To make up for it.
No, this threshold refers to learning. This hallmaster doesn't accept just anyone. It requires that the talent of the imperial beasts is high enough, as long as you can practice the sword technique he taught you to a great completion within 10 days. Then you can continue to learn the next blade techniques, otherwise he won't teach you the remaining blade techniques even if you are rich. At those words, the corner of Lin Shu's mouth curled up. Wasn't this bumping into a gun? If it was money, it could still make it a little difficult for Lin Shu. But this learning speed, Lin Shu had no fear. If he really couldn't learn to add points, he would be able to solve the problem.
Noticed Lin Shu's expression, very confident look.
Baisheng was a bit puzzled, then thought of something, according to his observation that the skill proficiency of the mantis was very high. That learning talent naturally wouldn't be too bad, it should be more confident. You shouldn't be too happy either, there is still a gap between skills and swordsmanship. Don't think that if the skills are learned quickly, the knife skills will be the same. Baisheng still couldn't help but remind.
Don't worry, I didn't. I just laughed just because I thought of something happy. That's fine, anyway, if you really want to go and learn. It's best to take a week's vacation, so that you can better and more focused on learning sword techniques.
Hearing this, Lin Shu was very grateful. The relationship between him and Baisheng was shallow. It was still possible to help himself like this.
Chapter 23 Instructor Wu Song.
Baisheng, who had observed the change in Lin Shu's expression, waved his hand. In an exaggerated tone, he said,
Io, why are you making this expression, making it kinda meaty?
It's all trivial, we're all friends.
Friends have to help each other, don't they?
Lin Shu nodded. Helping wasn't something that was said, it was something that was acted upon.
Keeping this matter in mind.
Although he didn't have anything right now, Lin Shu believed that his future would be a wide sea. He had this confidence.
Have you decided, are you ready to go?
Of course. Lin Shu was certain that anything that could make him stronger, he would fight for it all. When he received an affirmative reply, Baisheng sent the address over FMS. Nua, the address was sent, take a look.
Good.
Taking out his cell phone, he searched for the address. It was found that the Blade Mantis Martial Hall was quite close to the center of the central district.
It was only 5 kilometers from the White Cloud Dojo.
Baisheng looked at the time on the watch in his wrist.
That's fine, it's around 1 o'clock now, just about the right time. You can then go over and take a look.
Hearing this, Lin Shu thought about it and also felt that it was fine.
That's fine, I'll go over later. What are you waiting for? Still want to abuse me a few times, right? Baisheng revealed a very sad expression. Haha, how come? I'm just a little bit stronger than you right now, you can definitely catch up back in the future. Well, that's something I love to hear. You're kind of telling the truth. Baisheng had an expression that deserved it. After a brief break of 5 minutes. I'll go over then. Go.
After greeting Baisheng, Lin Shu did not pause. Taking Black Knight and Earthya with him, he left the White Cloud Arena. It headed to the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. The journey was very smooth. At 1:30 p.m., Lin Shu arrived at the entrance of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. The exterior of the hall was magnificent, and a sense of solemnity washed over him. The walls were made of green stone, tall and simple. Above the open door was a portrait. In the portrait was a praying mantis with its arms interlocked, making an X. It was a unique feeling. Stepping into the gate of the martial arts hall, you stepped on the floor paved with green stones. The ground was flat and clean. Coming into the middle of a wide courtyard. Before Lin Shu could start looking for the people within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, a loud voice rang out. "Little brother, are you bringing a royal beast to learn sword techniques?" Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man probably in his 30s walked out. The man stared at Black Knight as if he wanted to see through him. This made Blackout a bit uneasy. The strange man in front of him seemed to be very strong. However, he also stared at him against his fear. "Yes, I was introduced by a friend. So come over to take a look." At those words, the middle-aged man nodded. "I am the instructor of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, Wu Song. You're a good little mantis, you have guts." Previously, many mantises were scared to the point of running away when they saw him. Not to mention locking eyes with him. Lin Shu touched Hai's back armor, making Hai feel slightly more at ease, and with a sense of confidence. "Then Instructor Wu, how do I enroll?" "Follow me first." With that, he waved his big hand and walked forward with big strides. On the way, they passed by a martial arts arena. On it, there were all sorts of mantis training swordsmanship. Devil mantis, green jade mantis, great sword mantis, and so on. There were so many different types, it was like a mantis encyclopedia. It was a very strange scene. All of them seemed to be beginners. Each mantis was a little bit stumbling in the process of using it. You couldn't say the poses were smooth, could you, but you could also say they were a mess. It was hard to even go through a set of processes. These are all new students, just practicing their sword techniques. Seeing such a scene, Wusong also opened his mouth to explain. In that case, that would be considered normal. Then he brought Lin Shu to a white building outside. Above the white building were written 3 large words. Enrollment Office. Coming inside, the furnishings inside were very simple. There was just a table and a few benches. Greeting Lin Shu and sitting down, Wusong began to explain. The enrollment fee is 20,000 daxia coins. But only one blade style is taught. As long as your mantis practices this blade style to great success within 14 days. Then you can continue to learn it, and all the previous fees will be refunded. He then turned his words around and said with a serious look. If the conditions are not reached within 14 days, then there will be no more then, and you will have no connection to the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. The fee will be returned for nothing. I've finished my words, so think about it again. Wusong sat on the small bench waiting for Lin Shu to reply. After hearing this, Lin Shu was a bit strange. Wasn't it within 10 days before? How did it become 14 days? There was some doubt on his expression. Wusong sighed. It seemed like he had a headache with this problem as well. It's mainly because there are fewer and fewer students lately. And the pass rate is also getting lower. That's why Hall Master lowered the threshold. Wusong looked indignant and somewhat helpless. Nowadays, many people were not interested in any blade techniques. After all, there were many imperial beast skills. Why should they focus on sword techniques? The difficulty of learning was disproportionate to the rewards. That was why it had gradually become like this. So that's why Lin Shu understood the reason. What was obvious was that the Blade Mantis Martial Hall was starting to decline a bit. Lin Shu didn't think much about it. After all, he was here to learn the art. It didn't have much of an effect on himself. I'm enrolling, how do I pay? Wusong pointed to a few QR codes on the wall. Then he took out 2 contracts from the drawer. It was rather formal looking. Take a look at it first, just sign it if there are no problems. Lin Shu picked up the contracts and looked at them. The contents were few and simple. After carefully checking that there were no problems, he quickly signed it and handed it over. Collecting the contract, took out a copy and gave it to Lin Shu. "A few over there, and cash will do. No hesitation, direct payment." Ding! The deduction was successful, and a message popped up from the cell phone bank. 20,000, balance remaining 44,352.08. Wu Song looked at it and made sure he received the money. "Yes, it's arrived on my side." Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately said, "Then when will the teaching begin, Instructor Wu?" Wu Song lowered his head and thought he had something to do in the afternoon. "I'm afraid I won't have time to teach today." The other teachers within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall were also off today. There was only tomorrow. "Sorry, I have something to take care of today." "Let's do it tomorrow at noon, do you think it's okay?" Wu Song also revealed an embarrassed expression. Discussing with Lin Shu, he said, "Okay, then Instructor Wu, I'll come over tomorrow at noon." For Lin Shu it didn't matter much. Tomorrow was tomorrow, he wasn't in such a hurry himself. "Thanks, I'll personally teach you tomorrow." "Alright then, I'll go back first." Ending the conversation, Lin Shu walked out of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, preparing to return to the White Cloud Dojo. At around 4 o'clock, he returned to the middle of the dojo. Chapter 24, Spinning Arm Chop. Sunday morning. Lin Shu stayed in a guest room in the dojo last night under Bai Sheng's arrangement. The environment was good, similar to a hotel. After continuing to eat lunch, it also came to 11 o'clock noon. So that was why he took Black Knight to the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. And Tura was put in his room. There was no time for him this afternoon. It was a relief to leave him at the dojo. Quickly walking inside the Mantis Martial Arts Hall, Wu Song was instructing the other Mantis blade techniques. "The rhythm is off, you're too slow, pick up the speed. There's also a big problem with the posture, I don't know how you've been learning these past few days." Wu Song looked a little helpless, as if he wanted to break out in curses. But instead, he forcefully gave in and held back. In Lin Shu's opinion, Wu Song was definitely not considered a good-tempered person. Doing this, he thought that it was also to maintain the originally small number of trainees. He was not considered to have a good temper, but he was definitely considered to be a responsible person. No matter how badly you learn, he would still point out the shortcomings and tell you to improve. It also took a while for this amount of lecturing to come down. Lin Shu watched silently from the side. It was just the right time to learn a little bit about sword techniques. 10 minutes later, Wu Song had a slightly apologetic face. He came to Lin Shu's side. "Let's go, follow me." Followed Wu Song to a place that looked like a ring. The place was huge, 100 or so square feet. Purple light flashed in the air, and Wu Song summoned his imperial beast. Double-bladed mantis. For preliminary teaching, it is still necessary for the imperial beasts to teach each other. It will also be a lot faster in terms of learning speed. Wu Song opened his mouth and explained a bit. Lin Shu looked towards the double-edged mantis. The double-bladed mantis was like a swordsman, standing still with an upright posture. The outer shell was silver-white in color, as if it was covered with a layer of tough armor. The most intriguing feature is the double-edged front limbs. Long and strong, covered with sharp and fine serrated teeth. It was like two finely polished blades. Exudes an aura of danger. Darkness did the same, only feeling that the large white praying mantis in front of him was a bit hard to mess with. Name, Double-Edged Mantis. Level, LV 78 522 780. Level limit, 100 plus. Status, Boredom. Quality, Lord. Attribute, Gold Insect. Talent, None. Skills, Beginner Spinning Arm Chop into Subtlety 177 200, Strong Attack into Subtlety 66 200, Sharp Blade Passive into Subtlety 95 200. Intermediate Folding Wind Blade Subtle 13 400, Blade Breath Perfect 88 100, Cross Chop Subtle 23 400. Advanced Lone Moon Flash Greatest 144 160, Divine Speed Greatest 112 160, Phantom Twin Blades Perfect 52 320. Super Stage Golden Mantle Splitting Blade Chop Minor Achievement 22 240. The panel attributes could be said to be very luxurious. The strength of the Imperial Beast was close to the 8th rank. The skills in hand are also numerous. Like most Mantis-type Imperial Beasts. Almost no defensive skills, only the most extreme offense. Mantis-type imperial beasts were always inevitably turned into standard assassins.
Hearing what Wu Song said,
Lin Shu also nodded in recognition.
Instructor Wu, you can just arrange it. After all, you're the professional.
Seeing this, Wu Song opened his mouth and greeted Double Blade Mantis.
Double Blade, you come over here. Teach this little guy. Just teach the first style of the spinning arm chop. Spinning arm chop?
Lin Shu found it in Double Blade Mantis's skills.
This blade technique was indeed counted as a skill. I just don't know what the highest level is again.
The double-bladed mantis also immediately walked over when it heard its master's call.
Coming in front of Black Knight, a pair of deep and dangerous eyes stared straight ahead.
The triangular head then flicked out,
gesturing for Black Knight to come up front.
Under Lin Shu's eye gesture, Black Knight and the double-edged mantis walked to the front. The two imperial beasts were separated from each other.
The double-bladed mantis eyes were slightly closed and its body was slightly tilted downwards with its legs in the shape of offerings.
The whole was like a bow and arrow ready to fire. Looking at the slender and thin body, there was a surprising power hidden in it. The body is open and closed, with a rhythmic rhythm. Then the original slightly closed eyes opened. The eyes revealed an intimidating bitterness and sharpness. It was as if two sharp knives were swung in front of the body.
The two forearms began to stab regularly left and right.
Because of the excessive power, it brought up gusts of wind-breaking sounds. The speed was rather slow. This was to let Black Knight understand the blade style involved. After all, this was teaching. The speed got faster and faster, and both forearms directly began to rotate like a windmill. It was as if a certain threshold had been reached, and the power had built up to its peak.
The forelimbs transformed into a large sword and slammed heavily into the ground. Bang! A low sound rang out.
The ground revealed a huge and complete crater.
Dust scattered in all directions for a while, and mud and rocks flew.
With such might, Lin Shu was a little surprised from the sidelines. This was achieved without the slightest fluctuation of energy, relying entirely on power. Although the body of the double-edged mantis that was close to the 8th rank was powerful, the power of the spinning arm chop could not be denied. After all, to have this kind of power without using energy was something that could not be accomplished by other skills. Black Knight's eyes were also glowing when he saw this scene. Clearly the power of this skill made him very envious. Double Edge, demonstrate it 2 more times.
Just after the demonstration, Wu Song then continued. There were no imperial beasts yet that could learn these blade techniques with one demonstration.
After all, although they had intelligence, they were still quite a bit inferior compared to humans. So generally within 7 or 8 times of demonstration, the imperial beasts that could learn the knife skills were considered to be relatively intelligent.
What's more, there are many people who can't learn it even after a dozen times.
Then this is also basically not related to the sword technique. Looking at Black Knight, Lin Shu understood what he meant. The general idea was that he had learned some but still hadn't fully learned it.
Next, after the double-edged mantis continued to demonstrate twice more,
Blackout nodded heavily, indicating that he had learned this blade technique. It seems that Black Knight is still very smart. Lin Shu thought so. Wu Song was about to let double-edged mantis continue. Lin Shu immediately interrupted the process.
Instructor Wu, there's no need to demonstrate first. Black Knight says it's already learned. Really? Wu Song's voice lifted, seemingly in some disbelief. This speed was a bit fast.
Even his own twin blades had to observe the move 5 or 6 times before he learned it when he first learned it. Then let him try it. Although he was a bit puzzled, Wu Song was still prepared to take a look first. Whether this was really learned or not. In Lin Shu's encouraging eyes, Blackout stepped forward without hesitation. It began to use the spinning arm chop. Black Knight's eyes were slightly closed as he mimicked the method he had learned earlier.
The appearance was somewhat comical, as clumsy as a toddler learning to walk. However, both the posture and the aura were imitated 3 times. It was also considered to be able to be coherent. It made Wu Song, who was observing from the side, nod his head. Recognized this movement. What followed was also very smooth. Black Knight's slender forelimbs smashed into the ground. It made a muffled sound and did not cause any damage. Phew! Instead, it was the Black Knight that screamed out in pain. Pa, pa! Wu Song applauded from the side. His face was filled with appreciation and great satisfaction. Even twin-bladed mantis showed a not bad expression. Chapter 25, The Upper Limit. That's awesome, Black Knight.
Lin Shu was not stingy with his praise.
Black Knight's excellence was obvious. This kind of learning speed is really fast.
In all these years, I've only seen 5 of them. Wu Song recalled the past, and Black Knight's talent for learning was truly a rare find. It seemed like there was something else to say, but he shook his head and didn't continue.
Above the panel, Black Knight also had an additional beginner skill. Spinning arm chop beginner 120.
Lin Shu also had some questions that he needed to ask Wu Song.
He wanted to know how high was the upper limit of the blade skill? Or perhaps at what level?
Instructor Wu, if we compare the spinning arm slash to a beginner skill, then there should be more advanced blade techniques that follow. In response to Lin Shu's question, Wu Song nodded.
There's nothing wrong with your analogy.
Within our Blade Mantis Martial Hall, we are actually divided according to skill levels. The spinning arm slash is just the primary skill, and there are certainly more advanced blade techniques to follow. Lin Shu was not surprised by such an answer. This was what was normal.
Then where is the upper limit of the blade skills? To this question,
Wu Song fell into a moment of silence, as if this question had stirred up his memories. According to the words of the Hall Master, the upper limit is without end.
No end? Can it go on and on?
As if he felt that this answer wasn't very good, he went on to change his words. Blade techniques are divided into basic styles, which is a stage of laying the foundation. That is to say, it allows your Imperial Beast to understand the core and composition of the blade technique. The next path is something you have to delve into on your own. After all, every Imperial Beast's path is different. You can only rely on yourself to feel and verify. After hearing this, Lin Shu understood the meaning. The knowledge learned in the front was like reading a book. First, one learns what is in the textbook, and then chooses a direction to research and explore. Inventing things that hadn't appeared before, these could only be delved into by oneself.
No wonder there is no end to it.
As long as you comprehend enough, you can create more advanced blade techniques on your own. It would be possible to pull up the power of the blade techniques without any upper limit.
I wonder if Instructor Wu's double blades have stepped out of their own path.
Lin Shu spoke experimentally. In response, Wu Song was unconcerned and only nodded affirmatively. Of course, only teachers who have stepped out of their own path can become instructors. Currently there are only 3 instructors within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, including me. When he finished speaking, the pride on his face could not be concealed.
Even Double Blade Mantis couldn't help but raise his chest high.
Both of them were doubly proud of this matter.
There was nothing to hide about these things.
After all, as long as one had the heart, one could basically inquire about it outside.
It was just something that was out in the open.
But the difficulty could be said to be difficult. There were only 3 instructors even within the large Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Counting the rest, I'm afraid that the number of Imperial Beasts that could comprehend the blade technique on their own wouldn't be more than 2 digits. Lin Shu slightly raised his head.
What anticipation! Just the beginner's saber technique had this kind of power. Then I'm afraid that the power of more advanced blade techniques would be unimaginable. These aren't things you little mantis should be thinking about yet.
All you have to do is to practice the spinning arm slash first. Although he has some talent, he still needs to keep his feet on the ground. Seeing this, Wu Song also opened his mouth to remind.
Such a good seedling, don't delay it. Instructor Wu, I know, it's just a sentiment.
Lin Shu certainly didn't have such overly ambitious thoughts.
Wu Song nodded and didn't say anything else.
He just continued to let Black Knight use the spinning arm chop.
The double-edged mantis was pointing from the side. The 2 mantises made squeaking sounds from time to time.
The communication was also very smooth. Under the careful instruction, Black Knight's movements and rhythms became more and more perfect. The original unattacking rotary arm chop also showed some power.
Half an hour later,
Wu Song looked at Black Knight and nodded with satisfaction. He only felt that this teaching was the easiest he had ever had within this year. If only the Imperial Beasts that came to learn sword techniques were all like this.
Then he spoke up. It's almost done, there's nothing wrong with his way anymore.
You can rest for a while and continue practicing. Actually, this kind of intensity was nothing.
That time and intensity during Black Knight's usual liver proficiency could be a lot more than now.
However, Lin Shu didn't refute it, and just let Blackout stop practicing for the time being.
Black Knight was a bit puzzled. What was this for? Why did he stop all of a sudden? He was in the middle of his excitement right now. Looking at your appearance, you should be a student, right? Woo-song suddenly said. Yes, Instructor Wu. It's like this, I suggest you can take a week's vacation from school. Then stay in the martial arts hall and study. After all, if you have any questions you can come and ask me as well. There isn't much left to learn in school. The other trainees were also like this, but the time spent staying in the martial arts hall was only 1 day a week. It could be said that Woo-song gave Lin Shu a small opening, helping him improve his blade skills. To this, Lin Shu was a little hesitant. The principal wanted to see him next Wednesday. After all, it had been notified in advance, so it would be too unruly if he didn't go. Honestly, he explained this situation to Woo-song. The latter didn't say much and patted Lin Shu's shoulder. It's nothing, coming over a few days later is the same. There's nothing wrong with what you did in this matter. After resting for a few moments, Black Knight continued practicing his sword techniques. Lin Shu and Woo-song, on the other hand, chatted away. Woo-song had experienced a lot of events, and most of the time he was the one talking while Lin Shu was listening. The events were tense and exciting, and he was very eloquent, so I have to say that Woo-song had a talent for storytelling. Listening to Lin Shu is if the voice of the realm so that people cannot stop. Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye came to about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Black Knight and Double-Edged Mantis ended their movements. Little Shu, then you should go back first. If you really have any problems in the next 2 days, just contact brother on your cell phone. Woo-song raised his cell phone as a reminder. In the afternoon, the two of them also added their contact information. The relationship was also a little better. This was what made the title change a bit. Okay, Brother Wu. Then I'll leave first. Waving his hand towards Woo-song, Lin Shu took Black Knight and left the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Woo-song stared at Lin Shu's departing back for a long time. There was no telling what he was thinking about. Instead of returning directly to the south of the city, he came inside the White Cloud Dojo. First, he greeted Bai Shang. By the way, he brought Tu Yao with him, so he couldn't forget about him. Afterwards, under the hospitality of another dinner. Only then did he say goodbye to Bai Sheng. Heading towards the south of the city. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shu returned to his home. The first thing Lin Shu did when he returned home was to change the Black Knight's clone to skill practice, replacing it with the spinning arm chop. After practicing it earlier to achieve great success, it would be possible to continue learning the content of the subsequent blade techniques from Brother Wu. So this matter definitely needs to be put on the agenda. The faster the better. Chapter 26 Classification of Properties. Monday morning. Lin Shu picked up his cell phone and checked the messages. Woo-song had sent a few messages just now. I don't know what they are, probably something he forgot to explain. Tapping the message came to the dialog box. It was 3 10-second voice messages. There was also a video underneath. The face on the paused interface was a bit blurry, but it was still clear that it was Woo-song. This made Lin Shu somewhat curious. He opened the voice and began to listen carefully. Woo-song's somewhat rough voice came out. I forgot about this yesterday just chatting with you. This blade technique Imperial Beast Masters can also use. The content of this video below is. The moves are not quite the same as the Imperial Beasts, so don't get it wrong, just follow the above and practice. And then if there's anything you don't understand, just contact me on the top of your cell phone. After listening to a few voices, Lin Shu was clear about the situation. Thank you, Brother Wu, I understand. I don't have time to practice yet, I'll try again tonight. The reply was also quick, wondering what Woo-song was doing getting up so early. That's fine, just go to school. There's no rush for that. The reply was a good one and the chat ended there. At this time in the living room, Black Knight and Earth Yao were still practicing their skills diligently. A night passed, because of Black Knight and the replica. The spinning arm chop also came straight to a minor accomplishment. It turned into the following. Spinning arm chop minor achievement 330. This speed could be said to be extremely fast. In 2 more days, it would be possible to reach the great success. It was time to complete the examination within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Next, Lin Shu took Black Knight and headed to the school, leaving Earth Yao with the replicas at home. Arriving in the classroom, many people were discussing what they had done this weekend. The conversation was very hot, as if there were endless topics to talk about every day. Soon it came time for class to begin. As the teacher entered the classroom, the class immediately quieted down. Zhao Shang took the chalk and wrote a few large words on the blackboard. Skill level, Imperial Beast Attribute. The teacher picked up his book and stroked the table slowly. Today, we'll talk about these properly. I know that most of you have had an understanding of these contents, but only a little, not particularly clear. These two aspects of knowledge are very important. Not only will they be tested in the college entrance exams, and they can also play a role in the Imperial Beasts' battle against each other. Zhao Shang's words carried an unquestioning flavor. Many of the students at the bottom nodded in response. Yes, teacher. Seeing this, Zhao Shang was satisfied and continued. First are the skills. As we all know, skills are divided into 4 equal ranks. They are primary, intermediate, advanced, and super rank. Lu Dong raised his hand, clearly having questions that needed to be answered. Zhao Shang gestured for him to speak. Teacher, but how come I've heard that there are skills above super rank skills? At this, Zhao Shang stroked his forehead before speaking. There are naturally more advanced skills above them. These are only found above level 100, it's still too far for you guys, just don't think so much. Seeing this, Lu Dong hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything else. Alright then, no questions, will continue. The higher the skill rank and level, the more powerful that is naturally. But I still recommend everyone to raise their primary skills to an apex before going on to raise their intermediate skills. It remains the same in the future as well, so that the battle power of the Imperial Beasts is also. Regarding skills, Zhao Shang explained a lot. It also recommended how to raise their skills. It made quite a few students come to a realization, calling out that they had really learned. The next thing to be explained was the Imperial Beast attributes. There are currently 18 known Imperial Beast attributes. Among them, the elemental category is 10 types. They are fire, thunder, water, earth, gold, wood, wind, ice, light, and darkness. Then there are 4 types of regular class. They are flying, normal, poison, and insect. Lastly, the special category is 4 types. They are time, space, dragon, and spirit. Especially the last special class attribute is the most powerful, often sought after by most beast masters. These types of Imperial Beasts are very rare, and their rarity is extremely high, so everyone should not miss out if they have the chance to contract one subsequently. Zhao Shang opened his teacup and took a sip. Whispers came from below. The regular attributes were all very familiar to everyone. However, there were still 1 or 2 that hadn't been understood. So this lesson was so that everyone could be more clear about all the attributes. For example, the regular attribute, everyone didn't have much of an impression of it. That's when someone started asking questions. Teacher, what is the purpose of this ordinary faculty? It seems like none of them have heard much about it. Zhao Shang shook his head. These students didn't usually read more, they actually hadn't even heard of this. Although one had become a royal beast master, there was some knowledge that one still needed to learn. Instead of relying solely on the Imperial Beasts to rampage through the world, they would be able to solve the problem. The normal lineage is the most special attribute. Like most of the rest of the attributes will have restraints between attributes. But the ordinary system will not be restrained by any attribute, and it certainly won't restrain the rest of the attributes. The words caused a burst of discussion. As if that's not much use. It really is ordinary enough. The ordinary department was the most peculiar existence in the attribute world. Alright, what's the point of talking about this? Listen to the lesson properly. The rest of the restraints between the attributes I think everyone should be aware of. But everyone shouldn't be able to rely too much on them. Although there exists a certain restraining relationship between the attribute restraints, the strength of the restraints among them is still related to the Imperial Beasts. So one can't be immersed in the attribute restraint relationship and won't be able to improvise, then it's easy to go into a cocoon. Self-strength is really strong, then line next we speak. The afternoon's lesson had quickly come to an end. It was already time for school to end, and everyone in the classroom didn't seem to have the intention of leaving. Look everyone, the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup has begun registration. Really, let me see. Really. Everyone go to the official website and look. It turned out to be that the Fengdu Fledgling Cup had opened registration. The news provided by Baishan was still accurate. To the side, Huang Yian patted Lin Shu on the back. Lin Shu, are you planning to go to the competition? Of course, it's good to go for a long look. Looking at Lin Shu's low-key appearance, Huang Ian was a bit dumbfounded. If you're all about growing your knowledge, then I'll just be a spectator in the past. We just need to enjoy the process, the result is not that important. Hearing this, Huang Ian nodded, feeling that these words made sense. Most of the people within the class were eager to compete. But the threshold of level 8 was blocking most of them. Level 8 is too hard, I can't reach it. I can only go to the site and feel the atmosphere. Tearful roars came from within the class. The enrollment pathway was convenient, and it could all be solved directly online. After spending a few minutes filling out the information, Lin Shu had already enrolled successfully. So also did not stay in the classroom any longer. He directly left and went home. Chapter 27, Meeting the Principal. The time came to Wednesday. Today was also the day that the principal had an appointment to see him. After finishing his morning classes and simply going to the cafeteria to eat. Then he hoofed it to the principal's office. Bang! Bang! Lightly knocking on the door. A neutral and powerful voice came from inside. Please come in. Lin Shu pushed open the door to the room and entered the office, bringing the door with him in passing. The principal's office was large, estimated to be over 100 square feet. On the walls hung several beautifully framed paintings and calligraphy, all of which featured some imperial beasts that Lin Shu had never seen before. On the other side were displayed several glass cabinets of varying heights. Several trophies were stored inside, where the school's heritage was emphasized. What met his eyes was a wide and neat solid wood desk. Beside the desk was a middle-aged man sitting on a leather seat. He had a hard face, with a somewhat unruffled and authoritative look. It was Pei Yuanfang, the principal of Kanglan Second Middle School. Seeing that the visitors were Lin Shu and Black Knight, his originally somewhat serious face immediately switched to a smile. It's Lin Shu. Seeing this, Lin Shu also immediately replied. It's my principal. Pei Yuanfang's pair of eyes at the moment but stared heavily at Black Knight. With some scrutiny, as if trying to see something. It seemed that this shadow mantis hadn't taken any other prohibited items. The physical talent was indeed present, while the leveling speed increased quickly. It was because of Lin Shu's talent in royal beasts, Pei Yuanfang thought in his heart. Not bad, very talented to be able to get the full support of the school. In a single moment, he was able to see the blackness from the inside out. The expression once again reverted to one of amity and cordiality. This process was very quick, probably completed in a few breaths. Immediately afterward, Pei Yuanfang called Lin Shu to his side. Seemingly sensing something, he asked slightly tentatively. Little Lin, your spiritual power has reached the first rank? At this, Lin Shu was also a bit surprised. This principal's strength was indeed strong. Just by standing beside him, he was able to sense his spiritual power. Yes, principal, I already reached it a few days ago. Getting an affirmative answer from Lin Shu, Pei Yuanfang hurriedly said. I don't think your second imperial beast has been contracted yet, right? The school can be in a position to provide you with one of your choosing. Pei Yuanfang looked at Lin Shu with eagerness. But Lin Shu's slightly embarrassed expression already spoke the truth. I've already contracted a second imperial beast. The worst possible outcome had still occurred, and Pei Yuanfang's heart sank slightly. He had already understood what kind of family Lin Shu was. Naturally, he knew that he didn't have any money to be able to purchase a high-quality imperial beast. So this second imperial beast would be an elite quality at most. The school was perfectly capable of providing him with a perfect quality imperial beast. It was really a pity how something happened to himself a few days ago. This matter was really his own problem, delaying such a good student who could drive the school's performance. Nor did he ask Lin Shu what he had contracted again. All of this was meaningless now. He could only prepare the imperial beasts for him after his spirit reached the second stage. However, Lin Shu was still surprised at how quickly his spirit had improved, far exceeding that of his peers. This kind of all-round talent can't be buried, one must always pay attention to him. In the future, whether or not the second middle school's grades could be improved a bit more, it would still depend on Lin Shu. In this way, Pei Yuanfang said after a moment of contemplation. Little Lin, the next time you spiritually raise to the second stage you must talk to me first. Just don't go ahead and contract it yourself, the school is fully capable of providing a better quality imperial beast. Hearing the principal speak about this, Lin Shu had no regrets. Although the Earth Yao was of low quality, the potential was high. There was nothing wrong with contracting him. Of course, it was naturally good for the school to be able to provide a high-quality imperial beast. There was no reason not to want it for himself. Thank you for your concern. Next time if there are any problems, I will definitely come to the principal. Obviously from Pei Yuanfang's attitude. He himself currently still had some weight in the school. There was an intention to cultivate himself. Lin Shu of course had to go along with Pei Yuanfang and get more support. After all, it was only with resources that one could grow faster. For Lin Shu's attitude, Pei Yuanfang was also more satisfied. After all, he is still a student, and it's normal for him to have problems that he doesn't understand. He only needs to guide him well. Then Pei Yuanfang asked a question. He also wanted to confirm something. Your talent effect is to increase the upgrade speed of imperial beasts, right? No need to tell the whole story, just answer yes or no. The content of the talent was still a very private topic. One just needed to confirm the general ability, not the details. To this Lin Shu knew it was nothing to hide. The students in the class often discussed this issue as well. Most of them believed that the effect of their talent was to increase the speed of the imperial beast's level. Besides, only if he reflected enough value would the school be able to invest more in himself. It was all a matter of mutual benefit, and anyway, it was irrelevant to one's true natural ability, and one wouldn't lose out. All of these effects now were incidental to proficiency. Nodding affirmatively, there was no hesitation in answering. Yes. Pei Yuanfang was very satisfied with the situation. After all, it was an additional investment, and he didn't want to raise a white-eyed wolf. Lin Shu's attitude was clean and unreserved, showing great trust in the school. Next month's monthly exam will also be a physical test. I hope you can still be number 1. And the grade comes to level 16 or above. If you fulfill both of these conditions, I will prepare a good thing for you. With close to 20 days left, this condition was simply a giveaway for Lin Shu. It was light and loose. When Pei Yuanfang saw that Lin Shu didn't say anything, he thought that the pressure was a bit too much. You don't need to have too much pressure, although it's a bit difficult, this is completely possible to achieve. As long as one works hard enough, there's still a good chance. Obviously this was misunderstood by Pei Yuanfang's meaning. Don't worry, headmaster, I'll work hard. With that, he gently bowed, expressing the principal's cultivation of him. After all, the doubling of the reward for the first monthly exam was also tacitly approved by the principal. Pei Yuanfang secretly nodded in his heart, growing more and more satisfied. After simply getting along, Lin Shu gave him a good impression. Unassuming and unassuming, without the slightest hint of the young man's impulsiveness and impatience. Very good, there are still many opportunities in the school. If there are any problems in life and within the school, you can come to me. Next, after a little bit of understanding, Lin Shu also returned to the classroom. Inside the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang already had a decision in his mind. Lin Shu's natural talent was very outstanding. Then, one of the reserve members of the senior varsity team had already been confirmed. It was just a matter of who to choose for this other one. How about directly combining 2 into 1 and giving all the resources to Lin Shu? Anyway, the rest of the senior varsity didn't have any particularly outstanding students left. Forget it, it's better to think about it again. Chapter 28 Yan Yu Blade Technique. After meeting the principal at noon, it soon also came to the end of school time very quickly. Lin Shu directly returned home. In his cell phone, the class group of the first year of high school class 5 was constantly messaging. Hearing the constant drip 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 sound, Lin Shu saw the situation is also to check up. Seeing this, Lin Shu also checked it out to see what things were being chatted about. The registration for the Fingdu Fledgling Bird Cup is closed, and the time for the preliminary round has been set. It's this weekend, and they'll play each other in the order of the draw. Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't realize that there are 1,300 contestants in our city's southern district alone. Is everyone so strong? That's just the ones who have reached the standard, there are even more who haven't. It's a good thing there's a threshold, or else 4,000 or 5,000 people wouldn't be impossible. Who says it isn't, and only the top 80 in each district can advance to the main event. Needing to eliminate close to 95% of the people, it's too exaggerated. What's so exaggerated about it? It's like this every year, just think about whether you've tried hard yourself. Hey, I signed up, I don't know how many rounds I can survive. It's considered a success if you can win one. How are you talking? Watching the matter being discussed within the class. Only then did Lin Shu find the official website of the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup on his phone. He found that the web page was very laggy, which seemed to be caused by the excessive number of people browsing right now. He waited for a while before it got a little better. Sure enough, the official website showed that registration was over. The preliminary rounds have officially begun. Each district is first according to the district against each other. All of them will produce 80 winners. Fengdu 6 districts, each district is exactly the same. Calculating like this, there would be 480 participants in the main round. This was not a large number, and it was still the result of a wide screening process. If it was a direct main event, I'm afraid that it could appear as if several thousand people were present at the same time at one time. And the location of the preliminary round in the southern part of the city was also finalized. The location was within the City South Arena in the north of the City South District. This was the largest Imperial Beast Arena that was built within the city's southern district. The place was not far from Lin Shu's house, which was quite convenient. The preliminary round was divided into 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. Within these 2 days, 80 places from the city's southern district would be competed for to advance to the main round. In other words, within 2 days, an Imperial Beast Master would have to fight at least 4 matches. The time was slightly rushed, but it was actually still in time. Since the schedule had already been announced, the rewards for the tournament were also out. Although it was only a competition between new Imperial Beast Masters, the rewards were still relatively generous. Clicking on the column of tournament rewards. All the rewards regarding the Fengdu Daisy Cup appeared in front of them. The only rankings that could receive rewards were the top 30. It could be said that the threshold was relatively high. But this was after all a city competition, so some difficulty was normal. All the rewards were divided into 4 grades. First was the 30th place reward. It was a direct 50,000 dasha coin reward, which could be said to be simple and straightforward. Then there was the 15th place reward. It was still a cash reward, but it was directly raised to 100,000, which was not bad. The third rank was 8th place. A cash reward of 100,000, and 10 bottles of advanced nutritional potions. If the value of the potion was added, the overall value came to around 300,000. The last was 4th place. The rewards for 2 ND.3 RD.4 TH place were basically similar. They were all 200,000 dasha coins respectively, and advanced nutritional potions that progressed from rank to rank. From low to high were, respectively, 15, 20, 25 bottles. Overall, the rewards were not too different. They were all a combination of cash plus advanced nutritional potions. Next up was the heavyweight first place. The rewards were also greatly changed. The first thing was a perfect quality Imperial Beast. There was also a high-level skill pearl that could match it. These two things combined were definitely worth more than $1 million. Although the Fengdu Fledgling Cup was only a competition for newcomers within the city, these rewards had to be said to be very generous. After Lin Shu carefully checked the list of rewards, he had a number in his heart. There wasn't much difference between this reward and the past. It was the cash rewards that had been slightly raised. After understanding the information he needed, Lin Shu closed the web page. Then he began to check out the video of the blade technique that Wu Song had sent him. I don't know what happened in the past 2 days, but I suddenly forgot about it. When he opened the video, there was Wu Song's tall and lanky figure. He was dressed in a pure black practicing suit. There was no rush to start learning, but rather, he waited a little to the side. He himself had just purchased 2 knives online, which had not been delivered at this time. After waiting for a few minutes, the courier came to the door. Lin Shu also managed to get a real knife and a wooden knife. The wooden knife was naturally for the replica. Afterwards, he came to the center of the living room and prepared to start learning sword techniques. The original living room that was still quite spacious already seemed a bit crowded at this point. The 3 clones plus Black Knight and Earth observations. Luckily, their bodies were not too big, so for now it was still barely enough. It's time to consider repurchasing a bigger house in the back. Lin Shu thought so. Clicking play, the video began. Wu Song's posture was straight, his eyes were eloquent, he held a sharp sword, and his body was filled with a calm and confident flavor. As the soft and soothing background music played, it also formally entered the explanation of knife skills. First from the posture of holding the knife to the rotation of the wrist, and then the movement of the feet. Each step is very slow, and all with Wu Song verbal explanation.
Inside the living room, Lin Shu followed the pace and movements, and did not find it difficult. Wusong's demonstration moves in a flowing stream, between the flashes of blade light, a knife chopped out, and directly cut off a side of the wooden stake. This was enough to show the power of this sword technique. Following a set of movements down, Lin Shu also had quite a feeling. He seemed to have a pretty good talent in sword arts. Just 2 or 3 times of practicing, he had already figured out this set of knife skills. At the end of the video was a quote from Wusong. This goose feather blade not only strengthens the body, it can also be used to kill the enemy on the field. With that, the video ended at this point. Lin Shu also continued to play it up. Following the drill a few times, this set of knife skills was not difficult. As long as one learns it properly, it is still relatively easy to get started. Soon this set of blade techniques appeared on the panel. Technique: Basic God Refining Technique into the Subtle 121-480, Goose Feather Blade Technique Beginner 130. It just so happened that in this almost 1 month's time, the basic God Refining Technique was close to being practiced to full level. Lin Shu was still worried about wasting some of his proficiency, so it was good that this Goose Feather Blade Technique came just in time. With that, he handed the purchased wooden blade to the replica. Next, Lin Shu planned to let the duplicate body spend half of its time practicing the blade technique and the other half practicing the basic God refining skill. As for Lin Shu himself, he also planned to set aside 1 or 2 hours a day to practice. After the learning was completed, he also sent a message to Wusong, informing that he had already learned the blade technique. Wusong replied quickly, and in his words, he told Lin Shu to practice, revealing the meaning that more skill was better than more skill. Lin Shu also felt that the subsequent blade technique might be of considerable help to him. Naturally, he would not waste it. Chapter 29, Space Storage. Come the second morning. As soon as Lin Shu woke up, Black Knight brought him a surprise. Only to see that Black Knight's dark and shiny body was suddenly flooded with a bit of silver light. The light was slightly transparent, and it was a little hard to see without looking closely. This scene allowed Lin Shu to realize that this was an awakened skill. The light floating outside this body was enough to explain everything. And it was still the Space Department, a department that inherently represented power. I wonder what kind of spatial system skill it would be. As Lin Shu opened Darkness's panel, the answer to this question came out. Name: Shadow Mantis. Level: LV 1133-110. Level limit: LV 45. Status: Healthy. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Darkness Space. Talent: Void Walking Beginner 6200. Skills: Beginner Strong Attack Inception 0200, Fast Movement Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 120, Sharp Blade Passive Greatest Achievement 1640, Spinning Arm Chop Greatest Achievement 240, Space Storage Beginner 120. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 040. Only one skill was awakened this time. Spatial Storage of the Spatial Department. It's just a pity that it's not a damage class skill. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there aren't any Imperial beasts that can dodge it in this rank. But the spatial storage skill was also very practical. The effect was also simple. Open up a space that is capable of storing items. This did not include living things, only dead things could be stowed away, just like the spatial rings in cultivation novels. The higher the skill level, the larger the space would be. The current space wasn't large, only about the size of a large household refrigerator. With the current situation, it was also enough for Lin Shu to use. Placing a few small objects in front of him, he directly commanded Black Knight to use the skill. With a wave of its forelimbs, Black Knight stowed all the things in front of it into the space. According to Lin Shu's command, with another wave, the small objects that had originally disappeared reappeared. Not bad, not bad. This spatial ability is just good. No wonder many Imperial Beast Masters wish to have an Imperial Beast with a spatial attribute. This is too convenient. Outside, there were also props made from spatial attribute Imperial Beasts that could also store items, but the price was extremely expensive and not something that ordinary people could afford. After experimenting with the skill, Lin Shu looked at the proficiency level. After these few days of hoarding, the number had also come to 272 points. The number had once again broken through to a new high. However, it still didn't trigger the evolutionary illustration of blackness. It seemed like the requirement should be 300 points upwards. Currently, there wasn't any pressure to fight, so Lin Shu changed his mind. Let's not use proficiency for now. It so happened that in the past few days, the rotary arm slash had managed to reach a great level of proficiency, and had also reached the requirements of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall.
Let Black Knight use a section of the spinning arm chop and take a video. Immediately sent to Wu Song.
As for hiding clumsiness, it was impossible to hide clumsiness. The more talented you were, the more favorable you were able to make others look at you.
Gaining more support.
Although this was a fast learning speed, it was still within the acceptable range.
It wasn't some appalling degree.
On the other hand, inside the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, Wu Song picked up his cell phone and realized that it was a message from Lin Shu.
Not only was he a bit puzzled, this early in the morning, what did this kid send? Let me see.
The message was a paragraph plus a video. Brother Wu, Black Knight should have reached the standard, take a look. Seeing this, Wu Song almost even a little unsteady with his cell phone.
What the hell, it's only been a few days and you're telling me you've reached the standard.
You have to know that you only taught last Sunday, and it's now Thursday morning.
With that kind of time counting, it was less than 5 days full.
Originally already enough to look favorably on his talent, how to be a week or so.
Unexpectedly, it was already done now.
Wu Song calmed down a little.
Then began to open the video to view it.
The video was the living room of Lin Shu's house, which appeared a bit crowded. In the picture, Black Knight looked like a swordsman who had been immersed in sword arts for many years, and used a set of rotating arm chop extremely smoothly.
Even Wu Song's harshness couldn't pick out any problems. The textbook level demonstration had indeed met the standard.
Wu Song held his phone and thought for a while before typing a reply.
Awesome, I see nothing wrong, well practiced. Looks like it doesn't need my guidance. But the rotating arm chop should still continue to be practiced after reaching the entry point.
You can come back within the martial arts hall to learn the next stage.
20,000 daxia coins were then transferred.
This was the tuition fee for learning the sword technique earlier, and since it had reached the standard, it could be returned. Looking at the 20,000 that was transferred back, Lin Shu did not politely accept it directly.
Currently, he was still relatively short of money. Alright, Brother Wu, I know. I'll contact you after the next entry of micro. Good, if there are any problems you can find me.
The incipient micro level was different from Di Chang, there was a certain bottleneck. It wasn't that you were able to reach it just by practicing for a long time, it also required the Imperial Beast to have a certain understanding of the blade technique.
That was why this was said.
Wu Song thought in his heart that this would take a month at the earliest, and if he was stuck long enough.
3 months is not impossible, these are also all from experience.
I think that Lin Shu will also need his help in the back. Wu Song did not know why, but also some small excitement. After Lin Shu replied to the message, he also took Black Knight to the school. Arriving in the classroom, his butt had just sat down.
Only to see Huang Yian sneakily speaking to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, I heard about it, you're going to the varsity team.
Lin Shu's face was full of doubts. Who said that? Why don't I know? Seeing Lin Shu's doubts, Huang Yian didn't hide it.
It was Teacher Zhao who told me and asked me to inform you.
Said that the principal named you to join the varsity reserves directly. The other spot is for a few outstanding students to be selected by the other senior classes, and then participate in the varsity selection. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu then figured out that this was the case. In fact, the principal had originally planned to synthesize the 2 spots into one. However, for fear of affecting the reputation of the school and Lin Shu, he stopped. If he really did this, Lin Shu was afraid that he would be chewed on all the time.
So that's how it is. I really envy you, only a freshman in high school and you're already on the varsity team. Huang Yian looked at the very calm Lin Shu.
His eyes were filled with envy, not to mention the huge amount of resources provided by the varsity team. The varsity team's prestige within the school was also very high, even if it was only a reserve. Moreover, it had the school's top Imperial Beast masters in it. He also wanted to enter the varsity team, but he knew his own strength. I'm afraid he can't compete with the others.
Seeing Huang Yian's thoughts. When is the examination?
You can also make a dash. How will you know the result if you don't make an effort? There's no need to think so much, as long as you work hard, you won't have any regrets. Hearing Lin Shu's words of comfort and encouragement, Huang Yian instantly felt energized. What Lin Shu said was too good.
The selection will start next Monday. I'm going to have a good time in the next few days.
Looking at the energized Huang Yian, Lin Shu faintly smiled and said,
Cheer up. You can do it. Chapter 30, Entering the Varsity Team.
Not long after, Zhao Sheng called Lin Shu into his office. Lin Shu, congratulations on entering the varsity team. Go to the principal's place again later, there's something to do. Zhao Sheng was full of smiles. The more he looked at Lin Shu, the more he liked him. This student was truly one of the best he had ever taught. Thank you, teacher, then I'll go to the principal's office now. Go. With that, Lin Shu left the office and hoofed it to the principal's office. The door was hidden and was able to see the scene inside. The principal was currently flipping through the information. On it were some of the monthly test results from other schools. Almost every principal would have such materials. To understand the situation of other middle schools, and if they came across any good seedlings, they could also try to dig into their own schools. As for Lin Shu, it was Pei Yuanfang who had greeted him long ago. Pei Yuanfang still had some thin skin in Fengdu City. Otherwise, Lin Shu would have been surrounded by teachers from other schools. After knocking twice and getting a response, he walked in. Pei Yuanfang had a smile on his face. Little Lin come over here. I'll show you something good. Hearing this, Lin Shu quickly walked forward. Pei Yuanfang took out a contract from a drawer and handed it over. This is a varsity contract, take a look. The whole country is basically this template, except for the different treatment, the rest is basically the same. You can also check online if you're not sure it's all available, the school is definitely not going to screw you over. Pei Yuanfang wasn't in a hurry and looked at Lin Shu with a smile. Lin Shu took the contract and examined it carefully, not finding any problems. There was also no need to check online. Seeing this scene, Pei Yuanfang became more and more satisfied. Good boy is good. There was very little information on the contract and the terms were all relatively clear. The general idea is that after joining the varsity team, you need to accept the school's scheduling to receive some training. Then participate in some competitions in the name of the school. In terms of competition rewards, the team program is distributed according to the contribution. As for the single-player program, all the prizes will be awarded to the winners. Lastly, there are some image issues, no smearing and distortion of the school's image. Other than these, there was no other content. The whole was still very loose, and there wasn't anything mandatory. Lin Shu's gaze came to the column of treatment. The members of the varsity team were given a weekly cash allowance of 10,000 yuan. On top of that, there were also 5 bottles of advanced nutrients per week. Lin Shu had learned about the subsidies for the varsity reserves. The cash was $3,000 per week, while the advanced nutrients were 2 bottles per week. His own treatment seemed to be even higher than the official members already. Lin Shu understood that this was the principal stepping in again and increasing his treatment. Pei Yuanfang saw Lin Shu's expression and said in a very relaxed tone, "The school certainly does its best to help talented students." Gratefully looking at Pei Yuanfang, Lin Shu also read all of the contents. "Thank you, principal, I'm done reading and can sign." With that, Pei Yuanfang took out a pen and handed it to him. It was signed successfully in 3 tries. The contract was then put away. Later on, you'll be able to go over to the varsity team to familiarize yourself with it first. For a long time to come, you'll be spending time there. After putting away the contract, Pei Yuanfang said this. In response, Lin Shu nodded. He was also a bit curious about the varsity team. Right, I'll have teacher Zhao give it to you every week if you're subsidized. Alright, you go ahead and take a look in the varsity team, it just so happens that I still have some things to do here. Understood, principal, then I'll go out first. After saying his words, Lin Shu walked out of the room, bringing the door with him in the process. Inside the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang stared at the top students from the other schools. Other than a few top middle schools, he didn't even put them in his eyes. Let's let you guys be arrogant for another year first, and next year, I'll make you look good. Pei Yuanfang said to himself as he stared at the data. Walking out of the teaching building, Lin Shu followed the path towards the back of the school. The varsity team's training ground was in this place. This was something that many students within the school knew. At the entrance of the equipment room, there was already a man waiting here. It seemed like the principal had already greeted him. The man looked very young, probably around 30 years old. Wearing a blue plaid shirt and putting down a pair of white pants. Wearing a pair of black framed glasses, he revealed a bit of handsomeness. Seeing Lin Shu walking towards him, he also directly went forward to greet him. Hello, is this Lin Shu? Saying this, he stretched out a hand. Seeing this, Lin Shu also stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Yes. Welcome to the varsity team, I'm Su Liliang, the instructor of your reserves from now on.
Hello, teacher.
Let's go, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the varsity team. Su Liliang led Lin Shu to wander around. Coming to an open space, a small 3-story building stood here. The small building was extremely modern in style,
Composed of clean lines and large glass curtain walls. Pointing at the small building, Su Liliang told Lin Shu the purpose of the small building. This is reserved for the varsity and reserves to live in.
After all, sometimes when training is too late, you can stay here without having to go back. Lin Shu was a little emotional not to be ashamed of being a member of the varsity team. This was also working a little too hard.
Su Liliang seemed to think of something and began to add on.
Right, when you enter the varsity team, you have to abide by the rules here. Usually train how everyone else does, and you do what you want. To this Lin Shu felt quite normal. After all, having taken the school's resources, it was impossible not to give some.
Training at home or at school was the same anyway.
It just so happened that the room was too small to perform well, so this was a lot more convenient.
No problem, Teacher Su.
Su Liliang nodded, then took out a card from his pocket. Speaking to Lin, he described the function.
This is the key to the room I left in advance for you.
The room number is on it, and it's not just the room card, like some of the gates where you need to swipe your card.
I've already entered your information in advance.
Lin Shu took the room card and pocketed it. Next, Su Liliang showed Lin Shu the entire grounds of the varsity base and explained the functions. If you don't have very important classes during the week, you'll all come to the base to train. I'll talk to Brother Zhao about this. After all, I've already entered the varsity team, even though it's only a reserve. But training hard, this is a must. Basically every member of the varsity team has come this way.
And then if you eat, it's still fine in the cafeteria.
Come back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to train, and by the way, get to know the other seniors on the varsity team.
Other than that, there are no more problems. You can go back to class first. Understood, teacher, then I'll go over first.
Hearing all this, Lin Shu waved his hand towards Su Liliang before leaving. He then returned to the class and continued with the culture lesson.
Chapter 31, The Eerie Hunter. The next morning, Friday.
Lin Shu woke up from the room provided by the varsity training base. Yesterday, Lin Shu had picked up Black Knight and Earth Yao. By the way, he brought along some daily necessities. With Black Knight's space storage, it was still convenient to bring some things. Since he was basically training here in the back anyway, Lin Shu simply moved right over. This house was still really good. There was a lot of space, more than 100 square feet.
There was also a small training room attached to it.
It was also equipped with some simple equipment, such as iron sheets, dumbbells, wooden stakes, and so on.
This was very friendly to Lin Shu. There was no need to consider changing his residence for now.
Coming to a new day, proficiency also broke through the 300 mark, coming to 317 points. On an average day, Lin Shu was able to gain 45 points of proficiency.
Unsurprisingly, the plus symbol appeared on Black Knight's panel once again. Directly clicking on it, dazzling color appeared.
A picture of a marvelous portrait was neatly organized. Like a picture book, it slowly changed according to the time. A total of 9 ways of evolution of the Black Knight appeared. The number was really quite a lot, and there were actually more than Earth Yao. 4 of them were evolutionary styles that had already appeared. Only 1 was publicized, and there were 3 others that had been recorded. The proficiency required for the darkness evolutionary style spanned a wide range. There was a difference of more than 3 times from 500 to a maximum of 1500. It was enough to see the gold content of this last evolutionary method. First, he checked a few lower value evolution styles. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing strong about them and they seemed very ordinary. So he directly looked at the option that cost the most. This evolutionary style was named Eclipsing Hunter after evolution. The quality was as high as Lord level, and it could raise the quality of the darkness by 2 levels at once. It was thought that the perfect quality cost should be included in such a high cost. The Eclipsed Hunter was an assassin that represented the ultimate in offensive power, with an extremely strong ability to conceal his form. And he could skillfully use space-based skills. Just a cursory description doesn't reflect the strength of this evolutionary style at all. So it seemed that this was a new type of evolutionary style that had opened up on the prominent talents for Black Knight. Looking at this, Lin Shu's heart itched a little. There was a sense of embarrassment of having a treasure in hand but not being able to use it. Secretly, he sighed that the proficiency was a bit in short supply. If he wanted to obtain this evolutionary method, he would have to wait. There were still less than 1,200 points to go, and at the current rate there were still 20 days to wait. There was still more time, but obtaining the evolution method. It didn't mean that it would be able to evolve directly, there were quite a few conditions that constrained it. Like the level of the imperial beast and the materials needed for evolution, these were all roadblocks. So this matter can't be rushed for the time being. After making up his mind, Lin Shu stopped looking at it. Lest the more he looked, the harder he felt. Simply tidying up his personal hygiene, Lin Shu took Black Knight and Earth Obsidian to the training ground. After taking out his card and passing through the machine at the entrance, a spacious field appeared in view. The place was huge, like a professional sports ground. Various equipment was placed inside, many of which Lin Shu had never even heard of, let alone seen. Black Knight stared around with wide eyes, touching these strange and weird things. Earth Obsidian was slightly bored, the whole beast was rejecting the environment. It was now 7.30, and originally Lin Shu thought that there wouldn't be anyone else. He didn't expect a voice to suddenly ring out in the distance, making him a little surprised. "Classmate, haven't seen you here before, are you a new reservist?" A man stepped out from the training apparatus on the side. His upper body was a loose red sweater with a white bear pattern printed on his chest. The lower body was paired with a pair of light blue torn jeans. The entire person looked young and fashionable. Facing a query, Lin Shu also answered. "Hello, I'm Lin Shu, senior reserve, just joined the varsity team yesterday." The man walked up quickly, with a slightly dangerous look on his face. "Lin Shu? I've heard of you." "Hello, sophomore high seal, currently a varsity alternate." Having heard of himself, it was probably news that he knew from the senior January exam. So it's a substitute? The strength of this Gao Feng in front of him must not be bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a substitute in his second year of high school. To know that the varsity team had a total of 4 official members, they would represent Kanglin's second middle school in the competition. They were also the 4 most powerful among the students in the school. And the substitute was the first person below them, so one could imagine how difficult it was to become a substitute. "Senior Gao, you're here really early. I thought I was the first to come." Gao Feng hemmed and hawed and spoke in a low tone. "I don't think I'm too strong. That's why every day, I'm the earliest to come here to practice." With this striving impulse, it's no wonder he could become a substitute in his second year of high school. It really does have something to offer. Following Gao Feng's path over, Lin Shu saw his imperial beast. It was a high heavenly feathered eagle. His body size was huge, and his slightly spread wings were more than 4 meters long. From afar it looked like a small white airplane. The strong lower limbs were running on a special treadmill. Due to the excessive speed, only a few residual shadows could barely be seen. This type of practice seemed to be exercising the eagle claws and its speed. Name: High Heavenly Feathered Eagle. Level LV29225 290. Level limit: LV78. Status: Hyperactive. Quality: Perfect. Attribute: Flight Wind. Talent: Eagle Eye Minor 55 400. Skills: Beginner Floating Impact Initiate 55 200, Flying Impact Minor 2330, Swing Beginner 1120, Quick Strike Major 2240, Feather Slash Initiate 22 200, Whirlwind Initiate 16 200. Intermediate Air Soaring Flash Beginner 1540, Wind of Shadow Beginner 2340, Multiple Wind Attack Beginner 3140, Minor 2260. Advanced Sky Shadow Beginner 1180. This was the strongest panel of high school students that Lin Shu had seen so far. It was also the first time he had ever seen a talent other than his own imperial beast. Such a ho-hum level of attributes and skill mastery. No wonder he was able to become a substitute for the varsity team. I'm afraid that a normal level 35 imperial beast wouldn't be a match for this high heavenly feathered eagle. Following Lin Shu's gaze, he realized that he was staring at the high heavenly feathered eagle. This is my imperial beast, high heavenly feathered eagle. I call him Feiyu. It seemed that he was worried that Lin Shu didn't recognize his own imperial beast. It also explained the race of its own imperial beast. Seeing Gao Feng introduce his imperial beast, Lin Shu did the same. With each hand, he pointed to Black Knight and Earth Yao. This is Black Knight and Earth Yao. Lin Shu's 2 imperial beasts were still relatively distinguishable.
most people could recognize them.
Gao Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, having paid attention to Lin Shu earlier.
He hadn't noticed the second Imperial Beast.
He didn't expect that he would have contracted a second Imperial Beast by now. The speed was so fast that he was a bit surprised. It was true that those who were able to not need to take the test, even their mental talent was so amazing that they were actually able to contract a second Imperial Beast right now. Although the second Imperial Beast was just a mountain rock man with a lower quality, it was unknown why he had contracted such an Imperial Beast.
However, this was someone else's matter, and he himself couldn't care less.
After observing carefully, he realized that both of Lin Shu's Imperial Beasts were cultivated very well.
It didn't look like much effort had been put into them.
After the introduction was completed, Gao Feng changed the topic again. It's a pity that a few other seniors and sisters have gone to the small otherworldly world.
It'll be next week before they return. I'll introduce them to you then. Chapter 32, Otherworldly Space. So that's how it was, going to a small otherworld? Ever since the rift appeared on the blue star.
Many other worlds had appeared, but most of these were fragments. That is, a part of the complete otherworld.
There weren't many complete otherworld passages on the blue planet, and basically all of them were still mostly shard-type otherworlds.
There was also a division based on the degree of completeness of the otherworlds.
Fragmented otherworlds, small otherworlds, medium otherworlds, large otherworlds, and above that, complete otherworlds.
The division of these levels was not only the difference in the size of the interior of them. It also carries the degree of stability of the space inside. The lower the model, the lower the level of Imperial Beasts that can withstand it, and conversely the larger it is, the more advanced Imperial Beasts that enter. The other world could be said to be full of treasures for Blue Star. To be able to perfect the profession of Imperial Beast Master, it was also thanks to the information obtained in these other worlds. Imperial Beasts that didn't belong to Blue Star, high-grade spiritual objects born in the other world, it could be said that all the items that Imperial Beast Masters could only dream of, all of these could be obtained in the other world. Of course, some of the other worlds had been developed for many years, so there must not be any good things left.
Only in those newly emerged other worlds could some good treasures be unearthed again.
The other worlds were also attractive to Lin Shu.
I wondered when I would be able to go there once.
The kind in the House of Imperial Beasts wouldn't count.
So that's it. Then it's not just the two of us on the current varsity team.
After hearing this, Lin Shu realized this.
Yes, you found the highlights. Until Monday, it was just the two of us.
It's not much, usually we also do Imperial Beast training, there's not much difference whether there's anyone or not. Gao Feng waved his hand, unconcerned in the face of such a situation. Just when the two were chatting passionately,
the equipment room door was opened at this time.
It turned out to be Su Liliang, the instructor of the varsity reserves.
At a glance, he saw the two people who were chatting. He greeted the two. Xiao Feng.
For Gao Feng was obviously more familiar.
Lin Shu, you're here so early, not bad. Good morning, Mr. Su. 2.
Lin Shu and Gao Feng also greeted together. Su Liliang saw that there were only these two people in the equipment room somewhat strangely, and lifted his wrist to look at the time.
That's not right, where did those senior guys go?
Gao Feng saw Su Liliang's action, knew what it was doing.
Exit to explain up.
Teacher Su, Mr. Gu took a few of them to the small otherworld to hammer the Imperial Beasts.
Weren't you absent yesterday afternoon? That's when they left. Su Liliang sniffed and then realized. This old valley didn't say anything to me either. How unreliable. Spat out what old valley had done. Shaking his head, he didn't bother with the matter anymore.
Looking at the two Lin Shu and Gao Feng, the corners of his mouth knitted in a slight smile.
Seeing that you two should know each other as well.
This was a turn of phrase that spoke of other things. In this way, Xiao Feng, use your flying feather to try Lin Shu's level.
What do you think?
After saying that, his eyes looked at Gao Feng, before looking at Lin Shu.
The main reason for doing this was to see Lin Shu's bottom in Imperial Beasts.
Lin Shu didn't have a problem with this, taking on a strong enemy wasn't a bad thing for him.
He nodded, showing no fear.
Gao Feng saw that Lin Shu didn't have any opinions, and only then did he speak.
Okay, Teacher Su.
The three of them came together to a sparring ground. There was a lot of space here, and the varsity team's usual sparring and dueling took place here. Since it was a test level, it was definitely time to let some water out. Otherwise, Black Knight's level would be used against Fei Yu.
With a difference of 20 levels, it was basically a matter of being seconded. Therefore, Su Lilian clasped his hands to his chest and began to think of a way to be able to have the best of both worlds. It's better this way. Little Feng, your flying feather can't take the initiative to attack. And of course it can't fly too high. I'll see if Lin Shu can attack within a minute. Hearing this, Gao Feng nodded in agreement. It was a smooth thing to do anyway. Lin Shu looked at the high heavily feathered eagle. The flight department and wind department had always been known for their speed. If the gift of darkness was not utilized, would darkness be able to attack? How can you raise your strength without difficulties? The same Black Knight informed about the contents of this sparring match. Black Knight looked at the great eagle in front of him, his small face filled with seriousness. Even he could see that this talent's opponent was not easy to deal with. After a simple preparation, the high heavenly feathered eagle rose up, and the whistling gusts of wind scattered in all directions. Like a helicopter flying up. Coming to a position 7 or 8 meters from the ground, it stopped rising. Waving its wings, it flew within this range. Such a height was still difficult for normal shadow mantis. But it was just right for darkness. Leaping forward sharply, Black Knight was like a stringed arrow that instantly disappeared into the air. The two front limbs waved like sides, swinging towards the fast-moving high heavily feathered eagle in the sky. Seeing this scene, Su Liliang filled in a few strokes on a notepad. Physical quality, speed, and strength far exceeded that of ordinary imperial beasts of the same age. Leveling up quickly, elementary skill proficiency is extremely high? Worthy of being a genius personally chosen by the principal, it was truly extraordinary. In the face of Black Knight Velvet's attack, the high heavenly feathered eagle wasn't a target either. Twisting his flexible body, he dodged the attack whose offensive intent was too obvious. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Black Knight's body shape blurred, and in just the blink of an eye, it split into two. The other two shadows were identical to the Black Knight, and even their auras were very similar, making it difficult for high heavily feathered eagle to determine the original body. The three Black Knights each had their own role, blocking all the directions that high heavily feathered eagle was able to dodge. Up to this point there is no way back to go. This was double shadow kill. The other two saw the skill at a glance. And the test ended with the double shadow kill under this feint. The wide feathered wings looked like they had been stabbed by a sharp knife, bringing out slices of blood, and even more white feather hairs floating down by the roots. Obviously the power of this strike was not small. Pa pa pa. Su Liliang's applause rang out, and even Gao Feng, who was on the side, gave a thumbs up in recognition. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it had ended in a flash of lightning. Very good, your imperial beast is great. Su Liliang also hadn't seen such a stunning imperial beast in a long time, and couldn't help but add another sentence. A fluke hit. Lin Shu replied still so low-key, then looked at Gao Feng and said sorry. The latter shook his head, stating that this little injury was nothing. Very good, basically no shortcomings. Su Liliang realized that currently, he didn't seem to have any aspects that he could instruct. Was this the trouble of instructing geniuses? Just a few more, please. With that, he did not interfere too much with Lin Shu's training program. Let's wait until there are any problems and then speak out to correct them ourselves. Just like that, Lin Shu began to use the equipment under Su Liliang's guidance. Currently, Blackout's physical strength was one of his shortcomings. Let's just hammer away at his physical strength during this time. With that, he frantically clicked away on the special treadmill. Beep beep beep. The sound of the machine kept ringing out. The tracks below all appeared as stumps. Darkness also felt like the sky was falling when he saw this scene. Chapter 33: The beginning of the fledgling bull preliminary round. Friday was a full day of practice for most of the day as well. Coming to the next day, Saturday, today was also the day when the preliminary round of the Daisy Cup began. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Shu and a few students in his class agreed to go together. In addition to Lin Shu, there were a total of 5 people, all of whom happened to be competing today. They were also the more famous and active ones in the class. They were Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong, Li Feng, and Lan Ku. The 4 men and 1 woman were mostly the ones who had fought against Class 2 before. There were a total of 13 people in the class who had signed up for the preliminary rounds. The others were all competing tomorrow. Counting down this number wasn't too small. The preliminary round was divided into 2 days, with 40 places in the main round being decided each day. There is no need to run more than once, it's still more humane. The time was now 7.30, and the start time of the competition was 12.00,
so there was still some time left. Lin Shu didn't intend to waste any time, but brought Black Knight and Earth Observatory to the equipment room. Compared to the old days of hitting wooden stakes in the house, the equipment here was better, and could also hammer more places. When they arrived inside the equipment room, Gao Feng was already in place. There were only 2 people and their beasts working out in the large field. After a while Su Liliang also arrived. By the way, began to guide up the practice part. Of course, Black Knight was nothing to teach, but Tu Yao was different. After all, he hadn't received the baptism of adding points. All aspects of the attributes were much worse. This also allowed Su Liliang to experience the feeling of having something to do. Otherwise, they were all imperial beasts like the knight, so wasn't he, the teacher, dispensable? Time passed in a flash, and it wasn't far from the start of the competition time. Speaking with Su Liliang and Gao Feng about participating in the Daisy Bird Cup. Su Liliang nodded his head and had no comments. It would be good to go and have some fun, and it would be even better if they could get another ranking. Gao Feng, however, stood still and recalled something. I also participated last year, and it's embarrassing to say the least. After the preliminary round, the main round was eliminated in a handful of 480 into 240. The opponent was Center 1 Middle School. Their strength is really a unique existence in Fengdu. You can pay more attention to them. Although it was said very briefly and plainly, it was believed that there should be quite a lot of stories in it, but they just didn't want to talk about it. Perhaps this was also the reason why Gao Feng was trying so hard. They were clear about Lin Shu's strength, the preliminary round was a breeze. So they didn't say much. Under the watchful eyes of the 2, Lin Shu left the equipment room, waiting at the entrance of Kanglin's second middle school. This was the location that Lin Shu had agreed upon with the other 4 people in his class. Not a moment later, a business 7-seater sedan with dual flashing lights stopped at the entrance. Putting Black Knight away in the Imperial Beast space, after all, the car wasn't big enough for this. Huang Ian had already notified in advance that this was his family's car, so he directly opened the door and entered. Blue Star's car was not too different from the previous life. That is, the engines and energy consumption were different. After Lin Shu got into the car, everyone pulled him in and asked him questions. Mainly the varsity team's questions. Lin Shu also do not tire of slowly say to them to listen. The business seat sedan sped along without much of a break, and soon arrived at its destination, the city's southern arena. Compared to the Baiyun arena, the size difference is not big, at least it is the best arena in the south of the city. A few people in the car got off one after the other, and the driver drove the car to the parking lot on the other side. Lin Shu also released Black Knight from the Imperial Beast space. Black Knight was still quite averse to the Imperial Beast space, so it was a good thing that Lin Shu wouldn't normally put him in there, except for some unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, outside of the city's southern arena, there was an influx of people, mostly students like Lin Shu and the others who had come to participate in the competition. There were also some family members and spectators, as it was the weekend and everyone had some free time. Following the guidance of the volunteers outside the arena, several people entered the preparation area very smoothly. There were many preparation areas, and there were quite a few seats in them, and at this moment, there were already quite a few people waiting here. A few people casually found a corner where no one was sitting, and began to wait for the start of the match. Because it was a preliminary match, the attention was still somewhat lacking, so there was no live feed of the match, but the arena would still have spectators watching the match. This was a bit difficult for many people, needing to overcome their nervousness. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was unresponsive. Instead, he even wanted to sleep a bit because he was bored. The other few people were not so calm. At this moment, Li Feng was very nervous and kept looking around. "I'm so nervous, I haven't seen so many people yet." His speech was a bit broken. The remaining few people were also nervous but not as prominent. Huang Ian spoke out to comfort a few people at this time, which made it a lot better. Because today, the 40 places for the main event would be decided. So there was a need to play around 4 matches against each other. It could not end until the afternoon. Afterwards, the staff came to the preparation area and labeled everyone with a number plate. Lin Shu got number 488. Several people sat in their seats and kept talking about advancement and opponents. Lin Shu interjected a few words from time to time, and soon the time came to 12:00. After a short introductory speech, the game officially began. In front of the field of vision, many number rollers kept turning and rolling. The next matches will all appear in here. It seemed to be relatively fair and equitable. The competition serial numbers were all quickly released, but there was also a need to go in batches. Lin Shu was lucky to have his match in the first round, which saved him the wait. Amidst the cheering and encouragement from a few others, Lin Shu arrived at the designated venue and met with the opposite player. The opponent was a girl, with delicate features and a head of silky black hair that was somewhat pretty at a glance. After simple preparations, the match began. The girl just wanted to command her royal beast Moon Rabbit. However, darkness came like a ghost and knocked the rabbit out with a single swing. After the referee declared the winner of the match, Lin Shu left the field without slowing down, only leaving the girl staring blankly at the ground, not knowing what to think. Returning to the preparation area, the original position was already empty. It seemed that they had all traveled to the battlefield. Lin Shu sat back down and quietly waited for the next round of matches to arrive. In the next match, Lin Shu also defeated his opponents very easily and successfully advanced to the main stage. Each fight would last no more than 15 seconds, and every opponent would be silent when they saw this scene, not knowing what to think in their hearts. As for the remaining few except for Huang Yian, who managed to advance, all of them were eliminated during the second or third round of the competition. However, they didn't feel frustrated about it, having mentally prepared for it before they came. The next session of the main competition was scheduled for next Saturday. It would allow for a week's rest, and in the meantime, the tournament could be publicized to build up traffic. The address had already been chosen, and the venue was none other than the Baiyun venue. The news of Lin Shu and Huang Yian advancing to the main round also spread in the class group. Everyone was constantly messaging and discussing this matter. Lin Shu took a screenshot of a photo of the promotion and sent it to Baishang. The opposite party didn't reply, so it seemed that the competition hadn't ended yet. With that, everyone got in the car again and drove in the direction of the school. Chapter 34: Huge Improvement. With the end of the preliminary rounds, Lin Shu's life began to change back to a 2-point routine. During the day, he trained in the equipment room and taught Tu Yao some fighting styles. The days were quite fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. Today was the day of the reserve examination, and also the day when a few other members of the varsity team returned from the small otherworldly world. For the official members, Lin Shu still had expectations. Just what kind of level was it to be able to become an official member? These few days of exercise down the road had also caused Black Knight and Earth Obsidian's panels to change greatly. It was just that Black Knight, who hadn't enjoyed the joy of adding points for a long time, was a bit sullen. He wanted to progress too much. Name: Shadow Mantis. Level: LV 1198 110. Level limit: LV 45. Status: Healthy. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Darkness Space. Talent: Void Walking Beginner 6200. Skills: Beginner Strong Attack Inception 0200, Fast Movement Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 120, Sharp Edge Passive Perfect 150, Spinning Arm Chop Perfect 1250, Space Storage Beginner 620. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 440. Within the past few days it was all about using intermediate and advanced nutrients to accelerate growth, and the experience value was really growing fast. Immediately the level is going to reach level 12. It was just that the consumption was also very high, and this week's and last week's varsity allowances had already been claimed by Lin Shu. This advanced nutrient is very effective, but it's just too little and not quite enough. It was a shame that there was still quite a bit of a shortfall for 1 week. No wonder the Imperial Beast levels of those rich kids rubbed off on them. Lin Shu finally understood this by now. Next up was Tu Yao, nearly half a month of polishing and development. His strength also had a skyrocketing change. Name: Mountain Rock Man. Level: LV 81680. Level limit: LV 25. Status: Healthy. Quality: Normal. Attribute: Earth. Talent: Earth and Obsidian Physique Beginner 88200. Skills: Beginner Punching Inception 26200, Rock Skin Passive Inception 11200, De Cheng 1140, Explosive Fist Beginner 120, Clay Shield Beginner 120. The level also came to level 8 under Lin Shu's careful care. Although he hadn't added any points for him, the intermediate nutrients were more than enough for Earth Yao. How else could the level rise so quickly? It also reached the average level. Yesterday, he also managed to awaken 2 skills. One was the damage-type skill Explosive Fist, and the other was the defensive Earth-type skill Clay Shield. Together with the 2 incipient primary skills that Earth Yao possessed, it now had a strong battle power. Most of the students currently wouldn't be his opponent. A Mountain Rock Man with strong defense and not weak attacks was still a great threat. On the side, Black Knight shook his slender tentacles and kept swaying. He was again praying for his omnipotent master to add points for him. The tentacles shook on Lin Shu's face and tickled a little. Looking at the rogue darkness, how could Lin Shu not give him additional points? According to the literature about the shadow mantis that he had searched for yesterday, to evolve to the next stage, it was best to do so after reaching level 25. There were quite a few cases in there where the lower the level, the lower the success rate of the Imperial Beast's evolution would be on the low side. The high probability was due to the body not being able to withstand the evolution energy. So the matter about the evolution of the Black Knight was still only debatable again. Right now, the main use of proficiency was still above leveling up. In the past few days, the proficiency came to 470 points. With a wave of his hand, he directly spent 402 points to raise Black Knight's level to 15. An enormous amount of energy surged through Blackout's body. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and the thin, cicada-like wings behind him trembled. Woo! It wasn't a cry of pain, but an extreme sense of comfort. This was the feeling that Black Knight's spirit transmitted to Lin Shu. Raising 4 levels in one go was indeed a bit violent. Time didn't last long, and Black Knight had already returned to normal. The 2 forearms waved casually like sides. At this moment, Black Knight felt better than ever. I'm going to hit 10. Black Knight was very swollen right now. Even the panel had turned into status unbeatable. Lin Shu went up and slapped him twice. Naturally, Black Knight was instantly honest. This was what allowed Black Knight to see what was beyond the heavens. After the enhancement was over, Lin Shu still brought Black Knight and Tu Yao to the equipment room. It was a bit late today. The time had come to exactly 8 o'clock. There were also 4 more unfamiliar faces in the equipment room. That is, a few members of the varsity team who had just returned from the small otherworldly world. 2 males and 2 females. Originally, everyone was chatting about something when someone suddenly entered. Eyes instantly went to Lin Shu. Seeing this, Lin Shu directly greeted them. Hello several seniors and sisters, I'm Lin Shu. Welcome school brother O. The red-haired woman in the distance wearing a white cotton shirt with a tiny blue bow tied at the collar and a light blue denim skirt underneath. She also greeted with a smile. In her heart, she thought, this elementary school brother is quite handsome, not like the other 2 people on the varsity team. The other few people also greeted when they saw this. Also filled with curiosity about Lin Shu, to be able to enter the reserves without having to take the test. It seemed to be gifted. At this exact moment, Su Lilian was also in the equipment room. He began to introduce everyone to Lin Shu. This is Chen Yujia. Pointing to the red-haired woman who was the first to speak. Then pointed to another girl. This is Lan Mengzhu. Lan Mengzhu was dressed in white training clothes, looking competent and spirited. Next were the 2 boys. This is Lei Wu and Li Shuheng. Lei Wu was stocky with a gray undershirt that clung tightly to his skin, giving him a tough guy feeling. Li Shuheng, on the other hand, wore a pair of glasses and looked a bit weak, wearing a white coat with an aura similar to that of a scholar. After a brief introduction down the line, everyone was also considered to know each other. Lin Shu joined in their conversation. It turned out that they were discussing the small alien space that they had just entered a few days ago. Listening to a few people talk about the various things within the foreign space, the more Lin Shu's interest was aroused. It just so happened that Black Knight's strength had risen greatly, and he was able to verify his strength. Seeing the longing in Lin Shu's eyes, Su Lilian also spoke up at this moment. Lin Shu, don't be in a hurry, the other world will definitely go. Wait for the other reserves to join and then practice properly for another week. I'll take you guys there, don't worry. Hearing Su Lilian's words, Chen Yujia also said immediately. Actually, the other world is just like that, you won't feel anything after going there a few times. It's still quite dangerous for us inside, it's easy for things to go wrong if we're not paying attention. At her words, the other 3 nodded without hesitation. Although the inside of the other world represented opportunities, but the dangers inside were also endless. The sinister and cunning wild imperial beasts were not as friendly as the contracted imperial beasts. When they struck, they could act towards killing their targets. That's why every year, many students died in the other dimension. One must have a sense of reverence for the other dimension, instead of treating it as a non-threatening tour. Chapter 35: The Secret Method of the Beasts. There's actually no need to be so nervous. The first time with the other space definitely won't let you guys go to such a dangerous place.
Just go and climb the tower to see it. Chen Yujia's words changed. Climb the tower? What tower?
This word came to Lin Shu's knowledge blind spot.
Not knowing what it meant. The remaining few people didn't open their mouths to explain. Just said. You'll know when it's time to go over there.
With that, they continued to chat about the events of the previous few days. The few people from the varsity team were traveling to a small otherworld called the Phantom's Dream Valley. And it was only a fragment of the complete Phantom's Dream Valley. It was filled with dark and poisonous imperial beasts. One could only imagine the level of danger inside.
The school would definitely not let the students go to the other world alone.
There will also be teachers to protect the safety, so the danger will be greatly reduced. Both have the pressure, also has the guarantee.
After chatting for a while, everyone was talking and laughing. The scene was very harmonious. At this time, a deafening voice rang out, breaking this peace. What are you chatting about here? Thinking that your imperial beasts are all strong now, are you? Why don't you hurry up and go train?
A few people sniffed like frightened deer, not daring to stay at all. They hurriedly fled to the side of the equipment and summoned their imperial beasts and hurriedly trained.
Obviously they were very afraid of the owner of this voice.
Lin Shu looked towards the direction of the voice. He was tall and straight, standing there like a straight green pine. The lines on his bronze-colored face were rigid. The eyes were sharp and serious. Eyebrows were thick and thick black, and the slightly raised tips of his eyebrows revealed an innate majesty,
giving off an unshakable pressure.
This man was the exclusive teacher of the varsity team. Gu Jinbong, a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master.
Su Liliang explained to Lin Shu in a low voice.
This is teacher Gu Jinbong, specializing in the management of the varsity team, including me. Because of having been a soldier before, he treats his students with harshness and severity.
But the person is very nice and responsible.
So it was like this. After saying this, Lin Shu suddenly realized. This teacher's behavioral style was really thunderous. Sure enough, he was full of military style.
In his hands, those seniors were trained like kittens. Gu Jinbong stepped to Lin Shu's side.
A pair of biting eyes looked at Lin Shu. It was obvious that he had known of his existence for a long time. Lin Shu was unassuming and greeted him.
Good day, Mr. Gu, I'm Lin Shu.
After looking for a while, Gu Jinbang then withdrew his gaze. He smiled a little, but there was something incongruous about how this smile looked. It seemed like he didn't usually smile much.
Not bad.
The principal naturally greeted him. Although the principal said that this was a piece of precious jade that needed to be carved properly. But without seeing him in person, he still couldn't jump to conclusions.
Today's sight was truly extraordinary.
His royal beast perception was very strong. He was able to roughly detect the grade of the imperial beast. It was also the news that the imperial beasts had passed on to him that had revealed Lin Shu's hidden terror. In just less than 2 months, he had bred the imperial beast to level 15.
This speed was unheard of in Kanglin too. It was definitely an existence that was among the top few even in school history.
He fumbled a bit from his pocket. Pulling out a clear crystal the size of a cookie came out. Take it, this is the secret method of the imperial beast that you can get if you join the varsity team. Inside this is damage transfer, it's considered one of the most practical secret techniques. With that, he handed the transparent crystal storing the imperial beast secret method to Lin Shu.
Thank you, teacher.
Lin Shu reached out and caught it, and a cool feeling came over him. Lin Shu still had some understanding of the imperial beast secret method. This was a secret method that acted on imperial beast masters.
It was also unearthed from the other world.
This damage transfer secret method was also called one of the most useful secret methods. The effect was to be able to transfer the damage received by the imperial beast master to one of the imperial beasts that he had contracted. It was important to realize that a beastmaster was very vulnerable compared to an imperial beast. They were especially afraid of being attacked. The secret damage transfer method was able to avoid these risks. It was a good way to protect the safety of the imperial beast master.
That's why many imperial beast masters will choose an imperial beast with outstanding defense to contract.
That way, the damage could be transferred to him. Among Lin Shu's imperial beasts, the Earth Observatory obviously took on the responsibility of absorbing Lin Shu's damage. And it was simple to use, as long as one injected spirit into it. Then one would be able to gain access to learning the secret method of transferring damage. This kind of transparent crystal was a one-time prop. It would be destroyed after one use, which meant that it would act as a container.
Take it back and go learn it as soon as possible, don't procrastinate. The sooner you learn it, the more it will help you, okay? Gu Zhenbang opened his mouth and reminded Lin Shu.
The help of this secret method for Imperial Beast Masters was self-evident.
Understood, I'll learn it as soon as possible.
With such a good thing in his hand, Lin Shu naturally wouldn't let it go.
Gu Zhenbang nodded. His eyes scanned the equipment room like a hawk. It looked towards the several senior students who were training the Imperial Beasts. In a few days, it will be the Binjo Cup. Does everyone think they are strong enough? This time I think our Pale Blue Second Middle School can enter the quarterfinals. Break through the school's best result in recent years. Does everyone have this confidence? A few people looked at each other, only feeling the pressure. Even the top 8 hadn't had a bottom yet, not knowing if they could advance or not. It was amazing that the goal was already set at the quarterfinals. This was really too difficult for the people. But the few people who understood Gu Zhenbang's temperament knew what to do. Stiffly, they shouted. Yes, we will take the quarterfinals. You could be inferior to others in strength, but you must not lose in momentum. You must lose with blood and dignity even if you lose. This was the attitude that Gu Zhenbang had always emphasized on weekdays. Without momentum, the entire team was almost without a soul. Failure was also obvious. Good. Very spirited. Continue training. Gu Zhenbang was also very satisfied with everyone's attitude. Although there was a demand for results, it couldn't be forced. It was a fact that they were not as skilled as others, as long as they played in their own style. Lin Shu looked at the impactful image and felt very amused. Such a method had a special effect on these youngsters. However, Gu Zhenbang didn't even spare Lin Shu and Gao Feng at this time. Lin Shu. Gao Feng. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you go train now? You still want me to invite you guys, right? This face was changing at the drop of a hat, and naturally Lin Shu would not disobey. Putting the transparent crystal in his hand into his bag, he quickly went to the equipment, bringing Black Knight and Earth Yao to start today's training. Gao Feng also didn't dare to stay and did as he was told. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Zhenbang was also very satisfied. As long as you are obedient, he is still relatively good to talk to. At least that's how he felt himself. Chapter 36 Evolutionary Type. Not only did Gu Zhenbang catch practice time, but he would also guide the elder siblings in their Imperial Beast skill training from time to time. This move of yours, Wind Blade, haven't I already said it many times? You can't do it my way. And Yu Chen Yujia, a beginner skill. A month without a major accomplishment? What are you up to? Gu Zhenbang commanded the entire room, the sound of his speech covering the entire equipment room. Splashes of spittle flew across the room, spilling into nowhere. Taking advantage of this gap also allowed Lin Shu to know the Imperial Beasts of the 4 varsity team members. Chun Yujia Water Pattern Elemental, Lan Mengzhu Grassvine Barren Wood, Lei Wu Martial Arts Giant Ape, and Li Shuheng the Extreme Electricity Spirit Cat. I didn't expect that the strongest one in the varsity team would be Li Shuheng, who had a soft and scholarly face. Name Extreme Electricity Spirit Cat. Level, LV 37225-370. Level limit, LV 86. Status, irritable. Quality, perfect. Attribute, thunder. Talent, electrical discharge minor 56-400. Skill, beginner electric spark minor 13-200, frenzied bite minor 22-200, electric strike perfect 32-50. Intermediate lightning strike greatest 23-80, thunder/greatest 11-80, lance of thunder perfect 32-100. Advanced electricity piercing minor 33-120, aurora skin minor 11-120, electricity strike beam beginner 56-80. Such levels with the number of skills and proficiency. And the talent that comes with the Imperial Beast. One could only say that it was worthy of being the strongest member of the Pale Blue 2 varsity team. All 4 of them seemed to have evolved their Imperial Beasts once, so their quality was perfect. There wasn't much difference between the levels, they were all around level 35. There was some difference between skill proficiencies, but it wasn't very obvious. Other than Li Shuheng, who was a bit stronger, the other 3 were all about the same strength. By the time Lin Shu had pretty much read the information, Gu Jinbang's gaze came to Lin Shu and his imperial beast, also observing in an attempt to discover something. A pair of eyes didn't stop for a moment and just looked at them for 5 minutes. Frustrated, he didn't find any flaws that allowed him to say anything to criticize or instruct. Great guy, perfect fast movement, subtle strong attack. And what a skill to have never seen at all. It was truly unbelievable to him. It was hard to believe that this kind of skill level was appearing in a senior student. Not only did this kid's imperial beast level increase rapidly, even the skills were practiced so quickly? How come the principal didn't mention this point? It's really a wunderkind. Swallowing his throat incidentally, he cleared his throat. Lin Shu is doing just fine. If you guys were like him, not to mention the quarterfinals, even the champions would be able to compete. Lin Shu looked at Gu Jinbang with an odd expression. Don't give me any more hate. I'm just a newcomer. Fortunately, everyone didn't care about it. They just raised their eyebrows at Lin Shu and shrugged. It seemed like they were already accustomed to such things. It seemed like they were constantly being pressured. What followed was non-stop practicing. Soon, the morning time passed and everyone left the equipment room together. Gu Jinbang had left early and should have gone to pick up the other 3 reserve members. Started heading to the cafeteria to eat. It didn't take long to turn back again. When they returned to the grounds, they found that there were once again 3 more unfamiliar faces in the equipment room. It seemed to be the other reservists who had finished their assessment. After entering, everyone greeted each other warmly as well. A bunch of people were also considered to know each other. Just like this, the 9 members of this year's varsity team were considered to be all here. These 3 people are senior class 7 Minute Pot and sophomore class 2 Ling Potential and sophomore class 5 Chu Xian. Among them, 2 men and 1 woman, Chu Xian is a girl. Looking at these people, they are all royal beast masters with the talent of royal beasts. This is the case within the varsity team. Resources should first be used on talented students. After saying hello, it was teacher Su Liliang who first brought a few people to familiarize themselves with the surroundings of the school team. The basic process was the same as when Lin Shu first arrived, a familiarization process. Without thinking much about these things, they continued to devote themselves to training immediately afterward. In this way, the afternoon passed quickly. Before leaving, Su Liliang pulled the 3 with Lin Shu. On Fishan, he pulled into a group chat called Kanglin No. 2 Varsity. Originally, there were 7 people in the group counting the 2 teachers. After Lin Shu and others joined, it came to 11 people. This number is not small. Min Kettle had the most contact with Lin Shu in the afternoon, and thought that it was also because they were in the same senior year, so they could have something to talk about. With the rest of the varsity team, they added their contact information to make it easier to get in touch with them later on. After saying hello, he headed towards the room within the varsity team. The secret beast sentinel technique hadn't been studied yet. After training all afternoon, there was also no more tossing Black Knight and Earth Yao. Letting them rest. Lin Shu came to the bedside and sat down, taking out the transparent crystal inscribed with the secret method of the imperial beast. He gently placed it in the palm of his hand and then guided his spiritual energy into it. Next, the crystal's interior slowly filled with wisps of purple threads that eroded the surface like rainwater. After a period of time, the purple color completely covered the entire crystal, and words slowly appeared in the mind. In the end, they converged into 4 large words. Damage transfer. The method of use and effect notes about this secret beast sentinel technique were all known to Lin Shu. The method of use was quite simple. After selecting an imperial beast and typing in the transfer symbol, one could use the secret method. Lin Shu closed his eyes tightly and memorized the steps in his mind to learn the secret method. It wasn't difficult to learn and use, and after a few times of conceptualizing and inscribing, he had already succeeded. A purple hexagram symbol slowly disappeared into Tu Yao's body. In this way, the secret technique was almost complete. At this time, the secret technique also appeared on top of Lin Shu's panel. Secret Beast Control Technique Damage Transfer Beginner 150. The more the proficiency of the secret technique was increased, the less mental consumption it would require, and the longer it could be maintained at a time. Earth Yao touched his head, revealing an expression of being at a loss for words. He could feel something entering his body but just couldn't detect it. Don't worry, this is good stuff, just keep it. Seeing that his master had said so, Tu Yao accepted it with a naive smile. The master definitely wouldn't harm him, he. The secret method didn't have to be used actively, it was only triggered passively when the Imperial Beastmaster was harmed. It was rather nice, realizing full automation. But the follow-up was all about consuming the Imperial Beastmaster's spiritual energy.
When there was a lack of spiritual energy or when the Imperial Beast inscribed with the symbol died, the secret method would also be invalidated as a result.
After learning the secret method and using it,
Lin Shu laid down on his bed and began to think about his schedule for the next few days. On the weekend, he needed to go to the Central District to participate in the Hatchling Cup proper. I was afraid that there wouldn't be much time left in the next 2 days. And Black Knight's spinning arm slash should be able to reach into the subtle by Thursday,
reaching the conditions to learn the next stage of sword techniques.
In that case, on Thursday, he could first go inside the Blade Mantis Martial Hall to learn the new blade technique.
After clearing up the next things, Lin Shu stopped thinking about it. It would be good to proceed according to the plan.
Straight away, he drew the curtains and turned off the lights, intending to take a good rest.
He was still a bit dizzy after inscribing the secret symbols. Chapter 37 Folding Wind Blade.
The time came to Thursday.
Black Knight did not disappoint Lin Shu.
In the last night, the spinning arm chop had managed to come into the subtle to complete the conditions. So today, he planned to head to the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Yesterday, he had already taken a leave of absence from teachers Gu Jinbang and Su Liliang. Unsurprisingly, both passed with ease. There were no surprises.
For outstanding students, teachers were more lenient.
As for instructor Wu Song, was amazed after receiving the news yesterday. Said what to travel overnight to the city south to find Lin Shu. The tone of voice excited abnormal, some cannot calm down. In Lin Shu's persuasion, this only to give up this idea. And explain that tomorrow they must arrive early after this only to end.
Such a fierce reaction almost let Lin Shu some can't hold back. So early in the morning, Lin Shu set out on the road.
He had arrived at the Blade Mantis Martial Hall after 10 in the morning.
Hoo hoo hoo. Crackle. Bursts of sound continued to emanate from the martial arts arena.
At this moment in time, the other trainees were commanding the Imperial Beasts to practice their blade techniques. Wu Song was not in the mood to take a look at them. Compared to Lin Shu, these people were just rotten wood. Eyes staring straight at the gate, waiting for Lin Shu to arrive. Soon a young figure appeared in the field of vision. Wu Song was overjoyed at the sight and rushed forward, his face full of surprise.
Brother Wu, good morning. Go go go. You come with me.
Slightly impatiently, without even saying a few words, he dragged Lin Shu right into the grounds inside the martial hall. Rubbing his large, somewhat rough hands together, Wu Song couldn't wait to say,
"Let Black Knight use the spinning arm chop, I'll take a good look."
Lin Shu's eyes glanced at Black Knight, who immediately understood the meaning. The entire body instantly went into a state and began to tense up. His eyes grew colder and sharper, and his feet swayed back and forth regularly. The extremely sharp front limbs swung more than once. Whether it was the stance or the movement, it was particularly perfect.
An unexplainable aura unfolded from this.
Between the waving of the two swords, layers of superimposed shadows flickered and appeared. The speed was somewhat frightening. Then, without any further hesitation, he heavily slashed at the fine iron pile in front of him.
Ka chow! Ka chow!
The sound of fine iron breaking was extremely smooth, and with a single slash, the pile was cleaved in half. The exposed cut was smooth and incomparable, radiating a faint silver light under the sunlight. Seeing such a scene, Wu Song was ecstatic. Good. 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 It is true that the hero is a young man, marvelous. It was this kind of feeling, and this kind of flavor, as if it had been refined over 1,000 times. With scenes and images like this, even Wu Song's twin swords wouldn't dare to say that they could be much stronger than Black Knight. What a genius at practicing swords! Wu Song couldn't help but think this in his heart. The last one to receive this honor was still the Hall Master's Imperial Beast, enough to see the gold content. Looking at Black Knight was like looking at a rare treasure. Black Knight was a little frightened by the look, not understanding what this stupid big man in front of him was giggling about. "Why do you keep looking at me?" After a full minute's pause, Wu Song calmed down. Impressive, really impressive, to be able to learn like this in such a short period of time. Even compared to the Hall Master, it's no less impressive. The tone was somewhat emotional. Is the speed comparable? Then I wonder at what level the degree of the Hall Master's Imperial Beast Blade technique is at nowadays. Lin Shu couldn't help but think like this. Never mind, there's no use talking about this now. You can naturally meet the Hall Master later on if you want. I think you'll have quite a lot of topics to talk about. Returning to his senses, Wusong didn't chat much on the issue of the Hall Master, but instead turned to the learning of new blade techniques. Generally speaking, it is necessary to learn 2 primary blade techniques before you can learn an intermediate blade technique, but you guys are overly talented. The effects of this article wouldn't apply, and it would be a waste of time in learning it. Today, I will directly teach you the 2 styles of intermediate blade techniques. The 2 primary blade techniques could be said to be an important way to lay a foundation. And the difficulty of the intermediate blade techniques was self-evident, truly reaching the stage of ascension. The follow-up was the ability to step out of one's own path and perceive the strongest blade skill that was exclusively one's own. This step could not be considered unimportant. Lin Shu nodded, his expression still quite bland. Wusong continued. These 2 styles are blade chi strike and folding wind blade respectively. The attacking ability is particularly powerful, far exceeding the spinning arm chop. Remember to practice well after you learn them. Normally Imperial Beasts need a few years to practice at some level. But with Black Knight's talent, it shouldn't take that much time. Wusong did not speculate any further on when Black Knight could be refined. Geniuses had always been unconventional, but the Hall Master had perfected the level in a year's time. I wonder how long Black Knight would be taking. Do ordinary Imperial Beasts need to take years? The time spent by Black Knight's 2 blade techniques should be in the range of a few months. It definitely wouldn't take more than half a year, which was a testament to Black Knight's talent and proficiency. Lin Shu thought this in his heart. Please teach me, Brother Wu. Good, then I won't delay. With that, he clapped his hands, and the double-blade mantis flew towards from the corner. The double-bladed mantis also knew how terrifying Black Knight's talent was. A pair of scarlet eyes just looked on and didn't find anything outstanding. It only felt that the little mantis in front of it was pathetically weak, and cocked its head in some incomprehension. Come double blades, teaching blade airstrike and folding wind blade. Hearing this, the double-blade mantis first adjusted its body movements as well as its stance. The ensuing gusts of breeze fluttered around, appearing somewhat abrupt. It seemed to be attracted by this blade move. This move is the folding wind blade, watch it carefully. Wusong reminded, and Lin Shu also told Black Knight not to move around to study carefully. The fluttering breeze became more and more violent, emitting a whimpering sound. The raging gale brought up pieces of mud and sand, making it somewhat difficult to open one's eyes. The wind element gathered on top of his arms, as if a white film had been attached. The fact that it could actually cause the elements to stir was enough to show the power of this wind blade. The gusts of wind whistled and swept by, all of them surging into the body of the twin-bladed mantis and disappearing as much as they could. It seemed that the attracted gale was already enough, and the original whistling winds suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the swirling nests of wind flowed on the double blades of the double-edged mantis. Then it lightly swept downwards. All of the originally stored gusts of wind whistled and swung out in an instant. The energy-filled blades were like no one's business. The dirt in the field splashed and scattered. In the blink of an eye, a several-meter ditch appeared in the field of vision. Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel at the immense power when he saw such a scene. This is what the final molding will look like. It's still a bit far from you at the moment. Now what you need to learn is to utilize the blade style to attract the gale. You can use energy to assist first, and when you are fully skilled you can try not adding energy. Wusong started teaching up the learning method. After all, the intermediate blade style was no longer in the same class as the beginner. The difficulty was geometrically increasing, and external forces were needed to assist in practicing. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to show results by simply using the blade style. This was also the method that had been worked out within the Blade Mantis Martial Hall over the decades. Chapter 38 Spiritual Enlightenment. Blackout then followed the double-bladed mantis and started learning the wind folding blade. As expected of an intermediate skill, it wasn't as simple to master. It took a full 10 minutes before he was able to initially master wind folding blade. It still needed quite a bit of practice before it could be used without fail. This speed alone already made Wusong and the double-bladed mantis envious. However, the wind folding blade had already appeared on the panel, so there was no problem. Wind folding blade beginner 140. Such a situation was also expected by Lin Shu. Black Knight's saber understanding was not bad, but it was far from reaching a perverted level. It still needed hard practice with small additions to reach this level. On the other hand, Wusong was very satisfied. This speed was too much faster than other imperial beasts. Many of them were only able to master them in a day's time. Very good, learning is already fast.
Then next is the blade chi strike. Gesturing, the double-bladed mantis continued teaching. It seemed that just one morning was enough time to learn these two blade styles. Far more than he had predicted. The double-bladed mantis stood in the center of the field without much movement. Just the surging energy in his body twisting and turning recklessly as it built up its momentum. Soon enough, he was in a pose, his legs slightly bent. The front limbs were placed one on top of the other. Immediately, he drew his blade out, and pieces of transparent blade awning shot out like a hair of a hone. Every time the left and right forelimbs were swung, a pike would appear. The extremely sharp aura couldn't help but make people's hairs stand on end. A thick sense of crisis burst out. Several slashes accurately hit the bullseye of the arrow target in the distance. Boom! 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 Loud explosions rang out. The arrow targets directly exploded into powder the moment they hit. It couldn't withstand the power of the blade's awnings at all. Looking at the 10 or so meters of attack distance. This kind of long-distance attack was currently exactly the one means that Black Knight lacked. It also made up for a shortcoming, and was not bad in terms of power, completely inferior to the folding wind blade just now. It was even a bit better in terms of practicality. After looking at these two blade techniques, Lin Shu realized that the intermediate skills blade style was no longer limited to the blade style itself. There was no fixed set of postures and movements. Rather, they were more flexible and adaptable, by intermingling with external power additions, thus coming to get the purpose of enhancing their power. It had to be said that the person who invented these blade techniques was truly a genius. To actually be able to extrapolate the saber techniques into this form. My favorite move from before was this blade chi strike. The stance is swift and sharp, not bound to a specific venue, and can be used at will. There was a slight smile on his face as he said this. This was followed by teaching as if it were the same. One-on-one assistance was provided until Blackout mastered this blade airstrike before stopping. It only took about 10 minutes. Seeing that the teaching was completed so quickly, Wu Song took out his cell phone to check the time, and found that it was only a little more than 11 o'clock. Cannot help but think of their own former learning embarrassment, a full day to learn to complete. Couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. Since it's all been learned, you can just go back and practice properly. It just so happens that lunchtime has arrived. I will take you to the cafeteria within the martial hall to eat. You haven't been there even after joining the martial hall for so long, it's just the right time to try it this time. No problem, Brother Wu. Lin Shu nodded, this was true. And then, the two left the grounds with the Imperial Beast. Started heading to the cafeteria. After that, they came to a small two-story building. This was the internal cafeteria, which was a lot smaller compared to the school, but it was sufficient within the martial hall. Now is not yet to open time, but Wu Song at least as the instructor has the privilege. Come to the second floor, there are people special cooking up meals. The two came to the table and waited. This time was not idle. Wu Song began to talk about something about the hall master. It's a pity that the hall master is currently not in Binzhou. Otherwise I would have let you meet with the hall master. The hall master is busy with something, isn't he? After all, he is a high-ranked Imperial Beast Master and has a lot of things going on. Lin Shu stated his guess that Wu Song was already a Royal Beast Master close to the 8th rank. It was enough to show that the strength of the martial hall was deep. The hall master would naturally only be stronger, and might have already broken through the 9th rank and reached a new level. This you say is not bad. High-ranked Imperial Beast Masters are indeed all busier. Just like the few of us instructors, we usually don't stay inside the martial hall all the time. We all take turns presiding over the martial hall for 4 months each. The rest of the time, we're not in Binzhou. Hearing Wu Song's explanation, Lin Shu then realized. No wonder there were 3 instructors, but they could never be seen. It was originally such an arrangement. I see. Well, then the hall master is even more free, sometimes not coming back even once a year. It's basically within the other world, it's God's dragon. I also notified about your news, only there has been no response. There should be some important matters that need to be dealt with. Brother Wu, what strength is the hall master a Royal Beast Master? Lin Shu asked the question, mainly because he also wanted to understand what realm was above the 9th rank. Wu Song glanced at Lin Shu and didn't refuse. Once upon a time he also shared Lin Shu's wish to learn more. It's fine to tell you, you'll know all this after you arrive at the university. The hall master's strength is above the 9th rank. This realm is called spiritual enlightenment. But I won't tell you more about the specifics and ways.
There was a longing in Wu Song's eyes, obviously expecting to step into the midst of this realm as well.
It had already gone to understand a few things. Lin Shu nodded, silently memorizing the name.
These things are good for you to hear, there's no need to put them in your heart. It's still too far away from you, your focus right now should still be on cultivating the imperial beasts and yourself. Wu Song still opened his mouth and reminded, fearing that he would cause any problems after saying this.
It won't be just curiosity.
Lin Shu was not such an overly ambitious person. In a flurry of conversation, lunch was also finished cooking. The ingredients were exquisite and incomparable, not even inferior to the food prepared by Bai Sheng in the Baiyun Arena. Ordinary Martial Hall students couldn't eat this, and it was thought to be similar to the school cafeteria. The food for the imperial beasts was also prepared.
The next step was lunchtime, which didn't take too long and ended quickly.
After that, Wu Song also continued to let the double-edged mantis instruct Black Knight,
helping to identify deficiencies.
As for the other Martial Hall students, they were taught by other teachers.
He didn't have time to deal with them himself. Soon an afternoon passed.
Lin Shu was also returning to the southern part of the city. Before leaving, Wu Song also gave a special instruction. Any difficulties you have can come to me, remember it's all, no need to be embarrassed. I still have some friends in this Fengdu city. Chapter 39, 10 Favorites to Win the Championship. 2 days had passed since he went to the Blade Mantis Martial Hall to learn the new blade style. These past few days, Lin Shu was still living a 2-point life. Every day, he stayed at school.
Today was the day that the Daisy Bird Cup main event would begin.
There was no one within the class except for Lin Shu and Huang Yian who had entered the main competition.
Counting their class, only 12 students from Kanglin's second middle school had entered the main round.
Not bad, after all, there were only 80 spots in a district. Lin Shu then began to check out Darkness's panel.
Name, Shadow Mantis.
Level, LV 1555 150.
Level limit, LV 45. Status, healthy.
Quality, elite. Attribute, darkness space.
Talent, Void Walking Beginner 11200.
Skills, Beginner Strong Attack Initiate 5200, Fast Movement Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 120, Sharp Edge Passive Perfect 150, Spinning Arm Chop Initiate 12200, Space Storage Beginner 820. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 740, Blade Airstrike Minor 380, Folding Wind Blade Beginner 140. Overall there are no changes compared to the previous days. There are just 2 more blade styles that I just learned. Blackout had also been majoring in Blade Airstrike Raiders over the past few days. The rate of improvement was fast, and by today it had come to small achievement.
It was rather a small wave of improvement, wasn't it?
And with 293 points left in proficiency, the stock was quite large. However, Lin Shu didn't intend to raise Black Knight. Right now, Black Knight's level was way too high compared to Imperial beasts of the same age.
That wasn't even counting the many high-level skills.
It could be said that it had no rivals at the same age, so it would be even easier to raise it again. It's also good to keep it for a while.
Do.
A cell phone message sounded. Lin Shu opened it to check. It was a message from Huang Yian.
The car has arrived at the school gate, you can come now. He replied with a casual right away. Lin Shu put Black Knight and Earth Obsidian into the Imperial Beast space.
Then he stepped out of the room and was about to call up Min Jug, who was also a member of the varsity reserve team. Min Jug had also entered the main event, and the 3 of them would head to the Baiyun Arena together, as they had agreed to do last night.
The latter was found already waiting on the walkway. Ringo.
Min Pot waved his hand to greet Lin Shu.
Let's go. All right. With that, the 2 left the building and arrived at the school entrance.
It was still the same black business car as last time. The driver was also the same person.
Getting into the car, Huang Yian greeted Lin Shu and Minjiu.
Under the signal, the driver steadily drove the car up.
The 3 of them also started chatting intermittently in the back.
The speed of the car was fast and steady, and it only took half an hour to reach the Baiyun Arena.
But today this area is crowded, not to mention the car is not good to squeeze in.
Obviously these people are all participating in the game or come to watch the game.
He had to stop 500 meters away from the arena.
Lin Shu took out his cell phone and took a picture and found Baisheng and sent it out. Then paired it with text. It's already like this outside, what's the situation inside? The message was also returned in seconds.
Holy, there are still so many people outside. There's also a lot of people inside. Don't even know how to get in. It was accompanied by an awkward emoji. Hwang Ian and Min Jug both stood in place with their hands raised somewhat at a loss. Eyes all looked towards Lin Shu, seemingly waiting for his call. Why don't you squeeze to the entrance of the arena first? I've already called someone to pick you up. It's the same one as last time. Alright then, I'll come over first. Lin Shu put away his cell phone and led Hwang Ian and Minjo to squeeze into the crowd. It took a lot of effort to finally reach the entrance. Fortunately, there was a channel for the contestants, so they finally didn't have to squeeze. But at a glance, this line has been lined up to 70 or 80, which should wait for how long? Not to mention the other channels, that is even more overcrowded. Just then a voice appeared. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please follow me this way. A young woman dressed in White Cloud Arena's work clothes appeared. Lin Shu knew her, she had been the one to lead the way for Lin Shu these past few times. Let's go then, said the woman, signaling up Hwang Ian and Min Pot to follow. The two looked at each other, both a little surprised. What was this? Did Lin Shu have connections in the White Cloud Arena? They hadn't heard of it either. But this thought was quickly put behind them. This was too good to be true. Queuing was the most annoying. The staff stepped in broken steps and brought them to a small door. This should be the path inside the arena, after passing through several consecutive corridors. After passing through several corridors, they arrived at the VIP room marked with the number 001. Pushing open the door, he once again saw Bai Shang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Hello Lin Shu, two students, I'm Bai Shang. Just after walking into the room, Bai Shang greeted them. Before coming, he naturally also had the same Bai Shang's permission, which was why he brought the two over. Hello, I am Lin Shu's classmate Hwang Ian. At this moment, Hwang Ian only felt that the name Bai Shang was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for the moment. But how could someone who was able to own the 001 VIP room in the White Cloud Arena be an ordinary person? He began to marvel at Lin Shu's concealment, and actually knew such a friend. Hello, I'm Min Jug. Min Jug was naturally no cutie pie. He guessed that the person in front of him was either rich or noble. In his heart, he thought, Lin Shu can be really low-key. Both of their gazes glanced at Lin Shu, and both of them were a bit unnatural. Lin Shu returned a reassuring expression and gestured for everyone to sit down and talk. The two sat in the corner. And Lin Shu sat beside Bai Shang. I didn't expect this competition to be so hot, it's clogging up the place. This is all normal, you still participated in too few competitions. Bai Shang raised an eyebrow, looking like you've seen too little. Lin Shu shrugged, not to mention it was really his first time participating in such a large competition. Chatting about other things next, Bai Shang spoke out the top 10 winning contestants rated by the outside world. Hwang Ian and Min Jug were induced to concur, and the original somewhat tense mood was eased down quite a bit. On the contrary, Lin Shu was unclear. After all, obsessed with training, it was difficult to pay attention to these news. This is the outside world according to some gossip fabricated, itself is also a figure of fun. The reference value wasn't too great. After naming 10 names, Lin Shu actually found his own. Didn't realize that he couldn't hide his excellence anymore? Although the ranking was in the last place. I didn't realize that I was actually a little famous in Fengdu. Hwang Ian and Minjo, on the other hand, looked at Lin Shu with some admiration, as if being on this list was something very honorable. Kanglin's second middle school only had Lin Shu on the list, while Bai Shang's center first middle school actually had 4 people on the list. Nearly half of the list was included, which naturally included Bai Shang's name. There was also one person from Kanglin number 1 middle school, and the rest were schools from other districts. Lin Shu didn't know much about it, so he wasn't very clear. Hwang Ian listened to Lin Shu and Bai Shang discussing the ranking of the two. Suddenly, he thought of something. Bai Shang? Wasn't this the son of that Bai family's young master, the owner of this Bai Yun arena? For a moment, his heart became more and more shocked. The eyes that looked at Lin Shu became more and more odd. Chapter 40 Advancement. It didn't take long to discuss the top 10 champions, and the tournament was about to officially begin. Several people walked out inside the VIP room. Arriving at the competition venue, it was found that preparations were being made for the draw to begin. The match would begin immediately after the draw. Walking into the middle of the arena, it was found to be similar to the soccer stadium in the previous life. From a distance, a huge oval-shaped field wrapped around a dozen or so square sparring platforms in the center.
There were several large screens hanging above the battle stations, and above them were some data and information about the players. There was also a list of matches that would be drawn by lot. Audience seats are densely spread everywhere, rows of tables and chairs are closely connected to encircle the area of the platform. There were already a lot of spectators in the upper part of the seats, densely packed like a small black dot.
Enough to see the hot degree of this event.
A few people walked through the long aisle, after some verification, came to the player preparation seats. There were a total of 5 such preparation seats, enough for all the players to enter. There was a huge screen in the center of the venue, broadcasting the real-time progress of the match. Casually finding a corner where no one was, everyone sat down together and began to look at the large screen in their field of vision.
There wasn't a long wait.
As the host's words rang out, the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup was also officially opened. Welcome everyone to this Fengdu Fledgling Cup. I am the host Pan Jodan.
Now we begin the first session of drawing lots. The main event began, and the entire process would be carried out live.
As the camera moved, a lottery machine was placed neatly. The machine was very huge, and the hole above was made of transparent material. Many small egg-sized balls could be seen, each containing a participant. This way was also considered to eliminate a lot of shady occurrences, and was also the reason why the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup was able to continue. A staff member stepped forward to start the machine, and the small balls carried out an irregular movement inside, instantly scattering in all directions. Then 2 small balls appeared from the transparent tube after the button was pressed and stopped. And this signaled that the first game was about to begin. Very well, we can see that the first matchup information has appeared.
Please follow me to the number 1 matchup site to focus on the first match.
The host's voice rang out, and the camera changed once again, shifting from the draw venue. And instead of disappearing, the draw venue's screen came out independently, able to be watched at any time, and moment by moment. Although this method was a bit cumbersome, the tournament authorities had insisted on it, as it had been done this way for so many years.
Today there are 480 into 240 matches to be completed. That meant a total of 240 matches, which was a lot.
The good thing was that with close to 30 sparring tables, it wasn't difficult to complete so many matches in one day.
Huang Ian and Min Jug seemed to be a little nervous, staring at the big screen with some uneasiness.
On the other hand, Lin Shu and Bai Shang were not the least bit nervous and were still laughing and joking.
Without waiting too long, Min Jug's name was drawn out.
In the encouraging eyes of the rest of the group, Min Jug traveled to the 13th opponent's field. His luck was quite good, and his opponent was not too strong.
After only a few minutes, he easily won. It was an easy victory after just a few minutes.
Returning to the preparation table, he also had a smile on his face, showing some happiness.
The rest of the time was spent waiting.
Everyone watched the screens of the remaining players. Looking at the exciting matches on the floor of each match and the large number of various imperial beasts, I can only say that it is worthy of being the main event. Each player has some level in them. The audience and the players were cheering and shouting.
The atmosphere reached a peak.
After about an hour had passed, Lin Shu also saw his name on the big screen. The loudspeakers and the preparation seats were broadcasting the contestants and the corresponding venues. Lin Shu also ushered in today's match. Leaving the preparation mat, Lin Shu quickly arrived at the 22nd match venue. At this moment, his opponent was also already in place. Looking over, the opponent was a young man who was slightly slim. There was a strong contrast with the tall and robust imperial beast on the side. His imperial beast was a level 10 belligerent gorilla of elite quality that had mastered 4 skills. The strength was fairly average, but it was a bit inadequate for Lin Shu. Dolly, the opponent is a shadow mantis, so pay attention and don't be led around by the nose. The belligerent gorilla casually scratched his back, clearly not paying attention to his master's instructions. The skinny man slapped his forehead a bit speechless, but continued to speak.
Cheer up.
Vigorously.
I still want to enter the next round.
It seemed like he wanted to say something else, but the referee's words directly interrupted him.
The match begins.
For Lin Shu there was nothing to say about this battle. Directly commanding Black Knight to sprint forward, his ethereal and agile body attacked straight ahead. The thin man was also pleased to see this. Melee combat with my vigorous, really not putting us in our eyes. Starting to signal the belligerent ape to use his heavy fists to meet the attack. But Lin Shu wouldn't think anything of it, the opponent's resistance was meaningless. The militant ape looked at the incredibly fast speed of the little mantis in front of him. A pair of pupils became enlarged and shock spread across his face. He panicked and threw a punch, but it only hit the air.
Black Knight dodged the attack with a gentle twist, and then swung out his forelegs as sharp as blades.
The belligerent gorilla was hit by a heavy object, and was directly knocked away by the huge force, and fell to a meter away, unable to move. The thin man looked at the belligerent gorilla and then at the Dark Knight. It seemed that he hadn't yet figured out what the situation was, and his proud belligerent gorilla had been killed in seconds.
The expression on his face directly froze, not knowing what to do.
The militant ape has lost the battle, and contestant Lin Shu wins.
The referee also announced the result at that moment, followed by another staff member in the venue recording the result of the match. The match ended there as well.
Lin Shu drew back and returned to the preparation mat. He found that Huang Yan and Bai Shang were not here. Min Jug told Lin Shu that they had both been drawn and had just left. Nodding, the match was only just over halfway through, and all four of them had already started. Not bad luck to not have to wait too long. The two of them began to look for Bai Shang and Huang Yan's match to watch amongst the screens. They also lived up to their expectations and managed to beat their opponents to advance to the next round of the tournament. Bai Shang won quickly, defeating his opponent in just a minute. Huang Yan, on the other hand, was a bit burnt out, and it was only after catching one of his opponent's mistakes that he ended the match. Since everyone's matches were over, they agreed to go out of the battlefield first. Back in the VIP room of 001, several people kept chatting about the things that happened in the battlefield.
The atmosphere was very cordial.
After today's matches were over, tomorrow would be the 240 into 120 matches.
The overall intensity of the match would be a cut higher. Chapter 41 Scarlet Giant Crab. Many people were watching the game online.
Especially the student groups. Within the Senior Class 5 class group, the matter of Lin Shu and Huang Yan advancing to the top 240 was also being discussed at this time.
Compared to Lin Shu's relaxed demeanor, Huang Yan looked a bit reluctant. Everyone was paying more attention to Lin Shu
and speculated about what ranking he would end up in.
Some thought it would be the top 15, others the top 60.
Everyone had their own guesses, but no one said champion, so it seemed a bit conservative. Saturday was all about staying at the Baiyun Arena, and today's competition ended near the end of the evening. Under Baisheng's arrangement, Huang Yan and Min Jug were also placed in two separate rooms.
The night passed and soon came to the next day.
Lin Shu woke up early, having been like this for such a long time that he had gotten used to it. Taking Kuroyuki and Tuya with him, he moved his body around in the small training room that came with the room,
waiting for the upcoming match to begin.
The time came to 10 o'clock on the dot, representing the official start of today's 240 to 120 match. The four of them also arrived at their familiar seats in the preparation mat, waiting for the draw to take place.
Looks like we're going to be eliminated today, everyone else is so strong.
But it's enough, I'm already satisfied to have this ranking.
Huang Yan said this, seemingly an opinion arrived at from watching many of the contestants. However, he wasn't discouraged and his expression was very stable.
Min Jugko hadn't bottomed out yet, and as long as he didn't run into a center one player or Lin Shu, it was all acceptable. He could even compare notes and still need some luck to enter the next round.
Just enjoy the match. Bai Shang spoke out.
The next draw officially began. Min Pot was the first to be selected. His opponent wasn't too strong, his strength was similar to his. The two were evenly matched, and in the end, Min Pot managed to take the match by relying on his willpower of the Imperial Beasts.
He advanced to the next round. Huang Yan was not so lucky, and met a player from Center 1.
Unsurprisingly, he lost the match very simply, with very little room for resistance.
Regrettably, he withdrew from the match. Side 11, Lin Shu vs Li Shu.
The voice rang out in the preparation mat, and it was Lin Shu's turn.
It's actually Li Shu.
This hanging hair, he must be taught a good lesson. It turned out that this Li Shu was also a student of Center 1 Middle School, and also belonged to the same class as Bai Shang. However, this person is very disgusting, especially like to bully soft and hard. Bai Shang has long seen him unhappy. Usually also lazy to take care of him, today just have the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After Bai Shang explained, Lin Shu understood.
Don't worry.
With that, he came into the number 11 sparring stage. Li Shu's face was acerbic, and that pair of slender eyes squinted diagonally at Lin Shu and Black Knight. It was as if he was looking at some cats and dogs, not placing them in his eyes at all. Looking at Li Shu's strange looks, Lin Shu shook his head.
What an ugly person.
Noticing Lin Shu's movements, Li Shu directly became anxious and began his signature verbal attack.
This country bumpkin, still pretending. See if you still dare to shake your head after I ravage your imperial beast. The tone of his voice was somewhat gnashing of teeth, not putting Lin Shu in his eyes in the slightest. However, Li Shu's strength was indeed quite alright. His imperial beast was a scarlet giant crab. Rank 12 quality elite, it had mastered 5 skills, including an intermediate skill. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Shu. Li Shu kept cursing until the referee's start interrupted him. Scarlet, take down the opposite side stinking mantis in half a minute. Teach this country bumpkin a good lesson. The scarlet giant crab waved the 2 giant pincers in its hands and complied with its master's order and began to spit out a ping-pong ball-sized blister. When Lin Shu heard this, he was unresponsive. It was just a jumping clown, giving a look. Black Knight instantly understood. This was to allow himself to second the opposite side with one move. Turning on high-speed movement, Blackout sped away. In the field of vision it was as if a black residual shadow flew by, unable to capture the traces at all. The blisters couldn't even touch Blackout in the slightest. In an instant, he appeared above the head of the scarlet giant crab, and in his hands, he instantly slashed down like 2 giant blades, which used the rotary arm chop. Bang! A sound appeared after the attack hit. The scarlet giant crab was powerless and paralyzed on top of the ground, a few crab legs twitching unconsciously. The still hard crab shell on its back cracked and seemed like it would break at any time. This attack didn't use its full strength, otherwise it wouldn't be a cracked crab shell. Just because the Imperial Beast Master was disgusting didn't mean that the Imperial Beasts were bad as well. They just encountered bad masters, one wouldn't be able to take their anger out on them. The battle was over in an instant. Li Shu's face began to look ironic, a face that was somewhat twisted. What a useless thing. With that, he directly dropped the scarlet giant crab and quickly walked out. It really opened Lin Shu's eyes that there were such people. What qualifications does one have to be a royal beastmaster if they all do such things? Even the referee was indignant when he saw the scene and hurriedly began to contact the medical staff. Only after Lin Shu took care of everything did he take Black Knight out of the venue. Such a scene was also broadcast live. Everyone began to denounce what Li Shu had done, angrily denouncing him as unworthy of being an Imperial Beast Master. This heat was getting higher and higher, and according to this development, it seemed that Li Shu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Center 1 middle school, and might even experience a physical sparring session when he met a few indignant Imperial Beast Masters. Returning to his position at the battle preparation table, Bai Shang's few people also began to spit out Li Shu's behavior to Lin Shu. Still underestimating him, he's capable of doing such things. Lin fought well, that face is disgusting to look at. Too good, that look on his face at the end. Lin Shu smiled and responded with everyone. He really hoped that there were warriors who saw the right thing and could teach him how to be a normal Imperial Beast Master. After a small episode, the competition came to an end. Bai Shang naturally entered the next round with ease. Thus, the 2 days of competition had come to an end for the time being. The next round was scheduled for Saturday and Sunday next week. The venue was still in the Baiyun Arena. The 120 into 60 and 60 into 30 matches will begin. It will be held in 2 separate days. At this time, 2 messages appeared from the cell phone. It turned out to be someone at himself in the varsity group. Taking out his cell phone to check, he found that it was a message from Gu Zhenbang. On Monday, we're going to the next door, Yenzhou Muyuan City. Entering a shard-type otherworld, initially set for 4 days, everyone prepare well. At Lin Shu at Min Jug. You two remember to come back early. So this was it, this was preparation to go to the other world. Lin Shu immediately became somewhat expectant. Min Pot on the side had obviously received the news as well. His eyes looked towards Lin Shu, seeking his opinion. But there was really no need to go back so soon now. Bai Shang had organized a dinner party, so it wasn't too late to go back after dinner just in time. Chapter 42 Deadwood Woodland. Lin Shu's few people also immediately returned to the southern district of the city after the meal. The trip to the center of the city was over. Bai Shang returned to the VIP room 001. A middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure was sitting inside. He was wearing a pair of glasses, his face looked very amiable, and his eyes were not big, but they were shining. It gave off a feeling of shrewdness. Dad, you're here. It turned out that this middle-aged man was Bai Shang's father, Bai Yihao.
It was also the person who was truly in control of the Bai Yun arena.
Bai Yihao nodded and signaled Bai Sheng to sit down and talk. I watched your friend's match today. Very good young man, very promising.
Bai Sheng knew who was being spoken about. Naturally it was Lin Shu. He had just talked to his dad about Lin Shu a while ago. Bai Yihao was also very supportive of Bai Sheng being friends with these potential Imperial Beastmasters to enhance their relationship.
Yeah, you are unaware. Lin Shu's strength in his Imperial Beasts has improved too quickly.
Watching him in this competition, it seems like he's even stronger. I really can't catch up with him. Bai Sheng was somewhat emotional.
I can see that.
His Imperial Beast is already level 15. And from what I heard from the Blade Mantis Martial Hall side, his Imperial Beast blade technique talent is also exceptionally outstanding.
Bai Yihao told his son the news he knew.
Bai Sheng was a bit incredulous after hearing this. He opened his mouth to say something, but only managed to utter a few words.
What a pervert!
Bai Yihao also let out a light laugh when he saw the scene and patted Bai Sheng on the back.
Didn't your brat always say I was talking nonsense before? Now believe what I said.
Bai Sheng nodded. Lin Shu had made it clear to him the gap between ordinary people and geniuses.
It really was even more enormous than imagined.
It was a good thing that his own family could give some help, otherwise he didn't know how far he would be left behind by Lin Shu.
That Pei Yuanfan fellow has also discovered Lin Shu's talent.
Starting to pour resources into him, not moving too slowly. Bai Yihao spoke eloquently. There didn't seem to be anything within Fengdu City that he couldn't inquire about. I do know about this, Lin Shu told me about it.
Well, currently your relationship is quite good.
Lin Shu doesn't have many friends himself. Your kid's vision is good, and has a few of the strength I had back then.
Listening to his father sell himself, Bai Sheng bristled.
The stale past is still going on from novel to novel. Bai Yihao ignored Bai Sheng's spitting and continued. It's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. Now is the best opportunity to befriend Lin Shu.
If there are any problems, you can help him out a bit.
Bai Sheng nodded. He naturally understood all this. He had been taught such things since he was a child. Investing in potential Imperial Beast Masters.
Just in time, our White Cloud Arena's endorsement is about to expire.
Yes, there are probably a few days left. Bai Sheng recalled something and said this.
Let's directly replace it with Lin Shu at that time. The treatment is adjusted upwards in the content of the contract.
The Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup champion this time should be him.
Maybe we'll still have the advantage then. Hearing that his father had already locked in a candidate for the championship, Bai Sheng didn't deny it. He thought so too. Okay, I know, I'll talk to him next time. Bai Yihao nodded and didn't continue to say anything more.
These things still needed to be done by Bai Sheng himself, and it was also a kind of refining for him.
Time came to the afternoon of the second day. The members of the Kanglan Second Middle School's varsity team arrived on top of a bus under the leadership of Gu Zhenbang.
Their destination this time was none other than the fragmented otherworld located in Yenzhou's Muyuan city. The bus was traveling on a spacious and straight road. There were a total of 10 people in the bus plus the driver.
Everyone was sitting in the back seat chatting.
The other world we're going to this time is called Deadwood Woodlands. It's one of the most suitable otherworlds for newbie Imperial Beastmasters to go to. Gu Zhenbang moved his body slightly and began to explain to the few reserves. Inside this otherworld is different from the rest. There are products left behind by the foreign races inside. We call it the Tower of Trials. Gu Zhenbang spoke unhurriedly about the situation within the otherworld.
The remaining 3 people, including Lin Shu, all perked up their ears and began to listen.
Afraid of missing any details. After all, this was the first time they had begun to understand something within the otherworld. Behind them, when Lei Wu and the other official members saw this scene, they also couldn't help but recall the images of when they had just traveled to the otherworld.
It was all exactly the same as now, and even more exciting. This Tower of Trials is not simple. The number discovered so far does not exceed 10. Daxia contains 6 of them. The Tower of Trials is a product created by the foreign races to select the best clansmen.
The functional effects are simple, but this is truly awesome in terms of practicality. Nowadays, quite a few of the top universities also have places similar to this.
Su Liliang also began to interject, continuing his explanation.
Upon entering the Tower of Trials, you will be faced with an attack of monsters that are randomly generated within the tower.
If you defeat your opponent, you will enter the next level, even if you fail and are attacked or killed by the monsters inside. And nothing will happen, much less affect you in any way. You yourselves seem to be something copied from the tower. Hearing this, Min Pot couldn't help but say, "Then this is like playing a game, where you can resurrect infinitely and accumulate combat experience. Wouldn't it be possible to stay inside until the end of time?" Facing Min Pot's question, Su Lilian had a naive expression on his face. Although the effects of this Tower of Trials are good to use, it hasn't reached such a heaven-defying level. Although you won't die inside, every time you die, your spiritual energy will be consumed. If you can't carry the consumption of your spirit, then that's true death. It's not uncommon for these types of things to happen, so everyone should take this as a warning not to hold on strongly. After explaining the problem with the Min Pot, he droned on about the deadly dangers involved in passing. After hearing all of this, Lin Shu gradually understood the role of this Tower of Trials. It was a place of trial that allowed you to have no qualms. It was like absorbing the spiritual energy of an Imperial Beast Master and being able to replicate a complete Imperial Beast Master and Imperial Beast. This function was truly awesome, and the content of the scene was like a treasure from a novel. I just don't know what exerted such an effect, some sort of powerful spiritual Imperial Beast? Lin Shu didn't think much about it and continued to listen to the teachers. Inside, you can also adjust the selection according to age. But this Tower of Trials in Yenzhou only encompasses the choices of ages 16-20. So what you are challenged with are the same things as the Fae of the same age. Look at the gap between you and them. Chen Yujia couldn't help but mutter when she heard this. Those Fae are just crazy perverts. It could be imagined that she had been hit hard before. This is also a normal thing. After all, even the Imperial Beastmaster system was learned from there. It's normal for there to be a gap, we just need to slowly catch up. Su Liliang spread his hands and explained somewhat helplessly. Chapter 43, Ancient Cryptogram. Gu Zhenbong also expressed his opinion. The foreign races believe in the survival of the fittest, and the strongest are able to take all the resources. It's like raising a parasite, being able to raise a bug king. Whereas our Grand Xia practiced balanced development, these are two paths, both of which have merit. Hearing these remarks, everyone nodded. It was a matter of the direction of development, and it really couldn't be generalized. With that said, they began to chat about other things. Lin Shu listened silently without saying anything. More things about the Otherworld were explained one by the two teachers. The Otherworld region was vast and rich in resources, but the environment was also much harsher, with all kinds of monsters often appearing in the wild. As a result, the otherworldly royal beast masters had been through hundreds of battles since they were young, and were exceptionally experienced in combat, and were able to deal with more unexpected situations. At this point is the Blue Star Imperial Beast Master does not have, but after these 300 years of time development, the gap was no longer that big. The bus flew above the highway. This time, the journey was around 4 hours, and the distance wasn't too far. It would be able to reach Muyuan City at 5 in the afternoon. On the other side, in the martial arts arena of the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, Wu Song was in the middle of teaching a student sword techniques when a cell phone ringing interrupted him. Taking it out, a name was displayed on the cell phone screen, Ancient Cryptic. Wu Song hurriedly put down what he was doing and came alone to an unoccupied corner and picked up the phone. "Hello, Hall Master, this is Wu Song." His tone was slightly casual. A cheerful voice appeared on the other end of the phone. This person was none other than the Blade Mantis Martial Hall's Hall Master, Gu Xinwen. "Well, I just came out after being busy, and I've read all the messages you sent me. I didn't expect you to be lucky enough to meet such a genius in practicing swords." His tone carried a bit of surprise, such a terrifying talent with the blade was too rare. When Wu Song heard this, he grinned. "What do you mean by luck? This is based on skill, you can't talk nonsense." Ancient Fresh was unimpressed, none of this mattered. "I'll probably arrive at the Martial Hall tomorrow, help me make an appointment with him, I do have some curiosity about him. Or I'll go directly to him as well." Hearing this, Wu Song remembered what Lin Shu had informed him yesterday. "I can't, he's not in Fengdu, he ran to Yenzhou to enter the Otherworld. What was said to me was to return on Friday." "Oh? Went to Yenzhou?" "That means to the Deadwood Woodlands. Then the goal must be the Tower of Trials." Hearing Yenzhou, Gu Xian instantly guessed the location. "Yeah, so it'll have to wait, there's nothing going on these days, right? Well, that's fine, then I'll go to Yenzhou to look for him, just to see how the other areas are performing." Okay then. Straight away, he hung up the phone, doing things in a thunderous manner.
Ancient Freshman's gaze looked towards the distant clouds. At the moment he was in the middle of a 10,000-meter high sky. The whistling gusts of wind slapped above his face, but it didn't give him the slightest effect. Patting the large silver-colored bird under his feet. Little White, head towards Yenjo. Kir. A sharp cry from below responded. The large silver-colored bird reversed its direction, unfurling two pairs of feathered wings that were more than 10 meters long and swung as it sped away. The speed was so fast that it disappeared into the sea of clouds in just the blink of an eye. Wusong froze for a moment as he looked at the hung-up phone. Not Big Brother, do you recognize it you just ran over? You can at least look for me to ask for some photos or something, just go over like this, can you recognize who it is? Wusong shook his head and sent it over later. It is not strange, and returned to the martial arts hall to continue to start teaching up. The bus slowly stopped, and the sky was already a bit dark. The varsity group had finally arrived at their destination in the Kimoto City area. The location where they stopped was like a tourist attraction. It was surrounded by mountains, and everywhere was densely covered with green trees. Both sides of the street were filled with stores, and there was also a brightly lit downtown by the side of the road, which looked very lively with people coming and going. The forest region was originally a poor and remote mountainous region, but ever since this otherworldly world appeared, this place has changed drastically. More and more imperial beast masters have been attracted to the area, driving up the development of the Lin region and these neighboring industries. Su Liliang introduced Lin Shu and the others. By the way, he pointed to the center, where there was an empty space with a house-sized vortex in the center. As Lin Shu looked in the direction, he could see a slightly rotating transparent vortex. The scene inside seemed to be visible through the vortex, and many buildings seemed to have been constructed inside as well. The other three also had their eyes fixed on it, quite curious. The bus stopped at the entrance parking lot, and the people got off and walked forward. Soon they arrived at a living area where hotels, BBS, and inns were gathered, a place specialized in providing accommodation. When they arrived at the bottom of a 10-story hotel, Gu Zhenbang pointed to the hotel. Gu Zhenbang pointed at the hotel. This is where we are staying tonight, everyone take their luggage to the lobby first. None of the people's luggage was too much, basically a suitcase took care of it, while Lin Shu was only carrying a school bag. If it wasn't for the fear of being too conspicuous, even Lin Shu was not bringing anything. After all, the things were all in the dark storage space. The three girls brought a lot of stuff, manually 2 suitcases plus other big bags, and they didn't know what was loaded inside. Everyone was busy for a while before this was dealt with. Afterwards, under the guidance of Gu Zhenbang, they went through the formalities, and soon everyone got the room card for their own room. Everyone was in a separate room. This point the school did satisfactorily. After checking into their rooms, Gu Zhenbang gathered everyone together and said, "After everyone puts their things away later, you can go out on your own to wander around and eat something, then tomorrow morning get up early and check out at 8:30 sharp. After checking out we'll head inside the other world on time. Is that clear?" Understood. Everyone spoke in unison. Gu Zhenbang nodded, still seeming a little uneasy as he barked. "Come back to bed early at night, don't go outside to fool around, understand?" Then his gaze came to Lei Wu and the other 4 seniors and sisters. "You guys also properly manage the younger siblings." "Okay, teacher." Lei Wu replied in a gruff voice. After the instructions, everyone spread out and headed towards their rooms. Lin Shu took the hotel elevator to his room on the 12th floor. Walking into the interior of the room, a fresh scent hit his face. The interior of the room was spacious and bright, the interior decoration was simple and generous, and the floor was covered with a soft carpet. It was unknown what kind of imperial beast fur was made. Compared to ordinary hotels, the room here obviously considered the imperial beasts. The room floor height was obviously much higher. There were 2 rooms inside, the other one was prepared for the imperial beasts. The small drawer next to it had a manual. It describes the functions of the rooms and how to use them. It can be adapted to most of the imperial beasts. For example, water storage, flame, electric current and so on. It is very complete. Back in the bedroom, next to the bed is a cozy lounge area, and next to it is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The view is wide, and from the 12th floor, you can see the rows of stores in the distance. Chapter 44: Entering the Otherworld. Putting down the backpack in his hands, he looked at the scenery under the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Shu was planning to go for a nice stroll outside when he did so. The screen of his cell phone lit up and a message was sent.
Opening it up, it was the varsity group, in which Lei Wu and the others were inviting everyone to go out for a stroll together. Is everyone going out together? I've been over here a few times. The place is still familiar, and I've also found a few good restaurants. Min Jug and Ling Shi were quite interested in all this. They replied one after another. I'll go. Me too. Lei Wu looked at these words and sent out another paragraph. Alright then, everyone who wants to go come to the lobby, we'll wait for 5 minutes. It's fine if you come or not, it's up to everyone to choose. Seeing these words, Lin Shu did not hesitate. Directly walking towards the elevator towards the lobby. It was just that he was bored at this time, and having someone to lead the way was naturally the best. When he arrived at the lobby, he found that there were already a few people waiting. They were Lei Wu, Li Shuhong, Min Zhou, Ling Shi and Gao Feng, and the 3 girls didn't come down. It seems that they have another place to go. Lin Shu directly stepped towards the large group. Seeing this, Li Shuhong also said softly. It just so happens that Lin Shu is here, so we can get going. I've privately asked Chen Yujia and the girls, and none of them have any intention of going out. A few people also nodded when they heard this, and followed the 2 seniors lead towards the roadside snack street. Near the hotel, there were several brightly lit snack streets, and the pedestrians inside were very lively. Walking on both sides of the road, the aroma that hit their faces made everyone a little bit hungry. Lei Wu brought everyone to a stall. The sign on the top read, barbecued ink jet squid. Most of the ingredients in these stalls were varieties from the other world, which was also considered a derivative. This barbecued ink jet squid is old and fragrant, I come to try it every time I come. Lei Wu stared tightly at the big red squid tumbling on the grill, his eyes craving for it. The price wasn't really that expensive, 58 yuan for a serving of squid, which was a whole one, the size of a face basin. Although it would shrink off by more than half later. Come, everyone come and try my treat, you don't have to be polite. Lei Wu took a skewer of barbecued inkjet squid and handed it to the crowd. Thank you, Senior Lei Wu. Lin Shu also thanked and got this barbecue inkjet squid. There was a strong aroma coming from it. There were a lot of seasonings sprinkled on top, including cumin, chili noodles, and so on. Lin Shu took a bite and bit down a small half. The smooth and rich aroma coming from his mouth made Lin Shu's appetite greatly increased. This monster meat was really delicious. Just as Lin Shu was about to bite the second bite, he felt something moving on his waist. At the bottom it turned out to be this guy, Black Knight. His eyes were dead set on the barbecued inkjet squid, revealing a pitiful expression. Next to him, Tu Yao didn't have that expression and just stared around not knowing what to look at. Here you go, little glutton. Darkness saw it and took a bite straight away, actually eating all of the remaining half skewer straight away. Appetite is really big. Lin Shu looked at this appearance and took 3 more skewers, then paid. Split out 2 to the Black Knight and Earth Yao, 1 left to eat themselves. Only then did Black Knight quiet down, and the others also purchased a few skewers of barbecue inkjet squid. The flavor of this was really good. The crowd walked and ate as they arrived at the commercial area ahead. This road had the most hotels, followed by food stalls, and some doll stores. The dolls sold inside were all Imperial Beast dolls, all of which were some of Yenzhou's specialty Imperial Beasts. There were also sporadic Imperial Beast selling stores, selling basically some ordinary Imperial Beasts from the other world. Just take a look at these things. The Deadwood Woodland is the broken other world. The quality of the Imperial Beasts inside are not good. Looking at the several people's curiosity about the things in the store, Li Shuhong reminded. Lin Shu's gaze also looked over, in one small cage. All of them were some would attribute Imperial Beasts. Like some kind of withered leaf butterfly store, yellow leaf grass or something like that. The clerk in the store was also enthusiastically hawking when he saw a few people. Come in and take a look, these Imperial Beasts are all good. The words were full of advantages. Lin Shu opened the panel and looked at the attributes, and found that it was indeed the same as what Li Shuhong said. The quality was ordinary, and there weren't any Imperial Beasts that possessed talents, which made Lin Shu, who was prepared to see if he could pick up the pieces, a little disappointed. After all, it was a broken level otherworld, in which no Imperial Beasts above level 30 could be born, and it was normal that there were no good Imperial Beasts. A few people wandered in the streets, experiencing the customs and traditions that were different from Binzhou's. Unconsciously, time came to a close. Without realizing it, the time came to 9 o'clock. Everyone returned to the hotel together. Time came to the next morning, and the crowd was already waiting in the lobby.
Su Liliang dealt with the checkout affairs and then hosted everyone's luggage in the hotel. This way, there was no need to troublesomely drag them around. With that, he arrived at the entrance to the other world. It was now morning, and there weren't too many Imperial Beastmasters entering the other world. The purchase of tickets was unified by Su Liliang, which also saved everyone the effort of queuing up. Gu Zhenbang took out the basic booklet and handed it to the 4 reserve members, including Lin Shu. In here are the common Imperial beasts in the Deadwood Woodlands, so all of you take a good look at them. Don't underestimate them just because they're of a low rank. Lin Shu received the booklet, which contained an image of an Imperial beast. Underneath, there were notes with a lot of information, including attributes, level range, habits, and shortcomings. It was very useful for Imperial Beast Masters who were new to the Deadwood Woodlands. A few minutes later, Su Liliang had already bought all the tickets, and was holding several copies of the map in his hands. Everyone, take the maps. Su Liliang handed a map to Lin Shu. This map was also given away with the purchase of the otherworldly tickets. Lin Shu took the map and began to check it out. The map was labeled with a floor plan of the interior of the otherworld. The picture was clear and concise, labeled with the locations and names of the Imperial beasts that might appear in various places. The center of the map was marked with a tower icon. It was obvious that this was the Tower of Trials that was the goal of this time. Everyone, put your things away, now we'll enter. Because we are traveling through space, there will be some negative reactions. Everyone take a deep breath, some dizziness is normal. Gu Zhenbang reminded the few preppers who hadn't entered the other world before. Lin Shu was a bit strange. The House of Imperial Beasts was also within a shattered otherworld. Why did he not feel anything when he entered? Soon, he realized why. Passing through the transparent light screen, he stepped into another world. A sensation of heavenly rotation flooded in. Lin Shu only felt dizzy and somewhat wanted to dry heave, but he was able to hold back in time and hold on strongly. However, the other 3 didn't have such good stamina. Min Jug, Ling Shi, Chu Xian all half squatted on the ground and vomited. Vomit. Vomit. The sounds rose and fell, causing the 3 to suffer. This negative effect was also a little too severe. Chapter 45 Tower of Trials. The 3 of them sat on the ground unimaginatively and rested for a while, which made them feel better. Look at you guys, really. Keep up. Gu Zhenbang shook his head and walked forward. The 3 of them lowered their heads down, not daring to say anything more as they followed. It seemed that they also felt a little ashamed of their performance just now. This little episode quickly passed. The crowd stepped onto the muddy dirt road and walked through the rows of wooden building streets. Lin Shu looked around at the mountains and ridges, full of autumn colors and a depressed and withered appearance. In the distance, there were many trees in the mountains, but unfortunately, they were all dead trees, and there were not even a few leaves left on the branches of the trees. Even the leaves are all yellow, as if they will fall at any time. This picture is full of traces of age and decay. The name of this dead woodland is really not wrong. There were also many dead leaves on the road, and when stepped on the ground, it made a crisp sound of click click click. The space in here isn't big to say the least, nor is it small to say the least. It's roughly the size of half of the southern part of the city. Gu Zhenbang pondered a little as he talked about this. There were sporadic soldiers all along the way, patrolling within the forest. It was like this kind of otherworldly interior was subject to a round of sweeping out those imperial beasts that were too harmful. And after years and years of survival would also continue to give birth to such dangerous existences, which was also the task of these soldiers. Then this distance is so far, how should we go over there? Just walk. Minpot remembered the location of the Tower of Trials on the map, which led to this question. Before the 2 teachers could answer, Shen Yuja jumped in and answered first. Don't worry, I thought so the first time too. There's a pickup point right in front. You can take a car to get there. I see. Minpot was relieved, and the large group continued along the dirt road. Soon the group reached the pickup point and stepped onto a small bus. It drove towards a winding and rugged mountain road, heading towards the center of the Deadwood Woodlands. Lin Shu looked out the window and realized that the scenery along the way was almost unchanged from the entrance, except for the fact that there were more wild imperial beasts moving through the forest trees. A bit of a spire appeared faintly in the middle of the view, which also indicated that the Tower of Trials had arrived. The minibus stopped at the pickup point a few meters away from the tower, and there were already quite a few impatient young people waiting here. Lin Shu looked up at the Tower of Trials. The body of the tower was made of ancient masonry, the mottled verdigris on it revealing traces of age.
The tower wasn't too high, with only 10 or so floors. After observing it carefully for a moment, he realized that it was no different from the usual towers. On the left side, there was a wooden house made of dead wood, with 2 staff members inside. Their job was to be responsible for starting and closing the Tower of Trials. This Tower of Trials can enter 50 people at a time, including 4 age groups together. Gu Zhenbang said this. That means 200 people can enter at once, thought Lin Shu. Luckily, there weren't many people right now, or else they would need to queue up. It will still take a while to open. How are you guys practicing your secret arts? Let me tell you that the Imperial Beasts inside this Tower of Trials are no cuties. Their first target of attack is the Imperial Beast Master. Gu Zhenbang said slowly, mainly for their 4 reserves, bursting with the dangerous points. Lin Shu realized that the foreign races were most based on actual combat, and such an outcome wasn't a surprise. Without a secret art to enhance the Imperial Beast Master, it would just shatter at the touch of a button. Practiced. The 4 of them spoke in unison. This damage transfer secret art was not too difficult, and it was relatively simple to get started. Not bad. Gu Zhenbang nodded in satisfaction, praising their diligence. Then he spoke to Lin Shu. Both of your Imperial Beasts can be brought in, there's no problem with that, the tower won't be ostracized. After all, at your age being able to contract 2 Imperial Beasts is also your skill. Lin Shu was a bit surprised to hear all this. He had just wanted to hit the damage transfer rune on Black Knight. I didn't realize that there was such a good thing. This phase selection really was talent above all else. It's just as well that Tu Yao can be a good shield for himself. This statement caused the rest of the people to be envious, including a few of the senior siblings. They had only contracted 1 type of Imperial Beast, and the second one had no shadow yet, mainly because they couldn't afford to raise it yet. Unlike Lin Shu, even if he left Tu Yao alone, his strength could slowly increase. Several of you on now don't think about how many floors to pass. This time is still mainly to bring your senior sister. By the way, I brought you 2 to try and familiarize yourselves with the environment here. After all, the 2 of you have only been contracting Imperial Beasts for less than 2 months. Su Lilian threw cold water at Lin Shu and Min Pot. In fact, he was mainly speaking to Min Pot. His expectations for Lin Shu were still relatively high, and he estimated that he should be able to pass the 3rd floor. As for Min Pot, there was a certain chance that he could make it to the 2nd level. Right at this moment, the ancient tower body emitted pieces of light, spreading out in a circle. The 12th floor of the tower was also instantly brightened up with light blooming. Seeing such a scene, Gu Zhenbang hurriedly said, "It's already opened, so all of you go over." Lin Shu sniffed, and with a step, he stepped into the door of the Tower of Trials. After entering, Lin Shu felt that the sky was dark and he couldn't see anything clearly in front of him. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared, followed by the rest of the colors like drawings. The dots fell, filling Lin Shu's entire field of vision. In a trance, the image in front of him exploded like broken glass, making Lin Shu somewhat unable to open his eyes. The next moment the scene immediately changed, and Lin Shu opened his eyes and surveyed everything in front of him. The space here was large, several meters high, and above his head was a flowing black dome. Under his feet was a hard brown stone floor that surrounded the surroundings, and the site was now like a large square. In the center of the square was a conspicuous circular circle of light, with a cloud of gray mist floating inside. It seemed that something was being nurtured inside. Seeing that he had come to an unfamiliar place, Black Knight also hurriedly ran to the front of Lin Shu, a pair of eyes inspecting around and taking a fighting stance. And although Earth Obsidian was usually stupid, at this moment, he came to Lin Shu's side to carry out protective actions. Using his body, which was only as tall as Lin Shu's shoulders, he blocked the front. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up at such a scene. At this moment, the gray fog stopped twisting, and an illusory shadow gradually solidified. Lin Shu fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was an adult mountain forest wolf. It was slender enough to be about 3 meters long, with a pair of pale yellow eyes full of bloodthirsty impulses. Its mouth revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs, and its eyes were fierce. It wanted to eat the Lin Shu in front of it alive. As expected, as Gu Zhenbang had said, the mountain forest wolf did not pay attention to the dark night ahead. Instead, it stomped with a sturdy gait and quickly attacked. Lin Shu was also not the least bit panicked at the sight. After all, with the twofold insurance of darkness and earth observance, this mountain forest wolf would ultimately have no return. Chapter 46 Golden Striped White Tiger. Lin Shu gazed at the mountain forest wolf. Name, Mountain Forest Wolf. Level, LV 110110. Level limit, LV 26. Status, Berserk. Quality, Ordinary. Attribute, Wood. Talent, No.
Skills, Beginner, Bite 040, Claw Strike 040.
Intermediate Swift Flash Beginner 040.
The whole thing looked just average, probably an appetizer as well. There was no need for Lin Shu to initiate a command at all. Darkness speed flashed like a ghost to the back of the mountain forest wolf. The white blade awnings lit up and sped away as if it was as simple as slicing tofu, and a wolf's head with teeth and claws fell to the ground in response. Spewing out a large amount of crimson blood, it fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving.
This mountain forest wolf in the edge of the airstrike is like a white paper as unbearable.
Black Knight shook off his arms, which were covered in a little blood, with an expression of indifference. He was skilled at killing an imperial beast, perhaps this was the talent carried by his genes. A few seconds later, the body of the mountain forest wolf that was originally on the ground turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared without a trace. Lin Shu wasn't surprised to see this scene. This was originally an illusion of the Tower of Trials. Immediately, a stream of green light points wrapped around Lin Shu, Black Knight, Earth Obsidian's whole body. Flooded with a burst of green light, Lin Shu felt a burst of freshness. The original somewhat tired body immediately spirited up, which also carries the ability to heal injuries. It seemed that every time he passed through a layer, he would replenish the injuries of the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast. The green light disappeared after a few moments, seemingly because there were no serious injuries on these people. Immediately the ground began to shake and a black vortex appeared in the center of the square. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Shu was transported to the next level. At this moment, outside the Tower of Trials, Gu Zhenbang was chatting with Su Liliang about something. I wonder how many layers Lin Shu can reach this time. If it could have been a few months later, I'm afraid that with his current rate of advancement, he could have gone straight up to the 8th floor. Gu Zhenbang clutched a huazi in his hand and spoke while swallowing clouds. Entering the 3rd layer shouldn't be much of a problem, right now he's already very strong. Hearing Su Liliang say this, Gu Zhenbang nodded non-committally. If you ask me, in this varsity team, apart from Lin Shu who counts as a great talent, there's also Gao Feng who counts as half. The rest are just average. Gu Zhenbang's gaze looked towards the Tower of Trials as he uttered this. Su Liliang didn't say anything after hearing this, only taking out a huazi from his pocket and lighting it up as well. On top of the open space to his left, there was a man dressed in casual clothes looking ahead. He was wearing a simple black and white striped t-shirt, with beige casual shorts underneath, and a pair of black flip-flops on his feet. Combined with his limbs that moved every now and then, he looked a bit dangly. Picking up a bottle of ice-cold drink and drinking it, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the Tower of Trials not far away. Just went in, luckily I didn't come too late. I wonder if there will be any more surprises to come. Ancient said somewhat casually, having also learned most of Lin Shu's information within this small half-day period. It was impossible not to recognize him. Remembering that he had also come here before. The first challenge just barely reached the 9th floor and couldn't advance. This kind of achievement was also among the top at that time, but it was still a bit regrettable that he didn't reach the top. It was a pity that Lin Shu had gained the Imperial Beast for too short a time, or else he really wanted to see where his limit was. Lin Shu quickly encountered new monsters on the 2nd floor. But it still didn't bring pressure to Black Knight. Black Knight just used the Blade Chi Strike move, and it was as simple as chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable. With Black Knight's current attack power, not many Imperial Beasts of the same level would be able to resist. Unless a defensive Imperial Beast class could still barely resist a few attacks. Just like this, Lin Shu very quickly arrived at the 4th level. This time, the difficulty also became higher, and this time, the opponent was the golden striped white tiger. With a body length of 5 meters, a white fur covering the entire body, a circle of golden lines surrounded the back. A head was the size of a basin, revealing a bloody mouth with sharp teeth as thick as a thumb. The word king appeared on its forehead, and it had an imposing killing aura. Lin Shu only took a brief glance and knew that this was a formidable enemy. Name, Golden White Tiger. Level, LV 17. Level limit, LV 49. Status Berserk. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Gold. Talent, No. Skills, Elementary Tiger Claw Perfect 050, Iron Tail Perfect 050, Pounce Bite Perfect 050. Intermediate Roar Small 060, Golden Blade Small 060. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed. The skill level of the gold-striped white tiger was already enough to kill 80% of Imperial Beast Masters of the same age. It was simply a bit exaggerated, this was only the 4th level and it was this difficult. Black Knight had a small face full of seriousness and earnestness, his arms interlocked directly, ready to fight at any time. The figure of the golden striped white tiger gradually formed. Lin Shu directly commanded Black Knight to attack, not giving the golden striped white tiger a chance to attack. After all, this roar skill, how it looked was related to the mental aspect. Black Knight couldn't defend against this kind of skill. In a trance, he might be taken down by a claw of the golden striped white tiger. Black Knight also directly launched the double shadow kill. 3 figures appeared in the golden striped white tiger's field of vision. Swinging out their blades in unison, they attacked it. The golden striped white tiger directly started twisting its huge and flexible body, with a side fling, its tail sweeping away like an iron whip. Snap, snap. Making a trail of noises in the air. The other 2 mirror images conjured up by the dual shadow slayers were directly swept to pieces by a tail. One could imagine the power of this iron tail. However, Black Knight also took advantage of the gap between the destruction of the mirror images and took the opportunity to sneak attack the belly below. Both arms like daggers stabbed and pulled 3 slashes one after another. Only then did it disappear far away, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Roar, roar. The intense pain caused the golden striped white tiger to hiss, and its originally snow-white fur was dyed blood red at this moment. It endured the intense pain, but its gaze was fixed dead center on Lin Shu, a pair of tiger eyes filled with brutality and bloodlust. Running its body, it turned sharply to a corner, the blood on its abdomen following step by step, connecting into a red line. Seeing this, Black Knight also did not let up at all and followed to the side of the golden striped white tiger. Use Void Walk to settle it. It's trying to release a skill. Lin Shu directly reminded Black Knight at this moment, wasn't this gold striped white tiger running to the other side trying to unleash a roar or golden light blade? How could it be so easy? Black Knight also understood when he heard this and chopped both his arms downwards. The 2 white blades sped away with energy. Facing this sudden attack, the golden striped white tiger turned around and tried to dodge, but the wound in his abdomen still slowed him down. The sharp blade still hit him, bringing up large swaths of blood-red fur and flesh flying out. Black Knight directly used void walking to come to the side of the gold-striped white tiger, who was already somewhat immobile. His arms quickly swung, and in the blink of an eye, he sent out more than a dozen attacks. The golden-striped white tiger's body, which was still somewhat undulating, gradually stiffened. It was clearly dead beyond death. Darkness sensed that the opposite side was already unable to resist, and only then did he stop. This gold-striped white tiger was about to be cut into mush by him. Black Knight's chest rose and fell slightly. Clearly the battle just now had still consumed a lot of physical strength. Fortunately, after this period of exercise, his physical fitness was much better than before. Seeing this, Lin Shu was also very satisfied with Black Knight's performance. He had combined Black Knight's combat modes during his usual workouts, allowing him to use them as appropriate during battle. Unexpectedly, Black Knight's sensitivity to combat was so high that he didn't need to worry about it at all. Earth Observer at the moment had his hands open, still on guard for an attack to come. Even if his opponent fell to the ground. Chapter 47, Battle at Full Strength. Several figures slowly appeared outside the Tower of Trials, precisely the members of the varsity team. Apparently their climb up the tower this time had ended in failure. A few people walked towards the front somewhat uncomfortably. Gu Zhenbang and Su Lilian looked at the few people in front of them and inquired. "How's it going? Tell us all about it. Let me have fun." A few people opened their mouths somewhat unable to speak, and in the end, it was Lei Wu who spoke out first. The fifth layer. This opening, several other people saw this and immediately followed suit. First was the official members. Li Shuhan was also on the 5th layer, Lan Mengzhu and Chen Yujia were on the 4th layer. Next were the reserve members. Ling Shi and Xu Xian were on the 4th floor. Min Jug touched his head, very embarrassed to come to the 2nd layer, to which the 2 teachers were not surprised. The most unexpected was Gao Feng, who actually came to the 6th layer. Gu Zhenbang nodded after listening to what everyone said. Not too bad, some progress from before, this can still be said. Generally speaking, this stage of the 5th layer was a position that those Imperial Beast Masters with a little bit of talent could arrive at. And this 6th to 8th layer was enough to indicate a true genius, and upwards that was even more impressive. I'm afraid that not many could be found in a state. It's alright, barely, except for Gao Feng, the others still need to pay attention to their training. A few people looked at Gu Zhenbang, who wasn't angry, and then sighed in relief. It was only at this time that they realized that Lin Shu didn't seem to be in the team. "Teacher, where is Lin Shu? Is it not out yet?" Min Pot hurriedly asked, wanting to know something. "Humph, you guys watch well, Lin Shu is much more competitive than you guys." Gu Zhenbang seemed to be puffing out air from his nostrils, with an expression of rotten wood that could not be carved. This caused the few people who had just come out of the Tower of Trials to be embarrassed to the extreme, and their bodies were a little uncomfortable. It was good that it was just like this and there were no other punishments. At this time, the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials was flooded with red light, illuminating the entire space in red. Holy, which great god is this? Awesome! It's actually reached the 7th floor. Come over and see. Many students under the tower who had just arrived and waited let out exclamations of surprise. The 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. This gold content they still understood. The varsity group also saw this scene. This is Lin Shu, right? Min Pot's words carried some uncertainty, but he still felt that Lin Shu had some chance. The probability of this is relatively small, but it's not impossible. I think we all know what level of imperial beasts are on the 6th floor. As much as Su Lilian wanted this person to be Lin Shu, reason told him that it was a little too difficult. After all, the 6th level was a level 20 imperial beast and it was still of perfect quality, and with several perfect level skills, this kind of strength was basically impossible for Lin Shu to pass. In response to such a rational statement, everyone nodded, feeling that this analysis was reasonable. Even Gu Zhenbang didn't say anything, and was considered to have acquiesced to these words. At this moment, Gu Xinwen also became interested in seeing this scene. If it's really you, that's really something. You can reach the 7th layer now, so won't you be able to beat the Tower of Trials in a few more months? His eyes gradually brightened, really growing in anticipation. Lin Shu, who was still at the 7th layer, didn't know what was happening outside. At the moment, he was facing the monsters on the 7th floor. At this moment, he was already sweating a bit. The difficulty of the Tower of Trials had skyrocketed since the 5th floor. The scenes were no longer limited to the normal plaza level, but were replaced with various terrains. Like the desert environment on the 5th floor, with the snowy day session on the 6th floor. Fighting to the 7th layer had basically exhausted all means, which barely passed. Just 2 months or so of growth time was still too little. The environment of the 7th layer wasn't too harsh. Lin Shu looked at the trees rising up around him and understood that the environment of this layer was a forest. Not bad, although the space is a little narrow, but there are many more dead ends more suitable for darkness to play, better than the snowy environment. In the field of vision, this layer of guarding imperial beasts also gradually appeared. It was a single spirit jade-horned beast, an imperial beast species that Lin Shu had never seen before. It should be a unique existence in the otherworldly realm. Its size is similar to a horse, but its head is topped with an emerald green unicorn horn, a pair of ears that are incredibly slender and slightly pointed at the top, as if it were similar to an elf's ears, and its hair is a light green color, and the overall look of it reveals a bit of a solemn and ethereal feeling. Name: Dedicated Spirit Jade-Horned Beast. Level: LV 22. Level limit: LV 89. Status: Normal. Quality: Perfect. Attribute: Wood. Talent: No. Skills: Elementary Angle Crash Perfect 050, Grass Vine Perfect 050, Spinning Strike Perfect 050, Flower Wound Perfect 050. Intermediate Flying Leaf Whirlwind Perfect 060, Spirit of Grass and Tree Passive Perfect 060. TSK, it's really off the charts. With a panel like this, it can be said that apart from some skill proficiency, darkness was almost entirely suppressed, not to mention the fact that this was a forest environment, the home turf of the one spirit jade-horned beast. The intermediate skill Spirit of Grass and Wood would be the ability to absorb grass and wood energy to quickly heal one's injuries. Lin Shu's gaze was slightly wrinkled. This battle was very difficult to fight. Unless he could quickly kill the unique spirit jade-horned beast in seconds, he would be consumed to death by it with recovery. After a few moments of thinking, Lin Shu felt that he no longer had to hide and used his royal beast talent Mirror Flower Water Moon. His effect wasn't just to brush Lin Shu's proficiency every day, but there was also the ability to fight. Spirit slowly consumed, Lin Shu intended to create a mirror image with 20% of Black Knight's strength. It wasn't that he didn't want to get a higher one. After all, his spirit power was still too low, and this was already the limit of what he could get to. Although it seemed like a long time, this was completed in just a matter of whiskers. The mirror image slowly took shape and stayed in place. Lin Shu hurriedly jumped onto Earth Obsidian's back and prepared to command the mirror image to act. The unique spirit jade-horned beast launched a direct attack, his target still being Lin Shu, who was an imperial beast master. Unstoppable vines appeared from the ground, trying to directly fasten him.
Fortunately, Tu Yao's reaction wasn't slow, narrowly dodging this strike. Sneaking up on Lin Shu, the one-spirit jade horned beast naturally couldn't avoid being slashed by Black Knight for a while. Only now the Black Knight's damage to this level of Imperial Beast was obviously much lower. It was just a blood-stained wound that caused some minor injuries. Looking closely, there was a bit of green light emerging from the wounds, and the wounds were slowly recovering. Lin Shu knew that this battle couldn't be dragged on, so he hurriedly maneuvered the mirror image and went up to support Black Knight. Although the strength of this mirror image is not enough to turn the tide, but as a target to attract hatred is more than appropriate. In this way, the two Black Knights kept attacking on both sides of the unique spirit jade-horned beast, causing it to be very irritable. It was as if there were two flies that kept buzzing in its ears, buzz, buzz, buzz. The palms of its feet stepped to the ground, the flying leaves on the ground were attracted to the air, forming a small tornado made of grass and trees, with its control like a swarm of locusts attacking the Black Knight mirror image. It wanted this damned fly to die. It didn't even bother with Lin Shu, the Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 48 Attracting Attention. The attack arrived next to the Black Knight mirror image in the blink of an eye, just as it was about to be hit. Lin Shu directly maneuvered to use void walking to dodge this attack at its limit. The abilities possessed by the mirror image were included in the talent, and the current limit of this mirror image could only be used twice. The unique spirit jade horned beast's attack fell short, so naturally, he couldn't avoid being beaten by Black Knight. Between the swings of the blade, it brought up pieces of blood. Although it had the spirit of grass and trees to recover, the one spirit jade horned beast couldn't help being attacked like this. In itself, it wasn't an imperial beast known for its defense, and its original injuries that weren't that serious all of a sudden became somewhat severe. Its face was full of anger, flying leaf whirlwind like don't want energy like crazy release, obviously this is some urgent. The Black Knight in mirror image is also not in a hurry, or take the guerrilla fighting method. Mirror is responsible for attracting firepower, Black Knight is responsible for attack. The one spirit jade horned beast was also helpless. Normally, it relied on its recovery ability to wear down its opponents, but it didn't expect that today, it would flip the switch here. Letting it also experience this sense of torture. After grinding like this for more than 10 minutes, the one spirit jade horned beast finally let out a wail. Lying on the ground forever, its expression still looked like it was gnashing its teeth. Obviously, even if it died, it was still very aggrieved. Lin Shu from the earth yao back down, this time really tired enough. Black Knight was also lying on the ground without a care in the world, recovering his body by the healing effects within the tower. It seemed that this 7th floor was the current limit for himself, and Lin Shu was quite satisfied with that. Being able to get here was already very good. Immediately, Lin Shu once again traveled to the 8th floor, and the space within the tower changed once again. The environment of this floor was a lake, and there wasn't even a place to put his feet down. The Guardian Imperial Beast was a deep-water evil shark, level 24, perfect quality. Encountering such an environment, Lin Shu was completely helpless to fight. Although Black Knight could fly, Earth observations and Lin Shu would not. As for lying on Black Knight's back, it was also useless, it simply could not last so long. Black Knight was also born with a sense of powerlessness after attempting a few attacks. Facing the deep-water shark shrinking in the lake is simply helpless. After barely struggling for a bit, he was still killed under its bloody mouth, ending the process of the Tower of Trials. Outside the Tower of Trials. Look, the 8th floor is lit up. Someone has gone up to the 8th floor. Quickly take a picture, this won't last long. This is my friend. A group of students were exclaiming at this scene. This 8th floor hadn't been seen for a long time. But soon, the light dimmed, indicating that it wasn't going any further. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu appeared outside, only to feel his head spinning. Whether it seemed to be because of the overuse of his talent or because of the Tower of Trials, he didn't know. Just mechanically walking forward, looking in the direction of the large group. The varsity crowd was also stunned as they looked at the light that lit up the 8th floor. Following that was the discovery of Lin Shu, who had appeared after failing, which even more shocked everyone's hearts. Could this person be Lin Shu? For a moment, the expressions on their faces were wonderful, all of them unbelievable. Lin Shu staggered a little. This seemed to be the problem with the Tower of Trials, as it consumed a lot of Lin Shu's spirit. Seeing this, the two teachers, Gu Zhenbong and Su Liliang, jogged over to one side to help Lin Shu stabilize. Then they helped him onto a folding chair. Realizing that Lin Shu's mental state seemed bad, everyone suppressed their doubts and waited for Lin Shu to recover. It was only after about a few minutes that he became much better. Lin Shu touched his forehead, above all the fine beads of sweat.
Su Liliang hurriedly handed over a bottle of drinking water. Lin Shu thanked him and took a sip. Then he looked at the crowd that surrounded him and realized that everyone was excited, as if there was something good going on. Seeing this, Su Liliang asked somewhat cautiously. Lin Shu, the one who went up to the 8th floor, was you, right? The rest of the few people had an expectant look on their faces as they waited for Lin Shu to answer. Yes, Teacher Su. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu confirmed the matter without hesitation. Awesome. This is truly hanging. The few boys couldn't help but burst out in foul language after hearing this. They could understand the gold content of this 8th floor all too well. The 3 girls also raised their thumbs together in praise upon hearing this. Even Gu Zhenbang couldn't stop smiling on his lips after hearing this, as if he was a chrysanthemum. Everyone congratulated and praised Lin Shu. No one questioned or ate lemons. This team atmosphere was really good. Lin Shu was a bit embarrassed to hear this. Thank you everyone, I passed by fluke. Everyone knew Lin Shu's character and it was normal for him to say such words. He had never been someone who was arrogant and liked to show off. All right. Let him rest for a while, don't make any noise, this is a case of excessive mental exertion. Needs a quiet environment. Gu Zhenbang waved his hand towards the crowd, and everyone immediately stopped speaking. Everyone left space for Lin Shu to rest while they were called by Gu Zhenbang to continue the challenge again. Lin Shu then gently stroked the back of his head, feeling that this would make him feel better. On the side, Gu Zhenbang was already a bit unable to sit still when he saw this scene. He kept walking around in the same spot, not knowing what he was thinking about. His mouth also kept muttering. Exaggerated, really exaggerated. This is too outrageous. It could be imagined that Lin Shu's achievement in the Tower of Trials this time had shocked his jaw off. He had only gotten to the 9th floor even after exhausting himself, and he had already gotten to the 8th floor by casually messing around. How could this not make him surprised and shocked? The commotion that Lin Shu had just come out of had also caught the attention of the others. Everyone was muttering and discussing where he was from, how old he was, and so on. What's more, some of them directly wanted to come up and talk to him. Fortunately, there are 2 teachers, Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang, guarding the side, rejected a few strangers who wanted to come up to talk. Seeing this, Gu Xian also knew that now was not a good opportunity to see Lin Shu. Now Lin Shu in the eyes of Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang is a treasure, do not want to let others touch and feel. He can only change a time to see Lin Shu. Although Gu Xinhua was a bit anxious, but now was not the time to be anxious. They still have to stay in the other world for a few more days, there are still many opportunities. And at this time Lin Shu's cell phone rang with a sound, which was a message coming through. Although it was in the other world, there was also a signal, able to use a cell phone. After all, having plowed deep into this other world for a long time, building a signal tower was still a simple matter. It turned out to be Bai Shang asking him how he did in the Tower of Trials. Lin Shu grinned, he didn't like to show off, but he couldn't resist you sending him to the door. Immediately, he informed Bai Shang of his arrival at the 8th floor. Regarding the meaning that this layer represented, Bai Shang of course understood that next week, their Center 1 middle school would also come to the Deadwood Woodlands. The goal was also the Tower of Trials. Receiving the message from Lin Shu, Bai Shang's 2 eyes glared as he replied with Lin Shu. Filled with incredulity. Chapter 49, a new source of acquiring proficiency. Time came to the afternoon when the crowd finished their lunch at the restaurant on the side, and Gu Zhenbang was still leading the schoolmates to train at the Tower of Trials. While Lin Shu and the other reserve 3 were brought out by Su Liliang. Coming here was supposed to be experiencing a wave of the Tower of Trials first, and didn't have to keep repeating their workouts like they did. After all, they were here to prepare for the Binzhou Cup. The few people continued to grope their way through the forest along the muddy dirt path. The sound of clack 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 was constantly emitted between their footsteps. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where the terrain was flat and open, next to a bare hill. The name of this location on the map was Deadwood Mountain. And Su Liliang summoned his imperial beast, the Mandragora serpent. Only to see a slender, black-striped serpent quietly appear, 7 or 8 meters long. Its entire body was covered in hard scales, and it made a slight rustling sound as it rubbed against the dead leaves and branches of the trees. Its head was triangular in shape, and its eyes flashed with a cold and fierce light that made people shiver. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and a long, thin letter kept spitting back and forth. It was also the first time that Lin Shu had seen Su Liliang's imperial beast, and the remaining 3 stared with unblinking eyes. It seemed to be very interested in this mandala snake. Name, Mandala Snake.
Level, LV 61 122 610. Level limit, LV 100 plus. Status lazy. Quality, Lord. Attribute, poison dark. Talent, none. Skills, elementary poison needle 13200, swinging subtle 22200, strangulation subtle 11200. Intermediate camouflage great 3380, crossfangs perfect 33100. Advanced berserk toxin great 66160, deep purple hemlock perfect 22320, dark curtain great 22160. Ultra fallen power minor 23240. After reading through the entire article, Mr. Su Liming's imperial beasts are really strong, worthy of being able to be a teacher in the varsity team. A 6th-ranked imperial beast, teaching a bunch of high school students, that was a handful. Let's all take a stroll around this neighborhood in the afternoon, and practice with these wild imperial beasts on the way. Build up your experience against wild imperial beasts. This area is fairly safe, the highest level won't exceed level 12, just right for everyone. Su Lilian pointed to the current location with the mountain in front of him. The furthest distance must not exceed this hill. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect your safety. And everyone be careful and vigilant, don't relax too much. He once again exhorted, although the probability of danger occurring was low, it still existed and needed to be faced with care. All move freely. As his words fell, the mandragora snake instead moved first. It twisted its body to go nowhere and disappeared in just the blink of an eye. The 4 of them heard this and also intended to move. Since they could move around freely, it would be good to wander around. The 3 of them proposed to move together, so that it would be safer, but Lin Shu didn't agree and planned to walk alone. With the mandragora snake protecting him, there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't say much, and together they went towards the left. Lin Shu is taking Black Knight and Tu Yao to the direction of the mountain. Along the way are some dead trees and branches, the eyes are all a yellow, all show barren and desolate. A rustling sound appeared, and it turned out to be a rabbit running in the forest. Desert Forest Rabbit jumped up high and stood on a rock, holding a fruit in his hand and gnawing on it recklessly. This was the deadwood fruit. Although there weren't many leaves on these deadwoods, they still grew deadly fruits, a situation that was a little hard to understand. Most of these fruits were the rations of the wild imperial beasts of the deadwood woodlands. The barren forest rabbits, on the other hand, were the most numerous imperial beasts in this other world. There was none, and they were even a bit ubiquitous. After all, the rabbit's ability to reproduce could only be said to be understood. That's why the deadwood woodlands was also one of the few other worlds where wild imperial beasts could be killed with abandon. This was also thanks to the existence of the barren forest rabbits. The rest of the breeds would not be able to do so, and randomly killing them would result in fines, and in serious cases, even jail time. This was also for the sake of the other world being able to develop well. If it wasn't strictly prohibited, these wild imperial beasts were afraid that they wouldn't have been killed cleanly long ago. As for the means of monitoring, Lin Shu had heard Gu Jinbang say that it was carried out by a kind of imperial beast of the eye of surveillance, which was capable of detecting an entire otherworld interior. Black Knight looked at this desolate forest rabbit, a pair of eyes narrowed with some uncertainty, who knew that the desolate forest rabbit was unwilling. It glared viciously at Black Knight, as if it was afraid of robbing it of its rations. Black Knight is also of explosive temper, this it cannot endure a little. Backhandedly waved a knife on, straight towards the barren forest rabbit flew. Although the body has already reacted to avoid, but how can a level 5 desolate forest rabbit avoid it? Instantly cut open, blood gushing out, was dead. Lin Shu saw the situation also did not stop. Let the Black Knight to see more blood is also good, this is originally his nature. But then a sudden reminder made him freeze in place. Kill LV5 Desolate Forest Rabbit proficiency plus 5. It actually directly added 5 points of proficiency, not realizing that killing imperial beasts could also be obtained. This made Lin Shu overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth were already harder to suppress than AK. This really gave him a heavenly surprise, he could actually fight monsters and upgrade himself. It was a pity that he hadn't discovered this feature earlier, but it was also because he had entered the other world too late. There weren't many opportunities to slay imperial beasts outside. But it wasn't too late to discover it now. Letting himself know about this function was the most important thing. Lin Shu looked towards the barren forest rabbits not far away and rubbed his hands together. These could be white-colored proficiency. Looking back, he had just gained 5 points of proficiency. And the desolate forest rabbit that he killed was also exactly level 5, so did that mean that the proficiency gained was related to the level? Lin Shu pondered and felt that this matter was not far from the truth. He then didn't stop and started searching for the traces of the desolate forest rabbits. Although the desolate forest rabbits were flooded, they weren't little darlings. They almost always hid in their holes. Apart from foraging for food, they would hardly come out, which made Lin Shu's search journey difficult. Commanding the Black Knight to fly up, he began to search in the air. Although he could only fly more than 10 meters high, it was still enough. On the other hand, Su Lilian leisurely laid down next to a large rock, using his contract to contact the mandala snake, intending to find out about the four people's situation. At this moment, the mandala snake was hiding in a corner, silently guarding the four. In a burst of spirit conduction, Su Lilian received the message. Min Pot and the other trio were rounding up a desolate forest rabbit and were using extremely cruel methods. And at this moment, Lin Shu was frantically commanding the darkness to chase after the desolate forest rabbit that was running wildly and recklessly, a look that was very frightening to look at. Su Liliang nodded his head. It was good that he didn't mess around, and it was fine to bully this desolate forest rabbit. After all, he himself had come this way before. Chapter 50 Central State University. Just after Su Liliang was reassured, a warning came from the mandragora snake. Danger! Danger! Right after he still didn't know what was happening, his vision gradually turned black. It was as if it had been obscured by something. Only when he looked up did he realize that it was a large white bird that covered the sky was hovering above. The shadow covered a large area. Su Liliang was instantly at a bit of a loss for words. What was this situation? This sense of oppression and aura, how could it be a strength above the 8th rank? Just as he was somewhat at a loss for words, a figure suddenly jumped down from the large white bird. This person was none other than the ancient cryptozoology. He had a smile on his face and a few apologies. Sorry about that, you don't need to be nervous. I don't have any malice. With that, he clapped his hands and the large white bird that originally covered the sky instantly shrunk into an ordinary bird. It immediately flew above his shoulder. Being able to control the size of a royal beast at will? Such an ability was not something an ordinary imperial beast master could use. Su Liliang had some guesses in his mind. This person in front of him was dressed casually and had a good attitude. Although he didn't look like a bad guy, he definitely wasn't someone who was too serious. This was the first impression of a teacher. I wonder what's the matter? Holding back the nervousness in his heart and forcing himself to be calm, Su Liliang still asked this crucial question. It's like this, let me introduce myself first. I am the Blade Mantis Martial Hall Master, Gu Xinwen. After hearing about the Blade Mantis Martial Hall, he had a slight impression. The last time Lin Shu took a leave of absence to train was when he went to this Blade Mantis Martial Hall, and that's how he knew about this place. It was just that he didn't expect that this Hall Master's strength was actually so astonishing. So it's Hall Master Gu. I have heard of this Blade Mantis Martial Hall. The ancient newbie smiled and no longer hid his purpose. I came over this time with the intention of talking to Lin Shu. What do you think, Teacher Su? Don't worry, I will never harm him. His tone was sincere, and he didn't look like he was lying. As for harming, Su Lilian believed in it. After all, he was so strong that this could not be stopped by anyone, and there was no need to make this gesture. If it is just a conversation, there is no problem. Su Lilian pondered for a moment and said, well, this matter still depends on Lin Shu. Hall Master Gu, you can look for him over there. Gu Xinwen nodded, understanding the meaning. Then thanks to Teacher Su, I'll go over to find Lin Shu. Don't worry, it won't take much time. After saying that, Ancient Fresh walked towards that direction towards the top of the mountain. After Su Liliang saw him leave, he hurriedly started shaking people. First, he contacted Gu Zhenbang and asked him to hurry over. Another call was made to the principal, Pei Yuanfang, to explain what had just happened. If something happened to Lin Shu, then he would be in big trouble. Gu Xinwen quickly found Lin Shu's location and saw a strange picture. Lin Shu was commanding Black Knight to attack the desert forest rabbits that were fleeing in the distance. A transparent blade shot out, killing the rabbit in a single blow. When Ancient Freshwater saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned as the corners of his mouth quirked. Not this blade chi strike is used like this, isn't this a cannon hitting a mosquito? Wait for this proficiency. Ancient knew only then realized that such a size of the blade gas, at least is a small success. Didn't he say that he only learned it last week? How to practice so fast? It was sort of him that was a bit shocked, but thinking about Lin Shu's results in the Tower of Trials, it seemed to become normal again. At this moment, after killing the desolate forest rabbit, Black Knight also discovered the existence of the ancient cryptogram. Seeing Black Knight's movements, Lin Shu also looked back and saw the ancient cryptogram wearing a pair of black flip-flops. Excuse me?
Lin Shu didn't know who this person was, and his body slowly moved backward, his spirit tense and guarded against danger. He only felt that this person's strength was unfathomable and could not be messed with.
When Ancient Freshness saw this scene, he also couldn't help but sigh and wonder at how prudent he was. Lin Shu, don't be nervous.
I am the Blade Mantis Martial Hallmaster, Ancient Freshness. Seemingly afraid that Lin Shu didn't believe him, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Wu Song.
Hey, Hall Master. What's the matter, is it that you can't find Lin Shu?
On the other side, Wu Song picked up the phone and saw that it was the Hall Master. One would think it was about not being able to find Lin Shu.
Ancient Cryptography held up the cell phone voice outward.
Lin Shu listened to this before slowly dropping his guard and no longer tensing his body.
It's fine, hanging up. Ancient said casually and hung up the phone.
This came back to make Wu Song a little puzzled as to what this was all about. Ancient walked over with a big smile and came to Lin Shu's side. Looking aside, he slowly observed the darkness, and then nodded with great satisfaction. This little mantis was raised well.
Hallmaster, I wonder what you're looking for me for.
Lin Shu had completely calmed down at this moment. The presence of Su Liliang outside meant that the two had made contact. Since they had already confirmed their identities, it meant that they weren't in any danger. It was just that he didn't know how this Hall Master had come to the other world to find himself. It's a long story. I was originally planning to return to Binzhou. After hearing that guy Wu Song say that you came to Yinzhou, it just so happened to be on my way, so I came to see you. It's mainly because that guy Wu Song often praised you on the phone and in FMS as a genius that is rare to see in 100 years, making me curious, which is why I came over to take a look at you.
Ancient's explanation wasn't too much of a problem, and Lin Shu nodded.
Remembering that the Hall Master seemed to be a spirit enlightenment level Imperial Beast Master, he was looking at the small white bird on his shoulder. It seemed to be some other Imperial Beast. After all, the Blade Mantis Martial Hall Master wouldn't be without a Mantis Imperial Beast after all.
Name White Feathered Spirit Falcon. Rank, LV 88 121 880. Level Limit, LV 100+. Status Leisurely. Quality Lord. Attribute Flying Wind. Talent, none. Skills, Beginner, Pecking 11-200, Air Attack 33-200. Intermediate Winged Guardian 25-400, Swallow Return 12-400. Advanced Wind Strike Perfect 21-320, Wind/Perfect 13-320. Super Grade Cloud Falling Feather Grade Achievement 111-320, Boundless Wind Attack Perfect 222-320. After looking at this panel, one cannot help but feel that this is the strength of a spirit enlightened Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast. Even if it wasn't the main force, it was still strong enough to be outrageous. This is Little White, my third Imperial Beast. Seeing Lin Shu's gaze, Gu Xinwen stroked Little White's head and introduced him. The two of them then sat on top of a fairly clean boulder. The ancient cryptic also revealed the true purpose of this time. I saw your performance in the Tower of Trials earlier. It was really exaggerated to the extreme. You know, in the past, I also went in, and my best result was the 9th floor, and I couldn't get up there afterward in a dead heat. Your talent for royal beasts is really strong. Originally, Lin Shu wanted to say something else, but Gu Xinhua was talking to himself, not giving him a chance to speak. Then the words changed and began to ask Lin Shu. Have you considered studying in any universities? Lin Shu was a bit strange. Why was he suddenly asking about this? He was currently still in his first year of high school, and naturally, he hadn't considered the matter of university. Answering truthfully, no. Ancient Freshness nodded, seemingly not surprised. Then to introduce you to my other identity, Central State University Tutor. Chapter 51 The Space Ring. Mentor of Central State University. This identity was far too extraordinary. As everyone knew, there were a total of 5 top universities within the Grand Xia, attracting young outstanding Imperial Beast Masters from all over the Grand Xia all year round. They were also the institutions that countless students longed to enter in their dreams. These universities had produced almost half of the top Beast Masters in Grand Xia. Outstanding alumni are countless, and Zhangzhou University is among them, and perennially maintains the unshakable throne of the country's top 3. The strength of the top 5 universities is basically indistinguishable from each other. Compared to the other 2, the remaining 3 will be slightly stronger. And the identity of the mentor of Central State University is enough to prove how high this identity is. What a luxury, a spiritual enlightenment realm royal beast master can only be a mentor in Central State University. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube showed how strong the strength of the Central State University was. Seeing that Lin Shu's expression changed a bit, Gu Yanwen smiled faintly. The attraction of Central State University for high school students was evident. Seemingly whetting his appetite, Gu Yanwen continued. I just got promoted to tutor this year without having a few students. After all, this teacher is often found, but this 1,000-mile horse is not often found. So, I want you to join Central State University and become my student. Hearing this, Lin Shu was naturally willing to study at Central State University, but it wasn't time for the college entrance exam. He couldn't take the exam even if he wanted to. As if he could see Lin Shu's doubts, Gu Xinwen explained for him. For true geniuses, the college entrance exam is completely possible to advance or even not take it. There is a seed program within the Central State University, and of course the rest of the several top universities have similar programs. It is possible to directly break the rules. With your current growth rate, continuing to stay in high school for 2 years is simply a waste of time. The resources tilted down by top universities can be far more than high school. After saying all this, Lin Shu understood that the difficulty of this kind of broken entry must be very high, and it was simply impossible for ordinary people to accomplish it. It was just that he didn't know exactly what it was, and Lin Shu also asked a direct question. Then what are the conditions for breaking the rules? There are 2 conditions in here, and reaching one will allow one to break the rules. The first, that is reaching level 45 within a year and a half of becoming a royal beast master. Second, that is to reach the 11th floor of the Tower of Trials, and there is no age limit for this item. As expected, such conditions were enough to discourage 99% of Imperial Beast Masters, and those who could reach one of these could be said to be a phoenix. After listening to the 2 conditions, Lin Shu realized that there didn't seem to be much pressure on him. After all, with the means to gain proficiency by killing wild Imperial beasts, the speed at which he could become stronger could still be increased quite a bit. In another half a year or so he would be able to accomplish it all himself. When Ancient Cryptic saw Lin Shu looking down and thinking, he thought that there was some pressure. Don't worry, with your natural strength, completing one of these is easy in my opinion. As long as you complete any one of the above, you'll basically be able to enter the 5 top universities ahead of time, and there's still room for choice. I won't hide this point from you, after all, it ultimately depends on your own choice. The Ancient Cryptic voice was calm, making his words clear, although he was eager to accept Lin Shu as a student. But deceiving and hiding things was something he couldn't do. These words were very open. Thank you, Hall Master, for answering my question. Ancient Freshness nodded, then his gaze turned to the Dark Knight. A hint of softness passed through his eyes. My initial Imperial Beast is also a Shadow Mantis. If you promise me to join Central State University as my student, then I can provide you with the evolutionary type of the Shadow Mantis. This route of mine even includes epic quality. If he met an ordinary person with such a condition, then he would definitely be overjoyed and couldn't wait to agree immediately, but Lin Shu was different. He had the panel to help him, and that unattainable epic quality wasn't that attractive to himself. Lin Shu didn't make an indifferent attitude, but matched it with an expression of excitement. That look couldn't wait to leave early to join the university and gain access to the evolution pathway. The Ancient Cryptid clenched his hand tightly behind his back and raised it up. This offer of an evolved form simply wouldn't be something that any Imperial Beastmaster would refuse. It seemed that this little genius was still going to be in his pocket. Hall Master, I'll definitely come find you when I've reached the conditions. Although this evolutionary condition wasn't of much use to Lin Shu, he still agreed. The power that possessed this level of evolutionary form must not have a small amount of energy behind it. And what he currently lacked the most was the backstage. He also lacked a big tree to shelter him, and having this was already enough for Lin Shu. After all, as long as he was given time to develop, he would be able to become the strongest sooner or later. Very good, here, take this, it's a sort of meeting gift for you. With that, he threw in an ordinary black bracelet. This is a spatial ring with 10 cubic meters of internal space. You can use it by binding it with your spiritual power. There are some spiritual items inside that I can't use, all of which were found from the otherworldly realms, just in time for you to use. Lin Shu took the spatial ring and began to check it out, realizing that there was no difference between it and an ordinary bracelet. It's just that I already have all of these. Thank you, Mentor. Seeing that Lin Shu had changed his name, the ancient cryptozoology couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, and the more he looked at Lin Shu, the better he looked at him. Originally there was something about a mentor confirming a letter of intent. I don't have that thing with me, so I won't sign it for you. Your character, I've heard about it from Wu Song, I believe in you. It was naturally impossible for Lin Shu to do such a thing. With that, Ancient Fresh and Lin Shu added contact information. Like this, let me know when your mantis level reaches 25. So that I can prepare the evolution method and evolution materials for you. And then remember to practice more with all the blade techniques, this thing has a high ceiling, I think you can see that. Every once in a while I'll check your progress, don't be lazy. Ancient Freshness admonished Lin Shu, and began to help start preparing for the subsequent evolutions. Thank you, mentor, I'll keep working hard. Lin Shu's attitude wasn't condescending. Seemingly remembering something, Ancient Cryptic spoke up and reminded. Accidentally digging into Principal Pei's corner. He's also focusing on nurturing you now, and is trying to get some results for the school. This question had just occurred to Lin Shu, and he naturally knew the principal's intention of cultivating him. Of course it was to get some more honors for the school. Once he was gone, then those plans would go out the window. He wasn't a person who saw the benefits and forgot about justice either, and already had some ideas in his mind. That is, after a period of time of high school cup competition, he participated in the individual competition, try to get the individual competition champion. Or maybe participate in the high school entrance exams and obtain some rankings, it wouldn't be too difficult. After saying the idea out, Ancient Freshwater clapped his hands, indicating that what Lin Shu said was very good. With your current strength and growth rate, plus my teaching, there's still a good chance of taking the high school cup individual championship. As for the college entrance exam, it's still up to you, whether you go or not. Chapter 52, Ending the Trip. On the other side, inside the office of the principal of Kanglin's second middle school, Pei Yuanfang put down the phone in his hand. He had already learned about what had happened in the other world from Su Liming's mouth. At first, when he heard that Lin Shu had entered the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials for only the first time, he had been ecstatic. It hadn't occurred to him that Lin Shu's potential was still far beyond his imagination, just as he was lamenting his own discernment. When he heard the news that the Blade Mantis Martial Hallmaster, Ancient Cryptic, had named and asked to speak with Lin Shu, his face immediately turned a little black, and he began to curse in his heart. While others didn't know the identity of Gu Xinhua, he, Pei Yuanfang, certainly did. Not only was Gu Xinwen the head of the Binzhou Blade Mantis Martial Hall, he was also a teacher at the Central State University, and the two of them weren't too familiar with each other, they had only had contact with each other. It could be imagined that Gu Wanqing was looking for Lin Shu for what matter. This was coming to steal meat from his hands, how could he have a good face? Pei Yuanfang's fingers kept tapping on the desk, making a crisp sound, while closing his eyes and thinking about something. He was now happy that Lin Shu had been specially recruited, but also thought about the school's increasingly poor results after Lin Shu left. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. I cannot let Lin Shu progress, the pursuit of better it. This is a normal situation. If I were to do it myself, I would also be like this. What's more, the greater Lin Shu's future achievements, the greater the reputation Kanglin No. 2 Middle School would get, so in any case, the school would not lose out. As for grades, then we'll figure it out. Pei Yuanfang ended his thoughts and made a decision. With that, he called back on the phone, telling the two teachers in the otherworldly world not to worry, and informing them of the reason why. After hanging up the phone, he went to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out of it with some memories in his eyes. Outside the window was a large tree with flourishing leaves, remembering that when he first arrived at the school, this was a sapling that he had planted with his own hands, and it was originally just a small cut. Now it has risen up tall and tall, even in the office it is difficult to see its full appearance. Maybe it's the same with people. Back in the Deadwood Woodland, Gu Zhenbon and Su Lilian came together to watch from the side. They watched as Lin Shu and Gu Xinhua talked about something with a smile on their faces. Gu Zhenbon's expression was tinged with a smile and some incredulity. I didn't realize that Lin Shu had already been looked at by the top academies. It's really a bit unexpected, yet reasonable. Lin Shu was also one of the best students that Gu Zhenbon had brought up so far, and it was saddening to see that he had such abilities in just 2 short months. Su Liliang nodded his head in agreement with this point of view, making a mid-sentence remark about how golden scales were not the stuff of pools. This kind of imperial beastmaster who could cross over to the university in his first year of high school was also few and far between in Daxia. In the midst of their lamentations, Ancient Freshness saw the tall and naive Tu Yao on the side. This is also something he has understood. The contract royal beasts, this matter is still sloppy. However, in his own hands at present there is no good imperial beast can be handed over to Lin Shu. Good thing that Principal Pei has promised Lin Shu to prepare the next imperial beast for him, he also has time to prepare for Lin Shu. Something suddenly came to mind. That's fine, let's leave it at that for today. What we should talk about is done, and things have been finalized. I still have some things to do there in Binzhou tomorrow, so I'll go back first now. Then if you have any problems, contact me on Feishan, and I'll get back to you when I see it. Saying that, he picked up his cell phone and swept it on Lin Shu's cell phone to add the contact information. Then the white feather spirit falcon slowly grew in size, and the ancient cryptocurrency rolled over onto it and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lin Shu also waved his hand. Tutor, goodbye. The ancient crane smiled and also waved. I'm leaving. The air was flooded with fluctuations, a turbulent current was tumbled, and the white-feathered spirit falcon flapped its wings and disappeared from Lin Shu's field of vision in the twinkling of an eye. What a fast speed! Having a flying imperial beast is really convenient. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu's heart was flooded with ideas. His next imperial beast might be able to consider the flight system as his main goal. After all, he still lacked an imperial beast with such a purpose. Before he left, Gu Xinwen nodded and greeted Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang, and the latter two responded with a wave of their hands. After all, from the principal's mouth also learned the identity. Know that this is a spirit enlightenment level royal beast master. Do not dare not take it to heart. At this moment, Lin Shu also saw Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang, so he walked forward and came to their side. Two teachers. We came over for nothing, just to see you. First of all, congratulations, you can be admitted to Central State University ahead of schedule. Gu Zhenbang said this. It's not confirmed yet, just qualified. Lin Shu shook his head, stating that it wasn't that soon, his expression still as bland as ever. I think with your talent, it should be about 8 or 9. Although this sounded a bit boastful, it was indeed what Su Liliang had in mind. The two of them came over and left after a brief chat, letting Lin Shu continue to move up and down this withered forest. Gu Zhenbang, on the other hand, returned to the Tower of Trials, and Su Liliang returned to his usual spot to begin checking on the other 3 reservists. After seeing that there was nothing going on, Lin Shu continued his journey to brush up his proficiency. Commanding Black Knight and Earth Obsidian to roam the mountains, he began searching for the desert forest rabbits. For Lin Shu, they were all walking proficiency, not one of them could be spared. For the next 3 days Lin Shu searched for desolate forest rabbits throughout the interior of the Otherworld, while the remaining few continued to regularly test the Tower of Trials 4 times a day under the guidance of Gu Zhenbang. As for Lin Shu, he didn't care much, letting him let himself go. This also opened Min Pot's eyes, not knowing what was going on with Lin's daily pursuit of killing barren forest rabbits, and the teachers didn't say or care. This is also not good for him to ask, his heart is full of doubts and puzzles. These few days down Lin Shu could be said to have reaped a great harvest. Every day he was able to arrest 20 to 30 barren forest rabbits. It was just a pity that the number didn't seem to be as flooded as the teachers said. Lin Shu couldn't find a single one even when he went over the mountain, so he had to look around and wasted a lot of time. In the end, by Thursday night, he had only killed 120 of them, an average of 30 a day. Harvesting 600 points of proficiency, it was mainly due to the generally low level of these barren forest rabbits, otherwise the number would have been even higher. According to the amount acquired before, this was a full 10 days to obtain. And it wasn't even very laborious. For Lin Shu, this other world was truly a piece of blessed land. It was a pity that it was about to leave. Friday morning was also the end of this trip to the other world. Lin Shu also asked after the 2 teachers when the next time they would come. Both of them were a bit strange. How come Lin Shu liked this kind of place so much? Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang led the group inside the bus. On time, they began to return to Binzhou. Just like that, they returned to the middle of the school at around 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 53 Darkness Bound. Returning to the room. Lin Shu was also checking up on the gains of the past few days. The first thing was the proficiency. Together with the proficiency from the mirror image practice skill, the number came to over 1,000. However, during these few days Lin Shu would raise Black Knight's level by 1 level every day. There was no intention to continuously raise it. The problem after a continuous large span of raising it wasn't small. After all, this kind of speed was too amazing. It was also basically all used up. Much of this was thanks to the full support of the desolate forest rabbit. How else could there be so much? Darkness was also very competitive in these few days, awakening 2 skills once again. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level LV 19 122 190. Level limit LV 45. Status healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute darkness space. Talent void walking beginner 13 200.
Skills: Beginner Strong Attack Subtle 8200, Fast Movement Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 320, Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3850, Rotary Chop Subtle 3200, Space Storage Beginner 1420, Shadow Sphere Beginner 020. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 640, Folding Wind Blade Beginner 440, Blade Airstrike Deshang 2280, Dark Binding Beginner 040. The two dark attribute skills were offensive and supportive. In comparison, Lin Shu preferred the auxiliary skills. Nowadays, darkness had enough offensive means, but the auxiliary ability was still a bit lacking.
The imprisoning effect of this dark binding could better help Black Knight gain victory.
A few days down, Black Knight's level is also about to come to level 20, this speed is too fast. Looking at the proficiency left in his hand, he could still raise it. Shouting towards Black Knight, he greeted Black Knight who was lying on the ground resting. Black Knight, dissatisfied, shook his hand, two tentacles on his head swayed, then was thinking of something, immediately revealed a pleasing action with his head on top of Lin Shu to show good. This face before and after the contrast can be a little big. This is to give yourself some points. Black Knight heart understand over. Lin Shu knocked his little head, this guy every time this appearance, do not see the rabbit does not spread eagle. After considering for a moment, Lin Shu directly pokered and used all of his remaining proficiency on Black Knight.
Black Knight's level skyrocketed, coming directly from level 19 to LV 210210.
It had been raised by 2 levels, so that only 25 points were left in the balance as well. The proficiency required for the later boosts was also increasing. If it wasn't for the discovery of a new way of obtaining proficiency, the later leveling wouldn't have been as fast as it was now. Good, only 4 levels short of the minimum conditions needed for evolution. Blackout closed his eyes and felt the rapidly rising energy in his body, and the body strengthening brought about by the upgrade. The original upright posture trembled a little. It seemed that the energy of level 20 was far more than that of level 10. After a few minutes had passed, he finally calmed his body, his breath slowly flowed out, and a weak sense of sharpness quietly appeared. Black Knight raised his hands in the air and jumped and cheered beside Lin Shu's voice, happy like a 40-pound child. Suddenly Lin Shu only felt that the body appeared Dao hot current, just appeared in the limbs and bones. A strange feeling appeared, let Lin Shu closed his eyes and began to silently receive this energy. Seeing this scene, Black Knight was also alerted and hurriedly checked Lin Shu's condition, and only after realizing that there was nothing wrong did he feel relieved.
This situation is?
Lin Shu had an answer in his heart. This was the feedback of the Imperial Beast's energy. The Imperial Beasts would also give some of their energy back to the Imperial Beast Master when they leveled up themselves. Otherwise, with the Imperial Beast Master's fragile physique, some random fluctuations in the later stages of an Imperial Beast duel could kill the Imperial Beast Master.
Normally this power was done subliminally, and this time it could be felt by Lin Shu because of the excessive boosting, right?
After all, the power boosted at this stage was much more than before. This was also the reason why he didn't feel this way last time. However, this warmth came and went quickly, and it disappeared without a trace after a few moments. Cluck cluck cluck. Lin Shu twisted her body, letting out a sound like beans crushing. It only felt like a never-before-seen sense of relief filled his entire body, and the slight fatigue he had felt for a few days had also disappeared. His body was filled with strength, a feeling he had never felt before.
After just a moment, this feeling faded away and returned to its normal form.
Today was Friday, and tomorrow was Saturday. The competition for the Fledgling Cup was about to begin, which was why this trip to the other world was 4 days. In the eyes of the teachers, this competition was still quite important to Lin Shu. Drip. The cell phone placed on the side appeared to ring. This was someone looking for him. Picking up the phone to check, he found that it was a message from Bai Shang.
Lin Shu is back, right? Just arrived not long ago. Okay, by the way, tomorrow is the competition. Why don't you come directly over here tonight? Saves us from needing to rush over again tomorrow.
Seeing this, Lin Shu also felt that it was okay, it was good to go over earlier.
Okay, then I'll go over now.
Saying that, he planned to tidy up and go out.
Good, then wait, I've already asked someone to pick you up.
Arranged for a white commercial car, the driver you also recognize, it's the employee who often receives you. Bai Shang was very well thought out, and had obviously arranged all this in advance.
Okay, waiting for your news.
Lin Shu didn't refuse when he saw this, it was just the right time to save himself the trouble. Taking out his cell phone, he explained the situation to Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbong, and the two of them agreed straight away. After all, they all knew about the competition tomorrow. Not a moment later, Lin Shu received a message from Bai Shang. The car was already parked in front of the school.
With that, Lin Shu closed the door of his room without slowing down and walked towards the school entrance. As soon as he left the school entrance, he saw that the man was already standing outside the car waiting. "Mr. Lin, please." With that, he helped Lin Shu open the car door and escorted him to the car before returning to the main driver. The business car drove on top of the road, heading to the central district. In just an hour and a half, it had already arrived at the entrance of the White Cloud Dojo. The staff guided Lin Shu to the 001 VIP room. Bai Sheng was already inside the room, waiting for Lin Shu. "Here you are, have a seat." "Good. How was the otherworldly experience these past few days? Our school is organizing a trip to Yenzhou next week as well." With Bai Sheng's strength, of course, he was also a member of the varsity team of Center 1. "It's pretty good, I want to stay in it all the time if I can." Lin Shu said this from the bottom of his heart so that he could stay inside all the time to brush up his proficiency. "That's really nice of you to say. But the Tower of Trials score I was told earlier was too exaggerated. You're really outrageous, going up to the 8th floor on your first go. I'm guessing that I'll only get to a 5th floor tops." Bai Sheng revealed an exaggerated expression. Lin Shu's achievement really shocked him after hearing it at that time. Lin Shu waved his hand and said low-key. Chapter 54 Spokesperson. Bai Sheng shrugged his shoulders. With a talent strength like Lin Shu's, he had heard many such rumors and stories. But the strongest one he had seen with his own eyes was still Lin Shu. Just 2 months to have this kind of achievement, even if it was to beat the Tower of Trials, he was not surprised. Bai Sheng suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, Lin Shu, if you're sure you can pass the Tower of Trials, be sure to try. It's best to do it before your second year of high school so that you reach the special enrollment qualifications of the 5 top universities." Bai Sheng told Lin Shu what he knew. This was a good opportunity not to be wasted. Lin Shu, on the other hand, didn't answer, revealing a know-it-all I don't want to say more expression. Looking at such a meaningful expression, Bai Sheng immediately realized that this was already exposed to these things. Immediately, his pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Shu in surprise. "Are you all ready?" "Holy." Obviously Bai Sheng had already thought that Lin Shu had already been touched by someone from the university, otherwise how would he know about these conditions? However, he didn't try to ask, these still depended on Lin Shu's willingness to speak with him. Seeing Bai Sheng's reaction, Lin Shu just smiled slightly. "Yes, it's Central State University. This matter also has a lot to do with you." Lin Shu did not hide this matter. After all, this was also the Blade Mantis Martial Hall that Bai Sheng had recommended himself to go to, so there was nothing to tell him. Hearing this, Bai Sheng was a bit puzzled. What has it got to do with himself? After thinking about it for a while, there was only one answer, and that was that it could only be the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. Seeing Bai Sheng's expression of sudden realization, Lin Shu continued. "Yes, it is the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. It's also because you're strong enough, otherwise other people wouldn't see this opportunity." Bai Sheng uttered this. His own recommendation was nothing more than an insignificant matter. It was gold that shone wherever it was, it would always be discovered by others. They do not dare to ask for this condition of special enrollment into the university. Cultivating their own imperial beasts to level 45 is the condition that they can barely reach, cannot be compared. Afterwards, the two of them chatted some more on this topic. Only then did Bai Sheng say the purpose of letting Lin Shu come over this time. "This White Cloud Arena spokesperson of my family will expire in a few days. I want to recommend you to be our spokesperson, what do you think? With your face value, it's too bad not to endorse something. The conditions and everything will be according to the highest specifications." Hearing this, Lin Shu knew what this meant, and that this was a kind of investment in disguise. But there was no hesitation in agreeing to it. It was a good thing. "It's okay." Bai Sheng was relieved to see Lin Shu agree to it. This original condition could not keep up with Lin Shu's promotion. It was really afraid that Lin Shu wouldn't be able to see these things. "Then it's a deal. Speaking of which, I'm still taking advantage of it. After all, with your current strength, taking the Daisy Bird Cup Championship will be a handful. The traffic generated by then will be more than enough. That's why I'm going to go back and discuss it, and fight for you some more, so I can't let you suffer." The words were full of sincerity and gratitude. Lin Shu thought about it and spoke. "It's fine, just try your best, it doesn't matter if you don't have any. I'm still relatively easy to satisfy." Lin Shu smiled, and Bai Sheng responded with a smile. "By the way, the Daisy Bird Cup will select 3 Imperial Beast Masters as the official spokespersons after the top 30. It just doesn't have any rewards. But there is a lot of traffic, and this avenue is also to expand your fame within Fingdu. There are quite a few people vying for these 3 positions. I can help you set a position if you need it. At this, Lin Shu shook his head. That's not much interest. This traffic didn't mean anything to Lin Shu. It would be better to replace it with Imperial Beast resources. Maybe Lin Shu would still be a little interested. That is, some of the things that Netflix Imperial Beast Masters liked, and use this to gain some traffic. In Lin Shu's subconscious mind, he still thought that Imperial Beast Masters needed to use their strength to speak. Anything else was just icing on the cake. It's also true that it's all just vanity. Bai Shang also understood Lin Shu's meaning, and he only mentioned it in passing. He then continued to talk about the things needed for the endorsement. The shooting will be ready next Friday or so. And then there isn't much else besides after this shoot. We're just using your image to publicize and promote our arena. Lin Shu nodded. This job was easy and hassle-free, a one-time solution. Then some of the details we'll just discuss when the time comes. After that, the resources for the endorsement will be handed over directly to you. Bai Shang finished the entire process of the endorsement. Such conditions were still relatively good. Although Lin Shu currently had quite a lot of resources in his hands, who would mind having too much of this thing called resources? Okay, no problem. The business chat was almost over, and Bai Shang didn't continue. Instead, he turned his head and challenged Lin Shu, even though he knew that he basically had no possibility of winning. But wanted to try to see how his current strength was and just how big the gap was. Lin Shu was also silent when he heard this. Black Knight has only just raised a large portion of his strength, and you're just coming up to seek abuse. You are really brave, had no choice but to let Black Knight slightly let some water. But still less than a minute to defeat the Blue Thunder Striped Bear. Such a situation is still difficult for Bai Shang to accept, a big blow. The gap is too big, very hurt. Just one scene and then there was no interest in continuing the sparring match. Instead, he brought Lin Shu back inside the VIP room. Beginning to enjoy the dinner, the food was a strong attraction to the Black Knight, so that he loved it. After dinner, it was time to return to the suite arranged by Bai Shang to rest. Time came the next morning, and Lin Shu was woken up early in the morning by the sounds outside the arena. The chaotic sounds were very noisy, which made it a little difficult for Lin Shu, who had managed to have a good night's sleep. Even though it was only 9 in the morning, and there was still an hour and a half before the start of the match, there were already people coming and going outside at this moment. Obviously smart people were planning to enter early, but they didn't expect everyone to be smart and all come together. Black Knight and Earth Yao were still hard-working, tirelessly practicing their skills on the other side. At this moment, Lin Shu saw Bai Shang busy outside, dealing with all sorts of things. Lin Shu got up and simply cleaned himself up. Picking up his cell phone, there were chats with Min Pot on it. At this time, he had also just arrived at the Baiyun Arena, and had already settled into the preparation mat to wait. At this point, it was still early, so Lin Shu didn't plan to go over there, but instead took out 2 kinds of spirits from his spatial ring and fed them to Black Knight and Earth Obsidian. These were the items in the space ring given by his mentor. The spatial ring was filled with 3rd to 4th rank spirits, and the number was upwards of 100, enough for Lin Shu to use for a long time. Although the attributes didn't fit too well, there wouldn't be too much of a discount in terms of effectiveness after using them. Chapter 55 Heavenly Flame. Hello everyone in the audience. Welcome to the Fingdu Daisy Bird Cup. The orb falls to the ground, so the 120 into 61st match is officially taking place at Venue 1. Please follow along with the camera. As the host's words fell, today's match also officially began. The scene also resounded with lively shouts, and the sound waves then spread out so that even the crowd in the preparation seats could hear them. Lin Shu, Bai Shang, and Min Jiu were among them, and now they were all staring at the big screen to watch the other contestants battle it out. Min Jug watched the match and thought about himself, realizing that his level was among the weakest of the top 120. It seemed that today's match was his last. So his expression stopped changing so much and started to relax. Being able to reach this ranking was already beyond his expectations. Looking at Lin Shu and Bai Shang, he thought in his heart, I wonder how far these 2 great gods can go to the number 1 spot, and if they have a chance to win the championship? Please have Lin Shu and Huang Wen head to the number 3 pairing platform. The match will begin in 5 minutes. The voice of the language announcer echoed, and the 3 of them heard it immediately. Brother Lin, I think I've heard of this Huang Wen. Oh yeah, that's the one who's 5th inside that list. Min Pot also felt familiar when he heard this name. You've met a pretty good opponent. Huang Wen can also be ranked in the top 5 in the first middle school. His strength is very good. I've fought against him, mainly because his Imperial Beastmaster talent is very powerful. It can increase the flame damage of fire attribute Imperial Beasts, so it's a bit trickier, and I was lucky to win against him last time. Bai Sheng on the other hand, knew this player, all of them were from Center 1, it was normal to know more or less. Hearing this, Lin Shu nodded, his expression relaxed. Don't worry, take it all the same. With that, he waved his hand towards the two of them and strolled to the number 3 sparring stage. Neither of them questioned Lin Shu's confidence, and it was clear that they were both comfortable with Lin Shu's strength. Arriving at the battle stage, Huang Wen was also in place at the moment. With a smile on his face, he nodded towards Lin Shu as a greeting, and Lin Shu nodded in response. Huang Wen's initial attitude towards Lin Shu was quite good, very polite. This is the behavior of a normal high school student. Last time, Li Shu, who also belonged to Center 1 High School, was a very different person, which also shows the problem. There are still not too many rat droppings. Huang Wen was dressed in a simple white shirt with a pair of light blue jeans, with a pair of glasses, filled with the air of a good student. Possibly because of Li Shu's matter, Huang Wen had also gotten to know Lin Shu, having watched his performance in the last few matches. It was very scary, each match didn't last more than a minute, enough to see the strength of his Imperial Beast's aggressiveness. For this reason, he had also prepared quite a bit in case he met Lin Shu in the later matches, and he hadn't expected to have met him when he entered the top 60. Lin Shu saw Huang Wen staring at the darkness to check, also saw that the other party should have some knowledge about himself. But it didn't matter. Huang Wen's Imperial Beast was a Lava Elemental, a standard Fire Imperial Beast. Name, Lava Elemental. Level, LV 1522-150. Level limit, LV 86. Status healthy. Quality, perfect. Attribute Fire Earth. Talent no. Skills elementary, Sparks 22-200, Falling Stone 1340, Throwing Sand 2540. Intermediate Inflammatory Dance Formation Small 1160, Fire Fang Small 1260. This kind of strength is worthy of being one of the top 5 Imperial Beastmasters in Center 1, and this strength was enough to bring some trouble to Black Knight before he was promoted. But alas, he now had to face the refreshed Blackout. Both players are ready, now the match begins. With the referee's order, the match started straight away. Lin Shu did as he had done, commanding Black Knight to attack directly and forcefully, wanting to end the match with a bang. Huang Wen also acted immediately, directly mobilizing his spirit to unleash his talent Heavenly Flame, not daring to slow down in the slightest. Little Melting used the Inflammatory Dance Formation. The moment Black Knight's attack was about to fall, the Lava Elemental jetted out pillars of fire around them, forming a crimson ring of fire that surrounded them. The scorching heat came over them as if they were in the middle of a furnace. Seeing this, Black Knight also turned his head and ran without the slightest greed to attack. Obviously this was the means that Huang Wen had prepared to prevent Black Knight from killing strongly. But this Inferno Dance Formation is an intermediate skill, how many times can you release it? Huang Wen also knew that this was just a delaying tactic that could only protect himself but could not harm the opposite side. Immediately fist-sized flames appeared, this is the skill Spark, regular form where can only use this skill to attack. Lava Elemental released 5 balls of sparks in one breath, and this was its current limit. The 5 balls of fire sped at a fast speed, aiming at the Black Knight on the side. Attacking with wisps of white smoke. Without even having to be commanded by Lin Shu, Black Knight's arms crossed, and instantly 2 blade-ons appeared violently, heading towards the fireballs. Ka 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 ka. As if it was as simple as slicing through a few eggs, the blade-ons received little resistance and headed straight for the Lava Elemental. Huang Wen's pupils quaked when he saw this scene. What kind of skill was this transparent blade chi? How come I've never heard of it before, and it was so powerful? Lava Avoid. The Lava Elemental wasn't too fast, and managed to dodge the rapidly speeding blade aura, but it was still grazed. The upper part of the body that represented rock was directly missing a section, and pieces of stone fell. If this kind of power were to be hit, wouldn't it be a direct death? Huang Wen was at a bit of a loss for words. How could this still be a fight? Not waiting for him to think of a response, Darkness sent a Darkness Binding, instantly controlling the lava element. The level difference between the two sides was too great, and it simply couldn't struggle a bit. Afterwards, Black Knight slashed the lava elemental, and it fell to the ground, no longer able to move. The entire action was just a blink of an eye, and the original evenly matched match instantly went sideways. Even Huang Wen had a bitter smile on his face, still losing so simply. Wrapping up the match ended with a few minor twists and turns, but it still didn't affect the result. Winner, Lin Shu. The referee declared the result of the match, and Lin Shu nodded towards Huangwen before leaving the number 3 sparring table. Returning to the preparation table, Bai Shang and Min Jug were still in their positions. It wasn't their turn yet. Seeing Lin Shu return, Min Jug was thrilled. Black Knight's power was far beyond his imagination. It's too powerful, Lin. The championship is secure now. Lin Shu waved his hand, telling him not to talk about this topic here. It was a little too ostentatious. Bai Shang wasn't surprised. This kind of strong battle power was normal. Chapter 56 Second Monthly Exam. Bai Shang's next match was taken without any suspense and moved on to the next round. Min Pot, on the other hand, still lost and had no chance to compete. In the second day's match, Lin Shu still followed his previous record and took down his opponent within a minute. He successfully entered the top 30, and his overall performance was also noticed by everyone. It also shocked everyone, such a high-energy performance, completely different from the rest of the players on the same scale. One after another, they began to inquire and study Lin Shu's matchmaking videos, trying to find some breakthroughs. Because of this, even Kanglin's second middle school was mentioned frequently, and it was considered to have gained a lot of face for the school. Seeing that Lin Shu was so fierce, the senior class 5 also went towards the Daisy Bird Cup champion to discuss it. It made the classmates cry out for joy. The 2 days of competition soon came to an end. Time came to Monday, and today just happened to be the day the second monthly exam started. Lin Shu didn't go to the varsity training today, but instead came to the playground for the testing. For today's test, everyone in the playground was very curious about Lin Shu's Imperial Beast level. This was not only in their class, even the other classes were poking their heads in to see. There were quite a few people within the class who secretly asked Lin Shu, "Brother Shu, how many levels?" "At least 15 levels or more." "You fart, at least level 18 and up." For everyone's inquiries and speculations, Lin Shu just smiled faintly. But the level should be marked after the testing, and it couldn't be hidden. The teacher who tested Lin Shu this time was replaced by the principal, who stood on the side observing the students. When Lin Shu arrived at the testing machine, he saw Pei Yuanfang sitting there looking at him with a smile on his face. Lin Shu had already seen this scene earlier, so he wasn't surprised. "Come, let the little guy come over, I'm also looking forward to his rank," Pei Yuanfang said cheerfully. The few teachers standing next to him also hurriedly echoed the words, but they didn't walk into the range of the machine. Obviously, this was the principal's way of telling them to pass in advance. "Okay, principal." Immediately, Blackout complied with Lin Shu's command to come inside the familiar machine. Buzz, buzz. The machine began to run, and the results were about to be revealed. 3 minutes passed and a data sheet was quickly spat out from inside the machine. Seeing this, Pei Yuanfang directly got his hands on it and began to check it out. This time he didn't use the Imperial Beast scouting rank, just to have some sense of anticipation. Name, Shadow Mantis. Body length, 108.35 centimeters. Weight, 18.62 kilograms. Level, 21.12. Skills, elementary strong attack, fast movement, heavy strike, sharp blade passive, shadow ball. Intermediate double shadow kill, dark binding. Half of the skills were missing from this data, and it seemed that space and blade skills could not be detected by the machine. After seeing this complete data, even Pei Yuanfang's unperturbed personality was stunned. The flesh on his face trembled slightly, but returned to normal after a few moments. Heart but set off a huge wave. "You and I said that this is the contract Royal Beast's 2 months of students? I'm afraid that quite a few sophomores are only at this level. The front is based on the average level of the test. Senior year is currently at level 11.25, this is not even on the same level anymore." Even his own goal of level 16 that he had set before last month exceeded it by a lot. No wonder Lin Shu made this expression that day, so it wasn't because it was difficult, but this wasn't difficult at all. Pei Yuanfang had quite a few thoughts in his mind, but didn't show them. The crowd could only see that the principal was smiling non-stop and giggling wherever he was holding the list. This also made everyone very curious as to what kind of data Lin Shu was. Pei Yuanfang didn't intend to hide Lin Shu's grade, but rather, he planned to broadcast it. After all, the odds were that Lin Shu wouldn't be at the school for too long. Lin Shu's heaven-defying grades were enough to cause discussion, and could also leave some legends in the second middle school, so why not? With that, he turned on the machine broadcasting sound, and by the way turned it up loud enough for most people to hear. The Imperial Beast level is 21. An emotionless machine voice broadcast 3 times in a row, which also made most of the students' gazes come here. There was first a moment of silence, which was equivalent to dropping a depth bomb into the water,
instantly igniting the room. Then a cacophony of voices came from the crowd, everyone clearly stunned by the rank.
Holy! This kind of boosting speed, this is still human. Who understands? My Imperial Beast is only at level 10-0. It's really unbeatable. This caused an uproar, everyone was all shocked by this achievement. Seeing such a picture, Pei Yuanfan was very satisfied, completely achieving his desired effect. This will be a good story in the future. At this moment, Lin Shu was surrounded by a bunch of people, even the darkness couldn't escape everyone's clutches. They were asking how such a fast promotion speed was achieved. It was also for Lin Shu to experience everyone's enthusiasm. It was a good thing that this farce didn't last long. Pei Yuanfang opened his mouth to persuade, which slowly cooled down the atmosphere. He then brought Lin Shu to the principal's office. Looking at the somewhat distressed Lin Shu, he smiled and said, "How was it? This feeling?" Lin Shu slightly straightened his somewhat irregular clothes and said, "It's okay, it's just that everyone is a little too enthusiastic, a little less accustomed to it. Who's a good person messing with people's clothes? Ah?" Pei Yuanfang laughed and didn't continue this issue, talking about business. "It just so happens that the goal you set for you last month you accomplished, or exceeded. Originally, I was planning to replenish you with a few skill stones. After all, your Imperial Beast skills are too singular and not shaped into a system. This won't be too favorable for your development in the future." Pei Yuanfang began to speak at length to Lin Shu, some of his views on skill matching combinations. "But I heard that this opinion changed after you entered the Blade Mantis Martial Hall and learned some blade techniques. I have been watching all of your matches, the release and effect of the skills are still very good so far down the line, and have formed a new set of schools into a lineage of their own, so it's not good for me to point my finger at them. That's why I replaced the skill stone reward with the Imperial Beast reward. After all, a good Imperial Beast is an Imperial Beast Master's greatest asset." Lin Shu still agreed with this viewpoint. Looking at Lin Shu's agreeable expression, Pei Yuanfang continued, "I could have directly provided you with a Lord quality Imperial Beast. Unfortunately, your spirit level is still too low to make it work. There's no way around it, so I had to set the range at perfect quality. So it was like this. No wonder Bai Shang's initial Imperial Beast was only of perfect quality. It wasn't that the family didn't have this condition. Rather, a higher quality Imperial Beast could not be contracted at the moment. Trouble principle to worry about it, perfect quality is enough." For this Lin Shu was still relatively easy to satisfy, as long as there was potential talent, no matter what quality of Imperial Beast, Lin Shu could accept it. Chapter 57 Ice Penguin Evolution. Suddenly Lin Shu thought that afterward, the Black Knight would also be of Lord quality after it evolved, and he wondered if he could withstand it. "Headmaster, then after my current contracted Imperial Beast evolves to Lord quality, can my spirit withstand it?" Hearing Lin Shu's question, Pei Yuanfang was a bit surprised, planning to evolve so soon? That must have been the ancient freshness providing quite a bit of help, and it was also true that their ancient family had a subsequent evolutionary path for the Shadow Mantis. This would make it clear why Lin Shu asked so, and then he answered without thinking. If it's an initial Imperial Beast evolving into the Lord rank, then the requirements aren't that high. You'll be able to harness it once your spiritual power reaches the second rank level. By the way, little Lin, what stage is your current spiritual power at? Hearing Pei Yuanfang's explanation, Lin Shu was relieved. Luckily this condition wasn't too high, or else Black Knight's evolution would have to drag on for a while again. Opening his panel to check, he hadn't looked at the growth of his spirit for a long time. Name, Lin Shu. Status, healthy. Spirit, 155. Talent Mirror Flower Water Moon Beginner 132-200. Beast Mastery, Shadow Mantis Darkness, Mountain Rock Man Earth Obsidian. Techniques, Basic Refining Spirit Decision Subtle 221-480, Wild Goose Feather Blade Technique Slightly Completed 1560, Damage Transfer Slightly Completed 11100. Spiritual power is currently only 155 points, there is still quite a gap from 300 points of the second stage. Recently did not use any potions that increase spiritual power, this also slowed down the speed quite a bit, but it is not a big deal. 145 points of proficiency is not too much, when the time comes to add a little bit of points it is fine. There's still some distance to go, should be able to arrive at the second rank within a month. Lin Shu still said his words a little more conservatively. Not bad, the speed is okay. Later on, you'll go receive some mental stimulation potions. Relying on talent alone won't work, you still need some external assistance. That way the speed of improvement will be faster. Pei Yuanfang was very satisfied with this speed. Thank you, Principal, for caring.
Having a mental stimulation potion to assist was of course better, for Lin Shu still wanted to use his proficiency on Black Knight.
Well then, when you reach the second rank mentally, come find me.
I'll take you to pick out the Imperial Beasts, they've all been prepared for you.
I understand, Principal.
Looking at Lin Shu's appearance, Pei Yuanfang became more and more satisfied. It was just a pity that such an outstanding student wouldn't be able to stay in school for much longer.
With that, they chatted about some other things before Lin Shu left the principal's office. Both of them also didn't talk about things regarding the university.
Instead, Lin Shu headed downstairs to collect 20 bottles of mental stimulation potion. Finding a place where no one was, he put the stuff into the storage space, and then immediately returned to the varsity. Today was not only the time for the monthly exams, it was also the evolution day that Chu Xian had prepared. Lin Shu had also obtained quite a bit of key information from everyone's discussion on evolution. This month or so her Imperial Beast had reached level 25 to the minimum evolution standard. So all this time was spent collecting the materials needed for the Imperial Beast's evolution. It was also to the point that with the school and her own search, the various materials had been prepared and she couldn't wait to get ready to start. These materials include a lot of things, like spirits, not only can accelerate the level of Imperial Beasts, can also become one of the items needed for the evolution of Imperial Beasts, in addition to some high-grade Imperial Beast organs also belong to the evolution of materials. The materials needed for each beast to evolve are different, and some need to evolve in different places, such as in a volcano, in the ocean, or in the sea. Some need to be evolved in different places, such as volcanoes, oceans, and other places that match their attributes. Then there is the time, some need the moon to appear at night, some need the sun in the morning. This is a relatively rare thing in the evolution. Just follow the evolution path step by step, but the evolution success rate is not guaranteed. Generally speaking, this chance is quite high, enough to have a 50% probability of success, but it also varies from person to person. This is just the average. The Imperial Beasts also have a large enough proportion in it.
Arriving on the varsity's grounds, he entered the equipment room.
He found that everyone had already stopped training and stood to the side watching Chu Xian carry out the evolutionary steps. Chu Xian's Imperial Beast is an ice penguin, head surrounded by a circle of red ribbons, holding up its own chubby little hands to slap the bulging soft belly, making popping sounds. Obviously the news of the upcoming evolution of the ice penguin is also very excited. At the moment, Chu Xian didn't have time to pay attention to it. Now she was making the final preparations for the evolution ceremony. The rest of the few people who saw Lin Shu come in also lit up and hurriedly pulled him over. Obviously they already knew the news that Lin Shu's Imperial Beast had reached level 21, so it was obvious that the news was spreading fast. You're really good. I remember when I was level 21 I was almost in my second year of high school.
That's right, I'm afraid that you can be the main player of the school team in half a year.
That's awesome. It's a pity that we don't have the fortune to be on a team with you, or else we would have gotten the championship. Lei Wu said so with admiration in his tone. Chen Yujia and Li Shuhong agreed.
He, I can still be teammates with school brother for a while.
Gao Feng was only in his second year of high school, so it was indeed right by all accounts.
You kid got lucky.
A few people said this. I'm the same senior year as Lin and I'm only level 14 now, the gap is too big. Min Jug's tone carried some sighs, both in the same class, you're just too good. Lin Shu humbly shook his head and casually chatted with everyone about the topic. On the other hand, Su Liliang and Gu Zhenban were also helping out, otherwise it would be more troublesome to rely on her alone. The crowd watched the scene with interest after chatting about Lin Shu, especially the reserve members, who only felt particularly fresh. One by one, the third-ranked Ice Imperial Beast's crystal core was put into the blender and stirred up, pouring it into a small bowl. The crystal core was a core for storing energy in the body of the Imperial Beast after it reached the third rank. Afterwards, the ice-like spirit was taken out and stirred together and added into the small bowl, and then stirred evenly. Inside the small bowl was filled with azure liquid. Wisps of cold aura appeared from the bowl, along with the indoor temperature was lowered by a lot. He obtained all the items needed for the evolution of the ice penguin. After all, it only evolved to perfect quality, so the difficulty naturally wouldn't be too high.
Little Tubby, come here. Chu Xian greeted the ice snow penguin.
It twisted its rounded body to come over, its face full of smiles. It then carried the bowl of carefully prepared ingredients and placed it into the ice snow penguin's hands. Drink it down, then hold on for an hour to digest the energy, and you'll be able to evolve. Be sure to persevere. As long as you persist, you'll succeed. Shu Xian began to exhort the ice snow penguin. She was most afraid that the little chubby peer wouldn't be able to endure the pain and cause the evolution to fail. Thanks for all the gifts, and the questions and the comments have been changed. Thanks for your support.
Chapter 58 Black Flare War Mantis.
After failing this time, it would be time to collect the materials once again, which was not only a time-consuming and labor-intensive thing to do. And there was also a high probability of getting injured after failing, and even worse, there would be a risk of death, but this probability was still very small. So it was best to succeed once in this matter of evolution. The ice snow penguin was not being playful, but instead nodded with a face full of seriousness, as if to say, "Master, you believe in me." Then without hesitation, it directly drank the contents of the bowl in one gulp. Immediately, an icy and chilly feeling filled its body. Its features immediately tightly scrunched together, clearly suffering from pain. Shu Xian's hands were clenched tightly. Clearly the appearance of this scene made her a little nervous. The others were holding their breath at the moment, not daring to make any sound for fear that the sound would cause the evolution to fail. So the only sound in this venue was the sound made by the ice penguin. Lin Shu was also watching this scene, waiting for the evolution to end.
Flakes of frost gradually appeared on the ice penguin's body, covering its fur.
This situation indicated that the energy absorption rate was too slow, which was why this scene was happening. The current situation was not very optimistic, and there was a risk of evolutionary failure at any time.
This also made Shu Xian even more nervous, praying in her heart that the evolution would succeed.
The good thing was that although the process had some bumps in the road, the result was still moving in a good direction. The ice penguin successfully absorbed all the energy, and channels of blue ripples emerged from its body, emitting a cold aura. Then a blue light covered the entire body of the ice penguin, and in just a few moments, the original simple and thick ice penguin's evolution was complete, and its body became robust and strong, and its eyes were resolute and appeared to be much more stable. The original short body also became tall, and now looks like an adult male equivalent, at first glance like a warrior in general.
This scene also made Shu Xian ecstatic.
Great! It worked, little Tubby is awesome. Coming next to the evolved Ice Cold War penguin, he crossed his arms and hugged it with his hands. The crowd also smiled when they saw this scene, sincerely congratulating Shu Xian on her successful evolution.
Congratulations! The two teachers were also very happy to see this scene, clapping their hands in encouragement.
Lin Shu began to check the evolved Ice Cold Battle Enterprise while congratulating him.
Name: Ice Battle Enterprise. Level: LV 25-11-250. Level limit: LV 85. Status: excited. Quality: perfect. Attribute: ice. Talent: no.
Skills: beginner snowball perfect 2250, slap perfect 1150. Intermediate ice cleansing minor 3360, cracking ice spike minor 1360, piercing frost minor 2160. Overall strength is pretty good. After evolution, the overall strength of the Imperial beasts will be increased by a certain amount, and the battle power will definitely be increased quite a bit compared to before evolution, and this degree is reflected differently on each Imperial beast, and is not easy to encapsulate with data. Potential has also increased a lot since then, and it will take some time for the subsequent benefits of quality improvement to take effect. Since the evolution was complete, everyone stopped watching and returned to the equipment to start today's training. Just as Lin Shu was preparing to bring Black Knight and Earth Obsidian to train, he suddenly realized that there were quite a few messages popping up on his phone. He had just turned off the sound temporarily because of the evolution of the Ice Cold War Enterprise, and now that this was turned on, he didn't know what all the messages were. He realized that the messages were from Bai Shang, Wu Son, and Ancient Crypto. Entering the message list to check them one by one, he found that they were all about his own Imperial Beast level reaching level 21.
How did this news become known to everyone all of a sudden?
This made Lin Shu a bit puzzled. He started replying to Wu Song and Bai Shang's messages first. It was only after finally checking his mentor Gu Xinwen's message that it dawned on him that this matter had actually made the news.
It's all level 21, that's good. If it wasn't for this news, I really wouldn't have known. Followed by an article titled Shocking.
A Kanglan second middle school student did this kind of thing 2 months after becoming a royal beast master, causing the entire school to gather around. The press release appeared. Seeing this name, Lin Shu couldn't help but look a little unnatural. What is this all about?
It's over, this is the Ministry of Shock and Awe.
Lin Shu began to reply to his mentor.
Now these news.
He sent another emoticon, panda scratching his head.
Ancient News also replied immediately.
This kind of thing is normal, relax, these people like to pull these gimmicks to attract attention. Since your little mantis is already at level 21, it's not too far from the evolution conditions. I happen to give you the evolution method, so you can prepare in advance. As for the evolution materials and whatnot, you don't need to worry, I've already had someone send them over.
You remember to be answering the phone, it should be sent to the school.
A large paragraph was sent over in an instant, showing how fast Gu Xian's hand speed was.
Okay, thank you, mentor.
Small thing, I'll look for it. After a while, a file called Black Flare War Mantis Evolutionary Method was sent over. After you accept it, take a look at it more. It contains not only the way of evolution, but also some things to avoid during evolution.
This is all helpful for the next step of evolution.
And just take a look for yourself. Even though this isn't anything precious, it's better not to pass it around. Lin Shu first clicked on the file to start receiving it. Although this evolutionary method was hardly useful to himself, it was good to take a look at it.
Then he replied,
"Don't worry, mentor, I'll just look at it by myself." Immediately Ancient News replied with an OK emoji. "Good, I'll go and get busy. You take a good look by yourself. What's not clear, directly ask me."
The original bright avatar instantly went out, apparently having gone offline. He didn't even wait for Lin Shu to reply.
Lin Shu also experienced the speed of the thunder and lightning. Blade Mantis martial arts hall people seem to be like this, seems to have received the influence of the mentor.
Without much thought, he clicked on the document and began to view it.
The content inside was very detailed. It was all about the precautions to be taken when evolving. As for the evolution material, only occupied a short line, also does not need a special place in time.
Overall, it was still refreshing to see.
According to the document's introduction of the Black Flare War Mantis evolutionary form, there were also a few high-resolution photos, and the evolved appearance hadn't changed too much, just that there were a lot of golden lines all over the body, which still looked very handsome. Lin Shu also had a slight understanding of this form. The Black Flare War Mantis wasn't really an assassin position anymore, it was more like a warrior, sacrificing a lot of mobility in exchange for better defense, so that the tolerance for error in battle would also be higher. Sort of a balanced development mode, stronger or weaker or depends on how the Imperial Beastmaster balances the team. Of course for Lin Shu it was certainly not something that would be considered, not to mention that there was already an evolutionary mode. This balanced mode also represented mediocrity, which was something he didn't really like. Since he was pursuing aggressiveness, he had to follow through and highlight his abilities in this area. This was the path that Lin Shu thought was correct.
Chapter 59, Jury Training.
Time came to Tuesday, and Lin Shu woke up from his room. At this time, Black Knight and Earth Obsidian were lying across the bed like two puppies sleeping. Earth Obsidian was making humane snoring noises that were the slightest bit uninterrupted, luckily not too loud.
Luckily the room was big enough, space was still enough. However, these 2 days of training down still left Lin Shu somewhat unsatisfied. After all, in the otherworldly world an average of 140 points of proficiency a day was too comfortable, and now back to 45 a day was a bit of a bad taste. The difference could be described as a world of difference, and there was no way to avoid this kind of emotion from appearing for a while. One needed to find an otherworldly space where one could keep killing wild imperial beasts. The greater the number, the better, and preferably, it would be better if the average level was a bit higher. If there was such a place, Lin Shu had the certainty that he would complete his first evolution of the Black Knight within this month. Thinking more than doing was better than doing, so Lin Shu began to ask the crowd on FMS. These included his mentor, Baishang, Wu Son, and the principal. All of them were knowledgeable and respected and should be able to find this place for him. Sent the requirements he needed, so far no one has replied, probably thinking about whether there is such a place. Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry, this was also considered to be arranging a path in advance. Waking up the Black Knight and Earth Obsidian that were lying on the ground, he patted them awake, feeding them high-level nutrient solution and some spirit materials. Right now, the resources on hand were still relatively abundant, so he could use them lavishly and also level up quickly. Although his current leveling speed was already far beyond that of his peers, Lin Shu still felt that it was a bit slow. Lin Shu pondered in his mind about what he currently needed. The two little things quickly ate the things, and Lin Shu also led them to the equipment room. At this moment, the equipment room was very lively, and several seniors were training in a frenzy. Normally, they wouldn't come this early. Gao Feng was also among them at this time, which was normal. Min Jug and Chu Xian, Ling Shi are actually also in. This is only 8 o'clock in the morning, all the members of the varsity team have come to the equipment room. Seeing Lin Shu's eyes with puzzlement, Min Pot opened his mouth and explained to him.
Tomorrow is the day the Binjo Cup officially starts. The seniors have been expediting their training in preparation for the match over the past few days. Hearing all of this, Lin Shu then remembered this matter, which he had actually forgotten about.
So that's how it is.
Right at this moment, Su Liliang and Gu Jinbong, the two teachers, also came to the field together. Looking at the several people training hard, they couldn't help but nod their heads. There was still some attitude. Gu Jinbong then clapped his hands, signaling the four to come over. Several people saw the teacher also immediately stop the machine and came to the side to wait. Everyone is good. Tomorrow is the day when the Binjo Cup officially starts.
What is our goal?
The top 4.
4. Good, I've seen a rough idea of the other schools' starting lists.
We're also extremely strong among all the schools.
As long as we don't meet any favorites to win the championship. I don't think this goal is considered difficult.
This information was something that some schools had made public, and it didn't completely reflect the strength, but as some reference, it still had some value, and it was also able to boost some self-confidence for their own students. The four of them all nodded, obviously also having read these materials, and also having some thoughts about the goal of the top 4.
Perhaps it could really be done? The opponent for tomorrow's match is not considered strong.
But everyone shouldn't underestimate the opponent either. I don't think I need to tell you all the truth of the lion fighting the rabbit. I've already applied to the principal for a reward. As long as I can reach the quarterfinals, I'll be able to obtain it. I'm not going to elaborate too much on the specifics, it will definitely satisfy everyone. But if the results are too poor, I think you all know my methods. Good guy, this was hitting a stick and giving a sweet date, but the temptation of the mysterious reward was still very high. The four people were all looking forward to it, and their fighting spirit was gradually energized. Gu Jinbong, who saw such a scene, was also satisfied.
He then looked at Lin Shu and then at Ling Shi, Chu Xian, and Gao Feng.
In his heart, he had an idea. These 4 imperial beasts are ranked at 21, 24, 25, and 30 respectively. For the 4 people of the school team, there is still some refining effect, and it happens to be 4 against 4. This kind of melee is not small help for both sides. Come on, Lin Shu, Ling Shi, Chu Xian, and Gao Feng, you guys come here. I see that your imperial beast levels are also quite good, so you can do some accompanying coaching for a few seniors and sisters, just so you can understand some of the contents of the team match. What do you guys think? Lin Shu's face didn't change much, just nodded. The other 3 looked at each other and all felt that there was a bit of a gap between their strengths.
Of course, as a chaperone it was still enough.
Min Jug scratched his head at the side, looking a little embarrassed. Everyone here had something to do but himself. He could only watch. Currently he was still a little too weak. Oh, he could also serve tea and water. The varsity foursome also nodded, having no problem with this suggestion.
Well then, since everyone is fine with it,
we'll just go to the sparring platform outside. After saying these words, they walked out of the equipment room in large strides, heading towards the next door sparring station. Within Kanglin's second middle school, there was also only the varsity team that had a high-standard sparring platform that could fulfill the needs of a team tournament. The crowd followed in droves, and even Min Pot hurriedly followed to join in the fun. After arriving at the area of the sparring platform, in front of them, they saw a huge area divided by blue lines. In the center of the field was the black dye-covered sparring area, which was so large that it was roughly the size of 4 basketball courts. Teacher Su and I will lead our teams separately.
A little discussion on tactics and we can begin. Su Liliang pushed up his glasses and arrived at the team formed by Lin Shu.
The official members were naturally commanded and led by Gu Jinbong. Gao Feng's imperial beast was the high heavenly feathered eagle, had a great advantage in air control, and the opposite side didn't have any flying imperial beasts. It also happened to be the highest ranked being on the team, so the core of this match was still going to be on him. Chu Xian's Cold Ice War Enterprise, which had just evolved yesterday, happened to be able to act as an important front row warrior, absorbing the opponent's firepower, creating space to give Gao Tianyu Eagle the distance to attack. As for Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis, it could only serve as an assassin to harass. It was a bit of a shame that the level was too low to finish off the opponent quickly. As for Ling Shi's Imperial Beast, it was a purple phantom scorpion, which was also able to provide a lot of supporting effects. At first glance, the team lineup is still very reasonable, but the level is a bit on the low side. Otherwise, it would not be easy to decide whether to win or lose. Just said the idea in his heart to a few people to listen to, gave everyone a good positioning, also mentioned the opposite side. The opposite team's core is the extreme electricity spirit cat. It's best if we can target it. It is also the main means of attack for the opposite team. Hearing this, the four of them nodded. They could only try their best to give it a try. After all, the gap was still a bit too big.
Chapter 60, Plum Lake Island. After briefly ordering the tactics, the team battle was about to officially begin. Gao Feng made a point of encouraging everyone for this. Everyone, don't be psychologically burdened. Meeting is attacking. Even if we make them injured, it's all blood money. Let them taste our power. Su Lilian also nodded with approval, agreeing with this statement. This speech made Chu Xian and Ling Shi, who were still somewhat unsure of themselves, instantly figure out that yes, it's normal for us to lose, the opposite side is different, it should be them who should be worried. At the moment, Li Shuhong is the head of the school team of 4 people are discussing. Everyone be serious, win beautifully. Otherwise Mr. Gu, you guys are knowledgeable. Hearing this, all nodded heavily, everyone understood these. Alright, the preparations are almost done. Can start, if you don't take it too seriously, watch your hands. This is just a chaperone, it's not good to fight out a real temper. The 2 sides of the team each stood on both sides, and then summoned all of the imperial beasts out to stand by. As Gu Jinbang's voice began to fall. In an instant, the 2 sides were at war. Everyone's goal was very clear, pointing straight to the core of the offense. For a while, the field was filled with various colors of skills, electric current, vines, wind blades, and so on appeared in the field recklessly. The 4 members of the varsity team didn't use any advanced skills, otherwise this practice would have no meaning, and the battle could be over in an instant. Gao Feng's high sky feather eagle in the air again to avoid attacks, while taking time to also attack the bottom. 1-to-1 in the back and forth was also hit a few times. Good thing that the offensive through the defense skills offset is not too high. Li Shuhong's extremely electric spirit cat in Lei Wu's martial arts giant 8 protection can be safe to attack. The scene soon formed a lopsided scene. At this time, Lin Shu commanded Black Knight to sneak attack in the chaotic battle, and his main target was not on the extreme electricity spirit cat. After all, with the protection, it was currently unable to achieve a single point of breakthrough, so he aimed his attacks at Chen Yuzhou water pattern elemental and Lan Mengzhu grass vine wastelands, so that he could also protect his own well-being. It seems that the 2 women did not think that they would become the target. There is no precaution at all. Just throwing skills at the chilling war enterprise. For such a situation, is the Black Knight favorite, a wave-type blade awnings themselves behind the attack. Wait until the 2 women reacted to have been attacked, although received an attack, but the damage is not too big. After all, the level difference is a little too much. Only minor injuries, until you want to catch the sneak attack when the guy found that he has long disappeared. Just like this, the Black Knight wandered above the tip of the knife, indiscriminate attack. Bringing a lot of trouble to the 4 people of the varsity team, they also decided to solve this annoying mantis first. Faced with 4 imperial beasts encircling him, Black Knight was naturally unable to resist, being controlled in place and unable to move, directly losing his ability to fight. What followed was a one-sided battle, as Lin Shu's team was quickly defeated. A battle actually took 10 minutes, and there were still quite a few wounds on their imperial beasts. Gu Jinbang was very displeased to see this scene. You guys are really good, you actually only spent 10 minutes with no serious injuries to your imperial beasts. Defeating schoolmates whose average level is only 25. Hearing such conspicuous words of mockery, the 4 of them lowered their heads in shame. They also didn't expect Lin Shu's imperial beasts to actually be so troublesome to deal with, a little too fast, a little too oily. It was also a little too inexperienced in guarding against assassin-type imperial beasts, and for a moment they actually didn't think of a countermeasure. Think about it yourselves. How should I respond when I encounter this kind of situation in the future? That means bullying the younger siblings for not having enough imperial beast levels. Otherwise you guys, humph. Gu Jinbang grunted coldly with a bad expression on his face. Lin Shu also didn't expect that he would let everyone's problems be exposed with this mess. But this was a good thing, it was better to lose face now than at the competition. Come Mr. Su, go to the medical office and call someone over. Heal up and let's continue. I want to see if you guys are really stupid. Then after medical, the group began a few more rounds of chaperoning. And the effects of these few attacks in the dark weren't great. With defense, they couldn't hit so well. Gu Jinbang's face then normalized after seeing that there was progress. This was the end of this day's training, and the people left the varsity to return to their rooms. Lin Shu began to pick up his cell phone to check if the problems from the morning's consultation had been solved. Finding that no one else except the mentor had thought of a place like this. What's with the idea of going to the other world? What's going on here? Never mind, I won't ask much. The ancient cryptic was also rather strange when he saw Lin Shu's message. Is this some kind of special hobby? Thinking about it again, since there was such a need, just help your student. My Black Knight likes the environment within the other world after all, and the leveling up speed is all that much faster. Although the mentor didn't ask too much about the reason, Lin Shu still roughly stated why. This pot of Black Knight was going to be carried properly. Lying on his side, Black Knight seemed to sense someone mentioning his name, the two tentacles on his head spinning like antennae. The ancient cryptid was also thinking with his chin in his hand when he saw the message that Lin Shu replied. Staying in the other world leveling up a lot faster? The imperial beasts were strange, each breed was different, and their physical qualities were different from each other. Like this special case, he had encountered quite a few in his many years of career as a royal beast master. It was also within his range of acceptance. Good, then I know. I do know a few places like this, and the most suitable at the moment is still Plum Lake Island in Haizhou. But I don't have much spare time this time. Looking at the place recommended by his mentor, Lin Shu's face showed joy. It was good to have a place. As for the mentor not having any free time, it didn't matter. Thank you for your mentor's help. It's fine, I can go by myself. Forget it, after all, it's still not safe in the other world. It just so happens that your brother Wusong has time, let him take you there, or protect you. Ancient rejected Lin Shu's suggestion that he intended to go to the other world alone. After all, the current imperial beast level was on the low side. Any accidents in the other world simply could not protect themselves, or need to be accompanied by someone to do so. Lin Shu also didn't refuse, the mentor was right. Then I'll trouble mentor and big brother Wu. That's fine, next Monday another instructor will take over the Blade Mantis Martial Hall. So the earliest is Monday. No problem, that's a pretty good time. Alright then, you can just contact Wusong then. Okay, mentor. With that, the conversation ended here as well. Lin Shu put down the cell phone in his hand and smiled broadly. This time he had sort of solved one of his troubles. I just hope that there are more wild imperial beasts on this Plum Lake Island, so that he could brush up his proficiency a bit more. Chapter 61, Official Signing. Time quickly came to Friday. The Binjo Cup match from 2 days ago also easily beat its opponent to enter the next round under everyone's witness. And today was also the day that Baisheng reminded to go to Baiyun venue for the shooting and fixing of the spokesperson. In the past few days, Ling Shu was still training in the school team all day long, and by the way, the team participated in the team competition to accompany the training. This also allowed Lin Shu to roughly know the content and some details of the team competition. He had memorized 350 points of proficiency over the course of the week. He raised his level by the way, spending 205 points of proficiency. For the current Black Knight's level, it was a bit too much for him to handle at this rate. It was no wonder that Lin Shu wanted to enter the other world to gain proficiency. Earth Yao had progressed greatly in this close to a month, under the guidance of Lin Shu and the two teachers. It was already able to fight Min Pot's imperial beasts on par with each other. Such a scene also caused Min Pot to be very hurt. He had actually already been unable to even defeat Lin Shu's second imperial beast. It had already made him somewhat skeptical of life. Name, Mountain Rock Man. Level, LV 1422-140. Level limit, LV 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, Earth. Talent, Earth and Obsidian Physique Beginner 172-200. Skills, Beginner Punching Initiate 26-200, Rock Skin Passive Initiate 11-200, Dust Initiate 15-200, Explosive Fist Beginner 120, Clay Shield Initiate 12-200, Ground Spike Beginner 120. Intermediate Mudstone Run Minor Achievement 2260, Rock Armor Beginner 540. The natural Earth Obsidian body is about to become a minor success, invariably providing Earth Obsidian with a greater strengthening of its physical defense and skills. The level came to 14, the same as Min Pot's Imperial Beast, which was the power of the spirit material coupled with advanced nutrients. 3 skills were awakened, which were Primary Earth Spike with Intermediate Mudstone Rush and Earth Rock Armor. They were all very practical skills that not only assisted in battle but also had offensive abilities. His outstanding defense was also enhanced by the Earth Rock Armor. Lin Shu also let Black Knight try to attack Earth Obsidian, and found that it was already difficult for ordinary primary skills to break through his defense. It was evident that Earth Obsidian's defense was strong. Earth Obsidian's figure was also getting bigger and bigger, and now the body length alone was 1.93 m. It was taller than the 1.8 m Lin Shu, plus the concave and convex surface of his high and bulging rocky body. It looks like a professional fitness trainer. The original somewhat dull and naive expression was now gone. His eyes became resolute, just not too agile to appear somewhat stereotypical. He would still occasionally stare blankly alone in the corner, which wasn't a big problem. He also learned to show goodwill towards Lin Shu, but his strength was always poorly grasped, making Lin Shu somewhat unable to eat. Dripping. A message came from his cell phone. It was from Baisheng. There was already a car waiting outside the school. Lin Shu didn't stop and directly put Black Knight and Earth Yao into the Imperial Beast space and entered the car. The commercial vehicle traveled smoothly to the central district. An hour later, Lin Shu entered the White Cloud Arena. Walking into the VIP room, Baisheng was currently slapping the blue Thunderstrike Bear's bare head, supposedly making some kind of mistake. Only after seeing Lin Shu did this let it go, and the blue Thunderstrike Bear rushed to leave this place of wrongdoing, leaving with a little bit of joy in its eyes. Here it comes, the stuff is ready. Take a look. Saying that, he pointed his hand towards the desktop, above which there was a contract with a pen. Inside this contract was the breakdown of this endorsement of the White Cloud Arena. Good. Lin Shu sat down on the sofa, picked up the contract from the table and slowly started to check it out. There wasn't much content on it, especially the constraints on Lin Shu could almost be said to be non-existent. He could terminate the contract at any time without paying any price, it was all in his own mind. Lin Shu's image photo would be used by the White Cloud Arena for publicity and use. Other than that, he could not use his image anywhere else. The next part of the endorsement was the salary. The content inside showed that this part of the salary would be replaced by Imperial Beast resources. It would be paid out every month instead of a one-time buyout, as if it was a monthly paycheck. It was written on it the resources received each month. 33rd order spirit choices, with the ability to specify spirit attributes. 30 bottles of advanced nutrients. This made the resources converted into cash every month basically more than 1 million dasha coins. Such conditions could be a bit too high for Lin Shu, who was currently not even a second order Imperial Beast Master. It was enough to see the sincerity of the White Cloud Arena, in which the meaning of investing in Lin Shu was self-evident. And all of these things could be exchanged for cash. Or equivalent value of the rest of the goods. These are by Lin Shu free to choose. And as long as he participated in some photo shoots and videos today, there was nothing else that needed to be done by Lin Shu. The latter was basically a freebie. The rest of the content was nothing more than a normal template. This contract, you guys aren't afraid of losing money? Baisheng shook his head. With your potential these aren't much. Hearing this, Lin Shu nodded, also understood the meaning, and directly waved a big brush and signed his name. Done, here. With that, Baisheng collected the contract and put it away. Things have been prepared for you, you can take them anytime. See what you need. Lin Shu sniffed without surprise. Baisheng always did things like this, well prepared. Let's wait until the Daisy Bird Cup is over in the next 2 days. I'll just prepare it before I go back to the city south, and the spirit attributes will just be half dark and half earth. At this, Lin Shu was not in a hurry, his own resources were quite sufficient at the moment. Alright, then I'll prepare it for you first. Baisheng wrote down the information about the spirit materials Lin Shu needed and waved his cell phone, apparently notifying. The staff is ready now. Should we finish the publicity graphics and all that now? It won't take long, an hour is enough. Lin Shu nodded slightly. Quite good, now then. It's also easier to get it done earlier. Seeing Lin Shu agree, Baisheng began to contact the staff in charge of the spokesperson business. Immediately, Lin Shu followed a few staff members and entered a studio that was specially used for photo shoots. After being instructed, he put on a special costume and posed for the camera, then recorded a video for a few minutes. This was the end of the work, and it only took about 40 minutes in total. Lin Shu took a look at the photo that had been retouched and looked at himself. There was no difference. It just looked more and more dynamic and handsome under the fine-tuning. Such an effect. Lin Shu was also satisfied and confirmed this version. Returning to the VIP room, he chatted with Baisheng about the Tower of Trials. Baisheng had also improved a lot in this month's time, and the Blue Thunderstrike Bear's level came to level 17. After all, there was no shortage of resources or anything, and this speed was normal. But with all his efforts, he still only made it to the 5th level before failing. If it was usual, he would definitely be happy to obtain such a result, but after learning about Lin Shu's 8th layer of battle, there was no mood to show off. After all, it seemed that the gap between the two sides was still a bit too big, and he was still not strong enough. Not to say that he could catch up with Lin Shu, but he couldn't be left behind too much either. In response, Lin Shu could only encourage him to keep up the good work. Chapter 62, 30 into 15. The time came to the next morning.
Today was also the day of the 30 into 15 match of the Daisy Bird Cup. The White Cloud Arena was now bustling with activity, and the degree of fire was even greater than the last time. Looking from afar, the traffic outside the White Cloud Arena was like a weave of people. People came from all directions just to enter the arena as soon as possible. This was because this week was the day when the champion of the Daisy Bird Cup would be decided. Many of the students from Kanglin's second middle school had come to the Bayun Arena to watch the match, especially senior class 5. After all, Lin Shu from their class was currently the current strong contender for the championship. Class teacher Zhao Shang brought Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong and other students here to cheer for Lin Shu. They were also looking forward to Lin Shu winning this championship honor. These things had also been said in the class group, so Lin Shu was naturally aware of them. Of course Lin Shu wouldn't let everyone down. He was determined to win this championship. The time came to 10:30 and the match was about to begin. Because it was already a 30 into 15 match, it would no longer be shown on multiple screens, but rather a single dual live display. Each of the 30 players was given a number, and the 15 battles were decided in order by drawing lots. Lin Shu and Bai Shang were currently sitting in the audience seat next to the sparring stage, which was closest to the scene and where the rest of the players were waiting. Lin Shu had a label at his shirt that showed number 11, while Bai Shang was number 28. The gazes of the players sitting in the rest of the place glanced at Lin Shu. Clearly the matter of Lin Shu's Imperial Beast rank had spread. After all, it was city news, a place where people could easily see it. Their eyes were filled with scorn, none of them wanting to encounter this great god. Welcome everyone to continue watching our Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup. It is now the scene of the 30 into 15 match. The match has entered the white-hot stage, and this weekend we will decide that final champion. Hearing the host's passionate voice, the stage was also filled with exclamations of surprise, and the entire arena set off a wave of sound. The students of Senior Class 5 pulled up a banner to cheer for Lin Shu. There were also quite a few people in the arena who spontaneously picked up small flags and other things to call out Lin Shu's name, most of which were some female students. They were also attracted by Lin Shu's powerful strength and outstanding appearance. I feel everyone's enthusiasm. The staff is now drawing numbers. Let's welcome the first battle to come. Good numbers appear, number 5 player Chen Ko versus number 12 player Zhang Li. Seeing this, the two players also got up in a hurry and walked into the sparring stage from the side. Lin Shu and Bai Shang watched this scene with interest, and the passion and fervor in their bodies seemed to be on the verge of being aroused. As long as I don't run into you, everyone else I have a chance to win. Bai Shang's tone was still quite relaxed, and this kind of scene had obviously been seen quite a lot. Don't worry, the chances of this are not great. Even if we meet, that's when we meet during the crown and sub contest. Lin Shu looked around at all the contestants. That's true. There's no reason I can't make it to the quarterfinals. Bai Shang revealed a smile. Lin Shu's thoughts coincided with his. The two of them then quietly watched the match. After entering the top 30, everyone was strong, with an average level of 15. Skill proficiency didn't have a perfect beginner skill, but all pulled down the average. Water and fire collided with each other, and the dazzling and brilliant articulation of all kinds of skills made the players and spectators look overwhelmed. The level of spectacle had greatly increased compared to before. The match went quickly, and Lin Shu's name appeared in the host's mouth. Next up, number 11 Lin Shu and number 29 Qin Yuan. As Lin Shu's name was called out, there were loud cries from within the arena. Lin Shu! Lin Shu! You're the champion! You're the champion! It was enough to see that Lin Shu was currently a minor celebrity within Fengdu. Bai Shang looked at Qin Yuan and then at Lin Shu. Why is he from Center 1 again? It seems like it's going to fall into Lin Shu's hands again. This is, patting Lin Shu on the back. He walked up to the sparring stage with a steady pace. On the other hand, Qin Yuan on the opposite side also had two black eyes when he saw that his opponent was Lin Shu. This is the end. The person he didn't want to meet was still in his path. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile and greeted the opposite side, and Lin Shu also returned a smile like a spring breeze. But this expression is more difficult for Qin Yuan, online people have studied. The more Lin Shu smiled, then the more ruthless the hand will be, without exception. So you have to be careful when facing this situation. On the broadcasting stage, the host introduced the players from both sides, and at this time it happened to introduce Lin Shu. Regarding this player, Lin Shu, I don't think everyone here is a stranger. He's the genius Imperial Beastmaster who appeared on Fengdu newspaper a few days ago. raising his Imperial Beast to level 21 in just 2 months. Such a speed is simply an existence beyond common sense. His royal beast, the Shadow Mantis, is also known as the God of Death Mantis by many of the contestants, and no opponent has been able to last more than a minute under his hand.
I wonder if Qin Yuan will be able to break this convention. Let's wait and see.
Hearing the host's words, Qin Yuan's heart was already a bit numb. Whoever wants to do this can do it. Although he knew that he had little hope of winning, Qin Yuan didn't give up. It would have been too humiliating. Brilliant white light flashed as his Imperial Beast Wind Speed Warhorse was summoned. Lin Shu glanced at it and realized that the strength was quite good.
Name, Wind Speed Warhorse. Level, LV 15 102 150. Level limit, LV 46. Status frightened. Quality, elite. Attribute wind. Talent no.
Skills, Beginner Wind Blade Perfect 2250, Horn Bash Greatest Achievement 1140, Male Wing Sweep Greatest Achievement 1540. Intermediate Wind Force Minor 1160, Wind Guard Minor 1260. A white pony with a graceful physique appeared, with 2 pairs of palm-sized wings on either side of his body. Looking at the appearance, it was somewhat similar to a heavenly horse. Black Knight stood beside Lin Shu and casually sized up the Wind Speed Warhorse. The Wind Speed Warhorse looked at Black Knight and took a few steps back, and for some reason, even its hooves were trembling a bit. Qin Yuan saw this scene. There is nothing he can do, not even fought yet, so that win is even more remote. The referee then came to the 2 centers to explain some precautions. The main thing is that there can't be a situation where the Imperial Beast dies.
Everything has also been prepared. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. The referee waved down one hand and blew his whistle, and the match officially began.
Lin Shu was still letting Black Knight play on his own. After all, Black Knight's own combat acumen was definitely higher than Lin Shu's. Black Knight didn't make a sudden attack as in the previous matches. Instead, his arms were staggered apart and he instantly chopped 3 fronts out.
Chapter 63 Quick Pass.
Probably because he was used to killing the Wasteland's rabbits, Black Knight was now moving with a blade chi strike flying shot that was not at all reasonable. However, this skill is also really good to use. In the hands of the consumption is not too powerful. There is no reason not to use. This sudden transformation, let Qin Yuan is also caught off guard.
Not big brother, how to hit me not according to the rules.
Fortunately, the Wind Speed Warhorse is a wind-based royal beast with extremely fast speed, barely dodging these 3 small blade chi.
These 3-bladed chi attacks to open up the road. Is it a brand new tactic? This is also the first time Lin Shu student has used this skill. But with my shallow knowledge, I can't tell what kind of skill this is.
Such a scene also caused the people in the audience and players' seats under the stage to be shocked that such a powerful skill was not actually used until now. There were also bursts of shouts. Just as the Wind Speed Warhorse was dodging the blade chi attack, Black Knight came behind it silently. This speed was a big surprise even for the Wind Speed Warhorse. Qin Yuan's face showed a difficult expression. It was already over. The Imperial beasts that were approached by Black Knight would not have a good ending.
The result was indeed the same. Sheets of dark shadows emerged outside of Black Knight's body, instantly covering the Wind Speed Warhorse's body. Forcibly controlled in place by the darkness binding, Black Knight was about to swing his sharp blade down. Qin Yuan decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat.
It seemed that he was afraid of being too late, even to the point of repeating it twice in a row. Fortunately, Black Knight received Lin Shu's gesture and stopped his hands in time. Otherwise, the Wind Speed Warhorse would not have been able to avoid a bout of flesh and blood, which was one of the reasons why Qin Yuan chose to admit defeat. Black Knight drew back and returned directly to Lin Shu's side. The referee saw this and directly announced the result. Number 11 Lin Shu wins. There was thunderous applause and shouts within the audience. This match conquered the audience present. Senior Class 5, Lin Shu's classmates looked at such a strong Lin Shu and shouted in shock, with the other spectators beside them shouting,
Lin Shu! My classmate! My brother! Hang on or not!
The class teacher Zhaoshang smiled non-stop. His hands were a little red and swollen from clapping, but he still kept on, seeing such a scene and feeling proud of Lin Shu. Lin Shu continued his previous strong style and won in just half a minute. Even the host was conquered. With such exaggerated speed and attacking ability, I can't think of anyone else who can stop them.
Student Lin Shu is currently living up to his name as a strong contender for the title.
After shaking hands with Qin Yuan and encouraging him, Lin Shu walked towards the stage to sit properly,
waiting for Baixing's match to begin.
Watching you fight the Daisy Cup, it's like a college student fighting an elementary school student, is no resistance at all. What a descending blow, you should just go to the high school cup. Go inside and get abused a few times before you do. Bai Sheng couldn't help but utter such thoughts after watching Lin Shu's match. The high school cup is definitely the place to go. But who says I'll definitely be abused? You have so little confidence in me. Lin Shu asked rhetorically, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and a bland expression. Yes, with Lin Shu's perverted rate of enhancement, at best, he would lose, and abuse would be a bit more difficult. It's also true, with your boosting speed, you might be able to beat the high school cup too. Bai Sheng joked, beating the high school cup would require level 40, and the imperial beasts would have to evolve at least once. Lin Shu smiled and didn't answer. Who knows about the future, just take one step at a time. The 30-15 tournament was in full swing. Bai Sheng's name also finally appeared, and his opponent was also a player from Center 1 Middle School. However, I heard Bai Sheng say that he wasn't very familiar with him. The strength of the Center 1 Middle School was really strong, and 12 of the 30 players were Center 1 Middle School students. In the past, the champion of the Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup was basically wrapped up by the Center 1 Middle School. Few other schools were able to get a piece of the action. At this moment, the audience where Center 1 Middle School was located was also wailing. It's over, there's still a civil war. This year's championship is hopeless, 5 consecutive titles are gone. Yes, this Lin Shu alone is invincible. He's too fierce. How did Song Lan No. 2 Middle School come up with such a monster this year? Returning to the sparring table, Bai Sheng's match began. Although he appeared unstoppable opposite Lin Shu, he was unstoppable outside. With the Blue Thunderstrike bears extremely strong defense and brutal attack power. Ordinary opponents were simply unable to resist, and Bai Sheng gained victory with a little effort. At this point, the 30-15 match came to an end. The top 15 players were all out. First of all, congratulations to these 15 players for making it to the top 15. What we're going to have now will be the next round of the lottery session. There will be a candidate for the round. I wonder which contestant it will be. As soon as the host's words fell, a staff member had already activated the machine. It began to match the order of the top 15's matchups, and the first thing that happened was the empty slot. The inside of the machine began to rock up, and numbered balls with the order of advancement rolled through it. Pressing the stop button, a numbered ball slowly rolled out. Let's see who it is. The vision came to the machine and focused on this numbered ball. The answer is revealed, ball number 4. That is, the winner of the 4th match, Lin Shu. Congratulations to him for qualifying for the round. A sigh of relief came from the audience. All of them weren't really satisfied with the result. The most ornamental player actually had a blank turn. Lin Shu had already entered the top 8 seats at this moment. Unlike the other side of the table, everyone was actually breathing a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that this monster was empty. Even Bai Sheng revealed a surprised expression. Lin Shu didn't care about this. It was good to have one less round to play. It would be easier for him. With the end of the draw, the tournament began to continue. Today was to be the 30-15 and 15-8 matches, while tomorrow was to determine the champion. Although Lin Shu's match was missing, the rest of the players on the field did not disappoint. A few exciting matches were played, with tactical command and weak winning over strong, in contrast to Lin Shu's sweeping flow. There was still quite a bit of freshness to it. Lin Shu just watched from the stage, but also had a lot of gains. After all, they were all the top rookie Imperial Beast Masters within Fengdu. There must be quite a lot of superiority in their bodies. Absorbing all of this is the secret of being able to go on as a Royal Beast Master. Time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and after some fierce battles, the final 8 places appeared. They were Lin Shu from Kanglan No. 2 Middle School, 1 from Kanglan No. 1 Middle School, and 3 from Center No. 1 Middle School. 3 from Center 1 Middle School, which contained Bai Sheng. 1 from Donglai First Middle School and 2 from North Suburb First Middle School. All of them were also top 10 schools within Fengdu City. The match ended and the players retreated along with the spectators, waiting for the final battle tomorrow. DDT. Lin Shu's cell phone had an alert ringing, and he took it out to take a look. It was all messages from the class group, with messages from some of his friends in the class. There was also the class teacher, Zhao Shang, and the content was simple: go out and celebrate. Chapter 64 Another Dark Horse. Lin Shu also agreed to everyone's request. After all, everyone had come to the competition to cheer him on. It was just a dinner to celebrate, not a big deal.
At night, they found a random restaurant and everyone ate, drank, and chatted. The overall atmosphere was quite good. Class teacher Zhao Shang also mingled and played with everyone. Today was the only day that Lin Shu didn't train this month, so it was nice to relax for a day under the high-intensity training. Hai and Tuyo were standing beside Lin Shu, showing off their food. At the end of the payment, Lin Shu wanted to pay for the food, but he couldn't beat everyone, so in the end, Mr. Zhao Shang paid for it. Everyone drank a lot this night and had a good time. In the end, Bai Shang was bothered to send the students back to the hotel one by one. Lin Shu also returned to his room in a daze and quietly fell asleep. On Sunday morning, Lin Shu got up from his bed, feeling refreshed. Relaxing for a day made the body and mind much more pleasant as well. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian Knight were snoring loudly, sleeping soundly. Lin Shu didn't care about them, it was good to get some more sleep. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. He found that it was full of news about the Birdie Cup competition. The publicity was a bit strong. No wonder it's one of the top competitions in Fengdu. Lin Shu also saw quite a few topics discussing him, and now the heat is high. Rational discussion: does this son Lin Shu have the qualifications of a great emperor? About the little secret Lin Shu and I had to tell. The originally disheveled teenager Lin Shu actually swept the Birdie Cup after getting my help, coming quickly. It seems that headlines can be found anywhere. For the sake of a little bit of traffic, they really do everything. Shaking his head, Lin Shu didn't have the interest to continue reading. Quietly waiting for today's match to begin. Dang! Dang! Dong! 3 loud and strong bells rang out, echoing non-stop in the huge arena. This act of ringing the bell was the inevitable process of the Daisy Bird Cup's annual championship day. The sound of the bell stopping also represented the official start of today's match. The organizers didn't waste any time, and after 2 advertisements, they started the group draw. The audience was filled to capacity, everyone staring intently at the platforms and the big screen hanging high in the air. The fact that this newbie Beastmaster competition was so hot was enough to show how high the status of Beastmasters was nowadays. After the top 8, all the players would be divided into 2 groups, AB and AB, to fight against each other. The machine slowly started, and each name was assigned to one of the 2 groups. Good news, Lin Shu was assigned to Group A, while Bai Shang was in Group B. The 2 of them really only met when they were fighting for the championship. The bad news was that Bai Shang was defeated in his first appearance and withdrew from the competition. This made him upset, and he actually didn't even get the runner-up spot. His opponent, Hu Tuyan, was beyond unexpectedly strong, and was not favored all the way, but actually killed his way up. Can be said to be the biggest dark horse besides Lin Shu. Lin Shu is still hot, easy to enter into the quarterfinals. Lin Shu's opponent in the next round is still the last seedling of Center 1 Middle School. That's right, Bai Shang and the other one were eliminated. This made Lin Shu a little embarrassed, how he was up against the players of Center 1 Middle School. He had also eliminated one in the final 8. This match is Lin Shu versus Li Quan. I think everyone knows both players. Let's zoom in and watch this match. In the sparring ring, Lin Shu looked across at Li Quan. Li Quan was very spontaneous, and although he knew that he had a very low chance of winning, he still leveled his mind. He also smiled and greeted Lin Shu. "You're too strong, brother. Be merciful later. I'll pay attention." Lin Shu replied to Li Quan, and it also made him feel slightly more at ease. Now we can see the referee blowing the whistle to start the match. Whoops. Contestant Li Quan chose to strike straight away and didn't sit back and wait. This is indeed a way to break the situation. The firebrand alpaca attacked directly using spark under Li Quan's command. Although he said that he was merciful, this action was indeed not slow. Name: Firebrand Alpaca. Level: LV 1522-150. Level limit: LV 85. Status: healthy. Quality: perfect. Attribute: fire. Talent: no. Skills: Beginner Spark Perfect 2250, Trample Greatest Achievement 1540, Hornbash Greatest Achievement 1340, Storing Fire Passive Smallest Achievement 2230. Intermediate Inferno Dance Formation Minor 1160, Fire Snake Coil Minor 1360. A royal beast with such a panel, given to the last player who possessed the Heavenly Flame talent, might be able to put more pressure on himself. Looking at the sparks that came densely from the stars, this size, shape and sense of intimidation was worthy of being a perfect grade. Black Knight was too lazy to even dodge, Blade Chi Strike swung out, easily cutting through the flying sparks. The fire pattern alpaca attack did not stop,
two swaying fire snakes surrounded with lingering hot breath followed. This was precisely the intermediate level skill fire snake coiling. However, after coming into contact with the blade chi blade main, the two energies cancelled each other out and instantly dissipated. Li Quan's expression was stunned. He really didn't expect that the skill that was invincible in the past would be so unbeatable. Black Knight also seems to have put away the playfulness, with a ghostly figure quietly approaching to hit the vitals.
And instantly dodged, easily escaped from the just-released inflammatory dance formation. Obviously this was just a feint.
A set of skills down not only did not hurt the other party, their own Imperial Beast energy has been used up a little half.
What's the point of this?
The level difference was too great, Li Quan thought as he saw the scene. The fire pattern alpaca was at its wit's end and had no power of resistance, symbolically releasing a few sparks. After symbolically releasing a few sparks, it was hit by Black Knight's sharp and pointed attacks, and in a few moments, it had no power to fight back. Li Quan shook his head at the situation. He had done his best, but his opponent was too perverse.
With the firebrand alpaca losing its combat power, the result was obvious.
It looks like Li Quan has gained a certain lead in front of him, but he is still powerless against Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis.
Unsurprisingly, he won. Let's congratulate player Lin Shu and enter the final championship fight.
As the host's words fell, a mountain of sound emerged from the audience.
All of them were shouting Lin Shu's name, and it was clear that his strength had conquered most of the people in the arena.
Imperial Beastmasters had always been like this, chasing after and admiring the strong. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu smiled and waved his hand at the surroundings, and then came to the stage to wait for the last stop. Immediately, another final slot began. After a fairly intense fight, the contestant who had defeated Bai Shang, Hu Tuyan, was ultimately victorious.
And the way he fought made Lin Shu curious. His opponent's Imperial Beast would always inevitably freeze in place for a few seconds during the battle.
That was why Bai Shang had lost this battle. After all, in battle, a few seconds were enough to determine the final winner.
Chapter 65 Thought Wave.
At this moment, Bai Shang also stood up, figuring out what tactics Hu Tuyan was using.
If I guessed correctly,
this is his Imperial Beast Master talent.
And it's of the spiritual lineage, specialized for use in Imperial Beasts.
After all, low-rank Imperial Beasts are too weak in the spiritual aspect to resist. Bai Shang watched as Lin Shu said all of his guesses, which was why he had just been fiddling with his cell phone. It was thought that he was also looking for advice on this situation. Lin Shu also understood after hearing this. This kind of talent was especially effective when facing a middle-ranked Imperial Beast or less.
I see.
Luckily, Black Knight was already level 21 and had some ability to resist, otherwise he would be helpless against this talent.
Yes, you have to be careful.
But he's already used it twice today, and his mental power won't recover too quickly even if he replenishes it with drugs. So he can still use it twice at most.
Bai Shang began to think about the situation ahead, analyzing it so. It was good to be able to bring some pressure on himself.
The list of the finalists came out, and the match temporarily went into commercials. It was both an advertisement as well as giving the two players some time to rest.
10 minutes passed. Next up is the long-awaited title fight. Let's come to the sparring stage for this final match.
The host's passionate and high voice echoed throughout the arena. Everyone in the audience had sideways glances as they freely discussed the ownership of the championship. Most people were still more optimistic about Lin Shu. After all, his performance could have been better. The air was filled with tension and excitement.
People's vision was directed towards the two teenagers in the center of the arena in the huge battle arena.
Lin Shu looked over at Hu Tuyan, and the other party's gaze also looked over.
Hu Tuyan looked a little agitated, as if he hadn't expected to make it this far, and his face was filled with scorn for Lin Shu.
The performance of that Shadow Mantis also stuck in his mind. Then he thought of his gifted nimble wave face, which calmed down a bit. Currently, he hadn't encountered any Imperial Beasts that could resist the nimble wave. It was just a pity that he could only use it twice at the moment. His spirit was still a little too low. Inside, he still longed for that championship trophy that was placed in the center. Beside him stood a calf-high doll with a paint-covered oil paper umbrella, dressed in azure-colored clothing, with a petite and delicate face. Asahi looks like a ceramic doll at first glance.
Name, Rainy Day Doll. Level LV 1526-150. Level limit, LV 43. Status healthy. Quality elite. Attribute water. Talent no.
Skills: Beginner Water Bomb into the Subtle 22-200, Water Shield Deshang 1140, Bubble Miner 1530, Impact Miner 1630. Medium Water Cage Miner 1160, Surge Water Gun Miner 2360. The strength is moderate, and is considered upper middle level among all the contestants. It was still his talent as a Beastmaster that he relied on to get this far. Neither of them conversed, instead silently pondering their next means of response. Lin Shu rubbed Black Knight's hard armor, although Black Knight's defense was not good enough among Imperial beasts of the same level. But with the level difference, even if this rainy day doll hit the attack, it would be difficult for Black Knight to lose its combat power directly. This 6-level gap wasn't so easy to erase. Still, it was important to deal with it carefully so as not to fall in the gutter. The two contestants have finished preparing. Let's all look forward to this final duel. As the host's words fell, the battle started immediately. Hu Tuyang directly used his big move in the opening round, his invisible spirit shock attack pointing straight at Black Knight. Rainy Day Doll wasn't idle either, unleashing the skill Water Cage. A set of premeditated moves connected. Looking at the situation, it seemed like they wanted to end the battle instantly. The thought wave hit Black Knight in a lightning-fast manner. Black Knight was struck like a heavy blow and stood frozen in place. At this time there was no power to fight back. 3 water columns appeared under his feet, and gradually flowed and emerged as a water cage. Lin Shu saw this but did not panic, because the Black Knight at this moment has already got rid of the influence of the thought wave. In the blink of an eye, he escaped the attack of the water cage, disrupting the opponent's plans. Hu Tuyang held his head, his eyes filled with incredulity, able to affect the other Imperial beasts for about 3 seconds of Nianli wave. At the moment, it was over in less than 2 seconds, which caused his mood to hit rock bottom. The pain that was constantly throbbing in his head also represented that his mental power was on the verge of drying up. On the other side, Black Knight, who had been attacked by the nimble wave, was also staggering on his feet, and had obviously been affected quite a bit as well. The blade chi strike in his hand didn't stop and subconsciously made these movements. Lin Shu looked at Black Knight's appearance, his slightly lifted heart dropped. According to the feedback from the contract, Black Knight was not in a bad state right now. ZZ. The silver-colored light blades had disappeared into the Rainy Day Doll's body in an instant, and 2 blood marks slowly appeared on the original body's azure blue clothes. Just this one strike had nearly caused it to lose its combat power. Rainy Sky Doll, a ceramic face, is full of panic. The original rosy and glossy face directly becomes pale and incomparable. The current injury is somewhat serious. But also did not sit and wait for death, but twisted the injured body to release a few water bombs tenaciously resist. It could feel its master's desire for the championship, and it would have to work hard for that goal itself, even if it couldn't do it. Seeing this scene, Hu Tuyang was also more determined. Closing his eyes tightly, he gathered all of his spirit and once again released the thought wave to impact Black Knight's spirit. Bang! After releasing his talent, he fell heavily on the ground, but still held his head strong and slightly squinted his eyes to look ahead, wanting to see that only chance. At this moment, Black Knight was unharmed, only the mirror image summoned by Double Shadow Kill on the side instantly shattered like a bubble and disappeared. It turned out that when Hu Tuyang was about to release his talent, Black Knight immediately reacted and instantly used his skills to try to avoid it. Hu Tuyang was already distracted at the moment, causing his vision to blur, which really made him choose the wrong target. At this point, the winner was already divided. Hu Tuyang slowly closed his eyes, heavy sleep away, heart incomparable regret, or lost. Rainy Day Doll see the situation directly regardless, rushed back to Hu Tuyang's side, full of anxious look, face even have teardrops fall. Black Knight didn't act anymore either, just quietly watching the scene. Lin Shu also watched from the sidelines. Perhaps this was the bond between Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters. Such a scene also made the audience under the stage feel deeply, and some even wept. Then the field has long been prepared for a long time of medical personnel is also immediately come to the stage to save treatment. Carried away the unconscious Hu Tuyang and the injury is not Light Rain Sky Doll, to the nearest hospital. After dealing with these things, the field has been divided into winners and losers. The referee also declared the result directly, shouting loudly. Winner Lin Shu. Chapter 66, Champion. Above the stage, the host also used an excited tone as he began to announce the final results. Congratulations to player Lin Shu, for winning the 78th Fengdu Daisy Bird Cup. Let's congratulate with a warm round of applause. A mountain of shouts also came from the audience stage next, echoing through the arena. People chanted Lin Shu's name, their looks carrying excitement and a bit of madness.
Some of them stood up and waved their hands.
The entire arena was cheering, and Lin Shu winning this competition was something that most people expected. Bai Shang and the students of Senior Class 5 were also waving their arms together to celebrate Lin Shu winning this championship. At this moment, golden paper ribbons erupted from the air, slowly spilling out onto the battle arena and falling onto Lin Shu and Black Knight. Lin Shu raised his head and looked around, his eyes enveloped in a golden ocean. His arms were raised and he closed his eyes tightly, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he silently enjoyed the moment of winning the honor of being a champion for the first time. Blackout was jumping and dancing on the sidelines, swinging and chopping at the golden paper ribbons that kept falling above him, finding this very amusing. After a few moments of cheering and celebrating, it was also time for the final presentation of the awards. Let's invite Bai Yihao, the vice president of the Fengdu Imperial Beast Association, to present the trophy to contestant Lin Shu. With such a heavyweight appearing here, the venue once again caused a flood of shouts. The staff members who had long been waiting below came to the center of the stage with Bai Yihao. Regarding this award presenter, Lin Shu had already heard from Bai Shang yesterday, so it wasn't surprising. After the simple awarding of the trophies and some photography and videotaping, the Daisy Bird Cup was considered to be completely over. At the moment, Lin Shu and Bai Shang were heading to the area where the rewarded Imperial Beast was located. A perfect quality Imperial Beast, I wondered if it could bring him some surprises. By the way, if I'm not satisfied with this reward Imperial Beast, can you discount it for me? Hearing Lin Shu's question, Bai Shang answered without thinking. Yes, this is all trivial. There's also the Advanced Skill Treasure Pearl, you can choose any one of those as well. Lin Shu nodded as he sniffed, understanding that this was Bai Yunarina's contribution. The two of them walked through the wide and bright passageway. An open field appeared in front of them, and inside, a small purple tattooed bird the size of a face basin attracted Lin Shu's attention. The small purple bird seemed to have just been born not long ago, bouncing on the ground and spreading its own feathers, but it was unable to fly. A small face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Name, Purple Bird. Level, LV 3530. Level limit, LV 83. Status, anxious. Quality, perfect. Attribute, flight. Talent, none. Skill, elementary charge LV 1120. Lin Shu glanced at the purple how bird's full attributes at a glance. Unfortunately, although it was of perfect quality and was the flight attribute Imperial Beast that Lin Shu had been expecting lately, it didn't have a talent, which made it less attractive to Lin Shu. A good talent could bring a lot of battle power boost to an Imperial Beast. Bai Shang looked at Lin Shu's impassive expression and knew that this was not something he was looking at. However, it was also a bit too fast, and he stared at the purple how bird but couldn't see a bit of anything. Since it didn't meet his requirements, Lin Shu didn't wait much longer and directly spoke. This Imperial Beast is very good, but unfortunately it's not within my consideration. After saying this, the two of them left from this area and returned to the VIP room. Have you considered what advanced skills you need now? If there are, you can transfer the goods over now. By the way, it's been distributed along with this month's spokesperson's reward. Lin Shu currently had no considerations in this regard. The advanced skills chosen still had to be the same as the skill system of one's Imperial Beast in order to be of value. And that was the gap between ordinary Imperial Beast Masters and high-level Imperial Beast Masters. Their Imperial Beast skills were all thought out and matched with a whole set of systems. These things were very rare in online information, after all, who would share their skill sets that were not easy to match with the public. The good thing is, Lin Shu has no clue, but he still has a mentor. And also with Lin Shu has the same Imperial Beast, this guidance is not a matter of hand-to-hand. With this in mind, Lin Shu said, "Wait, I'll ask first." With that, Lin Shu began to ask his mentor how to choose on flying mail. Seeing this, Bai Shang was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Fortunately, at this time, the mentor was not busy and was free, immediately replying to Lin Shu's question. "I watched your match, it's not bad, it's a few levels of what I had back then. As for advanced skill selection, it still depends on the direction you choose. Do you want to go the pure assassin type route, or the half assassin type? The difference between the two can be huge." Seeing this, Lin Shu didn't hesitate and directly played the pure assassin type route. After all, with a talent like voidwalking, there was only one path for Black Knight going forward, and that was to be a pure assassin without mixing in a bit of anything else. Since you already have an idea, I'm relieved. For the pure assassin stream, you can choose these three skills: Night Shadow Instant Attack, Dark Night Phantom, and Dark Entanglement. The first one is a displacement-enhanced offensive skill, the second one is a significant increase in speed, and the third one is marking and tracking the enemy, and the damage is also quite good. Each has its own advantages, let's see how you choose. Gu Xinwen explained the effects of all three recommended skills to Lin Shu. Lin Shu began to think about it. Black Knight had enough offensive skills nowadays, so Night Shadow instant attack would not be considered for now. As for speed, it was somewhat lacking now, and high-speed movement was much less effective than before. But the functionality of darkness entanglement also made Lin Shu a bit moved. If he could, he wanted it all. After thinking for a while, he still felt like choosing Dark Phantom. How could an assassin be an assassin if his speed was slow? Thank you, mentor, for your guidance. I have a choice. With that, he replied over. Seeing that you hesitated for so long, it's all very tempting to take it. In that case, how about I reward you with one as well, just Dark Entanglement? I happen to have it in my hand, so you don't have to be polite with me. The mentor's words caused Lin Shu to rejoice. This was really great. Thank you, mentor. He then sent out an emoticon of hugging the great basilisk's thigh once again. This way, it was considered perfect. The mentor also replied with an emoji of wearing sunglasses. Alright, tomorrow Wusong will give you the stuff. That's it for now, come back to me if there's something. Then he immediately went offline. Lin Shu was used to this and didn't bother sending another message. Instead, he turned his head to look at Baisheng. Then I'll choose Black Knight Phantom. Understood, it will be sent over in a little while. Baisheng nodded and immediately gave a response. Chapter 67 Plum Lake Island Le Fishing Carnival Contest. The next day later, inside the varsity team of Kanglin No. 2 Middle School. Lin Shu had returned to the school since he had gotten the 2 advanced skill pearls yesterday. Midway through the day, it was given to Black Knight to use. It was time to prepare for today's trip to the other world with brother Wusong. As for that purple halberd, it had already been confirmed to be discounted. Generally speaking, perfect quality Imperial Beasts were priced at 13 million Dasha coins, while the White Cloud Arena was discounted at a maximum of 3 million, and there were also the Imperial Beast resources that the spokesperson had received that hadn't been claimed. Lin Shu had no intention of moving these two sums of money totaling about 4 million for the time being. The subsequent evolution of the Black Knight, the evolutionary materials needed could be quite a lot. He didn't know if this was enough to purchase all the materials. The Black Flare War Mantis materials sent by his mentor had also been received in the morning, and were placed in the spatial ring. There were a total of 3 materials. They were Gold Crystal or 4th Order Dark Crystal Core, and 4th Order Spirit Dark Flower Fruitless. Lin Shu was able to find the approximate prices of these materials on the internet. Together, they amounted to about 800,000 Dasha coins, a price that was considered to be in the middle to upper end of the range of perfect grade evolutionary materials. At this time, the cell phone made a sound. It was someone who had sent a message. At first glance, it was Wusong. I've gone over from Wu Tang now, I'll be there in half an hour. I'll send you a message later, just come straight out and wait. Lin Shu looked at the message, and for some reason, he always felt that brother Wusong wanted to get to Plum Lake Island earlier than he did. He replied with a received. He then processed the other news, since he won the Birdie Cup yesterday. Since winning the Fledgling Cup yesterday, his reputation within the school had already reached its peak, and he was considered to be one of the most famous students. Last night's discussion on this topic was on fire within the school's internal forum. Everyone was discussing this matter, and it was considered the first championship that Kanglin's second middle school had won in the past few years. Although it wasn't a large tournament, it was enough to make this group of high school students boil. This also included messages from other members within the varsity team, who all sent messages to celebrate Lin Shu's championship. Briefly replying to the other people's messages, he then fed Black Knight and Earth Observer the morning's food and nutritional potions. By the way, raising Black Knight's level cost 215 points of proficiency, bringing the balance to 65 points. Leveling up to level 22 was getting closer and closer to the level 25 threshold for evolution. The future was promising. After dealing with these things, Wusong's message also sent over. 5 minutes to Kanglin's second middle school. Okay, I'm coming out. Seeing this, Lin Shu then methodically brought the door to his room and walked out, entering within a silver-white commercial vehicle that was parked outside the school gates. This trip, Lin Shu had also taken a leave of absence within the varsity team, for an initial 10 days, and had spoken with the 2 teachers of the varsity team as well as the principal. The result is naturally agreed. After all, pure training already can't satisfy Lin Shu, this is everyone can see. Entering the car, Lin Shu looked at Wu Song's clothing and felt a little strange. On top of his head was a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, and a pair of black sunglasses rested on top of his hairline. On top was a colorful casual shirt, and underneath was a matching pair of wide, short, quick-drying pants. On his feet was a pair of taupe slippers, and at his wrist was a blue space ring similar to Lin Shu's. The overall look made Lin Shu feel as if this was not going to the other world, but rather to that beach to prepare for a vacation. Looking at Lin Shu's eyes looking up and down, Wu Song grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and smiled.
Ha ha. Isn't it strange why I'm dressed like this?
I won't tell you first, you'll be clear when you get to Plum Lake Island.
Could it be that this Plum Lake Island was like one of those vacation beaches similar to those in the previous life? This time it's kind of by the way, even if you don't mention it, I usually go to Plum Lake Island on vacation. That's a good place, and it just so happens that there's a competition starting in the next few days.
After saying that, Wu Song had some anticipation on his face, eager to get to the place right away.
After hearing this, Lin Shu felt more and more puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Big brother Wu, what competition makes you so happy?
Of course, the Plum Lake Island Fishing Carnival contest.
This competition is not simple, there will be many fishing guys coming from all directions.
It's considered one of the more popular places for fishing competitions. After saying this, Wu Song's eyes were filled with anticipation and fire. Only then did Lin Shu realize that, unexpectedly, Big Brother Wu Song was actually an angler guy as well. Fishing guys were truly everywhere, even in the other world there was no shortage of them.
I see, how are Big Brother Wu's fishing skills?
Talking about this topic, Wu Song was getting more and more energized.
It's not that I'm bragging with you, no one dares to say top 2 when I say third with Infingdu. Saying this makes you understand, right?
Lin Shu only felt uncertain. In that case, Big Brother Wu should have something in his hands.
I didn't expect that not only was he strong in royal beasts, he even had a hand in fishing.
Seeing that Lin Shu was somewhat convinced by himself, the corners of Wu Song's mouth gradually crooked up.
Tomorrow you'll watch me perform. The imperial beasts within this Plum Lake Island are all water-oriented. All of them are in the lake, and it's all up to you to catch them. But you can't go down inside the lake to catch them, it's completely against the rules there. This is all a small matter, with your brother Wu, it's all a piece of cake.
Seeing Wu Song say this, Lin Shu also cooperated and chimed in, revealing some expressions of adoration in the process.
This still depends on you, brother Wu.
After all, professionals do professional things. After hearing this, Wu Song was very flattered, and subsequently began to recount his former fishing history. What kind of rare fish he had caught, and in what otherworldly places there were his footprints.
Fishing was clearly more than just a hobby. Lin Shu was also slowly listening, occasionally chiming in. In this way the car traveled smoothly on top of the road, the two of them chatting about fishing in the back row. Traveled to the next door Haizhou. Although it was only a mere state away, it was still quite a bit slower than the last time they went to Yenzhou. One could see how vast the Haizhou region was. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that this entered within the boundaries of Haizhou. As the name suggests, Haizhou was a coastal place. Almost 70% of the land area bordered the ocean. It had 4 pleasant seasons on weekdays, with overall warm temperatures and plenty of sunshine hours, averaging between 20-30. Also has the most comprehensive water system imperial beast species, which also led to the sea state you were almost difficult to see the rest of the attribute of the imperial beasts appear, basically the rest to play or enter the otherworldly imperial beast master. Because of the abundance of fish and seafood, the number of fish and seafood is very large, and the taste is very good, also let the sea state of fish and seafood sells well in Dasha. It also gave rise to many fishing competitions, which made many anglers come here. This time, the location of Manhwa Island was in Muyang Bend in Muyang City. Chapter 68 Double Dagger. Are you a fishing man too? The vehicle was parked at the back of a sandy beach, in front of which there was a blue sea with constant waves. Near the beach, there is a blue vortex the size of a house, is constantly rotating flow. I think this is the entrance to Manhwa Island. At the entrance, many coolly dressed girls were running and playing on the beach, and some were posing to record the stunning seascape. It seemed that this was not only the entrance to the otherworld, but also an excellent place to visit. Pop, pop. The sound of pounding seawater echoed in the ears. Lin Shu and Wu Song got out of the car together, and a warm sea breeze blew in their faces. The weather in Haizhou was very good today, cloudless, revealing a large expanse of azure-colored sky. Let's go, we'll just go straight in. There's a hotel right inside this Plum Lake Island, it's more convenient to stay inside.
Saying this, he quickly walked forward, seemingly already somewhat impatient. Seeing this, Lin Shu hurriedly followed, his sight coming to the surroundings, admiring the walking scenic route. This weather was indeed good. Coming to the otherworldly entry, Wu Song took out his cell phone, showing the registration qualifications for the Plum Lake Island Live Fishing Carnival competition. Lin Shu looked to the side, where a wooden sign was inserted, showing the start time of the competition with some contents. With the registration qualifications, the two were soon given permission to enter, and even Lin Shu didn't need to purchase a ticket. Stepping into the vortex again, the sensation of the sky spinning once again hit. Fortunately, they had already experienced it before, and this time, they were only a little dizzy, so they were fine. After entering the other world, there was a huge lake that could not be seen at first glance. His shape is similar to a runway, the two sides of the location is very suitable for fishing. At this moment there are already quite a few people here. Scattered on both sides of the lake, flinging the rods in their hands, obviously these are fishing guys. The lake is clear and transparent, but the depth is not bottomless, sparkling under the sunlight. The breeze flicked, the lake rippled. What a good place. Seeing such a scenery, Lin Shu thought so in his heart. It's that the atmosphere is different from the other worlds. There is absolutely no sense of tension or excitement. The people who come here seem to really come for a vacation. One had to lament that a good otherworld had actually been developed into a tourist destination. Many high-rise buildings stood on both sides, all with 40 to 50 floors high. The higher the floor, the more beautiful scenery one could see, so these tall buildings were all large hotels. This group of people came quite early. Don't steal my good position. Quickly follow me, this way. Wu Song was also a little surprised to see so many fishing guys, and hurriedly led Lin Shu to the excellent location he had previously favored. The two of them ran for a while, attracting sideways glances from the anglers. 5 minutes later the two finally arrived at a location 2 kilometers away, where there were 2 crooked-necked trees, looking at each other across the bank. Running such a long distance in just a few minutes, fortunately with the feedback of the royal beast's physique, or else it would have to exhaust Lin Shu to death, but now it is also a little short of breath. Moreover, there was a vehicle available on the other side, so I don't know why he had to run over. On the other side Wu Song was like nothing. These 2 kilometers were as simple as a walk for him. He didn't even sweat a little. He looked at the fishing spot in front of him that wasn't occupied by anyone, which was a relief. If this position is occupied, then he will have to convince people with reason, which is also a tactic he often uses. The success rate is very high. So far no one has ever refused him. This location is really different, is a concave into the interior of a small diversion, about 5 meters wide like. Lin Shu looked at this location and didn't understand if it was considered a good fishing spot. Wu Song hurriedly released the double-blade mantis, and by the way, he took out all the fishing gear from the space ring and prepared to start fishing. Seeing this familiar sight, the double-bladed mantis was also energized, swinging its arms and revealing a human smile, not feeling unfamiliar with this place. It soon came to Wu Song's side and began to move, 1 person and 1 imperial beast, beginning to prepare for the fishing prep work. Lin Shu looked at the 2 booms on one side and smacked his lips a little. It can't be that this double-edged mantis also likes fishing. The speed was very fast, mixing a pile of black fish material made of unknown stuff and dumping it into the water. This step Lin Shu knew that this was nesting, and then released Black Knight and Earth Obsidian. Along the way, he had held Black Knight back enough, and had been mentally conducting the meaning of wanting to come out. Black Knight kept looking around, seeing the double-bladed mantis and Wu Song, but only glancing faintly before looking around. Earth Observations, on the other hand, was honestly staying in place to watch over Lin Shu, even if there was no danger right now. The surface of the water rippled with pieces of ripples, which were shipped. Seeing this, Wu Song and double-edged mantis also hurriedly took the small bench and boom to the shore, and threw down the fish hooks in their hands, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. Lin Shu also sat on the small bench and looked at the lake together. You can watch, the big one will come up soon. Be careful when you catch them, these big ones are not low-leveled, they are all at level 15 and up. Wu Song explained in a low voice to Lin Shu while looking at the lake. This scene attracted the dissatisfaction of the double-edged mantis. That expression seemed to be saying lower your voice. Lin Shu rubbed his hands together, level 15 and above? That's great. This place was really a good place. Don't worry, brother Wu, aren't there still you here? Wu Song smiled and nodded. The lad had a good point. Although the overall environment of this otherworldly world seems choppy. But this is a real small otherworld. Some dangerous species have just been wiped out. After saying this, Lin Shu really hadn't thought about it, so it turned out that this place was a small otherworld rather than a shard-type otherworld.
No wonder a random fish was level 15 and up. One should know that the highest level 99 imperial beasts could be born within the small otherworld. This would not be surprising. Seeing that everyone was crouching by the lake to watch, Blackout was a bit curious and ran over to Twin-Blade Mantis to check it out as well. The double-bladed mantis didn't care about Blackout, as long as he didn't make any noise. With that, the fishing rod in its hand suddenly bent downwards, and a strong force came from the bottom of the lake. The double-bladed mantis didn't panic, still holding the fishing rod with its arm and slowly lifting it up with its other forelimb. Although such an action wasn't very good at generating power, approaching was nothing to the near level 80 twin-blade mantis. With ease, the hook was thrown up and a large black fish around a meter in length was tossed aside. Lin Shu and Wu Song also noticed this scene and rushed over to check it out. The black fish fluttered its body and splashed up a lot of lake water. Its energy was so great that the rocks and sand on the grass were swept away. Obviously at this moment it was very flustered and was having trouble adapting to the land environment. Not bad, a double dagger, actually ahead of me. Count yourself lucky. Chapter 69, Black Spotted Stonefish. The double-edged mantis controlling the fishing rod seemed to roll his eyes when he heard this and focused on dealing with the black fish. Wu Song didn't care when he saw this. It's actually a black spotted stonefish, not bad, not bad. The flavor is quite alright. Lin Shu sniffed and also looked at the black spotted stonefish. With the double-bladed mantis around, there was no need to worry about safety at all. This size of fish in the past life shall not let those people fishing guy crazy, and then walk in the downtown area one night, do not go home. Name: Black Spotted Stonefish. Level: LV 1611 160. Level limit: LV 43. Status: Frightened. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Water. Talent: No. Skills: Beginner Blister Elementary 1230, Water Gun Elementary 2230, Punch Elementary 1530. Intermediate High Pressure Water Gun Beginner 1140. The level is down to a high 16. These types of wild imperial beasts were too weak when compared to the imperial beasts that Lin Shu had encountered in his matches. This aspect was reflected in the number of skills and levels above. The proficiency was a little too low. The black-spotted stonefish instantly became more flustered when it saw a few more things surrounding it, and a thumb-sized stream of water protruded from its mouth, shooting out. This was a high-pressure water gun, but unfortunately it was not that skillful, and its accuracy was so poor that it almost couldn't even attack its target. Earthyao stepped forward and caught this high-pressure water gun. This power is not to talk about, it is like scratching an itch. It just made Earthyao scratch his head in confusion. Black Knight was also serving direct blade airstrikes at the moment, 3 eloquent and incomparable slashes pointing directly at the soft belly of the black-spotted stonefish. Wu Song and Double-Edged Mantis were leisurely watching the show from the sidelines, and looking at such a powerful Black Knight, their eyelids couldn't help but jump. What a situation! It's only been a few days, and he's already level 23, wasn't it just yesterday that he was level 22? He had also watched when Lin Shu won the championship, and the Blade Chi Strike was also at least a great accomplishment. Exaggerated, too exaggerated. Wu Song had become somewhat immune, maybe this was the genius Imperial Beast Master. The black-spotted stonefish sensed a life-threatening attack coming and used all its strength to try to dodge it. If this was in the lake, there was still this possibility. Unfortunately, now that it was on land, the 3 blade awnings had closed off all of its escape space, so it simply couldn't dodge. It could only release the high-pressure water gun, praying to be able to resist for a while. The blade awns easily wiped out the water flow, and the 3 attacks went straight into the body of the black-spotted stonefish. Originally still jumping from side to side, it instantly stopped moving, and a large amount of blood slowly flowed out from below. It was directly disemboweled under the strong attacks, and quite a few organs could be seen when looking closely. Very quickly, 20 seconds, 16 points of proficiency in hand. Black Knight danced his arms, his expression bold, as if saying a few more. He had heard his master say that if he killed more of these things, he would be able to add points to himself. This kind of thing certainly needed to be a bit more aggressive. Seeing that the black-spotted stonefish had been completely killed, the double-bladed mantis came to the side, and with unceasing movements in his hands, he began to cut into the fish's flesh. This fish meat is fragrant, you can taste it later. And there are no thorns. Wu Song said this obviously this kind of thing was done so often. Lin Shu nodded, it's quite good, it's not wasted. Immediately a neatly sliced piece of fish was cut out, leaving a fish skeleton covered in sharp thorns. This craftsmanship could be really fast and skillful. These fillets were placed in a prepared lunchbox, reserved for barbecuing later. With that, he continued to sit on the small bench and continued to wait for the next fish to be hooked. I've prepared a fishing rod for you as well, so you can try it out as well. With that, he pulled out a fishing rod from within his spatial ring and threw it over. Don't be afraid that the fishing line will break, this is made from the silk spat out by the white-spotted tarantula. It's especially tough, ordinary imperial beasts won't be able to break it. Good, then I'll give it a try, I'm also quite curious about what fishing feels like. Lin Shu took this fishing rod and realized that it wasn't different, not much different from an ordinary fishing rod. The body was long and thin, the rod was smooth and straight with smooth lines, the surface of the rod was coated with black lacquer, reflecting a slight luster. Handle part is not know what imperial beast fur production, very close to the palm of the hand to touch also have a kind of smooth feeling. So low-key luxury, the whole is made from the body material of certain imperial beasts, obviously worth a lot of money. Don't worry, you'll love the feeling. Fishing is one of the best things in the world. Wu Song was mesmerized. From the tin bucket on the side, he took out some fish material and hung it on top of the hook. Lin Shu threw the hook with force, disappearing it into the lake, and waited quietly. Don't be in a hurry, you're a novice, it's normal for there to be no movement for a few hours. After you get a feel for it later, a dozen or so a day is simple. Wu Song was guiding Lin Shu on the side. Now the sword technique can't be taught, isn't it easy to teach this fishing? Will not, I am very patient. Lin Shu knew that this was the most important thing about fishing. Moreover, Lin Shu would not give up on proficiency. Just like in the past, it was common to meditate all day for the sake of proficiency. Obviously, it was still suitable for the activity of fishing. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian rushed to Lin Shu's side and became the left and right guardians. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. A total of 4 fish were caught in this period of time, mostly black-spotted stonefish, and one was a bubblefish, which was also a big roadkill. After all, these fish were all imperial beasts, still some brains, not so easy to hook. These few fish also brought Lin Shu 68 points of proficiency, and he had already booked 84 points today, and that was only in less than half a day. Among them, the double-edged mantis had a record of 3 fish, even Lin Shu had caught one up. As for Wu Song, he was holding a pole in silence, especially after Lin Shu caught one, he didn't even turn his head. Obviously his fishing skills were not as good as he had bragged about before, and I'm afraid that all those precious fish in the past were all due to the double-edged mantis. This fish is not fishing now. Let's just taste the black-spotted stonefish meat first. Soon after, Wu Song seemed to have lost his patience and casually tossed the fishing rod aside. He began to build a fire for grilling the fish. A portable grill immediately appeared above the grass. The double-edged mantis saw the commotion here and turned its head to look at Wu Song with contempt. Every time he fishes, he does it like this, he really is addicted to human vegetables. Such a clearly mocking expression made Lin Shu somewhat unable to hold back his smile. Big Brother Wu was being mocked by his own imperial beast. Wu Song looked at the double-edged mantis and then at Lin Shu, somewhat anxious. Today is just a bad hand, tomorrow will definitely be on the big stuff. What are you looking at, how come you're not my imperial beast? You caught up, not also counted on me. The mouth kept muttering strange and weird words, what the imperial beast will fish is equal to I will fish, what this is not considered stealing, what I must be on 180 goods tomorrow. Chapter 70 Spiritual Imperial Beast Illusory Dreamfish. Time came to the next morning, and Lin Shu returned to his old location from not far away by the hotel. Having barbecued the fish last night, Lin Shu returned to the hotel to rest after eating. On the other hand, Wu Song did not leave, choosing to continue squatting here, wanting to take down a fish. I found Wu Song still in the original fishing position, a pair of bloodshot eyes staring hard at the distant float. Both sides were empty, obviously still in an Air Force state after the night had passed. The double-bladed mantis lay resting beside him, his face filled with a disdainful expression. Seeing Lin Shu return, Wu Song said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Here, have a seat. Let's continue fishing today. It's already been half a day, I'll be loading up soon. Almost a low growl came out at the end of his words. Don't worry Big Brother Wu, today will definitely be fine. Lin Shu wasn't exactly lying, this saying still had some basis. In fact, his own perception of fishing was not high, and he was able to catch one yesterday. It was entirely because of the panel. He could see the panel of underwater imperial beasts from the water. As long as he found where there was a large number of them, he would fish for them, and this way the success rate would also be a lot greater. Maybe this would allow Big Brother Wu to get rid of the embarrassing scenario of not being able to catch a fish. Well, this is for sure. After replying back, he stared intently at the surface of the lake that did not have the slightest ripple. There were quite a few people around who were setting up the venue, and when Lin Shu came down from the hotel, he also noticed quite a few people setting up a stage at the entrance. These people were also preparing for tomorrow's Plum Lake Island Fishing Carnival. There was also a lot of construction work being done by Earth-type imperial beasts, such as earth moles, clay dolls, and the like. The efficiency of the work was horrifyingly high, far exceeding that of machines. Lin Shu moved a small stool to the edge and began to look around, searching for the place with the largest number of them. The breeze blew slowly, creating waves on the surface of the lake, and it was hard to find any traces of fish on such a calm surface. However, Lin Shu's eye swept around and soon discovered the presence of two schools of fish, thinking that they were also attracted by the bait. Just as Lin Shu was planning to guide Wu Song to the location, a peculiar panel attracted his attention. Name: Illusory Dream Fish. Level: LV 1111 110. Level limit: LV 43. Status: Happy. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Water Spirit. Talent: No. Skills: Beginner Blister Minor 1530, Dream Entry Minor 1130. It's actually an extremely rare spirit attribute Imperial Beast. I didn't expect that there was actually this kind of excellent Imperial Beast existing within Manhwa Island too. It was really an eye-opener for Lin Shu. At that moment, he picked up his cell phone and began to check out the Phantom Dreamfish. Some basic information and photos immediately appeared in front of him. The phantom fish was small in size, roughly only 40 centimeters in size, with a pink body and a colorful colored tail. It was covered in various colors, which all grew randomly and were not the same. There were various comments below, discussing how rare the phantom dreamfish was, how powerful it was when properly cultivated, and many Imperial Beast masters were offering high prices to get their hands on an illusory dreamfish. With a good thing, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Immediately, Lin Shu hurriedly came to Wu Song's side and said, "Brother Wu, a fish just jumped upwards. It's actually pink, and that fish tail is so pretty and colorful." Wu Song was a little less concerned at first, as he listened. Wait a minute, this kind of characteristic, isn't it the phantom dreamfish? Where, that's a phantom dreamfish, that's a rare commodity. Even the double-bladed mantis heard something wrong and followed Wu Song to the area where Lin Shu pointed his finger. "It's right there, it just came out. Since it's a rare commodity, hurry up and get your hands on it, otherwise it would be a shame to run away." Wu Song nodded heavily at his words and immediately greeted the double-bladed mantis for fishing, while he himself took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from his spatial ring. Inside was a light golden-colored liquid, crystal clear, not like a mortal object. Then he opened the mouth of the bottle and threw the liquid into the area where the phantom dreamfish was located in front of him. Only after finishing these did he have the time to explain to Lin Shu. This fragrant god liquid is something that was specially researched to be used as a way to attract phantom dreamfish. When it smells this stuff, it won't have any thoughts of leaving, and it will feel abnormally hungry, greatly increasing the probability of being hooked. I really didn't expect that this kind of rare goods could be encountered for you. Wu Song's voice was loud and clear. His original disheveled performance made a 180-degree turn, and now his smiling mouth couldn't even close. It was evident that the appearance of the illusory dream fish was an extremely important matter in his heart. "It's all luck, I don't know what that is either. Just curious." With the big cargo added, the double-edged mantis were all extra serious. The float immediately reacted, and everyone looked ahead in anticipation. Unfortunately, it was just a black-spotted rockfish, casually flinging it to the shore, and immediately continued to fling the rod down, waiting for the phantom dreamfish to take the bait. Without Lin Shu's command, Black Knight immediately went forward, resolving the black-spotted stonefish in a few strokes, and continued to come over, watching the action. Earth Yao also stood honestly on the side, quietly watching everyone in action. This phantom dreamfish is of the water spirit dual lineage. I guess you know the rarity of the spirit lineage with the battle power when it grows up. Plum Lake Island hasn't caught one for over a year now, and the price of the phantom dreamfish has now come to a very high price point. At this time, Wu Song began to introduce it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu was also very cooperative in revealing an expression of surprise. "That's awesome, my luck is great then. Yeah, I prepared the fragrant god liquid with that slim hope of preparation as well. I didn't expect to really stumble upon it." Wu Song nodded with approval, his gaze always maintaining on the lake's surface without leaving it for a moment. At this moment, the fragrant god liquid finally came into play. The float gently shook, the double-bladed mantis jerked, and a small pink fish appeared in the field of vision. The gorgeous fish tail glittered under the refraction of the sun. The phantom fish was hooked. Wu Song was overjoyed and hurriedly carried the aquarium that was ready at the side over, that was frighteningly fast. Before Lin Shu could react, the phantom dreamfish was already spitting out bubbles in the half-man-high aquarium. Rolling its ice surface, it also seemed to have no idea what was going on. Ha ha ha. As the phantom dreamfish was released, Wu Song laughed with his belly, clearly excited. After laughing, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and took pictures left and right, even sticking to the phantom dreamfish to record it. This would be one of the most colorful strokes in his fishing career. Lin Shu, Black Knight, Earth Obsidian, and Double-Edged Mantis also went up to watch the fun. The phantom fish was in the aquarium, hitting the surface of the glass, trying to escape. In the distance, many fishermen also heard Wu Song's laughter, have sideways glance, what the hell? Scared all my fish away. Want to see what happened? The closer ones with sharper eyes even walked straight over to check it out. What is so excited? Chapter 71, 5 Days and 5 Nights. You discovered this illusory dream fish, so brother definitely won't snatch it from you. But today I'm going to take it out and show it off. When Lin Shu saw Wu Song say so, he also waved his hand. How can this be directly counted as mine? Without brother Wu, how could I possibly be able to capture it? Just as Wu Song was trying to reply to Lin Shu, the nearest fishing guys had already arrived here. Their eyes scanned and at a glance, they saw the phantom dream fish wandering in the aquarium. They were immediately dumbstruck, their eyes filled with surprise, and some even directly shouted. It's the phantom dream fish. Everyone quickly come over, there are phantom dreamfish here. Holy holy. With such words, the originally quiet Plum Lake Island instantly boiled up. All of them put down what they were holding and rushed to where Lin Shu was. In just a few minutes, dozens of people came, all gathered around to watch the illusory dreamfish. The corners of Wu Song's mouth were wide open, his face was full of spring, and he said atmospherically. Everyone take a good look. Don't be in a hurry. All can see. This is the one I just caught, let's give everyone a good look. The compliments from the rest of the fishing guys made Wu Song flutter, and there were even people who wanted to bid to buy it away, which was rejected straight away without any surprises. Lin Shu took Black Knight and Earth Obsidian and Double-Blade Mantis to leave this place of wrongdoing. A few of them were a bit unable to adapt to this environment. This kind of scene was afraid that it wouldn't end for a few hours. They had to come to another place to catch some fish and continue brushing their proficiency. It was fortunate that Double-Edged Mantis didn't like to participate in these things, or else the proficiency gained today would have been greatly discounted. The rest of the day passed in this way, bustling with activity while quietly fishing. The time came to 8 p.m., and Lin Shu intended to end the day. He had caught 8 fish in one day and gained 115 points of proficiency. It was mainly because the sound of those fishing guys in the neighborhood was too noisy, otherwise it would have been far more than that. In passing, he added 1 level to Black Knight, reducing it by 225 points, and his level came to 24, with 39 points of proficiency remaining. On the other side, it was still a hot and unusual scene. Everyone who had just entered the Plum Lake Island was attracted by the scene. Wu Song's voice was a bit muffled, but he remained unmoved, selling the phantom dreamfish. Seeing this appearance as another night all night, Lin Shu did not care more directly back to the hotel. The Double-Edged Mantis saw this and followed, it didn't want to stay outside. By the time Lin Shu brought the Double-Blade Mantis down from the hotel the next day, the original lively and unusual place was still empty. Only Wu Song was left silently holding the fishing rod, and from time to time his eyes still looked towards the phantom dreamfish. Although he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, his mental state was indeed unusually excited at this time. After seeing Lin Shu come over, he also greeted him with a smile. Coming. Why are you still running away, you double dagger? By the way, he also accused the Double-Blade Mantis who had suddenly slipped away, but the latter ignored him and took over the original fishing spot. Lin Shu looked around and noticed that there were quite a few video cameras set up, not just an exception, but behind all the fishing guys. This was the tournament about to start, no wonder they all left and didn't continue to gather here. It's the tournament about to start, 10 o'clock. Unfortunately, I haven't shown off enough. Seeing Lin Shu surveying the video cameras around him, Wu Song opened his mouth to explain, his voice becoming a bit shrill from talking all night. Brother Wu, what exactly are the rules? Simply to see who fishes more? Wu Song stood up and moved around a bit, speaking in passing. Of course, a fishing competition is definitely the more fish the better, but there are also common and rare fish. Catching a common fish earns you 1 point, while rare is between 5-10 points, ranked according to rarity.
Just like yesterday's Phantom Dreamfish, the rules show a full 100 points.
It can be seen how precious it is, it's just a pity that it came up a bit early.
Woo-song's tone was a bit regretful. If it was caught after the tournament started, not only would it be able to attract eyeballs, maybe it could even take the title of this tournament. Lin Shu also understood the rules.
Woo-song continued to add. This tournament is a single-person system, but your Imperial Beasts can also help if they can fish. Of course, you can only choose one, otherwise it wouldn't be fair.
Lin Shu looked at the double-edged mantis. You're under a bit of pressure then.
I don't know if I'll be able to get a ranking with Wu and To.
But with Lin Shu helping out on the side, there was more or less some hope.
After fishing for so long, I've never gotten a ranking.
I hope I can get a ranking this time, even if it's just the 100th place.
Cheer up, Brother Wu.
Hearing this, Lin Shu hurriedly cheered for Wu Song. The more fish he caught, the more proficiency he could harvest himself. Subsequently, after a period of preparation, at the entrance of the other world, the signal for the official start of the tournament was heard. All around the lake, all the anglers threw their rods into the water at this moment, wanting to win the top spot. This Manhwa Island Fishing Carnival will last for 5 days, that is, until 10 a.m. on the following Monday. As long as you hold the attitude that the results do not matter, you can rest in the middle of the day, you can also do anything, but most people are already prepared to stay hard for 5 days, it's really a matter of minutes, not willing to waste any time. The good thing is that all are Imperial Beast Master, all have Imperial Beast feedback, the body is far more than ordinary people, otherwise this goes on, a game down, to boil away how many people. The intensity of this match was really high, not something that ordinary people could withstand. But Lin Shu looked around, the number of anglers was at least 1,000 people or more, but it was really exaggerated. Returning his line of sight to Wu Song and double-edged mantis, Lin Shu began to command. Because of what happened last time when he discovered the Phantom Dreamfish, both the man and the beast were exceptionally attentive to Lin Shu's command. When twin-bladed mantis and Wu Song heard that there were more fish on their left-hand side, they didn't hesitate to change the position of their fishing rods. With the help of Lin Shu's command, the speed of catching fish really increased a lot. In just 10 minutes, the double-edged mantis came up with a black-spotted rockfish. Even Wu Song, who had been in the Air Force for several days, caught a yellowtail fish with help.
Great! Little Shu, you're my brother, you're really my brother.
Lin Shu quickly waved his hand, this could not be allowed. At this moment, Lin Shu also had a cross in his heart and planned to stay up for 5 days. The proficiency gained from all this time should be enough to raise Black Knight to level 25 and purchase the evolution path. The rest of the time was rather boring. Lin Shu commanded where the fish were from time to time, while double-edged mantis and Wu Song were in charge of Cuckoo landing the fish. Black Knight was in charge of cleaning up the landed fish, and in the meantime, practicing his skills in the gaps, while Tuya was fine and kept working on his skills on the sidelines. Such a scene also appeared in the tournament broadcast.
Many viewers saw this scene and couldn't help but feel that it was really a roll bomb. Chapter 72 Prelude to Evolution.
The 5 days of this Plum Lake Island Fishing Carnival competition finally passed, and the time came to 10 o'clock on Monday morning. Wu Song and Lin Shu were both pale with dark circles covering their eyes, and they were walking crookedly, feeling that they would die in place if they stayed up for a while. Double-edged mantis was fine, after all, it was a high-level Imperial beast, and it was not a big problem to stay up for another month. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian were also the same, they just felt a little tired and didn't react as much. At the end of the 5 days, a total of 130 fish were caught with Lin Shu's help, probably because there were too many anglers. By the latter 2 days the number was far less than the previous. Most of them were common fish, while the rest were rare fish. Wu Song was counting the final points on the side, totaling 320 points. He couldn't help but smile, but because he was too tired and his face was unkempt, the smile was a bit weird. This achievement to take the ranking is stable. One is finally able to take the license. Specifically how many names or to see the other players, these 1 day later will know. At the back, there were staff members collecting the video recorders one by one, and they would also test the contents inside. Cheating will definitely be cancelled, and all these videos can be viewed and played on the official website. In this way it was completely over. Lin Shu was also looking at the proficiency level in the panel, finally reaching it. It really wasn't easy. Subtracting the 245 points from the previous 2 days of darkness to level 25, the current balance of 2,230 points of proficiency. Naturally, this also included the proficiency of the mirror image and a small portion of the exercise skills brought by his own Imperial beasts, which was about 200 points more. It's really been a long time since I've fought such a rich battle. this is all from overdrawing my health. At this moment, Lin Shu had no intention of dealing with this, the only thing he wanted now was to sleep. He was really too sleepy, right now as soon as he closed his eyes he could immediately fall asleep. After dealing with the matter of the competition, Lin Shu and Wu Song rushed back to the interior of the hotel and rested. This sleep came directly to 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Lin Shu woke up from his room, still without much spirit and full of fatigue, and his hair had directly turned into a bird's nest. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian is full of worry, constantly looking at Lin Shu, so long no movement, are afraid of their own master Ga. After comforting them, the two beasts were relieved, but they still kept their eyes on Lin Shu at all times, afraid of any accidents. After drinking a few mouthfuls of ice water and sitting on the bed for half an hour, this is only a little bit of spirit. Rubbed his somewhat swollen head, which stayed up too torturous, cannot do how to do it in the future. Proficiency has time to obtain, do not need to be in such a hurry. Picked up the cell phone placed aside, began to check up, which realized that he had slept for nearly a day and a half, really did not think about it. Sliding the cell phone screen, found that there is no message, just the varsity and class group some people chatting messages. Browsing through the messages in the varsity group, he found that in this 1 week's time, he had already entered the top 32 of the Binjo Cup. This tournament process was really fast. After congratulating a few words, he put down his phone after chatting with everyone in the group. Starting this time the most important thing of the day. That was to purchase the evolutionary path of darkness. With a thought of proficiency 1500 points, 730 points remaining, a stream of information was then sent into Lin Shu's mind. Lin Shu quickly gave clear and concise instructions on how to evolve the Ecliptic Hunter with the materials and a few precautions. It was as if it was engraved in it, and one could remember it all just by thinking about it. As expected, this pathway was completely tailor-made for darkness. First of all, one had to be a shadow mantis with darkness and space lineages in order to evolve into an eclipsing shadow hunter. Next is the evolution materials, because it is straight to the Lord quality and direction is more special, across over 2 qualities, the materials required is really a lot more. Look even more rare, from the name on the price is not expensive. Respectively, the empty Yuan Spirit Stone, 5th Order Spirit Extremely Dark Sand, 5th Order Mantis Type Imperial Beast Bone must be complete, 5th Order Spirit Dark Source Soul Crystal, Empty Meditation Stone, a total of 5 kinds of materials. Among them were 2 Dark System Spirit items, 2 Space System materials, and a skeleton. Thinking about this, Lin Shu couldn't help but frown. I'm afraid that all these materials together this price won't be cheap. However, this was a Lord-level evolutionary material, so it was reasonable. First, he searched for 2 dark spirit materials. This kind of attribute was relatively common, the price shouldn't be too expensive. The evolution material column and the Imperial Beast Mall was searched for, and soon there was a discovery that both things were in stock. The price together totaled 1,220,000 dasha coins, which was quite cheap, thus settling for 2 pieces. Then he used the same method to look up the 2 spatial attribute spirit materials, and found that they couldn't be searched at all, and didn't show up. Explaining that there were no such materials on it at all, Lin Shu was psychologically prepared. After all, spatial attribute materials were too rare and very expensive in terms of price, not something the average Imperial Beast Master could afford to use. This would be a bit difficult to do. Lin Shu sent the names of these 2 spiritual objects to Baisheng, not knowing if the Baiyin arena stocked these 2 items. After receiving Lin Shu's message, Baisheng also replied immediately. They had contacted each other in the past few days and knew that Lin Shu was in the otherworldly world of Haizhou at the moment. Looking at the information sent over on the 2 spiritual objects, Baisheng was a little curious as to why Lin Shu needed these 2 spatial spiritual objects. However, he only had this thought and did not dwell on it too much. Immediately, he no longer thought much about it and grabbed the door to head to his father's secret room. This kind of rare spirit item had quite a lot in it. Wait, I'll take a look first and give you a reply later. Looking at the message sent by Baisheng, Lin Shu replied with a good. He then began to inquire about the 5th rank mantis type Imperial Beast skeleton. Originally, he had thought that this kind of material, which was still quite rare, was actually stocked quite a lot in the mall, which made Lin Shu put his heart down. Now that half of the materials had a clue, as long as the 2 spatial attribute materials were collected, he could prepare for the evolution of the Black Knight. On the other hand, Baisheng was circling around in his old man's secret stash room, guided by the sign to the cabinet of spatial attribute spirit materials. Compared to the other attributes, which were several cabinets to contain, the number of spirit items on it was not much, only a mere dozen or so. Checking the 2 types of materials sent by Lin Shu, he aimed at one of the small tags on the top, which had the name of the item on it. One material was soon found from it. It was the Empyrean Stone.
It was a bit of a shame that there wasn't a second one, but it was the best he could do. Let's see if there are any other ways to find it later. Taking a picture of the empty underworld stone, he sent it to Lin Shu, accompanying it with a sentence. There's only the empty underworld stone at the moment, I'll think of another one for you. It's not certain if I can get it though. Chapter 73 Evolution Ecliptic Hunter. Above. Do I send you the stuff now? It's better to leave it here with me first. Seeing the message sent by Bai Shang, Lin Shu was also a bit surprised, so there was only one last material missing. After thinking about it, Lin Shu still decided to complete the evolution in this Plum Lake Island. After all, with Wu Song as his escort, there was some assurance if something went wrong. His mentor had been very busy lately, so he definitely wouldn't be able to find the time to come over. Being here was the most ideal location, and with that, he sent out a message replying to Bai Shang. Trouble you, now help me send it to the Manhwa Island Otherworld. As for the other materials, Lin Shu didn't take any more. After all, he already had one of the most important space system materials. It's fine, it'll probably arrive tomorrow morning, you remember to keep an eye out for news. It's going to start evolving in these 2 days? This speed was a bit too fast, right? Bai Shang's heart rippled. Looking at the message Bai Shang replied to, Lin Shu finished his reply and then ended the conversation. The remaining 3 types were going to start from Wu. That phantom dream fish Lin Shu wasn't going to want it, its value was expensive, it should be able to buy all the remaining pieces of evolutionary materials. And at that moment there was a rattling sound coming from the door of Lin Shu's room. It was a coincidence that he walked to the side and opened the door to his room to find that the person coming was none other than Wu Song. At the moment, there was a medal around his neck, which was silver in color, with a leaping fish engraved on it, and a number 48 on the side. Seeing Lin Shu looking at the medal around his neck, Wu Song revealed a smile. This was what he had just received from the official of the Plum Lake Island Fishing Carnival. Although it was only 48th place, he was already very excited. After all, this was the first medal obtained from fishing in so many years. Just claimed it. It's still thanks to you that I was able to get this ranking. I'm telling you, it's kind of fulfilling a wish of mine. Don't mention how happy I am right now. The two closed the door and sat on the sofa in the room, expressing their gratitude towards Lin Shu. Waving his hand, he indicated that these were minor matters and there was no need to be like this. After chatting about this topic for a while longer, Lin Shu began to cut to the chase. Brother Wu, can you help me buy something on the Imperial Beast Mall? Then the illusory dream fish will be fine for the two of us to split equally, whether it's for sale or for whatever purpose. It's just that it's too unfair for me to want it alone. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Wu Song but his voice lifted. It's fine to buy things, these 3 to 5 million dasha coins are still a sprinkle. You've helped me quite a bit this time, so don't put off that phantom dream fish. Otherwise your brother Wu will be unhappy. Wu Song's persistence made Lin Shu unable to push back at all, so he had to agree to this method. This is the right way. Come on, tell me what it's all about and I'll buy it for you. It's all small money, no need to save it for me, buy it boldly. He was in a very good mood, looking like this appeared bold. Lin Shu was also not polite and added the 3 materials that he just had in stock in the mall to his shopping cart. Wu Song looked at these 3 materials and realized something. These seem to be some evolutionary materials? Then his eyes looked towards the Black Knight lying at Lin Shu's feet, and when he thought that this level had almost reached the tipping point. It was also understood, just how did the Hall Master not prepare the evolutionary materials, but also Xiao Shu to collect them? This one the mentor is really irresponsible, fortunately there is himself. It is also considered to help him to wrap up, next time must use this reason to scold him fiercely twice. Wu Song thought this in his heart. Although Wu Song knew that the Hall Master had the evolution path of the Shadow Mantis, he had not seen its evolution process, and as for the materials, it was even less clear. Looking at the 3 materials in the shopping cart, the total price was at 2.45 million dasha coins. He was an honored platinum member and was able to enjoy a 15% discount. Then after paying, the total was a cost of 2,080,000 dasha coins, rounded up to a whole number. Alright, the above hints that it will be delivered in the evening. Are there any other materials or spirits needed? There's really no need to save me money. The picture of the successful purchase was given to Lin Shu to view, still thinking that Lin Shu was too embarrassed to spend more money. Then I'll be polite, brother Wu. I'm still missing an empty yuan spirit stone. Lin Shu thought about saying the name of the empty yuan spirit stone. Maybe brother Wu really did have a doorway to get it. This empty yuan spirit stone was the rarest material in this evolution pathway, and Lin Shu also sent the message to his mentor. The mentor hadn't replied by now.
The matter of evolution seemed to have begun to stall.
Empty Yuan spirit stone? You wait. Wusong thought in his heart, what do you need this for? It's not something you can use either.
However, he didn't think much about this, as if he had the impression of remembering this thing, who had mentioned it, or had he seen it somewhere. First, he checked within the Imperial Beast Mall. Silver members upwards will open some exclusive sales. This is the ordinary users do not have things. The higher the level of membership, the more items provided by the value is also higher. Unfortunately, there were no empty Yuan spirit stones present among the many numbers of Imperial Beast materials inside. I'm contacting some people from the Chamber of Commerce. They'll take any Imperial Beast material. They should have this kind of material.
By the way, have you contacted the Hall Master?
He should have these things in his hands. The Chamber of Commerce was generally made up of merchants who resell anything regarding Imperial Beasts or Imperial Beast materials and spirits. Most of them were individual organizations with no official background, relying on the difference in price to earn fees, and naturally, they wouldn't be cheap in terms of price. However, as long as they could find the required materials or Imperial Beasts, most Imperial Beast masters would not skimp on the money. Lin Shu replied truthfully, "No, mentor, he didn't reply to my message."
Alright, then I'll ask first.
With that, he picked up his cell phone and began to contact some of the chamber members that he had had previous friendships with. Soon there was a result. One of the stores really did have the empty Yuan spirit stones that Lin Shu needed. However, this guy was asking for a lot of money, and the first thing he came up with was 5 million daxia coins. However, this kind of material had a small audience and fluctuated greatly in terms of price. There wasn't an exact price point. But this price was obviously much higher, and they could at least earn half of this order. Wusong cursed with his mouth while saying, "What a black heart, this dog." While using his cell phone to transfer the deposit, he was too lazy to waste his words. It was all small money to him anyway, and he saved himself the trouble.
Let Brother Wu break the bank.
Lin Shu saw the whole process from the side and naturally knew what kind of situation it was now.
It's fine, this amount of money, give it to them if you want to earn it. Just think of it as giving it to beggars.
Things are being sent over from other states, they need to arrive tomorrow. Lin Shu nodded heavily. This time the evolutionary materials for Black Knight were considered to be all gathered.
Tomorrow would be a good time to make some preparations. Chapter 74 Evolutionary Eclipsed Curtain Hunter. Medium.
Time came to Wednesday night. By now Lin Shu had received all the evolution materials.
Starting to prepare for the darkness evolution, the eclipsing hunter had some requirements for the environment. It had to be done in an extremely dark environment. It was good that there was a place that provided such a place within this Plum Lake Island, which saved a lot of trouble. Because of the environmental requirements, the booking time was at night, so naturally the daytime could not be wasted, repeating the routine of the previous 2 days. Lin Shu added 2 more levels to Black Knight in these 2 days, leveling up to level 27. And he raised his spiritual power to 300 points, reaching the second stage, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand the evolved Black Knight. Proficiency remaining 215 points.
The higher the level, the higher the probability of successive evolution would naturally become, and it would be easier to deal with the problem of energy backlash caused by evolution,
reducing some of the accidents that occurred.
At this moment, Lin Shu and Wusong were arriving at the special evolution place for Imperial Beasts inside Plum Lake Island. Here, modern equipment and machines were used to simulate the sun, night, rain and other scenarios, which were able to assist the evolution of the Imperial Beasts and bring some convenience. Entering a building similar to a large electronic factory, the space inside was very large and seemed a bit empty. Inside there are 28 different types of venues, responding to a variety of evolutionary environments. It is relatively complete. The price is naturally not cheap. The venue Lin Shu booked today costs 300,000 hour.
This is still the lower middle level price. This money was naturally advanced by Wu.
Walking through the smooth and flat tunnel, he arrived at the entrance of the venue that simulated a dark environment. Opening the venue, the originally pitch-black and incomparable venue was instantly visible. What came into view was a field similar to the size of a basketball court, with dozens of crisscrossing mechanical arms at the top ready to go. There was also a palm-sized black prismatic crystal inside, and it was thought that this was the core of this dark field. After casually looking at it for a few moments, Lin Shu took out the 5 items needed for the darkness evolution from his spatial ring. He began to set up a simple arrangement. Black Knight waited eagerly on the side, its 2 tentacles twisting around excitedly as it kept walking around in circles, obviously looking forward to the next evolution. Wusong brought a stool, with some anticipation in his eyes. This Hall Master's evolutionary method was really demanding. It was almost as difficult as his own double-edged mantis when it evolved to Lord quality. It was really exaggerated. But why it would require evolutionary materials with spatial attributes left him somewhat puzzled. But when he thought of the battle performance of the Hall Master Imperial Beast, it made sense again. As for other evolutionary paths, he hadn't thought about that possibility either. This evolution pathway wasn't a Chinese cabbage, there was one in the ground if you wanted to pick one up. The double-bladed mantis lay on the ground, half squinting its eyes as it looked at the prepared Lin Shu in front of it. Glancing at Black Knight in passing, it always had a feeling that this guy's evolution wasn't that simple. A few minutes later, Lin Shu was almost done setting up as well. The 5th rank mantis-type skeleton was placed in the center of the field, followed by the use of the 5th rank spirit item Extreme Darkness Sand to surround the skeleton's outer perimeter in a triangle, not too close and not too far away. Although it was just a skeleton, but after all it was complete, and it was of the 5th rank, not small in size, occupying an area of more than 2 meters. Lin Shu still spent a lot of effort to move it over. Fortunately, the amount of sand of extreme darkness was quite large, or else it would be embarrassing if it couldn't be surrounded. He then began to place the other 3 materials. The lower 2 corners of the position were put down the 5th order Spirit Dark Source Soul Crystal and Empty Netherworld Stone. These 2 positions are not concerned, how to put can be. The tip of the triangle at the end was the most important material, the Empty Yuan Spirit Stone. After this, the final preparation ceremony was completed. Wusong looked at this final molding ceremony was also full of novelty, obviously the first time to see this kind of scene. However, he didn't say anything, intending to ask together after it was over. Lin Shu's message of evolving the Imperial Beast was also sent to his mentor, but unfortunately the opposite side hadn't replied yet. Wusong snapped a picture and sent it over, and when he was done, he put it outside along with Lin Shu's cell phone, which was also to avoid some accidents. Everything was ready. Lin Shu called the hyperactive Black Knight over. Instructively, he said to him, "Later, you'll lie down underneath that bone, don't move around. The subsequent darkness and spatial energy will all coalesce within you, it might hurt a bit. But you must endure it and not give up." Darkness patted his chest with his forearm, indicating that he would definitely be able to do it, so just rest assured. Seeing this, Lin Shu didn't say much and let Black Knight go into the middle of the triangle-shaped ceremony. Black Knight carefully entered the circle and slowly laid down flat underneath the skeleton, afraid that if he was not careful, he would affect the entire evolution process. Seeing Black Knight's posture, it was clear that he attached great importance to this evolution, and Lin Shu completely let go of his heart. "Brother Wu, it's ready to start the machine." Wusong, who was sitting next to the switch, stood up and pressed the red button without hesitation. In just an instant, the originally brightly lit venue was as dark as night, with endless darkness filling the field of vision. The venue was so silent that you could hear a pin drop, filled with a blanket of silence and darkness. Lin Shu half crouched in place, staring nervously at the center of the position, although he could not see anything now. A few moments later, the originally motionless triangle ceremony looked like a chemical reaction had occurred. Wisps of silver-white light emanated from the empty Yuan Spirit Stone at the tip, causing new points of light to appear in the originally pitch-black field. The silver-white point of light transformed into a ball of light the size of an egg and began to roam around in the triangle. It was as if a paintbrush had completely connected the 3 corners. A complete triangle shimmering with silver white light was outlined. The materials or spirit objects above all 3 corners began to release their internal energies. The sand of extreme darkness and the dark source soul crystal were not shy either, and pieces of black aura dispersed like smoke. Gradually, they intersected with the silver white points of light and slowly fused together, forming a long beam of silver black energy. Immediately coming above the bones above Black Knight, it directly surrounded both, forming an orb covered in black and white light points. Strong energy began to be injected into Black Knight's body, and the 2 energies were still fighting internally, giving him the feeling of being cut by 1,000 cuts. The violent and uncontrolled energy rushed recklessly, and the pain that drilled through his heart made it somewhat impossible for Black Knight to resist. His body was surrounded by black mist and silver white light, his triangular-shaped head twisted together, and it was obvious that the influx of energy was still accelerating at this moment. Roar! A long, heart-rending roar of agony echoed between the grounds. Lin Shu clenched his fists tightly. Now was the most crucial moment of evolution. Darkness must hold out. Wusong and the double-bladed mantis were also taken aback when they saw such a commotion. "What's going on? Why is this evolutionary process of yours so thrilling?" With such a painful voice, he couldn't help but sweat. "But don't have an accident."
Then he looked at the black and white orb with a worried expression. Double-edged mantis, some empathy, arms crossed, eyes slightly closed, began to help Black Knight prayer. Painful screams continued to appear, because too weak and caused the roar also became smaller and smaller. At this moment, Black Knight was already on the verge of collapse, but he was still clenching his teeth and struggling to hold on. In addition to his strong will, he also wanted to become stronger to protect his master. So he will definitely hold on until his evolution succeeds. Chapter 75, Evolutionary Eclipsed Curtain Hunter. Below. It was different from the evolution of Manhwa Island, where the scene was grim. At this time, Ancient Fresh had just come out from a complete otherworld and was now wandering around in a commercial street in Central State. This time, he stayed inside for some days, and didn't have the time to mind his good students, so he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his spatial ring and started rummaging around. Sure enough, Lin Shu sent a few messages. He hurriedly clicked in and found that the contents were actually some help in finding spatial attribute materials. This made him unsure, and the follow-up message added that it had already been searched for, and had already started working on the evolution today. Seeing this, the ancient newbie also grinned. What a great surprise! This kind of leveling up speed is truly enviable even to me. An emotional expression appeared on his face, and then he began to reply to the rest of the messages. The processing speed was fast, just a few minutes and only Wusong was left. The message interface was a picture, making Gu Xian somewhat curious. What had this guy sent over? With that, a picture of the triangle ceremony set up by Lin Shu appeared in view. There was also a quote on it. "This ritual looks awesome." Ancient Freshwater frowned. With just a glance he knew that this wasn't the way to evolve the black flare war mantle that was prepared for Lin Shu. Then what method of evolution was being used now? This thing about evolution could not be fooled around with. If it was light, the evolution would fail with injuries; if it was heavy, it would die violently in place, affecting the Imperial Beastmaster. That an evolutionary pathway is not time-consuming and laborious. A little bit of evolution, not just change some materials, can be created. Messing around, really confused. Lin Shu doesn't understand, you Wusong don't understand either? Now is not the time to be angry. Ancient Cryptocurrency hastily text message plus language to contact both Lin Shu and Wusong. But there was no response. Obviously cell phones are not on the body. Ancient Freshness made an immediate decision and summoned his own imperial beast, the white-feathered spirit falcon, to appear. Then he stepped on the top and commanded the little white to head towards Haizhou. The originally slender body slowly expanded in flight until it brought up a gust of wind blowing. It attracted the attention of passers-by, and the crowd underneath also exclaimed in astonishment as they looked to the sky. Ancient didn't have the time to care about this. He now only wanted to quickly reach Haizhou and check the situation. Spiritual enlightenment level Imperial Beast Masters can release Imperial Beasts anytime and anywhere. Of course, the prerequisite is not to be able to randomly harm civilians. There was a team of law enforcers at the back to save the day, dispersing everyone. Looking into the middle of the sky, a black shadow in the dark ink like night sky sped through the sea of clouds at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, it would take the next morning at the earliest to reach Manhwa Island. At this moment, in the venue, the black and white orb was flickering constantly, with one black and one white bright light alternating constantly from within. There was no sound coming out from inside. The time had now come to 4 o'clock the next day. This situation had already lasted for 3 hours. Lin Shu looked at the scene in front of him and estimated that the evolution had reached its end. The appearance of this form meant that the Black Knight had withstood the test and was slowly transforming, completing the final step of evolution. That is, with the information inside the pathway to understand. Otherwise Lin Shu is now more anxious than anyone else. Wusong and Double-Edged Mantis's original hanging heart was also slowly put down. Seeing Lin Shu's somewhat elated expression, this evolution should not have any accidents. However, this duration was a little too long. This evolution was almost 12 hours, all of them were a little sleepy looking. Another close to an hour of waiting. At this moment the scene has finally changed. Black and white orb issued click 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 sound, seems to be broken at any time. The black and white spots that originally surfaced on the surface all coalesced together and fused together. The interior of the ball was divided into two, half of which was black as night, and half of which was silver-white, revealing the mysterious mystery. Slowly intertwining and rotating on the surface, the speed was so fast that only a vortex could be seen slowly forming and appearing. Bang! As if reaching its limit, the orb glowed greatly, and instantly the two, diluted to the extreme meager energies, concurred. The entire venue was covered in darkness and silver white, dazzling to the extreme, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Lin Shu was prepared to cover his eyes, he just forgot to remind Wu. My eyes are going blind.
A few moments later, the light dissipated and went away, and what met his eyes was the stripped-down blackness. A misty black fog followed Black Knight's movements as he fluttered up and down, and silver-white light flickered on his arms as he disappeared into them. His physique grew taller and taller, and a layer of bone armor seemed to have been added on top of his original black scale armor. Fine and short bone spikes were evenly distributed on top of his body, and silver-white cloud patterns crisscrossed his body in a well-organized manner.
Bang!
For pitch black, ink-like wings appeared behind Black Knight, and the black wings were wingless. Smooth as a mirror on top, they exuded a dark luster, revealing a sharp and deadly sense. The biggest difference is also counted in the hands of the original two sides. The tip of the part of the body is now filled with silver white, with a sharp edge, lines gorgeous and natural, as if really holding a body of silver white sharp knife. Black Knight slowly opened his eyes, realizing that they had become slightly larger, and a triangle emerged in the depths of his pupils, constantly rotating and changing, flickering with a faint silver white light. His face wore a halting smile as he immediately came to Lin Shu's side to seek encouragement and appreciation. His tall body allowed Lin Shu's head to reach only as far as the belly of the darkness, and he needed to look up to get a full view. Although he had already completed his evolution, he still carefully picked up Lin Shu in a pleasing manner and placed him on top of his shoulders. The touch was a bit diabolical, and there were quite a few tiny hard substances underneath. Taking Lin Shu with him, he began to celebrate with his hands. Lin Shu began to check the panel attributes of the evolved darkness.
Name, Ecliptic Hunter. Level, LV 2710-230. Level limit, 100+. Status, healthy. Quality, Lord. Attribute Darkness Space. Talent, Void Walking Beginner 15-200. Skills, Beginner Strong Attack Beginner 5-200, Quick Move Perfect 1650, Heavy Strike Beginner 820, Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 1250, Spinning Arm Chop Beginner 15-200, Space Storage Beginner 1820, Shadow Sphere Beginner 320. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 1340, Wind Folding Blade Minor 3360, Blade Airstrike into the Subtle 12400, Darkness Binding Beginner 640, Space Chaos / Beginner 040. Advanced Dark Phantom Beginner 280, Dark Binding Beginner 380. The completion of evolution actually awakened an intermediate spatial skill. This could not be called a surprise, and Lin Shu had been looking forward to it for a long time. On the other side, Wusong had already been watching in disbelief for a while, and was somewhat unable to react. Black Knight's uniquely dazzling appearance was definitely not the Black Flare War Mantle. It was much more handsome than it could be. In other words, Lin Shu was using a new type of evolutionary pathway, no wonder it needed space-based materials. Wusong suddenly realized and understood at this moment. At this moment, the double-edged mantis rushed over and touched Black Knight with a pair of forearms. It was unbelievable that one actually felt threatened in his body. The triangular head was filled with puzzlement. Chapter 76 Shedding Bones. When Wusong saw the double-bladed mantis run over, he immediately followed suit. Although he didn't know where Lin Shu had gone to find this powerful evolutionary pathway, he couldn't tell anyone about this himself and needed to bury it in his heart. This kind of thing would attract too many people's attention. Suppressing his curiosity, he was soon attracted to that perfect body after Black Knight's evolution. He couldn't help but exclaim that it was truly a work of art, that there was actually such a perfect evolutionary path. The movements of his hands and his expression were a bit exaggerated, and he couldn't help but make Black Knight flood with a wave of fear, hastily taking 2 steps back. Don't go away, let me take a good look. That's awesome. Black Knight was freshly evolved, how could he be spoiled? The 4 wings on his back shook and started at a very fast speed, immediately flew into the air. Lin Shu hurriedly grabbed Black Knight's neck for fear of falling, he was still a little afraid of heights. After the evolution of the Black Knight, flight speed increased more than a little bit. Dancing in the air to make a variety of movements are easy, but also by the way to use the edge of the airstrike attack or the rest of the long-range skills to attack the bottom, can be far more than before. The chicken ribs of the flight ability is too strong. Such a scene also let Lin Shu excited, so do not need to be afraid of water and flight system royal beasts, have the means to compete with them. But the double-edged mantis was also not a vegetarian, naturally also mastered the ability to fly, may not be as comprehensive as the Black Knight, but it was enough. In this way, Wusong rode the double-edged mantis in the air and started a chase battle with Lin Shu and Black Knight, so joyful. Watching the athletic and powerful Black Knight flying around, Lin Shu could clearly feel that all aspects of Black Knight's abilities had increased significantly. The exact amount of enhancement couldn't be expressed in figures. I don't know what Black Knight's strength is now. I really want an evenly matched opponent to fight, Lin Shu thought in his heart. But it wasn't like there wasn't a chance. In the next few days, the high school cup competition was about to start, and he could sign up for the individual competition. Just as Lin Shu and Wu Song were playing around inside, the sound of a rush of footsteps appeared at the door. Pa! The main door was pushed open with a hard, resounding sound. The person who came face to face was none other than the anxious-looking ancient cryptic. This also caused Lin Shu and Wu Song to look at each other in dismay, both somewhat confused about the situation. Immediately landing down, they headed towards the door. At this moment, Gu Xinhua also froze, his face full of unbelief, raising his hand to point at the tall black knight beside Lin Shu. Seems to have a lot to say, but did not say out. Originally, he had already planned for the worst in his mind. I didn't expect that it would actually succeed in evolving. Looking at the evolutionary form of the mantis that he had never seen before, it was really domineering and mighty, and it also revealed a bit of a mysterious flavor. It made him unable to help but feel a bit happy at the sight of it. Mentor, why are you here? Lin Shu hurriedly said. The ancient cryptozoology looked at the evolved Black Knight and then took a deep look at Lin Shu. Originally in his heart a long speech could not be said at once. Just dryly came a sentence. Nothing, aren't you going to evolve, just looking at your evolutionary process? Hearing this, Wu Song at this moment was clear why the Hall Master came over. It was not because Lin Shu did not follow his evolutionary path. Worrying that something big had happened, this was why he rushed over. Truly dedicated. Hearing this, Lin Shu pushed Black Knight next to his mentor. Teacher, this evolution of mine. Alright, you don't need to explain to me. The ancient crypto directly interrupted Lin Shu, who wanted to continue. Instead he began to speak meaningfully. The source of this evolutionary pathway to the outside world, you just say that I gave it to you. You're too weak right now, you'll easily be coveted by others. There's also no need to tell me the specifics of the evolution, it's yours. As your mentor, I have this obligation to protect you as well as protect your things. A warm current appeared to surge in Lin Shu's heart after these remarks. His mentor was really wonderful. Actually thinking about himself so much. Lin Shu directly faced the ancient cryptid and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I understand, mentor. Alright, there's no need to be like this is what I should do. Maybe I'll have to rely on you in the future. Ha ha. Ancient helped Lin Shu up, making a small joke in the process. Lin Shu also smiled faintly. Wu Song hurriedly changed the topic, pointing at the Dark Knight and said, Hallmaster, look, how about this, handsome or not? Only then did Gu Xian turn his head around and scrutinize the evolved Black Knight. TSK, it's really awesome. This evolution pathway is truly extraordinary. It can't just be perfect quality, right? As expected of a mentor, his vision was just poisonous, and he was able to tell the difference in just a few glances. Similarly, they could also tell that Blackout had reached level 27 at this point, a week's time and a 5-level upgrade. The speed really hadn't stopped at all. While Wu Song was a bit incredulous, staring wide-eyed, not knowing where you kid got this kind of lord-quality evolution pathway from. In fact, there are still a lot of things that he did not say. According to the materials that Lin Shu sent to himself, coupled with the spatial aura that could be felt by the energy that was scattered and overflowing after Black Knight had just completed its evolution. It shows that this evolution pathway can increase the spatial attribute, and such an evolution pathway is simply worth a lot of money. Not to mention other people, even the ancient cryptocurrency himself could not help but want to take it for himself. This is a money printing machine. However, he quickly suppressed this idea. His nature couldn't do such a thing, and there were quite a few drawbacks to this set of evolutionary pathways, not necessarily applicable to all shadow mantises. All kinds of information was unknown, there was no path for the subsequent evolution, and so on. Right, it's lord quality. Lin Shu didn't hide it and directly confirmed it. Holy, I told you why this scene is so big for you. Wu Song slapped his forehead and seemed to think that he was a bit silly and cute. He had never been much of a thinker. The front didn't even think about this one. Ancient freshman nodded, not surprised, and started barking out instructions to Wu Song. You big mouth, don't talk nonsense about this matter. Otherwise the trouble will be big, just rot in your stomach. Hallmaster, I know, really treat me as a little cutie. Up, really? Wu Song spread his hands in some dissatisfaction. He certainly knew these simple truths. But you'll have a headache with the subsequent evolution paths in the future. Your decision was still a bit hasty. By the way, what is the name of this evolutionary form? The ancient cryptid said with some regret. Ecliptic Hunter.
Let's take one step at a time, I'm still young and in no hurry.
Both of them couldn't help but nod at the words. The name wasn't bad.
Gu Xinwen was rather curious about the darkness of the night, mainly curious about the form of the eclipsing hunter. Pulling Lin Shu and Wu Song out of the darkness grounds, he went to one of the training places.
He intended to try out the current strength of darkness.
Lin Shu was also in favor of this, just as he also wanted to know specifically about it. Although everyone hadn't slept all night, they were all more hyperactive now and didn't feel like sleeping at all. In conjunction with the double-edged mantis, they began to conduct a full-scale test.
Chapter 77 Golden Flare Dawnbreaker.
A test made the ancient cryptid nod his head repeatedly, and even with his harsh level of demands, his mouth was filled with admiration. Even with his knowledge, this kind of strong performance belonged to the top in all evolutionary paths. The three of them walked on top of the path covered with woodland flowers in a loose manner, and arrived on top of the classic fishing spot by the lake. I thought I made this spot in the beginning. Looking at the water flow in front of him, the ancient newbie reminisced and said. This opening in front of him was more than 10 meters long and about 5 meters wide, and he didn't think that it was actually opened up by his mentor. Seeing that Lin Shu did not understand the truth, Wu Song then opened his mouth to explain, also with a little boasting said. Hall Master's Imperial Beast Flare Blade was here at the time. At that time it was just a casual wave of the hand, and this was the scene. A handful of swipes would have such power, and the openings were smooth and polished, so there was no trace that they had been left behind by an attack. However, the mentor did that would be no surprise, exquisite and profound attainment of the sword art. This kind of scene is a breeze.
This makes Lin Shu to tutor's royal beast flare sword has more intense curiosity.
The ancient cryptogram saw Lin Shu's curiosity and spoke with a smile on his face. I know you're curious about him, it just so happens that I brought him over this time. Take a good look at it, and by the way, it will also allow you to broaden your vision of sword techniques together. Before Lin Shu could reply, Wu Song on the side instead took the lead. That's great. It's also true that Double Edge has had some bottlenecks lately and needs to be taught by the Hallmaster. Even the double blade mantis on the side had a fawning face plus some expressions of adoration when it heard this. It seemed like the flare blade demonstration teaching had helped it a lot. Lin Shu grew more and more expectant. Looking at the two people's expectant eyes, the ancient cryptid didn't have any nonsense, and with a wave of one hand, a purple light flashed continuously. A mantis-like creature with golden stripes and black lines all over its body appeared. It is tall, 5 meters huge, the pair of eyes like a large light bulb size, presenting a bright golden ocean, eyes overflowing with looking down on all the majesty and solemnity of the air. The original arc of the front limbs downward has been completely changed, replaced by the upward raised sharp blade, in conjunction with the lower joint control, at first glance, as if it really is holding two long knives with sharp edges. There is no powerful energy pressure, there is just that a forward, everything can be cut down the surging momentum. The evolved Black Knight, however, felt a cold aura rising from the black cloud patterned bone armor, as if there were countless small knives that were constantly attacking him.
Name, Golden Flare Dawnbreaker. Level, LV 124635-1240. Level limit, LV 300. Status, relaxed. Quality, epic. Attribute Golden Dark. Talent Boundless Blade Passive De Chang 128800. Skill, Beginner Spinning Arm Chop Instinct, Strong Attack Instinct, Sharp Blade Passive Instinct. Intermediate Folding Wind Blade Instinct, Blade Airstrike Instinct. Advanced Razor Blade Subtle 112800, Dark Blood Seal Throat Subtle 256800. Super Grade Broken Gold Chopping Moon De Chang 212320, Spectral Moon Dark Prison De Chang 101320, Spectral Guardian De Chang 11320, Gilded Cloud and Ring De Chang 188320. Arcana, Dark Arcana 2.426%, Golden Arcana 3.38%, Wind Arcana 0.125%. It was truly powerful to the extreme, and the most luxurious attributes Lin Shu had ever seen. After reading this panel, it was also an eye-opening experience for Lin Shu, which involved many areas that he had not understood before. Like the skill level, the level above the subtle is instinctive, and the existence of these axioms, but also let him open a brand new door. So it seems that this Upanishad is the key to breaking through the 9th rank. I just don't know how to obtain this Upanishad, and how powerful and effective it should be. Lin Shu was hungry to see this, he wanted to progress too much. Talent stop, you guys always forget. Hurry up and stop. Ancient Cryptography said as Ruthless directly kicked a Knifeow's butt, the latter ripples without any effect. Just that originally diffuse and the surrounding sharp edges and sharpness suddenly dissipated.
Black Knight, this is a lot of ease. That appear from time to time invisible blade brought him a lot of pressure, led him some breathless. The double-bladed mantis folded his arms together to look at the golden flare dawnbreaker with an adoring gaze. How's that? Not bad. The ancient cryptid twisted his head to look at Lin Shu. Very impressive, the talent alone almost made the Black Knight beckon. Lin Shu said truthfully. The Black Knight on the side rarely retorted, only lowering his head and not daring to make a move. He could clearly feel the terror of the big guy in front of him, and he obviously couldn't afford to provoke it himself. How is the folding wind blade and blade chi strike practiced? Just in time for you blade to instruct as well. It is more powerful than me as far as teaching is concerned. Even Wusong's dual blades were taught by its hand. Wusong nodded in agreement. There was no saying this point, the flare blade teaching beast really had a few skills. Lin Shu looked at his mentor and directly stated his progress. Blade chi strike is already to the point of entering the subtle. Folding wind blade has just become a small success not long ago. Ancient Nu and Wusong face smile a stiff. The two looked at each other, can see the surprise in each other's eyes. Speed so fast? You've already reached the subtle, didn't you just learn it for less than 2 months? Don't you have the slightest bottleneck that needs to be overdone? Immediately collected himself again. This is a good thing, after a while you can try to comprehend the blade technique on your own. I'll give you 1000 points out of 100. It's really far beyond my planning. I was thinking of guiding you a bit, so that won't be necessary. There was some helplessness in Gu Xian's eyes. Students who were too good also had troubles. It seemed that he, the tutor, had little place to help other than giving some resources. Hallmaster, you can let the Yao blade demonstrate the advanced blade technique and super rank blade technique a few times. Not only can the twin blades learn the senses, but they can also let Lin Shu be exposed to these things early. Wusong's words made Gu Lin Shu think about it for a while and felt that it was feasible. Geniuses were meant to do things that normal people couldn't do. This is good, Lin Shu, you let Black Knight watch and learn. Although, the skills formed by each Imperial Beast comprehension are different. But there's still quite a bit of interoperability in there. These words were also clear to Lin Shu, and he came to Black Knight's side to repeat what he had just said to him. Black Knight also nodded his head obediently to show that he knew. The golden flare dawnbreaker was currently squatting by the lake and playing with the water, although it was just an ordinary 2 strokes. But the water flow was wildly surging out, and a huge force split downwards, stopping the water flow for a few seconds alive. Such a big commotion made the surrounding fishing guys complain quite deeply, but they dared not say anything. This imperial beast is not simple at a glance, and everyone is not a little cute. It's not easy to see. I can only escape from this place, just hide far away. Can't afford to mess with, can't afford to hide. In front of the surrounding crowd dispersed, the ancient newbie clapped his hands. Yao knife, the same old. Teaching a little, move slowly, not too fast. Chapter 78 Instincts and Upanishads. The latter nodded. Obviously this kind of thing had been done quite a few times. It had also gotten used to it, and had somewhat enjoyed it. The next step was to perform the skills one by one, of course simply controlling the energy release, otherwise the commotion would have been a bit too big. Yao knife himself a total of 5 advanced skills above the realization of the sword. Listening to Wusong said that it had only studied for less than 15 years to reach this point. His own double-edged mantis had even studied for 5 more years, yet he couldn't even see the tail end of it, so this aspect of blade techniques. Enlightenment was really very important. Its blade maneuvers were truly back to basics, and even Lin Shu, an outsider, felt uncertain when he watched them. The air was flooded with fluctuations, and the power of the mediocre moves was unexpected. It made Lin Shu a little immersed in it. A few skills down, the Black Knight to see is confused, feel understand what and seems to understand nothing. So it seems that this is still a little less accumulation, unable to deduce the next step by example. Hugging his head, there seems to be a brain that is about to grow out. Double-edged mantis looked like he couldn't get enough of it, his eyes radiating light, clearly having gained a lot. The two of them, Wusong and Ancient Freshness, laughed and joked. I thought you could learn your Black Knight from watching it once. To be honest, I was kinda looking forward to it. Lin Shu spread his hands, stating that this kind of was just a plot in a novel and couldn't be taken seriously. His own skills were able to improve so quickly, or the panel was providing some help, and Black Knight could only be said to be quite good in terms of his understanding of sword techniques. Immediately, Yao Blade also used the special language of Mantis to teach Black Knight and Double-Edged Mantis. The effect was really good, and the areas that they didn't understand were understood in no time at all. After a short period of teaching, the 3 of them sat down on a small bench and started fishing. Several Imperial beasts followed U-Blade and played along with him like a couple of followers, and Black Knight and Earth Observatory were no exception. It turned out that Wusong's fishing addiction was brought out by his mentor, but his mentor's skill was far better. Without the need for Lin Shu to find a location, he himself could probably tell if there were more or less fish there. The three of them chatted without a word, and Lin Shu had a stomach full of questions at this point, which he was just able to answer now.
Tutor, I've heard that there are realms above the Inception.
Then should I first raise my blade chi strike up first? Lin Shu didn't ask as bluntly as he should have, but instead began to ask in a sideways manner. Hearing this, ancient freshness pondered for a moment before replying. This is fine, it will allow you to advance your blade technique base by a further layer, and your power will naturally increase greatly. The benefits are not insignificant. After entering this subtle as instinct, but this realm is not simple, some Imperial beasts may not be able to step over this hurdle in their lifetime. That's what happened to Wusong. He's been stuck at this stage for a long time. Wusong also had a deep understanding that this was indeed too difficult.
Lin Shu didn't feel it. To him, as long as he had enough proficiency, he could reach it any time.
Seeing that Lin Shu still had that steady look, he wasn't intimidated. You try it first. Being able to enter this realm of instinct has only benefits and no harm. It turns out that I wanted to bring these up with you later. It just so happens that Wusong is also here, so let's talk about it together. After a skill reaches instinct, you then have a great chance of being able to comprehend the mysteries of it. The higher the level of the skill, the greater this chance will be. How can the instincts of a beginner's skill be compared to the instincts of an advanced skill? Of course, this is only a greater chance, there is no certainty, and this is the key to stepping into the spiritual enlightenment. These remarks were not just addressed to Lin Shu, but likewise to tell Wusong about the threshold issue of breaking through the 9th stage. Wusong scratched his ears when he heard this. This condition could be too difficult for him. No wonder the Hall Master had been urging him to hurry up and reach this realm, so it was like this. Lin Shu of course also heard all of this, then it would be friendly to himself. As long as there was enough proficiency, the heap could be piled up. Just try for now, don't care too much about this. Your main thing right now is to raise your Imperial Beast level and spirit. I don't think these can stop you, just take it slow and one step at a time. These words were addressed to Lin Shu. Instinct leveling was great, but it still wasn't quite suitable to die at the moment.
I understand.
Lin Shu had a serious face.
Well, it's good that you know. By the way, didn't you guys also get a phantom dreamfish? How about it? What are you going to do with it? In the past 2 days, I was so focused on evolution that I almost forgot about this matter. Luckily it was Wusong who was in charge of it, or else he wouldn't even know where to throw it. This phantom dreamfish was discovered by Xiao Shu. Although I got it up here, I don't have the cheek to ask for it. Personally, Xiao Shu is also unwilling to contract it and intends to sell it. Wusong made this matter clear and re-emphasized that he was not involved in the decision of the phantom dreamfish. This made Lin Shu more or less embarrassed up. After all, the material spent is still people's money. Thinking about directly sharing half of the proceeds over at that time. The phantom dreamfish can be good, after all, it's a spirit attribute Imperial beast, it's very rare. And after the contract the lower limit is very high, the upper limit is also unusual. I do think it's quite suitable for you. You no longer consider it? The ancient cryptocurrency was analyzed from the inside out, but Lin Shu really wasn't too keen on it, and the upper limit was a bit lower. Black Knight alone possessed one of the 4 special attributes. The spirit department was even better. Lin Shu shook his head. It's not quite right for me. Well, these are still up to you to consider. Saying it in such a decisive way, Gu Xinwen couldn't say anything. Then he remembered that quite a few people in the university were going around collecting these rare attribute Imperial beasts. It just so happens that I have quite a few friends who are looking for these rare Imperial beasts for their own juniors. I'm thinking that the phantom dreamfish should be satisfied with them. Then I'll help you guys get rid of it. When the time comes, we'll ruthlessly slaughter them and sell it for more. This was of course the best method, and Lin Shu didn't have much of a way of dealing with such rare Imperial beasts. Then I'll trouble Mentor to take care of it. The ancient cryptid sniffed and nodded. Well, it's a small matter. I'll contact you when it's time to handle it. With this topic over, the group wasn't chatting and started to focus on catching fish. With the mentor joining them, this quantity was a lot more at once, and the speed increased by a whole third. Since Black Knight had evolved, this attacking ability was also getting stronger and stronger, and none of these fish that were now landed could last more than a single move. Beginning to enter into the previous rhythm daily. Today was Wednesday. Lin Shu originally only intended to stay for 10 days, but now he changed his mind. intended to continue to stay for a few more days. Mainly, he was still planning to round up the proficiency for Blackout to level 30. Not being able to turn it into a whole number always made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 79, The Varsity Team's Dilemma. Time came to the next day, and a group of Kanglin's second middle school's varsity team was far away in Binzhou. They were currently participating in the Binzhou Cup within Yunyu City. Today was the day of the 32-16 match. The big screen read, Kanglin's second middle school versus Yunyu first middle school. At this point, the match had already ended, and the good news was that Kanglin's second middle school had won. However, Gu Zhenbang, who was standing at the side supervising the battle, had an ugly face, and the worry in his eyes could not be eliminated. Originally there would not be much resistance. Yunyu First High School in today is exceptionally fierce, with the previous performances very different. Today's battle was very intense. Beside the field was full of imperial beasts in a circle of medical personnel. Both sides had 8 imperial beasts on the field, and 6 of them were seriously injured and unconscious. Among them, Yunyu First Middle School accounted for 4 of them, clearly having little hope of advancing, but still choosing to fight against them. This also caused the match to be fought out of fire. Everyone didn't care, and they had no qualms about striking. This is the formation of today's scene, although won the game. But it made 2 official members of the varsity team's imperial beasts lose their ability to compete next. These 2 were Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, and were the result of the opponent's intentional targeting, otherwise it couldn't have been so serious. Lei Wu and Li Shuhong were not implicated, which was considered a blessing in misfortune. The 2 strongest combatants were fine, and there was still a possibility of a battle next. However, this hole still couldn't be filled. Gao Feng's strength was sufficient, but there was still a vacant position. And this is where Gu Zhenbang's headache is now. What a hell, actually targeting them like this. The remaining varsity reserves can't even pick one person. Lin Shu had the greatest potential, but he still needed some time to grow, so he couldn't be counted on to compete now. The current dilemma was a bit difficult to deal with. His cell phone suddenly rang, and he found that it was Su Lilian, who was accompanying him to the Imperial Veterinary Hospital. After an exchange, he hung up the phone. The sadness on Gu Zhenbang's face grew more and more intense. The original idea of still hoping to be able to save the royal beast also immediately fell through. According to the doctor, the royal beast's injuries were somewhat serious, and he would need to rest for about 10 days at the very least. However, the next round of the tournament was on Sunday, and there were only 4 days left. This accident also disrupted all of Gu Zhenbang's plans, leaving him at a loss for words. He could only inform the principal of this news truthfully. Gu Zhenbang sucked on a huazi in his hand. White smoke wrapped around his entire body, but he was unresponsive. Somewhat deflated with hopelessness, his eyes looked towards the sky, not knowing what was going on in his mind. On Friday afternoon, Lin Shu's proficiency was rubbing upwards and skyrocketing with the help of his mentor these days. In less than 3 days, he had gained 1,000 points of proficiency, and it was true that with the help of one more person, the speed was much faster. Black Knight's level was also increased 1 day at a time over the past few days, successfully reaching level 30 with 125 points of proficiency remaining. Such a fast speed has already made Wu Song not surprised. However, mentor Gu Xinwen was stunned. He had seen this scene before. When you can quickly improve at a dozen or so levels, he can still accept it. It is not rare. I did not expect more than 20 levels of speed remains unchanged, and even faster, a day to improve 1 level, even with his knowledge, but also straight call open eyes. Since the goal has been reached, Lin Shu intends to return to Binzhou. It just so happens that his mentor is also going back now, just along the way. Wu Song, on the other hand, did not have the intention to go back. After all, now is his vacation time. He intends to just soak in the Plum Lake Island here peacefully fishing. 2 people also did not force. Directly riding the white feather spirit falcon flew to Fengdu. The speed of this high-grade flying imperial beast was just fast, much faster than the speed of an airplane. It was really convenient. The original 5 or 6 hour journey only took 2 hours to reach Binzhou. After sending Lin Shu to the entrance of Kanglin No. 2 Middle School, Guo Xian also left alone. He hadn't returned to school for half a month. Lin Shu planned to go to the varsity training room to take a look. It turned out that no one had come out to talk to the lively varsity group on his cell phone for the past few days. This made him a bit puzzled as to what was going on. Could it be that the Binzhou Cup had been eliminated? Without thinking so much, Lin Shu came all the way to the training room and then pushed the door in. Everyone was still training as usual, except that the atmosphere was a bit subdued, and there were no scenes of talking and laughing in the past. Especially Lan Mengzhu and Chen Yuzhou were sitting on the sofa at the side and were a bit sullen. Their imperial beasts had also disappeared. This made Lin Shu somewhat strange. The sounds outside quickly caught everyone's attention. After seeing that it was Lin Shu returning, everyone pulled out smiles to welcome him. Back. Lin Shu, where did you go this time? You were gone for half a month. Although it was a hush-hush, but the flavor was always a bit off. Gu Zhenbang, who originally liked to patrol around, was also sitting by the sofa smoking a huazi in a rare manner, not bothering with everyone who was training, and didn't even look at them. What's going on with everyone? What happened? Why are they all sad? Lin Shu thought for a moment, but still asked directly. After all, everyone's state wasn't right. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, but there was still no one who answered this question in the first place. Gao Feng was considered the most normal at the moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he spoke the answer to the question. We won the 32-16 match of the Binzhou Cup 2 days ago. But Lan Mengzhu and senior sister Chen Yuzhou's imperial beasts were seriously injured, and they need to rest for at least 10 days to recover. The current varsity team can't scrape together a spot for the day after tomorrow's match. After a few words, Lin Shu sort of understood. So this was the reason. No wonder no one in the group discussed it or told him. Because with his own strength at that time, it was useless to tell him. Without an evolved imperial beast, at a level less than 30, it was just adding to the troubles. After thinking about it, Lin Shu spoke. This time I went to the other world. I actually went for evolution. Now that the evolution is complete, I'm coming back. I wonder if this strength is enough to participate in the competition? These words surprised the crowd. Everyone had different expressions, clearly stunned by what Lin Shu said. Wasn't it only half a month ago that he was level 21, how did he come back and succeed in evolving straight away? Hearing this, Gu Zhenbang's originally dull eyes snapped into some color. According to Lin Shu's previous performance, his imperial beast battle strength would be strengthened very substantially. Maybe there was really a chance. Awesome, awesome. Holy, too fierce, brother Shu. Big brother begs for a belt. These words still livened up the originally cold and quiet scene a bit. Several reserve members said in a row. It also slightly renewed the possibility of being able to continue competing. However, after everyone calmly thought about it, they still realized what the problem was. Although Lin Shu's rate of improvement was indeed fast, it still wasn't enough. The gap was still too large at a level where all the senior participating Imperial Beastmasters averaged around 33 levels. Gu Zhenbang had obviously thought of this as well. It's still not enough, you're already excellent, but the time left for you is still too short. The difference in rank is too much. In the end, it's still only. Picking up the thermos cup on the side, he gently sipped it, his face filled with pity. The latter words were not said, but the meaning was understood by everyone. The crowd's thoughts were also the same as what Gu Zhenbang said, and the original scene that was still somewhat lively once again went cold. One after another, they shook their heads to express their pity. Everyone, don't be in a hurry, the words aren't finished yet. Black Knight has progressed quickly in the past few days and has already leveled up to 30, so I think that should be enough now, right? Chapter 80, the Center 1 Middle School that opened champagne. Lin Shu's flat words were slowly uttered. Everyone's eyes were tinged with dismay as they stopped their hands. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, shocking the entire room. The crowd was silent for a long time as if they were under a fixation spell. Then, they took in a deep breath of cool air, their eyeballs protruding a bit, clearly terrified. If the previous words of Lin Shu successfully evolving the Imperial Beast were barely acceptable. But this sentence of the rank coming to level 30 was directly breaking their perceptions. Gu Zhenbang's original action of drinking water froze, and the thermos cup fell to the ground with a loud thud, a hot boiling water overflowing on the ground and emitting steaming hot air. A lot of it even splashed onto his pant legs, but he was also unresponsive, just immersed in the words he had just spoken. Seeing that everyone seemed a bit incredulous, Lin Shu did not say much. He directly released Black Knight and Earth Obsidian from the Royal Beast space. The crowd's eyes were also drawn away by the refreshed Black Knight. Gu Zhenbang subconsciously sensed the level, and was then struck by the curvature of his jaw that bent more and more. Sure enough, it was level 30, Lin Shu was not wrong. Such a boost was unheard of even for him. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly said. Lin Shu was right. With these words everyone understood that this was real, not a dream. Instantly the scene was abuzz, everyone was talking about this matter. Among them, Lei Wu and Li Shuhong were the most excited. After all,
the original strength of the varsity team, not to mention entering the quarterfinals, the top 8 is also a very easy thing. If it wasn't for the accident, how could it be so stifled like these days? They have raised their arms and shouted. Steady, steady, steady. Awesome. Lin Shu. What a monster-like rate of improvement. This saves the competition the day after tomorrow. Aside from Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, who didn't open their mouths because of their worries, the rest of them praised Lin Shu, filled with excitement. Lin Shu's words shook everyone awake. The crowd looked at Black Knight's dazzling and majestic physique in admiration. It's really handsome. This is that evolutionary form, I haven't heard of it. What do you care, is this something you can inquire about? To this Lin Shu of course just treated it as if he hadn't heard it. It was naturally not good to say much about these things. The atmosphere of the scene was now finally quite relaxed, and it was back to the time when they were talking and laughing before. It seemed like everyone was grumbling about not being able to participate in the next match. Good, now that our predicament is lifted, we still have the ability to move on. Now I'll report the list and finalize the lineup. After all, Ling Shu and Gao Feng are the newest additions, so let's practice working together more in these 2 days. Strive to hone our lineup. Seeing this, Gu Zhenbang directly opened his mouth to confirm this matter. With that, he filled out the list of players for the next round on his cell phone. It was also a solution to the urgent need of these few days. Okay, teacher. 3. The 3 immediately responded. Gao Feng looked at the spirited Lin Shu on the side and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Who would have thought that the schoolmate he received last time would have become his teammate by now? Although he knew that this day wouldn't be too late, he didn't expect that this speed would still exceed his imagination. Lin Shu suddenly remembered that he didn't know who his next round opponent would be and asked. Which high school is our next round opponent? Gu Zhenbang laughed out loud. Your old friend, Center 1 High School. You guys are really kind of destined for each other. The crowd laughed along with them, obviously all well aware of Lin Shu's affair with their school. It's quite good. Lin Shu was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. It must have been special fate to come across such an arrangement. Immediately, Gu Zhenbang gathered the 4 together and began to draw up distribution tactics. There wasn't much time left, and this matter still needed to be tightened up. On the other side, Center 1 Middle School, within the Senior 1 class. It was now recess time, and the students were all chatting and fooling around individually. Bai Sheng was sitting alone in the front row, consulting the information, and the blue thunder-striped bear was currently sleeping soundly beside his feet. It was making a muffled thunderous snoring sound. Suddenly a student raised his cell phone high and shouted. Everyone, look! The list of participants from Pale Blue Second Middle School has been announced. You guys have absolutely no idea who's in. The crowd sniffed with a lack of interest. After all, everyone already knew about the matter of the 2 official members of Pale Blue Second Middle School, the Imperial Beasts, being seriously injured. Even if 2 replacements were found to participate, but their strength was definitely not guaranteed. So the odds were that they would fall in this round. What's there to see here? Yeah, I think they just sent 2 random people to make up the numbers. The ones that crushed the day after tomorrow, there's no need to even watch this match. The man just shook his head and then said. You guys have a point, I know. They actually let Lin Shu compete. I really don't know what the people in their varsity team were thinking. It looks like it's already sick and desperate. A hopeless expression was revealed. These words attracted the gazes of most of the students. A loud laughter then rose and opened. Ha 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 ha. Although Lin Shu is very strong, that I admit. But now interfering in a seniors match, that won't be tyrannized. So much to look forward to, so much so that this match has to be watched. Count me in. It was obvious that Lin Shu's actions of eliminating the students of Center 1 Middle School one after another in the Daisy Bird Cup had caused them to become dissatisfied. At this time, they were naturally happy to see Lin Shu make a fool of himself. Bai Shang naturally also heard everyone's discussion. She was also puzzled, how could they let Lin Shu go up to compete? You guys in Kanglin's Second Middle School really don't have anyone. Although the news that Lin Shu's Black Knight had evolved had been known a few days ago. But the average level of their Center 1 varsity was around 34. This was still the strength of this year's weakest varsity class. The difference in rank was around 10 levels, so what was the point of fighting? Although Bai Shang was confident in Lin Shu's strength, the difference was still a bit too big. I hope that when the time comes, the loss won't be too bad, otherwise Lin Shu won't have a good time. He picked up his cell phone and started to send a message to Lin Shu, asking about the specifics. On the side, the senior Class 1 students had already opened champagne. In their subconscious, with such a list appearing, Center 1 had already entered the top 8. They were complacent and said that the luck of this draw grouping was really good. Bai Shang also quickly received a reply message from Lin Shu. The content was very simple, only one plus an emoticon. Have a good look, day after tomorrow.
It was followed by a he emoticon. There was no explanation of anything, but instead, he acted as a Riddler.
To Bai Shang's bewilderment, there wasn't the slightest appearance of worry or fear between the words. He had an understanding of Lin Shu, and would definitely not do anything he wasn't sure of. At this moment, he also looked forward to it, not knowing what kind of water Lin Shu would stir up in the team competition the day after tomorrow.
Chapter 81 Black Knight Evolution First Appearance. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone, thank you for your support, 3 shifts today and tomorrow, and by the way, I'm begging for free power for love?
Time blinked and it was the weekend, and today was the opening day of the Binjo Cup Teen Tournament.
It was a match between Kanglan 2nd Middle School and Center 1st Middle School.
The venue for the match was set at the Baiyun Fieldhouse. It was also Lin Shu's home ground. After all, there were pictures of Lin Shu plastered all over the interior of the arena. After winning the fledgling Bird Cup some time ago, the White Cloud Arena had attracted a huge wave of traffic due to Lin Shu's endorsement.
The fame had spread throughout Fengdu, attracting many Imperial Beastmasters to travel and fight against each other. The matter of Lin Shu competing on behalf of Kanglan 2nd Middle School was also spreading like wildfire on the internet. The netizens' comments were both good and bad, but the overall wind direction was quite favorable. Many said that they could only go through the motions and gain some team match experience. After all, not many people were optimistic about this team cobbled together by freshmen. But with the potential Lin Shu had shown so far, everyone was extremely inclusive, knowing that this was a rising superstar, and there wasn't much bad-mouthing of him. At noon, Lin Shu followed the members of the varsity team onto the bus prepared by the school, ready to head to the Baiyun Arena. There was more than one of these buses prepared, and many of the students within the school who wanted to watch the match were able to enter the bus and follow along. The news of Lin Shu's participation in this team competition had long been spreading throughout San Lan No. 2 Middle School, and the students were sympathetic to this practice. Knowing that there was no way around it, although the chances of winning were slim, they were still willing to go and cheer and support the school team. The bus swung all the way, arriving in the middle of the Baiyun Arena at 1 p.m. sharp. After getting off the bus, he found a group of people surrounding the parking lot, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Lin Shu get off the bus, the group of people hurriedly swarmed to him. They said, "Lin Shu, you have to cheer. Right. We all believe in you. Even if you lose this time, don't keep it in your heart, just win back next time." Their faces were frenzied, and in their hands, they held the Black Knight and Lin Shu photos high in the air. Lin Shu slightly stalled. Were these people his fans? The few people on the side were filled with envy. The gap was too big. Others Lin Shu had fans blocking the door. And they also saw quite a few good-looking young ladies. With that, Lin Shu nodded towards everyone with a smile on his face and followed the pace of the large group to continue forward. After a short interlude, the crowd came to the interior of a preparation room. At this time, there was still roughly half an hour before the official start of the match. Gu Zhenbang didn't continue with his long-winded instructions, but instead asked everyone to calm their minds to face the upcoming match. What should be said and done in the past 2 days had already been done, so saying anything more now would only add to the pressure. Gu Zhenbang had formulated a simple tactic for them, which was to play guerrilla. The imperial beasts of the several people, with the exception of Lei Wu, were all extremely swift. Between running and fighting, they could not only spread out each other's stations, but also not be affected by the opposite side's wide-range skills. It was currently the best method. And Lin Shu's strength of the imperial beasts had also brought him a great surprise in the past 2 days. Comprehensive evaluation down with Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu. 2 people's strength of the royal beasts are not too different, that is, the level is still slightly lower. Even more than some, but also from the perverted aggressiveness and speed of the Black Knight. The chances of winning today are high. On the other hand, inside the preparation bench where the Center 1 Middle School's varsity team was located. The varsity teacher was speaking about the direction and details of the next match. Make sure not to take the opponent lightly. I think everyone understands who will be the one who loses face if they lose. Since the opposite side has an obvious shortcoming, let's target that shortcoming. Break them down one by one afterward.
then victory will only be a matter of proximity.
The four first middle school varsity players at the bottom nodded their heads in succession. This was true, if they could even lose by joining a senior first varsity Kanglin's second middle school.
They could just find a block of tofu and die.
What's the point of competing in a match? Alright, it's almost time for the match. Everyone leave with me. What you just said must be followed. Yes. 4.
Outside, within the huge arena, there was a huge crowd at the moment, and the number of people watching the match was even more than the Daisy Bird Cup. The original 5,000 spots for extra seats were still not enough, and still the tickets were sold out after a few minutes. After all, it was a match about the whole state, and the crowd was much wider. Everyone also had a strong curiosity about Lin Shu competing.
Good afternoon, everyone. The next match we're about to tune into is the Binjo Cup 16-8 match. Kanglin's second middle school versus Center first middle school.
Please welcome the two teams to the stage. As white smoke filled the air, 4 figures appeared on each side of the left and right. A few people fiddled with design movements, and at first glance, they looked cool and stylish. Lin Shu looked at this decent opening. It was really a lot more professional than the Daisy Bird Cup. A burst of shouts and cries came from the surrounding audience. The fiery atmosphere instantly exploded in the room. The host began to introduce the contestants one by one according to their schools. At this moment, the referee standing on the side began to repeat the rules to everyone. The rules for the Binjo Cup and the Hatchling Cup had changed drastically, except for the fact that no death could be caused between imperial beasts. Even if you beat your imperial beast half to death, it is still something that is not against the rules. That's why the kind of thing that happened before happened.
Rinshu was soon introduced.
As we can see, the last player of Kanglin's second high school, Lin Shu, and he's only a senior.
The time spent contracting imperial beasts hasn't exceeded 3 months.
To be able to stand above this stage, what a youngster. Likewise, he's also the champion of this year's Daisy Bird Cup, such a youngster with great potential. Let's look forward to what student Lin Shu will do next. The audience underneath the stage also began to shout out the name Lin Shu, even if it was 1/5 of the entire audience.
Go for it.
I don't want to win, I just want to play in style. These spectators had all come to support Lin Shu, and some had traveled all the way from other cities. This kind of scene also made the 4 people from Center 1's faces a little unhappy.
You're the talented youngster?
They decided to let Lin Shu know why the flowers were so red. Leaning against the battle stage, Bai Shang, Huang Yan, and other classmates that Lin Shu had a pretty good relationship with were watching the battle. Their expressions were a bit tense as they looked towards Lin Shu, who had a calm face in front of them. There didn't seem to be any nervousness or fear on his face at all. Inside the battle arena, the 8 people summoned their imperial beasts out together, and brilliant colors continued to emerge.
Everyone's imperial beasts appeared in everyone's view.
Soon, Lin Shu's imperial beasts attracted the attention of everyone outside the audience.
A patchwork of exclamations and screams echoed. Look, Lin Shu's imperial beast. Holy! Holy! Leveling up is too fast. It was only level 21 at the end of the last tournament. It's so cool. Does anyone know, is this that kind of evolutionary form?
This change set off a wave of people who marveled at how fast Lin Shu's leveling up was, with that cool and fascinating form of Black Knight. Many people were in awe, and just by seeing this evolved Black Knight alone, they were calling out that they had already earned back their ticket price this time. Bai Sheng and the others were also seeing the evolved Black Knight for the first time, and their faces were filled with amazement and admiration. The opposite 4 were also startled. This guy's talent was truly terrifying. But immediately calmed their minds. It had only evolved once, and at best, it was only level 20 or so, it couldn't make any waves. A minute later, the match officially began. On the side of Kanglin's second middle school, the 4 imperial beasts spread out in formation early, not striking out rashly, but waiting for the other side to attack. The opposite side naturally did not hesitate to see this. The skill firepower of several imperial beasts then poured directly towards Black Knight.
This action was clearly intended to target Lin Shu.
Lin Shu had also anticipated this situation. Under his command, Black Knight's figure changed continuously, like a phantom, easily dodging all the skill attacks. Immediately behind the back of the 4 black wings flapped high flying, a number of blades of airstrikes as rapid and go.
Chapter 82 Strong Performance.
Not only did the numerous skills fail to hurt Blackout in the slightest, they were instead hit by the blade chi strike that sped by. This wave was a stolen chicken.
At this moment, Lin Shu's three teammates naturally wouldn't be idle.
They commanded the Imperial Beasts to start attacking fiercely, causing the opposite side to scream in agony. Their faces turned a little ugly, such exaggerated reactions and speed had caught them by surprise. Lin Shu's wonderful counter-attacking performance also caused a cheer from below.
Handsome. Wow, Black Knight is so strong after evolving. Is this kind of Imperial Beast really something a senior can possess? This feeling of traveling on the tip of a sword made the heart beat faster. In the audience below, within the location of the students of Center 1 Middle School, many people revealed expressions of disbelief. It's not like you've only just evolved. He could actually dodge so many attacks? This was not scientific at all, and a bad feeling vaguely flooded their hearts. The initial encounter had made the few people on the other side understand that Lin Shu wasn't a soft persimmon. It wasn't that easy to pin down, forcibly targeting. The ones who suffered in the end would definitely be themselves. There was no head iron to continue targeting. These few people weren't little cuties either. Only to change the idea, began to play a positional war. After all, it was still their average level that was superior, and they were stronger in terms of battle power. The advantage is mine.
Steady, just follow the pattern of the previous match.
We can win. Understood. The remaining three immediately agreed. Seeing the transformation that occurred in a moment on the other side, Lin Shu and the others looked at each other with four eyes, all of them understanding the meaning. Acting according to the original plan. The other party's four Imperial Beasts were, respectively, the Flame Chicken's evolved version of the explosive Flame Chicken, the same Imperial Beast as Lei Wu, the martial fighting giant ape, the Cloud Shadow Sparrow, and the final centerpiece, the Misty Siren. This is really land, sea and air complete, configuration basically no weakness, but there is no strong point. Now the one-on-one battle mode would begin. The two fighting apes swung their fists to fight, punches to the flesh, emitting bang-bang loud noise, so that people call out to be enjoyable. The rest of the Imperial Beasts fought individually, and the battlefield was divided into 4 places. Generally speaking, such a scene would occur in a team competition. After all, everyone's strength was still relatively even. The one that Black Knight was about to face was the Cloud Shadow Sparrow that was also hovering in the air. Several wind blades came one after the other, bringing with them a blazing edge, and they came with full force. In response to the wind blades were rippling bladed airstrikes. Black Knight, eyes filled with wariness, he can finally have a good fight. In the front, accompanying the master to kill fish is still too boring. Just now, you are despicable to sneak attack yourself, or 4 Imperial Beasts surrounded, simply do not talk about martial arts. Now one-on-one, I will definitely make you guys look good. Lin Shu briefly checked the attribute panel of the Cloud Shadow Sparrow, and apart from its 34 rank, the rest of it didn't have any outstanding places. The opponent was also one of the weakest in the Center 1 varsity team, so he was really underestimating himself. Black Knight was fully capable of taking him down. Commanding Black Knight to act, the latter instantly understood the meaning. This was for him to take care of the opposite party. The ghostly figure flashed through the air, deftly dodging the wind blades and wind scrolls that came whistling. In the blink of an eye, he came to the side of the Cloud Shadow Sparrow, and what came with him was a flash of a silver-colored sharp knife. A thin blood scar was faintly visible, the wound was very deep, revealing the white bones, and only then did the other party react. Lark, plume defense. Seeing this, the Royal Beastmaster on the opposite side hastily released his defense skill in an attempt to fend it off. This kind of speed shocked him, it was actually even faster than before. He couldn't react at all, and felt that something was not good. Snow-white plumes fluttered like falling leaves, casting a circle to protect his body. The great accomplishment of the plume defense allowed him to be like a fish out of water in the past matches, and the same was true today as well. Lin Shu didn't care about this because he knew how exaggerated Blackout's attacking ability was right now. The attack of the silver spikes was as unstoppable as a raging storm. In just a few moments, the white feathers that surrounded the front exploded and scattered all around. An expression of fear appeared in the eyes of the Cloud Shadow Sparrow. This was impossible. But also did not sit and wait for death. Gray-white wings quickly waved, using the maximum force, expecting to escape from this area to dodge the attack. Strong attack. The distance that he had originally run out was instantly caught up with, and a blow was dealt to his most vulnerable abdomen. A large amount of blood sprayed out. Just this slash almost killed it. The Cloud Shadow Sparrow's own defense wasn't outstanding, and it used its speed and skills to win. But today, its speed that it was so proud of was so ridiculous in front of the Dark Knight. Like a crashed airplane, it fell straight to the ground, a muffled sound was emitted, and then it fell to the ground.
The only thing left was the continuous wailing sound. The Cloud Shadow Sparrow's Imperial Beastmaster's eyes whitened when he saw this scene. In just a short minute, his own Imperial Beast had already lost its fighting strength. Cold sweat was pouring from his forehead, and he had clearly been shocked. A few people in the other 3 places of battle realized afterward that Lin Shu had actually defeated one person. They were immediately shocked, a scene they wouldn't dare to dream of even if they slept at night. Lei Wu, Li Shuhang and Gao Feng were also surprised to see this scene with their eyes wide open. Then they were all smiles. Dude, it's too fierce. Although the past 2 days had already initially felt that Lin Shu's current strength was extraordinary, I didn't realize that the actual battle was even more heavenly. In a short period of time, he solved the other party. This matter can be replaced by their Imperial Beasts may not be able to do. The 3 of them were beaming with joy. How can the other party fight us with one less person? Victory ultimately belongs to Kanglin's second middle school. What? We can see. Student Lin Shu's Imperial Beast has already knocked down and lost the opponent's Cloud Shadow Sparrow. You have to realize that he's just a freshman in high school, but he actually presented such an exaggerated battle scene. This is unbelievable, such a scene, such a level crossing challenge. It's one of the few even in the history of the Binjo Cup. On the hosting stage in the center, the host was obviously also surprised by Lin Shu's performance, and his tone of voice was unusually excited. Lin Shu's performance also caused the audience under the stage to instantly boil over, and the noisy words continued one after another. Clearly amazed by Lin Shu's performance. Blackie speaks. Who said that Gao Lifetime couldn't play the Binjo Cup? No one else thinks highly of you, but you're the most competitive. Lin Shu is awesome. Our Kanglin No. 2 middle school is the strongest. This kind of battle where the weak beat the strong could most likely inspire everyone's desire to win. All the analyses of the situation before the start of the match were pronouncing the defeat of Kanglin's second middle school. Not many people were optimistic about this team that had been put together from the East. This one really raised their eyebrows and ruthlessly slapped those people in the face. In the area where the students of Center 1 Middle School were located, a group of people were silenced, and seeing this scene also made their eyes black. Abortive, good news brutally beaten. Bad news, the one who was violently beaten is the Center 1 Middle School. Many of the people who opened the champagne in advance had their eyes lowered, looking at all the comments around them that were all cheering for Lin Shu. Panicked with his left hand to cover the blue school emblem representing the center of the first middle school, only to feel his face burning. This place has no place for them to stay. Then a group of people, woefully escaped, from a side aisle gray slipped away from the venue. This group of people left did not bring the slightest impact. Amidst the cheers and shouts of the audience, Center 1 Middle School was still resisting. But in the end, there was one less person, and with 4 against 3, there was basically no possibility of turning the game around. Especially since their opponent was still Lin Shu, who possessed Black Knight. Black Knight roamed around the grounds like a life-sapping ghost. As long as he was close to the person, it was a few white knives, and with the help of his teammates, the opposite side could not resist at all. In just a few minutes, the battle was already clear. The expressions on the faces of the 4 members of the Center 1 Middle School were constantly changing, full of disillusionment and disbelief. They had actually lost to a senior student. They had actually lost to an upperclassman, and their defenses had been breached by that Lin Shu. It was a great contrast to their previous arrogance. Chapter 83 10-year-old fans come uninvited. Other side. Inside Kanglin's second middle school, in the middle of the principal's office room. Pei Yuanfang whisked out a huazi in an ashtray to the side. His vision returned to the computer screen. On it was none other than the Binjo Cup match that was being broadcast live. Let's congratulate Kanglin's second middle school for entering the top 8. Their opponent in the next round is none other than their good neighbors, Kanglin First High School. Then today's match ends here. Please tune in on time next Saturday to watch our match. The screen bounced around for a while, and then turned to give the audience a chance to comment on today's match. A tall, sweet-voiced host shoved the microphone to the mouth of a boy with the pale blue second middle school logo. Hello classmate, may I ask what you think of Kanglin's second middle school's performance today? The boy was astonished, not realizing that he could actually be interviewed today. He hurriedly pulled the microphone some distance over to his side, and then coughed twice. With a smiling face, he said, "This time it's too much of a relief. A lot of people out there are saying that there's no suspense in today's match. I can go to his horse, it's simply a rat's ass." Everyone withstood the pressure and showed the strength of our pale blue second middle school. Especially me, Shoshin, was the one who helped the building to fall. And as a 10-year-old fan of the God of Description, of course I'm going to support it. A small center first middle school, in the hands of the God of Description, directly take the pinch. Then he kept on touting Lin Shu's various performances in an endless stream. The host, on the other hand, was wearing a smile and listening silently, then interjecting from time to time. It was clear that today's interview in Heat would be very explosive. She had already thought of the title for later. The Daisy Bird Cup champion is on the verge of doing something like this in the middle of a match? This would definitely explode. Pei Yuanfang didn't continue reading and slowly turned the page off. Getting up from the leather seat, he stood up. Coming to the floor-to-ceiling windows, he looked far ahead. Lin Shu's performance and growth could no longer be described as a genius, it should be called a heavenly pride. It seems like it's time to bring out the crushing bottom. Giving him ordinary imperial beasts is harming him. Let me think about which ones are suitable. Pei Yuanfang muttered, his thoughts spinning in his mind. As for the follow-up to the Binjo Cup that he was participating in now, it was also best for Lin Shu not to participate in it was simply a waste of time for Lin Shu. Moreover, there was no possibility of winning the championship now. The news that he learned as the principal was naturally not comparable to others. Binjo High School is Binjo within the first-ranked high school, Cliff leading all high schools in the state. Its internal varsity team was strong, with an average level of 40, and even had Lord quality level Imperial Beasts. The difference in levels was too great to be defeated. It just so happens that next Saturday, the other two official members' Imperial Beasts will have healed from their injuries. Lin Shu would just grow up in peace and stop participating in these competitions that didn't mean much to his growth. Although it did bring some honor to the school, compared to his growth. None of this is worth mentioning. The big tree that grows up is the only one that can shade the people under its green shade. Under the large tree on the side, many students brought their Imperial Beasts to play below. The area where the green shade was located was large, enveloping the area. Pei Yuanfang picked up his cell phone and began to explain this matter with Gu Zhenbang, talking about it very carefully. Although it was a bit of a shame, the latter accepted that this was a fact. Inside the Baiyin Fieldhouse, in an empty field, a group of people from the varsity team celebrated today's victory. Among them, Bai Sheng and the students within Senior Class 5 who were on good terms with Lin Shu were also among them. Everyone was praising Lin Shu's performance today. This matter is already on the Binjo news. You're going to be on fire, Lin Shu. Today's performance was so fierce, I feel like there's hope for the championship. Lin Shu smiled cheerfully, didn't answer these, everyone bragging don't bring me along. The champion is still a bit difficult, although Blackout's strength is unquestionable. Today still accounted for the difference in information that Blackout had just evolved. Others do not understand, which is why they will fight with themselves one-on-one. Later on, when everyone knew that you were great one-on-one, they definitely wouldn't do that. We'll choose to group combat, so that the Black Knight's space to play is not so big. After all, the gap between levels still exists. In the end, it was still everyone's cooperation and tacit understanding that had to be fought. After Gu Zhenbang answered the phone, he didn't choose to go public at this point. It wouldn't be good for such a good atmosphere to be broken at this point. It would be better to go back and inform them in a gradual manner. But some other explanation still needed to be relayed. After waiting for a while, everyone gradually dropped back from their initial excitement. Only then did Gu Zhenbang open his mouth to signal Lin Shu to come over. Lin Shu, come over here. Coming. After Lin Shu heard this, he also responded immediately. With that, the two of them came to a corner and started talking. The crowd didn't wonder about anything when they saw this. The match was won, calling over was definitely not a bad thing. Naturally, it could only be a good thing. Maybe it was the school that was going to give Lin Shu some additional rewards. The principal just contacted me by phone and asked me to ask if your spirit has reached the second stage? Lin Shu nodded. Then why don't you go to the principal's place tomorrow morning? It says that the Imperial Beast selected for you has already been chosen for you. The principal was actually more active than himself, and Lin Shu had planned to contact the principal when he was free. He didn't expect to ask now. Alright, I'll be there tomorrow morning. With that, Gu Zhenbang deliberated for a moment, still planning to speak to Lin Shu today. The next thing is another matter. The principal means that you don't have to participate in the next Binjo Cup. The Imperial Beasts of your two schoolmates will definitely be cured before the tournament next week. As for you, just nurture the Imperial Beasts well, the school will replenish you in terms of resources. Of course it's not mandatory, it's still up to you.
These were two options, obviously also afraid that Lin Shu would think that it was done deliberately by the school. Lin Shu finished listening to the words and pondered. The principal's meaning coincided with his own, since the two school sisters were able to fill the vacancy. Originally, people had been competing, dedicated, there was always a follow-up, and it was not good for them to steal their positions. He himself happened to be free, and it was good to run to the other world to brush up some more proficiency. Then I won't continue with the follow-up. Or just let the two school sisters participate. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shu spoke the answer. That's fine. I'll notify them with the team if they're on the team. Gu Jinbang nodded. For now, this arrangement was considered the best. The rest will be fine, I'm afraid you'll be dissatisfied in your heart. Lin Shu shook his head. How could his heart be so small? That's fine. Let's celebrate at night at the 10,000 Beasts building, my treat. With that, he placed his hand on Lin Shu's shoulder and walked out with him. The news was told to the crowd. Teacher atmosphere. Wonderful. To actually dare to go to the 10,000 Beasts building, I'll make sure you bleed heavily today. Everyone began to snicker. Gu Jinbang was also full of smiles as he talked and laughed with everyone. I'll be waiting, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to eat. Chapter 84 Aurora Skyhorse. Time turned to the early morning of the next day. Today was also the day that he had agreed with the principal to choose a royal beast. Lin Shu purposely woke up at 7 o'clock, thinking of the third imperial beast that he was about to contract and still had expectations. At this moment, Black Knight and Earth Obsidian had already woken up and were already exercising their skills next door. The original 60 square feet of space was somewhat inadequate due to Black Knight and Earth Obsidian's growing size. Not to mention the fact that there was also a replica on the side. At this moment, Lin Shu stood on the left side, quietly watching. A bright light suddenly surged out from the surface of Earth Obsidian, flickering and disappearing in an instant. Lin Shu knew that this was a light that only appeared after leveling up. Name, Mountain Rock Man. Level, LV 181-180. Level limit, LV 25. Status, Healthy. Quality, Common. Attribute, Earth. Talent, Earth and Obsidian Physique Minor 32-400. Skills, Beginner Punch Inception 26-200, Rock Skin Passive Inception 76-200, Dust Inception 15-200, Explosive Fist Beginner 320, Clay Shield Inception 12-200, Ground Stab Beginner 420. Intermediate Clay and Rock Rush Great Achievement 1280, Rock Armor Introductory 11-200. Another month passed, and Earthyao's strength grew at a rate that was not as fast as Black Knight's, but it was still exceptional. The level managed to come to level 18, which was not a bad speed. Even compared to Bai Shang's Heavenly Thunder, it was only a little worse. It was a pity that he hadn't awakened any other skills during this period of time. There wasn't much further to go before evolution. Lin Shu was also considering putting this matter on the agenda afterward. Tilting some proficiency to Earth Obsidian to complete the evolution. Even the talent Earth Obsidian physical body physique had come to a small level of success in this period of time, allowing Earth Obsidian to grow quite a bit in all aspects of its qualities. Because after learning a few days ago that instincts could bring about arcane comprehension during this period of time, Lin Shu then temporarily placed the skill centers of Darkness and Earth Obsidian at the Sprint instinct level. There wasn't in the option of raining on the parade. At this rate, within a month, it would be possible to advance Rock Skin to Instinct, and at that time, it would also be possible to take a good look at the changes afterwards. Darkness, on the other hand, chose Blade Airstrike. After all, it was also the skill he was currently most satisfied with. Although it was an intermediate skill, the more powerful and helpful it would naturally be after livering to Instinct. Thinking for a moment, Lin Shu began to feed the two Imperial Beasts. Full of high-grade nutrient solution paired with quite a few spirit items. The abundant energy satisfied the day's high consumption practice. This was also the secret to the fast leveling up of the Earth Obsidian. After taking care of these things, Lin Shu collected Earth Observance and Black Knight. From the varsity, he traveled to the principal's office. Along the way, many students greeted towards Lin Shu. It was now less than 8 o'clock, and there was still a while before classes started. Apparently yesterday's performance had already spread like wildfire within the school. At this point, Kanglin's second middle school was afraid that there were no students who didn't recognize Lin Shu. This might be thought of as that demon that ran out of the deep forest. Greetings, Shoshin. God of Description. The students overflowed with excitement, finally needing a legend within the school.
Lin Shu was unclear about the origin of this title, but it was obvious that this was a greeting to himself. Smiling and nodding his head, he greeted everyone. Other than that, there wasn't much to say. It was just that the pace of his feet got faster and faster. More people noticed this and also discovered Lin Shu. All of them coincidentally turned their gazes towards him in unison. Luckily, he was fast enough to finally enter the teaching building. After knocking on the door, Lin Shu entered the office. At this moment, Pei Yuanfang was brewing tea in the tea room to the side. "Come, sit here." After coming here a few times, Lin Shu wasn't polite. He directly sat down on top of a seat. Just as he sat down was a fresh and pure aroma, filled with the verdant scent of young leaves. Although Lin Shu didn't know anything about tea, he could clearly feel that this was good tea. Wisps of white smoke drifted away from the teapot, turning into mist. Pei Yuanfang pushed a cup of freshly brewed hot tea next to Lin Shu's hand. "Here, taste it. This is spirit mist tea. A shallow drink every day can calm the Imperial Beastmaster's mind as well as nourish and strengthen the spirit. Next time, I'll bring a few boxes for you. It's also excellent to cultivate your body a bit on weekdays." "Okay." Lin Shu took the tea lid off, and a splash of tea like clear water came into view. It actually didn't carry any color. No mistake, no problem. Spirit mist tea is just colorless. Lin Shu didn't hesitate after hearing this, so he drank the tea in one go. A sense of freshness and lightness filled his mouth. Like the spring breeze on the face. Let Lin Shu some surprise, actually not the slightest bitterness, really good. He didn't love tea, and he also didn't like the hint of good bitterness. Pei Yuanfang also smiled and took a shallow sip. Only then did he talk about business. "Since your spirit has reached the second stage, then I won't go back on my word about the Imperial Beast I promised you. What attributes or requirements do you want from the Imperial Beasts?" Lin Shu pondered in his heart. Currently, he still wanted a flying royal beast or a special royal beast. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was still a talent present. As long as this existed, basically all Imperial Beasts would be acceptable. Unless the positioning overlapped too much with Black Knight or Earth Obsidian, Lin Shu would choose them all mindlessly. Flight department or special department, I guess. You kid is good at saying that. Once you come here it's the special lineage. Really think this stuff can be picked up anywhere? There's no special lineage, but I do have a good choice here for the flight lineage. Pei Yuanfang looked at Lin Shu with a lion's mouth look and snickered. "You're a bit greedy." Originally it was a casual question. If there is one, it would naturally be the best. The flight department is fine, I'll listen to the principal's arrangements. That's fine, come with me. I happen to have a few litters of extreme-winged heavenly horse cubs. They were just born 2 days ago. Pei Yuanfang stood up and prepared to take Lin Shu to the middle of his manor. Extreme-winged heavenly horse. Lin Shu's mind quickly skimmed over quite a bit of information, having roughly learned about this race himself. Watching the principal's departing figure, he hurriedly followed. The two of them made their way up the stairs outside the principal's office. A few floors up was the rooftop of the building. Lin Shu understood that the cub wouldn't be here, but rather waiting for the principal's next move. Without letting him wait much longer, the light of the summoning contract surfaced. A large horse with a snow-white body immediately appeared in Lin Shu's field of vision. It was tall and elegant, with smooth muscle lines and a sense of power. Its eyes were like brilliant sapphires, flashing with the light of spirituality and wisdom. A pair of huge feathered wings stretched out on both sides of its body, its feathers as white as snow, each emitting a holy light. Lin Shu's gaze froze. Name: Aurora Skyhorse. Level: LV 96 252 960. Level limit: LV 100+. Status: healthy. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Flight Light. Talent: Wings of Holy Light minor 252 400. Skill: Beginner Charge into the subtle 166 200, Male Wing Impact into the subtle 172 200. Intermediate Flying Feather Strike into the weak 132 400, Wing Guard into the weak 212 400. Advanced Color Feather Dazzle into the weak 52 800, Holy Healing into the weak 33 800. Super Grade Heavenly Light minor 33 160, Divine Form Soaring Heaven minor 22 160. Obviously this was an imperial beast that intended to advance to the spiritual enlightenment level, and had already begun polishing its primary, intermediate, and advanced skills. This principal's strength also made Lin Shu feel slightly surprised. A 9th rank imperial beast master, actually harboring in a tiny Fengdu, being a middle school principal.
It was truly unfathomable. Come on, go up.
Snow Feather is very tame. Hearing this, Lin Shu hurriedly came to the horse's back, rolled over, and went up. The Aurora Celestial horse just looked at it with curious eyes and did nothing more.
Hold on, we're leaving now. Thanks again for the gifts. Chapter 85 Purple Lightning Thunder Source.
The Aurora Celestial horse was extremely fast, and in terms of speed alone, even the mentor's white-feathered spirit falcon was out of reach. After all, there was still quite a gap in rank between the two imperial beasts. They flew towards the north of the school. Lin Shu vaguely remembered that there should be a mountainous area there. 5 short minutes later, the Aurora Pegasus slowly reduced its speed and began to land at a low altitude. The view was filled with forests and mountains. A group of white dots dotted around a blue lake. As the altitude slowly dropped, a manor made of white walls became more and more visible. This manor covered a huge area, and was feared to have a few thousand acres of land. Inside, there was a large turquoise grass field, and many small white horses that looked similar to Snow Feather were playing around on it. Apparently they were all a group of extreme-winged heavenly horses.
Stomp. Snow Feather landed on top of a grassy area with smooth footsteps. The two of them calmly leapt down from the horse's back.
At this moment, Snow Feather attracted a group of extreme-winged heavenly horses that had just been leisurely treading the grass, and they ran wildly, looking slightly impatient. They rubbed their bodies and heads against Snow Feather, their eyes full of love and tenderness.
Snow Feather didn't care about her master and Lin Shu at the moment.
It slowly walked with its beloved ponies into the distance.
Its appetite is quite big, this place has become its harem. Lin Shu couldn't help but think. Pei Yuanfang snorted, don't mind it, it's like this every time it comes here. Come, follow me.
Lin Shu didn't dwell on this kind of thing, it was considered to be nothing more than the instincts of the imperial beasts. Reproduction was one of the things that animals valued the most. Following the principal, he stepped forward on the moderately soft turf. Right in front of them was a large white building, covering a large area, with an exterior that looked like an abattoir. The doors were open and the two entered the passageway and walked forward. On the left and right there were many rooms with only a small glass panel exposed, and on both sides, one could often see a number of extreme-winged heavenly horses standing in place, and one could also hear a number of their excited neighing sounds. Many people in white overalls were pushing back to help. The young Pegasus had never seen such a scene before. Of course, some human intervention was needed. Through these actions, Lin Shu knew the purpose of these rooms. This was a mating place. The two of them then walked into the bottom of the passageway, and in front of them was a large room with a small wooden sign. On it was written Beast Breeding Room, which was similar to the Beast Breeding Room in Kanglin's second middle school. Pei Yuanfang stretched out his left hand and pressed his thumb into a small black box. A green light flashed, and the verification was successful. The originally closed alloy door opened, revealing everything inside. Into the eyes is a large expanse of neatly padded withered yellow hay. On both sides were white foam boards plastered all over the walls. In the corner of the room, there were several adult extreme-winged celestial horses that were lying on the ground feeding a number of cubs that were waiting to be fed. On the other piece of hay, there were a few slightly larger extreme-winged ponies walking with a somewhat staggering pace, swaying from side to side because of their recent birth, as if they were about to fall over the next moment. What's more, some of them ran sharply on the haystacks until they hit the foam board at the end, but they also instantly fell on all fours and hit their heads. The movement of the two of them walking into the room didn't startle the extreme-winged heavenly horse cubs inside. Pei Yuanfang pointed to the group of small cubs in front of him and said nonchalantly, "Come, take a good look. These are all Snow Feather's heirs, and they should also be the most gifted batch in this breeding base of mine. I think it should be enough to fulfill your needs." Looking at the 30 to 40 extreme-winged heavenly horses in front of him, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh. Shuiyu was really good at this kid was a crop. Nodding, Lin Shu's gaze swept between them, apparently querying the panels one by one. Looking for extreme-winged heavenly horse cubs that possessed a talent. With this number, the chances weren't small. Quite a few little ones seemed to have never seen Lin Shu before, and ran up, looking at him with curious and innocent gazes. Some of the bold ones even stretched out their little hooves and pulled at Lin Shu's pants leg. One by one, their eyes are clear with a little bit cute, really cute to the extreme. The imperial beasts still looked better as children. Pei Yuanfang was also surrounded by the extreme-winged heavenly horses that were still breastfeeding their cubs just now. Most of them bent down, expecting to be petted by Pei Yuanfang, showing that they were extremely familiar and fond of him. Lin Shu stroked the foreheads of these extreme winged heavenly horses as he searched for the horse of his destiny. Without letting him down, a unique panel appeared, making Lin Shu smile slightly.
Name: Extreme Winged Heavenly Horse. Level: LV 2220. Level limit: LV 100. Status: calm. Quality: perfect. Attribute: Flight Thunder. Talent: Purple Lightning Thunder Source Beginner 0200. Skill: Beginner Punch Beginner 230.
After reading this, the arc on Lin Shu's mouth became more and more suppressed.
It was really too lucky. To actually let himself run into the same mutated rare individual Imperial Beast as Black Knight again.
Originally mutually restraining attributes were combined together, and one could only lament the marvelousness of creatures like the Imperial Beasts. His eyes looked towards that little guy with the gift. It was really different, unlike the other extreme winged heavenly horses that were tired of playing. It quietly sat on its knees on top of a piece of hay, its eyes cold and unsmiling as it quietly looked at everything in front of it. The pupils contained a touch of lavender color, which made it look a bit intimidating.
Pei Yuanfang was always paying attention to Lin Shu and naturally noticed his movements.
Obviously, the other party had already made a choice. Walking up to Lin Shu's voice, he said,
"Good eye, I've been paying attention to that little guy for a long time. Different, Maverick."
When other extreme winged heavenly horses were still drinking milk, it had already begun to consume all grass. The personality is rather introverted, one could also say indifferent. Lin Shu also discovered this.
If Black Knight was a representation of high coldness, this extreme winged heavenly horse was pure indifference.
It seemed like nothing was on its mind, nor was there anything it cared about. However, this wasn't even a thing. After the contract, no matter what kind of character of Imperial Beast you were, it would all become more intimate with its master under the subtle influence of the contract.
Headmaster, I'll go with it. This character, it's very much to my liking.
Hearing all of this, Lin Shu didn't even think about it and replied directly.
No problem, it's good to have the right one. I'm really afraid that if you pick around, there's nothing that can make you like it.
Let's go, not far next door is a quiet room, just start the contract directly.
Lin Shu nodded, that would be best. Then I'll trouble the principal.
The latter shook his hand, meaning not a refusal, but that there was no need for more words.
Pei Yuanfang walked over to pick that little one up, and it didn't resist in any way, nor did it let out a yelp.
It just watched silently, but there seemed to be some longing in those little eyes. Lin Shu watched the scene thoughtfully, he seemed to know what it wanted. Following behind, he followed the passageway to the entrance of the quiet room.
Placing the little one inside, Pei Yuanfang explained. It's possible that the contracting process will be a bit troublesome.
But with a little more effort, I think it won't be much of a problem.
Go. Chapter 86 Third Imperial Beast Violet Eyes. Clear. I already have something in mind.
At this, Lin Shu of course understood that such a character might be rebellious during the contracting process later on. The slightest carelessness would cause cracks in the contract, causing it to fail. One still needed to get the preliminary preparations in place before making the next move.
I'll leave you alone then. Just take your time and don't rush,
Pei Yuanfang said with a "I'll watch you" expression. With that, he left the place. Seeing this, Lin Shu pushed the door open, finding the little guy staring intently at himself. There wasn't the slightest change in its eyes, and it had no fear of what was going to happen next. Lin Shu just smiled amiably at it, able to give this little guy a little good impression.
Immediately afterward, the light representing the contract space flashed in the room.
Black Knight and Earth Obsidian appeared in it in this way, and it was a good thing that the interior of this quiet room was large enough, or else it wouldn't have been easy to let them out. They first greeted Lin Shu with a smile on their faces and gathered around, then their gazes went to the little guy sitting on the ground. At this moment, the extreme winged heavenly horse finally reacted, his pupils unconsciously twitching, looking at the sharp and revealing breath mysterious Black Knight.
Really powerful strength.
I also want to be as tall and powerful as this mantis in front of me. Lin Shu watched from the sidelines and realized that his guess was not wrong. It was also the reason why he had released Black Knight and Earth Observer. This little guy had a unique curiosity about powerful imperial beasts, which was also the reason why he had just kept watching the principal. The headmaster's snow feather was the strongest in this manner deservedly. Although it had only just been born, perfect quality imperial beasts were naturally smarter, with an intelligence level similar to that of a few years old.
And the little guy's pursuit was to become stronger, although he didn't really know why he had formed such an idea. But this was not a bad thing. An imperial beast that pursued strength was a good imperial beast. And he himself happened to possess such a method to rapidly increase his strength. At this time, Lin Shu spoke. "Little fellow, how is the strength of my imperial beasts? You should know that before, they could be even weaker than you are now. But in just 3 months, they were bred by me to be like this now." The extreme-winged heavenly horse had some incredulity in its eyes, looking at Lin Shu with a gaze that carried some skepticism. Obviously still not quite believing in this kind of thing. Lin Shu laughed lightly. The little guy was really a bit defensive. It wasn't easy to trick him. However, his own words were true. He wasn't lying to children. "You can ask them. Wouldn't that tell you the truth?" The extreme-winged heavenly horse drifted off. This was right. The imperial beasts would not lie to the imperial beasts. With that, he got up and came between darkness and earth obsidian with a sturdy stride. Using his small hooves to pull at them, he began to inquire with a serious face. Roar, hiss. Lin Shu signaled Black Knight and Earth Obsidian with his eyes, and the two beasts understood the meaning. Black Knight knew that there was going to be another freeloading rice bucket at home. Then he crouched down and began to slowly communicate with the extreme-winged heavenly horse. The conversation was all small hisses, although Lin Shu couldn't understand it. But the look of increasing spiritual anticipation in the eyes of the extreme-winged heavenly horse was clearly visible. 2 minutes later, he too had finally finished understanding everything. His movements became anxious, with some eagerness on his face. Roar! Hurry up and contract with me. I want to progress too much. Especially with all the benefits that Black Knight had told him about. For example, the master had a mysterious power boost that could directly help them level up. It could also quickly increase the proficiency of the skills they had mastered. It even had a brand new state of evolution, or a customized version. With all the benefits, it could be said that he was looking forward to it. He thought that there might not be a single imperial beast that could refuse such an offer, right? The Lin Shu in front of him was the most suitable master for himself. There were a few people who wanted to come and contract themselves before, but they were all crooked and he couldn't look at any of them. So he desperately resisted, causing the contract to be unable to proceed, and it was left unsettled. Black Knight and Earth Observance also conveyed the general meaning to Lin Shu through the contract. Lin Shu also understood the current situation. A smile appeared on his face as he gently touched the forehead of the extreme-winged heavenly horse. Then he said, "Then I'll start contracting with you." The extreme-winged heavenly horse hurriedly nodded its head in agreement, and even directly used its front feet to pounce onto Lin Shu's knee position, its eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. The current him was even more anxious than Lin Shu. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu also didn't hesitate and began to prepare for the contract process. Black Knight already had experience with this and slightly instructed Earth observations. The two beasts then hid at the side and stood quietly, preventing accidents and guarding the edge. Seeing this, Lin Shu also finished preparing and sat on top of the futon. He called up the panel and added 30 points of spiritual energy to himself. Immediately, his spirit was abnormally full, and his brain was exceptionally clear at the moment. The remaining 200 points of proficiency. Even if the spiritual power just now can be contracted, there will definitely be adverse reactions in the future. Lin Shu, who had experienced this kind of lesson, didn't want to experience this kind of feeling again. Everything was ready. Lin Shu's spirit drifted and ran. Spiritual energy immediately spread out, slowly condensing the contract prototype. With the experience of the first 2 times the contract was successful, the speed of cohesion became more and more comfortable. Mauve light appeared around Lin Shu, filling the room. The extreme-winged heavenly horse hurriedly came over to Lin Shu's side, waiting for the contract to be completed. Without letting him wait long, the contract finally took shape. Lin Shu moved his mind. The contract transformed into a purple beam of light that entered the body of the extreme-winged heavenly horse. At that moment, Lin Shu arrived in his spirit world. The spirit within was quite good, much stronger than the last time he contracted Earth Obsidian. Longing and urgency came from within the spirit. It seemed to be complaining that the movements were too slow. Lin Shu guided the speed to accelerate. The contract at this moment glowed greatly, transformed into a vortex slowly flow. Seeing the end of the movement, the extreme-winged heavenly horse couldn't wait to integrate into it, completing the contracting process. With such cooperation, the success of the contract was foolproof. This experience was the easiest since Lin Shu's contract. It was over without any effort.
The extreme winged heavenly horse looked at Lin Shu, and the expression in its eyes began to become somewhat soft and gentle. It gently rubbed its head against Lin Shu's neck and licked his face with its tongue, expressing its trust and love for Lin Shu. Obviously, this was the effect of the contract. The originally cold and heartless extreme winged heavenly horse would also change its temperament. Lin Shu also used his left hand to slowly caress his back, causing the extreme winged heavenly horse to comfortably close its eyes. He let out a whinny sound. After the contract was successful, Lin Shu felt that although his spirit was a bit depleted, it wasn't unbearable. As expected, the effect of adding some spirit was obvious, and he was far less uncomfortable than before. He hurriedly took out a bottle of spirit-stimulating potion from his spatial ring and took it, recovering the spirit that had bottomed out. Looking at the purple color that could not be erased from the pupils of the extreme winged heavenly horse with its talent, Lin Shu already had an idea for his name. Then I'll call you Violet Eyes from now on. Feeling from the contract, it was discovered that Violet Eyes was very satisfied with this name. With that, he immediately began to look at himself pitifully. The eyes and spirit were conveying the will to add more points. Lin Shu laughed out loud. This Violet Eyes was unchanging at first, and the idea of becoming stronger was frighteningly strong. He then waved his hand to raise the level of Purple Eyes to level 3. Energy tumbled and surged within his body. The slowly rising power fascinated him somewhat. Violet Eyes' eyes were sparkling with gold. The two big brothers really didn't lie to themselves. The master was truly omnipotent. Lin Shu also didn't forget about Earth observations in a biased manner. The remaining 182 points of proficiency were just enough for Earth Obsidian to rise up a level. With a thought, the proficiency instantly came to only 7 points left. The surging energy was distributed in his body, and Tu Yao was only surprised. This was the feeling of adding points? It really made him want to stop. As long as he could protect his master. After that, the master would naturally give him more points. When he thought of this, he then revealed a good old-fashioned smile. Master really hasn't forgotten me, so good. The Black Knight on the side glanced faintly with a slightly disdainful expression. Silly big man and little dwarf, really good at fooling around, just so easily satisfied. Do you guys really not know who is the master's heart? Of course it's me, Black Knight. Who made master just exclusively favor me? With that, he crossed his arms and put on this look, carrot. Chapter 87, Strange Movements. Since the contract had been completed, Lin Shu didn't stay within the quiet room for much longer. He took the 3 imperial beasts and walked out. Because Tu Yao was honest and simple, he couldn't see his own imperial beasts suffer. He put Violet Eyes on top of his arm and carried him on his back. Lin Shu didn't say much when he saw this. Afterwards, Lin Shu was guided by an insider. He came to an office, where the principal was currently brewing tea and sipping it. Lin Shu gently pushed and walked in. Pei Yuanfang's movement stopped, a little surprised. It was only half an hour ago, but the contract was already successful. That means a lot of it. Slightly stalled, then immediately said. Actually so fast. Come sit, drink tea, just made good. Lin Shu quickly came to the tea table and sat down, opened his mouth and said. Luck, Purple Eyes quite likes me. It's just like this sparse contract. That's quite good. Pei Yuanfang was non-committal. There were quite a few people who had looked at this little guy 2 days ago, and most of them couldn't manage to get it after expending 9 cows and 2 tigers. At the moment, Violet Eyes was lying on the ground, leaning against Lin Shu's pants leg, inseparable. Without paying much attention to the doorway of it, as long as the contract was successful it was a good thing. Picked up the hot tea on the table, took a shallow sip, slowly said. Xiao Shua, is it already considered to go to Central State University? To this question, Lin Shu naturally already had an answer. Yes, principal. The tutor has also been chosen. Pei Yuanfang was not surprised by this. It was too normal for such a good seedling to be looked at so early. Central State University is good. I'm quite familiar with the inside, it just so happens that an old friend is employed there. By the time you enroll, you can still contact her, and it might even help you a lot. Lin Shu took a sip of tea, hearing these words, his thoughts turning over. I'm going to college next year. The subsidies and financial aid that the school gives me are. Pei Yuanfang shook his hand towards Lin Shu, directly interrupting these words. What's the point of talking about this? You definitely need to think about your own future. This is human nature, no one will blame you. Including the school and me, of course. You don't need to feel guilty. On the contrary, the more you accomplish in the future, the more that school and I will gain. It's all a matter of mutual achievement. The long speech was the opposite. It was said that the school was the beneficiary, it was worthy of being the principal for so long. It's just good at talking. Things are one size fits all. The school and the principal's help to me, I won't forget. Pei Yuanfang nodded in satisfaction, just waiting for you to come out with these words. I wasn't wrong about you, you really are a good student who doesn't forget old favors. It's good that you have a heart, all of this is for later. Right now your goal is to just focus on growing. Enter the university as soon as possible so that it's good for you, you don't have to worry about resources, the school will provide them to the best of its ability. Do your best to fulfill your needs, as for those tournaments you don't have to worry about going, honestly playing through them once is good. Lin Shu agreed with a large part of this statement. The principal was investing more and more in himself. It was true that as long as you showed talent beyond the norm, everything around you would be beautiful. No place would be an exception. That's what I thought. Trouble principal to worry about it. Pei Yuanfang drained the tea from his teacup and smiled brightly. It's only natural for a principal to help his students. There's also imperial beasts like the extreme-winged heavenly horse, which I understand quite deeply. Any subsequent problems with the violet eyes, you can come to me. Although Lin Shu knew that there wouldn't be any problems arising. But still, he honestly said yes. The two of them then drank tea while chatting and laughing. It wasn't exactly boring. Black Knight, who was lying on the ground on the side, got up violently, and the 4 pairs of pitch-black wings behind him flapped non-stop. His face was full of uneasiness, and his keen perception of space allowed him to sense that an unknown space was about to erupt not far away. Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes did not know what to do. What is Big Brother doing with this alarm? Such a situation was quickly discovered by the two. Lin Shu looked around and didn't find anything wrong. But his trust in darkness let him know that something must be going on. Pei Yuanfang's brows furrowed as he could also barely sense what was going to happen because of his high spiritual level. With that, he began to contact Snowfeather, telling it to stop playing around. Suddenly the earth began to shake, howling gusts of wind rushed in, and dirt and sand flew in all directions. Such a sight was like the beginning of an earthquake, and the interior of the office suddenly tilted. Wow, wow, wow. The internal items kept falling, emitting a muffled sound. Non-stop shaking shook the entire room. A small spatial vortex appeared 10 kilometers away. The interior was filled with pitch blackness, and countless gusts of wind scattered and roared through it. He was like a large vacuum cleaner, his enormous suction churning up all the items that were attracted to him. At this time, a large golden light drifted in the distance like a stream of clouds. Looking down from a high altitude, one could see that a huge golden orb ending covered the entire white building. It directly choked off that sudden vibration and protected the internal domain. Obviously, this was a skill that Snowfeather had mobilized. This kind of intensity, it was a super rank skill, Heaven's Light. The protection ability was visible. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only a pile of items cluttering the floor. Pei Yuanfang's expression began to ease, clearly having realized what the problem was. Lin Shu also had a speculation based on the previous scene. This is an otherworldly world coming out from the surrounding area. With this kind of intensity, it should only be a shattering level existence. If it was an intermediate level otherworld or above, we would have been jerked away by the enormous suction force and died. Just a simple crushing level otherworldly being out there had such power, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Shu also agreed that they were quite lucky. The various changes in front of them were exactly the same as the changes he had described in the books about the appearance of otherworlds. On the side, Black Knight also returned from uneasy to unperturbed. Unexpectedly, Black Knight actually had the special effect of foreseeing the otherworld. This ability was very good. With that, he waited for the wave of commotion to end under the protection of Heaven's Light. The time for the change in the broken level otherworld was around half an hour. During this waiting time, Pei Yuanfang began to ponder over a few things. Lin Shu had asked himself to recommend some otherworlds that could kill imperial beasts last time. He had been late in recommending them then, and had been preempted by the ancient cryptic. Now there was a good opportunity, and that was this freshly baked crushing level otherworld. This kind of freshly born otherworlds need to be opened for a period of time before they can be entered. Open up the land there will be official imperial beast masters to enter it, eliminate some dangerous imperial beasts as well as explore the internal environment of a kind of behavior. Of course, individuals or groups can also enter, the official will not stop, but will only limit the number of people and some other requirements. During this period of time, many imperial beasts can be killed at will.
And the broken level otherworld is just right for the current Lin Shu, there won't be too much danger in entering. With an idea in mind, Pei Yuanfang spoke.
Does this other world have any ideas to go in and take a look? You can kill imperial beasts at will when opening up the land.
Isn't your darkness good for that? Chapter 88 30 million dasha coins.
Before Lin Shu could respond, Black Knight turned around violently. A pair of eyes filled with excitement. Looking at Lin Shu, those eyes seemed to be saying, "Master, quickly say yes, you can brush up on your proficiency again."
This scene also made Pei Yuanfang realize that what Lin Shu said earlier was really right.
This little mantis was so excited when he heard about entering the other world to open up the land, his killing heart was very heavy. But this was a small matter. After watching a few matches, it was obviously still within control. A little fetish was nothing.
Is it good to arrange? If it's troublesome, just forget it.
There was indeed quite a bit of novelty in opening up the land for Lin Shu, but it wasn't quite worth it to ask for too much. After all, it was just as possible to brush proficiency in Plum Lake Island.
Pei Yuanfang waved his hand and stated,
It's all trivial, what's the difficulty?
That's it then. The day after tomorrow, after this other world stabilizes. His face feigned an angry look.
Lin Shu hurriedly said,
still afraid of troubling the principal. Then I'll just listen to the principal's arrangements. Well, that's right. Then after thinking for a moment, he had an idea. It just so happens that Mr. Su happens to be free. Let him accompany and protect you in the day after tomorrow. Pei Yuanfang sealed the deal, directly finalizing this matter.
This arrangement was also very reasonable, and Lin Shu naturally had no opinions. With that, half an hour passed. The two of them walked out of the house, and outside, what had been a lush green grassland landscape was now a mess. It had turned into a lush style, with dense clumps of earth being pulled up from the land below. It was as if a chess game was taking place on top of this grassland. In the distance, the standing green mountain, many trees above it also fell down in pieces. At the moment, there are also many boulders rolling down from the mountainside, emitting a huge bang-bang sound. The good thing is that all the extreme winged heavenly horses outside are all intact under the protection of the snow feathers, without losing a single one. It is also considered the best result. This sudden foreign world, bring the destructive ability is really amazing. Good thing there are snow feathers protection, or else this principal's manner is afraid to be unable to keep. In this regard, Pei Yuanfang just lightly glanced at it and didn't put it on his mind. As long as the imperial beasts and personnel inside were all fine, it was good.
As long as the imperial beasts and the personnel inside are all fine, it's good.
He then began to direct the personnel to repair the nearby grounds and damaged buildings.
With the help of the imperial beasts, these things didn't take much effort.
Naturally, there was no need for Lin Shu to help. Afterwards, he returned to Kanglin's second middle school. After a lot of fussing, after returning, it was already afternoon, and Lin Shu didn't choose to go to the equipment room. Instead, he returned to the varsity's room. He spent some time gathering a duplicate body for Violet Eyes and began to earn proficiency. Although Violet Eyes had already learned about the replica body from Black Knight and Earth Observer, she still looked around the room, looking at the thing that looked exactly like himself. After finishing this, Lin Shu sent his mentor about opening the other world in a couple days. The other party quickly replied as well, clearly having more time now.
It's quite good, the shatter level is just right for you to go. And there's someone to protect you, security can be guaranteed as well.
After you come to Central State University, openings like this are regular.
It's good to adapt to the process in advance.
Looking at the flurry of messages from his mentor, mentioning the university in passing, it seemed that the main part of being in there afterward would still be in the other world.
That's what I thought too. However, my knowledge of the other world is still a bit shallow.
I wonder if my mentor has any information in this area that I can check to understand. In response to Lin Shu's question, the ancient cryptid also had an immediate reply.
You're cautious, which is also good. It's also because I forgot that you hadn't enrolled in school yet and hadn't studied this area. It just so happens that I have a document with fairly detailed information in it.
With that, a document titled 2 or 3 Things About the Other World Within was transmitted over. Seeing this, Lin Shu also hurriedly downloaded the document. The file was not big, only 30 kilobytes, and the content was about 10,000 words. Lin Shu replied with a received and a thank you emoticon. As time passed, his relationship with his mentor naturally became more and more familiar, and he didn't need to be as polite as before, just like with Bai Shang. The conversation didn't end there, as Ancient Cryptic continued to send messages over. Also, that illusory dream fish of yours has already found its next home. But it was given away by me as a favor. He's been in desperate need of a spirit-type imperial beast lately. So there won't be any profit, and of course I certainly won't treat you poorly. I'll compensate you with dasha coins or resources. Seeing this, Lin Shu was clear about this matter and also hurriedly replied. No need, mentor, you helped me a lot in the front. It's good to be able to help you. Lin Shu did indeed feel the same way. The Ancient Cryptic on the opposite side certainly knew Lin Shu's character, and it made sense to say this. But the more this happened, the less one could treat him poorly. What I'm missing isn't these small amounts of money and some resources, it's the rare and precious imperial beasts that are the most precious. Just keep it. Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to contract a third imperial beast today? They're all spendthrifts, so just keep it. What the mentor said was reasonable. He still didn't have much cash in hand at the moment, and it wasn't good to keep bothering others. In the end, Lin Shu still did not resist the ancient newbie's words. Lin Shu chose the Great Summer Coin. Sent his card number over, took a transfer. Soon the cell phone received a message. Fengdu Bank reminds you, dear customer, your account received a transfer today in the amount of 30 million.00. If you have any questions, please call the customer service hotline. 100 millions and millions, a total of 30 million dasha coins were credited. The numbers were a bit long, occupying 1/3 of the cell phone screen. If it was before, Lin Shu would have been exceptionally excited, but now, Lin Shu just lightly glanced at it a few times and didn't look at it much. He knew that this was all about strength. The stronger the beast master, the faster the money naturally came. At that time, not to mention $30 million, even $200 million would be easy. Tutor, the money is received. Good, then first. Think about how to spend this money yourself. If you really don't know how to use it, come find me. Replying with an okay expression, he ended the conversation. Looking at the cold $30 million lying inside the bank card, Lin Shu currently did not have any needs other than planning to change to a bigger house. It was better to keep it for now, and use it to purchase evolutionary materials for Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes in the future, as well as emergency use. Lin Shu then opened the document. He began to absorb the knowledge inside, slowly learning about the things in the other world that he didn't know. The strange and bizarre stories inside were fascinating, and Lin Shu couldn't help but be immersed in them. Earth Obsidian Darkness and Violet Eyes were left to their own devices to work on their skills. Chapter 89 Realm of Extreme Darkness. During the past 2 days, Lin Shu was moving around the equipment room as usual. Only the newly contracted Violet Eyes made everyone curious and surprised for a while. Upon realizing that it was a perfect quality grade, everyone praised and envied it. They also all understood that it was all the benefits of being gifted. They all lamented that not only did the Imperial Beast level increase rapidly, but even their own spiritual power increased so quickly. It really made them envious to the extreme, a perfect talent that was inherently suited to the profession of Imperial Beast Master. Today was also the day that Lin Shu and Su Lilian traveled to that newly born otherworld. This matter was naturally not hidden from everyone, but was told to everyone. At the moment, inside the equipment room, everyone was working out in full swing, preparing for the next round of the Binzhou Cup. Especially Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, their royal beast treatment situation healed faster than the time they spoke of before. After simply recuperating for a day, they threw themselves into training. It must have been because they were afraid of dropping the ball in the competition afterward. In the interval of free time, Lei Wu curiously asked, Lin Shu, when will you go over? It's almost noon. Lin Shu naturally knew what Lei Wu was talking about. The principal had also contacted him, stating that he would be able to go over in the afternoon. The others also threw their gazes at Lin Shu, clearly interested in the topic. Go in the afternoon. And have lunch. Speaking of lunch, Lin Shu had stored quite a few living supplies in the Space Ring and Black Knight spatial reserves over the past 2 days. It was everything, enough for Lin Shu to survive for 3 months, as well as some necessary tools and the like. These were also for preventing unexpected situations. These still had to be prepared in advance. I'm really envious of you, you're all able to open up the land and go. Yeah, we haven't even been there. I really want to go see it. Lei Wu said a sentence like this after hearing it, causing the other Li Shuhong as well as Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu to concur.
If you guys are like Lin Shu,
There's no need for you guys to say it, I'll go talk to the principal and naturally let you guys go.
Su Lilian said with a smirk from the side.
These words also caused the few people who had just spoken to shrug their shoulders. Lin Shu was a monster, how could he compare himself?
Mr. Su, don't joke.
Lin Shu is a beast royal genius that doesn't come out of Fengdu for 100 years. That's something mere mortals like us can compare to. When these words came out, especially the few people from the reserves nodded their heads in particular agreement. This was something they were especially convinced of. In response to all of this, Lin Shu just smiled faintly and didn't interject.
Time quickly came to 1 in the afternoon.
Lin Shu and Su Lilian began to head to the location. Although the principal hadn't come over, he had called Shuiyu over.
It was enough to show the level of importance, and even Su Lilian looked at Lin Shu with a face of envy, thinking that this treatment was just extraordinary.
Even the principal's ace imperial beast could be dispatched at any time. Snowfeather glanced at the two, obviously recognizing them. The higher the rank of the imperial beast, naturally the more intelligent it was.
This matter could be reflected from Tu Yao.
The two of them mounted their horses together, and Snowfeather continued to travel to their destination at an extremely fast speed.
Just 10 minutes later, Lin Shu could see a deep, dark vortex flowing non-stop from below.
There were also quite a few small ant-sized people walking around below, and it was clear that these were all imperial beast masters who had come to open up the secret realm.
Snowfeather landed smoothly not far from the otherworldly entrance and chose a corner where there weren't many people.
Although he had avoided contacting the crowd, he still drew the attention of many people around him.
The level of the royal beast is so high, the level cannot be detected at all. Which second generation of the family has come out to experience life?
Never provoke him, it's best to stay away from him. Many people had already judged Lin Shu in their hearts. On the other side, Bai Shang, who was waiting for him, narrowed his eyes.
Isn't this Lin Shu? What a coincidence that you've come here today after being so drawn out.
He then walked over, and a young man beside him followed. Without stopping him, it was obvious that he also recognized Lin Shu and knew that he was on good terms with his own Xiao Shang. Lin Shu observed the surroundings. Finding that not far away there were already many buildings rising up, some simple cottages, and in the distance there were quite a few armies patrolling around. The otherworldly entrance range had obviously been repaired as well, the ground was flat, and a signal tower had even appeared on a large area. Obviously this was done by the officials, the speed was really fast. At this moment a voice interrupted Lin Shu.
What a coincidence, you're here.
Lin Shu turned his head when he heard this and saw Bai Shang walking with a smiling face and the youth beside him.
The latter was looking at Shuiyu with interest. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come as well.
Bai Shang raised an eyebrow and lightly punched Lin Shu's back with his fist.
Just you underestimating me, huh? With that, the two of them laughed ha 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 and began to introduce themselves. This is my brother, Bai Yupan. The youth politely nodded and greeted towards Lin Shu and Su Liliang.
Lin Shu also pointed at his teacher.
This is my teacher, Su Liliang.
As for the side, Shuiyu, who was resting on the ground not far away, also introduced a mouthful. The few people were also considered to be briefly acquainted. With that, they began to talk about this broken great otherworld.
Do you know what's going on in here?
Lin Shu nodded, the principal had already told him about it halfway through. It was a piece of fragmented otherworld that originally belonged to the realm of extreme darkness. Bai Shang wasn't surprised, this kind of thing could be known by the average person just by asking around.
From what I've heard, the environment inside is somewhat harsh, a world of eternal night.
Plus those dark attribute imperial beasts, it's extremely dangerous for low-level imperial beast masters. Bai Shang's voice was small, just enough for Lin Shu to hear. Lin Shu didn't care about this, but only asked.
How many imperial beasts are inside?
This danger can be dangerous to where the upper limit is only about 30 levels of imperial beasts appear, not to mention the strength of the Black Knight. There is also Teacher Su's side protection, these are nothing. So what Lin Shu was concerned about now was whether there were a sufficient number of imperial beasts for him to kill.
It's not bad, it's just in this environment.
Most of them are hidden in the corners, looking for a sneak attack. Although Lin Shu might not find it dangerous, it wasn't the same for Bai Shang. After all, his own Heavenly Thunder was currently only level 20.
Understood. After all, it would hide, that was fine, one had the panel to help, not afraid of it hiding at all.
Bai Shang originally wanted to travel with Lin Shu, but thought better of it. With Lin Shu's strength, he was afraid that he would have to go deeper in, so he should just turn around in the periphery. After the two of them talked for a while, the vortex behind them changed. Behind that vortex has changed, the original internal rapid rotation speed suddenly stopped.
Originally above a darkness also gradually fade down. This kind of scene change, everyone already knew, this is the effect of the stabilization of the internal space. It was now possible to enter the interior of the other world. Chapter 90 Bloodthirsty Bat.
A soldier standing at the front at this moment exclaimed.
The other world has stabilized. Everyone enter in an orderly manner, don't argue. A group of people also chimed in with got it. Obviously this process was already very familiar. The soldier nodded, then with a wave of his hand he led a group of people to step into it without hesitation. A few soldiers were left to stand guard at the side, obviously to maintain order here. Immediately, the following group of people also hurriedly followed, entering one after another. The good things inside could be snatched by others if they slowed down a step. Lin Shu and Bai Shang's group were not in the least bit anxious. After all, it was not for the sake of scrambling for resources, just take your time. With the silhouettes of the crowd all disappearing into it, the group also moved to prepare to enter. Snowfeather stood up and followed behind him, obviously to accompany Lin Shu to enter together. Obviously the light attribute of the Snowfeather has an essential key role in this environment. The principle is really meticulous. It was that the strength could not be utilized in its entirety, or else this fragmented level of the other world would not be able to carry this kind of energy. Easily lead to space collapse. Entering into the black as ink light curtain, there was another burst of heavenly rotation. As the spirit continued to increase, Lin Shu didn't have much of a reaction anymore. Instead, it was Baisheng who sat on his butt on the ground, dizzy. This other world seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness, the earth was silent, and not the slightest hint of life could be felt. The obscure moon hung high in the sky, emitting a faint and hazy light. The light was seemingly absent, but it was also the only source of light in the interior. In the darkness, strange rocks stood jaggedly, like silent guards. The wind whistled past, emitting a creepy whisper. In the distance, if there is any mist slowly flowing, seems to be hiding the existence of horror and danger. The whole environment gives people a mysterious and strange. At this time, Snowfeather's body glowed greatly, bright and blinding beams of light burst out. From a distance it looked like an oversized light bulb. However, the effect was very significant, the field of vision space greatly increased, and the stones a few meters away in front of them could be seen clearly. Su Liming's body radiated light around him, and the Mandragora snake then appeared in the field of vision. Everyone also summoned their imperial beasts at this moment. Beside Lin Shu, the Black Knight Earth Observations and Violet Eyes appeared one by one. Black Knight was like a fish out of water in this environment. After all, it was a dark system and liked this kind of place the most. On the other hand, Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes were a bit difficult, making them feel intensely uncomfortable. Bai Shang looked at the heavenly thunder beside himself, and then looked at Lin Shu. He himself was still a royal beast, but others already had 3, and it didn't affect the upgrade speed of the royal beasts in the slightest. He couldn't help but sigh, this gap is really getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this scene, Bai Yupan also couldn't help but look at Lin Shu a few more times. It was really extraordinary, at such a young age, he could contract 3 imperial beasts, just like what Bai Shang said, he was really a rare imperial beast genius. With that, Bai Shang spoke in a soothing voice. Then let's part ways here. I'm just going to plan to turn around in this periphery. His intention was to accumulate some practical combat experience for Tian Lei, so naturally, he wouldn't go too far into it. That's fine. Lin Shu, on the other hand, definitely needed to go deeper in order to brush up on some more proficiency, otherwise he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade imperial beast. With that, Lin Shu went ahead with Su Liliang and Shuiyu. Bai Sheng and Bai Yupan went to the right, a flash of light blossomed between them, illuminating the road ahead. The road beneath their feet was rugged. The moonlight that was, if anything, sprinkled on the ground, glowing with a faint silver-gray sheen. Withered trees stretched out their twisted branches like desperate arms reaching for the sky. The road was filled with eeriness and gloom. Lin Shu's expression was relaxed, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, searching for traces of imperial beasts among them. Su Liming, on the other hand, was cautious to the extreme, with a bit of nervousness, the environment here making him a bit uneasy. The few imperial beasts were unaffected, only their gazes looking around haphazardly. Just then, the silence was instantly broken. A group of black and gray bats surrounded towards the 4 directions, dancing by the light of the snow feathers and letting out shrill cries. They hovered in the air, bringing up a chilly wind that made people feel instantly uncomfortable. Yet they never dared to take a step into the circle of light.
The scene immediately entered a state of battle, and the many imperial beasts directly took a step forward and surrounded Lin Shu in the center. Snowfeather looked at those interesting little bats in the sky with interest, his face full of banter. Obviously these bats were too weak to be the slightest threat.
Name, Bloodthirsty Bat. Level, LV7. Level limit, LV23. Status Frightened. Quality, Ordinary. Attribute, Dark. Talent No.
Skill, Beginner Impact Slightly Accomplished 1130, Claw Strike Beginner 1520. Terribly weak, this group of bloodthirsty bats were generally below level 10, but they were just wild and hard to train, and liked to flail around. Although in pairs, they could pose some threat, but to Lin Shu it was nothing more than a proficiency delivered to his door. With a movement of his eyes, Black Knight immediately understood the meaning. His body flew high into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the black turbulence and began a journey of slaughter. When Black Knight raised his hand, a silver-white light flashed, and an invisible ripple swung out of the air. Immediately, a large amount of blood gushed out.
In the air, like dumplings, bloodthirsty bats fell one by one.
Black Knight slashed one by one, just like cutting grass. The remaining bloodthirsty bats were scared less, and immediately disappeared into the darkness. Still smart, actually knew how to escape. Instead of recklessly chasing after them, Black Knight dropped down from the air and returned to Lin Shu's side. This wave gained 56 points of proficiency, bringing the total to 112.
Bloodthirsty Bat, you're really a good friend.
Lin Shu was extremely satisfied with this.
Su Lilian looked at the bloodthirsty bat that had disappeared into the darkness and said in a deep voice, "What a strong offense."
It's a continuation of the style of the realm of extreme darkness. Lin Shu agreed with this. The document also explained some special realms. It was good that it was offensive, so he wouldn't have to look for it. He continued to walk in front of him. In the dark environment, I don't know how many imperial beasts are still hiding in there. They wanted to attack the people passing by at any time. Like this kind of unexplored otherworld, the interior would be roughly divided into three kinds of situations. The first is like the current situation, where the imperial beasts are extremely aggressive, bloodthirsty, and violent.
In conjunction with the environmental factors, there was a risk to life and limb.
The second kind is slightly normal, like Manhwa Island, like a tourist resort, harmonious environment. The third kind is the most special kind, because in the interior there may be the existence of foreign races. There were also a few notes in the documents that the foreigners were divided into three classes. That is, slaves, commoners, and nobles.
Slaves need to unconditionally follow any orders of the nobles, including death.
Of these, the powerful nobles are the easiest to distinguish.
A compound surname is an otherworldly noble. Chapter 91 Dark Soul Grass.
Under the bright and striking light of the Snowfeather, the large troop steadily explored forward towards the place where the group of bloodthirsty bats had escaped. In the middle of the journey, they didn't encounter any attacks, making Lin Shu somewhat regretful. At this time, Black Knight suddenly waved its four wings with a somewhat excited expression, sending a message to Lin Shu.
"You feel the scent of dark energy? There's something good up ahead?"
Immediately, Lin Shu asked Black Knight to lead the way, and Black Knight rushed towards the front at the head of the horse.
The large troop followed closely behind.
In front of them was a not too big or not too small dirt slope, and under the dark moonlight, the outline of the dirt slope was faintly visible. On it were several herb-like plants, scattered around in a messy manner. The plants were dark, with slender and flexible leaves, and in the center was a blooming blue flower. Darkness slowly descended and bent down to carefully observe the peculiar plant.
The abundant dark attribute energy within attracted him.
When Lin Shu saw this scene, he also knew that he had stumbled upon a spirit, but he couldn't tell what kind of spirit it was. On the contrary, the darkness actually had the hidden function of treasure hunting, which made him somewhat unprepared. At this time, Su Liming opened his mouth.
"This is Dark Soul Grass, a third-order dark attribute spirit item.
This darkness is really powerful, being able to sense it from such a distance." It was a good thing that he had also gone to college and studied this knowledge, so he naturally knew about this dark soul grass. This sharp perception ability of the Dark Knight also surprised him. Lin Shu drifted off. This ability was thought to be a trait that came with evolution. Hearing the compliment, Black Knight also puffed out his chest, proud of himself.
"Teacher Su, are there any rules for picking then?"
In response to Lin Shu's question, Su Lilian shook his head. Picking this kind of low-grade spirit creature didn't take too much effort. Just pluck it up directly. The energy is basically stored in the flowers on top.
Understood, Black Knight, Earth Obsidian, Violet Eyes on.
Gather all the dark soul grasses in front of you. At Lin Shu's command, the three little ones began to gather up the spirits. This freshly born otherworld was indeed filled with treasures. Although the spirit materials themselves were not lacking at the moment, but who would mind having too much money? Not long after, a dozen dark soul grasses were all uprooted and handed over to Lin Shu. Just as he was about to share half of it with Su Liliang, the latter waved his hand and said, "No need to give it to me. Just keep it for yourself." Manta's effect of using a spirit item of this grade is no longer great. Seeing this, Lin Shu didn't say anything more and put all of the dark soul grasses into the spatial ring.
A mosquito was meat even if it was small.
Darkness, however, did not stop, but continued to stride forward.
Obviously, there are still a lot of good things ahead. As Black Knight's pace followed, a basin appeared in front of him. The bottom was filled with dark soul grass swaying in the wind, with ghostly blue ripples in this silent and dim scene.
Just as Black Knight wanted to go straight up and take it, a sharp, sharp cry came again. A group of bloodthirsty bats flew densely together like a black cloth, and they hovered above the piece of dark soul grass. It was like they were desperately guarding the treasure. This was their lair, and this damnable outsider had actually chased them here. They no longer evaded and fled, but sped and crashed, like a flowing torrent of darkness. Swearing to protect the dark soul grass. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile at this, buy one get one free, double happiness. The Dark Knight is not surprised but happy, lifting up the big knife in his hand, swinging and slashing at the bloodthirsty bat swarm that rushes straight to his face. They used their sharp teeth to continuously tear Black Knight's case. However, with their attack power, they wanted to break Black Knight's defenses still too far. The hard case instantly let those tearing teeth inch by inch crumbling. The bloodthirsty bats let out wails and howls. Black Knight is a few rounds of bladed airstrikes to serve, but also give them enough face. The battle was ultimately one-sided, but in a few minutes, those bloodthirsty bats that were willing to die fell to the ground and lost their lives. A full 242 points of proficiency had been gained, causing Lin Shu to feel a burst of secret pleasure, sighing that this place was truly a blessing for him. However, the guardians of this dark soul grass were more than just bloodthirsty bats, and in the shadows, there was a rustling sound. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a group of scorpions on the ground aggressively besieging. They waved their sharp pincers and raised their venomous tails, attacking towards the night. A smattering of purple liquid with strong toxicity was sprayed out as intensively as rain. Attacking the group of thieves in front of them indiscriminately, the golden light screen surrounded the outside, and the poisonous liquid did not make the slightest ripple above it.
Name: Poisonous Dark Scorpion. Level: LV12. Level limit: LV43. Status: Rage. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Poison Dark. Talent: No. Skills: Beginner, Scorpion Sting 1830, Impact 2530. Intermediate Venom Spray Slight 1160. With strength far exceeding that of the bloodthirsty bat, it seems that this poisonous dark scorpion is the boss. It was dominating this dark soul grass territory. These toxins didn't seem to be very aggressive, but there were too many of them to underestimate them. The poison effects were rather disgusting, and they were also persistent damage, so there was no need to take risks. Lin Shu reminded Darkness. Be careful, don't get attacked by the toxins. Instead of responding, Black Knight showed with his actions. With an instantaneous dodge and a toxin raindrop attack, these several poisonous dark scorpions were no more than a match. The only tricky thing was their toxins. The fragile armor was unbeatable under the sharp blades. The battle ended without any noise, allowing Lin Shu to gain 232 proficiency points. He then spent 272 proficiency points to raise Black Knight to level 31, and by the way, he added the talent Void Walking to a minor level, leaving a balance of 168 points. The faint glow of the upgrade caused Shuiyu and Su Liliang to be stunned and amazed for a while. What is this situation, killing and upgrading? A few little ones, however, didn't care and harvested the dark soul grass scattered around, handing it over to Lin Shu. Su Liliang looked at the surroundings with this dark soul grass all over the place and thought of something. This piece of land, it's very much like a spirit plantation within the foreign races. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a large number of spirit plants here. Lin Shu also had an understanding of this. The so-called spiritual planting land was the treasure land that certain clans within the foreign races used to grow spiritual creatures. They were used as evolutionary materials for their descendants, or to sell. Almost as long as there was some scale of foreign power, there would be this kind of place.
After all, the number of wild spirits was not stable enough, so it was better to grow them yourself.
It's more like it,
Lin Shu said in recognition as he pocketed all the dark soul grass.
8 or 9 is not far off, let's continue forward. There might be alien buildings appearing. This area is inside some alien power.
Such an analysis was reasonable and bold. Lin Shu somewhat rose in anticipation. Other than the Tower of Trials, he hadn't come into contact with anything else.
With that, the large troop began to speed up their journey. Chapter 92 Shinto Clan. As expected, as Su Liliang had said, they soon found traces of the alien race's architecture.
In the darkness that was as thick as ink, a black stone monument suddenly appeared in front of them. It stood silently, the top of the monument filled with mottled lines, the erosion of years making its surface rough. At the back of the monument was a piece of building's broken roots and walls. These broken walls were hidden in the darkness, and the former splendor had long passed away, leaving only a desolate. Broken stones were piled up together, forming a patch of ruins. Came under the black stone monument, through the light of the snow feathers to see the font above. The alien characters that were like ghostly drawings left Lin Shu bewildered, not knowing what the meaning above was. Even Su Liliang was clueless, he hadn't come into contact with these fonts either. At this time, Shui Yu, who was standing on the side, saw this scene and came forward. Lifting his left foot, he began to slide it on the dirt-filled ground. Soon 3 large characters appeared in the sight of the two. Both were a bit incredulous that Snow Feather was actually able to read the otherworldly writing above this, and was able to write out the meaning. Snow Feather, on the other hand, had an expression of small meaning, with a slight smugness on her face. Looking at those 3 big words, Shinto Clan. With this name, it meant that their status was that of nobility. Lin Shu's understanding of the foreign races was still too little to be clear. Su Liliang, however, held his chin and began to think. After a long while, he shook his head, apparently not having heard of the Shinto clan either. This does not affect anything. Looking at this black stone monument under so many years still maintains such a look. Thinking that it wasn't that bad, it should be a good thing. With that, Lin Shu tried to pocket it. Su Liliang couldn't help but laugh at this. This stone tablet should be a good thing. If you can take it, take it. At this, Lin Shu certainly wasn't polite and directly placed it within the Black Knight's storage space. It was a good thing that the skill had improved a bit, and the interior of the space was a circle larger, with just enough location remaining. Then he headed towards the broken roots and walls, wanting to see if there were any good things left. But the result was a great disappointment to him. The large force searched inside for a long time. There wasn't a single hair inside. Disappointed, Lin Shu continued to walk elsewhere and started looking for imperial beasts to kill. On the other side, in a cave. The gazes of the 3 men were locked onto the stone monument in front of them and the tea case made of lapis lazuli to the side. On top of the tea case, the piece of precious jade was lying quietly. Its body was crystal clear, emitting a warm and soft luster. Jade interior seems to have wisps of smoke-like texture slowly flow, like a dreamlike illusion. A cursory glance will know is a rare treasure. The 3 people's hearts were filled with greed and desire. One of them eagerly said, "Big brother and second brother, what is recorded in this stone tablet? You guys have been muttering here for half a day. It's simply a waste of time. Why don't you take the precious jade and hurry to find the next place?" The elder brother stopped his hands and glanced at this third brother, a ratty expression showing. "What a fool, do you know what is recorded above? Empty treasure mountain, but don't know. What do you have to stare at that piece of broken jade for? Old too, you tell him." Seeing this, the oldest 2 laughed and began. What's largely engraved on the stone tablet is a copy of the Shinto clan's evolutionary pathway that has been passed down for thousands of years. I've already deciphered most of the internal detailed text with Big Brother. The odds are that it's fine. When these words came out, the oldest 3 sucked in a breath of cool air. This tattered and torn stone tablet actually recorded this kind of thing. Then he began to laugh freely. How could he not stop smiling on his face, muttering, "Wealthy! Wealthy! This kind of good thing has finally been encountered by our brother 3. The oldest 2 also smiled heartily when they saw this, and were obviously excited as well, but only suppressed it for the time being. After all, the contents on the stone tablet had not been deciphered yet at the moment. "Alright, you stay on the side. Don't stop there to jump up and down." "Alright." At this, the oldest 3 naturally agreed with a full mouth, his attitude changing frighteningly fast. Their 3 brothers had grown up together since they were young, and their relationship was naturally very good, even when they encountered this kind of treasure. Even when they encountered this kind of treasure, none of them coveted it and wanted to possess it all by themselves. The oldest three board came to the verdant stone table, intending to take a good look at that precious jade. Straight away, he held it in his hand, and a cold and piercing feeling came, and then it made him shiver. Just as he was about to open his mouth to curse, a sudden change occurred. A strong spiritual impact erupted from the precious jade. A long purple light drifted around. The invisible impact was like a giant hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the three people's spiritual minds. The three of them were defenseless under this change of offense, and fell straight down, falling on top of the green stone on the ground. A crisp sound was made, and they did not know whether they were alive or dead. Immediately, the precious jade, a touch of black shadow hovering in the air for a long time, seems to be considering what. Finally, it went straight into the body of the boss and disappeared. A few moments later, the boss trembling from the ground a little rise. The entire body was shaking as badly as chaff. The originally amiable face became pale and grim, and the corners of his mouth revealed a bizarre smile.
How much time has passed? I, Shintu Wuhong, have finally returned. The voice carried a boundless despondency and gnashing of teeth with hatred to the extreme. He raised his hands and sensed the overall situation of the body he had seized. Starting to comb through the contents of the boss's memories. Other world? Great summer? Shard level? That's interesting, I didn't realize that the dark realm was. The voice then ended abruptly and did not continue. Shintu Wuhong perceived this brand new body and took over control of the body. The original reaction of strong rejection gradually subsided, and at this moment, he had completely taken over this physical body. Waste, what a waste. This kind of talent and strength is not even qualified to become my slave. Looking at the original master boss's strength of less than the 5th rank, Shintu Wuhong angrily cursed. Like this kind of person, if he was in the dark domain, he would only be worthy of being used as a blood meal. As for becoming a royal beast master? Cold eyes swept to the side of the life and death of the old 3. Shintu Wuhong revealed a satisfied smile. Fresh blood food, although not strong enough but barely enough. It could also restore some strength for himself. Then he lifted his hands high and held his 5 fingers in an empty grip. Wisps of blood flames made of spirit rose up in the air. The fire is strong, but there is no temperature, although it is a flame but exudes a cold and strange atmosphere. Hands thrown, 2 blood flames rose up in the air, flying straight to the 2 sides. Covering the surface of the body, crimson blood was drawn out raw. Turning into a blood bead, it merged into the blood flames, turning into a portion of nutrients. The 2 men's bodies that were originally quite erect and robust were also turned into 2 dry corpses in an instant. In the dark cave, Shintu Wuhong pupil reflection in the blood flame more and more magnificent red. Chapter 93 Chasing and Killing. At this moment, Lin Shu was still at the place where the broken roots and walls were. He didn't dwell too much on the alien item. If he had it, he took it. If he didn't, he left. At this exact moment, a flash of red light rose from the northwest. Immediately, like fireworks scattered, particles of red light will be the entire dark night illuminated full of translucent red. Immediately another pillar of red light rose up to the sky, guiding the direction. Obviously, this was a way of transmitting information. At this time, Su Liliang, who saw this scene, said, "This is a red jade pillar, a prop that guides the direction. Its meaning is that the officials are sending out a signal for all the Imperial Beastmasters entering the other world to head there. We don't know what the situation is yet. An official summoning everyone? Was there some danger encountered, or was there a foreign race confronting them in it? Or perhaps there was something good, all of which were possibilities." Lin Shu pondered for a moment before he planned to head there. With teacher Su and Snow Feather protecting him, he was afraid that nothing within this otherworldly realm would be able to harm him. So he made an immediate decision and said, "Teacher Su, then let's go over and take a look. It's good to join in the fun." Su Liliang pushed up the frames of his glasses and nodded. He was also curious about what was happening there. With that, the large troop shifted direction to the rear, preparing to head towards the beam of light where the red jade pillar was located. At this time, Shuiyu did not act. His gaze was like an arrow, staring dead on at that bizarre figure in the distance. Lin Shu and Su Liming also followed their gazes, and soon saw the man with a gloomy expression and a pale face. His eyes stared straight at Lin Shu, the whites of his eyes standing out as if he was looking at a work of art. This gaze made Lin Shu frown, a feeling he didn't like. It was as if he was a piece of merchandise.
The bizarre man's gaze then looked towards Shuiyu, looking deeply at him for a few moments before leaving his field of vision. After showing a mouthful of teeth towards a few people with a grim smile and a nod, he summoned the snowy wolf and disappeared between the rugged dirt roads. The two people and several beasts obviously found that this person is not simple, if not feel that Snowfeather's strength is strong, certainly inevitable a conflict. Snowfeather's gaze, however, remained fixed on the figure until it disappeared. It smelled a strong odor of blood from his body. The smell was very strong, obviously the contact time was not much longer. This man gave it a strange feeling, his breath was very weak, yet his spirit was unusually potent. But as long as it didn't threaten Lin Shu, anything else had nothing to do with it. Lin Shu, on the other hand, stayed where he was, recalling that weird man's expression. Combined with the snowy wolf panel that had just appeared for only a few seconds. Name, Snowy Wolf. Level, LV 43. Level limit, LV 88. Status, Imperial Master Death Mental Control. Quality, perfect. Attribute, ice. Talent, no. Skills, Beginner Claw Strike 2240, Tearbite 1540. Intermediate Ice Tooth Small 4160, Sudden Chop Small 2660. Advanced Snow Strike Beginner 3380, Frost Guard 1180. Master's Death? Mental Control? Couldn't help but make Lin Shu think of something. Isn't this the Imperial Beast's version of taking over? Imperial Beast Masters mainly practice spirit cultivation, and to be able to extrapolate this kind of secret method, Lin Shu felt that it wasn't impossible. Thinking of the Shintu clan on that previous stone tablet, he thought that it was someone from this family. Looking at himself with such a greedy gaze, this was looking at his own talent and flesh. These ghosts should fade away in the river of years. Directly shouting at Snowfeather. Snowfeather, catch up with that man just now. Kill him. Lin Shu made an immediate decision to cut the danger in the cradle. He didn't like having such a dangerous character staring at him from the shadows. The other party had obviously already set their sights on him, so there was no need to say more since that was the case. When Su Liming heard this, he was also stagnant. This was a little too decisive. What is the situation is not even known yet. Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes were exceptionally in favor of it. After all, they could feel their master's somewhat uneasy spirit. Snowy Feather also acted immediately upon hearing this, although he didn't know why Lin Shu suddenly killed him painfully. But it was all a small matter in passing. The order he received was also to follow Lin Shu's instructions. With that, he controlled his power and chased straight after him like a golden meteor. Shintu Wuhong, who was running on the rugged path at the moment, was in a good mood, finding a good target just by casually walking around. Thinking about the Lin Shu just now, very satisfied, this kind of royal beast talent, even if put into the former Shintu clan, are enough to have a medium level. This Daxia is not as bad as he thought, but it is a pity that there is a royal beast that is about to be spiritually enlightened on the side. Otherwise, he would have taken it down directly and saved it for later use. After the spirit is stabilized, you can choose a new body. This body's talent is too poor, and can only be used as a transitional use. Just as he was contemplating the good thoughts in his heart, suddenly his hair stood on end and dangerous information kept coming in. This was the information perceived by the powerful spirit. The originally dark surroundings suddenly shone brightly, and Shintu Wuhong's gaze looked towards the back. Only to see Snowfeather transformed into a ball of light, like a thunderbolt, like instantly to attack. Shintu Wuhong, alarm bells ringing, always well, faces full of dismay and unbelievable. He was discovered? There is absolutely no such possibility. Thoughts like gears running at high speed, immediately understood. This son was ruthless, just glancing a few times, he was going to wipe himself out. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he completely memorized Lin Shu in his heart. In the future, I will seize this body of yours. In an instant, he gave up this hard-won body. The cost of this move was not insignificant, and his soul was irreparably damaged. It made his hatred for Lin Shu grow stronger. He fled in the form of a soul body, and his speed was as fast as a shocking swipe, penetrating the mountains and forests and disappearing in an instant. The beam of light that was like holy light from Snowfeather did not have the slightest effect on his soul body. Apart from the spirit system and the thunder system imperial beasts, the rest of the known attribute attacks were simply unable to cause damage to it. However, the spirits of high-ranked imperial beasts were just a bit worse than imperial beasts. Snowfeather also possessed a spiritual attack under Pei Yuanfan's cultivation, just in case. The shocking spiritual impact dissipated like ripples.
But Shinta Wuhong's spirit body was as fast as lightning. This also made Shuiyu powerful but unable to use it. The only thing left on the ground was a mangled corpse and the snow domain wolf with a dull expression. The attack just now was well controlled by Snow Feather and did not hurt them. It just went towards that soul body. At the back, Lin Shu and Su Liliang arrived late and saw the scene before them. Apparently, it was still being run off by him. Worthy of being a powerhouse amongst the foreign races, he really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. With that, Shuiyu wrote the images of what had just happened on the ground with his limbs. The process as well as the images were all depicted on it word for word. Lin Shu was not surprised after reading it. On the other hand, Su Liliang's face changed drastically, looking grave. This kind of thing that only appeared in books and cases had actually happened in front of his eyes. This matter could not be delayed, it had to be reported immediately. If that alien soul body is allowed to escape from this otherworldly realm, it will be a big trouble. On the spot, he said. Let's go out and report the situation first. This other world is no longer safe. This matter is 100,000 times more urgent. Lin Shu also understood the hazards involved collecting up a few imperial beasts and bringing that corpse and the snow domain wolf that was still in a daze with him. Riding a snow feather, he rushed to the entrance of the other world. Black Knight incidentally killed some noisy bloodthirsty bats. Chapter 94 Siege Operation. In a few short minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the other world. Su Liliang conveyed what had just happened within the other world to the soldiers guarding on both sides. By the way, the corpse and the stagnant snowy wolf were told to check it out. There was simply no need to verify it more than once, the evidence was already in front of them, it was a sign of an obvious takeover. The latter herd also face changed greatly, ugly up, this is a big thing. Hurriedly began to shake people and explain the situation. Immediately waved his hand and called the remaining several soldiers to guard outside the otherworldly door, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Even Lin Shu and Su Liliang were also like this, needing to wait for the test before they could leave. The two of them did not have a problem with this either. Such a decisive and swift action had clearly become the norm, and it was thought that this kind of thing had already happened many times. That alien race would not be able to fly today. With that, Lin Shu made a call to the principal, informing him of everything that had just happened. On the other end of the phone, Pei Yuanfan was silent for a moment before replying. What a hell, this kind of thing for you to encounter. You stay there properly first. I'll come over now. With that, he directly hung up the phone and rushed over. Obviously, very attached to this matter, this alien soul body thing obviously wouldn't be simple. Lin Shu once again informed his mentor about this matter. The mentor was still in Binzhou for the past 2 days and did not leave. However, he didn't reply immediately, obviously busy with something. Lin Shu's gaze swept around. Because of the fixed quota, there was no one waiting outside, they only needed to guard against people coming out from the inside, which saved a lot of effort. The army moved quickly, it was only a short period of about 10 minutes. There was a team dispatched over, the leader frowned, clearly this matter was tricky for him. He took out a purple glowing pearl out of thin air, and then he directly took it out of his hand. The bead flew straight up, bobbing up and down smoothly, and strands of purple light continued to flash in an orderly fashion. Su Liliang, who was standing at the side, explained to Lin Shu. This is the spirit measuring purple pearl, specifically used as a way to distinguish between spirit and soul use. Foreigners are born with souls that are different from our blue stars, this can never be changed. If the spirit measuring purple pearl turns red, then it means that it's a person of a different race. Something very powerful, then the other party would simply have nowhere to hide, unless he didn't come out and stayed hidden in the other world. Then he can't run away. Of course. Su Liliang obviously thought the same. At this time, a soldier came in stride, in front of Lin Shu and Su Liliang, and said with a good attitude. Both of you, please come over and cooperate with the test. With that, he pointed to the spirit measuring violet pearl that was hanging in the air. The two had no problem with this and nodded. Then they walked over. Walking straight into within 3 meters of the spirit measuring purple bead, they saw 2 purple lines derived from the surface of the bead respectively. They came to the heads of Lin Shu and Su Liliang, and then transformed into a purple headband that was tightly affixed to their foreheads. Lin Shu could clearly feel a cool sensation in his spirit, and his spiritual energy was active at this moment. Obviously at this moment, the test officially began. About a minute later, the purple headband instantly withdrew and returned to the interior of the sphere in the blink of an eye. The purple aura inside the spirit detecting purple bead flourished and lit up twice in a row. And this image indicated that there was no problem with the two people's identities. The members of the squad who were fully focused and tense on the side also immediately dropped their guard when they saw this scene. That squad leader walked over and spoke towards the two. The two of you, forgive me, this is normal procedure. And thank you both for reporting this matter. That soldier had an apologetic look on his face, then shook hands towards Lin Shu and Su Liliang respectively, expressing his gratitude. At this Lin Shu felt understanding, it was nothing. It's okay, it's due. Then I won't talk too much, I still need to deal with it inside. Thank you both again. With that, he drew away, taking the group that had just arrived with him, and headed straight towards the interior of the other world. Obviously, they were prepared to expel all the people inside. Otherwise, staying inside would risk being taken over at any time. Of course, the crowd that came out needed to be tested. Remembering that Bai Shang was still inside, don't have any accidents, Lin Shu thought in this way. Time passed slowly, and one by one, silhouettes appeared from the vortex, undergoing the spirit measuring purple beads testing. They looked flustered, obviously all already knowing what had happened, secretly sighing that their luck was really bad to the extreme, even this kind of thing could actually happen to them. Like this kind of alien soul body appeared, usually occurred in the intermediate level and above, this broken level appeared, or just a handful of them. At this time, the principal also rushed to the scene and hurriedly came to Lin Shu's side, looking a little flustered. Although it was protected by the snow feather, it had little to do with this soul body. Moreover, these foreigners had quite a lot of tricks up their sleeves, so they had to be treated carefully. Activating his secret technique, he examined Lin Shu and realized that there were no traces or hidden dangers, and only then did he feel relieved. Lin Shu also understood the principal's concern, and he himself had panels that could check the state of his body. With a single sweep, he could tell that there was nothing wrong with him at the moment. It's good that it's fine. It's my fault for letting you enter this hellish place. Encountering this kind of thing. Pei Yuanfang shook his head, frowning slightly as he attributed the problem to himself. How can you blame the principal for this? It's just my bad luck. This was also what Lin Shu had in mind. Pei Yuanfang nodded and didn't continue the topic. However, you are decisive. When you find a little problem, you directly let Snow Feather take action. Speaking of this, Pei Yuanfang couldn't help but admire Lin Shu's meticulousness and decisiveness. To be able to discover a problem in the first place, even he himself would never be able to do it. His eyes are too cold, and his entire person exudes coldness and ruthlessness. Looking at me is like looking at a commodity. He can't be a good person no matter how I look at him, so I had Snow Feather attack. Lin Shu explained methodically, although it looked like it might be a bit arbitrary. But he had a panel to view the information and could guarantee that he would never get it wrong, but it was impossible to tell. Pei Yuanfang and Su Liliang also felt more and more amazed when they heard this. At such an age, they were afraid that they wouldn't even know how things went wrong. Not to mention the rest. Just as the three were still in a flurry of discussion, Bai Sheng and his cousin Bai Yupan passed the spirit measuring purple pearl test and were able to leave. Bai Sheng, however, looked around for Lin Shu with a somewhat anxious expression and soon found him, immediately easing his expression and smiling as he nodded his head to Lin Shu. He then came to Lin Shu's side and nodded his head towards the principal and Su Liliang in greeting. He then said in a somewhat thrilling tone, "What bad luck! To encounter something like this for the first time. By the way, how come I didn't see you at the exit?" Chapter 95 Soul Gathering Gourd. Lin Shu sniffed and told the truth. Because that soul body is what I found by accident. And then went out to report it. Bai Sheng was instantly petrified after hearing this. He really didn't expect that this matter was something that Lin Shu had gotten up to. Bai Yupan on the side was also surprised and somewhat unbelievable. Immediately afterward, Lin Shu began to repeat his previous words, informing them of the ins and outs. The two members of the Bai clan realized with a sudden realization that this was the case. At once, their faces were filled with admiration. This kind of observational ability and mental determination was really far beyond ordinary people. Bai Yupan also couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After the crowd exchanged pleasantries for a while, Pei Yuanfang spoke. Since things are already like this, it's not something we can care about anymore, so it will be left to the military to manage. Let's go back first. A few people looked at each other in response, and none of them had any opinions. With a wave of Pei Yuanfang's hand, Snow Feather was then immediately prepared. With that, the three of them rolled up. Lin Shu waved his hand towards Baishang. The latter also responded immediately. Then he slowly took off into the air and disappeared, leaping up and disappearing into the clouds and disappearing from view. At this moment, inside the other world, a whole team of soldiers were evenly dispersed in all corners, dispersing the internal personnel and incidentally preparing to eliminate the emergence of the otherworldly soul body. This squad, the average level of the Imperial Beasts is above 60 levels, and the attributes of the Imperial Beasts are also composed of the Thunder system and the Spirit system. Of course, most of them were of the Thunder attribute, and the Spirit attribute only accounted for a small portion of them. They had also learned Spirit defense-type secret techniques that could protect the Spirit in case they were attacked. If they were truly attacked, a rushing light source would be transmitted, allowing the rest of them to discover it. With several layers of insurance, it was enough to deal with these otherworldly soul bodies that hadn't recovered their strength. There would be such a team in every city, numbering around 50 people, used exclusively for entering this occasion. They searched every inch of land in a tight circle, digging up the ground to eradicate that hazard. In a corner, a soldier looked at a bloodthirsty bat in front of him with a smile on his face. Lightly laughing out loud, he said, "Found you." That bloodthirsty bat, however, did not care about the man in front of him, but instead let out a scream and waved its wings to attack him. The man saw this and spread his hands down, his expression somewhat helpless. "This lord, you should stop pretending. I'm not swindling you." But the bloodthirsty bat still didn't stop, lifting its fangs and heading straight for the neck. A transparent barrier appeared in front of the man, defending his attack. With a sigh, a purple patterned gourd appeared in his hand in an instant. That gourd was roughly the size of a palm, and it was finely carved with purple lines, outlined with mysterious symbols. Put! A crisp sound rang out, and the plug above that gourd was opened. Only to see that the hole, like a piece of abyss, above some invisible vortex rotation, the internal darkness, as if a space of its own. That bloodthirsty bat is naturally Shintu Wuhong. At this moment he can no longer keep calm. Eyes horrified, exclaimed. Soul-gathering gourd. What kind of person are you to actually have this item? This is impossible. Sharp and ear-piercing voices appeared from the bloodthirsty bat's mouth. The man, however, only smiled without responding. The soul-gathering gourd suddenly activated, and a huge invisible suction force violently appeared. The place of that abyss turned into a black light that eroded the carrier that was the bloodthirsty bat. Lord Fifth has an invitation. Please also be at ease. After the words, the black light mixed with Shintu Wuhong's soul then instantly disappeared into the soul-gathering gourd. The man shook the soul-gathering gourd and nodded his head in satisfaction, finally completing his lord's task. The body shape of a move will disappear in the black curtain, disappeared. At this time, Lin Shu, the principal, and Su Liliang had already returned to Kanglin's second middle school. The latter returned to the school team under Pei Yuanfang's signal. Lin Shu, on the other hand, came to the principal's office with Pei Yuanfang. Above the tea table, white smoke rose up. A pot of hot tea was freshly brewed. After the two of them savored some tea, Pei Yuanfang slowly said, "This time, it's me who did something bad with good intentions. Let me think about how to compensate you later." Lin Shu put the raised teacup down. "Principal really doesn't need to. You were originally looking out for me in this matter. It's just that there were some accidents." Pei Yuanfang smiled faintly, but his tone was undeniable. "You're quite understanding. But the words I utter are water splashed out. That's it." Lin Shu was helpless, and seeing the principal's attitude so determined, he had no choice but to do so. Then Pei Yuanfang's eyes lit up as he remembered something. "This tomorrow is the third monthly exam. Just in time to give you something sweet." Hearing this, Lin Shu almost forgot about this, experiencing too much this month. He didn't even think about this, and threw the monthly exam to the back of his mind. Seeing this expression on Lin Shu's face, he knew that he was already somewhat indifferent. However, it was also true that nowadays, with Lin Shu's rank, I'm afraid that if the entire senior class surrounded him together, they wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. This third monthly exam will no longer be a physical test. Instead, it's been changed to a sparring match. You always know about this, right? I remember. This matter Lin Shu had some impression. Most of the conversation within the Senior 5 class had been about this topic before. But currently, if he was fighting against the senior classmates, wasn't he bullying them? Pei Yuanfang guessed what was on Lin Shu's mind before adding, "Don't even think about it, surely you won't be allowed to fight against the upperclassmen. Your Black Knight strength can even play in a group match, playing house with them? Some said all this in a bad mood. Lin Shu hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't mean anything like that. I didn't. Pei Yuanfang didn't care about him either, continuing to talk to himself. I've already thought about it. Just assign you to the senior year. That's where it suits you. After thinking about it, it was reasonable. The average level of Senior 3 was currently around level 30 as well. Darkness was currently level 31. It was also unknown if Lin Shu was leveling up too fast or if they weren't working hard enough. Not to mention there were a few varsity members in there. It would be a good time to cross swords with them and spar. I have no problem with that, headmaster. Pei Yuanfang saw how confident Lin Shu was when he agreed so readily. However, judging from his record in the last Binjo Cup team tournament, there was no problem. You look like you're not afraid at all, you're quite confident. Let's put it this way, since you crossed over to the senior high school to take the monthly exam. Reward-wise, I will naturally give it to you at the highest grade as well. You'll be rewarded at triple the rank you placed at. Lin Shu heard and understood that the principal was still relatively generous. Then the principal will wait to bleed. Looking at Lin Shu joking with himself, Pei Yuanfang laughed out loud. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to take it. I'll arrange things down, you don't have to worry about these. After things were said and done, Lin Shu returned to the varsity room after taking 2 sips of tea. Inside the office, Pei Yuanfang stared at his cell phone, inquiring about the matters within that otherworldly realm. This matter needed to be resolved as soon as possible, the trouble wasn't small. Chapter 96 Spiritual Baptism. Time quickly came to the next day. Today was Thursday. Yesterday, because of the matter of that otherworldly soul body, Ancient Freshness had personally come to Kanglan No. 2 Middle School, detecting whether Lin Shu's spirit had any problems or means implanted. Finally, the inspection was completed and there were no problems before he was relieved. Seeing Lin Shu so early to contact this level of things, the ancient cryptogram was also prepared to seek a secret method to protect Lin Shu's spirit. Otherwise, he would regret it. With that, he returned directly to the central state overnight. All of this was also for Lin Shu to keep in his mind. There was also another good thing that happened today, and that was that the basic spirit refining technique that Lin Shu was practicing was about to reach the instinctive level. He was also going to be faster than Black Knight and Earth Yao. Basic God refining technique into the subtle 478-480. The 2 points that were still missing were directly filled by Lin Shu with proficiency. Now he was looking forward to it, he couldn't wait to take his time. At once, Lin Shu felt a chaos in his mind. A huge spiritual torrent suddenly appeared, filling up within his spiritual world. The torrent came repeatedly, as if it was washing over his spirit. It was as if it was washing away his spirit. It made it tougher and thicker. And Lin Shu's spirit continued to slowly rise during this period. The pain that went straight to his soul came continuously, as if it were countless needles that were stuck inside the sea of spirit. Lin Shu's eyes were tightly closed, bean-sized beads of sweat emerged from his forehead and body, his face was pale and bloodless, such pain made him somewhat unable to endure it and roared out. Ah! But Lin Shu understood that in this situation, the longer he held on, the more benefits he had for himself. It was like crossing a tribulation. The longer one persisted under the tribulation, the deeper one's Tao foundation would be. This was a baptism. One needed to hold on and hold on and hold on. Viciously biting through the skin of his mouth, he let blood spill out from the wound. The fishy taste and pain in his mouth was able to keep him somewhat awake. At this moment, beside the bed, Black Knight Earth Yao and Violet Eyes, seeing such a hideously weak Lin Shu, could not help but feel a tightening in their hearts. They opened their teeth and claws, but they couldn't do anything to help their master. The only thing they could do was to wait quietly for the baptism to end. Let out a howl sound of pity, eyes dead on that like chaff trembling form. Fortunately, this baptism did not last too long. Half an hour later it was over. Lin Shu, on the other hand, had held on hard for half an hour. His body was as if he had been fished out of the water, and his face was full of weakness, as if he had been born with a serious illness, and even his lips were pale due to the loss of too much blood. However, Lin Shu didn't care about this. He just felt the changes in his spirit, and this wave of baptism made his spirit have a complete change to improve. More importantly, it had improved the quality of his spirit. As if it had been compressed, his spirit was now stronger and more durable. Although the surface looked wretched, the state of the spirit at this moment was never more comfortable. There was a sense of returning to the basics. A few small people saw Lin Shu's reaction,
and also immediately came to Lin Shu's face and began to ask about him. Their faces were filled with worried looks. Lin Shu laughed and gave them a burst of reassurance, which made him feel a lot better. Immediately, he checked his panel to see just how big this boost was. Spirit, 400. Directly boosting his spiritual power by 60 points. At once, Lin Shu felt that the suffering in front of him was truly earned. He couldn't wait to do it once a day, then his spirit wouldn't still be rubbing up. Very satisfied that this time, the basic spiritual refining decision had reached instinct, although he couldn't comprehend the Upanishads like the imperial beasts generally did. But a spiritual baptism like this is also excellent. I just don't know if the blade techniques and secret techniques in the back can have such an effect. Lin Shu didn't think much about it. The stench of sweat all over his body was a little too much for him to take in. He felt like running to the bathroom to have a good wash. After finishing, he was really refreshed. Then he began to think about the things that would be involved in the March high school examination. With Black Knight's current strength, he thought that other than the two members of the school team, Lei Wu and Li Shuhuang, he should have no enemies. However, Black Knight was currently only at level 31, which was still a bit unsafe. Looking at the remaining 300 or so proficiencies, just enough to be able to raise one level, he directly added them. These were all harvested from solving a few fallen bloodthirsty bats on the way. The proficiency became a pitiful single digit, with 6 points remaining. Because Violet Eyes had joined in, the proficiency gained from replicas and practicing skills was also further increased. It was not bad to be able to gain about 60 points in this one day. Name, Ecliptic Hunter. Level LV 320 320. Level limit, LV 100 plus. Status, healthy. Quality, Lord. Attribute Dark Space. Talent, Void Walking Minor 3-400. Skills, Beginner Strong Attack Subtle 14-200 Fast Movement Perfect 2750 Heavy Strike Beginner 1120 Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3550 Spinning Arm Chop Subtle 23-200 Space Storage Subtle 1330 Shadow Sphere Beginner 720 Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 1540 Wind Folding Blade Minor 3660 Blade Airstrike Subtle 118-400 Darkness Binding Beginner 740 Space Chaos Chop Beginner 340 Advanced Black Knight Phantom Beginner 980 Dark Binding Beginner 780. Looking at Black Knight's panel, there was a wide variety of skills, enough to be useful at this stage, but that quality wasn't considered too high. Currently, both Black Knight and the replica were also majoring in Blade Airstrike, piling it up to insta-level early on. But it was also considered a small strength, within the high school student stage. There was also still a need to guard against arrogance and steady development. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction. Since the trivial matters had already been dealt with, he pushed the door out and went to that long-awaited senior class 5. Attracting the gazes of quite a few first-year students, Lin Shu quickly stepped inside the 5th-year class. Rushing to sit next to Huang Yian, although he hadn't been here for a long time, his seat still hadn't changed. When everyone saw Lin Shu return to the classroom, the class immediately became lively, and many students were up in arms. Our king has still returned to his homeland. The god of description has returned. Wow! The stated god isn't in the varsity, why did he come back? The classmates rushed over to Lin Shu's side and spoke in a chorus of words. Huang Yian also had an interested expression. Lin Shu had a few previous experiences, so he didn't change his color in the face of these scenes. Lightly smiling, he explained, "Isn't this today's monthly exam, coming to play against everyone?" When these words came out, the students who were originally sitting around had a black eye, and some even took a step back directly. Not big brother, you're able to beat the senior students of other schools. Now running back to fight against us? I'll report it. Someone came back to fry the fish. Chapter 97 The Unexpected Senior Crowd. Everyone dared to be angry when they saw this. This master was about to violently beat the primitives as soon as he returned. However, thinking that this was the collective monthly exam of all senior students, it was also a bit more comfortable. This blessing couldn't be enjoyed only by their 5th class. It was important to let everyone try this feeling of desperation together. Huang Yian didn't feel that way. First of all, not to mention that he hadn't heard teacher Zhao Sheng talk about this, even Lin Shu himself couldn't do such a thing. Then he opened the door and asked, "You're definitely not taking the senior high school exam?" Although it was a question, the words carried some certainty. Hearing this, everyone who was originally a bit noisy suddenly looked at Lin Shu with anticipation. Seeing that his joke was broken, Lin Shu naturally admitted it directly. Immediately, someone asked. Sure enough,
Brother sure isn't that heartless. Then what senior year's monthly exam is Shoshin taking? Anyway, it's fine if it's not the first year of high school, I'll be able to move up another place in the rankings. Some people had their answers after associating Lin Shu's outrageous battle results from before. Lin Shu was asked these questions and didn't hide them. With a calm tone, he said, "The principal has informed me to take the senior high school March exam." The calm and simple words, however, caused the class to instantly boil within the class. Even though they were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Crossing 2 levels in a row and directly participating in the senior March exam. Everyone is a freshman in high school, what makes you so outstanding? You also said that you didn't open up. What a wild way to advance. Is this the world of geniuses? I won't be surprised if I say that said God gets into college tomorrow. Although everyone was spitting, they were all proud that Class 5 had produced a genius like Lin Shu. When you go out to chat with your friends, you can say, "Lin Shu is my classmate." Don't mention it, it's a great honor. The people of Class 5 walked with their heads held high in the school. Lin Shu just kept a smile on his face and didn't say anything. Just as everyone was chatting, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the classroom. Obviously, it was Class 5's teacher Zhao Sheng who had come. Entering the classroom, Zhao Sheng smiled at Lin Shu and nodded his head in greeting. His attitude was amiable. Then his expression immediately changed, frowning seriously. What's all the noise about? They're all in good spirits. I wonder how the results of this monthly exam are. Without Lin Shu to back up our class this time, I hope you guys can pick up the slack. With that, everyone bowed their heads, not daring to look at Zhao Shang's smiling expression above them. He was so amiable towards Lin Shu, but he didn't have a good face towards them. Surely this was the teacher's special treatment of the top students and the underclassmen. Oof. Let's go, it's almost time. Line up outside and get ready to go to the playground. Upon hearing this, everyone got up together and walked out of the classroom, coming above the corridor to wait. On the other side, at the examination center of the 3rd year of senior high school. Because of the number of people, the seniors' monthly examination site was divided into another playground. After all, the senior students' imperial beasts were of a higher grade and more powerful, so the place didn't need to be crowded together like the 1st and 2nd years. A wider field was needed. Pei Yuanfang and a few teachers were observing the senior 3 exams that were about to begin in front of them under an awning. This also made many senior students curious. What is the win today? Surprisingly, you blew the principal here. Normally their senior year was a zone of 3. Other than the class teachers, no one came over. Although they were a bit puzzled, they didn't think much about it. The principal naturally did whatever he wanted. On the other side, Lei Wu and Li Shuheng squatted next to a piece of greenbelt, tugging at the leaves with their hands, looking a little distracted. Next to them were several senior students there together. Everyone knew who the top 1 and 2 in the March high school exams were. After all, these 2 were members of the varsity team, and the others couldn't afford a little splash. They chatted casually. This March high school exam is just boring. The first is definitely you, Shu Hong, and the second is Brother Wu. A student flattered so. In response, the 2 of them, Lei Wu and Li Shuheng, hemmed and hawed, but did not refute it. Apparently they also felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. Let's call it a day after fighting early. Today's training hours aren't enough. Lei Wu was disinterested, having no thoughts of this monthly exam, and anyway, he was just a 1,000-year-old second life. Li Shuheng deeply shared the same feeling, thinking whether he should talk to Mr. Gu and let him discuss with the principal. The monthly examination will not go, and the monthly examination rewards will be sent down. How troublesome, and also avoid everyone running around and wasting this training time. And at this time, a figure that he didn't expect appeared in the field of vision. Only to see Lin Shu striding here. Beside him was the Black Knight wrapped in silver and black armor. His expression was natural as he smiled and greeted, "Hello, seniors and sisters. I received a notice from the principal. So I'm going to participate in the March high school exam with everyone." The principal, who had originally watched the battle from the sidelines, also stood up at this moment and smiled amicably towards Lin Shu. He then nodded, and it was clear that this matter was indeed as he had said. The senior group that was originally motionless instantly exploded. The crowd appeared somewhat at a loss for words as to why this master had come. "You're the senior. No way, big brother, you came like this. Bad. The ranking is still 1. God damn it. I'll fight you talent monsters. Although Lin Shu didn't introduce his name, I'm afraid there weren't many Kanglin's second middle school students who couldn't recognize this face.
They had all seen the Binjo Cup match a few days ago. The entire situation, as well as setting up the winning game, could all be created by this schoolmate. His strength could be imagined, not something that could be matched by an ordinary senior student.
At this moment, Lei Wu and Li Shuhong were also staring at the scene in front of them with dismay. How did the principal invite this great god to the senior high school March exam? Doing so seemed quite reasonable. Thinking about Lin Shu's performance in the match a few days ago. Although it was only addressing the opponent's weakest link first. But it was clear that it should not be underestimated, or else it would have flopped as it did the other day than the members of Center 1. The two of them were also under no small amount of pressure. But this was after all the senior venue, their territory. As seniors they couldn't afford to lose to their juniors here. A few students on the side who were on better terms with the two asked in whispers. Shuhong Lei Wu, are you sure you can win? Don't underestimate the other side, this guy is really a monster, his talent is too terrifying. Both of them waved their hands, and Li Shuhong said in a convincing tone. It will win. Li Shuhong's Imperial Beast had recently leveled up a bit, and even though it was only level 1, the intensity was obvious. In the last match, he could clearly feel that Lin Shu's Imperial Beast level definitely did not exceed level 30. Although Lin Shu's talent made him feel inferior, the gap in level was not something that could be smoothed out so easily. With such a large lead, coupled with his understanding of his Imperial Beasts, it was clear that the probability of winning would not be small. Those few people naturally chose to believe it when they saw this. The strength of these two varsity aces was naturally unquestionable. Lin Shu obviously also saw the two familiar figures. He then brought Black Knight to them and greeted them. Hello, two seniors. Chapter 98 Returning Back. Seeing Lin Shu go up and greet him, Lei Wu and Li Shuhong naturally said enthusiastically. Good day, senior brother. The rest of the senior students, too, turned their gazes towards Lin Shu, and in passing, walked to the side to leave an empty seat. This proud son of Kanglin's second middle school. Coming to participate in the senior high school March exam in his first year of high school, I'm afraid this was a first in the history of Kanglin No. 2 middle school. This, coupled with the previous highlight of the Binjo Cup, made everyone curious and expectant of the next matchup. It was natural that the ordinary students didn't think they could hold off Lin Shu. All hope could only be given to the duo of Lei Wu and Li Shuhong. There wasn't too much time for pleasantries. Pei Yuanfang signaled the teacher on the side. The latter also immediately stepped out and shouted loudly. Everyone has now arrived. Then this monthly examination will thus begin. The scholars who were still scattered around originally returned to their ranks and lined up, waiting for the sparring to begin. Pei Yuanfang walked out from the shade shed and looked towards Lin Shu and the other three. Let Lin Shu fight one by one? No, this was too much of a waste of time, it was better to be clean. He then placed his gaze on Lei Wu and Li Shuhong. With an amiable expression, he said, in my opinion, why don't the three of you start sparring first? To give everyone a sample. It's good to liven up the atmosphere. Then which one of you will go first? Seeing this, Lei Wu looked at Lin Shu and Li Shuhong, and couldn't help but feel bottomless in his heart. Let's not mention Li Shuhong first, he had never been his opponent. In thinking about Lin Shu's speed in the dark, one's own Wodo giant ape was afraid that he would be slipped as a dog. Without the confidence to face Lin Shu, he was afraid that his own victory rate would not even be half. He then looked at Li Shuhong with a pleading gaze. The latter naturally also noticed his expression and considered his problem, so he nodded and responded. Lei Wu also breathed a long sigh of relief, he was under a bit of pressure. Those who didn't know thought that Lin Shu was a senior. Headmaster, just let me and Senior Lin go first. Li Shuhong stood out and said to the principal. Pei Yuanfang straightened his cuffs and looked at Li Shuhong appreciatively. See, what was the bearing of a varsity captain? It's to be this undaunted and courageous. Very well, then let's start with you two. I'm honestly looking forward to it. One is currently the strongest in the school, the other is the strongest in the talent school. I wonder what kind of sparks will rub off from this battle between the two. The rest of the students whispered, discussing whether they would win or lose this matchup. Everyone expressed their own opinions. It's definitely Shuhong who will win. The future is Lin Shu's, but right now it's still Shu Hang's strength that's superior. However, there were still more people who supported Li Shuhong. After all,
the former had 2 more years of cultivating imperial beasts than Lin Shu. When Lin Shu saw that it was Li Shuheng, he also felt some pressure. This matchup was probably the most grueling one in his current imperial beast career. Although there was no restraining relationship between the two in terms of attributes. However, the direction that the latter's extreme electricity spirit cat specialized in almost overlapped with Black Knight. Not to mention the fact that its skills had a greater range and it also held the discharge talent, so if one was not careful, they would be struck by lightning and paralyze their body. This way the battle would be over in a matter of moments. This was also the main reason why Li Shuheng was sitting firmly at the core of the school team. Immediately, the teachers and students on the side moved, leaving a large area of the playground space, although it looked a little sketchy. But it was also enough to use. Li Shuheng called out the extreme electricity spirit cat from the contract space. The yellowish tail kept swinging, a cute little face filled with impatience. Obviously somewhat unhappy, this fellow had disturbed his sleep again. Li Shuheng had long been accustomed to seeing this scene. This guy liked to sleep in the contract space. He then informed it of the matter that he was going to fight against Lin Shu in a while. The extreme electricity thunder cat had a pair of bean-sized eyes, carefully looking at the Black Knight standing aside on the opposite side. Naturally, it was familiar with the other party's presence. They had fought side by side a few days ago. Unexpectedly, they actually faced each other today, which made it feel interesting. After a brief preparation, the battle would then begin immediately. The two of them looked at each other from afar, both being able to see serious looks. Obviously, they both thought that the other was tricky. Lin Shu looked at the panel attributes of the extreme electricity spirit cat, a level of 38 and a skill with a high level of proficiency. The skill mastery that Black Knight had been leading had lost much of its advantage. Overall, the situation looked slightly unfavorable. The loud voice of the senior teaching director rang out. The monthly exams will thus begin. First match, Li Shuheng versus Lin Shu. Pei Yuanfang sat smoothly under the parasol, his gaze deep, clearly looking forward to this battle between the strongest students of Kanglin's second middle school. Li Shuheng didn't dare to underestimate Lin Shu, and at the start of the battle, he commanded the extreme electricity spirit cat to start unleashing the fiercest offense. Dark blue electric currents filled the surface of his body like flowing water, eye-catching rays of light shot out in all directions, and the thunder element boiled in the air. A long spear transformed from thunder was formed in an instant, and came swiftly like a stream of light. The moment it struck, it was its master skill, the thunder light gun. Black Knight's eyes were lowered, and under Lin Shu's command, he flapped his wings and sped rapidly. The hand movement is not stopping, dodging the thunder spear at the same time, the silver-white blade with the sharpness of the return attack. In response, the extreme electricity spirit cat was undaunted, and then once again condensed the thunder lance, defending against the raging blade awnings. Bang! The two attacks intersected and exploded with a violent sound. They resisted each other's energies therein and appeared to be neck and neck. Lin Shu knew that there was no way out of simply consuming energy against each other. If they couldn't find a chance to get close, failure was inevitable. Because Li Shuheng's royal beast talent was return flow. To put it simply, it was to restore all the energy consumed by the imperial beast. This was also the reason why he didn't care about energy consumption at all. Such a talent was especially crucial in a battle. So in terms of pure consumption, Blackout was naturally no match. It was good that Blade Chi Strike didn't consume too much. Black Knight attempted to move his ghostly figure into the close range of the extreme electricity spirit cat. But naturally, it was difficult to do so under Li Shuheng's command. Its sensitive stance was only slightly inferior even to Black Knight. While running backwards, the thunder light was muffled, and the surging and dangerous thunder gun did not stop. It was released randomly without the slightest scruple. Like a spell turret. It also made Black Knight have to avoid the attacks, otherwise his defense could not withstand a few thunder guns. You attacked and I retreated, you retreated and I attacked. The battle was caught in a scorching heat for a while. It seemed that neither side had a way to deal with the other. The senior three people who stood on the sidelines and watched the battle were faced with such a fierce attacking scene. They also called out for enjoyment. This kind of high-intensity match is not easy to meet in reality except online. They also sighed in admiration of Lin Shu's strength of the Imperial Beasts, which was just too amazing. How could this make them, the seniors, embarrassed? Lin Shu's eyes flashed with light, he wasn't surprised by such a scorching scene. If one wanted to break the deadlock, it would only be possible for Black Knight to use his talent. A blow would then be dealt to the enemy.
Chapter 99 Winning and Whereabouts. On one side, Pei Yuanfang talked with a few senior teachers. The battle is scorched now. Who do you guys think will win? A few teachers looked carefully into the distance and had an idea in their hearts. Lin Shu having made it this far was already astonishing. Unfortunately, in terms of a long-lasting battle, he was definitely inferior to Li Shuheng. After all, his talent still had too much influence on the battlefield. I think it's Li Shuheng. That's right. When one person finished speaking, the remaining few immediately agreed. Pei Yuanfang nodded his head with a slightly non-committal expression on his face and didn't say anything. Instead, he signaled to continue watching. Black Knight, 0. The somewhat annoyed Black Knight sharply hovered high in the sky after hearing Lin Shu's words. This 0 was the tactical words that they had recently settled on, representing the use of talent. As Li Shuheng heard the words, he began to be vigilant inwardly. Although he did not know what this 0 represented, it was definitely a new tactic that was about to be used. Immediately, he also reminded the extreme lightning spirit cat. Be careful, Aurora. The darkness that was hovering in the air at this moment no longer watched. Instead, it was like a speeding fighter jet rushing violently in the direction of the extreme electricity spirit cat. The speed was extremely fast, like a shooting star falling. Such a scene seemed useless, although the speed was extremely fast, the distance difference was too far. It was simply impossible to attack the Aurora. Although he did not know what this was meant to be, this would be Li Shuheng's chance. It must be grasped. The Aurora spirit cat's purple light flickered, and the turbulent and violent energy then burst out like a cluster current. The white aura flickered continuously, heading straight towards the blackness falling from the sky with lightning-like speed. The berserk energy was constantly pulsating, but Black Knight did not dodge in any way, and his speed remained unchanged. Such a scene filled everyone with confusion and uncertainty. Even Pei Yuanfang was puzzled. The electric light arrived as promised and exploded at the place above the extreme electricity spirit cat, the bright and dazzling colors blinding people. With such power, it was obvious that Black Knight could not withstand it, and the battle had already been decided. However, at this moment, a change was highlighted, the Black Knight that was originally supposed to be attacked by the lightning bombardment. Instead, it strangely appeared on the left side of the extreme electricity spirit cat. This was the void walk of minority, whether it was skill consumption or displacement distance, it had a great improvement. The sharpness of the blade was revealed without a doubt as the silver-white blade rolled and attacked like a wave. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. How was it that in a flash of white light, that Mantis had arrived at the side grounds? This scene caused Li Shuheng to be dismayed, and he hurriedly shouted, Aurora, be careful of your side. Although the reminder was already on point, it was still too late. The Silveron was as swift as light, directly failing to enter the body of the extreme electricity spirit cat. Although the constantly pulsating electric arcs and fur resisted some of the aftershocks. However, it still made its brain instantly blank, and was ruthlessly sent flying several meters by the impact, tumbling a few times before coming to a stop. Red lines waved out from afar, and the sharp attack clearly caused the extreme electricity spirit cat to directly lose its combat power. Seeing this, the teacher on the side hurriedly ended the match. Lin Shu wins. Greeting up the medical room that had long been waiting on the side for a long time for medical treatment. The matchups in the senior March exam were not point blank, and this kind of situation often occurred, so it was not a rare occurrence. Li Shuheng shook his head, although he didn't know why Blackout had suddenly appeared in that position. But a loss was a loss, it couldn't be faked, the extreme electricity spirit cat's injuries weren't considered serious, and it was obvious that Black Knight had stopped under the final attack. Such a scene also triggered the senior students on the side to exclaim. No way! It was still an even match just now. I can't see it, but I'm greatly shocked. Pei Yuanfang also found this scene quite amusing, what a desperate and dangerous tactic. Although he didn't know what tactics were used, the spirit of not fearing defeat affirmed him. The few teachers who had just said that Li Shuheng could win were also silent. The end of this battle was just a little too bizarre. Lin Shu looked at Li Shuheng with an apologetic expression. The latter waved his hand with a somewhat bitter expression, but still the atmosphere indicated that there was nothing wrong. Lei Wu, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe the scene that was happening in front of him. Li Shuheng, who had pressed himself for 3 years, had actually lost to Lin Shu. Wouldn't that mean that the current strongest student in Kanglin's second middle school had become Lin Shu? Obviously, many of the students around them had also realized this.
Their gazes turned towards Lin Shu and became somewhat complicated. But more than anything, they were still in admiration.
I didn't expect him to really do it.
As a freshman in high school, he had defeated the school's number one. With this scene, everyone had a lot of thoughts, and for a while, the large venue was silent. Lin Shu also didn't intend to ask what the reward for being number one in the senior high school's March exam was. Li Shuhang looked despondent and lost in spirit. He said this kind of words, it would be too inhumane. Seeing this, Pei Yuanfang came out to speak. First, he consoled Li Shuhang, telling him not to think too much about this, and to go back and have a good rest first. Then he let the teacher on the side continue to preside over the monthly exams as they went on. With that, he pulled Lin Shu aside and exchanged words.
You really gave everyone a heavenly surprise, including me of course. Created a true legend in Kanglin's second middle school. Pei Yuanfang's face wore a pleasurable expression as he spoke these words with a slightly exaggerated expression. For this kind of thing to appear, he knew that there would definitely be this day. Unexpectedly, it had happened a little too quickly, and he had thought that it would have to be next year anyways. Sure enough, it was still underestimating geniuses. I just don't want to lose.
Lin Shu shook his head. He really didn't think about this, he just had a heart that didn't want to give in. At those words, Pei Yuanfang was stunned, then he straightened up.
This idea was plain and simple, but who could do it?
Then he didn't continue this topic down the line and began to speak on some pleasant topics. The first place reward for the senior March exam contains 30 bottles of advanced nutritional potion with 30 types of third-order spirits. And to give you 3 times, this is really bleeding. With such a massive amount of resources, it was obvious that only the principal subsidized it out of his own pocket. However, to a high-ranked Imperial Beast Master, these were all small potatoes. Then I still have to thank the principal for raising the rewards. It just so happened that his own high-level nutritional potion was about to bottom out, as well as the vast array of spirits.
90 bottles coming in at once, what a timely arrival.
These Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes could both be used. After saying these good things,
Pei Yuanfang also brought bad news to Lin Shu.
He frowned slightly, but still informed Lin Shu of the matter. That foreign soul body within the realm of extreme darkness hasn't been found until now. It's highly likely that it has already sneaked out. Such a heavenly net of pursuit had actually allowed him to escape. Worthy of being an old thing of the other world, there were too many means. With that, he rubbed his brow. Being watched by such an old thing could be somewhat troublesome.
He would need to be on guard in the future. Pei Yuanfang was also aware of Lin Shu's worries.
It's actually quite safe outside, especially amongst public places. There are all detection tools. He can only curl up in nooks and crannies.
There's no danger in staying in town.
If that was the case, then there was no need to worry too much. These words were a shot in the arm for Lin Shu.
Chapter 100 Intentionally Protecting the Spirit Screen.
At this moment the monthly exams came to an end. After 3 monthly exams, the time has come to the end of the year.
In half a month or so, it would be the winter vacation.
Lin Shu returned to his room and began to think about his next arrangements.
Currently, his strength was basically no enemy in high school.
There was also no greater help in stage. So arriving at the standard before the end of the winter vacation and heading to Central State University was an imminent matter. It was just that currently, with blackout strength, he should not be able to pass the Tower of Trials. Yes, Lin Shu's goal wasn't just to reach the 11th floor and simply obtain the special enrollment qualification. To fight, then pass the Tower of Trials.
Around level 40 should be enough.
To think that becoming a Beast Master and reaching level 40 in less than half a year was a rare thing even in the other world.
I also wonder if there would be any additional benefits for passing this Tower of Trials?
His thoughts came to an abrupt end, and Lin Shu didn't think any further. The main goal now was to go to an otherworldly place and steadily brush up on his proficiency. On balance, Manhwa Island was the best, with a calm environment, plenty of beasts, and no danger. And at this time, the mentor's message was suddenly sent. It's the end of the year, things have been done.
Let's accompany Wusan to go fishing together? By the way, I've brought you the secret method.
It really coincided with his thoughts. There was certainly no hesitation on this, and he directly responded.
No problem.
The mentor then came to the school in the afternoon and rode the white-feathered spirit falcon to bring Lin Shu to head to Plum Lake Island.
This kind of thing can actually be stumbled upon by you. And it's still in the broken otherworld, it's really off the charts.
Time came to the afternoon, and with the ancient cryptozoology in place, it was only a matter of a few hours before they arrived here. At this moment, the three of them were leisurely fishing by the lake, hearing Lin Shu recounting what had happened a few days ago.
He felt unimaginable. What does everyone say?
Lin Shu gripped the fishing rod in his hand and lightly came up with a sentence. Darkness Earthyao and Violet Eyes stood behind them, their hands moving ceaselessly as they honed their skills. The eyes, however, looked ahead from time to time, always ready to step forward to catch the fish that were thrown up.
Ancient Freshness said indifferently, this incident is a bit thrilling. It's good that the first target wasn't you, otherwise. The follow-up to face this kind of situation to be careful to deal with is. A crystal-clear crystal orb appeared out of thin air as he spoke and handed it to Lin Shu. Regarding all of this, Lin Shu was also more agreeable and accepted what was in his mentor's hands. Apparently, this was the Imperial Beast secret technique, similar to the previous damage transfer. This is the Intentional Protection Spiritual Screen. It's specifically used as a protective spirit field. And it can be applied to Imperial Beasts.
Lin Shu revealed a smile. It was good to have a generous mentor who would help whenever one was in trouble. When Wu Song heard that it was this secret method, he was also envious.
This type of mental defense secret method was immeasurably valuable.
Wu Song was also currently lacking this type of means and was searching for it. Somewhat grumbling, he said, little expression just has to have more face than me. This type of secret method has also been asked for by me from the Hall Master in the past. But there was never any follow-up.
Hearing this somewhat conspiratorial tone, Guaxian gave Wu Song an unfavorable look.
You are also like Lin Shu, able to be specially recruited into the Central State University.
I'll give you one too. Shut up if you can't. Do you really think that you'll take this if you want it?
This secret method was also something he had managed to beg from the vice principal, and it had taken a lot of effort. When these words came out, it immediately made the latter shrink his neck, not daring to continue. Lin Shu helped round out the scene. Brother Wu, next time if I obtain a similar secret method, I'll definitely give you priority to use it. These words made Wu Song comfortable, and with a wave of his big hand, he patted Lin Shu on the shoulder. It's still Xiao Shu who speaks well. Without listening to him, the ancient cryptographer admonished Lin Shu. Although the secret method has a strong effect, it's quite difficult to learn. Translated into a skill, it's about as good as a super rank. And I can't teach you, it all needs to be polished by yourself. The simple conversion down made Lin Shu understand the difficulty of this intent protection spirit screen. Luckily, he could live her down with a replica as long as he made it appear on the panel first. This secret method was something that must be learned and mastered. The weird and unpredictable defenses against taking over the body could be a bit scary. Then from now on, I'll prioritize learning the intent protection spirit screen. Ancient Freshness nodded. The spirit of the Imperial Beast Master is just as important as nurturing the Imperial Beast. That's why the two ends have to be grasped together. You'll understand all this when it comes later. Wu Song nodded in recognition. Not only in contracting Imperial Beasts, high-level Imperial Beast Masters could even use offensive secret techniques to influence the opposing Imperial Beasts to change the course of the battle. Unfortunately, this learning ability and spiritual growth rate of his own was a little too poor. Lin Shu would likewise not be an exception. Mentor is right. After this incident, he felt deeply about this. But you don't have to worry. It's on the blue planet and is in the territory of Grand Xia. This kind of thing can't even escape in time, it won't be much of a threat to you. There was absolute confidence between the words. These words were also meant to make Lin Shu feel better in his heart as well. Don't worry, mentor. I want to learn the secret techniques now. The ancient cryptic nodded. It would be good to do it earlier, it would help a lot in the future. Don't worry about studying, you have my help. No one can disturb you. Hearing this, Lin Shu was completely relieved. Putting down the fishing rod in his hands, he directly intended to start studying up. Seeing that Lin Shu was so impatient, it was obvious that the pressure that the otherworldly souls brought to him was not small. The spiritual ocean that surged like a lake surged, and the strong spiritual power transformed into an oval barrier like a spring breeze. Wrapping Lin Shu up, it formed an airtight and quiet environment. Lin Shu also felt this barrier, and all sounds from the outside world were isolated. This secret method he also wanted to learn, shook his head, and then violently crushed the crystal. A torrent of obscure knowledge entered his mind.
It was clear that words that were easy to understand when separated, but when combined together had a feeling of confusion and disorientation like reading a heavenly book. This kind of difficulty, which was indeed consistent with what his mentor had said, made even Lin Shu frown slightly. Then he relaxed his spirit and began to slowly realize and understand. He knew that the more the situation was like this, the more he couldn't be in a hurry to slack off. If the heart is like ice, the sky will not collapse. Learning word by word steadily, he was soon immersed in it. Time flew by, and soon 2 hours passed. Phew! Lin Shu, who was cross-legged within the barrier, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Finally, he had gotten started with this intentional protection spirit screen. Naturally, it also appeared on top of the panel. Intentional Spirit Protection Screen Beginner 160. Just learning for the first time requires so much proficiency, it is worthy of this learning difficulty. First 100 chapters, for the record. Chapter 101 Lei Ling Jun Shadow. For the next week, Lin Shu facilitated his mentor in Wusong, staying at the lake to fish. The days were quite leisurely, the three imperial beasts were naturally handling the fish on the side, and exercising their skills in their free time. A week down the line made Lin Shu's proficiency get fuller and fuller. This week's time had raised Black Knight by 2 levels, with 917 points of proficiency remaining. The speed wasn't too noticeable like before when it was 1 level a day. Although it was only a level up in 3 days, it still made the mentor in Wusong TSK. Such a rapid leveling up, such a performance made them ashamed of themselves. They were around level 30, and the fact that they could level up 1 level in a week was a surprise. At this moment, Lin Shu was sitting in the hotel checking the panel. With so much proficiency, he could naturally unlock the evolved form of the purple eyes. Let's just let him see if there was anything new to him in terms of evolution first. Without surprise, the plus symbol once again appeared on the panel of the violet eyes. Directly clicking on it, a path of dazzling colorful light burst out. A marvelous portrait was neatly organized. Like a picture book, it slowly changed in this order. There were a total of only 4 ways for the violet eyes to evolve. The number was really small, and it was also the lowest amongst Lin Shu's imperial beasts. 2 were the ones that had already been discovered, including Snowfeather's upper-tier evolutionary form, Aurora Skyhorse. A few ways to look at them one by one, and it didn't take much time. Still unsurprisingly, it was still the highest value evolutionary method that satisfied Lin Shu the most. However, that high price of 1,288 proficiency also gave Lin Shu a bit of a headache. Even Black Knight only cost 1,500 points, but here it was encompassing 2 stages. It was enough to peek at how rare and powerful this evolutionary pathway was from the consumption. His name was Thundering Stallion Shadow. There were many characteristics on the description, the most important of which were still 3. Possessing shockingly strong lightning attribute power, extreme flight speed, and a wide range of skills like spells. Being able to awaken more skills for fire coverage. Such a description caused Lin Shu to have some expectations. It was just that with the current growth progress of the purple eyes, it would be a while. The main improvement lately was still in Earth Obsidian. Feeling his master's gaze on his own body, Violet Eyes, who had bent his legs and gotten down on the side, reacted, his soulful and expressive eyes turning. Hurriedly getting up, he wobbled and came to wander around beside Lin Shu, expecting to get the chance to be favored and get extra points. Lin Shu stroked his increasingly tall and robust body, and after a while of explanation and reassurance, the latter was satisfied and left. Tilting his head, he looked a little proud. Darkness lay on the sofa to the side with a disdainful expression. Proficiency is also something you can ask for with this little pony? Without caring about a few imperial beasts, Lin Shu opened Earth Observation's attribute panel. Preparing to purchase the Mountain Wolf's evolution path. Currently, Earth Obsidian's level was about to be 20, although with the current proficiency level, it wasn't enough for him to reach the evolution conditions. However, Lin Shu still intended to purchase the evolution pathway first in 2 days, gather all the materials, and prepare for Earth Obsidian's evolution. With a thought, 500 proficiency points were spent. Lin Shu also obtained the evolution content and learned the full information and material requirements. It was only perfect quality, the material requirements were average, but there were some requirements for the evolutionary environment. But it wasn't too difficult, it could be done easily. Earth Obsidian had somewhat left him out in the cold since the contract. Fortunately, he was naturally optimistic and didn't complain. Black Knight's current strength was already strong enough to give Earth Obsidian a proper boost.
Having made up his mind, he spent another 321 points of proficiency to raise Earth Obsidian's level to 21.
The remaining 96 points of proficiency.
At this moment, Earth Obsidian, who was sleeping upside down on a blanket, felt the sudden abundance of energy in his body. A slightly rough face was filled with joy, understanding that this was the master adding points for his own upgrade. At once, he looked at Lin Shu with an admiring gaze, at the same time stroking the back of his head with his large hand.
Looking a little embarrassed, Black Knight glanced at him without an expression and just rolled his body over towards the back.
Lin Shu looked at Tu Yao with encouraging eyes, and the latter was instantly filled with energy. Excitedly, he absorbed and polished the energy within his body. Immediately afterward, he began to check up on the evolutionary materials required by the Mountain Takishi.
There were a total of 4.
They were, respectively, the 4th rank Spirit Rock Crystal Marrow, the 4th rank Spirit Rock Heartstone, the 4th rank Spirit Sinking Sand Jade, and the last type of Tsongyu Spirit Crystal. At a cursory glance, almost all of them were Earth attribute spirit materials. It should not be too precious and rare. Immediately opened his cell phone and entered the Royal Beast Mall to check it out. As expected, Lin Shu thought,
these ordinary Earth attribute spirits could all be found above. The price is also very cheap. The amount of money spent may not be half of the Black Knight evolution.
It was the last material, the Tsongyu Spirit Crystal, that was rare after all, priced at 300 W-Dasha coins.
The overall total amount added to the shopping cart totaled 468 W-Dasha coins.
The feeling of having your own money is really good, and you don't have to bother others anymore.
Because I'm not a member, I don't have the slightest discount.
Lin Shu didn't care about this, but directly placed the order. Having just received so much money a while ago, these were nothing more than that. Money earned was meant to be spent. The order information was then displayed, the materials would be delivered tomorrow.
This speed was not slow.
Immediately a message was displayed to appear, the consumption amount was greater than 100 W, and he had obtained a bronze member of the Imperial Beast Mall. Thereafter, purchasing materials would receive a 10% discount. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows, but he didn't care and placed his phone aside. Now that everything was ready, all that was needed was for the level to be satisfied. With that, he informed Earthyao in advance of the news that he would be evolving in a couple days. Earthyao revealed his signature giggle. He certainly knew a lot about evolution. That powerful stance after Black Knight's evolution was still fresh in his mind.
The whole is also very happy.
Integral was also happy, but he just didn't quite know how to show it. Black Knight was silent on the sidelines and didn't seem very happy, but Violet Eyes was looking forward to it.
They're all going to evolve, so I'll be next. I've already started fantasizing about what I should evolve into.
Without staying in the hotel, Lin Shu brought the 3 beasts out of it. He came to the classic fishing spot. At this time, Ancient Freshness and Wu Song were already on top of the fishing spot early on. Lin Shu had great reason to suspect that they had been up all night yesterday. When they saw Lin Shu, they also smiled faintly and greeted each other. Immediately, he sat down beside Gu Xinwen. Continuing with today's great fishing endeavor. After this period of learning, Lin Shu's fishing techniques were already good, and he had a few feats. At this time, Ancient Cryptic suddenly said from the side,
do you think you'll be allowed to go to the Tower of Trials again after some time? How many floors can you break into?
Lin Shu was a bit surprised by this, not knowing why his mentor suddenly asked this kind of question. But still, he thought for a while and prepared to answer.
Chapter 102 Talent Advancement.
I don't know much about the specific strength of the later layers, but I think that there is no problem with more than 10 layers. Lin Shu replied conservatively, with the current level 34 Black Knight, Lord quality, powerful and practical talent skills, and a plethora of subtle skills, the combat strength could be imagined.
Even passing the level was that much of a possibility.
The Ancient Cryptic nodded at his words, understanding Lin Shu's meaning. According to his feelings about Lin Shu's strength, he knew that this was a most conservative estimate. After going in for a real battle, it might be possible to reach the 12th floor.
Ancient cryptography still had a history of understanding these things, so it was stable then.
Lin Shu didn't know what was going on, and there was a slight doubt in his eyes. Wu Song obviously realized something at this moment and hurriedly said,
is it because that old guy is looking for you to show off again?
What a disrespect for the old man, greedy for some false fame only. His eyes held disbelief, clearly knowing something. The ancient cryptozoology was also explaining to Lin Shu at this moment. In the school, a veteran tutor.
Took in a genius student some time ago. He likes to show off and hates to let the world know about it every day. Didn't he know some time ago that I took in a little genius like you? He was so energized that he had to compete. The venue is this tower of trials. After finishing a paragraph, the tutor spoke clearly. There was a veteran tutor from Central State University who often used his talented students to show off in front of the ancient cryptids. Now that there was Lin Shu, it was natural to strike back. Lin Shu listened plainly. So that's how it is. It just so happened that he himself had such intentions, it was sort of a smooth thing to do. Right, all day at school and I said, tutor group, university group showing off. Really can't stand to watch, to extinguish his arrogance. Ancient waved his hand looking a little helpless, thinking of that old man's appearance before. There was nothing wrong with his character, he didn't do anything else out of the ordinary. It just had the bad habit of showing off. It just made him a bit irritated. So mentor, what level is the opposite side? A student who could be recognized by the mentor of the Central State University was a premier existence even in the great Xia thought. Although the natural ability is good, it's no match for you. Currently enrolled in the second year of high school, the Imperial Beast level is at level 45. Not really fast in terms of leveling up, but his Royal Beast talent is indeed extremely powerful. Once killed a level 55 Imperial Beast by crossing the level in another world. Of course, there must be some trickery in there. A trace of surprise flashed through Lin Shu's eyes, killing it by crossing 10 levels? Although there was trickery involved, this kind of might was enough to see how powerful his talent was. With this kind of natural strength, it was worthy of being a genius Imperial Beastmaster chosen by a top university. The heroes of the world were like the carp that crossed the river, so they really should not be underestimated. Very impressive. Lin Shu said heartily at this. Even Wusong nodded in a rare manner when he heard this, recognizing that student's talent. Of course, otherwise Elder Song wouldn't have treated it like a treasure. Showing it off everywhere. Elder Song, I think, was also that mentor. I wouldn't even dare to think of what strength it would be if Xiao Shu was also a sophomore. I'm afraid they don't even have the courage to compete. Can't even compare to a hare. Wusong exaggerated greatly, having absolute confidence in Lin Shu, and appeared somewhat disdainful of that student. In response, the ancient cryptozoology did not deny it, but instead nodded in approval, clearly feeling that Wusong had finally spoken human words for once. Only after personal contact could one clearly feel Lin Shu's terror. This said Lin Shu was a little embarrassed. He had only worked a little harder than the others, plus a little bit of small help from the panel. That student is called Shu Yu. Since he's already 17, he's not in the same category of challenge as you. His will be more difficult. The last time I heard it had reached the 10th floor. After the past 2 months, I think I have the ability to enter the 11th floor, complete the special enrollment conditions, and enter the university. Knowing the general information, this competition shouldn't have too many twists and turns. Darkness was boosting a bit, and it wouldn't be hard to exceed this tier. I don't have a problem. It can be compared. Lin Shu's voice had confidence, and the ancient crypto was naturally convinced. It's good to have confidence. The time has been set, it's in half a month. Ancient informed out the agreed time. There was still half a month left, that was too much time. Black Knight could have a greater improvement, which would also be more robust. Okay. The words fell, and the few people didn't continue to chat on this topic. Instead, they began to leisurely start a new day of fishing. Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 3 days later. During these few days, Lin Shu had already raised the level of Earth Obsidian to the current limit of level 25. Such an expenditure had also basically spent all the proficiency in the past 2 days. Only 15 points remained. Today was also the day to prepare for its evolution. But there was another good news arriving today. That was that his talent, Mirror Flower Water Moon, advanced and successfully came to a small completion. Lin Shu looked at the replica that was tirelessly practicing its skills. There didn't seem to be any changes in it. Making him a bit puzzled, he dispersed the replica that he had transformed out before and replicated it again. After one round, he could clearly feel that the spirit consumed by the replica body had become less. The replica figure became thicker and more dynamic. According to one's own feelings, now the limit could summon a replica body that possessed 50% of Black Knight strength. I see, the advancement of the talent. The change brought about was a lower consumption, as well as a small all-around strengthening of the replica body itself. It wasn't bad, this level was acceptable. It's just a pity that a few more replicas can't appear. That would be especially perverse both in combat as well as in gaining proficiency. Then wouldn't one be going to heaven? Perhaps ascending to a higher stage would lead to greater changes. I just don't know if there's any change in this proficiency acquisition time speed. It was also good to have such an accelerating effect. Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry and decided to wait for a while to see the specifics. Immediately, in less than 2 hours, he discovered the end. To be precise, it was 1 hour and 45 minutes. Practicing intentional spirit protection screen proficiency +2. The time to obtain the cultivation degree was shortened by 15 minutes, which wasn't a huge margin. If it was all based on the most extreme time, there would be an average of 15 more points of proficiency gain. But that was just the ideal situation. On average about 8 extra points a day was the normal level. It was better than nothing, anyway, with the proficiency gained from killing monsters. It would be good to have more on this side, and this amount wasn't too small in a year. After figuring out the changes in talent advancement, Lin Shu then took Earth Obsidian and went out. As for Black Knight and Violet Eyes, of course, he had arranged for them to go brush their proficiency by the lake early. This time couldn't be wasted. Chapter 103 Evolution Mountain Takeshi. Soon Lin Shu brought Earth Yao inside the evolution station in Plum Lake Island. An Earth attribute room had been reserved yesterday. This was also informed with his mentor and brother Wosone. The two nodded in response, but were not interested in the evolution of the mountain rock people. Could it still evolve? It would be better to fish for comfort. As for the evolution materials, they had already reached Lin Shu 2 days ago. Stepping inside the plant-type building that he had already entered once, Lin Shu brought Earth Yao and entered the Earth attribute room. The evolution of the mountain wolf had environmental requirements. It had to be in a place where the Earth attribute energy was thick. This place possessed such a sight. Pushing open the heavy door, what met his eyes was a withered yellow and dark brown color palette. The soil underneath his feet was thick and stable, emitting a slightly moist odor. The soil beneath your feet is thick and stable, emitting a slightly moist scent, and exuding a unique odor derived from the soil. Sparse grasses and trees were scattered amongst them, their deep roots dug into the soil and drew in nutrients. When Earth Yao entered, he felt a sense of refreshment. The environment rich in earth elements was really comfortable for him, especially in the center, where the energy was the most abundant. I want to stay in this place forever. Lin Shu looked at Earth Yao's appearance and nodded in satisfaction. This environment was very good. It wasn't worth the 50,000 dasha coins he spent. With that, he began to move, starting according to the evolutionary needs. First, he commanded Earth Obsidian to dig out a large hole in the center. The subsequent evolution was to be carried out by burying it in the dirt. For this reason Earth Obsidian didn't have any nonsense and did it without saying a word. Today was the day of his own evolution, and he was similarly in a mood that was difficult to calm down. His tall and powerful body began to dig rapidly. The speed was very fast, and in just 5 minutes, a 2-meter deep round pit was already in front of him. Lin Shu took out 4 materials from his spatial ring. After that, he casually threw 3 of them into it, and Earth Obsidian's way of evolving wasn't as troublesome as Black Knight. Immediately, he greeted Earth Obsidian and let it come over, opening its mouth wide. Immediately afterward, he stuffed the thumb-sized Sangyu spirit crystal into it and began to tinkle. Just contain it, don't exert yourself. If you damage it, the evolution will fail later. In response, a trace of panic flashed in Earth Yao's eyes, and he hastily nodded in response. Then, he carefully controlled his head for fear of accidentally breaking the Sangyu spirit crystal inside. This appearance was the same as before the Dark Night, and Lin Shu would smile heartily. It seemed that the imperial beasts valued their evolutionary process and were unwilling to have the slightest accident. Jump in. The time for this evolution is around 8 hours. Tu Yao didn't hesitate when he heard this and jumped straight in. Letting out a muffled sound at the bottom, he immediately looked at the hole above him, waiting for the next instruction. Lin Shu, on the other hand, took out a shovel from the toolbox on the side. Step by step, he backfilled in the dirt he had pulled out earlier. While acting, he informed Tu Yao. The next step is to bury you in. Don't be afraid, you'll be fine even if you stay in the dirt for 3 days. After all, it was a stone man, how could it not survive in the dirt? Earth Yao nodded obediently, welcoming the oncoming flakes of earth that slowly obscured his vision. There wasn't a hint of discomfort, but rather, there was still some affection. 10 minutes later, the deep pit was completely filled in.
Lin Shu walked forward and stepped a few feet into the center, filling and thickening the bottom a bit. Then he clapped his hands and shook off the sand in his hands. He then directly crouched down and sat a short distance away, quietly waiting for the evolution to finish. Earth Obsidian's evolution process did not have too many perils. After just a few moments of waiting, the location of the original deep pit changed. Mud yellow lines slowly appeared from the bottom up. Like a coil of threads, they began to wrap around the winding circle and gradually intertwined. Then turned into a small tornado, strong suction, lifting and carrying the rolling yellow sand rampant and up. Thick and heavy and calm earth elements were gathered together above the tornado. Slowly sucked into the ground, into the earth Yao's thick body. There was no pain or suffering, there was only the feeling of floating more and more. It was so comfortable that Tu Yao almost screamed out. Is this evolution? It was truly fantastic. Comparing it to the darkness, it really was a heaven and a hell. Lin Shu was also at the side, opening his cell phone and swiping the short video. Obviously, he also knew how easy this evolution was. In the blink of an eye it was nighttime, and at this moment, the evolution of Earth Obsidian had already come to an end. The small tornado that was originally shrouded above had already dissipated, and the entire field had entered calm. But at this moment, the originally calm ground suddenly trembled. The surrounding area cracked in an instant, and where the original deep pit was, there was a huge amount of energy that was waiting to erupt. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Bang! 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 A loud sound violently erupted out, the huge impact force under the mud and stones all flew, huge body from the deep pit jumped out high. Mud yellow energy in its body winding not scattered, waving his hand will lead to a road to break the sound of the wind rang. It was the Earth Obsidian that had just finished evolving. When Lin Shu saw it, he couldn't help but TSK and TSK, the overall change in Earth Obsidian's evolution wasn't too great. In front of him, a figure was like a lofty peak, upright and resolute. Like a calm mountain, its feet were firmly rooted in the earth. The broad shoulders seemed to be able to carry 1,000 pounds, and the thick chest was filled with an aura of strength. On the top, the word Wu written in seal script is simple and majestic, attracting attention. The original earthy yellow color of the exterior has changed to bronze, shining like metal under the light. The outline of his face became distinct, no longer as awkward and peculiar as before. The determination and fearlessness revealed in his eyes was daunting. Compared to before, it could be said that the change was truly heavenly. Lin Shu was particularly satisfied. In this way, Tu Yao's dull qi should also change. After carefully feeling his body that had changed quite a bit, Earth Obsidian immediately ran over, his long and powerful arm slowly carried Lin Shu on top of his shoulders. This movement was still something he had stolen from the previous Black Knight evolution. However, the comfort of Earth Obsidian's shoulders was much more than Black Knight's. He was so thick and soft, completely unlike Black Knight. It was so thick and soft, not like stone at all. With that, he began to check up on the Earth Obsidian panel. Name Mountain Takishi. Level, LV 251-250. Level limit, LV 88. Status, happy. Quality, perfect. Attribute, Earth Combat. Talent, Earth and Obsidian Physique Minor 48-400. Skills, Beginner Punch into Subtle 28-200, Rock Skin Passive into Subtle 186-200, Dust into Subtle 18-200, Explosive Fist Beginner 720, Clay Shield into Subtle 19-200, Ground Stab Beginner 720. Intermediate Mudstone Rush to Shang 1980, Earth Rock Armor Subtle 16-200. Advanced Battle Aura Release Beginner 180, Heart of Martial Arts Passive Beginner 180. Chapter 104 Undiscovered Attribute Combat. Not bad, 2 newly awakened skills. Wait, combat attribute skills? Looking at the extra combat attribute in that attribute bar of Earth Yao, Lin Shu fell into deep thought, not expecting this evolution. It allowed Earth Obsidian to accidentally acquire this combat attribute, an undiscovered attribute. But why was it not introduced in the evolution pathway? Could it be that this was an attribute that couldn't be determined when it was born? Lin Shu shook his head and didn't think much about it. Obviously it wasn't a bad thing. It was just that he didn't know what kind of role this attribute had. Although it had never been recorded or documented, from the name, one could still detect some clues appearing. He then began to check out the 2 advanced skills of the combat attribute. The first was the Heart of Martial Combat skill. A steady stream of battle chi erupted from the heart, and the body gathered battle chi with the intention to chisel stone. Courage and conviction were the fuel forged into battle chi. The more severe the injury, the faster the speed of gathering battle chi. Significantly reduces the damage caused by spirit, and moderately reduces the time of the remaining control skills. Based on the description as well as the introduction, it's enough to see the strong point. Spirit attribute Nemesis. Really, it's also immune to most control skills. It directly elevated Earth observations as a whole to a higher level. No wonder at the end of the evolution, a surge of aura was felt coming in, mixed with a forward-looking aura. It seems that this is the external manifestation of the battle attribute. The next step was the second skill, Battle Chi Exodus, and Lin Shu carefully felt the effect of the skill. The raging battle chi leaves the body, transforming emptiness into reality, attacking the opponent and causing a mental attack. There was a chance of negative effects such as wariness, shock, and loss of ability to fight. Lin Shu understood that this was a replica of the spiritual impact skill. It's just that the carrier has been changed to this never-heard-of battle chi attribute. It was also a means to fill in the lack of spiritual attacks within Lin Shu's Imperial Beasts team. Such a strong and versatile attribute was not inferior to the 4 special attributes. It could be placed side by side, but the way to obtain it, even Lin Shu was confused. Overall, Earth Obsidian's evolution this time around was similarly transformed, and its battle power changed greatly. Even compared to Black Knight, it's not far off, and the proficiency spent in the past few days hasn't been in vain. I don't know how the battle power is today, I'll have to find a chance to try Earth Obsidian's strength. Thoughts drifted, and Lin Shu was considered to have a thorough understanding. Immediately, he thought of that rock skin passive into the subtle 186-200. The small half-month's boost was also piling it up to instinct level fast. This way Earth Obsidian would be among Lin Shu's Imperial Beasts. The first Imperial Beast to reach instinct level. Looking at the fact that it was only 14 points short of proficiency, Lin Shu let Earth observations put it down. Then, after telling him what might happen in a moment. With a thought, he directly raised the rock skin to instinct level. The Earth Observatory, who was ready at the side, then felt an itching sensation on his skin. Underneath the tough rock skin, there seemed to be something trying to emerge. The original body became tighter and tighter, as if infinite power was being transported within it. Lin Shu carefully stared at the Earth Obsidian, wondering if this time it would be able to directly give birth to an Aeon? This time was meant to be an experiment, and even if it didn't, it wouldn't be unusual. With that rank of the mentor, Blade Yao only had 3 types of Upanishads to add to his body. One could clearly know the difficulty of it. Just when Lin Shu thought that the change ended without incident. Tu Yao, however, closed his eyes tightly, a pair of thick arms spreading out to the sides as if he was welcoming the arrival of something. At this moment, around him, suddenly appeared a few earth-colored orbs, only the size of a glass bead. Shining brightly, they converged on top of Earth Yao's 2 wide palms. Huge energy set off a gust of wind and sand rolling, the soil under his feet at the moment also somewhat leaped forward, as if immediately want to break out of the ground. Obviously all these movements were caused by the earth-colored orbs. They are the earth elemental essence, attracting the same kind of breath. At this moment, Earth Yao then felt the grandeur of the earth, that boundless heaviness as well as the bewildering aura. It was like incarnating as the son of the earth, the mud, rocks, and flying sand in his eyes, as long as he wanted. As long as he wanted to, he could command and move at will, becoming the master of the earth. The small area where Earth Obsidian was located absorbed all the earth elemental energy within the evolution room in a few moments. The carrier that provided the energy below was somewhat to be drained. Like a piece of yellow canopy just up and surrounded it, in a moment it dissipated like a bubble and entered into Earth Obsidian's body. The earth yellow orb also at this moment turned into a faint shadow disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Lin Shu saw such a scene, hastily clapped his hands, did not expect just a shallow attempt. He didn't expect that after just a shallow attempt, Earth Yao had actually comprehended the Earth's Upanishad. It really gave him a heavenly surprise. Tu Yao still didn't get up now, but continued to sit on the ground, absorbing the thick earth element that had just gathered from the Earth Upanishad. These energies were too difficult to absorb, it really wasn't as easy as the Master's addition. Earth Yao thought this while consuming and absorbing energy. Lin Shu, on the other hand, waited on the side without hurrying, waiting for the energy absorption to complete. After about half an hour, finally all that energy was absorbed. Tu Yao stood up as if he was a towering mountain, his pale aura was undeniable. At this time, Lin Shu opened his panel and began to check. Sure enough, a line of arcane description had been added. Aoi, Earth Aoi 0.005%. Comprehended the Aoi of 100,000%. However, considering Earth Observance's level, with the time it took to grow, it felt reasonable again.
These things don't happen overnight, they need to grow little by water.
The effects from the owie were also very powerful, and the level that had just been raised became like this.
Level, LV 25 188 250.
It seems that the effect of the energy diverted by this comprehension of the Upanishad can also significantly increase the growth rate of the Imperial Beast. Otherwise, after that, the Imperial Beast leveling up could be a bit too slow. This Upanishad is really a good thing, I need to comprehend more of it in the future. Although I don't know the efficacy and ability of the Upanishad, I still have a mentor, so I'll go and ask in a while.
This day's harvest is really huge, not only did the evolution succeed. Moreover, he had also comprehended the Upanishads that only spiritual enlightenment level Imperial Beasts needed.
With that, Lin Shu took Earthyao out of the evolution room and settled the bill. The total time spent was 9 hours, and a total of 45 W-Dasha coins were spent. It was really like spending money like running water. There was no such thing as a cheap thing when it came to the profession of a beast master. After paying the money, he headed towards the fishing spot. At this point in time, the mentor and Wu Song must not be resting. Earth Obsidian supported Lin Shu and ran forward at a rapid pace. After evolving, the original speed that wasn't quite good enough had improved greatly. It wasn't too fast now, but it was enough. Soon enough, he arrived above the fishing spot. At this moment, Ancient Freshness was raising the boom high in the air, obviously catching the big one. Wu Song and Twin Blade Mantis Vision glanced over, apparently also attracted. With that exaggerated to the extreme bending, the fishing rod seemed as if it would crumble apart in the next moment.
Chapter 105 Green Spotted Poison Medallion. Because they were too focused, neither of them noticed Lin Shu and Tu Yao, who had just arrived. Black Knight and Violet Eyes were the first to notice them.
Rushing to their side, their expressions were frowning. Having not seen them for almost a day, they really missed them.
Immediately afterward, they discovered the greatly changed appearance of Tu Yao.
Looking at that lofty figure, as well as the increasingly thick and heavy breath. It is not bad, just how there will be a let him feel some strange arcane breath.
Really strange, Black Knight couldn't help but think so.
Violet Eyes, on the other hand, were glowing, more and more looking forward to the day when he evolved.
Following the master is really giving you a boost in leveling and evolution.
Lin Shu apportioned his hands and touched each of the two guys, and after exchanging pleasantries, the vision returned to the lake. The ancient cryptozoological data is now like a bow on the back. No matter what kind of huge force the big cargo below uses, still has smooth hands.
Up!
A loud shout, use all the strength of the body, resulting in the color of the face or a little red. Snap, from the surface of the lake came a loud sound, a shadow as small as the size of a car was dragged up.
It was accurately thrown into the grass to the side. Cool, this is too cool.
Wu Song watched from the sidelines with a flushed face, extraordinarily excited, itching to experience such a scene himself. That black shadow's face emerged. It was actually a large octopus with green spots all over its body. The bottom of the octopus viscous flexible tentacles constantly swinging, green ink like a fountain generally sprayed out. Hiss. Obviously contains high-strength toxin, that green ink drop point out, the grass has already become black mold. Originally also wanted to use other skills to attack, but the sword Yao just simply glanced after. It will be mine stopped, even breathing is a stagnation, obviously has been honest. When Lin Shu saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked by his mentor's power. Such a huge thing, actually just got it up so simply, and it didn't gasp at all, obviously not consuming much. Put in the previous life, it could be completely treated as a small superhero, that was truly unstoppable. This was the strength of a spiritual enlightenment level Imperial Beast Master. I'm afraid that the physical quality of the feedback from a mere Imperial Beast Master is enough to compare to an Imperial Beast of around level 50. However, the appearance of an octopus in this lake was a bit of a novelty for Lin Shu. Positively pressing that octopus, the ancient cryptocurrency and Wu Song at this moment also noticed Lin Shu, who was standing on the side.
Here we go, you just saw my heroic behavior, didn't you?
Ancient Freshness raised one hand and pressed it, showing his power.
Too fierce, mentor.
Ancient Freshman laughed, this tone and expression that surprised Lin Shu made him a bit secretly happy. It was true that pretending on a student was the most rewarding feeling. Then his gaze went to the back. Lin Shu came back, thinking that his little stone man had evolved successfully.
Let's see how the change is.
Then he saw the Earth Obsidian, whose overall hue was a bronze color. The color has undergone some changes, looks full of spirit and fluent, with a forward-looking aura, as if there is something invisible from his body around, stimulating his sharp spiritual perception. There was also that skillful to the extreme flavor. Because Tuyao's mountain martial form, almost similar to the rest of the evolutionary form, there is not much change, except for the chest engraved with the word Wu.
He didn't think much about it. He just nodded his head in satisfaction and praised, well-bred, with a shapely and spirited physique. Wu Song, who was standing on the left, patted Earthyao's chest and also commented, "This stone, it's not as bad as what's said outside. Little description, this one is just great." When Earthyao heard these words of praise, he was instantly a little embarrassed. Revealing his signature silly smile, he rubbed the back of his head. With his current physique and appearance, he didn't look stupid, and carried some honesty and simplicity. Lin Shu looked at the octopus that had shrunk into a ball of meat. "I don't know how strong this guy is, can he give Tuyao practice?" Name, green-spotted poison octopus. Level, LV 33 121 330. Level limit, LV 46. Status frightened. Quality elite. Attribute water poison. Talent no. Skills, beginner, blisters 1240, entanglement 1540, impact 1030. Intermediate rapid water gun elementary 2260, poison spray elementary 1860, water blade beginner 3340. The level is high, but the skill set and proficiency is a mess. However, it's still considered a good power among the wild beasts. With this level difference, it's only a fight with Earth Obsidian that puts some pressure on it. It was considered a qualified opponent. The ancient cryptid followed Lin Shu's vision and probably understood the meaning. This green-spotted poison medallion's strength is okay. It's good to try out the battle power. With that, he commanded Blade Yao, who was blandly at ease on the side, to put away that spiritual enlightenment level of pressure. As the feeling of suffocation gradually subsided, the green-spotted poison medallion thought of escaping. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu stopped Black Knight, who was eager to attack. Earth observations, kill that green-spotted poison medallion. For Lin Shu's request, Earth observations never complied absolutely. With powerful and steady steps, earth-colored light appeared on his body surface, like a train impacting and crashing at high speed. He who usually guarded beside Lin Shu actually had a heart to defeat his opponents. But his master needed him to protect him, not to mention that Black Knight was far stronger than him, and it was also very reassuring for Earthyao to be the one to make the move. In this way his own feelings were not so important. The green-spotted poison medallion's figure stalled, and a whistling sound came from beside its ears. In an instant, it was in combat mode. Green ink is with a strong impact until that attacking over the big man. But who knows that the Earthyao is not the slightest avoidance retreat, let that venom touch himself. Green-spotted poisonous chapter that usually proud of the fierce venom, in the Earth Obsidian body but like a few drops of rain that week. As the stone sank into the sea, the green-spotted poison medallion could only move its numerous tentacles and start dodging. Ha! Earth Obsidian roared out, his aura shaking the heavens. It was the newly awakened skill battle chi externalization. The invisible battle chi transformed into ripples and spread out, pointing directly at the enemy not far away. The original green-spotted poison chapter's fast-moving body froze, and its brain instantly went down. White foam continued to gush out of its mouth, clearly having no consciousness to retain, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Lin Shu's expression moved slightly when he saw this scene. What a domineering battle chi outwardly released, actually directly killing the opponent with a single strike. One had to know that the opponent was 8 levels higher than Earthyao. Worthy of being a skill whose effect was similar to that of the spirit system, attacking these low-rank imperial beasts. It was simply a handful. It seems that this combat attribute still has a lot of potential to be tapped. The ancient cryptic who was watching the battle from the side, his pupils slightly shrunk, unexpectedly looking at this skill that even he couldn't see the name of. He had found the reason why the venom had just dropped like a stone. In addition to the Earth Obsidian defense is amazing, the most important thing is that like a film-like solid Earth yellow barrier. No wonder there was always a faint and shallow sense of familiarity. This was the Earth Upanishad. Chapter 106, Upanishadic Skills. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Originally, I thought that mantis talent of Lin Shu's was already invincible. He didn't realize that there was an even fiercer existence here? To comprehend possessing an Upanishad at less than level 30 was the scene that had shocked him the most in decades. There wasn't one of them, and for a time, it made him somewhat silent. This wave of fury had not yet subsided. What was it again?
Tu Yao saw that the green-spotted poison medallion was already defenseless. His face was still calm, and his sandbag-sized fist swung straight toward it, with extremely rapid speed and power. The surface of the body is accompanied by earth-yellow energy winding. Around the land, a sharp stone pillars rise up. Swoosh sound is to extremely fast speed attack and go. The three intersected, and a terrifying force erupted out. Under this kind of attack, the green-spotted poison medallion was defenseless. In an instant, it was turned into a cloud of blood mist, and was even directly blown up. It was transformed into 33 points of proficiency. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes at this scene, the performance of Earth Obsidian after its evolution. Still breaking through his expectations, this kind of attacking ability, even if it was the Black Knight of the same level, I'm afraid it would be nothing more than that. With such a warlike spirit and decisive strikes, wouldn't the combat attribute still increase the Imperial Beast's combat ability? Black Knight's eyes stared. Bad. How did this stone person's strength increase so quickly? This set of combinations down, he could not carry a purple eyes, but really do not have this aspect of the idea, only feel that the big brother and the second brother's strength is so strong, he's so like. Then his eyes looked at Lin Shu with hope and pity. Wusong witnessed this scene, the previous expression of the show immediately convergence, such a domineering power and forward-looking aura. Such a fighting style was deeply loved by him, it was really fierce and domineering. The 25-level Imperial Beast actually killed the 33-level green-spotted poisonous chapter in seconds. It is really powerful. Among them was that unidentified roar, as well as the terrifying defense and attack abilities. Aside from some flaws in speed, this was the perfect hexagonal warrior.
Awesome, awesome. What a rigid stone man.
Wusong gazed at Earth Yao, who grinned in response, clearly aware that this was a compliment.
Quite unexpected as well. Lin Shu said truthfully, today's Earth Yao's potential was no worse than Black Knight's.
On the side, the ancient cryptic finally digested the change of events that had just occurred, with some oddities on his face. But still, he slowly opened his mouth.
Has he already comprehended the Earth Upanishad?
Although the question was a query, the tone carried an affirmative look. Upon hearing this, Wusong looked at Lin Shu with wide eyes, as if to say, this isn't true, is it? Seeing the eagerly anticipating expressions of the two, Lin Shu knew that he couldn't hide it. So he directly said, luckily, Earth Obsidian had the skill to reach instinct after evolving today.
Coincidentally comprehended.
Admittedly, there was just some luck involved.
But to the rest of the people, it didn't matter, all they saw was the result.
Wusong's footsteps instantly became staggered. It was good that he reacted in time, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. The double-edged mantis on the side also heard some dizziness and disbelief.
I have not comprehended the Upanishads for decades. You, a cultivated 3 months Imperial Beast, comprehended it?
It could be seen how much of an impact this news had on them. Even Blade Yao, who had always had an ancient expression on the side, was reacting quite a bit at this moment, looking at Tu Yao with a scrutinizing look. Even he was barely able to comprehend an Upanishad at around level 70. The scene was a bit quiet for a while, clearly all shocked by this news. Lin Shu was not in a position to say anything at the moment. The two were slowly consuming acceptance in their hearts. Darkness also came to a realization at this moment, understanding what that obscure arcane aura was.
It was actually arcane.
This little stone was actually one step ahead of him, if the Master's edition was favoring him.
Then wouldn't his own first place be unprotected?
Bad, bad, bad. Suddenly his eyes became a little flustered. Silence for a long time, or ancient cryptocurrency light laugh, broke the quiet. Faced with some relief, their own students that is hanging.
Think of those unrelated things meaningless.
So think about it, feel, refreshed, no pressure.
Then spoke. This also counts, 1 foot into the spiritual enlightenment realm. Your future is unlimited.
I suggest that you can focus more of your resources and energy on him now. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, having planned the same thing himself before. On the side, however, Black Knight's alarm bells went off. Eyes glanced at the ancient cryptozoology, his face unkind.
Old Biden, what are you babbling about? You're implying that I'm inferior to that little cutie. Old Biden?
Looking at the open-mouthed Black Knight, Lin Shu went over and slapped him.
Really getting arrogant. At once he was honest and didn't dare to move.
Afraid of causing his master to be displeased.
I understand, mentor. Then what about this Upanishad enhancement as well as its effects?
This ancient cryptic did not feel surprised. he himself could not wait to ask his father about these contents after comprehending the Upanishads. The upgrading of the Upanishad is very simple, that is to rely solely on the imperial beasts to comprehend by themselves. Of course, taking certain high-grade spirit items can accelerate the process. Secondly, that would be to continue hammering the skills that belong to the same attribute. Once you reach instinct, you can deepen your comprehension of it. The gaze was not only towards Lin Shu, but also towards Wu Song, clearly not meant for him alone. Wu Song snapped his face with his fingers and straightened up. Although he himself was currently some distance away from this realm, this knowledge, nonetheless, had to be carefully understood. After listening to Lin Shu, he only felt that the difficulty of ascension and the conditions were too harsh. I wonder if I can add some. Otherwise, one could only rely on water polishing to slowly advance. Then the role is even simpler and rougher. It is to increase the power of skills and also suppress the power of skills of the same attribute, the higher the degree of comprehension. The power is naturally more powerful, and the suppression effect is also stronger. Even to a certain extent, one can comprehend the Aeon skill that surpasses the super rank skill. As he spoke, his eyes became fervent and his tone became higher and higher. Obviously, that Upanishadic skill was exactly what he was pursuing at the moment. Upanishadic skill? It was just above the super rank? There was actually this kind of benefit, it was really extraordinary. However, these were still far away for him, after all, with his mentor Blade Yao's level of Upanishad comprehension. All failed to get started, the difficulty was so high that it wasn't this simple. Lin Shu squared his shoulders and sort of understood these contents in advance. I see. It sounds like ascending is difficult. The ancient cryptic laughed lightly. You don't know how much effort you've saved by comprehending the Upanishads now. You just steal the joy. Other people who want to ascend now don't have a doorway yet. Wu Song also put on an expression of you deceiving people too much at this moment. Lin Shu looked at Wu Song and revealed an amiable smile. Alright, it's good that you understand these. The enhancement of the Upanishads can be put in the first place. After a while, I'll bring you some high-grade earth spirit items. Obviously, the importance of AoE was paramount in Gu Xian's mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Lin Shu to put it in the first place. Lin Shu's eyes flashed, he was different from other Imperial Beast Masters. Relying on skills to comprehend Upanishads was the most suitable path for him. Chapter 107 Full Promotion. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was 11 days later. It had also come to the day of the mentor's appointment with that San Lao. It was now afternoon, and in the evening they would leave Haizhou for the Deadwood Woodlands in Yinzhou. During this period of time, the proficiency gained even surpassed 3,200 points. It could be said that the pot was full, and during this time, Lin Shu had also tried to use proficiency to add points to his axioms. It was found to be feasible, except that 1 point of proficiency only equaled 0.001% of progress. Explained that it takes 100,000 to pull a kind of AoE full. This quantity ratio was too much, so it was better to leave it up to Tu Yao to properly comprehend it, and for now the proficiency should be used elsewhere. Solely, Lin Shu then raised Black Knight to level 38, also raising 1 level in an average of 2 or 3 days, spending half of his proficiency. Spending some proficiency also raised Blade Airstrike to instinct level, and Black Knight's chances of comprehending the axioms increased quite a bit because it was an intermediate skill. As expected, he comprehended the Aeon of Gold. Name, Ecliptic Hunter. Level LV 3811380. Level limit, LV 100+. Status, Healthy. Quality, Lord. Attribute Dark Space. Talent, Void Walking Minor 12400. Skills, Beginner Strong Attack Subtle 18200, Fast Movement Perfect 2850, Heavy Strike Beginner 820, Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3850, Spinning Arm Chop Subtle 22200, Spatial Storage Subtle 1930, Shadow Sphere Beginner 830, Shadow Ball 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 Beginner 830 820. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 1840, Wind Blade Lesser 4860, Blade Airstrike Instinct, Darkness Bind Beginner 1140, Space Chop Lesser 1960. Advanced Night Phantom Beginner 1580, Dark Binding Beginner 1280. Oi, Golden Oi 0.015%. After comprehending it, the process is 3 times that of Earth Observations, which shows the difference between beginner and intermediate skills after comprehending it. It also caused the strength of Blackout's attacks to increase quite a bit again. With a full strike, it was already possible to temporarily stop the lake. In less than 20 days, Black Knight's panel had changed drastically. He then placed his gaze on that spatial chaos slash, who was the next target of Black Knight's raid. If he was lucky enough to comprehend the spatial Upanishad, Blackout would take off. Most of the remaining 1500 proficiencies were also given to Earthyao to use. Nowadays, with Earthyau's potential, it was natural to shift the focus a bit, raising it to level 30. It was also considered to be more on Black Knight's footsteps. Earthyau's current skill target then was still low-level Earth skills. As for the combat attribute skills, the threshold was too high for now and would be considered later. The rest of the edges were all left for Violet Eyes to level up. This half a month down the line, under Lin Shu's addition of points as well as the massive pile of resources, the little guy's rate of improvement was astonishingly fast. Name: Extreme Winged Heavenly Horse. Level: LV 1811 180. Level limit: LV 100. Status: Happy. Quality: Perfect. Attribute: Flight Thunder. Talent: Purple Lightning Thunder Source Beginner 9200. Skills: Beginner Rush Beginner 1130, Air Attack Beginner 15300, Feather Cut Beginner 2230, Electric Spark Subtle 13200. Intermediate Lightning Strike Beginner 660, Feather Strike Beginner 760, Winged Guard Beginner 860. It took less than a month for the contract to become like this. The speed of improvement was so fast that even Darkness hadn't shown this kind of performance in the past. During this month, Violet Eyes had gradually grown in size, no longer as small as before. Now he is tall, height to 1.5 m, body length is 2.5 m. Muscular, powerful limbs, purple lines in the eyes more and more obvious, through the mysterious and gorgeous. The ears are flexible, the neck is high and straight, and the back is wide and flat, which is enough to accommodate at least 3 people to ride. Tail hair thick, but different from the body hair snow white, but noble and elegant purple, hidden behind, constantly bobbing up and down. On weekdays, Lin Shu had already ridden Purple Eyes for transportation, and it was really quite comfortable. At this moment, beside the lakes of Plum Lake Island, Lin Shu and the ancient cryptocurrency had packed up their fishing gear and were ready to set off to Yenzhou Deadwood Woodland. The white-feathered spirit falcon was leaping to the side, and Lin Shu and the ancient freshwater waved at Wu Song. "Brother Wu, see you next time. We're off." Wu Song similarly waved his hand as the brat finally left. This period of time had already been shocked beyond words by its performance, it was too outrageous. Already a bit stimulated by him not wanting to be a royal beast master. As the altitude slowly rose and disappeared into the clouds, the panoramic view of Plum Lake Island was gradually revealed. The land had already disappeared, and there was only the lake that was as blue as the sea. The wind was howling and the sky was clear. The two of them rode the white-feathered spirit falcon through the sea of clouds. On Tuesday morning, Lin Shu woke up from his sleep. He fiddled with his cell phone in his hands, learning something about the situation in Binzhou. During this period of time, Kanglin's second middle school had gone on vacation. And the varsity group was still training in the school. The Binzhou Cup match 2 days ago was also taken by Kanglin's second middle school and entered the finals, successfully refreshing the best result in the last 10 years. During the night yesterday, there were constant messages within the varsity group, all of which were discussing topics about this matter. However, the opponent of the final was too strong. It was the dominant team of Binzhou Middle School. Its internal varsity team was strong, with an average level of 40, and the captain even possessed a Lord quality level Imperial Beast. Such strength, Kanglin's second middle school can only accept the runner-up ending. But this is already enough. To get to this point, already let them be satisfied. This Sunday was the day of the final Binzhou Cup finals. After reading this, Lin Shu's eyes twinkled and he didn't say much. Congratulating everyone, he then put his cell phone down. The mentor had already left the house, so naturally, Lin Shu had no need to dawdle. Following the ancient news, the two of them entered the other world together. With the help of the white-feathered spirit falcon, they soon saw the unique and dilapidated ancient tower once again. Before their eyes, an old man with a hunched back and a head full of white hair appeared with a smile on his face. He looked proudly at the ancient crane and Lin Shu who had come down from above the white-feather spirit falcon. Beside the old man was a young man with a resolute expression and thick eyebrows. Little Guzi, coming quite early. "This is your student?" Lin Shu looked at the old man, who was clearly the elder Song that his mentor had spoken of. Ancient newbie's eyelids moved slightly as he looked at the other party with a wry smile. "Yes, his name is Lin Shu. Come, call Elder Song." "Elder Song." Lin Shu spoke out calmly, greeting.
Elder Son's eyes narrowed. This little goozy, what expression did he just have? It had never been like this before, something wasn't right. But still, he introduced himself and his student. What a good boy, really a talented one. This is the stubborn disciple, Chuyu. Come, call Tutor Gu. Even though he said that, the pride that filled his face when he looked at Chuyu was undeniably evident. His head was almost tilted to the sky. Tutor Gu, hello. Hello Lin Shu. Chuyu's attitude was extremely good, not only bowing and greeting the ancient newbie. And he came forward and also shook Lin Shu's hand and greeted him. Lin Shu's first impression of him was very good, his attitude naturally humble, not as arrogant and domineering as that of an unusual genius. He also revealed a smile and responded to him. Sure enough, the problem was still with this elder son. Chapter 108, I was careless. Full of spirit, young and powerful. Really good, just a bit worse than Chuyu. Chuyu saw the situation and wanted to say something. The teacher started pulling hate on him again. You old man, this problem, when can you stop some? This old man is starting again, right? Today, I will let you know what is a true imperial beast genius. Ancient. That's natural, it's not as good as Elder Son, your discerning eye. The latter, stroking his beard, smiled unceasingly, with an expression of you said it very well, keep talking. Then he began, sensing this Lin Shu's aura. Spirit is abundant, and the heavenly court is full. Spirit level has actually reached the second stage? One must know that his own precious disciple was only at the second stage level. With a twinkle in his eye, he pretended to be relaxed and asked. Little Goozy, this beloved disciple of yours, I wonder how old he is? Ancient Freshman's heart was a little bit free, feeling wrong right, it's already too late. Casually said, this your senior year. As soon as the words fell, that Song Lao was a change of face. Just the first year of high school? Isn't that about 16 years old, which is also the common age of DCA students? At most, it wouldn't be more than 17. Doesn't that mean that the other party's talent was comparable to Chuyu's? Or even higher? Chuyu was also somewhat surprised, originally thinking that the other party would be the same age as himself. He did not expect that he would actually be a year younger than himself. After a moment of silence, he said, not bad, not bad. It seems that my Central State University is going to produce another genius. That's all it takes to panic? Then you won't be scared to death when you see Lin Shu's imperial beast later. Ancient lightly laughed and nodded, that's natural. It's not early, why don't we just start? He couldn't wait to see Elder Son's horrified and confused expression. Just thinking about it made him feel refreshed. Song Lao pondered for a moment that high-spirit imperial beast's strength was not necessarily high. After all, it was only an imperial beast that had been bred for about half a year, so how much stronger could it be? Moreover, with Chuyu's talent and strength, it is impossible to lose this match today. With that, he decisively spoke, good. Chuyu's complexion moved slightly. He had already sensed that Lin Shu's strength was extraordinary, and that he would not necessarily be able to complete the task given to him by his teacher today. The ancient tower was shining brightly at the moment, streams of light filled the room, and had obviously been opened. Under the light, Lin Shu and Chuyu were instantly sucked into the tower and disappeared in front of them. Elder Song stared at the tall tower, expecting Chuyu to be able to bring him a few more floors and bring some surprises. Following that, he asked again, intentionally or unintentionally. This student of yours, what is the grade of the imperial beast? He calculated in his own mind that to be able to be looked at by little Goozy, his talent naturally would not be bad. Combined with his age, the current royal beast level of 25 is already the limit. This kind of strength to reach the 10th level was somewhat reluctant. But this kind of talent was already considerable enough. Just when he thought he was already high on Lin Shu. Ancient fresh words caused his heart to tremble. The day before yesterday, the imperial beast was just level 38, which is just an average level. Oh, level 38. What? How much did you say? After the sky darkened, Lin Shu came to a familiar place. The first thing he did was release Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes. With that, he looked around. Overhead was a flowing black dome. Under his feet was a hard brown stone floor, and around him, the grounds were now like a large square. It was no different from before. In the center, a gray mist floated. A moment later, a sturdy lion appeared from it. Its eyes were the size of copper bells, and it opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour the several people in front of Lin Shu.
However, in a flash of swordlight, a large lion's head fell to the ground. The speed was so fast that he didn't have the strength to fight. Lin Shu stood still, not moving, waiting to enter the next level. With his current strength, under 10 floors, he wouldn't be able to stop him for a few seconds. At this moment, Lin Shu's tower climbing speed was like a bulldozer, fast and steady. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 10th floor. The lake environment had already appeared at the 6th floor, and although the guardian was hiding in the water, he still had no power to fight under the outburst of Tuyao's battle chi. It was easy to pass. At this moment, the difficulty soared, and this environment was in the middle of a forest. Giant trees covered the sky, grass and trees, and from time to time there was a sound of flowers and birds. 2 shadows actually appeared amongst the dark shadows on the 10th floor. They were athletic, pacing out, with dark fur all over their bodies. There was a crescent-shaped mark on their foreheads. One on the left and one on the right, interlaced with each other, their eyes glaring angrily as they waited for Lin Shu in front of them.
Name, Sky Moon Wolf. Level, LV 30. Level limit, LV 92. Status, Manic. Quality, Perfect. Attribute Ice. Talent No. Skills Elementary Bite Subtle 122-200, Impact Subtle 36-200, Intermediate Ice Tooth Perfect 21-100, Split Ice Stab Great Accomplishment. Intermediate Teeth of Ice Perfect 21-100, Cracking Ice Spike Deshang 1180, Bone Piercing Frost Deshang 3180. Advanced Snow Strike Small 33-120, Frost Guard Small 43-120. The strength is not too strong, it's not too bad. However, with 2 celestial moon wolves coming in a pack, the danger was also great. A pair of 2 will soon fall into a disadvantage. After all, most Imperial Beast Masters will not contract a second Imperial Beast at this node like Lin Shu. There would be room to attack the Imperial Beast Master, and the scene would easily fall into a disadvantage. Right at this moment, 2 heavenly moon wolves raced over, their division of labor clear. One charged straight at Lin Shu, while one traveled in the direction of the darkness to block his protection. They actually knew simple tactical coordination. TSK, 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 it really wasn't simple. But the strength was still too weak to be of any use to him. Without the need for Lin Shu's command, both Earth Obsidian and Black Knight took a step forward in unison. One-on-one, they challenged the Wolf of the Celestial Moon. Earth Obsidian and Black Knight revealed somewhat cruel expressions, their faces were not kind, and they had already fought. The result was naturally needless to say, less than half a minute. They fell in a pool of blood and gradually dissipated. Up to this point, below was the 11th floor. Elder Song and Ancient Freshness looked at the ancient tower seriously. The advancement speed up there that was like a slideshow was mind-boggling. Holy! Godly man! 1 layer a minute, this is a bit too perverted. Even the 10th floor didn't take more than a minute. Elder Song's eyes lowered, his face already somewhat unnatural. This kind of speed would not be Chuyu. As his teacher, he naturally understood the previous speed. Then it could only be that Lin Shu's kid. Becoming an Imperial Beast Master for half a year, an Imperial Beast rank 38. How could his somewhat stiff head not figure out how these two things were pieced together? The 7th level of space below quietly lit up, and it was obvious that Chuyu was on this level. It was no wonder that a few days ago, little Guzi had suddenly sought out the door to answer the battle. He himself, because of his confidence, had also attached a lottery prize. That partly was even a bet with a 9th-ranked spirit object. Even if one was a spirit enlightenment level Imperial Beast Master, such a spiritual object would still feel a meaty pain. But for the sake of his good disciple, he believed in his strength. He resolutely accepted the bet. But now. Understood, it was all clear to him at this moment. Good you little Guzi. Wasn't it just showing off to you that much more often on weekdays? And you treat old man like this. Obviously, Elder Song had a clear perception of himself. Understanding what was wrong with him. It was me who was careless. Chapter 109 Rocky Mountain Lord. This little Guzi, coming to trick me, an old comrade. It's really abominable. He was blowing his beard and eyes a bit. His appearance looked odd to the extreme. Ancient Freshness watched from the sidelines and couldn't hold back the smile on his face. Lightly laugh out loud. Really comfortable, that is, today he did not raise face. Otherwise hit the face to more cool, really a pity. After all, it is considered elders, or need to leave some face, they are not good to be aggressive. Well, he that stinks broken on the line, don't show off to yourself all day long can be. At this moment, the two men are rare silence, neither opened their mouths to speak. Sam Lao, on the other hand, didn't have the cheek to continue clamoring, and couldn't help but sigh at where this freak had come from. Just 16 years old and already have such strength? When really is outrageous. Just silently staring at that ancient tower. On the side, many of the remaining royal beast masters who had come to challenge the Tower of Trials were discussing endlessly. The voices were incredibly noisy, all guessing which child was actually able to ascend to the 11th floor. Not many people could reach the 11th floor in recent years. The gold content of this could be seen. There was another person below who had actually just reached the 8th floor. What an eye-opener. Such a situation, I wonder if there is still a possibility to continue down. Really let some people look forward to. Underneath the ancient cryptic's unperturbed face, he also expected Lin Shu to be able to take a step closer. If he could pass the Tower of Trials, that would be even more. Lin Shu was still as strong as ever, spending a few minutes to pass through the 11th floor to the next level. The scene in front of him changed again, and in an instant Lin Shu felt as heavy as a shackle on his back. As far as the eye can see, there is rolling yellow sand tumbling and floating, the wind howling, as if to swallow everything. The sky in the distance showed a yellowish color, and the golden sand formed a line. The hot sun shone down relentlessly, making the air seem to be on fire as rolling heat waves tumbled in. This kind of heavy pressure was caused by the environment? It made Lin Shu a little breathless, his back was like a boulder pressing down on him, trying to bend it. If it wasn't for having the qualities of Black Knight and Earth Obsidian feedback, I'm afraid that just entering this layer would be able to instantly pressurize it to explode. The good thing was that this level was still within the range of barely acceptable. If the pressure was too much, then there would be no fight at all, and the heavy pressure alone would be enough to finish them off. Such an environment, with the exception of Earth observations, made Lin Shu and his imperial beasts somewhat uncomfortable. Darkness frowned slightly, such a scene was affecting his play. Violet Eyes was trembling, its forelegs constantly shaking, but it still clenched its teeth and didn't want to give up. Lin Shu wanted to put it into space, but was opposed. At this moment, the space in front of him rippled a little, and then two figures appeared. They were tall and robust, like a small mountain, their bodies densely covered with cracked stones. The head was like a huge rock, the outlines of their features were hidden, and in the position of their eyes were two deep vortexes, flashing out a heart-stopping light. The mouth was wide open, but what was revealed was not teeth, but rows of sharp stone prongs that made people chilled. They took steps, and the earth trembled with them, raising sand and dust that filled the sky. Lin Shu's expression was serious, clearly causing him to feel some pressure as he squinted away. Name, Rocky Mountain Lord. Level, LV 350350. Level limit, LV 89. Status, Manic. Quality, Perfect. Attribute Earth. Talent, No. Skills Elementary Rock Skin Passive Inferior 126-200, Dust Inferior 66-200. Intermediate Mudstone Rush Perfect 42-100, Earth Rock Armor Perfect 32-100, Stored Power Impact Perfect 22-100. Advanced Crystal Cone Impact Great 33-160, Rock Shock Great 22-160, Sandstorm Great 15-160. There were actually two Imperial Beasts with such exaggerated strength. No wonder there have been no Imperial Beast Masters who have passed the 12th floor in recent years. Such perverted conditions, it's afraid that others will pass. Even if some people cultivated for 3 years in high school, they might not be able to pass. After all, even the special recruitment conditions of the 5 top universities only required 11 layers. So it can be seen. But this is good, what's the point of crushing the Bureau? Between the fluttering of thoughts, Black Knight and Earth Obsidian were already engaged in battle with them. Under their tall size, it was as strange as an adult fighting a child. Roar! The raging battle chi scattered in all directions, aiming straight at the two Rocky Mountain Lords. The result was also unsurprising, as they instantly stiffened and froze, fainting. At this moment, Black Knight and Earth Obsidian then began to attack with reckless abandon. Pieces of bright blade light like moonlight swirls, darting away like lightning. It directly disappeared into the main body of the Rocky Mountain. Bang bang bang! Instantly several muffled sounds exploded. Black Knight's already instinctive level blade chi strike coupled with the attached golden Upanishad attack actually only managed to shatter their defense barrier. Plus the body of several boulders shattered, revealing a bit of red light, as if a crystal-like core. It was enough to see that their defense was so strong that even Earthya was inferior to them. Earth obsidian, that casserole-sized fist blade, such as rain, fell on their bodies, is unharmed, only to see barely broken lower body, a few pieces of rubble. Still offensively somewhat powerless, this battle, the main force is still the Black Knight. Only he, too, could really hurt them. Lin Shu stared at the piece of gaping hole like a red crystal. With an idea in his heart, he thought that this was the weak point. Otherwise, under this kind of defense, just a protracted battle would be able to wear down most imperial beasts. Black Knight Earth Obsidian attacked the red crystal at his chest. There is their core weakness. Lin Shu shouted loudly, and they were naturally able to hear it. At this time, the shocking effect of the battle chi externalization had already failed. The two rock wall mountain lords pounded their feet and chests, their faces full of indignation as dense earth elements wrapped around their entire bodies. Sand and rocks were flying all around them, clearly they were going to use their skills. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian were naturally not cuties. They fled early. Waiting for their battle chi to return, they stayed for the end. Instantly, the wind whistled and swept up the sand and rocks in the sky, forming two huge whirlpools. The sand and gravel tumbled up in the air like a wild dragon covering the sky. The fine gravel spun at an astonishing speed, emitting sharp whistles and scraping against everything around it. Huge stones collided in the storm, bursting out dazzling sparks and forming two earth-colored tornadoes that swept through everything in their path. This was the Sandstone Storm. The whistling tornadoes quickly chased after Earth Obsidian and Black Knight. The Rocky Mountain Lord's arms rose into the air, commanding directional control. Black Knight rose into the air with frightening speed, disappearing from the area in the blink of an eye under the howling wind. Despite the gravity block, the speed still didn't slow down much. Earthya was not so good at dodging. His steps were heavy, as if they were filled with lead, making it difficult for him to move. As the storm approached, Earth Observer's circular barrier unfolded around his body, and he quickly raised his arms, folding them tightly in front of him, preparing for the upcoming attack. Lin Shu's eyes flickered as he looked at the whistling earth-colored storm. With such power, I wonder if Earth Obsidian can withstand it. Chapter 110 Zhong Li Xia. The gusts of wind collided and passed, and Tu Yao's figure appeared among them. Only to see him kneeling on one knee, his body was uneven, obviously not lightly injured. However, he still managed to withstand the two tornado attacks. His chest undulated as intense pain swept through his body. But the unyielding will and high fighting spirit would not stop. Roar! With a roar, Earthyao's aura grew more and more amazing, and that severe injury didn't stop him. Instead, it made his battle intent grow thicker and more compelling. The accumulated battle chi spread out wildly like ripples. It carried with it an unstoppable and heaven-defying unyieldingness. It made the two rock wall mountain lords tremble, their legs and feet weakened, and they stood still. This power, far more than before. The heavier the injury, the thicker and stronger the effect of the battle chi. Black Knight like a ghost to kill back to the original place, that wipe with a golden dazzle bright silver blade gas sharp to the extreme. It struck the fragile red core. Bang! A huge explosion rang out. A Rocky Mountain Lord turned into rubble and split apart. Black Knight continued to do the same to the other Rock Wall Mountain Lord. The fierce and strong battle intent left him incapable of resisting at all. He could only be slaughtered, losing his breath between wails. Immediately afterward, he was panting, casting such a powerful attack under such a heavy pressure environment. Consumption can be imagined. Dots of green light appeared on the surface of everyone's body, dispersing the body injuries and exhaustion. A black vortex appeared in front of them, that was the path to the next level. Outside the Tower of Trials, Shuyu's figure appeared in it. Causing many onlookers to pay attention, this was a big shot who had entered the 12th floor. Although he only entered for a few moments and came out, it was still an existence that they could not reach. Big Brother is awesome. What's on the 12th floor? Tell me about it? Shuyu smiled and shook his head, ignoring the questions from the surrounding crowd. He gradually walked out of the place. Seeing this, the crowd waved their hands and didn't care. There was an even fiercer one behind them. Looking at this, I'm afraid that it's going to pass. Looking at the 12 layers of flickering red light in the back, shook his head. Where did Master find himself a great god? Just imperial beasts for half a year to reach this kind of situation. Isn't such a talent far beyond his own? Thinking about how he was overwhelmed by that heavy pressure when he entered the 12th floor, not to mention sparring. Just simply standing was difficult. The result was also unsurprising, collapsing there. An ancient and mysterious token appeared in his hand. Unknown what metal it was made of, the texture was thick and heavy, and it was slightly cool to the touch. The edges were carved with delicate lines, and right in the center, a striking symbol jumped out. It was precisely the alien script, representing 12. However, with the special enrollment quota taken care of, one could now travel to Central State University. It was rather delightful. After sighing a bit, he walked towards Elder Song and the ancient cryptozoology. Just as he walked in, his teacher's voice could be heard. "I think it stops here as well, just like my family's Chuyu. That gravity isn't simple. The Imperial Beast's level didn't reach level 40. Or without the physical qualities fed back by a second Imperial Beast around level 20, it can be completely irresistible." Elder Song spoke eloquently, and between his words, he even placed Chuyu on the same level as Lin Shu. However, what he said was sort of the truth. The difficulty of this 12th level was terrifyingly great. So what if you have high talent? But you can only stop at the 12th floor, the same as his good students. At once, his heart was much more comfortable. Chrysanthemum-like smile appeared in his wrinkled face above. "Ancient new hearing is not thought," said carelessly. "Who said that my family little described the second Imperial Beast did not have 20 levels?" The words had just fallen, before Song Lao could react. Only to see that above the ancient tower, the 13th floor suddenly lit up. It emitted an eye-catching golden light that shone brightly in all directions, and there was even a heavenly melody that softly resounded. It sang the praises of this newcomer who had stepped into the 13th floor. For a time, there was a great deal of clamor. Everyone began to exclaim to witness this scene that was rare in 10 years. Witness history. A scene rarely encountered in 10 years was seen by Ni. The 5 top universities are beckoning him. There were a lot of emotions, full of awe. One must know that Liang Qingmu, who was known as the Little Demon King of Magic City, had only reached the 12th floor. It meant that this person's talent was far above his. It was really something to look forward to, not knowing which university would be able to take him under their wing. Elder Song's face changed non-stop, his expression tinged with dismay and shock, the words he had just uttered. It was actually slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. But this achievement had also truly stunned him. Knowing that this was the 13th floor, it had been 10 years since such a beast-robbing genius had appeared in Great Xia. It appeared right in front of his eyes at this moment, and he looked at Chuyu, who was also shocked all over. At that moment, he felt as if this student of his wasn't so fragrant. Then he looked at Gu Xin with a look of envy. Little Gu Zi actually having this kind of good fortune was beginning to make him more and more envious and jealous. Ancient Freshman's smile was incomparable at the moment. The corners of his mouth curled up high, enough to see how influential this matter was. It was really competitive, ruthlessly giving him a wave of face. Glancing at Elder Song, "Now you don't say anything, right? What are you taking to compare with me?" Then he thought of something. "I don't know if I can pass the barrier and obtain that key. That key can matter about that place. This is a good chance. I don't know if you can grasp it." Lin Shu's eyes went black, his vision blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he came to a new environment. The environment here was no longer harsh. Instead, he came to a dark place. Soft turf stepped on the soles of his feet, and tilting his head up was a bright half-moon. The breeze gently drifted by, blowing his hair. Looking into the distance, under the mountain is a dense building ridge after ridge. It was brightly lit, and appeared to be bustling with activity. Such a scene made Lin Shu a little puzzled. This was asking him to go to a fair? He didn't have to wait long before a black mist spread out and gradually transformed into a silhouette. Lin Shu squinted his eyes and saw the appearance clearly. The silhouette had purple hair that flowed with the wind, and his appearance was young and well-defined. Underneath his eyes was a pair of pupils with purple lines interlacing, burning with light. Under the high nose, his lips were tightly closed. He was dressed in a dark-colored robe, and his figure was upright. Without a trace of emotion in his expression, his chin was raised high and lowered as he looked at Lin Shu, seemingly with some scorn. Then he pointed with his left hand and purple light spread out, directly summoning the Imperial Beasts. At his belt, a nameplate followed. Lin Shu's eyes were so good that he could clearly see the font on it. Just can't read it. If the ancient cryptid was here, he would be able to easily say the name. Zhongli Xia. But he didn't care. It was just a name, and he would be able to know it later after learning the language of the foreign races. Under the purple light, there was only one Imperial Beast. It was a fire dragon with horns on its head. Its figure wasn't too big, similar in size to Earth obsidian.
The scales that covered its entire body were as red as burning red flames, flashing with a metallic luster. Its head was huge, and its two eyeballs were like burning fireballs. The sharp dragon teeth were as sharp as daggers, emitting a chilling killing intent when they were slightly exposed. The huge wings were spread out, and the veins on them were like rolling flames.
A casual flap could bring up a fiery gale. Chapter 111 Red Flame Fire Dragon. Just its appearance was already so aggressive. Its strength even made Lin Shu's pupils shrink.
The Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes were both looking towards the Red Flame Fire Dragon with a grave expression on their faces.
Obviously, they understood that the opposite side's strength was extraordinary. Name: Red Fire Dragon. Level: LV 45 122 450. Level limit: LV 100+. Status: Indifference. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Fire Dragon. Talent: Red Inferno Power Beginner 88-200.
Skill: Beginner Dragon's Talons into the Subtle 66-200, Spark Instinct, Storing Fire Passive, into the Subtle 32-200. Intermediate Inferno Dance Formation Perfect 11-100, Fire Serpent Coil Perfect 23-100, Fangs of Fire Perfect 13-100. Superior Dragon's Roar Greater Perfection 22-160, Dragon Scale Battle Armor Greater Perfection 36-160, Flame Vortex Greater Perfection 42-160. Super Rank Fire Dragon's Breath Minor 11-240. Upanishad, Fire Upanishad 0.005%. A Dragon Imperial Beast that has comprehended the Aoi? Truly worthy of being a top Imperial Beast genius of the Fae, breeding an Imperial Beast for a year to reach such a level. It's almost comparable to his own enlightened self.
It was true that one could not underestimate anyone. With this level, there were also talents and skills to go with it. The strength could not be described as not strong. There was also his Imperial Beastmaster. I wonder if it would be able to bring help to this Red Flame Fire Dragon in the battle later on?
It was truly extraordinary to have mirrored the Imperial Beast geniuses of those foreign races and left them at this 13th level. No wonder it was quite difficult to pass this Tower of Trials, so this was the reason. That purple-haired foreigner, after summoning the Imperial Beasts, did not make any movements. His eyes were cold, as if he was waiting for Lin Shu to attack first. What arrogance! I wonder if this is his own personality, or if this Tower of Trials has transformed him. Looking at Black Knight and Earth Obsidian, the odds of this victory were not small. After all, it was 3-1. Since he didn't make a move, Lin Shu began to command, decisively launching an attack. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian, the usual. The two beasts instantly understood the meaning, and battle chi externalization was really a bit of a bummer at this stage. There were basically not many Imperial Beasts that could resist. Earth Obsidian looked up to the sky and roared. It was the surging sharp battle chi that came out recklessly, heading towards that Red Flame Fire Dragon. At this moment, the purple-haired teenager flexed his fingers and a purple light flashed out. The hazy purple film wrapped the Red Flame Dragon. After the invisible battle chi hit, there was actually no ripple, nothing happened. Only that purple film dissipated. Obviously it was this object that resisted this attack. Immediately, with a sneer, if any, appeared on his face, but soon flickered away. But let Lin Shu see clearly. The Red Inferno Fire Dragon's crimson wings shook, and it hovered in the air. The temperature in its mouth increased dramatically, and fireballs carrying a fiery destructive aura erupted. Like flaming bullets, they poured out, aiming straight at Lin Shu. Fortunately, he had already realized that something was wrong, righting the purple eyes, and retreated to a very far place behind him. He was not affected. Seeing this red inflammation fire dragon spearhead quickly turned around, is toward the Earth Yao and Black Knight shot. The fireballs were extremely powerful and could not be taken on. Lin Shu shouted from afar. Black Knight Earth Obsidian, don't get hit by the fireball. Of course they understood that with Black Knight's speed, getting hit would be difficult. It was the Earth Obsidian that was bad. Bang bang bang. Violent loud sounds echoed continuously, and those fireballs that missed hit, smashed heavily on the ground. But they didn't extinguish, and nothing burned on its own. The originally amicable lawn instantly became a sea of fire. Suffocating rolling temperatures swept across the entire field. Black Knight didn't sit back and wait for death, looking towards the distant Lin Shu, understanding the meaning. With a movement of his body, he hurriedly headed towards the purple-haired teenager. The speed was so fast that even the Red Flame Fire Dragon couldn't keep up. The light of the lingering blade slashed through the moonlight, hitting without any surprise. The latter flew backwards under gravity, but his body was unharmed. Obviously, this was the effect of the secret method of transferring damage. The scale armor of the red flame fire dragon was sunken, and there was faint dragon blood overflowing from that location. Obviously, even with the defense of the dragon race, the attack of the Dark Knight was somewhat unbearable. At this time, the red flame fire dragon also rushed over, blocking the purple-haired alien behind. The air continuously spewed out fiery fireballs, blocking the Black Knight from attacking. Tuyao came to the front at this moment, and was just swinging a heavy punch. Now he was going to fight Black Knight, in a righteous 2-on-1. The casserole-sized fist blade fell, and the red flame fire dragon's body trembled. Although the damage wasn't too great, it still made him unusually angry. Roar! With that, a loud roar came from his mouth, and the sound reverberated in the valley without stopping. The sharp and ear-piercing sound waves, with a hint of dragon's might, caused Earthyao and Black Knight to be stunned. Immediately afterward, flames came out unchecked, transforming into a giant mouth that pounced on them. This kind of ability was similar to the spiritual means of battle chi. Both had the effect of deterring the spirit. Only slightly less effective, the Black Knight quickly dodged away. The blazing flames, in the twinkling of an eye, impacted into the body of Earth Observations. The violent impact couldn't help but make Earth Obsidian grimace. The restraint in attributes reduced the power by quite a bit. However, the injury was equally not light. Black Knight did not watch the show, walking in the void for a few moments was launched, and then instantly arrived in front of the purple-haired alien. The energy came out majestically, pouring down on his body. He was sent flying again, his eyes seemed to flash with a glint of light, with an incomprehensible look. It was impossible to maintain the bashful demeanor just now. The red flame fire dragon once again added a few wounds that were not shallow. Blood was bubbling, and its injuries were aggravated. Its expression became more and more hateful and bloodthirsty. Black Knight fled at the speed of light, not being greedy for the sword, and dodged the impact of the huge wave of fire that followed. With such tactical cooperation, winning was only a matter of time. You have one Imperial Beast, how can you compare to my 3? As the battle slowly unfolded, the red flame fire dragon's injuries became more and more serious, and there was barely a single piece of scale on its entire body. Thick blood kept flowing from above, and its chest rose and fell more and more exaggeratedly. It barely had the strength to fight again. A fight like this was not something that could be broken by a single Imperial Beast on the other side. Just when Lin Shu thought the dust had settled, the purple-eyed foreigner behind him, his left hand lifted again, and between swings, strands of crimson essence blood left his body. It turned into a blood bead that floated away. The original frosty face had a crazy and wry smile on it. It seemed to be very fond of this scene. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the red flame fire dragon's body like a point of light. The original breath that was so weak and unbearable was unexpectedly restored as before in a moment. Its injuries were not half as good, and it was still a broken body. But unusually surging high, obviously this is a life-fighting secret art. Like a shot of stimulants in general, just the cost is naturally much more serious. The red flame fire dragon's eyes were bloodthirsty, with a cruel expression on its face. Together with the body that walked out like a sea of blood, it looked more and more bizarre and dangerous. Swoosh! A furious air-braking sound came out, its speed was at least 30% faster than before. Flames illuminated into strips of fire snakes emerged. Hot and fierce energy burst out, like a volcano erupting. Visually, even the power of the skill had increased. This life-fighting secret method was truly terrifying. Chapter 112 Golden Rain. At this moment, the red flame fire dragon was poised to strike. The energy enchanted by the secret method surged madly within it, combined with the power of the gifted red flame. It wanted to turn the entire mountain range into a sea of fire. Boundless flames rose up with it, as if with spirituality, automatically following the enemy. That flame swayed in the sky, interspersed with a dark red hue, with a clear gap from before. It was mixed with a high temperature that could turn everything into ashes, and wherever it went, rocks crumbled and the earth scorched. The air was twisted and distorted due to the extreme heat. This was the super rank skill fire dragon's breath. With the addition of a series of secret talent techniques, it was the most extreme attack. The firelight was dazzling, and the originally deep and silent night. At this moment, it was illuminated as if it was daytime. Lin Shu was looking out from an extreme distance, and such a powerful scene was smacking one's lips.
The red flame fire dragon's final desperate means was somewhat astonishing.
The Black Knight soon came to him, and beneath the earth obsidian sped within the circle of fire, constantly running off into the distance. Useless effort. Black Knight, go directly to attack the opponent's Imperial Beastmaster.
End this battle.
The firelight was reflected in Lin Shu's eyes, his tone carrying no doubt. The other party clearly intended to fight for their lives. It might work well against others, but it really wasn't that simple for Lin Shu. At the moment, the red flame fire dragon was erupting like a raging volcano, falling into a kind of madness. I think this is also where the flaws of that secret method lie.
Seeing it go crazy here?
Then it would be better to directly resolve it. Shoo! The sound of cutting through the air echoed beside the ears, and the Black Knight was like a beam of light.
It disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Inside the circle of fire, the purple-haired alien stood still like a statue. There was a slight expectation in his eyes. In the distance, a large area of flames fluttered and burned, forming a feast that belonged solely to the flames. In the darkness, a little silver light appeared at this moment. It swept over with infinite stern sharpness. The rippling blade-ons surged together like ocean waves.
Purple-eyed alien eyelids move, is to receive them together. This kind of spatial means, how could it be that you, a shadow mantis, can possess it? With unwillingness and incomprehension.
In a split second, it was transformed into grains of light, along with the dust in the sea of fire, drifting into the sky together, not knowing where to go. At this moment the berserk boiling red flame fire dragon suddenly stagnant, then the whole body is paralyzed, straight down in the sea of fire. Then turned into pieces of firelight into the sea of fire beside the body. The fire in the sky without energy support will be extinguished one by one, immediately be filled with darkness.
Once again return to the silent and deep night.
Leaving only the thick dust covering the ground, and the pungent scorched paste in the air.
Witnessing the magnificent scene from before. Darkness stood in place and waited as Earth observations reversed its direction.
Lin Shu also rode Violet Eyes back within the valley at this moment. In the sky that was originally as dark as ink, the half-bright moon became brighter and more complete. Its light was soft and warm, shining precisely beside Lin Shu and his imperial beasts, cleansing the spirit. The bright light penetrated through the physical body and came straight to the sea of spirit. This change and enhancement was not only for Lin Shu alone, his imperial beasts were also enjoying this treatment.
The somewhat restless spirit was soothed.
One couldn't help but feel as calm as water, and the fatigue from the many battles earlier was swept away.
Pure spiritual energy flowed smoothly and powerfully like a stream. The will became more and more resilient and indestructible.
Perception also continued to improve with help. The bright moon in the sky grew dimmer and dimmer, and it was clear that the long-stored energy had been drained.
It then invisibly disappeared immediately.
Afterwards, Lin Shu and the Black Knight Earth Obsidian Purple Eyes opened their eyes together.
That soft and warm energy actually disappeared so quickly, what a pity. Looking at the panel, this time the boost wasn't too big. I think it was divided up by a few imperial beasts. Spirit, 425. But it's not bad, the spirit level is getting closer and closer to the third rank.
The imperial beasts were likewise a bit lustful. Their somewhat barren spirits became more and more tough and full after the baptism. Afterward, facing attacks from the same level of spirit, they became more comfortable. A few moments after the baptism ended, a black vortex appeared before that vision. Obviously this was the portal to go out. Soon, two items appeared in Lin Shu's hands at some point. Rubbing the two tokens in his hand, the texture was cold and strange. Obviously not mortal, but Lin Shu didn't understand the use, and would need to ask his mentor about it later. Then he waited for a moment again, after realizing that there was no benefit. Lin Shu took a big step into the vortex and his figure disappeared. At this moment, outside the Tower of Trials, there was a great deal of noise, and everyone was staring at that 13th floor, expecting to witness the scene of it being passed.
Quiet. Quiet. I'm so nervous.
You're nervous, my ass.
You're just a loser who can't even get to the 5th floor.
You. Ancient Freshman was also standing at the very front at this moment, dominating the area. His expression was serious, and he had already left everything outside of Lin Shu behind at this moment. Blade Yao stood behind him, kindly persuading away the Imperial Beastmasters who wanted to go forward.
Elder Son's cloudy eyes were filled with longing and expectation. He didn't speak out indiscriminately.
This kind of gap could not be spoken with just one's mouth. Now he finally understood what a true Imperial Beast genius was. Completely convinced by Lin Shu's strength. At this moment, sky-rushing golden auras erupted from the tip of the tower. The sound was so powerful that even the inner space of this otherworldly realm trembled. The surging and raging golden light shot straight up into the sky, coloring the cloudless azure sky into gold. Immediately afterward, wisps of golden water droplets fell from the sky. It covered a large area within the Tower of Trials. Immediately, a continuous golden rain poured down. The throbbing and active atmosphere was rendered continuously. The entire space was cheering, congratulating the birth of a new champion. Such a scene occurred naturally because Lin Shu had passed the Tower of Trials. Families, witness history. This Tower of Trials hasn't been cleared for 20 years, and it's finally broken today. It seems like a rising star is about to be born. The crowd cheered, and many people stretched out their palms with containers to collect these golden waters. These things were not simple, but they were able to moisturize and increase the spirit of a good treasure. Although the effect was more than 100 times lower compared to the moonflower that Lin Shu had absorbed. But for a low-level Imperial Beast Master, the effect was already excellent. There were countless compliments and praises. All of them were cheering together at this moment. Although it was unknown who had passed, these benefits were real. Because of this passer, this golden rain was born. A blessing and praise was really nothing. The ancient cryptic was ecstatic at this moment. This joy was even greater than when he advanced to spiritual enlightenment. He himself had a student who had passed the Tower of Trials. Ha ha ha. Elder Song's tone and expression were equally excited, and he spoke rather emotionally. It really did it. Chuyu, who was at the side, had a wild excitement as well as a hint of despondency in his eyes. Such a grand and amazing scene. One really wished that one could also come this way once. Chapter 113 Land of the Dragons. Soon, a figure appeared with him. The young man had clean and tidy black hair, and his eyes were soulful. His features were three-dimensional and handsome, and he wore a black outfit. His figure was thin, but unusually upright. The lazy sunlight fell around him. Under the warmth of the sun, the young man's spirited appearance filled the air. Seeing that someone appeared in the ancient tower, there was a surge of congratulations and praise like waves of sea. The sound of congratulations and praises were continuous and endless. He heavily patted his shoulder. Good job, really good job. The 1,000 words in his original heart turned into these words. Nodding his head repeatedly, he was full of praise. Lin Shu revealed an amicable smile, took it by a fluke. Come with me first. It's crowded here, let's go somewhere else. With that, between the howling of the gusts of wind, they rode the white feather spirit falcon to an unoccupied corner. At this moment, it was really quite quiet, and those frenzied Imperial Beast Masters were nowhere to be seen. With a guilty face, Elder Song said in a sincere tone. Lin Shu, old man wants to say sorry to you. Before, the mind was not clear and said some nonsense. I hope you don't mind. With a few words of true feelings, it was obvious that he had been completely convinced by Lin Shu. Putting aside that stinky problem of liking to show off and fiddle, there was nothing wrong with Song Lao. Ancient Fresh was watching this scene from the side with great interest, and his heart was secretly happy. Everyone else had lowered their stature and apologized. Lin Shu naturally wouldn't get on the bandwagon either. His tone was calm with surprise. Those are the teachings that Senior taught me. How is it considered nonsense? Elder Song's expression stagnated, then stretched. I didn't realize that others were not only amazingly talented at royal beasts. He was equally not bad in terms of treating people, giving him a step down like this. It allowed him to save these many faces. Then he was red-faced and said with a smiling face. If there are any problems or difficulties within Central State University later on, all can come to me to solve. Old man so many years down, still have some contacts in. Then Lin Shu first thanked Elder Song for taking care of him. Seeing such a scene, Yu also could not help but respect Lin Shu. He was able to hold his own, and completely lacked a bit of the fiery and impulsive temperament of a teenager. The ancient cryptocurrency was also nodding slightly at this moment, very supportive of what had just been done. Looking at Lin Shu's gaze became more and more satisfied, with such potential coupled with a sophisticated and stable character. Surpassing himself afterward wasn't considered a difficult task. At Song Lao's suggestion, Lin Shu and Chuyu added contact information. He explained that they could socialize more, which would be helpful to each other. With that, the few people climbed into conversation once more for a while before preparing to leave.
Then, see you at Central State University later. See you at Central State University. Lin Shu and Gu Xian responded.
Elder Song then brought Chu Yu and left the place. The ancient cryptid's gaze looked towards Lin Shu, and his originally fluctuating mood finally calmed down a bit.
The baptism of moonlight light experienced it, right?
It was thought to be that final baptism of the spirit by the light of the stars. Experienced it, that is, a portion among a few imperial beasts in me.
The effect is not really obvious. Yes, this kid's 3 imperial beasts, plus himself would be 4. Although this moonflower had been stored for 20 years, the effect wouldn't be too amazing when shared.
This situation is also rare.
At this age, there are 3 imperial beasts. It's good to share it with them, it'll be greatly beneficial to their future.
Lin Shu was quite cognizant of this. Then he thought of something and said,
"Those foreign races' methods are really endless. Secret methods one after another, it's good that I'm more skillful." In response, of course, the ancient cryptic knew what it meant. A foreign race's pride would randomly appear against the enemy in the 13th floor.
These news had long been mentioned in the mouths of the seniors who had passed through before. Of course, after all, within their world, the legacy of the Imperial Beast Master has long been tens of thousands of years old.
It's only right that there are more means. Moreover, did you know that in the early stages of the foreign races, raising their strengths didn't even use the Imperial Beasts as their main goal?
Lin Shu realized something and tried to speak.
They raised their spirit first?
The ancient cryptid revealed an expression of a teachable child and nodded heavily.
Of course.
The power of the pre-spiritual attack secret method can be far greater than that of a lower-ranked Imperial Beast. Most of the foreign races are like this, with their spiritual equilibrium exceeding that of Imperial Beasts. It was very different from the Imperial Beast method that was prevalent in Grand Xia.
That's true, then why wasn't this method of attack used during the challenge?
Seeing Lin Shu's doubts, the ancient cryptid continued. Because you have 3 Imperial Beasts, and you also have a defense secret method capable of guarding them.
This attack method, although it's extremely powerful, that consumption is not small. It's not a good idea to directly drain your spiritual energy.
Those alien mirrors are all mental body existences, how can they have that much spirit to use?
Such a detailed explanation made Lin Shu understand why.
He himself had actually taken advantage of it. This situation was enough to see how strong those alien geniuses truly were.
So that's how it is.
You don't have to be presumptuous, after all, you've only become a royal beast master for half a year. The potential and talent can be too much stronger than them. Lin Shu shook his head, he didn't have this idea.
With the panel present, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone.
Then, from the spatial ring, he took out 2 tokens. The tokens were black and gold. The black token was the same as Chu Yu's previous token, only the numbers on it had turned into the foreign characters pass. The gold token, the workmanship was exquisite and delicate, the carving above had a lifelike dragon rising up in the air. Ancientess' eyes then looked upwards. Obviously this thing was so precious that even a spiritual enlightenment level Imperial Beast Master would be moved.
Mentor, these 2 tokens, do they have any other uses?
The ancient newbie misplaced his gaze from above before he opened his mouth to explain. This is the most precious thing after passing the Tower of Trials. This golden token is also known as the Earth Dragon Order. Linking the giant dragon carving in front with this name, Lin Shu pondered. It was thought that this was related to that dragon race. As expected, the ancient cryptid's next words confirmed his suspicions.
This is considered a key. Only by possessing this key can you enter the land of the dragons. The land of the swarming dragons?
It was thought that one could obtain a dragon-favored beast from within.
On top of that, I wonder what other benefits there would be. Mentor, are there any benefits inside? Gu Xian laughed lightly, you're still in a hurry, explaining. Harvesting dragon system imperial beasts, this is the most basic. I won't go into too much detail. There is a treasure pavilion in there.
Previously, it was the place where the Zhongli clan rewarded the outstanding clansmen in the clan for their treasures.
There are countless treasures in it, secret techniques, evolutionary paths, spirit boosting, heuristics, and so on.
The Zhongli clan has been passed down for at least 5,000 years, even within the other world, it is a major power.
Moreover, this token is bound to your spirit, so no one else can take it and use it even if they want to. Chapter 114 News of passing the customs spreads.
This was a good point, not having to receive the thoughts of thieves.
The Tower of Trials is the foundation of the Zhonli family.
Then its heritage was thought to be not bad, and it should have good treasures.
Then mentor, how should I enter? Can I do it now?
Immediately, Lin Shu asked the key question. He was about to reach the third level of spirit level. It just so happened that there was a vacancy in the Imperial Beast position.
Still really anxious, but so the ancient cryptozoology can also understand, if it was himself, I'm afraid that he would be even more anxious.
The place is not dangerous, can enter at any time. You hold the Earth Dragon Order, you won't encounter danger in the land of dragons either.
Because that otherworld is a rare hidden type otherworld. It opens in a fixed march within a year and only lasts for 5 days.
This type of otherworld, Lin Shu did understand that it was a place where spatiality wasn't considered stable. That was why it would disappear from time to time like this, and then appear once it was stabilized. The opening time wasn't long either, it was a special kind of existence. But it wasn't too far away from March, so it was good to be settling down for 2 months on his own.
So it's like this, then there is still some time.
In response to this, Ancient Freshness didn't say much and nodded. Then he took out his cell phone and took a picture on another black token. Then he concentrated on contacting the others, and after a few minutes there was a result. The tone was quite emotional. You were able to special recruit in half a year, I thought.
But passing the Tower of Trials special recruitment is really out of my expectation.
The mentor said such words, and it was obvious that there was a difference between the special recruitment. This situation was reasonable, the shinier the gold, the more it was loved by all sides. Without waiting for Lin Shu to open his mouth to ask, Gu Xinwen continued. You entered Central State University this time with such grades. You should be rewarded with quite a few credits.
As for the number, I'll try to get it for you.
Credits is a kind of currency within the university, which can basically be exchanged for anything you need.
His face revealed confidence, a trust in the underpinnings of Central State University.
Moreover, this was the first Imperial Beast Master to pass the Tower of Trials in 20 years.
Is it even remotely decent to not give more credits?
Not to mention Lin Shu, he himself would have rushed to the principal to make a proper complaint.
Trouble tutor.
Lin Shu was somewhat looking forward to this. He currently needed a lot of things and thought that he could get a lot of them within the university.
What are you polite for? I still have to thank you, given your situation. Do a few more great things, maybe I'll even get promoted. Then with a smile on his face, he patted Lin Shu on the shoulder.
At this, Lin Shu was also happy to be able to help his mentor.
Alright, everything that should be said to you has pretty much been said. Tomorrow, someone will come over specifically.
Send the student card as well as some small things.
This speed was really swift. Zhengzhou was not close to Yenzhou.
Obviously this was the tutor expediting over. With his knowledge of Lin Shu, he definitely couldn't do the operation of jumping to another school. But do the formalities early, and put the stone on the ground first.
Tutor, then after completing these, can I go to Central State University?
Of course, but it's still up to you. Ancient newspaper explained a mouthful. Passing the special enrollment conditions, naturally one could enter the middle of the university at any time. Lin Shu understood, it was good that there was no rush.
Then in a few days.
Ancient nodded casually, everyone had quite a few things going on. It was normal to deal with it before going, it wasn't too bad for these 2 days. Good, since this Tower of Trials has been cleared.
Then are we staying here, or going back to Fengdu?
Let's stay for 2 days first. The barren rabbits in this deadwood woodland have also not been seen for a long time.
I miss them, so I think their numbers should be flooding again, right? Stay for 2 days. Return to Fengdu on Saturday.
The ancient cryptid was naturally indifferent as to why it was surrounding Lin Shu. Naturally, it was because of that foreign soul body thing. He naturally knew the outcome, and it would be bad if there was any danger. It was not easy to meet Lin Shu, whose talent was near demonic.
It was fine to be a bodyguard for a while.
He had already put off some of his recent matters to specifically come and accompany Lin Shu.
Alright then, you can move around on your own.
With that, from the spatial ring, he took out a parasol and a recliner.
Comfortably lying on it.
His face was full of coziness and leisure. Knife Yao, on the other hand, was keeping his breath focused on Lin Shu, like a guard at the side. Lin Shu was not surprised by this, the mentor was usually this lazy look. He then summoned the Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Purple Eyes out of the contract space. The beasts had been baptized by the moonlight, and at the moment, they were glowing with energy, and their bodies had an inexhaustible bullishness. Lin Shu waved his hand. As usual, kill the wild rabbits. This was a good place to earn proficiency, and the beasts naturally understood that. They were more enthusiastic than Lin Shu. I think that the wild rabbits around here are going to be hit hard. Soon the time came to Saturday morning. The news of the Deadwood territory spread quickly. The Tower of Trials, which hadn't been cleared by an Imperial Beast Master in nearly 20 years, had been cleared by a young student. Such explosive news naturally caused a huge uproar on the internet. Causing many Imperial Beast Masters to pay attention, they began to inquire and ask about the identity of this young man. Many enterprises and forces threw out olive branches, wanting this one to join. The 4 top universities even released eye-popping conditions, sincerely inviting him to join. Such a genius Imperial Beast Master was coveted even by the 5 top universities. But only Central State University did not react. Some people who understood immediately realized something. It seemed like that genius Imperial Beastmaster had already found his place of belonging. Yesterday evening, Lin Shu left the Deadwood Woodlands with his mentor in satisfaction. Riding on the white-feathered spirit falcon, he traveled to Fengdu. During these 3 days, Lin Shu brought his Imperial Beast. Like locusts crossing the border, he frantically killed the barren rabbits that were hiding everywhere. With such a big commotion, the hares were basically about to be killed without a trace. Fortunately, Lin Shu was kind and didn't kill them all. He left a lot of them for reproduction. In this way, the harvest is naturally quite good. Although the level is on the low side, mosquito meat is also meat. Killing the wild rabbit alone gained 1,500 points of proficiency. Together with the ones gained from exercising, there were a total of 1,735 points. Most of these points were digested by blackout. The level came to 40, and by the way, the talent voidwalking was pointed to a great success. With only 356 points remaining, it was a direct boost of Earth Obsidian to level 31. The balance came to 83. As for purple eyes, next time for sure. Lin Shu walked out of the varsity room. Yesterday, he had already contacted the principal about the time. Today, Lin Shu planned to tell the news that he would be heading to Central State University soon. Leaving without saying goodbye was not something that Lin Shu's character could do. Soon, Lin Shu directly entered the principal's office. Pei Yuanfang had been waiting for a long time at this moment. Lin Shu took the initiative to contact him to say that he had something to discuss. This Kanglin's second middle school treasure must have encountered difficulties. Just let me, the principal, help him out. What's the matter, so hot and bothered? Is it something big? Chapter 115 Little Blackie in a hurry? With that, he pointed to the teacup on the side, signaling Lin Shu to take his time. Don't be in a hurry, take a sip of tea first. A cloudy expression. Lin Shu just looked at it and ignored it. He directly opened the door and spoke. Headmaster, next week I'll be traveling to Central State University. Hearing this, Pei Yuanfang nodded his head continuously. Central State University? Zhengzhou University is good. What? Going next week? The expression suddenly stagnated, not returning to its previous blandness. Then he slowly asked, then how many floors did you pass? There was an eagerness in his tone, eager to know this information. Obviously, he had also been informed of the news of the Tower of Trials being passed the other day. Although he was a bit old, he was still very good at surfing the internet. In Pei Yuanfang's expectant and eager gaze, Lin Shu's words that sounded like heavenly music appeared. This kind of expression, what he wanted to know, Lin Shu was still very clear. The Imperial Beastmaster who passed the Tower of Trials 2 days ago was me. His voice was powerful and calm. Even though there had been some preparation. Pei Yuanfang's face still reddened a bit. This kind of record that had only been broken in 20 years was actually a student from his own school. It was really giving him a rush of joy. Good, good. Really good. Although the words were short, this tone was unusually excited. Even though in his heart, he had already elevated Lin Shu's talent to the top. But it was still surprised by his battle performance. Pei Yuanfang stood up and unbuttoned 2 buttons at his collar, walking around the office as if in a circle. It was only after this walk that he settled down and returned to normal. This is a good thing. The school and I have no reason not to support you. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. Having said that, he certainly couldn't leave without saying goodbye.
With that, he asked. Then, Principal, is there anything else in the school that I need to contribute to? Although Lin Shu's current strength wasn't considered top-notch.
But in terms of fame, it definitely had a place in Fengdu. Not to mention the aura of that Tower of Trials passer.
With a bit of publicity, it was still able to bring a lot of attention to Kanglin's second middle school.
Pei Yuanfang pondered over Lin Shu's words.
The meaning was obvious, wanting to help boost the school's reputation before heading to the university. With such a sentimental character, he really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Then he thought of the Binjo Cup. The reason Lin Shu was not allowed to participate before was because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Now that Lin Shu had cleared the Tower of Trials, he was naturally far ahead of the strongest person on the other side in terms of strength. It just so happens that it's already the finals, so if Lin Shu was allowed to wear the school logo of Zhengzhou University to participate, it was thought to be powerful enough to not only bring a trophy to Kanglin's second middle school, it could also focus on deepening the school's understanding.
In this way, next year's school season, Kanglin No. 2 Middle School's door was afraid to be stepped through. The star effect was still obvious. Then, he told Lin Shu about his thoughts one by one. Having faced the firepower and might of the level 45 Red Inferno Flying Dragon, that highest level 42 Imperial Beast strength of Binjo Middle School is naturally not a problem.
As long as it could help the school, it was fine. I'm clear, Principal.
I'll participate in the finals and have a high probability of winning the championship. Pei Yuanfang had just handed over the information on the main Imperial Beasts of that Binjo Middle School to Lin Shu to check out as well. What he was most worried about was if he lost in the championship match,
it would damage Lin Shu's reputation and face for that.
It was important to know that young people valued these the most. Since Lin Shu was confident and didn't feel any difficulties, it would be best.
Haha, good. I'll inform them now.
With that, he called Gu Zhenbang and informed him of what he had just decided.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone.
Then, he was ecstatic.
With such a big leg, why worry about not winning the Binjo Cup?
Lin Shu was really the lucky star of the school team. Hanging up the phone, Pei Yuanfang came to Lin Shu's side.
With an expression of some emotion, he thought inwardly. The submerged dragon emerges from the sea.
This sentence was definitely not too much.
With that, he said, I owe you a favor this time.
If there's anything you need my help with, just ask. An Imperial Beast Master with talent like Lin Shu's would definitely have a bright future in the future. He mustn't break his ties. If he was in trouble, he might be able to get help if he remembered his old relationship. There's no need for such a principle.
Lin Shu was naturally unwilling to do so.
Pei Yuanfang naturally argued to the end. Only then did he allow Lin Shu to accept this favor. After this, the conversation ended. Lin Shu walked out of the principal's office and headed straight to the direction of the school team. Since he had returned to the school, he naturally had to meet up with them. The next day, at night, Lin Shu and the varsity team headed to the final of the Binjo Cup Chidu City.
This city was also the capital of Binjo. It had the most developed economy and education level in the state.
The news that Lin Shu had participated in the competition again after nearly a month had also exploded within Binjo. For his talent, he had already conquered most of the Imperial Beast Masters.
So even if the opponent was Binjo Middle School, the strength far exceeded that of Kanglin's second middle school. In terms of voting support on the internet, only 45% to 55%.
Not daring in the slightest to underestimate this, the number one student recognized by many Binjo people for his talent. Even if he had become a royal beast master for only half a year. Inside a cramped and narrow space, Shinta Wuhong had barely obtained a body with moderate qualifications with the help of the forces. In front of him was an old computer.
The kind of antique goods from decades ago.
The sliding web pages and tapping on the keyboard were clean and skillful. After a month of acclimatization, he had already gotten used to life in Daxia. Currently, apart from nurturing the Imperial Beasts, he was able to recuperate his spirit and restore his strength.
That was surfing the internet.
The act of being able to do whatever he wanted once he struck the keyboard made him want to stop. For Lin Shu, who had caused him to be reduced to a lost dog, controlled by others, he was even more resentful. Due to Lin Shu's level of fame in Binjo, he soon learned a lot of information. Looking at his latest news.
About to participate in the Binjo Cup final? It immediately made him interested. Ready to use his keyboard, first on top of the language ruthless humiliation, to express his heart's hatred. This kind of person can also play this kind of match? I poo. Simply trash. The sound of the keyboard was crisp and loud, and Shintu Wuhong's face revealed excitement. However, this comment was immediately slammed by many netizens. The strength of the battle made it difficult for him to resist for a while. Little Blackie is in a hurry? What kind of trash are you again? Where's the wild dog from? Barking wildly here. I think you're the trash, only able to play the keyboard here. Do. Message after message, the coughing was incessant. The mainframe seemed like it was about to explode at this moment, wisps of white smoke coming out. Bang! Fists clenched tightly, slamming into the computer desk. A loud bang was heard, and Shintu Wuhong, who saw the scene, was indignant. You swine, how dare you come and insult me? Really anything can raise face. Was about to twitch the keyboard to fight. That white smoke had already densely covered the small space. Bang! A loud bang came out and thick smoke rolled out. That antique computer at the moment obviously cannot withstand that high temperature, is directly dead black screen. Lecture to Wuhong how to fiddle are unresponsive. Obviously has been completely scrapped. No! Lin Shu! The angry roar continuously echoed in the tunnel. Chapter 116 Shock from Central State University. Lin Shu, who was at the Chidu Arena at the moment, naturally didn't know what was happening. The final round was about to begin. Lin Shu had just put on the costume that represented the identity of Central State University. This costume was like a masterpiece of art. The top was a slim white silk shirt with a smooth and delicate texture. It fit the curves of the body like flowing water. Delicate embroidery was visible, and a round school logo was clearly visible on the chest. Below, a pair of black wide-legged pants, full of draping, showing the atmosphere of spontaneity. Combined with Lin Shu's handsome and unique temperament, the two really complemented each other. Inside the preparation bench, a few people looked at Lin Shu in unison. The envy and desire in their eyes could not be concealed. Although they had been shocked for a long time yesterday, they still couldn't remain calm when they saw him today. The 5 top universities were the holy land in the hearts of countless students. Who could not be envious? At this moment, Gu Zhenbong on the side spoke. What's all this expression for? We're going to have a match later, so get your attention back. You 3 pay attention later. Lin Shu is our absolute core, we must play around him. Yesterday, amidst everyone's horrified gazes, such a tactic was set between Gu Zhenbong's loud laughter. With Lin Shu's current strength, having this kind of treatment was too normal. In response to this, Lan Mengzhu, Lei Wu and Li Shuhan quickly returned to their senses and hurriedly replied. Understood. 3. Shen Yujia's position was then replaced by Lin Shu, which was also something she took the initiative to mention. She was the weakest and didn't want to make the scene ugly. The 3 people who had understood Lin Shu's strength in this regard were also willing to do so. This was the Tower of Trials. They couldn't even think of such a thing. A somewhat urgent bell rang. It was clearly a reminder. The sound rang out and the match officially began. The interior of the Chidu Arena was packed to the rafters in a space of over 50,000 spectator seats at the moment. Obviously most of them were attracted by the name Lin Shu. After a month, I wonder how much he has improved. Could he once again save the day on the stage of the finals? This was the thing that everyone was looking forward to the most. The students of Kanglin's second middle school occupied a large area under the stage, and Bai Shang was naturally among them. His eyes burned as he looked towards the stage, above the slowly rising elevated platform. The lights in the arena gradually went out, and the cheers and anticipation of the audience mingled together. Afterwards, a brilliant beam of light shot from the top and all around the arena towards the huge battle stage. Stirring music followed, increasingly igniting the passionate atmosphere around them. In the sky of the arena, 2 giant winged flying dragons with a wingspan of more than 10 meters soared into view. It was the 8th-ranked imperial beasts, the giant-toothed pterodactyls. They sped rapidly, and the air resounded with bursts of sonic booms. The ferocious and biting aura was released recklessly. Like an absolute beast, they were powerful and cruel. Dancing up and down more than slowly interlacing, according to the rehearsal perfecting the planned movements. Then it circled around the edge of the audience and disappeared into the sky. The opening environment is basically over.
Such a scene is also let the stage applause, so close to experience the strength of high-level imperial beasts.
It made people stimulated and gradually excited.
Under the brilliant lights, the full appearance of the 4 contestants on both sides was also officially unveiled at this moment. Not far from the center of the stage, the figure of the host quietly appeared.
Good afternoon, everyone in the audience. Today is the day of the Binjo Cup final. At such an important moment, like everyone else, I have a heart that is restless. Now please welcome the contestants to shine. The host didn't talk too much nonsense and went straight to the topic.
The scene was immediately reduced to a sea of joy, amidst the constant shouts and applause. The figures of the 8 people appeared in full before everyone's eyes.
Below I will introduce the contestants one by one. First up is Binjo Middle Schools. Under the stage, many people's gazes were basically focused on Lin Shu. There was obviously not much interest in the others. Lin Shu's exquisite and stylish clothing made everyone's eyes light up. What's more, some only felt unusually familiar and uncertain, as if they had seen similar clothing somewhere. Below the stage, Bai Sheng looked at the Zhengzhou University costume with envy in his eyes. Obviously, he also knew about this matter yesterday. This guy always refreshes his knowledge every so often. At this moment, the host's gaze and big screen vision also came to the side of Kanglin's second middle school. This is Lin Shu, I don't think everyone will be unfamiliar with him in.
Suddenly the voice came to an abrupt end. Obviously he clearly understood what the clothing on Lin Shu's body represented. The words of the tournament official also came over the headset, telling him to focus on his speech. They could already smell tomorrow's news headlines. It was still the kind that dominated the charts. With that, the words were immediately modified. My goodness! For a moment I'd been shocked beyond words. Perhaps everyone doesn't know what the costume that Lin Shu's contestant is wearing represents. The voice trailed off, directly whetting everyone's appetite. The scene was silent, waiting for the moment of explosion. However, there were also audience members who were well informed who discovered the trickery. Many of the audience who were puzzled by the sudden cessation of words also realized it. This is the Central State University costume. It means it's already a Central State University student. Passionate shouts resounded throughout the entire arena. The moment such explosive news was spoken, the interior of the arena was directly boiling over. The sound of sucking in a mouthful of cool air rose and fell, one after another. Quite a few people jumped in shock at this news. Obviously, everyone understood the gold content within it. Especially since Lin Shu was only a senior. Obviously, he was specially recruited in, and how harsh the conditions of this special recruitment were was naturally clear to those who understood it. Even for seniors, the number of people who entered the 5 top universities in the entire Binjo every year was only 50. This was even more unbelievable. Hiss, this is too much. This is going to scare people to death. Heavens! Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Especially exaggerated was the area that solely belonged to Kanglin's second middle school. Everyone's gazes were filled with dismay and shock. Especially Zhao Shang, Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong and the others who were on good terms with Lin Shu. At this moment, they were paralyzed by the news and were shocked beyond words. Everyone is the first year of high school, and you went to the university without saying a word. Or one of the top 5 universities in Daxia. At this moment, the most difficult also belongs to the opposite side of the Binjo middle school team 4 people. Originally still quite calm expression, completely some thought. I know the opposite Lin Shu is very fierce, but you did not say so fierce. At once, the atmosphere was disorganized, and the face was ugly. When he saw that the atmosphere had diffused more or less, the host began to continue speaking. Obviously, everyone shares my feelings. This kind of news is enough to shatter the 3 views. I think everyone is looking forward to the match as much as I am. Then without further ado, the finals will officially begin. In the vast and brightly lit huge sparring stage, Lin Shu's face was as normal. Black Knight was currently standing quietly beside himself. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was quietly observing the other 4's imperial beasts. Although he was confident enough in his own strength, Lin Shu was clearly not an arrogant person. There were dozens of cameras swinging around him. The focus of today's final match was all on Lin Shu. Chapter 117, a perfect solo performance. The remaining few gazes were grim as they looked towards each other. Obviously, the strength of the opposite party forced them to pay attention. At the center, the referee raised his arm high. A mellow voice as loud as a bell rang out.
The match begins.
In just a few moments, the 8 Imperial Beasts in the arena acted one after another, and bright rays of light flickered continuously from the sparring platform.
Binjo's second middle school's tactical choice was simple.
One-on-one, although they understood that Lin Shu's Imperial Beasts had outstanding one-on-one abilities, their captain was confident in single defense.
Saying single defense was actually dragging Lin Shu down.
Then one by one, they would solve the 3 people on the other side.
There wouldn't be the slightest suspense in the battle.
After all, their overall Imperial Beast level was much higher. They naturally had a huge advantage in terms of combat power. In this way, if they broke them down one by one, they would be able to secure the victory and take the match. At the moment, Lin Shu's opponent was the captain of Binjo Middle School's varsity team, Zhang Yuan.
His royal animal is a light rhythm spirit firefly.
It was small in size, only about 50 centimeters, and had a delicate face.
It looked like a doll with a cute and adorable face.
Compared to the huge size of most Imperial Beasts, it did not stand out. Like a light-type Pokemon, it shines with warm light and hangs in the air. However, under its soft appearance, its strength could not be underestimated, and was the strongest part of the opposing lineup. It was as high as level 42 Lord-level quality, with a high skill proficiency, even 2 levels higher than Black Knight. Even among the high school students, this kind of strength was the top of the line. How to look at it, it was an evenly matched battle. Light Rhythm Spirit Glow immediately took action under Zhang Yuan's command. Her slender body erupted with a huge amount of energy, and several white orbs appeared around her. The soft light transformed into arrows that attacked with a stern micromist. It was like a rain of shining arrows. This was the intermediate skill, Arrow of Light. The power of perfect proficiency was overwhelming, and it was obvious that it was his specialty when he struck. Lin Shu looked on with a blandness in his eyes, not slowing down as he commanded Black Knight to act. Although the power of this skill was good, after experiencing the battle with the Red Inferno Fire Dragon, it was not at the right level. Black Knight flew in the air, and the biting silver-white blade like a pike swung out. The extremely sharp attack was interspersed with a hint of the golden Upanishad, and its power was naturally on a higher level. The glowing arrow rain, like tofu, was instantly chopped up by the blade, turning into points of light and dissipating into thin air.
It continued to wrap the deadly attack all the way.
The Black Knight naturally would not be idle either. His wings shook, dragging his arm was like a cannonball launching away. Zhang Yuan's eyelids jumped, his brows furrowed, his own beast's skill was actually so lightly dissolved. It made him more and more uneasy, and he looked at the black shadow that was speeding towards him. Knowing that, he did not have time to ruminate. Otherwise what would meet them would be the sharp, silver-colored spikes of the Black Knight. Light Glow, Guardian of Light, plus Dazzle. As the captain of the varsity team, Zhang Yuan still had a clearer grasp of the situation.
The tactics of the means had also taken initial shape.
With just this set of skills down, 80% of the Imperial Beasts could block it. The beams of lasers transformed into light that operated like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a layer of protective film was covered on the surface of the Light Rhythm Spirit Glow's body. Immediately, a blinding light like the sun that could not be seen directly burst out, and the whole of the Light Rhythm Spirit Firefly changed into half a white ball of light, directly pointing at that gaze like a blade attacking the Dark Knight. Just when he thought that his anti-stabbing skill, which he had tried 100 times in the past, was working, an accident suddenly happened. That mantis actually did not know when it had actually come to the position behind it. It got rid of the dazzling range. Zhang Yuan's pupils bulged out, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Black Knight's expression was bland and cold, just like that ruthless killer. His arms were interlaced. It was a vicious stab in from the left and right. The film of the Guardian of Light was as fragile as an eggshell in his hands, and it split apart in an instant. Revealing that slender and weak body, fear and anxiety appeared on the face of the Light Rhythm Spirit Glow. The intensity of this attack had already made it impossible for it to cope. However, it continued to apply another defense skill barrier of light to itself in these few breaths. Bang! A sound like glass shattering rang out, and the sharp knife in Black Knight's hand still easily plunged in. After evolving, Blackout's attacking ability was far beyond the scope of his class. However, the barrier of light always resisted some damage, and a fist-sized hole appeared in Light Rhythm Spirit Glow's abdomen. It was actually deeply penetrated. Bubbling blood splattered in all directions. Although he wasn't directly killed in seconds, he was now only at the end of his strength.
At the moment, he was just holding on.
immediately galloped backwards. Star points of light appeared at the place of the wound, slowly healing. But it was just a drop in the bucket. Zhang Yuan was already dumbfounded at this moment, his fingers somewhat stiffly pointing forward, somewhat unable to accept it. Even the courage to take the next command had been lost. Darkness bent his head, seemingly puzzled by the lack of a one-hit kill. However, when he looked at the snail-like slow escape, he simply catapulted away. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up, and that powerful sharpness reappeared. The blade chi strike was ready to be launched. Originally still escaping, the light rhyme spirit Firefly directly stops, held up his hands, indicating surrender. This mantis down, no light or heavy, this blade gas down, I'm afraid that their lives are not all gone. Looking at the Black Knight like frost-piercing eyes, light rhyme spirit Firefly slowly fly out of the battle stage, crimson blood continued to splash. Such a situation also represented an exit, which Black Knight naturally understood when he saw it. After simply glancing at it, he flew towards several other battle sites. This battle happened in a flash of lightning. A spectator opened his cell phone and realized that only just 3 minutes had passed since the start of the match. Just a mere 2 waves of offense from the district had blown away the opponent's fiercest varsity captain. Such a simple and brutal, knife-deadly scene instantly caused the audience below to gasp in shock. Blackout's increasingly terrifying strength once again refreshed their perceptions. Too fierce, right? The opposite side is a level 42 light rhythm spirit glow. Black Knight NB. Lin Shu NB. The host on the stage at the moment was also slightly stunned at the sight of such a scene. Apparently, he was shocked by Black Knight's performance just now. What a perfect expression, student Lin Shu has brought us a true assassination feast. So next, the other 3 students from Binzhou Middle School, how should they respond? The host's passionate shouts followed. His face was a little red, obviously caused by being too excited. Such appropriate words also caused the audience to chime in, and the sound waves continued to reverberate in the arena. The other 3, who were busy, also discovered this scene at this moment. With dull expressions and with puzzled gazes, they looked towards Zhang Yuan, the captain who was sitting powerlessly crouched on the ground on the side. At this moment, he was forcefully pulling his hair with his left hand, the entire person looking guilty. His heart was beating wildly, somewhat severely irritated by Lin Shu. This is what you said about being confident that you can stall Lin Shu? This is over, still playing a fart. Surrendered, 4-3, opposite there is a Jedi fierce man. Chapter 118 Imperial Beast Cultivator. However, these were all thoughts that were spewed out in their minds. They naturally knew that it wasn't that Captain Zhang Yuan was too weak. Rather, it was that this Lin Shu's strength was too excessive. Sometimes it was simply incomprehensible. Why is it that you, a senior, played a senior team game? And yet, you beat them as if they were freshmen. It was impossible for people to accept this fact. The remaining 3 did not surrender. As the number 1 ranked high school in Binzhou, it was natural to want face. One could die standing, but never live on their knees. Lan Mengzhu, Lei Wu and Li Shuhong saw the flying Black Knight. Their faces showed ecstasy, although they knew that the other party probably wouldn't be Lin Shu's opponent. But they didn't expect that they would actually finish the other party off so quickly. This kind of strength really left the 3 of them in the dust. But there was no need to care about that. Right now, they only knew that after finishing off one of the opponents, the winner of the championship had already been decided. Finally they could get the champion of a large tournament. Thinking of this, the expressions on their faces grew brighter and brighter, somewhat unable to restrain themselves. In stark contrast were the 3 people on the opposite side. Their eyes were lowered, their faces somewhat unnatural, as if a cloud had appeared above them. The excess resistance naturally couldn't turn over any waterworks. After Black Knight joined the battlefield, the fight ended in a matter of moments. At this point, all 4 of the opponent's Imperial Beasts had lost their ability to fight. The winner had already been decided. The referee suitably declared the result of the match. This match, Kanglin Second Middle School wins. Hearing this, Lan Mengzhu, Lei Wu and Li Shuhong couldn't help themselves. Rushing to Lin Shu's side, they hugged him tightly and surrounded him. Lan Mengzhu even had tears in her eyes and was almost ready to cry. Let's congratulate Kanglin Second Middle School taking this Binzhou Cup championship. This is also the first time in their school calendar that they have won. Among them, player Lin Shu's performance was particularly outstanding, and it can be said that he revitalized the matchup with the power of one person. Truly worthy of being a talented Imperial Beast Master who has already entered Central State University early.
Finally, please give Binjo Middle School some applause as well. The two teams have served us a sound and exciting match. The host's words were filled with praise for Lin Shu, who had been bowled over by such an ornamental match scene. A good and exciting match? The students and teachers of Binjo Middle School couldn't help but blacken their eyes when they heard this. It means 5 minutes of time being given a speedy pass? The spectators who fell into silence were ultimately the minority. Most of them were here because of Lin Shu, and the gusts of sound continued to rise, with that mountainous and loud applause going on and on. Lin Shu! Lin Shu! You're Binjo's #1 gifted beast master. That's right. That's right. The praises went on and on. Lin Shu curtsied and bowed slightly, scanning the entire arena with a smile on his face. Looking at the cloudless azure sky, his mind drifted into the distance. He was about to leave this place. I wonder when the next time I'll come back will be. Passion and joy are always short-lived. After the Binjo Cup award ceremony yesterday, everyone gathered in a wave of fanfare, and everyone was all smiles and laughter. Talking about what happened today. Of course, the most disgust belonged to Lin Shu. Especially knowing that he would be leaving soon, he was very reluctant to leave. But the sky was high enough for birds to fly. Just like you couldn't stop birds from soaring freely in the vast sky. This night's bustle lasted for a long time. Lin Shu chatted with a few of his better relations until midnight. Especially Huang Yan and Bai Shang. Everyone reminisced about the days when they had just become Imperial Beast Masters. In a flash, it had actually been half a year. In the end, it was only after the teachers persuaded them that the party ended. The next morning returned to Fengdu. On Monday afternoon, Lin Shu woke up from the varsity room, rubbing his somewhat tired face, preparing to get up and pack up. The principal had an appointment with him today, which was in half an hour. After a period of time had passed, Lin Shu, who was fully dressed, appeared in the principal's office on time. What responded to him was still Pei Yuanfang's amicable smile. It's really thanks to your blessing that you brought a trophy to our Kanglin Second Middle School. I watched yesterday's match, it was really ferocious, the entire final became your one-man show. Lin Shu glanced around. Inside the glass cabinet that held the championship trophies, the trophies that had been won yesterday lay there quietly. The principal is exaggerating, without everyone's help. With just me alone, I definitely won't be able to get the championship. Pei Yuanfang's eyes narrowed, knowing that Lin Shu would say something like that without surprise. That's right, I won't be stingy with their rewards either, don't worry. The words then changed, changing the topic. Have you decided when you'll leave? Lin Shu sat on top of the comfortable leather seat and moved slightly, a clear voice then appeared. Decided. Go tomorrow. Pei Yuanfang nodded at his words, it was good to go earlier. Staying in Binjo would only waste Lin Shu's talent. He needed a bigger stage, and Central State University was clearly in the middle of it. It's good that you have an idea. Come back to see everyone anytime you're free in the future. At this Lin Shu did not refuse, he would definitely come back to visit afterward. Affirmative principal. Immediately, Pei Yuanfang took out an envelope from amongst the drawers in his left hand and placed it on the desktop. It was then pushed to Lin Shu's hand. This is a letter, so I'll trouble you to pass it on for me. Her name is Yu Jiyun, and she's currently an Imperial Beast Cultivation Department instructor. Lin Shu received the palm-sized brown envelope and looked towards Pei Yuanfang. It was obvious that he knew there was some story in it, but he didn't ask more questions and simply put it away. I see, principal, is there anything else you want to bring? Pei Yuanfang waved his hand indicating no need. She has outstanding skill in this aspect of breeding imperial beasts. I think you can also see that the current advanced nutrient solution is not as effective as it used to be. In response, Lin Shu was of course able to feel that the improvement effect was getting slower and slower. After the imperial beasts leveled up to level 40, the boosts from most items were not as good as they used to be. That's why the profession of the Imperial Beast Cultivator was born, specializing in serving Imperial Beasts. It needs to take some special rations and mix some ingredients in order to continue to grow at a high speed. I won't go into the specifics, you'll understand once you find her. Before the words were completely finished, a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. It then returned as if nothing had happened. What an unexpected pleasure. Lin Shu was worried that his Imperial Beasts were a bit slow in leveling up. Imperial Beast Cultivator, what a curiosity. Thank you, Headmaster, for introducing me. Such help couldn't be considered too much. Pei Yuanfang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to care. If you can, it would be best for you to learn this skill. It will be a great enhancement to your path as an Imperial Beastmaster in the future. Good. The two then chatted about other things. The matter about Yu Jiyun, the expert cultivator, was not mentioned at all. Thanks to everyone's gifts, with Asimo Flower Encounter Big Brother sent the Hypnosis Talisman. Recently there are more things to do, the follow-up will be added after being busy. Chapter 119 The Four Great Faculties. It quickly came to noon on the second day. At this time, Lin Shu had already set foot on the road to Central State University. Guaxian and Lin Shu sat smoothly on the broad and comfortable back of the white feather spirit falcon. Through the heavy clouds and the howling winds, they would arrive this evening. Outside, the sound was overwhelming, but it didn't affect the duo above in the slightest. The invisible barrier isolates and separates, surrounding this area. At this moment, Lin Shu informed his mentor of the name of the cultivator recommended by the principal. The latter rose from his side-lying position with a somewhat surprised expression. It was unexpected that Pei Yuanfang actually knew the Central State University tutor. I've heard of her, I'm not familiar with her, but I do have some understanding. Her cultivation methods are very strong, one of the top few existences in that cultivation department. Originally, I had prepared a cultivator for you as well, so this won't be necessary. Such words were normal, after all, belonging to the same university, there would basically be some contact. Immediately after that, Ancient Freshness began to talk about some news about the contents of the university. Central State University is divided into 4 departments. They are the Combat Department, the Cultivation Department, the Archaeology Department, and the Scientific Research Department. And you belong to the Combat Department with me. Lin Shu listened attentively. Until today he himself was not considered to have truly stepped through the door. Then he briefly explained about the Archaeology Department and the Scientific Research Department. First of all, there was the Archaeology Department, which was a group of people who researched the culture of otherworldly imperial beasts and some of the ancient signs on the blue planet. But the main direction is still to study the history of the otherworld and some of their legends. While the research department requires other talents, this is a group of people who explore how to promote the evolution of imperial beasts, plus understand and study the habits of imperial beasts. Recording and creating improved evolutionary content is a laborious and costly endeavor, and it is a difficult path to follow if you are not exceptionally gifted. Of course, as long as one was incredibly talented and was able to research several lines of evolution, then the money would roll in. The combat department they were in was the simplest and crudest. It was a place to train imperial beasts for actual combat and polish their battle power. I'm probably clear. Lin Shu nodded. The combat department was quite good. He himself had a panel booster, and the remaining 3 departments weren't too helpful to him. On the contrary, if one was too short of money, one could put out a general evolutionary path. Well, there's not much else. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Ancient had a disinterested look on his face. Going to a university was not so troublesome. The first element of a student was definitely still to raise the imperial beast level as well as the spirit. The huge black shadow swept through the air, and at this moment, it was getting closer and closer to the Central State University. A film the size of a canopy suddenly appeared before his eyes. The upper part was shining with golden light and seemed to have a strong power. It covered a huge area, several thousand meters. The white-feathered spirit falcon's speed did not decrease, and quickly rushed in, diving in headfirst. There was a moment of darkness that enveloped his mind, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the film. Into the eyes is an endless dense forest of dense woods. Thick tree trunks like the spine of the earth, supporting the luxuriant branches and leaves, forming a shade that covers the sky. In the distance, you can faintly see a cluster of buildings, which are of different styles. Some are simple and elegant, some are modern and fashionable. At the edge of the sky, mountain ranges stretched on, like a giant dragon snaking around the earth, their peaks towering into the clouds, their tops shrouded in clouds and mist. The moment he entered this heaven and earth, Lin Shu's spirit was shaken, sensing the surging energy dense in it that far surpassed the blue star. This is the Tsong-Mu spirit realm, a medium-sized otherworld. The internal space is extremely rich in resources, and there are even several alien forces distributed within it. They are the best at sneak attacks, and are the most dangerous group in this realm, except for the high-level imperial beasts, which are impossible to defend against. There are many high-level imperial beasts, and the dangers are all overflowing. These are what you should pay attention to. The ancient newbie's voice leisurely appeared and began to admonish, and at this moment,
the distance to the university was getting closer and closer. I'm clear, mentor.
A foreign power?
Lin Shu's eyes flickered. The battles going forward would not be like in Binjo, just small fights. Here it was truly a fight for your life, not to die. The hearts of those who were not of my clan would be different. These things were already prepared in his mind. Lin Shu looked at the complex that was becoming clearer and clearer in the distance and began to look forward to the days afterward.
Ancient Nu looked at the glowing Lin Shu, not the slightest bit of timid appearance, but instead eyes with a little bit of anticipation. It's really good, it's well adapted to the environment here.
The speed of the white-feathered spirit falcon began to slow down, and its height gradually decreased. Soon a grand and magnificent ancient-like city building clearly appeared in the field of vision. The huge wall that was 100 meters high was made of green granite, and a wide and straight stone road led straight into the city. The buildings in the city are dense and tall. The city tower towered majestically, with a huge plaque above it. The 4 big words Central State University were as clearly visible as bright stars. Instead of being a university, this place was a pass. At the beginning of the otherworldly descent, this place was one of the battlegrounds between the Grand Xia and the foreign races. With the victory of Grand Xia, this lofty citadel turned into a part of the Central State University. Stepping on top of the hard road, ancient freshness put away the white-feathered spirit falcon and Lin Shu walked into the interior. The large city building did not have the slightest defense measures, and as for things like gate guards, there were even none. On both sides of the spacious and bright streets, there were many students setting up stalls, selling goods. There was that huge imperial beast carcass, as well as various colors of exquisite ores and spiritual objects. There were even stalls with imperial beast eggs of different sizes and patterns. Obviously, these were all items obtained by the students from their adventures. On top of them stood a few small plaques labeled with prices. Lin Shu casually swept a few glances and realized that the currency of exchange was all credits. Obviously credits were the hard currency of the interior. The price of an ordinary 5th order spirit item was around 5 credits, which was enough to see the purchasing power of credits. The ancient cryptid's eyes were not slanted. Obviously he had seen such a situation many times before. Casually, he commented a few sentences. This is a specialized imperial beast material selling area for students. Inside the mixed good and bad, the advantage is that the price is cheap, but the quality is not guaranteed. Of course there's also the possibility of picking up the pieces. There's a specialized resource point within the school, and that's the main way to buy them. Lin Shu realized he could come more often in the future to take a look at the imperial beast eggs. He might be able to pick up some leaks, and continue to follow the tutor's pace. After about 10 minutes, he came under a 4-story modern villa surrounded by identical buildings. The ancient cryptographer handed a set of keys to Lin Shu. You're a top special enrollment. I applied to the school for this residence from you. There's nothing to do today, so remember to download a school app, and you can also learn about integrating into the university more quickly. As for the credits, they should be applied tomorrow. Looking at the villa that was far more spacious than the average building. It was thought that it was also designed in consideration of the size of a high-level imperial beast. It was quite humane. Trouble, mentor. Receiving the key, Lin Shu responded. The ancient cryptid's face remained unchanged as he pointed towards the villa in the distance. There is my residence. If you have any problems that aren't answered on your cell phone, just come find me. Chapter 120 Seeing the Moon Seasonal Cloud Customizing Food Ingredients. After completing the exchange with his mentor separately, Lin Shu then used the key and walked inside the villa. Releasing the Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Purple Eyes one by one, the 3 beasts looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in front of them and didn't react much. The villa occupied a huge area, roughly estimated to be about the size of a standard soccer field. The house area only took up a small part of it, and the rest was all empty land. The use was unknown, completely free to be utilized by the homeowner. Walking into the interior, it is fully equipped. The house was clean and tidy, and had obviously been cleaned by someone. The first floor was divided into 2 places, a large and bright living room, and an equipment room with modern and high-standard facilities. It was enough to satisfy most of the imperial beast's needs. Lin Shu came to the living room and sat down. The 3 guys each wandered around, surveying the place where they would need to live for a long time afterward. This half-day in the imperial beast space had clearly suffocated them. Taking out his cell phone, he began to download the school's exclusive app, Zhongzhou. The software wasn't too big, and Lin Shu quickly entered after logging in his face as well as his student ID information. It was fully functional, and most of the contents of the school could be learned from it. There was a forum in the lower left corner, where students could communicate. Lin Shu skipped it and began to check out the map of the school's interior. The entire city was divided into 5 parts, with each faculty occupying a corner, and in the center were public buildings such as the basic course teaching building, the library, and the resource point locations. There were a total of 5 basic courses. Although Lin Shu was a combat faculty, these courses also required a study test. At the very least, they needed to pass, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get a graduation certificate. Most of them were about Imperial Beastmasters following aspects, as well as a foreign language to learn. Lin Shu pondered, since this course appeared, it was enough to show its importance. He then began to browse the forums, drawing on the content and knowledge within. It was the end of January, vacation time, but the forum was extremely lively. Discussing where they had gone and what they had harvested. Or how many foreign races they had met and fought with. There were even quite a few topics about Lin Shu. After all, the name of the Tower of Trials passer was too loud. Currently, there was only one other person in Grand Xia, Lin Shu. He had also chosen to attend Central State University, so naturally, it would cause everyone to discuss it. Words were filled with anticipation for Lin Shu. The Demon King from Mordor University had only reached the 13th floor, and his battle power was so terrifying. Then when Lin Shu grew up, wouldn't he be going up to the sky? The place that was mentioned the most was also the Tower of Rewards. Unlike the Tower of Trials, the internal difficulty is fixed, and as long as you pass, you will be rewarded with credits as well as materials. It was the quickest place for new students to gain credits. However, he didn't consider these for the time being. Lin Shu was also looking for places where the number of low-ranked Imperial beasts was large enough to satisfy his need to brush up on his proficiency. Places that were too dangerous were not considered for the time being, although his current strength was considered top tier in high school. But here, it would only be considered the bottom tier. Who let his own Imperial beast time be just over half a year? Early in the morning, the sky dawned. Lin Shu woke up from his bedroom on the 3rd floor. Opening his cell phone, it was already 7 in the morning. On the Zhangzhou app, a message appeared. Your top special recruitment reward has arrived, credits plus 3,000. It had actually arrived so early, so many credits could be exchanged for quite a few good things at the resource office. Yesterday, Lin Shu also flipped through the interface of the resource office for a moment. There were a lot of items in there. As long as they were related to the Beastmaster profession, they could all be found in there. There were even a lot of secret techniques and more advanced spiritual meditation techniques. He was itching in his heart. Placing an order at the top, it was even possible to have the item delivered directly to the door, which could be said to be very convenient and quick. The mentor also sent a message at this moment. There is an alien language class in the morning. I suggest you check it out. This aspect of the content is important. I've already signed up. Even without the tutor's reminder, Lin Shu planned to go and take a look. The history of the foreign race's imperial beast culture was long enough to be traced back to 100,000 years ago. It could be seen how deep the understanding in this area was, far beyond Blue Star. To better understand and absorb their knowledge, learning their language was essential. Lin Shu brought the 3 beasts out of the villa and prepared to head to the centrally located teaching building. The space within the city was enormous, but with the help of the imperial beasts it wasn't a big deal. The lesson lasted until noon, and in the afternoon, Lin Shu planned to find instructor Yu Ji Yun. Let her help a few of her imperial beasts to mix exclusive food ingredients and accelerate their leveling up. This would save himself a lot of proficiency. By the way, he would give her the principal's envelope. Sometime later, Lin Shu came within the classroom, and at the moment, the number of people within wasn't too many. There were only a few scattered students within, and the teacher walked into it. A morning of basic teaching began. The difficulty of the alien language was moderate, and with the teacher's explanation, Lin Shu quickly got started, and after the course was over, Lin Shu also gained an extremely thick alien book. It contained explanations of most of the alien characters and some allusions, so he could learn on his own. Walking out of the classroom, Lin Shu went to another walkway to wait. He had inquired about the curriculum yesterday, and Yu Ji Yun had a lesson on cultivation issues here today. The time was comparable to the alien language class. As expected, there wasn't a long wait. A young and beautiful female teacher walked up ahead. She wore a navy blue slim fit suit, and her long, bright hair was neatly tied behind her head. Her face was fair and delicate, painted with a touch of light makeup, and her curved eyebrows were as light as a crescent moon. The eyes are cool, with a faint sense of uninviting. Lin Shu looked at such a face and walked forward, greeting.
May I ask if you are instructor Yu?
The woman's feet stopped and her eyes looked over. This face of an excessively young student did not have an impression of herself.
Then she said softly, and you are?
Lin Shu took out the envelope and handed it over. I'm a student of Principal Pei Yuan Fang. This is what he asked me to pass on to you. After hearing the words Pei Yuan Fang, Yu Jiyun's eyes flashed as she caught the envelope with both hands. With that, she opened it, her willow brows furrowing as she carefully looked at the contents inside. It was very fast, her eyes constantly changing, followed by a long sigh. Putting the envelope away, he looked at Lin Shu. Trouble for you. I'll help you distribute the food for your imperial beasts.
Come with me. With that, they came to a chamber.
After the Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes were meticulously researched and consulted, Lin Shu was given 3 exclusive food ingredients recipes. These were all versions that had been customized by her, pulling up the effects quite a bit compared to ordinary food.
Yu Jiyun's eyes looked towards Lin Shu, just a senior year, and her imperial beast strength was so high. I really don't know where this idiot Pei Yuan Fang found this genius who could pass the Tower of Trials. In here, spirits and flesh and blood are changeable. The higher the grade, the better the effect. Lin Shu sniffed and nodded his head to memorize this. It just so happened that he had some small amount of money to experiment with. Trouble tutor you. A small matter. The latter shook his head and looked towards Lin Shu, knowing that Guy Pei Yuan Fang valued Lin Shu.
The letter had also emphasized many times for him to help take care of it. What's more, Lin Shu's imperial beast talent was so terrifying that she had no reason to refuse. Who wouldn't like such a talented imperial beast master? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Shu already had a mentor, she would have wanted to snatch him over. This thought receded when she heard that her mentor was an ancient cryptid.
That guy had a strong background and didn't realize that he even had such a unique vision.
With that, it was easy for Lin Shu to add contact information. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. If there's anything on the subsequent food ingredients, just contact me directly. Swinging his cell phone, he left.
Chapter 121 Source of Muddy Earth and Spiritual Origin Heart Cannon.
Soon, Lin Shu returned to the villa.
The number of spirit essences and advanced nutrient liquid was already low.
Opening the Zhengzhou app, he began to spend some money. He began to purchase the ingredients one by one according to their recipes. In fact, most beast masters were able to create a simple ingredient list by mixing and matching. It is enough to match the attributes of one's own imperial beasts. But naturally, the effect will not be that good. Cultivators would add a variety of spirits to neutralize and strengthen the effects, otherwise there wouldn't be this profession. After a while of purchasing, Lin Shu spent a full 1,000 credits. He took a month's worth of food from the Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes. Among them, the big head was still high-grade imperial beast blood and meat. Because of the pursuit of high efficiency, Lin Shu directly exchanged for 9th order blood and meat. The price was naturally much more expensive, and most of it was spent on it, while the spirit matter was matched according to the 7th order. Adding some lower order spirits to neutralize the stimulating effects. After placing the order for only half an hour, movement came from the doorway. A staggering amount of items were piled up at the entrance, forming a small mountain. Commanding darkness and earth obsidian, they carried out the moving, and Violet Eyes, who had limited mobility, watched the show from the sidelines. Arriving in the middle of the interior matching kitchen. Processing the crystal clear and fragrant high-grade imperial beast's blood and meat. It just so happened that Black Knight was barely considered a master of knife skills. With a wave of the knife, the oddly large amount of meat was instantly transformed into a pot of meat sludge. Immediately placed in a large food cabinet, according to different recipe ratios, add into some spirit and ore. The one that needs ores is naturally earth obsidian, Black Knight and Purple Eyes cannot eat this thing. After half an hour of operation, basically completed. Earth Observatory stood next to the food cabinet with a large iron bar stirring, so that it is mixed into one thing, is completely accomplished. A primitive aromatic scent that could only be smelled by an imperial beast kept appearing. Black Knight and Violet Eyes, at the sight of the obsessive watching. Their mouths were almost watering. Even Tu Yao's eyes were a bit mesmerized, similarly attracted. It was enough to see how good the effect of this special food was. Taking out 3 containers that were the size of a basin, he put the food that had just been made into them. The rest were frozen in those 3 large food cabinets. The 3 beasts looked pitifully at Lin Shu, waiting for the order to consume, their eyes fluttering and constantly going to the side. Go! As soon as the words fell, They wolfed down their food as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days.
Looking at them made Lin Shu crow and laugh. I don't know how effective this exclusive food ingredient is, and how much of an enhancement it is. All of this needs to be known tomorrow. The vast amount of food was only for 5 minutes before it was already gone, and they licked the corners of their mouths, quite a bit unfulfilled. Since they had already eaten and drunk enough, Lin Shu sent the 3 of them to the equipment room. Without a good activity, how to consume the energy in this body? At this time, a message came from Lin Shu's cell phone. At a glance, it was from his mentor. I'm at your door, come out for a moment. Lin Shu immediately went out and brought the ancient cryptocurrency into the villa. The latter, casually lying on top of the sofa in the living room. Opening his mouth, he asked. How is it? Life is still adapting, right? Not bad, I feel quite new. Ancient sniffed and smiled. Every student was basically like this. Then he took out 2 items from the space ring at his wrist. They were a crystal clear round bead and a divinely incomparable small mound of earth with yellow sand surrounding it, turning into a dragon scroll covering the mound. Placing it on top of the coffee table in front of him. Nuwa, this is the source of the 9th order spiritual object Hun Earth and the high order spiritual meditation idea spiritual origin heart dictionary. There's no need to be polite with me. One is the bet with Elder Song from the Tower of Trials last time. One was obtained from killing a foreign race before me. The ancient cryptic had an easygoing and serious attitude. He had students with such high talent. What was wrong with giving more resources? Seeing this, Lin Shu didn't push back, and after saying thank you, he directly accepted the 2 items. This was all that he currently needed. The mentor really did understand him. Originally, he was still planning to purchase high-level spiritual meditation ideas at the resource center, but this saved him a lot of credits. Ancient cryptozoology watched Lin Shu's next action. Some anticipation arose. These few years of college career, I wonder to what extent Lin Shu can be improved to. Then he began to tell him about its usefulness and how to use it. The effect of the source of muddy earth was huge, and it was specifically used to assist in IE cultivation. It was able to increase the depth of axioms by a small margin, and naturally, it also had the effect of accelerating leveling up. It was an indispensable spiritual artifact of great value, worth at least 1,000 credits in the resource points. The Spirit Source Heart Dictionary focuses on exploring the roots of spiritual power and continuously tapping into the potential of one's own spiritual power. The interior even contained a spiritual attack secret art, making up for Lin Shu who lacked such means. The price of this secret technique is even more expensive, no less than 2,500 credits. Immediately took out another crystal with purple lines all over it and handed it over to Lin Shu. He spoke in a serious tone. This is a defense crystal. It has a shield inside that resists the attacks of spirit enlightenment level imperial beasts up to 3 times. It's considered a means of saving your life. The foreign races are vicious and insidious, so we have to be on guard. Lin Shu received the crystal, his complexion slightly moved, and he became more and more touched. It was thought that a lot of effort had gone into making this kind of means. Tutor, I. Before Lin Shu could finish his sentence, the ancient crystals directly interrupted. To him, as long as Lin Shu developed properly, it was the greatest help to him. With that, he directly skipped over the topic and didn't continue. Alright, let's not talk about that. Your Black Knight is a good kill. I think I've been holding back these past few days. I do have a good place to go. The environment is safe as the Imperial Beast level is higher. Everything else is very suitable for you. At this, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. A high level is good, so that even if the number is less, it won't affect the proficiency gain. Tutor, where is the place? Or what mission? At this moment, the 3 beasts that had heard the wind were hiding to the side, watching the 2 discussing. When they heard that there was a high-level Imperial Beast, they were even more eager to try and almost jumped up. Ancient watching this scene also found it interesting. Not only Black Knight, the remaining 2 seemed to have this problem as well. The place is in that forest at the entrance. It's a quest issued by the school, rewarding 30 credits, specifically for new students to use as practice. After all, now that the semester is half over, not many newcomers are looking at this. This was normal behavior. With such a small reward, it was normal for no one to participate. Mentor, I'll participate then. When will it start? Lin Shu's calm voice appeared. There was no monkey business like them. Yes, you can just go over tomorrow afternoon. The location and the matchmaker, you can check it out on the Central State app. This campus mission system, Lin Shu also checked above. Unfortunately, most of the requirements were too high.
far from what Lin Shu could currently pick up. Compared to college students, he was still weak as a high school student. It was the need to develop properly for a while. Chapter 122, Guarding the Spiritual Fields and Head Grabbing. The following day, Lin Shu was on the first floor by the large food cabinet. He began to prepare the morning meal for Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes. Due to the fact that he had taken on a mission today, he had put on some extra portions. Looking at the three beasts' devouring looks, the specially customized food recipe worked surprisingly well. This could be seen from Earth Yao's panel. Name: Mountain Wolf. Level: LV 31186-300. Level limit: LV 88. Status: happy. Quality: perfect. Attribute: Earth Combat. Talent: Earth and Obsidian Physique Minor 48-400. Skills: Beginner Punch into the subtle 32-200 Rock Skin, Passive Instinct Dust into the subtle 103-200 Burst Fist, Beginner 1320 Clay Shield into the subtle 23-200 Ground Spike, Beginner 1120. Intermediate Mudstone Rush to Cheng 2380 Earth Rock Armor Inception 22-200 Wind and Sand, Beginner 340 Fist Blade, Beginner 440. Advanced Battle Aura Externalization, Beginner 1380 Heart of Martial Arts Passive, Beginner 4580. Aoi, Earth Aoi 0.011%. Originally, yesterday's experience bar was still 171,310. After less than half a day, it had come to 186, a full 15 points of experience. In that case, it seemed that 30 points of experience could be gained from food in a single day, and the effect of Black Knight and Violet Eyes was basically the same. This effect, enough to be more than a few times better than the advanced nutrient solution. Aside from the high price was no drawback at all. But that wasn't really its problem. In 1 month, the three Imperial Beasts could save Lin Shu about 2,700 points of proficiency. That was really good. This completely put Lin Shu, who was a little worried about the effects, at ease. The source of Muddy Earth was worthy of being a 9th-ranked spirit item, helping to comprehend a lot of Earth axioms, and it was close to catching up with Black Knight's progress, so the effect was enough to last for a while. During these 2 days, Earth Yao also awakened 2 skills again. Separately is the Earth Attribute skill Wind Sand 4 Rise. The main effect of this skill is to roll up the overflowing gravel to do the ability to blur the enemy's field of vision, of course, also has a little bit of damage ability, that is, the power is a little smaller, and assistive skill is not bad. And the second fist is not like the name is not so ordinary, Combat Attribute skills, wrapped in the War Spirit Lingering Double Fist, greatly increase the offensive ability, incidentally attached to the will of the thin battle intent damage, up to the spiritual level. Very friendly to the already offensively deficient Earth Yao. After waiting for the three beasts to settle all their food, Lin Shu placed the piece of alien stone tablet from the spatial storage inside the house. The space that was freed up was brought along with quite a few food reserves. This time could not be determined for the time being, so these few days could not be wasted. With some props, these were all learned in the forum. The wilderness is dangerous, one should be careful. The whistling gale appeared in Lin Shu's ears. The purple eyes flapped their wings, already flying at a not-so-slow speed above that turquoise forest. As the altitude slowly dropped, a large field appeared in view. Inside, there were many differently colored spirits swinging. Obviously, this was a place that had been created specifically for the cultivation of spirits. Today's mission was here. The purple-eyed robust body landed smoothly, and Lin Shu rolled over onto the ground. However, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. In front, Chuyu and a middle-aged man were waiting by that field. Lin Shu walked forward and greeted Chuyu. I didn't expect that this laborious and unappealing matter would actually be of interest to the other party. One would think that he was just here to experience the quest process. As for that middle-aged man, he was clearly the school's administrator stationed here. He then said in a somewhat respectful tone, I am Lu Guai, the administrator of this spiritual land. Since the two of you are already in place, then I will make the situation clear. He pointed to a piece of spirit matter that was budding and brightly colored to the side. Every time this spirit is about to mature, there will always be a group of imperial beasts attracted to this nearby forest, thus coming over to snatch it. The task of the two of you is to guard these spiritual relics. The two of them realized that the imperial beasts in the forest were also attracted by the abundant energy within the spirit. Unable to help themselves, they wanted to have a taste and raise their level. No problem. The two spoke in unison, basically the same as what they had learned earlier. Rather, there was no difficulty.
The imperial beasts in this forest were because they were too close to the city where Central State University was located. None of the levels were high, most of them were around level 45. It was also Lu Guan's luck that if there were no two special enrollment students, Ling Shu and Shu Yu, no one would take this kind of quest. This kind of mission should be something that no one would pick up. He could only guard it alone. Therefore, in terms of attitude, Lu Gue behaved very friendly. Although Lu Gai's own imperial beast strength wasn't that bad, and he would be on the field later, but there were a lot of imperial beasts swarming around. It was easy to cause the loss of spiritual objects, which is why this task appeared. Because the personnel were in place, Lu Zheng took out a blue candle. The interior was made from a spirit, and the scent was comparable to that of a freshly matured spirit, acting as a compelling attraction. In advance, he would lure those imperial beasts here to be killed. As the candle was lit, the scent quietly flowed out, moving with the wind and being blown into the distance. Later on, there will be a group of imperial beasts in the sky and on the ground, each appearing to loot. My imperial beasts are unable to fly, so I'll trouble you two in the sky. Both of them had no objection to this. Seeing this, Lu Gue activated his space and released his royal beasts to stand by. His royal beast was a level 52 perfect quality giant rock monster. It had been bred quite well and was very strong. Shu Yu followed suit and released two imperial beasts. The first was his main imperial beast, a rank 49 Lord quality ice spirit flying eagle. The strength was outstanding, the aura was not bad, and the whistling cold wind emerged from the huge wing beats. There was also a rank 35 perfect quality dark werewolf. Lin Shu looked at it for a few moments before withdrawing his gaze, worthy of being a specially recruited genius imperial beast master. The strength was truly outstanding, and with his unique strong battle talent, I'm afraid that a normal level 60 field imperial beast wouldn't be a match. Light shone in all directions, and the figures of Black Knight and Earth Obsidian emerged. As for Violet Eyes, he was told to hide well and be more careful. Shu Yu's gaze was immediately drawn over. He was also curious about Lin Shu's imperial beasts. Immediately afterward, he frowned slightly. What kind of breed were these two imperial beasts? The general appearance was like a shadow mantis and a mountain rock man, but they were only somewhat similar. Racking his brain, he didn't find the same, making him a bit puzzled. He was not given that much time to think about it, but at that moment, there was a commotion. Like muffled thunder rolling, from far and near, the earth at the moment are slightly trembling, leaves rustling. Immediately afterward, quite a few white shadows in the sky whistled and flew in, carrying high chirps, their voices sharp and loud. These dogs are here. The sky will trouble the two of you, pay more attention to your safety. With that, he was commanding his giant rock monster, charging away. There were already quite a few jungle wolves breaking through the bushes and trees, lighting up their fangs and charging over. The movement in the rear was constant, and it was obvious that there were an odd number of them. This time when the guard came down, it was thought that a lot of proficiency could be harvested. Tu Yao also hurriedly followed at Lin Shu's gesture, preparing to go up and grab heads. All of this was what the master had taught him last night. It said that by doing so, he could gain more proficiency. Thinking of these things, he naturally obeyed to the end, firmly carrying out his master's will. Chapter 123 Spirit Earth Mountain Lord, leader of the hegemonic soldiers, Granite Mountain Warlord. In the sky, the white figures were densely covered and surrounded in a ball. It was clearly a flock of plumed feather sparrows above. Their eyes were tinged with covetousness as they looked towards the spirit below that swayed with the wind. Shu Yu commanded his dark battle wolf forward, filling the ground with battle power. The ice spirit flying eagle also rushed into the middle of the sky at his command, interspersed with that bone-chilling frost. Roots of relief hovered around its feathers. At this moment, Black Knight hurriedly followed. He had naturally received Lin Shu's secret head-grabbing teachings last night. It was clear what his target was. The speed was astonishingly fast, even the ice spirit flying eagle was somewhat inferior. Such a scene also caused Chu Yu's heart to be startled. This kind of speed was too terrifying. The ice spirit soaring eagle's eyes were sharp, and raging energy whistled. The surrounding area was flooded with snowflakes. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, the cold wind was bitter, and frost appeared. A snow-white ripple burst out, exploding outside of its body. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In an instant, it froze the plumed sparrows in that area into a block of ice sculptures. What's more, unable to resist the icy aura, they directly turned into ice slag and shattered into a section of ice ballast, scattering on top of the ground. The rest of the ice sculptures, on the other hand, fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. This was the advanced skill Icy Sky and Snow.
With a strangely high proficiency, coupled with the fact that these plume sparrows were no more than level 30 or 40, they were even more invincible. Such a scene made the plume feather sparrows that didn't receive a ripple effect tremble with fear. The opponent's strength was a bit too outrageous. The original active and anxious mentality appeared a little change, but also gave birth to the idea of wanting to escape. Black Knight eyes and hands fast, is a number of white blade on out of the body, sharp to the extreme breath until the ground without the ability to resist the ice sculpture.
Bang bang bang.
Crisp sounds continued to ring out, those half-crippled plume sparrows on the ground, all were harvested by Black Knight. Immediately afterward, Black Knight kept jumping and getting involved in that flock of birds. Like the god of death's roll call, under the strong attack. With a single slash from Black Knight, a plume sparrow died. The speed was as fast as cutting a straw. The powerful attack coupled with the lightning-like speed allowed him to soar freely in the midst of it. Dozens of plume sparrows above fled in a hurry, their fear of death causing them to give up on this snatch. The ice spirit flying eagle was also happy to see this situation. These fragile and weak little sparrows, it is not much fun to fight. Completely as the effort is not pleasing, since the black mantis is willing, let him go, is stagnant in the air to watch the show. Below, Lin Shu's heart was also flooded with joy when he saw such a scene. The ice spirit flying eagle really knows how to behave, and knows not to steal people's heads. Shuyu also did not say anything more about this. The remaining number of those are not enough to fear. Lin Shu's imperial beasts will be able to handle. Just that mantis expression of excitement, just now also grabbed some heads on the ground. This kind of action led him flooded with puzzlement. Is this like killing? Killing heart so heavy? The battle in the sky has basically been finalized. There is no need to look at it more, just let the darkness carry out the harvest. Above the ground, the giant rock monster took the lead, guarding the entrance. In the back were the earth obsidian purple eyes and Shuyu's darkness battle wolves attacking each other. The group of jungle wolves were fearless, charging in wave after wave. Earth observation swung up a huge fist and slammed it down with gravity. Huge impact and power poured out, with battle chi lingering on top of it, and its power could not be underestimated. A single punch could smash a brittle jungle wolf to death, and with a vigorous tug from both arms, it directly split apart. Instantly another jungle wolf lived and died. Although in the small battlefield like fighting, but the earth yow still eyes watching the 8 sides. Some coincidence came to the shadow warrior wolf disabled enemy, ruthlessly killed it. The purple eyes at the end of the line were also covered in purple beams of light. Berserk thunder like bullets harvested those dying wolves. With the blessing of the gifted purple lightning thunder source, both the energy reserves and the lightning attribute attacks had increased drastically. His attacking ability was not considered weak now. The shadow war wolf's athletic body leapt back and forth, looking at the violet eyes that blocked in front of him and the supporting firepower behind him. In his heart, he was somewhat moved. You guys are really good beasts. I remember, I will definitely repay you in the future. In this organized manner, the movement gradually ended down. All around is a thick smell of blood dense, the ground lying a lot of jungle wolves and plume sparrow corpses. At a cursory glance, the number was around 100. The ones with the most kills naturally belonged to Lin Shu's 3 imperial beasts. Basically half of them were killed by them. Instantly, Lin Shu's proficiency level, which was not rich, surged up a notch. Immediately, Lu Jing walked to the center and came beside the two of them. He looked at Lin Shu with a somewhat grateful expression. He didn't expect that Lin Shu, who wasn't too strong originally, played a key role in this battle. It was almost like he was helping out with all his strength, making him feel grateful. Immediately, he shook one of Lin Shu's hands and said, "Student Lin, I can't thank you enough." Of course, he did not coldly ignore Chuyu who was on the side. His imperial beast strength was obvious to all. It's okay. I'm the one who has to thank you, letting me come to such a place where I can coolly brush my proficiency. Then Lu Jing spoke out. Both of you, there should be nothing to follow up today. You can go rest in the hut on the side first. I'm going to deal with this surroundings first. It was a bit of a pity that since it was gone, they would have to wait for tomorrow. Lin Shu and Chuyu took steps to that not far away within a wooden hut that was 3 floors high. There were quite a few guest rooms inside, so they picked one at random. Then they walked in. After a battle, he was still a bit tired and needed to rest. The room was slightly plain, but clean enough. Sitting casually on the bed, Lin Shu opened the panel and started counting his earnings. Proficiency 2,989. What a relief, just a short hour had allowed Lin Shu to gain close to 2,000 proficiency.
The remainder was naturally left over from exercising the skill. It was time for another wave of boosts.
At this moment, Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes were both looking straight at Lin Shu, waiting for their master's rays to descend. Looking at their appearance, Lin Shu lightly laughed. Still, he didn't add points to them first, but instead checked up on Earth Obsidian's Lord-level evolution pathway. Unfortunately, Black Knight's next stage of evolution conditions, this proficiency was still not quite enough. As the scroll slowly unfolded, a shadow appeared.
Unlike the numerous branches before. Nowadays, there were only 3 evolutionary paths for Earth Obsidian.
It seemed that the addition of the combat attribute had led to this result.
Just like Black Knight, it should be the same after evolving to epic quality.
They were all special existences, and there wouldn't be too many paths that suited them. Lin Shu had some clarity in his heart.
Then he began to check it out.
The 3 evolution paths were Spirit Earth Mountain Lord, leader of the hegemonic soldiers, Granite Mountain Warlord.
These 3 types of evolutions represented different focuses. In order, they focused on the Earth attribute, the Battle attribute, and the two-handedness respectively.
In terms of strength, each has its own merits, and all are excellent avenues of evolution. Which type of evolution depends on the choice and needs of the Imperial Beast Master.
Chapter 124, Ancient Wood Giant Guard. Its price was at 1,300 points of proficiency.
It was a bit more expensive than the Purple Eyes evolution. For Lin Shu, there was a loss for Earth Obsidian to specialize in any one aspect. Abating the Earth attribute would be a waste of the gifted Earth Obsidian physique, wasting such a good ability. Reducing the combat attribute was also undesirable. In this short period of time, the strength of the combat attribute was obvious to Lin Shu.
This kind of good attribute should never be discarded.
Then there was only one answer, and that was the evolutionary path that represented balanced development, the Granite Mountain Warlord.
It was the most suitable choice.
However, Lin Shu still threw this question to Tu Yao, letting him choose his own future path. After telling each of the 3 evolutionary effects with their advantages and disadvantages,
Earth Observations fell into deep thought, with some tangles on his spiritual expression.
It was thought that he was also seriously thinking about this issue.
It wasn't good to determine it directly.
As the possessor of the talent and combat attribute, he understood the power and potential of these 2 things better than anyone else. His current battle mode of being able to carry and fight was very suitable for the entire team. Making a change rashly would instead lower the overall battle power.
Thinking of this, Tu Yao understood what he needed.
With that, his eyes stopped being entangled and became clear and bright, clearly having made up his mind.
Roar, roar.
A slightly rough and thick voice appeared, its meaning unknown, but Lin Shu quickly knew the meaning.
Tu Yao was the same as Lin Shu's choice, and was also a Granite Mountain Warlord. In that case, that would be fine. Then this evolutionary route would be chosen.
However, this evolution condition was a bit harsh, and actually had a skill level restriction. One of the combat and earth skills had to reach the subtle level before they could reach the evolution conditions. Regardless of the skill level, as long as it was reached, it was fine.
Currently, Earth Yao only met one condition, and the remaining combat attribute skills were a bit troublesome.
The main reason was that there were no primary skills among them. Subsequently, Earth Obsidian's skills would have to focus on the one of Fistblade.
However, with the current progress, 1 month was enough. Then these proficiencies would be used to level up first.
First, he spent 1,453 proficiency points to raise Black Knight to level 42 and Earth Observations to level 34. Violet Eyes was now at level 20, only 5 levels short of the evolution requirements. Immediately after that, he spent 406 points to raise to level 23, with a balance of 1130. Tomorrow, I'll brush up some more proficiency and buy the Evolution Atlas to prepare for the Purple Eyes evolution. This way of raising points for those who saw it made everyone happy. As long as there was a boost, it was a good thing. This guarding the spirit fields was a really good job, hopefully it would last 2 more days.
The next day at noon,
the silhouettes of the 3 appeared beside the spirit field.
Around them, 6 Imperial beasts stood quietly, waiting for the upcoming attack.
Lu Gai's face wore some relief as he relaxed and said, "This year, the spirits are ripening at a fast pace. Today, after guarding for a day, it can be collected, and the mission will end tomorrow. However, the grade of the Imperial beasts that arrive today will also be on the high side.
But the number won't be too many."
In this regard, Lin Shu was quite a bit regretful. The original trip of about 3 days was actually going to end today. It was just too much of a pity.
Shuyu felt good about it instead. Originally, he had come to experience this kind of mission. The sooner it ended, the better. Just like that, he continued to light a blue candle and carried out yesterday's operation as he had done. But the imperial beasts that were attracted were not seen much. The number was only a dozen or so that came over, most of them scattered and alone and with injuries. They were basically all resolved one by Black Knight. Lin Shu and Shu Yu were equally a bit puzzled. This was completely different from yesterday. Lu Jing had a puzzled look on his face. In the past, at this time, those imperial beasts would have long swarmed over. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to say something, an abrupt and loud sound lingered in his ears. Huge figures stepped out from the forest in the distance. Bang! Bang! Taking heavy steps, each step caused the earth to tremble slightly. It was like a huge green fortress. A gigantic wooden man made up of emerald green trees appeared. It was extremely tall, more than 10 meters tall. Such a scene also caused the three to instantly frown, feeling that things were not simple. Its gigantic head was holding a few short trees in mid-air. The expression on its face carried berserkness and bloodlust, and its eyes were red like blood. Its mouth was wide open with a bizarre smile like it had found its prey. The body was made of tightly interwoven trees, with thick trunks twisting around each other to form a solid framework. The bark of the trees was clearly veined and scattered beyond the body. The surface of that brown wooden skin was stained with blood, and the marks were spread all over the body, which looked a bit shocking. The injuries looked somewhat severe, and it seemed to have been driven away. Lin Shu immediately checked its panel. Things were getting a little more and more out of place. Name: Ancient Wood Giant Guard. Level: LV 69 111 690. Level limit: LV 100+. Status: Manic, Bloodthirsty, Medium Injury affected by Secret Arts. Quality: Lord. Attributes: Wood. Talent: None. Skills: Beginner Grassvine Subtle 21-200, Slap Perfect 1250, Punch 31-200. Intermediate Vine Whip Perfect 67-100, Spirit of Grass Passive, Perfect 35-100, Shield of Green Leaves Perfect 22-100. Advanced Flying Leaves Great 22-160, Root Strike Perfect 112-320, Bark Strengthening Passive Grade 132-160, Parasitic Seed Perfect 252-320. Super Grade Nature's Wrath Beginner 25-160. Before a few people could react, the Ancient Wood Giant Guard revealed a cruel smile and boasted in large strides. For a time, trees flew across the ground, mud and sand flew up, and there were green blades surrounding his body, with powerful energy attached to it. Like a sharp knife cutting through the air and attacking. The target was clear. It was the three people and their imperial beasts standing beside the spiritual field. Lin Shu quickly put the purple eyes into space. Imperial beasts of this level, even if they were half crippled, were not something he could participate in. Black Knight was fast enough and Earth Obsidian's defense was strong enough to be useful. The giant rock monster moved forward, and a huge rock barrier appeared in front of it, fending off the speeding attack. Shuyu's brows furrowed as he commanded the ice spirit Soaring Eagle to attack, and in passing, he also collected the Darkness Battle Wolf into it. It was also for the sake of its life and safety, similarly pondering what the situation was today. It was this sudden imperial beast that came from nowhere? 3 imperial beasts fighting a half-crippled Ancient Wood Giant Guard. Although the opponent's level was strangely high, this battle was completely fightable. Decapitating the opponent wasn't a problem. After all, Lin Shu and Shu Yu were both Imperial Beast Masters who were capable of fighting across levels. With that, they began to tangle with it. Not far from the battle site, above a huge tree, there was a man. He was dressed in ancient clothing, and one could tell at a glance that he was a foreigner. He was lying on top of the tree trunk. His breath was weak, especially his spirit, which had long since dried up. His mouth and nose were filled with crimson blood that kept flowing. This condition was the result of an obvious overuse of the spirit. The body could not withstand the pressure. Obviously, he had experienced a life and death battle before. His eyes were fixed on the front with some hope. That piece of freshly ripened spirit was his last chance to turn the tide for the Jedi. Among them were spirits that healed spiritual aspects and injuries. Damn Blue Star people. 3 against 1, forcing me to such a desperate situation. That alien's voice gritted its teeth, containing endless hatred. He couldn't wait to eat those 3 Central State University students who were chasing him alive. This place was already close to the Blue Star People's city, so he couldn't be delayed too much. He had a maniacal look on his face. From the cloth bag at his waist, he pulled out a purple-red pearl the size of a dragon's eye. The energy within it was internalized, and wild and raging energy boiled within it. If you want me to die, you guys don't want to be good either. Chapter 125 Thunder Fire Bead. These 2 days plus more, begging for free for love power gift 5 stars and favorable comments, the rating is a bit too low. In the distance, the sound of wind continued as an extremely fast black shadow cut through the air. It was clearly a Dan red-white crane. 3 young figures appeared above, 2 men and 1 woman. This blood shadow secret technique is really tricky. It actually managed to escape from the 3 of us like this. At this moment, a man frowned and said he was Lee Won. Such behavior made him feel a bit humiliated. Hearing this, the woman spoke calmly. He can't run away. My little gold has already locked onto his scent. It's not far ahead. What's more, this location is now almost near the university, it's hard for him to fly with his wings. Another man concurred. That's right, let's just hurry up. Lee Man's face looked a little better after hearing this, looking at the rapidly sweeping scene. Patting the white fur below. Dan Hon, accelerate. The faster the better. Nyan. The Dan Hong white crane beneath him responded with a cry. The speed around his body was once again a cut faster, and the sound of breaking air became louder and louder. At this moment, beside the spirit field, the ancient wood giant guard was fighting a fierce battle with 3 people. With the giant rock monster attracting fire, it was unable to break through immediately. The ice spirit flying eagle and black knight were releasing firepower in the dark. Although its defense was amazing and it also had a healing ability that wasn't slow. But it was just barely able to eat these attacks, after all, it wasn't in its prime. Even if its level was high enough, but 3 against 1, and not in its full strength stance, the other party was clearly no match. But this was clearly a royal beast with a royal beast master, and there was another person hiding somewhere. And this ancient wood giant guard, yesterday in the foreign language class had an understanding, is a common imperial beast in the foreign race, then opened his mouth to speak out. This imperial beast is the most common amongst the forces of the Fae. I think that foreign race imperial beast master should be hiding in the corner. With regard to Lin Shu's words, Lu Guan agreed with them and obviously saw this point as well. He could not help but praise Lin Shu's reaction in his heart for actually being so sharp. After all, after staying at the university for so long, he had seen quite a few foreign races in this area. That's right. Not only do we need to keep an eye on this ancient wood giant guard in front of us, but we also need to keep an eye on the foreign races in the corners. Shu Yu, on the other hand, stood quietly at the side, listening to the 2 men's conversation, and understood the current problem. That ancient wood giant guard is seriously injured, and I think his imperial beastmaster is as well. The other party has no intention of stepping forward, so let's settle this imperial beast first. The 2 did not object to this, clearly agreeing with this statement. Agreed. 2. With that, the 3 of them instructed their imperial beasts to launch a more violent attack. Skills fell like rain for a while, and that ancient wood giant guard roared angrily. Immediately, its feet shook. Huge green vines rose up from the ground, chasing in several directions like a green chain. Obviously being beaten out of its fire, these little ants, combined with the side effects of the secret skill it had used earlier, caused it to become more and more furious. This skill was not bad in terms of power, and was extremely effective against melee imperial beasts, but unfortunately it still didn't have much effect against the 2 imperial beasts flying in the air. Black Knight was like an assassin in the shadows under Lin Shu's command. Between the flashes of the bright white blade, he drew his sword and gave it a few fierce attacks. The vines that were as flexible as tentacles were never able to hit him, as if he was as slippery as a loach. The ancient wood giant guard can only send out incompetent rage, but there is nothing that can be done. The attacking ability of the ice spirit flying eagle was even comparable to that of the Black Knight, and even more violent. Those loathsome freezing effects and slowing abilities made it difficult to hold its ground. Above the original turquoise epidermis, a frosty aura formed. The entire body became more and more stiff, turning it into a large target. Unsurprisingly, it would take a few moments to kill it. Not far away, that black-clothed foreigner clenched his teeth in indignation. He knew that he had already lost his last chance and there was no way out. Damn! Damn it! 3 more blue Starions. The situation was so similar to before, only that these 3 were slightly weaker. One should never have gone out alone. Looking at the somewhat tender faces of Lin Shu and Shu Yu, This is your Desya people's genius Imperial Beast Master?
Then he grinned miserably.
Then let your Imperial Beasts be buried with me. He had an idea in his mind and wanted to burn the jade with the stone. That thunderfire bead in his hand squeezed tighter and tighter. However, some small lure was still needed. The other party was new to the world and was bound to fall for it. Ancient Wood Giant Guard's feet began to float, and his injuries became more and more serious. His body was filled with frozen wounds and knife blade-sized gaps. The green light in the body is still slowly recovering from the injuries, but the speed is too slow to withstand the serious injuries. A large amount of blood gushed out, and that unruly look turned into a head-hugging scurry. If this goes on, one can only wait for death. Then, without hesitation, he began to run towards the back. With such an appearance, it was trying to escape. But this speed as well as posture always feels some almost interesting. After all, the three people understand the nature of the foreign race, cunning and vicious, or to be careful. All of them stood in place, without any action. Just so quietly watched it run away. This, on the contrary, let the Ancient Wood Giant Guard some will not. You all this do not come to make up? Will it be a royal beast master? The original plan that was full of confidence instantly fell flat. That black-clothed alien's face was deep and his fists were clenched. The Ancient Wood Giant Guard was already in the wind, and he no longer had any chance. Since you are unwilling to be decent, then I will help you be decent. With that, he used all of his strength and threw that thunder fire bead high up. A large wooden hand caught it steadily and held it in its hand. Go! Go! Let them be buried together. Without looking back, the Ancient Wood Giant Guard rushed away like a self-exploding truck without a second thought. The speed was even faster compared to before. The three of them naturally saw this action and all knew that something bad was happening. Lu Gui's urgent voice shouted out. It's the Thunder Fire Bead. It's extremely powerful, don't let your Imperial Beasts get close, run. Tu Yao had previously hid under Lin Shu's command and did not run around. Shiyu similarly commanded the Ice Spirit Flying Eagle to flee to the side. Aside from the giant rock monster, there were hardly any targets it could damage. With an expression from Lin Shu, Black Knight immediately changed to understand the meaning and turned into a residual shadow, disappearing. The distance was getting closer and closer. Lu Guan was sweating. The expression became ugly, his own giant rock monster was about to fall into a life-threatening situation. Quickly run, faster. Shiyu was equally nervous, this thunder fire bead was enough to kill a 6th-rank Imperial beast in a single strike. It only had a buffer time of about half a minute after activation, and its effect was like a time bomb. The effect was like a time bomb. It was far from something that an ordinary Imperial beast could carry. The Ancient Wooden Giant Guard's smile became more and more terrifying. Even if it was to die and pull on a back, it would be good. That black-clothed foreigner was paralyzed, his eyes similarly staring dead ahead. Some pity, those two genius Imperial beasts of the Great Summer were too fast, or else they would have been even more enjoyable. A smile surfaced, revealing an expression of unimpeded pleasure, and he was already prepared to meet that upcoming huge explosion. But the black shadow beside him appeared at first glance, but it was unresponsive. A flash of snow-white light passed by. It was only at this moment that he reacted, with dismay and disbelief in his eyes. His pupils shrunk, and he was no longer conscious. A large good head then fell. What a fast speed, when was it? Chapter 126 Broken Soul Mountain Range. The Ancient Wood Giant Guard was ready to fire, and the berserk energy in his hand was about to be unleashed. At this moment, Lu Gui closed his eyes and did not dare to look any further, his Imperial beast was afraid. Shiyu similarly turned his back, unwilling to see such a scene. Lin Shu, however, his gaze remained unchanged, with Black Knight's talent and speed. It was definitely in time. The Ancient Wood Giant Guard's massive body collapsed steeply at this moment. Lin Shu also received a reminder from the panel. Killed Ancient Wood Giant Guard, proficiency plus 69. Thereupon, some of his hanging heart dropped. It was obvious that Black Knight had already killed that foreign race's Imperial Beastmaster. When the Imperial Beastmaster died, the Imperial Beast would die a violent death, and there was no longer any danger. However, the Thunder Fire Bead that had been activated could not be stopped, and the explosion was its final destination. Rumble! A blinding light appeared, followed by a loud explosion. Dots of flame and threads of thunder light gushed continuously. Powerful might erupted in an instant. The center of the Ancient Wood Giant Guards exploded into pieces and disappeared. Smoke dispersed slowly dissipated, the original open space where a huge deep pit clearly visible. Fortunately, the place of the explosion was a bit far away, otherwise Lin Shu and the others would have suffered some setbacks. Lu Kai clenched his fingers, sharp nails pierced into the skin, but he did not feel the slightest pain. There was only that endless sadness. Shu Yu stood by the side and wanted to say something, but he could only remain silent. At this time, Lin Shu's smooth and loud voice appeared. Black Knight has already killed that foreign race. Brother Lu, your imperial beast is fine. Lu Guan sniffed and turned his head away with an incredulous expression. But that explosion sound that he just heard was absolutely correct. Yes, it was Lin Shu who had killed that foreigner ahead of time, and that was why he didn't let anything happen to his imperial beast. Lu Kai, who understood, was ecstatic. At a glance, he saw the giant rock monster running towards him. The cloudy reply made Lu Kai smile with joy and dance with his hands. Shu Yu was first stunned, then he similarly turned around and looked at the scene in front of him with admiration on his face. This kind of speed and execution ability, worthy of being Lin Shu. Lu Guai held Lin Shu's hands tightly, his mouth constantly chanting. Grateful for his love of saving the beast. When an imperial beast died, the spirit of the imperial beast master would be severely injured. It was even more likely to cause irreversible hidden dangers. Moreover, this was the royal beast that had accompanied him for many years, and his feelings were so deep that he had already treated it as a family member. No amount of gratitude for this favor would be too much. It doesn't matter, it's good that the crisis is resolved. I won't say any more. I'll remember this favor of yours. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Lu Guai didn't say it over and over again. Just calmly looking at the giant rock monster, this lost and found scene was engraved in one's heart. After a flurry of destruction from the ancient wood giant guard, in that spiritual field, there were already quite a number of spiritual objects that had been destroyed. However, after experiencing a life and death crisis, these losses were irrelevant. Soon, the sound of a speeding air-braking sound rang out. A Dan red-white crane slowly landed on top of the ground. They looked at the deep pit that had just formed and the electric arcs and flames jumping in it. At once, they felt that something big was not good. This was the scene after using the Thunder Fire Pearl. His eyes left and found the three of them, Lin Shu, standing at the edge of the spirit field. At once relieved, good thing there are no casualties, otherwise they cannot escape the blame. However, it was also a bit of a surprise, the other party's lineup of imperial beasts was not too strong, and they were actually able to kill the ancient wood giant guards in such a short period of time. When really is some powerful. At this moment, Black Knight's figure appeared in the air, and a black-clothed remnant body was taken over by him. Casually throwing it aside, he immediately returned to Lin Shu's side. It turns out that the foreigner had already been killed, so this makes a lot more sense. With an apologetic look, the leader, Li Man, came to the side of the several people. His tone was low, expressing his apologies. A few people are sorry. That foreign race was driven here by us. With a sincere attitude, in case someone else was injured, it would be a big problem. Although nothing major had happened, this matter was ultimately caused by them and they needed to take the responsibility. Looking at Lin Shu's face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. It's good to have solved the problem. None of us were hurt either. Lu Gai pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed as he said so. It was also that they were still quite strong. Otherwise, it was a life-threatening situation, but seeing the somewhat awkward posture and sincere attitude of the other few, it was a lot better, and he was not an aggressive character. So he didn't say anything more. These few friends, you can tell me whatever losses you have. We will definitely cooperate fully. Looking at the unpleasantly molded spirit field, it was obvious that the losses were not small. This was a problem for the three of them, so naturally, they would not sit back and do nothing. Such words made Lu Guai satisfied. After starting to discuss with Li Man and the others on the side. After spending quite a few credits, the problem was immediately solved. The girls in the group also spoke softly to Lin Shu and Shu Yu. Seeking understanding, the two were good at talking and didn't say much. The loot from that foreigner's body went to Lin Shu, and they didn't take it in the slightest. The matter then ended there. And Li Man finally recognized Lin Shu. Wasn't this the Lin Shu that Tutor Gu had been talking about every day? With that, he immediately inquired. Hello classmate, I'm Li Man. May I ask if you're Lin Shu? Yes. Although he didn't know why the other party was clear about his name, Lin Shu quickly replied. The two people on the side, too, were startled. Lin Shu, wasn't he that Imperial Beast Master who had passed the Tower of Trials and chose to enter Central State University, the one who hadn't come out for 20 years? Li Wen's face brought on an amiable smile. It's Tutor Gu's student, isn't it? Me too.
Lin Shu then realized that he had met his senior.
Nodding, he greeted. Good day, Senior Li.
But I wouldn't dare, I'm also in the same class as you.
Just call me Li Man.
The two of them chatted for a while before they realized everything. Since the matter here has been resolved. Everyone then planned to go back, after greeting Lu Guan. The latter insisted on transferring 200 credits to Lin Shu, and really couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to accept them. Together, they mounted the Imperial Beasts and floated away in the air. On the way, Lin Shu and Li Wen walked side by side. Obviously, the other party had entered the university longer than himself.
He must have some knowledge of the nearby area.
He then opened his mouth and asked where there was a high number of Imperial Beasts in the vicinity, as well as what was the situation with that foreign race.
Li Wen pondered for a moment before speaking.
Places with a large number of Imperial Beasts, in fact, they are all roughly similar in number. The Broken Soul Mountain range there is okay. Although he didn't know why Lin Shu was asking this, he still answered truthfully. High-grade Imperial Beasts didn't like to live in groups like they did at lower levels. They all had a strong sense of territory, and there was usually only one Imperial Beast occupying the range. If they seized the territory, then it was a provocation to it, so it would be easy for them to kill each other. After all, a mountain cannot tolerate two tigers.
Informing Lin Shu of these remarks,
Lin Shu nodded. Such a situation was in line with the habits of those high-level Imperial Beasts. It was just a pity that he couldn't brush up on his proficiency like before. However, he also made a note of that soul-breaking mountain range, so he would go over there in the future to see what the situation was like.
Thanks.
Li Wen didn't care, these were just some rough news. Then he began to explain where that foreign race came from. That foreign race was also expelled by us from the Broken Soul Mountain range. There is a vast area there, and there are quite a few spiritual objects as well as a lot of internal spirits, and quite a few foreign race Imperial Beast Masters will search for treasures in the interior.
I see, it seems like that Soul Break Mountain range is really a good place to go.
Regardless of whether it was Imperial Beasts or foreign races, they all piled up in that area. Looking at the Dan Red-White Crane below Li Wen, the level was at level 58.
Then he inquired. How is the environment there with the level of the Imperial Beasts?
At this Li Man smiled. As far as he could go, it could be anything too dangerous. Lin Shu also thought too highly of himself. That place was fixed by the school's vice principal. It has a boundary inside, and Imperial Beasts over level 70 and Imperial Beastmasters with a spirit level over the 7th rank can't go in.
Otherwise I wouldn't have the guts to go there.
Oh, the school was considerate, not just giving pressure, but also thoughtfully adding a few restrictions.
This kind of environment was suitable for students who were new to the university. No wonder Li Man was traveling in a group of 3. I see. This kind of place is very suitable for oneself.
Lin Shu, add a contact.
We can go together next time.
With that, he pulled out his cell phone, and Lin Shu didn't refuse. Li Man was ecstatic inwardly, he knew all about Lin Shu's genius deeds. Now that there was an opportunity to make friends, of course he couldn't miss it. This kind of Imperial Beast genius, I'm afraid it won't take half a year for his strength to surpass his own.
Chapter 127 Preparations Before Evolution. After waving goodbye to Li Man and Chu Yu,
Lin Shu returned to his villa. Black Knight and Violet Eyes each stood in place, neither of them bothering to exercise their skills. Earth Yao, on the other hand, was honestly sitting on the sidelines, not competing. Lying on the soles of his feet, his eyes fluttered and he couldn't help but look at Lin Shu. Obviously, both of them wanted to progress too much. However, Lin Shu just glanced at them a few times and didn't bother with them first for the time being. He began to organize all the rewards from this trip. The first thing was the reward of credits, because of the accidents caused by the appearance of the foreign race. Li Man had privately compensated Lin Shu and Chu Yu with 50 credits for their moral damages, which was not a small amount.
There were also 200 credits given by Lu Gue.
Together with this mission, the total harvest was 260 credits, which was not bad. The credits were not as hard to earn as the forums said.
Then there was the alien's trophy.
There was a gray cloth bag the size of a bomb on its body. Its effect was similar to a spatial ring, it was a storage prop. The internal spirit of the user is bound, the alien died, naturally can be opened at will. Lin Shu was cautious during the period and did not open it without authorization. Instead, he consulted his mentor. In case this alien race has hidden a backhand in it, it would not be good to be sneak attacked by a sinister spirit. The ancient cryptozoology replied quickly, satisfied with this, and Lin Shu was able to consider it so thoroughly. However, this kind of tactic wouldn't appear here, so it wouldn't be dangerous. Besides, with a spirit that was less than the spiritual enlightenment level, it wouldn't be able to do any backstabbing at all. At this, Lin Shu then put his heart down, immersing his mind into it. In the blink of an eye, he felt a space the size of a computer desk. There was a lot of clutter in it, basically some bottles and jars, poisons, and concealed weapons and clothing. Looking at the font above, he who had just learned quite a few alien characters. Thinking for a while, then recognized, this is the Imperial Beast rations, or that kind of general goods. As for the spirit and what high-value Imperial Beast materials, or secret methods, it was all completely absent, making Lin Shu quite helpless. It seemed that this foreign race had quite a few poor people in this other world. After all, it was imprisoned in this heaven and earth by the Central State University. Grinding for the students. How much richer could it be? Not to mention those insidious and cunning secret techniques that were carried on the body to be gotten by others. Wouldn't that be funding the enemy? Lin Shu thought about all this since the current environment and conditions of the foreign race. So when he met these afterward, he didn't have to hold out much hope. There were no good things at all. Only that space bag has some value. Throwing it aside casually, Lin Shu didn't look at it much. Instead, he checked his proficiency. Although today had ended hastily, the sporadic Imperial Beasts had still allowed him to gain a lot. Together with yesterday's leftovers, the number of proficiencies now came to 1742. It was enough for Violet Eye's evolution. Without hesitation, he directly spent 1,288 proficiency points to purchase the evolution pathway of the Thundering Steed Shadow. Instantly, there were steps about the evolution therein as well as points to note and materials required. All sorts of things, all of which were known to Lin Shu. It also made him subconsciously glance at Violet Eyes. The latter took a look. This is stable, I'm going to evolve. Hiss. Hiss. It hissed with its head high, its voice loud and long. The horse's hooves were facing upwards, constantly swaying from side to side. It was enough to see how excited Violet Eyes was. Black Knight and Earth Obsidian's battle power was strong again, and they were both evolved forms. Normally, they made him envious, and he wanted to evolve as well, going up to the battlefield to help Lin Shu, and his own quest to become stronger had never faded. Now, it was finally time to begin. Quickly came to the side, with a large horse head carefully and gently arch into Lin Shu's stomach. This scene Earth Yao watched twisting his head, some strange, how is the pony so strange today? Black Knight Eyes turned constantly. Forget it, Big Master, I just added some points yesterday, so I'll let you have it today. You little pony looked strange and pitiful, and then walked out of here and went to the equipment room alone. After casually kneading him a bit, Lin Shu told him to stand well to the side and not to disturb for the time being. The latter naturally did as he was told and didn't dare to overstep his bounds. Immediately, he began to look at the materials required for its evolution. There were a total of 5. The higher the evolution method, the more materials it required. The same as the Lord quality, there is naturally a difference between high and low. 5th order Purple Thunder Bamboo, 5th order Flying Spirit Grass, Thunder Spirit Crystal, Heavenly Thunder Runestone, 5th order Flying Cloud Vine. Thunder and Flying Imperial Beast materials were fairly common. After all, these two types of Imperial Beasts were plentiful, it was the price that could be a bit exorbitant. Now that Lin Shu had some family money, he didn't care too much. He directly entered the Zhengzhou app and started searching in the school's official resource center. It was only the spirit items and materials used for Lord-level evolution. There was an extremely large amount of them. It was enough to see the solid capital of Zhengzhou University. Lin Shu easily found all the items. He then searched for a 6th-order spirit item called the Lightning Avoiding Spirit Soil. This was a material that could reduce the power of thunder in evolution. The evolution of the Violet Eyes needed to receive thunder impacts in the air. This kind of power was naturally terrifying, and even a 35th rank Imperial Beast would have a hard time resisting it. With the thunder-avoiding spiritual soil, it would be able to drop the damage by at least 50%. The power that had been abetted would be able to be borne by Violet Eyes. This was also a way to protect the Imperial Beast's life in the evolution pathway. Failure to evolve the violet eyes had the possibility of death. Without this protection, Lin Shu wouldn't dare to try it easily, and this evolution would have to be delayed for a while.
All joined and purchased together. 203 credits. The purchasing power of this credits was evident. These materials in terms of dasha coins, how can they cost at least 1000 W or more? The 3000 credits rewarded by his own top-tier special recruitment thought that it would be enough to support his use for a long time. There was a message on the top. It will be delivered in about an hour. Putting down the cell phone, he looked towards Violet Eyes, who was still obediently staying by his side, patting his robust spine. All right, things are almost ready. First, I'll add a point for you, and tomorrow, I'll evolve it for you. Hearing this, Violet Eyes jumped in place and spat out his tongue, happy like a 500-pound child. The remaining 454 points of proficiency were consumed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 4 points left. It was just enough to raise it to level 25 and meet the requirements for evolution. A steady stream of energy flowed freely through Violet Eye's body. Feeling his growing strength, his mind couldn't help but float. The scene of himself kicking Black Knight and punching Earth Obsidian, folding them all into submission and allowing his master to only add points to himself. Such a scene, just thinking about it made his mood surge. That somewhat sharp horse's mouth subconsciously grinned, revealing its snow-white teeth. Lin Shu saw and didn't know what this purple eye was thinking. Maybe the news of tomorrow's evolution made him more excited. And then he swayed his body like a dancer, swaying into the equipment room. Tomorrow will be the day of evolution, but this workout can't be missing. This kind of appearance and face made the Dark Knight a little upset. That pair of silver lights suddenly appeared on the blade, were somewhat unable to resist wanting to swing and cut. Earth Obsidian, on the other hand, was quietly hammering his defense, without too much expression, just heart for the purple eyes happy, as long as everyone can help the master. To whom to add points, he did not have any opinion. Chapter 128 Purple Eyes Evolution Lei Ling Jun Shadow. The next day at noon. Inside the kitchen on the first floor of the villa, Lin Shu prepared everyone's food on time. He had seen the effects in his heart over the past few days. It was really good. Not only could it quickly help the Imperial Beasts level up, the taste of the food itself was also praiseworthy and delicious. It was well liked by them. Lin Shu checked his phone and flipped through the forum to see if there was any interesting news. This year's University Cup didn't win the championship and once again stopped at the finals, so is Mordor University really so invincible? A man born between heaven and earth can't live under others for long. Who will be able to carry Central State University? There are a few things you have to know about the Soul Break Mountain Range. Congratulations! Senior Kong Chuanxiu has realized the mysteries of the beasts. There was quite a lot of content, and most of the things told in it were also things that Lin Shu was more interested in. From time to time, he looked at everyone's comments and replies. It also made Lin Shu gain a lot. Compared to high school, college life was more loose and free. In addition to some specialized and basic classes that needed to be taken within a month, almost all the time can go around. Allocation of time by oneself. But every year there will be an end-of-the-year assessment. Those who do not meet the standard are marked as failing. Students who get 2 failures will be dropped from the school. This was also a way for students not to think that they would rest easy after entering Central State University. It was also disguised to stimulate the students' motivation. As for the Imperial Beastmasters who were just muddling along and wasting their time, all of them should get lost. Those reward credits from the school are not that good. From the villa, Lin Shu rode the Purple Eyes. Lin Shu rode the Purple Eyes all the way on the green stone paved road. The speed was 3 times faster than usual. At this moment, they were going to the evolution room provided within the school. Yesterday, Lin Shu had already made an appointment with the time and place. Arriving at the entrance location, the evolution room occupied a huge area that could not be seen at a glance. The tall walls were cast from sturdy stone, exuding a heavy aura. The walls were carved with exquisite reliefs. The patterns were mostly related to imperial beasts. There were majestic dragon imperial beasts, as well as spiritually adorable imperial beasts. The sculptures were lifelike. At the entrance was a huge stone door that was wide open. There was a stone house on the side, where Lin Shu needed to register his information in order to receive a key to enter. Every student of Central State University would have the opportunity to use the evolution room for free once every 6 months. Lin Shu was using this free opportunity this time. This free one, he was the incense. Walking inside the stone house. A banded game sound could then be heard. 4 belts and 2 pairs. An old man sat on top of a recliner, shaking and playing with his cell phone. Seeing someone come in, the old man got up and came to sit by the computer on the other side. Student ID. The attitude was unhurried, only his eyes were always fixed on top of that cell phone. Lin Shu handed the thing over. It was soon verified successfully. The old man took out one from the key rack on the side and threw it to him. Remember, return it after use. Otherwise, the extra time will automatically deduct your credits when the time comes. Thanks, I know. After saying that, Lin Shu drew away, heading to the location he had reserved. The old man waved his hand and returned to his recliner to continue his game. Walking through the spacious and bright passageways, the interior light of many rooms shone brightly. There were also quite a few students with imperial beasts rubbing shoulders with Lin Shu in the passageway. Everyone appeared extremely busy, as if they were office workers in their previous life. Doing things in a hurry. Using the panel, he looked at everyone's imperial beast level. The average was above level 50. Currently, there hadn't been any existences seen that were lower than Lin Shu's imperial beast level. Worthy of being a top university, the quality was just high. Moving along, he soon arrived at the location. Pushing open the purple door, he entered it. The room then automatically lit up, and the overall environment surfaced in Lin Shu's eyes. The grounds were huge, especially the height. It had about 100 meters, and looking upwards, one could still see a few clouds floating in it. Right in the center was a purple orb, hanging high up in it, and from time to time there were blue arcs of electricity flashing in it. The interior of the general evolution room are all sort of the same. Only the degree of refinement and the effect, to be far stronger than the previous time in the Plum Lake Island. Violet Eyes spread her wings and was already a little impatient. Black Knight was lacking in interest, lying lazily on the smooth floor and squinting. The hill-like earth obsidian stood beside Lin Shu, dutifully guarding Lin Shu's safety. In response, Lin Shu did not hesitate. Out of thin air appeared a bowl of purple, somewhat blackish thick liquid, along with a brush. It was filled with lightning attribute elements, and explosive power flowed within. These were the effects of the 5 materials polished into juice. The process of evolving the Violet Eyes this time was a bit tedious. It required Lin Shu to take this juice and evenly apply it all over the top of the purple eye's body surface. In this way, he could better induce the energy in his body to complete this evolution. Dipping into the somewhat purple and blackish juice, Lin Shu was ready to begin. Violet Eyes tiptoed around, not daring to make any drastic movements on his body. These things had already been said to him yesterday, so naturally, he had to strictly follow them. When the brush fell, it was a tingling sensation that was transmitted. All sorts of energies converged and attracted in it. Lin Shu's expression was serious, one stroke falling with concentration. The horse's back, wings, legs, hair and so on. All of them were stained with the sticky juice, completely changing the original snow-white appearance. In this regard, this procedure was also considered completed. ZZZ. Strands of electric current rode recklessly on the surface. It flickered with a faint light as well as sound. Although the body was painfully itchy, it still didn't dare to move around. That horse's legs were trembling a bit. Darkness stood up at this moment, watching this scene with interest. Little fellow, it's only been a few minutes and he's in this posture. Such a scene was inevitable. Taking out a palm-sized piece of dark gray soil mass, Purple Eyes opened his big mouth and directly swallowed all of this lightning avoidance spirit soil. The texture was fine and smooth, with little flavor, like sand that instantly reached the abdomen. At this moment, a faint earth-colored shimmering light emerges. Purple Eyes, the tingling sensation immediately dissipated, apparently has been neutralized by that lightning spirit soil. The basic content is all completed. Now is the best time to evolve. Lin Shu looked at the Violet Eyes and said, "Go on. The power of that thunder will be scaled down, but it's still not to be underestimated. Just hold on." In response, Violet Eyes nodded heavily. In order to become stronger, no matter what kind of difficulties and setbacks, he could accept them all and overcome them, turning them into nutrients for him to become stronger. Immediately after that, there was a gust of wild wind dancing, and Violet Eye's figure appeared high above the sky in the twinkling of an eye, waiting for the next baptism of thunder. The purple orb that hangs at the top of the sky receives the energy from the surface of the Violet Eyes. In the blink of an eye, a purple light appeared. A dangerous and violent aura emanated out. The originally white and flawless clouds, at this moment also violently black. It seemed like there was a dangerous aura brewing in it. The Violet Eyes were on standby, and his face was serious to the extreme. Next, was the impact of the thunder. Bang! A muffled sound of thunder was emitted as if it was an explosion with some loud bangs. The purple thunder light sped swiftly. It turned into a black line. In an instant, it hit the blackened figure in the air. Chapter 129. Your evolution. My evolution seems different? The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. In an instant, Violet Eye's robust body shook. A blackened and charred wound appeared directly on his back. Huge amounts of violent thunder elements were moving freely within the body, sweeping everything inside. However, at the heart, there was a transparent purple crystal the size of a grain of rice. It leaped forward, attracting all the thunder elements that entered the body. Strengthening itself, purple-blue light flickers constantly within it. Careful observation can be found in the abdomen of the purple eyes. There is a weak light. In the face of this purple crystal, thunder is like an air that wants to return to its father's embrace. It swarmed around, rushing to enter it. The violent atmosphere instantly became gentle. This purple crystal was Purple Eye's talent, Purple Lightning Thunder Source. This talent was not only able to increase the power of thunder skills and store thunder elements. It was even able to directly absorb thunder and turn it into its own, becoming the nutrients for its enhancement. The same was true for the thunder attribute skills of the Imperial Beasts. Not only could it reduce the damage it caused, it could also absorb the energy and heal itself. It could be said that the Violet Eyes with this talent had already transformed into thunder itself. The pain disappeared in the blink of an eye, closely followed by that unspeakably wonderful feeling. Every cell in the body was immersed in a warm embrace. Violet Eye's originally somewhat nervous mood also became tranquil and serene. Immediately, Violet Eyes opened her eyes and her face was ecstatic. Actually so hung? Not worthy of being me. Eyes full of light looked toward the purple orb above that was still accumulating energy. Thunder, I want you to help me cultivate. Immediately after that, he shook his wings and flew directly to the position a little below the purple orb in the sky. Not caring about the dangerous aura that covered the area. Waiting for the next leakage of energy. This momentary change was seen in the eyes of Lin Shu below. Lin Shu was also a bit surprised. The talent of the Violet Eyes was actually strong to this extent. When it really is marvelous. The originally graceful Black Knight suddenly had his eyes rounded in some disbelief. Your evolution, my evolution, how come it seems to be different? Then what is the bitterness I have suffered? At once, he was not happy. The Violet Eyes were like a spring breeze above, although taking the attack made his skin split open and he would suffer some fleshly pain. But subsequently, he could then use his talent to turn it into pure energy, mending injuries and leveling up. By the way, it would make his body tougher, and there would be a huge increase in defense. This way down, this evolution, Violet Eye's strength would have been tremendously strengthened. Let's just ask you, a meaty and high output mage appears in front of you. How would you be able to deal with it? This evolution that could have ended in just 1 hour. It was delayed to a full 5 hours. Who would have thought that there were actually Imperial Beasts that could last this long under the baptism of Berserk Thunder? That purple ball of light was dull in color, and it was obvious that there was not a single drop left. On the contrary, looking at the purple eyes, apart from the fact that its fur was a little scorched all over, the entire beast was radiant. The muscles were high and bulging, and there was even a color of anticipation in his eyes. Come down, there's nothing left. Invoke the energy, evolve. Lin Shu's voice appeared. This guy was a bit greedy. What if the orb was sucked and blown up later? The Violet Eyes returned to the ground reluctantly, looking at the purple orb from time to time. There was some complaining. It was really useless. However, it was quickly put behind them. The benefits he had gained were already large enough. Invoking the energy that flowed like a stream within his body. A circle of violet blue light immediately wrapped around the entire body of Violet Eyes. The extreme light flickered within. It was like a large incandescent light being used. Now this step was already the simplest step in the evolutionary session. There would hardly be any possibility of failure. Half an hour passed. There was once again a reaction in the white light. Blue-purple electric arcs shot out like a thunder snake. Falling on top of the surrounding floor, many bowl-sized craters appeared under the tremendous power. The lightning attribute energy in the internal space instantly boiled and became active, greeting the arrival of something. At once, the white light disappeared. A brand new figure appeared in it. The appearance of the purple eyes changed drastically. Its figure became even taller and taller, with smooth muscle lines. It was as if it was a sculpture forged from thunder. Mysterious blue electric light shone around it. Each ray of light was like a spiritual silk thread that danced in the air. The mane was no longer snow white, but turned azure blue similar to lightning. Essence light flickered above it as if it were floating blue flames. The eyes were like two dazzling sapphires, deep and dangerous. The four hooves stepped on the ground, leaving behind an arc of electricity, each step triggering the manifestation of lightning. The body was covered with complex and mysterious lightning patterns, like an ancient totem, emitting a deadly aura. The feathered wings also became wider and more ornate, with thunder intertwined above them. Without meaning to flap them, they brought up storms and lightning. Violet Eyes stood there like a messenger of thunder and lightning, imposing and intimidating to look at. Feeling his rejuvenated body. Then he came directly to Lin Shu's side. Lowering his head, he allowed it to be stroked. Casually rubbing the azure blue hairs on it, a tingling sensation had come. These were the energies that covered its body. Lin Shu opened the panel of his violet eyes. He was looking forward to the great change this time. Name: Thundering Stallion Shadow. Level: LV 27 125 270. Level limit: LV 100+. Status: Excitement. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Flight Thunder. Talent: Purple Electricity Thunder Source Beginner 121 200. Skills: Beginner Rush Beginner 1430, Air Attack Beginner 19300, Feather Cut Beginner 2830, Electric Spark Subtle 125 200. Intermediate Lightning Strike Beginner 960, Feather Strike Beginner 1160, Winged Guardian Beginner 1160, Thrilling Thunder Slash Beginner 160, Shield of Lightning Beginner 160. Advanced Lightning Path Beginner 180, Cross Lightning Beginner 180. What an exaggeration, draining the energy inside the purple ball. It actually allowed Purple Eyes to directly jump 2 levels to level 27.5. The proficiency of the talent Purple Lightning Thunder Source has also risen. It was thought that the energy within it wasn't simple, but it would be fine to compensate with credits later on. As long as one could raise the strength of one's Imperial Beast, a little expense was naturally unavoidable. Looking at the 4 skills that were awakened after the evolution. 2 intermediate and 2 advanced. Thunder Light Shield was a defense skill, barely. Thunder Slice and Cross Lightning are melee attack skills and ranged attack skills respectively. They are not bad. The most powerful also belongs to the Path of Lightning. After using both can increase the speed of the beast. After using the path can also cause a small attack damage, can be said to be both offensive and defensive. It's just that the Purple Eyes contract was a bit late. Skills are a bit unable to keep up, and now there is only the primary electric sparks that can barely be taken. But now also have some fighting ability. But far less than Black Knight and Earth Obsidian. Riding on the back of the Violet Eyes, a faint blue light emerges, galloping in the high altitude. It turned into a blue stream of light that kept sliding in the air. This evolution, the speed above had increased by at least 30% or more. The time it usually took to hurry would also be reduced. Since his evolution was successful, Lin Shu didn't stay too long. He immediately pushed the door and left. In the stone house outside, the old man was still holding his cell phone in his left hand, playing a game. Lin Shu informed the news that the energy in the room had dried up, and purposely stated that it was caused by himself. The latter casually said that he knew and didn't ask any more questions. Seeing this, Lin Shu didn't say anything more, so he said hello and left with the Imperial Beast. His own information was also entered, and at that time, if compensation was needed. If you need to compensate for it, just deduct it directly from your credits. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Lin Shu leave. There was a slight look of amazement on his face. Letting out a light laugh, he then continued to devote himself to the game. Chapter 130: Entering the Soul-Breaking Mountain Range. It was already evening when they returned to the villa. Violet Eyes was still unusually excited at this moment due to the fact that it had just evolved. It was also bold. It actually tentatively initiated a one-on-one duel towards Black Knight and Earth Obsidian. The result was naturally obvious. Pure was treated like a toy.
Black Knight made his eyes clear with a single slash. Earth Obsidian stood still, and the powerful thunder of the violet eyes couldn't break the defense in the slightest. In an instant, he was knocked back to the bottom and became much more honest.
Understanding the gap.
Lin Shu didn't stop when he saw this scene. After this, Violet Eye's desire for strength would only grow.
After simply preparing food for them,
a message came from his cell phone all of a sudden.
At a glance, it was from Li Man. I took on a mission to collect materials. Need to go to the Soul Break Mountain Range, any interest in coming along?
After reading the message, Lin Shu combined the information he had previously learned in the forums and began to think. Although the Soul Break Mountain Range was a piece of treasure, the dangers in it weren't exactly few. Not to mention the high-grade imperial beasts that lurked within. The insidious and cunning foreign races also needed to be guarded against as well. And Lin Shu needed to brush up on his proficiency. At the moment, with his own strength, he wasn't strong enough to act recklessly in it. Then the best and most stable method was to go in a group. After thinking about it, he replied.
Yes, when tomorrow? How many people are there now?
The opposite party immediately replied.
Currently I've invited you. The follow-up is planning on inviting Chu Yu. The three of us should be enough as well. Noon is fine, the meeting point is at the city gates. This configuration was not too bad.
After all, as long as one did not go deep into it, the danger was not too great.
No problem. At noon, I'll be on time. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow.
The two soon ended their conversation and finalized the matter. As for the mission that Li Man had mentioned, Lin Shu also had an understanding of it. It was divided into two parts.
One was the missions within the school.
The types were exploring otherworldly perils, firstborn primary otherworlds, cleaning up beast tides, and so on. The difficulty of this kind of mission was generally high and required a lot of strength. Therefore, they were all taken over by the seniors and sisters of the junior and senior years. The rewards were naturally more generous, and as long as the mission was released, the quota would soon be snatched up. The second was a type of mission initiated by the students themselves. Most of them were to collect some materials that were not available within the school, imperial beasts, and corpses or body parts. It wasn't too difficult, and could be accomplished even if one had just enrolled in school. However, in terms of remuneration, it was a bit unsatisfactory. Credits were a rare commodity, except for the school handing them out and trading them between students. There is basically no way to obtain them. As for the dasha coins for credits, there was no such thing. What Li Man had picked up was obviously the second kind. This was also one of the ways that students generally acquired credits. Lin Shu opened the app and searched through the mission hall. See if there were any smooth tasks he could take on. Getting a little bit of credits wasn't bad either. Unfortunately, this was a shock without browsing. What are all these requirements? To use an analogy, it was trying to buy a small car for the price of an electric car. It's really a lot of flowers. No wonder no one has taken it even though it's been hanging for so long. I'm afraid that the good quests have just come out, and they've already been taken in seconds. Since there weren't any, then it was over. Anyway, Lin Shu's first goal was still to brush up on his proficiency, so all of this was incidental. With that, he returned to the second-floor bedroom and prepared to rest. There were no words for the rest of the night. At this moment, at the gate of the city, Lin Shu had arrived here 5 minutes early. In front of him, Chu Yu and Li Wen were already waiting on the side. Looking at Lin Shu, who had come face to face, the two of them revealed smiles and greeted. Coming. You guys came quite early. Came early for the meeting. The two had relaxed expressions and replied casually. Since we're all here, let's set off. Li Wen didn't make too much small talk and decisively said. Lin Shu and Chu Yu were similarly of the same mind. The three of them mounted their imperial beasts and followed the footsteps towards their destination. The Broken Soul Mountain Range was not too far from the city's location. Normally, a level 50 or so flying imperial beast would be able to arrive in an hour. The Violet Eyes had a great increase in speed because it had just evolved. Without being thrown too far behind, it steadily followed behind. After a period of time, it was reached. The rolling mountain peaks were like a giant python winding its way into the sky. The peaks were steep and treacherous, with jagged rocks. It was just that the color tone was very different from the unusual mountain peaks and woods. The overall scene was a dark color. Even the trees and branches were colored so. The black rocks emitted a cold glow in the sunlight. When one stepped into this land, one felt a bit eerie. It was filled with an aura of danger. The three of them landed on a flat black land, looking at everything in front of them. Lin Shu was unchanged. This place was somewhat similar to the realm of extreme darkness, but in terms of eerie, it was still much worse. This is the entrance to the Soul Break mountain range. Let's just look around the periphery and not go deeper into it. Of course. 2. Obviously Li Man was also a bit wary of this place. There was no objection to this, it was originally planned that way before coming. The goal of this quest is the corpses of the black-scaled beetle. A total of 5 are needed. A total of 75 credits. When the time comes, the three of us will split it equally. In this regard, Lin Shu had read the information on the black-scale armor bug. This was a Dark System Imperial beast. Its flesh and scales were of considerable help to the Dark System, and its effects even exceeded those of spirit creatures of the same rank. Because of its superior hiding means, it was extremely difficult to find, so the price was slightly higher. After confirming, the three of them stepped towards the interior. The soul-severing mountain range covered a huge area, and as far as the eye could see, it was as if there was no border to be seen. The air was full of energy, so it was no wonder that there were quite a few good-quality spirit creatures that appeared within it from time to time. Stepping into the valley, the sound of the wind was heard, but how this sound sounded was somewhat eerie. The three of them were cautious. There were too many things to guard against here. Let's just say that foreign race in this area is especially common. Even Li Man also encountered a lot. Often, they would fight to the death. Lin Shu rode on Purple Eye's body, and Earth Obsidian walked ahead smoothly and intently. Black Knight was looking around with a serious face, obviously understanding the dangers of this place. Li Wan and Shu Yu's Imperial beasts did the same, standing by, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, a black figure violently appeared from the black shrubs. The thick body was like a large black water pipe. The cold and merciless eyes kept scanning, seeing that there were too many people. Turning into a circle, he turned his head and wanted to escape. But this prey in hand, how can the Black Knight let it leave? This black python is one of the common imperial beasts in the Broken Soul mountain range, the sinister black python, and its quality is at the perfect level. As a python, it used toxins as its most outstanding means, making it somewhat special. This black poison python's level was as high as level 49. Its venom was cold and deadly, making it difficult for imperial beasts of the same level to resist. Lin Shu naturally wouldn't be careless. The level difference between the Black Knight and it was still a bit much. Chapter 131 Black-Scaled Beetle. Opening his mouth, he admonished Black Knight. Be careful, its toxin is very powerful. Li Wan and Chu Yu noticed movement at this moment and were about to make a move. The spirits began to sense, and then they let go of their hearts when they only found a sinister black python, letting the Black Knight out to finish it off. That mantis was particularly murderous, and it struck cleanly. These were also things that Chu Yu and Lin Shu had discovered after spending a few days together in that spirit land. But that was nothing. Since it liked it, then let it be. Seeing that it did not move, Li Man also stopped the command in his hands. Somewhat puzzled, he looked over. Seeing this, Chu Yu thought for a moment and came to his side. Explained it for him. It dawned on Li Man that this was a preference for killing and disliking being robbed of monsters. Then it would be good to leave the chance of falling imperial beasts in the back to Lin Shu to solve. Whoever kills is killing anyway, and it's excellent to retain some stamina. The violet eyes were a little restless below Lin Shu, and blue thunder arcs flickered. Obviously it was eager to go out and try its strength. Lin Shu interrupted him with a gentle tap. This level of imperial beast combat was not something he could participate in. It was better to wait for the next time. There was a good opportunity to strike. The Black Knight flashed like a black light, the silver-white blade followed, and the sinister black python that was quickly escaping in front of him felt a burst of coldness arriving. Ice-cold snake pupils feel some indignation. Really bully snake too much? Really think they are good bully? Stop escape action. Agile body can avoid the white blade. Reveal two sharp and slender fangs, mouth slightly open. It is purple venom instantly like a water column attack. Above the breath stench, with strong corrosion, as long as contacted, will instantly corrode. In the face of this dangerous purple venom, Black Knight turned his body and skillfully dodged it. In the somewhat disbelieving gaze of the sinister black python, it suddenly accelerated. Without even closing its mouth, it had already arrived at its side. The silver-colored sharp knife flashed with white light and fell into its emotionless pupils. When he was about to resist, he felt that something had easily entered his body. When he lowered his head, he found a bloody hole. Its defense, in front of the dark night, as if nothing. Immediately on the verge of dying, about to become a corpse. Black Knight didn't rush forward, but continued to chop out several blades of chi, one after another. It did not stop until it was chopped into pieces. Li Man and Chuyu raised their eyebrows. Lin Shu's imperial beast strength was indeed exaggerated. That fifth-rank sinister black python was killed in just a few moments. This strength, even compared to them, wasn't much worse. The cautious behavior of the Black Knight in the back was also no problem. This was the way to deal with this kind of imperial beast. 49 points of proficiency had successfully arrived. Lin Shu looked out over the distant valley, feeling more and more that this was a piece of precious land. Black Knight quickly flew back, his face indifferent. Hooking his eyes with his eyes, he waved his head towards Violet Eyes. The meaning was obvious. That is, dish you practice more. Violet Eyes' eyes dodged, not daring to meet his eyes. The current him had no way to resist. The little episode ended, and the three of them continued to head towards the middle of the valley. This area was not the location of the black-scaled beetle. At this moment, a large river with raging water appeared in front of them. The river was as black as ink, emitting a bizarre aura. The water waves rushed and roared, surging up like black beasts dancing crazily. The sunlight sprinkled above the water, but it was unable to penetrate the thick darkness. Gazing at the black river, an inexplicable uneasiness enveloped his heart. This is the Black Water River. It runs through the middle of this soul-severing mountain range. Crisis abounds within it, and sometimes there are even foreign races hiding within, attacking passing students and snatching imperial beast resources. Shuyu nodded his head in agreement, clearly also sensing that there were quite a few strong auras below. Lin Shu's eyes flickered, penetrating below. Sure enough, as Li Man had said, the bottom was filled with water-type imperial beasts scattered in all directions. A panel of attributes was clearly visible. The grades were quite high, all around the 6th rank. It's really good, a good place to brush proficiency here after leveling up later. The three of them carefully flew past this side of the Black Water River one by one. Leaving this range. Deeper and deeper into this valley. As Li Man had said, the number of high-level imperial beasts was not too many. They were all scattered and dominating an area. Along the way, the three of them searched for the black-scaled armor bug's whereabouts. All the while, they collected the spirit items hidden in the crevices. In this regard, Li Man was much more skillful than Lin Shu and Chu Yu. This half a year of mingling was not for nothing. Even though it was only about 4th-rank spirit items to start with, it was better than nothing. His family was not thick and he was already satisfied. The interior naturally had more advanced spirit items. However, the wild high-ranked spirit creatures would be devoured by the guarding imperial beasts once they matured. If it didn't mature, then it would stand guard and attack enemies who wanted to snatch the spirit. On the way, Black Knight hunted and killed a few imperial beasts that attacked on their own initiative or stumbled upon them. The level was around the 5th rank and were still easily taken down, allowing Lin Shu to gain a lot of proficiency. Walking through the black jungle, even though it was daytime, this visibility was still not high. The imperial beasts within the Broken Soul Mountain range were basically of the same black color, perfectly blending in with the environment, and it was hard to spot them without careful observation. Stepping on the somewhat compacted land, Lin Shu's original pace stalled. In the middle of his field of vision, a huge black tree that was waist-length attracted him. There was a black scale beetle hidden inside. From time to time, Lin Shu would probe around to look for it as he traveled, and it finally allowed him to come across one. When the two of them, Li Wan and Chu Yu, saw Lin Shu stop, they immediately looked grave and probed their surroundings. Could it be that the foreign races had come? Or was there some other danger? In an instant, they entered a state of readiness. Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling that there was no danger. Coming beside the two, he spoke softly. There are black-scaled beetles in that tree. There was some movement inside just now. It was coincidentally seen by me. The two didn't find anything though. But still, they trusted Lin Shu, just a short time together. It was enough to see his character, extremely stable. Never doing that kind of thing without certainty.
As the direction of the finger went, the giant black tree was somewhat conspicuous. Lin Shu's eyes signaled Black Knight, and the latter immediately understood.
Turning into a black shadow, he rushed over. Violet Eyes also took small, broken steps and went forward to press the line. Earth Yao, on the other hand, didn't move and guarded Lin Shu's side.
Li Wen and Chu Yu also commanded their imperial beasts.
Surrounding outside that area, they prevented the black-scaled armored insects from escaping.
As an Earth-Dark dual attribute, it was like a fish out of water in this environment. Without paying the slightest attention, it went deep into the ground and disappeared. Ka! A cold aura had fallen in an instant, and the waist-length tree was instantly split into two.
A basketball-sized brown beetle rushed out at once. The body was circular, and the color of the armor above it was black and brown intermingled. Immediately stretching out, it revealed many sections of limbs that were strong and powerful. It seemed to notice that the situation was not right. Then curled up together, directly then quickly rolled up, like a solid black ball.
Obviously want to retreat quickly.
But it is not easy to meet the target of the mission.
How can it easily let it leave?
The Black Knight was the first to come out and refuse. The raging, biting blade aura pointed directly at the black-scaled armor bug.
Chapter 132 Knights return to silence.
The black-scaled armored insect's soul was in danger, and the feeling of death pulsed in its heart. It could only utilize its greatest strength as much as possible to escape from the hunters that were chasing it to the side. Several white streaks were as fast as lightning. The sharp and deadly energy directly entered the black-scaled armor bug.
His fairly good defensive armor was instantly pierced through.
A gaping hole deep into the flesh and bone was clearly visible. Its eyes were filled with terror and helplessness.
This time, it was dead. There was nothing wrong with this feeling in the slightest. Black Knight looked at the rapidly approaching figures of the Ice Spirit Soaring Eagle and the Dan Red-White Crane.
With that skill that was waiting to be released.
Direct fire, a touch of invisible blade instantly split down.
But bizarrely no sound, there is just that air invisible ripple fluctuations unfold. But in an instant it appeared in the abdomen of the black-scaled armor bug and chopped it down.
Let it directly lose its life.
This was the powerful effect of the spatial skill Spatial Chaos Chop.
The invisible blade, under Black Knight's control, directly appeared in front of the enemy.
After this period of strenuous exercise, it was considered an achievement, and its power was no less powerful even than the blade she strike. And it was so mysterious and unpredictable that it was hard to dodge even if one was prepared. Any enemy who met this move would have an extreme headache. Black Knight stood in the air, the scene in front of him satisfied him.
Li Man and Chu Yu did not notice anything.
This kind of scene had already happened many times just now, there was nothing different. Even if it was a level 50 Imperial Beast, he could instantly kill it with a single slash. Not to mention this black-scaled armor bug that was only level 46.
What a meticulous observation, this can even be discovered by you.
Li Man sighed in admiration as he opened his spatial ring to collect the corpse of the black-scaled armor bug.
Indeed.
Chu Yu did the same. Lin Shu's keenness surprised him.
Happened to see it. Luck is quite alright, not seeing it wrongly.
Lin Shu's expression remained unchanged, only looking ahead. Li Man did feel that what his mentor had said before was not exaggerated.
Even Lin Shu's performance and strength went beyond those remarks.
It was truly a pleasant surprise. The three of them didn't stay much longer, the sun was about to set at the moment.
There wasn't much time left to gather, so they needed to speed up. Night was not a good time to explore.
Next, with Lin Shu's help in searching. 3 more black-scaled armor bugs were soon searched for, and as long as he worked hard tomorrow, he would be able to complete the task. This was also considered the easiest time he had accomplished so far.
It was also thanks to Lin Shu, otherwise it was just him and Chu Yu. It was considered lucky to find one today.
Darkness gradually enveloped the area. The moon appeared, and a soft, dull light fell. The 3 of them had already exited the soul-severing mountain range. They had arrived at a simple campsite. There were quite a few wooden huts inside. They were scattered all around. Some of them were brightly lit, and above the road, a few students could be seen talking on the side. Obviously, these people were just like Lin Shu and the others, staying inside the soul-severing mountain range during the day to adventure or complete missions. Because of the large number of people, security was guaranteed. The foreigners didn't dare to sneak up on them, they couldn't afford to mess with so many Imperial Beast Masters.
But if they were inside the Soul Break Mountain range, it was completely different. There was always the danger of losing their lives. Unless they were strong enough, everyone would choose to come to this camp to rest and recuperate. This is the campground, just choose one at random. We'll rest for the night and head there tomorrow.
After saying that, he brought Lin Shu and Chu Yu into the interior.
Lin Shu chose a wooden hut at random. After greeting the duo, he entered it. Their rooms were on either side, not too far away.
Entering the interior, the space was dim, and Lin Shu took out a light source stone. It immediately brightened up, and the furnishings in the wooden house were simple.
A wooden bed, a few benches and a table.
There were no other items, but the space was huge, with about 100 square meters. Lin Shu first arranged for them to be fed and have a full meal. After a day, the energy and stamina consumption was still relatively large.
After a few moments, that huge amount of food was wiped out.
Black Knight and Violet Eyes looked at Lin Shu with burning gazes, the meaning in their eyes self-evident.
Tu Yao was calmly sitting on top of the wooden planks and waiting quietly.
Lin Shu told the two of them to stay calm, and directly checked today's harvest.
Proficiency, 1225. After a busy day, the harvest was good. Although it wasn't as good as the spirit field, this place was better in terms of stability.
As he looked towards the darkness, he spent 800 points of proficiency to raise his level to 44.
Right now, Lin Shu's plan was to mainly use Black Knight as the leader, Earth Obsidian second, and Violet Eyes third.
Everyone had meat to eat, it was just a matter of whether to eat meat or drink soup.
Black Knight's body surface appeared with a long black aura, which meant that it had comprehended the skill. Without hesitation, Lin Shu directly opened the panel and checked it out. Name, Ecliptic Hunter. Level, LV 441440. Level limit, LV 100+. Status, healthy. Quality, Lord. Attribute Dark Space. Talent, Void Walking Great Achievement 16800.
Skills, Beginner Strong Attack Subtle 16200, Fast Movement Perfect 3850, Heavy Strike Beginner 1120, Sharp Blade Passive Perfect 3150, Spinning Arm Chop Subtle 19200, Space Storage Subtle 1530, Shadow Sphere Beginner 920, Shadow Ball Beginner 920. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill Beginner 2140, Wind Blade Sleight 4160, Blade Air Strike Instinct, Darkness Binding Beginner 1140, Space Chaos Chop Subtle 88400, Darkness Shelter Beginner 180. Advanced Night Phantom Beginner 680, Dark Entanglement Beginner 580.
Super Grade Knights Return Beginner 160. Arcana, Golden Arcana 0.015%. What a big enough surprise, the Black Knight doesn't strike a chord.
Even though he didn't comprehend the advanced skills at the time of evolution, it turned out that he wanted to comprehend the super rank now. The effect of the quality's subsequent influence was really huge. The Black Knight comprehended an intermediate and a super rank skill. It was also the first of Lin Shu's Imperial Beasts to realize a super rank skill. In terms of skill effects, Black Knight Shelter is a simple defense skill that has a slight increase in effect when it's dark. Compared to Night Silence, it was much more powerful.
This skill was considered a field skill. Even in the super rank skills, it was considered to be the best of the best. It could directly transform an area into a night scene.
It was accompanied by black mist, which could confuse the enemy's vision and increase the initiator's strength and speed. Can be said to be extremely suitable for dark attribute Imperial Beasts. Of course, the range and time of this cover is related to the skill proficiency and level of the Imperial Beast. The energy consumption required for this kind of skill could be imagined.
But comprehending it was a good thing. Jumping over the darkness, he looked at Earth Obsidian. You three, those of you who see it, spent 300 points of proficiency to reach level 35. Earth Obsidian's recent panel changes weren't really obvious.
In preparation for the subsequent evolution, Lin Shu changed his skill workout target to that fist blade. With 125 points remaining, it was just enough to upgrade Purple Eyes to level 28. Thanks to that purple orb as well as the help of the food. Otherwise, it would still be a few points short. This must not make it difficult for Violet Eyes. Today's harvest was evenly distributed. Although Violet Eyes was a bit sad, but his own strength was improved, that was a good thing.
Chapter 133 6th Grade Spirit Item Ink Shadow Spirit Bamboo Shoots.
The sun slowly rose and the time came to the next day. Today was Monday. Lin Shu received a message from Li Wan and walked out of the wooden house.
Although the environment here was a bit crude, it didn't affect rest.
Yesterday's sleep was quite comfortable.
Outside on the path, the two were already outside. Walked over.
Li Man shook his cell phone, some smiles appearing at the corners of his mouth.
Yesterday I informed that employer of today's harvest. He said that this black-scaled armor bug is in great demand. The more the merrier, the better, and each one in the back will be settled at 15 credits. This was not bad, anyway, for Lin Shu. This search did not take much effort. Instead, it made Chu Yu and Li Wen a little embarrassed. The two of them had contributed too little. Finding and killing, almost all the work was done by Lin Shu alone. This made them feel like assholes. Li Man scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed, and prepared to open his mouth to speak about this matter. This mission still relies mainly on you alone. When the time comes to return and turn in the credits earned after the mission, you'll take the lion's share. Chu Yu chimed in. Obviously he didn't have the face to take more. Such a mindset Lin Shu understood. Fine, let's talk about it when we get back. At this Lin Shu did not refuse. This thing called credits, one could never have too many. The two of them were like this, so they couldn't excuse themselves, so they might as well just take it. After the discussion was completed, the three of them didn't stay long. Riding the imperial beasts, they slowly rose up and traveled to the Soul Break mountain range. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the location of yesterday's black-scaled armor bug. Preparing for today's hunt. The few people searched the carpet along the way, all extraordinarily serious. Chu Yu and Li Wen didn't want to be the jerks who didn't do anything anymore, or else the credits were a bit hot to take. The effect was also immediate. Before noon, 5 black-scale armor bugs were found. It made Li Man smile continuously and was very happy. Their silhouettes continuously swept through the forest trees. At this moment, Chu Yu suddenly uttered a voice, but it was as small as a fine mosquito. You guys look there. With his finger, he pointed towards a huge open space in front of him. It was roughly 500 meters away. There was a man dressed in white robes. Clad in long hair, an iron-fisted savage bull guarded him like an elephant. He stood in place, his eyes looking towards the empty space. There was a black bamboo shoot, rising upwards from the ground. The dense dark energy drifted in all directions. As for the white-robed man, a few people knew at a glance that his identity was a Fey royal beast master. Hearing this, Lin Shu and Li Wen looked ahead. Their eyesight was similarly far beyond normal people, and they could see the things in the scene in front of them clearly. The three of them immediately entered a state of readiness, the appearance of a member of the foreign race in this area. It meant that there might be more in the vicinity. This matter had to be handled with caution. Chu Yu stared for a while longer and had some judgment. There is a 6th rank Spirit Ink Shadow Spirit shoot there. I think it's waiting for it to break out of the ground. Obviously, having studied the aspect of this spirit, he was able to call out the name straight away. Li Man nodded. He knew about this Ink Shadow Spirit bamboo shoot as well. It was also familiar with its effects as well as the collection conditions. There's still a bit of time left. When it completely emerges from the soil, that's when it will mature. But this sight, it always feels a bit strange. He wasn't the only one who felt something was wrong. Lin Shu did the same. His vision kept sweeping, looking at that surrounding scene. Sure enough, in the opposite side of the wooded forest, he found 3 imperial beasts that had been cultivated to perfection. With their attributes and skills, they didn't look like wild beasts at all. Obviously, the scene in front of them was a drama directed by the foreigners. There were also 3 Fey royal beast masters lurking in the shadows. In order to fish. One by one, Lin Shu checked the level panels of these imperial beasts. 54, 53, 54.53. It was pretty even in terms of strength, but clearly superior in numbers. It would be very unwise to rush in and grab them to meet the battle. Who knew if there were any backstops left behind by them within that area in the middle? None of this was known. Li Wen and Chu Yu were not too keen on grabbing this Ink Shadow Spirit bamboo shoot. After all, everyone's strength wasn't considered top-notch, so there was no need to risk their lives for it. Maintaining a sense of awe was the only way to go farther. Let's withdraw. Just stay out of it here. Fine. Lin Shu naturally didn't want to waste time here. Killing these foreign races or competing for the 6th rank spirit item wasn't a big boost to his strength. There was no need to take this risk to try, far better to brush up more proficiency himself. As Li Man spoke, he pulled out a red crystal the size of a pigeon egg from his pocket. Spirit was injected into it, and immediately the crystal blazed with red light. Seeing that the two were a bit curious, he explained. This little gadget can be used as a locator.
I joined a society. Enabling this means that there is a discovery of foreigners. Those who are in the vicinity can provide timely support to ensure safety. This thing had a practical effect, and everyone's minds were more active. Even this kind of thing was messed up. Alright, it's not too late, let's go. As the words fell, several people drew away. Without taking a few more glances ahead, the white-clothed foreigner looked back. It was obvious that he had long since discovered their position. His spirit equivalent rank was as high as the 5th rank, which could be said to go hand in hand with the strength of the imperial beast. Combined with the secret art enchantment, his perception was extremely strong, and he was almost able to probe an area of 1 kilometer in a radius. This group of students fell more and more vigilant. This fishing method seems to be somewhat less effective. But he was unwilling to give up. As the lower middle class among the foreigners, they had almost no access to resources. They can only rely on themselves to figure things out. Being targeted by the 4 brothers of Arwood family and still wanting to run. It's not that easy. What's more, there are only 3 people on the other side. They have the advantage in numbers, and one of them is even less than 5th rank in strength. After wandering around this realm for many days, Lin Shu's group was the most suitable candidate. Mu Yuan, Mu Feng, Mu Li, join me. Catch up with them and fight quickly. Obviously, this was a case of the soft not working and coming to the hard side. If they didn't really have no imperial beast resources in their hands, they wouldn't be willing to take this risk. After all, in the middle of this Soul Break mountain range, they, the Fey race, were the weaker party. But the best way to get the resources, that was to kill that Central State University student. Then, from amongst the wood, 3 figures scurried out. Yes, Big Brother. 3. The figures moved violently, and the 4 imperial beasts on the side brought up the wind and dust to rush forward. The breath was unreserved and poured out. With such a big commotion, the 3 Lin Shu people in front of them immediately reacted. In an instant, they were like enemies. The 4 imperial beasts were charging towards them in a furious manner. Several skills came along with their figures. Seeing this, Lin Shu frowned slightly. This bunch of foreigners, they were bold enough. They actually dared to intercept them in a dignified manner. He directly put the violet eyes into the contract space. This kind of battlefield around the 5th rank imperial beast was not something he could get involved in. He couldn't even stand the aftermath of the battle alone. Even Tu Yao was only barely participating in the battle. At this distance, there was no room for escape. In that case, it seemed that one could only be forced to respond to the battle. Let's see if we can find out where the other party's brokenness lies. Chapter 134: Energy Resonance and Rejuvenation. Let's stall. In 20 minutes at most, there will be members of the society to help. Li Man's eyebrows were a bit anxious, knowing that the current situation was a bit bad. The strength of the several foreigners on the opposite side was similar to his. So the first thought was not to crush the opposite party, but to wait for help. With one more person on the other side, the battle could easily go sideways. He himself would be the target of the siege. After all, he was the strongest. The Dan Red-White Crane and the Ice Spirit Flying Eagle stood at attention. Skills similarly poured out, fending off that upcoming attack. Shuyu's expression was quite normal. After all, he felt that the other party's aura was comparable to his own, and even had a hint of anticipation. This was the joy of seeing the hunt. This kind of battle that could bring him some danger to his life. It made him somewhat excited. Darkness wandered into the corner above, waiting for the time to attack. In less than half a minute, that alien quartet appeared in front of the trio. There was no unnecessary nonsense. In the midst of the roars, the melee had already begun. Invisible spiritual ripples burst out from it, and 4 spiritual impacts were made until the Dan Red-White Crane with ferocious firepower. Obviously they know, the other 3 people, only this 58-level Dan Red-White Crane is the most threatening. The rest is the Ice Spirit Flying Eagle is still a bit of a threat. As for the Black Knight's strength of less than level 50, the 4 of them did not have the slightest regard for it, just like a lamb to be slaughtered. After resolving this one, the battle would already be over. With a serious expression, Li Man mobilized his spirit and unleashed a defensive secret art to fend off his opponent's spiritual attacks. Barrier Art. Dan Hong uses Wind Shelter. Incidentally, he commanded his imperial beasts to carry out defensive means. Lin Shu and Shuyu also made their moves, each applying their own defensive secret arts to Dan Hong's White Crane. Invisible mental storms erupted within them. Although they had defensive attacks, it was obvious that the other party's means were superior. After all, their spirit level was far lower than the other four. The violent impact caused the Dan red-white crane to lose consciousness and stagger, as the green streaks of the net-like shelter wrapped it in. Obviously this was the shelter of wind released in advance. Good, the other party is no longer able to resist. Grab it and kill it. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corners of that white-clothed foreigner's mouth, as if he had already seen the death of that Dan red-white crane. The scene of taking down the other party as much as possible. Yes, big brother. The other three chimed in, similarly full of smiles, clearly feeling halfway to victory. Guiding their imperial beasts for the fiercest attack. Li Man's heart was burning with anxiety. What should he do with this kind of offense? At this moment, Lin Shu shouted loudly, and incidentally, his eyes guided the darkness, making a sneak attack. Earth Yao. The meaning of which was self-evident. Earth Yao made an immediate decision. A soul-shattering roar then followed. Roar. The roar that was rich in surging battle chi echoed through the forest trees. The impact that was difficult to contain caused the several imperial beasts on the other side to harden and stop for a second's time. This ability, similar to spiritual impact, couldn't help but make that white-clothed foreigner's brows furrow. Something didn't feel quite right. What kind of tactic was this? To actually be grasped by this weakest imperial beast master on the other side, it was really a bit of a shame. At this time, the battle situation was delicate, and they were clearly at a disadvantage, so Chuyu did not intend to stay his hand, or else the three of them would be in danger of losing their lives. Immersing himself in his heart, he directly unleashed his royal beast talon source force resonance. The ice spirit flying eagle's aura immediately rose, its raging breath unable to be concealed. The level was directly raised from 50 to 55. Becoming the first Q of this battle, its strength was second only to the Dan red-white crane. The air is covered with cold aura, the temperature suddenly lowered, a root like a huge stone pillar of ice prisms appeared in an instant. With faint snowflakes, it shot out like a sharp sword. The opponent's imperial beast is not a little cutie either. The opponent's royal beast was not a little cutie. It was only then that he would receive it. He directly drew back and dodged. Anyway, the other side of the white crane is already half dead, retreat is also retreat. Dan red-white crane at the moment endured the fierce attack of the four beasts, now extremely injured, blood splashed away. The original white feathers completely dyed red, above the flesh and blood has already disappeared, white bones exposed, if it is not with the wind of the shelter. If not for the support of the shelter of the wind, it would have been killed. Li Man's face is white with pain, the spirit of the red crane contract has been somewhat dimmed. However, it is good to hold out this round of attack, save life is a good thing. The green light appeared in the hand, gently thrown. It is directly to the front of the Dan red-white crane scattered. The green light turned into a bit of starlight and disappeared. The original Dan red-white crane's bone-deep injuries suddenly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was his royal beast talent rejuvenation, capable of substantially healing the injuries of royal beasts. It was equivalent to having 2 lives after a battle, as long as they didn't die. The effect was extremely strong, but it could only be used twice a day. Coping with today's scenario was even more like a lifesaver. Ice Spirit Flying Eagle has circles of ice blades turning all around its body, and it is even more artistic. Sky Blue Ice Impact, tightly chasing that retreating enemy. The Black Knight naturally did not watch the show, the silver-white blade did not stop at all. The angle is tricky, simply did not let the other party to find the opportunity to counteract. The Dan red-white crane also came in a rage and joined the battlefield. Hot flames poured out, releasing their fury. In an instant, the scene instantly flipped. Seeing this, Li Man slowly gained confidence. Lin Shu and Chuyu were special enrollment students, what an exaggeration, this kind of battle power, even if it was more similar than him. They weren't necessarily unable to defeat each other. That white-clothed foreigner's expression was gloomy and unsightly when he saw this scene. The other 3 brothers did the same, Lin Shu and the others were tricky, far beyond imagination. A lineup that clearly didn't look strong actually fought them back and forth. There were even hints of a rollover. They had gone through so much effort, but they hadn't even solved a single enemy. It was still a situation of 4 against 3. The heart grew more and more crisis, and even gave birth to the idea of running away. The other party's 3 Imperial Beastmasters' talents were too suitable for chaotic battles. Of the 4 of them, 2 of their talents were to accelerate the growth of Imperial Beasts, and 2 of them were spiritually gifted. Facing today's battle, there was no critical role. Now that the spirit had been mostly consumed, it was not enough to continue this tactic.
But in the end, it's 4 against 3, and the advantage is mine. There is no reason for them to lose in the slightest.
The eyes gradually became determined, with a hint of madness.
Use the Mad Blood secret technique. It can't be delayed any longer.
But the side effects.
Don't talk about this, listen to me.
Obviously, it was also known that the other party had the means to shake people. They had to fight quickly.
With that, they directly interrupted the interjection and acted. At that moment, a mannequin bloodthirsty aura continuously emerged from their bodies.
In an instant, they turned into a stream of light and flew towards the imperial beasts. After the stream of light entered the bodies of the 4 imperial beasts, their expressions as well as their auras instantly boiled.
Their eyes became red, and a hot, manic aura boiled and erupted within their bodies.
The aura instantly rose a notch, and their levels were all raised by 2 levels. With a blood-red light shadow, he stopped his original backward steps. With a manic face, his body was filled with impatience, and his sanity slowly faded away. In a short while, they would turn into beasts that would only rampage. The iron-wrist brute bull was the first to bear the brunt, running like a cannonball. In the back, the ancient wood giant guard commanded the tree vines to chase after it, whistling towards the ice spirit flying eagle above. The tree vines were densely spread on the ground, similarly heading towards the Dan red-white crane and black knight. In the air, the black-feathered monster crow poured fire with the feather spirit lion. The dark shadows were interspersed with the color of green, and directly, they were releasing big moves. The 3 of them did not slow down and responded calmly. Shuyu's talent duration still has a lot of time, is to command the ice spirit flying eagle, make a high-level skill icy sky and snow.
One eagle even pressed the opponent's ancient wood giant guard and black feather monster crow to retreat.
Li Man also gradually stabilized and calmly responded. Dan red-white crane has returned to normal, came to the air, spit out pieces of flame, gradually turned into a sea of fire. This is the advanced skills flying fire Liansheng. Black Knight in the back of the convenience is a number of invisible blade chopping and go, followed by the sea of fire as well as the snowy sky.
This was followed by the knight's return to silence.
In an instant, the other party's area was turned into day and night, in which there was even a black mist entangled, confusing the other party's vision as well as perception. Although the range was only about 10 meters.
But also enough. Chapter 135. Want to run away after fighting? The black curtain over their heads had already fallen in a matter of moments.
The sudden change caused the other 3 imperial beasts, including the iron-wrist savage bull, to instantly become mute.
The skills that were waiting to be launched did not know where to go.
The silent and deep darkness of the night clouded their vision and perception. Like a few headless flies, they didn't know what to do. Originally, they were already a little delirious, and now they were like a few brute oxen that would only charge straight ahead. Then let the skills scattered, haphazardly attack the scene in all directions.
Want to break the scene?
Such a scene occurred, so that the opposite side of the white-clothed foreigner 4 people angry cursing.
This is still screwed up.
This kind of scene skill, how could it be something they could control? He didn't expect that the mongrels that he didn't see eye to eye with were actually so fierce in battle. It made their intestines a bit remorseful. Had they known that they should have targeted him first in the beginning. The opponent's super-ranked scenario-style skill was really a bit of a restraint to their mad blood secret art. Surrounding their imperial beasts in a small space would only accelerate the process of berserking and losing their minds. The situation became more and more passive, which made them more and more worried. The original confidence that they had won had also disappeared.
Li Wan and Shuyu also couldn't help but raise their eyebrows.
Beautiful. 2. Even the 2 of them didn't expect that Lin Shu actually had such a great killing move. The skill used was simply too crucial. But now was not the time to celebrate. There was still a need to finish off the opponent before they could do so.
Directly commanding his imperial beasts to carry out a fierce attack.
Lin Shu didn't respond much at the moment. This was the right time to beat the dog. Continuously using the space chaos slash and the knight's return to silence just now. It had already consumed half of the Black Knight energy.
But it was enough for now.
Wielding a sharp blade, Black Knight then hid in the darkness.
Towards the enemy, he made a fierce attack.
The sky was filled with cold ice flames as well as blade awnings in that darkness. Hiss hiss hiss.
Sharp hissing sounds and roars continuously came out.
It could be imagined how fiercely they had been attacked inside. After about half a minute, the small barrier that the knight's returning silence had turned into was broken by them, turning into stars and scattering. For huge figures appeared, and they were covered in scars,
full of injuries from freezing burns as well as huge openings.
Obviously, this wave of attack had caused them to suffer heavy losses. They had already lost most of their fighting ability. Lin Shu used the panel to check the information, and the status column was all medium injuries.
What he wanted to do now was to pursue the attack. Kill them directly.
Seeing this, Li Wen and Chu Yu thought like Lin Shu.
Killing intent skyrocketed.
The three of them looked at each other with their eyes and understood what everyone meant. They directly launched a fierce attack, taking advantage of his weakness to kill him. The other party immediately took the moves in a mess, and their increasingly violent aura made them have no intention of escaping.
It was just a tough counterattack. Although this berserk blood secret art could briefly enhance the strength of the Imperial Beasts, but the side effect was still too deadly. If the Imperial Beasts lost their minds, wouldn't they be just like wild beasts? Even if its power was strengthened and its strength increased, it was still just a castle in the air, unable to use its strength. When the white-clothed foreigner saw this, he only felt that defeat was assured. Gnashing his teeth, he could not wait to give himself 2 slaps. Originally thought that the other 3 were soft persimmons. Unexpectedly, they kicked the iron plate at once. Their Imperial Beasts had all received the effects of the mad blood secret method and were unable to follow their commands. At this moment, choosing to escape was the best option. Looking at this appearance, the Imperial Beasts were not far away from losing the battle and dying miserably. It won't last long.
They can't stay put and wait for death. The Imperial Beast died, the follow-up and the cultivation of a good, they die can be nothing. At that moment, they were on their feet, so fast that they didn't even need words. The 4 of them then pulled out their legs and ran at almost the same time. Obviously all of them still understood the end afterward. Totally disregarded the Imperial Beasts that fought bitterly in front of them. Moreover, the 4 of them fled in separate directions. Even if Lin Shu and the others chased after them, it was impossible for all of them to stay behind. This was one of the tricks that the 4 of them often used. On the other side of the battlefield, all 3 of them were noticing the movements of that foreign race.
Li Wen couldn't help but taunt.
These guys, when they see that the situation is not right, they only run away.
I also don't know where they got the courage to surround us.
Chu Yu agreed with this. These 4 people were not as strong as expected.
It brought some pressure, but not much.
Of course, it was still because that super rank scene technique of Lin Shu's was too crucial. Otherwise this battle wouldn't have ended so quickly.
Come when you want, leave when you want. How can it be that easy?
Lin Shu's gaze swept, revealing an icy coldness as he looked at the figures of those few foreign races who fled in haste. Since they were prepared to make a move, they had to hold out for death to befall them.
The 2 of us can stall, they've gone completely crazy. There is no resistance.
Chu Yu agreed with this, quickly analyzing the situation and said. Li Man did the same. The scene at the beginning scared him to death, the other party targeting their Imperial Beasts so much. He couldn't wait for all of these few foreign races to die. Carrying out the assassination in pursuit was definitely by Lin Shu. After all, his Imperial Beast was of this type.
A professional counterpart. Alright, catch up with them in the dark.
With that, he made a neck-wiping motion. The meaning was clear and unambiguous.
Black Knight understood the meaning in seconds, transforming into a shadow and flying towards the front in the twinkling of an eye.
However, the other party was also a chicken thief, splitting into 4 directions to escape. In the blink of an eye, they had already run far away. However, he still had 2 Imperial Beasts. How could the opponent resist without the protection of the Imperial Beasts? Directly released the purple eyes, coupled with the earth obsidian.
Towards the remaining 2 directions. Just keep an eye on it, don't get too close.
Lin Shu instructed as he mounted violet eyes. After all, they had to be careful as there were large killing weapons like thunderfire beads present in their hands. The white-clothed foreigner had the wind at his feet, and in an instant, he was running into the distance, his expression going from panic to showing a slight smile.
Obviously feel that they are out of danger.
This distance has not come, that should not be chasing him again. This is. Why was the opponent's Imperial Beast so fast, and when did it come over?
Damn dog mantis, for people you only choose me?
Before he could think more with his heart tirade, he planned to take out the Thunder Fire Pearl to protect himself and negotiate. The black shadow appeared directly in front of him.
Flashing white light of the knife instantly attacked.
The target was precisely his neck.
the huge impact directly sent him flying backwards. It was like a human cannonball shooting out. Indirectly, he pierced through a large tree and was stuck in it. The entire body then curled up together, unable to move. The huge impact damage made him a bit dizzy. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Blackout added several more attacks. Since the other party's Imperial Beast did not die, it was still able to defend it from the damage. But these weren't big problems. If one slash didn't work, another one would be fine. Don't kill me, I have a lot of resources and secret treasures. As long as you spare me, all of these are yours. The white-clothed foreigner collapsed to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, unable to stand. His appearance was wretched, covered in blood and dirt and dust, and he could no longer be seen as a human. It was obvious that his Imperial Beast had already died and could no longer withstand any damage for him. Saying all this is not to live for a long time. Just want to take out the Thunder Fire Bead and explode with it. Dog thing, since you want to kill me, none of you should live. His eyes flickered with light and his expression was full of currying favor as he directly fell to his knees while his hand slowly moved. The only thing that responded to him was the invisible blade, and a great head instantly fell to the ground. What kind of bird language is spoken? Gibberish, annoyed to death. Black Knight is too lazy to listen to this nonsense. He added a few more attacks to prevent him from pretending to be dead. These are also taught by Lin Shu. These enemies are sinister and cunning. Pretending to be dead is a common occurrence. He listened to his master's words the most, and naturally followed these small things all the time. After confirming that there were no problems, he headed towards the other foreigner. Shu. Chapter 136 3 Great Forces. If they were to meet other Imperial Beast Masters, these four foreigners might still be able to run a few. Unfortunately, they didn't have such a chance when they met Lin Shu. Purple Eyes and Earth Yao each watched over one of the foreign races, using Black Knight's attack and speed. In just 10 minutes, the other three foreign races were killed on the spot. As for those words in their mouths, all of them were treated as farts. It was just a delaying tactic, trying to use some means behind the scenes. These things don't need to be heard much, they all know it in their hearts. Lin Shu then brought the Black Knight Earth Obsidian and Violet Eyes back to where he had just been. Those few Imperial Beasts that were originally like crazy demons had already fallen to the ground. As the Imperial Beast Masters died, their Imperial Beasts naturally couldn't avoid this fate. The proficiency of their deaths was also gained by Lin Shu. Just as Lin Shu was conducting his pursuit, a nearby member of the society rushed to help and left in a hurry when he realized that the battle was over. Li Man also put away the red crystal that was positioned there. What a fierce man! There's no telling where this battle would have gone without you. Li Man looked at the oncoming Lin Shu and gave his own thumbs up. In the battle just now, it didn't matter if it was Earth Yao's battle chi exodus or Black Knight's returning silence, the effects were extremely crucial. Otherwise, the ones who suffered heavily were feared to be the three of them. You guys are also crucial. If it wasn't for you guys stalling, I wouldn't have had such a good chance to strike. In this regard, Lin Shu didn't think that the credit was all on himself. Regardless of whether it was Li Man's Dan Red-White Crane that attracted the opponent's spiritual attack, or Chuyu unleashing his talent to cause his Ice Spirit Soaring Eagle's strength to skyrocket and stall to fend off the other party, the outcome of this would have changed. At this moment, Chiyu's face was pale, and even his lips did not have a trace of blood. Obviously, although his talent was extremely effective, its burden was equally somewhat severe, and would consume a great deal of mental energy. Feeling Lin Shu's gaze and Li Wen's worry, he barely revealed some smiles and said lightly, "It's fine, it's just that the spirit is a bit overdrawn. Just rest for a while." Lin Shu took out 2 bottles of spirit-stimulating potions and handed them to Chuyu and Li Man respectively. This potion could not only increase the spirit, but also had a slight effect of restoring the spirit. After taking it, the three of them were clearly in much better spirits. Chuyu's face also gradually gained blood color. Immediately afterward, Lin Shu took out 4 space bags. These were clearly the loot from killing those 4 foreigners. Seeing this, Li Man skimmed his mouth. The tone of his voice carried a bit of disdain. You still shouldn't hold too much hope. Most of the foreign races in this soul-severing mountain range are at the bottom, and basically don't have any valuable items. Except for that 6th order spirit item Murky Shadow Spirit bamboo shoots that they used for fishing. For Lin Shu, who had already searched once, he naturally agreed very much. If they were rich, they wouldn't be able to do the snatching. However, a mosquito is still neat, so let's open it first. Lin Shu did not hold too much hope. He casually searched through it. Sure enough, there was basically nothing. Just a few thunder fire beads. However, in the end, it was in the white-clothed foreigner's spatial pouch. A blood-colored crystal the size of a dragon's eye was found. The appearance was similar to the secret crystal Lin Shu had seen earlier. When he saw this thing, he was quickly able to associate it with the bloodthirsty aura of that foreign race's imperial beast and its sudden rise in strength. It was thought to be that secret method that could increase the battle strength of imperial beasts. It's the Berserk Blood secret method. It's of little value. Although it can boost the strength of imperial beasts, the side effects are too great, as you just saw. The opponent wanted to use this secret method to turn the tide, but unfortunately, it was restrained by Black Knight's skills. It directly caused the battle to collapse. This was true. If there wasn't this side effect, this secret method would be very good. Li Manexit continued to explain that these items were the most common ones harvested from killing the foreigners, emptying the clutter from them. All that was available were only those 4 space bags, and 4 thunder fire beads. This Imperial Beast version of explosives was not bad, and could sometimes come in handy. Splitting the loot evenly. Lin Shu only wanted the 4 thunder fire beads. He was somewhat interested in this item. That 6th rank spirit item wasn't too helpful to himself. His own Imperial Beast experienced the threat of death, but this loot was so shabby after the battle. Li Man couldn't help but spit. These foreign races are really poor. But it's also fortunate that if they were nobles The words gradually came to a halt. Apparently it was clear that they could only hold slave-type foreigners at the moment as well. They couldn't defeat those with a strong family background. Compared to resources, lives were definitely more important. Lin Shu and Shu Yu were somewhat curious about how strong these nobles were. Li Man also had some knowledge of this. Their strength, however, far exceeds that of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. The Imperial Beasts are very strong and have many means, especially difficult to deal with. They still have quite a few human lives of our Central State University students in their hands. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. Geniuses existed everywhere, and as for human lives, this was a normal thing. That was how it was with the Beast Masters. Obviously, the Soul Break Mountain range was not a place they would come to. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a boundary blocking high-level Royal Beast Masters from entering. They have a lot of resources in their hands, most of which are distributed by their internal forces. As you all know, the alien race's way of distributing resources. There are 3 of the largest Fey forces in the Zhongmu spirit realm. They are the Xian Shadow Sect, the Qingmu clan and the Blood Sect. The ones who had just attacked them were the civilian Imperial Beastmasters below the Qingmu clan's cluster. As the 2 listened to this, they were able to understand some of the news. All of these things were unknown to them. As for why the school didn't send people to clear it. Obviously with the school's strength it should be in control of the entire Zhongmu spirit world. The power of life and death of the foreign races within it is all in the hands of the school. The school is naturally and deliberately to do this. In order to refine everyone and experience the real life and death crisis. Otherwise, everyone is a flower in a greenhouse, and when the time comes to go to war with the foreigners, won't they all be in a panic? There is also a bounty list within the school, and as long as you kill them, you will be able to obtain the corresponding credit rewards. Those foreign geniuses are all on the list. There's even a spirit enlightenment level Imperial Beast Master in there. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. The school's methods were really powerful. Even the spirit enlightenment level Imperial Beastmasters were nothing more than objects for the students to hone. No wonder the mentor had given himself a defense crystal like that. Li Man smacked his lips, clearly also taken aback by the news when he learned about it earlier. Shu Yu's expression also turned grave from the casualness he had earlier. Don't worry guys, he's imprisoned in a Jedi, he can't run out. Li Man laughed out loud. Shu Yu's face was then better, and the school naturally wouldn't mess around. Although there were many deaths of students who explored in it every year, it was an unavoidable thing. Without the experience of life and death, how could one become a truly top-tier Imperial Beast Master? After the few people chatted for a few moments, Shu Yu gradually recovered. The few people then left this place and continued their previous actions. Searching for the black-scaled armor bug. This battle came down to a lot of effort. To Lin Shu, it was far less comfortable than killing a few more Imperial Beasts. This bunch of foreign races were really troublesome.